Chapter 1, is Jian Jijin up to his weird tricks again? Hashtag shock. A certain famous star surnamed Jian is actually the secret lover of a wealthy businessman. Hashtag the obscure Jian Jijin has done it again, faking spiritual powers by throwing talisman papers. Hashtag. Two hot search topics shot to the top of WB late at night, and black fans reached new heights in their cursing. Jian Jijin is truly despicable. Does he really rely on selling himself for fame? How shameful to have been kept by a man over 60 years old. Jian Jijin will do anything to make it to the trending topics. He actually threw talisman paper at reporters. How disgraceful. Despite his antics, his obscurity knows no bounds. He's signing up for a new variety show next. Wonder which male idol he's going to cling on to now. Sisters unite, let's keep resisting him. No director would dare hire him. That's right, sisters, keyboards ready, it's time to act. Su Shuda opened the image and immediately saw Jian Ran, looking proper and solemn, caught by the camera with yellow talisman paper in hand. He almost had a heart attack, grabbed his phone, and called straight away, "Are you crazy? After paying a high price to walk down that red carpet, you actually throw joss paper into the crowd of reporters? Do you never want to make a comeback?" The man on the other end of the call held his phone between his chin and shoulder, his collarbone drawing a delicate arc as his thick eyelashes quivered slightly, and his mesmerizing eyes naturally fell on the desk. His long fingers held a wolf hair brush, sketching something on a piece of yellow rice paper. Viewed from the side, his handsome features revealed an air of nonchalance and languor, and his tone was unconcerned. "Brother Su, I'm doing this to save people." "Saving people my ass, you first save yourself." Su Shuda gritted his teeth. "Don't say I didn't warn you. If you mess up this variety show again, be prepared to pay your breach of contract fee." After throwing down these harsh words, the call was hung up. Silence returned to the small apartment. The man's expression remained calm as he continued his work. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. It was the courier. As soon as the courier opened the door, habit made him look up. Before speaking, his face flashed a moment of amazement upon seeing Jian Ran's youthful figure, stammering nervously, "Hey, are you really Jian Ran? The Jian Ran who always trends on social media for being scolded every day?" The man nodded slowly, extending his hands which had elegant and proportionate bones. "File bag. Here." The courier realized this, cheeks turning slightly red. It was his first encounter with a celebrity. Although this star wasn't well regarded, his good looks were undeniable, far superior to those soft boy idols filtered on TV. One wonders why he got dragged so deeply into negativity. Was it about improper conduct? Sticking close to big figures? Angering rival fan bases? Showbiz waters run deep, no one knows what version is true. While the courier was lost in thought, he heard a clear and strict voice. "Deliver this before 11 o'clock tonight. Not a second can be delayed." The local courier quickly nodded. "Relax, our company has excellent reputation." He wanted to add more, but unexpectedly the door slammed shut in his face. Ruthless and without warning. Not a hint of public relations consideration there. Forget leaving a good impression. Right at 11 o'clock that evening, there was a knock on the CEO's office door. The man seated in the boss chair looked up. "Come in." Upon hearing the command, the secretary pushed open the door. Clad in heels, she briskly walked toward the handsome president and handed over the file bag. "Director Gon, this is Jian Ran's local delivery." Before she finished, Gon Fenyi furrowed his brow irritably. "Throw it away." "Yes, President." The secretary showed no doubt, pulling her hand back mid-air. "Then I'll leave." "Wait," Gon Fenyi stopped her. Reclining backward, a complex look flashed across his face. "Pass this message to Jian Ran. He has returned. There will be no need for further meetings, nor any weird things sent anymore." The capable secretary nodded affirmatively. "Understood." She quickly left the president's office. After about a minute, she knocked and came back in, looking strange and hesitant. Gon Fenyi smirked, a sarcastic sneer curving his lips. "What's wrong? Are you disagreeing? Do you still want to entangle me?" The secretary hesitated. "Not really." "What then?" Gon Fenyi's voice dropped several degrees, irritated. "Say it fast." The secretary seemed resolved to repeat the message. "Jian Ran asked you to be careful when taking the elevator. Make sure you carry the talisman papers with you." Gon Fenyi scoffed mockingly, trying to pretend spiritual powers and fool around again. "He also said." "What else did he say?" The secretary took a breath. "He also said to ask the president to settle the cost of the talisman papers." Gon Fenyi. What fees for those few pieces of broken paper? Chapter 2, Rest assured, I've acted before, expert thieves fit roles perfectly. As a canon fodder character and substitute for Bayuguang who's also saddled with love at first sight tendencies. Jian Ran actually opens his mouth to ask for settlement fees. Skip the relentless pursuit drama entirely. This is not reasonable. If the binding system were still operational, it would inevitably issue C warnings, accompanied by electroshock punishments. But due to the crossover system and quick transport bureau holding a seaside retreat lasting N months, Jian Ran is currently in a state of unsupervised freedom. Thus, he plays his role while letting his true self run wild. To demonstrate professionalism, the Virgin Singleton system before departure nonchalantly asked, "Have you read substitute literature? How well do you understand how to be a qualified substitute?" Jian Ran patted his chest. "Rest assured, I've acted before, perfectly on point. This isn't mere bragging." Before the car accident, he was indeed only one opportunity away from being crowned an emperor of film. Plus, after 10 years of arduous training under the esoteric arts sect, though he didn't predict his own death date, performing as a placeholder in a brainless novel filled with melodramatic love triangles is child's play for Jian Ran. That's right, he's jumped into a book. He became a pitiful substitute maintained by several tycoons, waiting to be cast aside when Baiyuguang returns. The more desperate he acts, the worse his fate becomes, and the final outcome is predictable. Even failing in romance, Jian Ran could still bear it since this thing impacts his money-making speed. But damn, his career has gone to hell too. Instead of focusing on acting, he always took shortcuts, either schmoozing directors or faking incidents with male stars, earning himself terrible reviews and reaching a status where everyone detests him. The company was ready to abandon him and bury him away, having not paid his basic salary for many months. His life has almost reached destitution, nearly at the point where he'd have to resort to fortune-telling under a bridge. When the secretary called again, Jian Ran had just finished calculating the number of talismans and was heading out to buy popsicles from the convenience store downstairs to cool off. "Hello." While wedging the phone between his shoulder and ear, he sifted through the freezer, picking out a popsicle, and asking the cashier, "Will this be a sneaky overpriced popsicle?" The cashier happened to be one of his black fans, who instantly recognized him and rolled their eyes. "If you think it's expensive, don't buy it." "Buy." Jian Ran threw the popsicle back onto the counter. "I'll have money soon." The secretary on the other end of the call. "Mr. Jian, Mr. Gon's meaning is that he won't settle your payment. If you insist on getting the money, we'll see you in court." Jian Ran waved a hand dismissively. "Give me my popsicle back." Then spoke directly into the phone microphone. "Did Gon Fengyi throw away my couriered items?" The secretary hesitated briefly. "Indeed, it was thrown into the trash." "Good." Jian Ran immediately hung up the phone and quickly left the 24-hour convenience store. The female clerk spat out loud at his retreating back. "Pauper. He's only worth looking at because of his face." Her voice wasn't loud, but Jian Ran heard it clearly as he stepped outside. He turned around slowly, his porcelain-white cheeks revealing a sinister look. His dangling fingers twitched slightly, as if he were calculating something. "What are you staring at?" The female cashier pulled out her phone and started filming Jian Ran. "If you start barking like crazy, I'll upload your stuff to Weibo." Jian Ran suddenly smiled. "Lady, here's a piece of advice, don't touch electrical devices." "Ha, who do you think you're fooling? Can't survive in showbiz, switching careers now." "I refuse to believe it." Excited, the counter woman held up her phone with one hand while opening the freezer with the other. "All right then, let's live stream your scam artist failure." "Ah." Accompanied by a scream, the cashier fell down. Jian Ran turned, pulled out his phone, and dialed 120. "Hello, someone got electrocuted here, yeah. No immediate danger." He said this while heading back to his apartment. Not eating the popsicle put him in a sour mood. A dark cloud hovered over his exquisite features, like a prelude to a storm, ready to explode at any moment. A master of mysticism and top-tier movie emperor reduced to scheming against a dim-witted cashier. Where does one appeal such unfairness? But, no choice. Having played a forgettable celebrity for months without taking on new roles, and with zero income, surviving solely on WeChat wallet balance proves challenging indeed. Time to find some work, otherwise the substitute cannon fodder will starve to death. Back at the small apartment, bored, Jian Ran flipped on the TV, just in time for entertainment news replay. A strikingly handsome yet ominous-faced figure caught his sharp attention. Reliable sources confirm Lu Emperor may participate in a travel variety show. The final guest list hasn't been confirmed, however. Travel variety show? Is this what Su Ge mentioned? Lu Fuin? Looks like it's time to give it a shot. While lost in thought, he used his wolf hair brush to write 3 large characters, Lu Yanting. After staying up all night to finish the proposal, Gon Fengyi massaged his temples wearily and stepped into the elevator with long strides. He glanced at his phone, still receiving no messages, which made him feel puzzled. Is it really this quiet? Suddenly, the steadily descending elevator gave a clank and came to a stop. The fluorescent light above went out, plunging the surroundings into complete darkness. Gon Fengyi furiously pressed the alarm button while repeatedly convincing himself, this is a coincidence. Absolutely a coincidence. Yeah. A coincidence. Chapter 3, Do we have no bond unless I spend money? In the small apartment without air conditioning, Jian Ran spent another night drenched in sweat. Then, as usual, he arrived early in the morning and stood right outside Foam Lawn Entertainment. At this hour, there weren't many people up yet, so the area in front of the office building was somewhat empty. So, Su Shuda, with an oily dough stick dangling from his mouth and a plastic bag in his hand, was walking toward the company when he lifted his head and saw that familiar, irritatingly cheerful smile. Stunned for a few seconds, Su turned to run away, but didn't get far before being stopped by a tall figure. "Brother Su, good morning." Jian Ran snatched the plastic bag while pulling out the golden fried dough stick with familiarity and stuffed it into his mouth. "Thanks for breakfast." How do you know I bought one extra?" Su Shuda stared at him in shock, and then irritably added, "You can predict." Since a certain day when this guy started having some mental hiccups, claiming himself to be a master of esoteric practices, able to see the future, calculate outcomes, and draw talismans, everything became absurdly unpredictable from then on. Su Shuda categorized such symptoms as a combination of career failure and unfulfilled love syndrome. Jian Ran smiled charmingly, his face covered with oil, but still radiated beauty like a painting. "Congratulations, Brother Su, now you're quick at guessing." "Go away." With a square face, Su Shuda avoided idle talk, split the legs, and marched off towards the company. "Brother Su, I'm here to sign the contract." Jian Ran chased after him, smiling cheerfully. "For my divinations, I'm bound to become famous this time, and will later bring you all sorts of luxuries." Su Shuda abruptly stopped, turning around with a glare despite being only 170 centimeters tall, managing a giant-like posture. "If you dare mention fortune-telling again, I'll use this fried dough stick to block every one of your mouths." Jian Ran immediately mimed zipping his lips. His eyes crinkled with laughter. Su Shuda glanced at that God-given pretty face and was momentarily taken aback. Just like other agents, when Jian Ran first appeared on talent shows, even Su Shuda had gazed at him like a hungry wolf. Bright eyes, white teeth, refined bones, ice-clear skin, features so strikingly identifiable, especially those clear, sparkling eyes that made others lose themselves easily. His appearance was top-notch. Relying on years of agent experience, Su Shuda thought that with just a little polish and refinement, this man was bound to achieve greatness in the future and possibly climb to the very top of the entertainment world. But reality proved otherwise. Dreams were beautiful, yet life was brutal and cruel. He, along with other agents, were blinded and deceived by this piece of useless clay. Terrible acting skills to the point of angering both man and God. All sorts of awkwardness on variety shows. Endless scandals. And hate followers dominating every chart. As hopeful as signing him was initially, now Su Shuda wished to strangle him. "Forget about this variety show, the company plans to give it to another artist." Su Shuda sighed solemnly. "Take some time off, preferably see a psychologist. If necessary, visit the psychiatric hospital." Before he finished, Jian Ran shoved in the last bite of the dough stick, blinked his eyes. "There's one big star left for the show. If I manage to secure him, could the company change its mind?" "You're joking. Lu Emperor is someone you can." Su Shuda tried to brush him off with evasive answers, seeing his shameless attitude. "If you get Lu Emperor, we'll try for you." The next second, he saw Jian Ran swiftly turn around and dash toward a parked Maybach by the roadside. It was all arranged as if by divine intervention, timing precise enough to scare anyone. The man known as the mobile iceberg, noble and ascetic, Asia's top male god, coincidentally pushed open the car door and stepped out with long, graceful strides. Jian Ran recklessly charged forward and blurted out, "Brother, your forehead is black, ominous aura lingers over your head, there will surely be misfortune soon. You and I originally have no bond." Crazily rushing over, Su Shuda wanted to stop this idiot's suicide attempt, only to hear the deep, husky magnetism coming from thin lips, completely shattering any sense of normalcy. "Unless I spend money." Lu Yanting curved his lips with an amused look as he peered at them. Jian Ran hesitated briefly. This brother actually understands pretty well. Chapter 4, Turning into a Fortune Teller. Lu Yanting. Living up to his name, the newly crowned king of cinema, known for his arrogance and high standing. Up close, he's even more stunning than on TV. His popularity in Asia alone has earned him fans of all ages, but it's not just his looks, it's also his masterful acting skills and mysterious, wealthy background. The rumors say this top-level male idol has an eccentric personality, rarely smiling or cracking a joke, with elegant brows that seem to radiate cold frost, giving off an intimidating chill. If one approaches too closely, sharpness and pressure naturally arise. Of course, the man isn't expressionless. Occasionally, he does display emotions. Like now, when a faint tug at the corner of his lips draws a mockery so perfectly rendered. Turning into a fortune teller. Lu Yanting narrowed his long, slanted eyes, sending a chilling gaze. Jian Ran couldn't help but feel a shiver coming on, but he gritted his teeth to endure it. What a joke. If the metaphysical master himself could be scared, how would he possibly settle other people's problems? Before Jian Ran could respond to the turned fortune teller comment, Su Shuda stepped between them, his diminutive figure having to look up at someone nearly 2 meters tall. "Mr. Lu, sorry about that, don't listen to Jian Ran blabbering. He just woke up, still not fully awake. Aren't you here to discuss a collaboration? Our variety show actually holds great potential. The lucky stay in, just the name sounds so auspicious. You see." Su Shuda went all out to ingratiate himself, detailing their variety show, mainly because business had been bad over the past couple of years. Every single artist under the company had quietly faded, investments returning nothing. Fonglan Entertainment had no choice but to invest themselves and produce variety shows under their own name, hoping to make money while promoting talent, killing two birds with one stone. Unfortunately, without good producers and directors, the programs they made were cheesy and unrefined. Even their plagiarism failed, they copied but missed the essence. While others had hit reality shows called Creation Factory, Fonglan mimicked it with a name like Everyone Back to Village. While others had hit travel shows titled Sister's Journey, Fonglan followed with Butterfly Little Sister. When others ran popular cooking shows named 10 Varieties of Flavor, Fonglan lost its mind and came up with the Lucky Stay-In. Every variety show was shot, but none took off. The second season struggled to happen, leaving them constantly trying new things. But this time, they'd really thrown down substantial resources on Lucky Stay-In. They'd set up camp in advance in the deep mountains and forests, every employee signing a life or death contract, determined to sign Mr. Liu onto his first ever variety show. Failure simply wasn't an option. So, right now, Su Shuda felt he was on the brink of failure. He glared fiercely at Jian Ran, vowing in his heart to drag the guy down with him if necessary. What he didn't expect was how quickly Jian Ran jumped on the chance when his attention wandered for a moment. Pretending to calculate something, Jian Ran held up his fingers dramatically, looking every bit the part of a fortune teller. Lu Yanting, right? Recently been insomnia-ridden with frequent dreams. Waking up at exactly 3 a.m. Red-clothed woman frequently appears in your dreams. Before he finished, a bespectacled gentleman hurriedly got out of the Mercedes Maybach, rudely interrupting, Lu Gu, don't pay him any heed. Let's go inside. Approaching Lu Yanting, he whispered mysteriously yet loudly enough for everyone present to hear, this is Jian Ran, notorious in the entertainment circle for causing trouble. Get involved with him, and headlines are sure to follow. I know him, Lu Yanting slightly raised his eyebrows. Didn't I see him scattering talisman paper at a red carpet? With glue smeared on the talismans, his face had been covered with papers, impossible to remove. It was only after the staff intervened that inappropriate photos were avoided. That memory remained vivid in his mind, how could he forget? A faint smirk once again crossed his lips as he walked around Jian Ran, striding toward the company building. Left standing there, Su Shuda anxiously stomped his feet, you've ruined it again. Jian Ran muttered under his breath, lowering his head, this shouldn't have happened. Isn't he curious about that red-clothed woman? Hearing him babbling nonsense, Su Shuda became furious, cursing incoherently, tonight, I'll dress all in red and hang myself at your house. After dropping that threat, the short-legged manager rushed off to catch up. Mr. Liu, please wait, let me explain. Alone once more, Jian Ran suddenly felt his phone vibrating. Leisurely pulling it out, upon seeing who was calling, disdain filled his features almost reaching the Pacific Ocean. The screen read, overbearing CEO. Jian Ran pressed the answer button, asking dryly, what is it? At the cold, detached tone, the person on the other side hesitated for a few seconds before responding, imagining the drama unfolding, if you don't want to break up, just say so. Damaging the elevator? Are you crazy enough to think I wouldn't call the police? Jian Ran's tone was light and airy, I've never seen a domineering CEO who knows the law so well. There was another moment of silence on the other end of the line before the voice grew even colder, I warn you, stop playing tricks, or else. Gan Fengyi sensed something was amiss, pulling the phone away from his ear to look at it. His expression turned immediately vivid with anger. How dare you hang up on me? Chapter 5, Trust me, you can transfer the money. After hanging up, Jian Ran casually flipped through his contact list. Names similar to overbearing president popped up again and again. For instance, Supermodel B, International Racer C, Top Rapper D. They all had one thing in common, they all regarded Jian Ran as a substitute for their white moonlight of love. With their true loves absent but longed for deeply, they had no choice but to their yearning on someone who looked alike. Let's say it was a twisted kind of love, after all, this is a cliched novel where normal authors couldn't write something so dramatic. Unfortunately, being a substitute not only came with no human rights, there wasn't even a minimum wage, let alone benefits. And what's worse, substitutes endured emotional abuse, called at will and mocked without mercy. Overbearing president, remember your place, don't act high and mighty. Supermodel B, just because you look like him, you think you can replace him? Dream on. International Racer C, it's just physical resemblance. The souls miles apart. Jian Ran, I thank you for the difference of miles. If you have such a distaste for substitutes, why bother finding one at all? Back in the days, he would have given them a hard punch straight away. But when he first arrived in this world, the system hadn't taken its vacation yet, and the single dating party program hadn't started either. Under the merciless electric shocks from the system, Jian Ran chose to surrender. Who likes sudden tremors anytime and anywhere? As Agent Su Shuda described, Jian Ran's fits are predictable, look how easily he looks like an epileptic. So, Jian Ran was forced to skim through cheesy romance novels, quickly figured out his role, and memorized all sorts of habits of Zhong Fanrui, pretending to be diligent while internally cursing under his breath for several months. Finally. Ha! The system hurriedly went off to focus on matchmaking. Jian Ran took the chance to set himself free, starting from overcoming difficulties and working hard to escape poverty. You think I'm going to pay a single cent or mess with the substitute's emotions? Do you actually think you're the author creating some dog-loving plot? Jian Ran scoffed, tucked his phone into his pocket, and strutted back nonchalantly. In the small meeting room, Su Shida was still fawning over everyone, offering tea and water. Mr. Lu, your presence truly makes Fenglan shine brightly. It's quite early. Our CEO hasn't arrived yet. An assistant beside him pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and continued, at this time, there aren't many people on the road, which helps avoid commotion. Su Shida looked up and grinned sycophantically. No problem later either. Just go to the underground parking lot, we have a direct elevator, very private. Brother Lu never goes to the underground parking, said Li Ting expressionlessly. Su Shida hesitated. Why not? Could it be he felt the underground lot carried too much yin energy? Haunted by red-clothed ghosts often. Thus, he needed to avoid it. Realizing how influenced he'd been by Jian Ran the mystic, Su Shida slammed his teacup onto the table. Prosperity, democracy, harmony. Su Yuan. What's wrong with him? Chu Lin Yen Ting remained silent throughout, his face darkened, until finally, his lips parted slightly as he spoke, that person earlier. Jian Ran. Call him in for a moment. Su Yuan's expression changed in surprise, Brother Lu. He wanted to object because Jian Ran had a terrible reputation as someone impossible to get rid of once tangled with, but seeing that sharp gaze shoot toward him, Su Yuan obediently shut up. Su Shida was also surprised, but before he could react, the door to the small meeting room opened a crack, revealing a strikingly handsome head peeking in, looking slightly otherworldly. Brother Lu, you called? Soon enough. Lu Yanting sat with crossed legs, his brows slightly furrowed, scrutinizing the man opposite. At the conference table, Jian Ran held a wolf hair brush, sitting upright, his pale face full of caution and seriousness. His strokes flowed smoothly as he drew. Lu Yanting remained motionless, but memories floated unbidden in his mind. The study in the old house. Yen Ting, your life carries calamity, your fortune spreads widely, making you prone to disaster. You must find someone to resolve it. Grandpa, you know I don't believe in these things. Yen Ting, the Lu family only has you left as the legitimate heir. If anything happens to you, Grandpa won't be able to, cough cough cough. The elder in the rocking chair winced in pain, covering his mouth with a handkerchief as his coughing wouldn't stop. Lu Yanting immediately stood up and hurried over, Grandpa, are you okay? I'll call the doctor. The old man grasped his wrist, forcing himself to steady his breathing. Remember, that person's name has the fire radical. Find him in 3 years. He can help you. Mr. Lu. A hand with long, elegant bones gestured in front of him, pulling Lu Yanting back from his thoughts. Are you done drawing? His voice was deep and sensual. Jian Ran curved his lips into a smile as he handed over the talisman, just try it for one night. If you can sleep soundly all night, then pay afterward. Lu Yanting lifted his arm and reached out, pinching the yellow rice paper with his fingertips. He gave a glance at the ghostly scribble on it before slightly nodding, as if begrudgingly agreeing, all right, I'll give it a try. Fair deal for all ages, you can transfer the money now. Jian Ran said as he pulled out his phone, showing the WeChat QR code. Su Yuan snapped, unable to bear it any longer, you're deliberately doing this, aren't you? Just so you can get Mr. Lu's WeChat contact. Su Shida also felt his headache doubling. Jian Ran, put your phone away, don't irritate Mr. Lu. Amidst the protests, Jian Ran withstood the pressure and kept holding up his phone without moving. This was a test. If Lu Yanting turned out like those two armed ones who didn't intend to pay, Jian Ran wouldn't waste his time. Thus, under the wide-eyed disbelief of Lu Yanting's personal assistant and broker, Lu Yanting slowly picked up his phone, lazily face unlocked it, and casually opened WeChat's scanner function. Su Yuan exclaimed in shock, Big Brother Lu, that's your private account. Before Su Yuan could finish speaking, they had already added each other successfully. Mr. Lu, Big Brother Lu, Su Shida hurried after Lu Yanting at the entrance of the building lobby, begging with a desperate look, can we wait just a little longer? Our boss will be here soon. Lu Yanting didn't pause his steps but walked towards the sleek black Maybach parked by the roadside. Su Yuan blocked Su Shida, please stop here. If there are any updates, I'll contact you. But. Su Shida's face twisted into a bitter gourd expression, we haven't even discussed any conditions yet. Apart from being forced to accept a single talisman. That bastard Jian Ran. Have a good walk. Jian Ran waved goodbye to the upright figure of Mr. Lu, commenting self-assuredly, that car is quite nice. He probably has enough money to pay. Unlike those scammers who dodged payments. Su Shida watched the Maybach driving off, lamenting in his heart how this might end his career, and who's the culprit. Turning around, Su Shida glared fiercely at Jian Ran, only to find the latter wearing an extremely regretful expression. Su Shida momentarily froze, thinking maybe this lunatic finally had a change of heart, starting some self-examination about his absurd behavior. Just as he thought this, Jian Ran moved his beautifully shaped lips. Time was too rushed, otherwise. I could have also checked his palm lines. Su Shuda's expression crumbled completely, shouting, "Go to hell." Chapter 6. Everyone, cheap laughs. The black Mercedes Maybach, resembling a dragon, gradually drove further and further away. Finally, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, Su Yuan in the passenger seat turned around and asked, "Brother Lu, you really believe that fortune teller?" He lowered his voice, not daring to exaggerate too much. Afraid of enraging the only heir of Lu group sitting behind him with eyes closed, appearing like a sleeping fierce beast. "Do I have your approval on whether or not I believe?" Lu Yanting lazily opened his eyes, revealing a sharp gleam. "No." Realizing the impending danger, Su Yuan quickly shut up and obediently turned back. The silent driver, fully focused on driving, caught this interaction out of the corner of his eye. His expression was strange, as if he was saying, "After following the boss for so many years, you still managed to invite bad luck with such precision, impressive." Su Yuan was a bit annoyed, shot back a glare, then leaned back in his seat pretending to be dead. But Lu Yanting behind him slowly opened his deep, dark pool-like eyes, directing his gaze out of the car window, looking at the endless flow of people as if lost in thought. The story is quite cliché. A mysterious and ancient family has been cursed generation after generation. Unless they find the destined person, otherwise they will die prematurely after adulthood. As for who cast the curse, it's already unknown now. The young Lu Yanting could just occasionally run into all sorts of Taoist priests and Buddhist monks in the old house, dimly sensing something. At first, he didn't believe it. After all, curses are something very mystical. But right after his 18th birthday, the red-clad woman appeared in his dreams. Her face was unclear, she didn't speak, she just stood there. No matter how fast, how far he ran, she was always like a shadow. Fortunately, Lu Yanting was born with a personality hard to stir emotions. Even if such things appeared in his dreams, he didn't feel terrified or afraid. Just extremely annoyed. He detested having strangers intruding in his life. Even in his dreams. His thoughts slowly retracted. Lu Yanting suddenly remembered something, pulling out from the inner pocket of his high-end suit a yellow charm imbued with an ancient aura. On his handsome face flickered a trace of eeriness. What did that fortune teller say again? Burn it to ashes and drink it? Apparently, it was just thrown at him on the red carpet, but now it seemed he had to drink it. Is he trying to fool me? With this thought, Lu Yanting furrowed his brows slightly. Fenglan Tower, CEO office. Suddenly a roar came out. What? You let Jian Ran receive them? Are you crazy? Don't you know he's insane? Jian Ran standing outside the door wore a polite yet somewhat awkward smile, reciprocating the various gazes directed towards him, as if openly acknowledging. That's right, the lunatic inside is me, everyone can laugh cheaply. Not long after, Su Shuda walked out with worried brows. He immediately saw Jian Ran come closer and said irritably, "Happy now? I'll pack up and leave with you, damn it." Jian Ran held on to the short figure about 170 centimeters tall. "For the moment, we're not ready to go solo. Starting a studio can wait, until..." Su Shuda's face turned green, trying to shake off the arm pressing on him, ready to unleash some harsh words. Suddenly, the door of the president office opened from the inside. "Wait a minute, you too." Su Shuda pitifully turned back. "President Gu, I didn't plan to go solo." Gu Feng looked at Jian Ran with a peculiar expression. "Come in and talk." So, a few seconds later, outside the office Su Shuda's exaggerated scream was heard again. What? Emperor Lu actually agrees to join Lu Fu in? Jian Ran's ghost-drawn symbols are really effective now. Office area heads were lifted one by one, showing faces filled with gossip and shock, communicating wildly with glances. Gu Feng tapped the desk with his finger. "Lower your voice, don't spread it around yet. There hasn't been a contract signed, everything is still variable." Narrowing his eyes, he looked through Prada glasses at Jian Ran and changed his tone. "How did you pull it off? Even managed to fool Lu Yanting?" And he actually believed. Jian Ran curved his lips into a smile, his handsome face exuding mysterious confidence. "Maybe it's because of my innate charm." Ordinarily, Gu Feng would throw a pile of file folders at him, but today he was unusually calm when faced with these mad ramblings. "You should shut up." Su Shuda couldn't bear it, his blood pressure rising sharply, barely holding back a string of curses. But then the attitude from behind the boss desk took an unfathomable turn. "Suda, I shouldn't say this to you, be nicer to our artists under contract. Don't always press down on them, what if they jump ship? Jian Ran is talent, we need to nurture him properly. Come, sit down. Let the secretary make you a cup of tea while we discuss the details of the variety show styling and character setup." Gu Feng glanced sideways, his gaze falling on Su Shuda whose mouth was wide open in shock, big enough to fit an egg. "What are you standing there for? Go tell the secretary to brew some tea." 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a famous photography studio. On the curb. "Are you going in or not?" Su Shuda roared furiously. He felt Jian Ran was deliberately causing trouble. The appointed time for the variety show styling had come and he'd arrived early at the studio entrance, but Jian Ran chose to stay out under the blazing sun rather than enter. Hot as a dog. And yet he still claimed it as dodging disasters and misfortunes. Grass. Love it or leave it, I'm going to chill with the air conditioning. Su Shida muttered curses in his heart, then abandoned Jian Ran and walked inside the studio. The tall, slender figure stayed where he was, unmoving. He was uncomfortable too, sweating profusely. Wearing a cap, sunglasses, and mask, all tightly wrapped so no one would recognize him. A typical star's appearance. Others did this because they were famous, reducing chaos. He did this because of controversy, avoiding criticism. Fine, can't avoid it forever, Jian Ran sighed faintly, letting his evenly long fingers fall, then stuffing them into his trouser pockets, stepping lazily towards the studio. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw the staff busy at work. It looked like the subject being filmed had quite a bit of clout. Brother G, look over here. Great state of mind. Amazing. Perfect. Jian Ran, who had taken off his cap, sunglasses, and mask, leaned against the wall, his cold eyes sweeping through the room. His brain was actually running rapidly. What was the real name of super male model be noted in his contact list? Oh, skills getting rusty, how could I forget even the script, it's all their fault for not paying. While self-criticizing, something indiscernible suddenly came near. Hey, isn't that Jian Ran? Surprisingly, you managed to find your way here. The heavily made-up woman reeked a pungent perfume, standing arrogantly in front of Jian Ran with a strange tone of voice. I remember Brother G already warned you not to show up in front of him again. You really have no shame. Jian Ran raised his hand and pinched his nose, interrupting her. Sorry, who are you? The woman immediately changed her expression. Don't pretend to be clueless. I am Brother G's assistant. Don't tell me you don't know me. Should I know you? Jian Ran blinked his eyes. Ha. So many main characters, each boasting with their assistants. How the hell am I supposed to remember every single one? The woman was momentarily flustered by his response, unable to find any strong words to rebut in time. Just then, the shooting ended. A man with perfect proportions approached slowly, half-naked on top, his gleaming 8-pack abs catching the light. When he caught sight of Jian Ran, the disdain on his Anglo-Saxon features couldn't be hidden more clearly. Who revealed my schedule to you? After saying this, Ji Yuanming turned away his gaze, reaching out to accept the clothes handed by his assistant, continuing in an annoying tone, don't cause trouble here. Otherwise, it'll be embarrassing for you. Jian Ran said, say that again. What? Ji Yuanming lifted his eyelids to look back. The sentence before, don't cause trouble here, Jian Ran explained patiently with a smile. Ji Yuanming was a bit confused, who revealed my schedule to you? Before the sentence even finished, Jian Ran straightened his face. Shit. After spitting out these words, he turned around and left, leaving behind a proud and badass silhouette. Ji Yuanming stood frozen in place. He must have had the wrong medication. Chapter 7, Cured of Love Blindness. As Jian Ran left, the female assistant approached, lowering her voice in disbelief, good yeah, does Auntie know him? She paused for a moment, widening her Kazilan doll eyes. Surely she hasn't agreed. Does she understand his reputation? Don't be deceived by appearances. Ji Yuanming raised an eyelid, his cool gaze glancing over her. The female assistant quickly avoided his eyes. Sorry good yeah, it's none of my business. Ji Yuanming didn't respond, silently putting on his short-sleeved shirt and striding out of the photography studio with long strides. Just before disappearing at the doorway, he turned around as if casually, catching sight of an exceptionally noticeable figure. Undoubtedly, Jian Ran had a striking appearance and a good figure, with muscle lines that weren't exaggerated but revealed underlying strength. Especially his waist side gave the illusion of excellent tactile sensation when pinched. How bizarre. He had never thought this way before. It must be an illusion. My heart belongs to Zhong Fanrui. Jian Ran is just a clumsy imitation. Despite her psychological preparation, Ji Yuanming's eyes darkened slightly, and his voice deepened. What kind of pose is he doing? Does he need to take off his clothes? The female assistant looked inside while tilting her head back, her blazing red lips curling up, showing disdain. Recently, I haven't heard of Jian Ran taking any jobs. Fenglan is planning to keep him hidden, perhaps trying to make a big splash again. However, today is truly unexpected. He hasn't clung to Gujie. Before she could finish, her words were swallowed by the increasingly frosty look from Ji Yuanming. After a moment, Ji Yuanming left the photography studio with inexplicable resentment. Sitting in the nanny car, after much deliberation, he made a call, which was soon answered. Mom, has Jian Ran harassed you recently? Did you reveal my whereabouts? Seeing Jian Ran waiting in the makeup room, sitting steady like an old dog, Su Zadada almost shed tears as a father would. He cautiously asked, did you see Ji Yuanming? Am I blind? Jian Ran was intently scrolling through WeChat. Suzadata still felt uneasy and continued probing, why don't you rush over? I'm not stupid. Jian Ran still didn't raise his head. Suzadata finally felt a sense of achievement, patting the exquisitely structured shoulders. Good, keep it up. Ignore those who obstruct your progress. As he was about to continue his passionate speech, he suddenly heard Jian Ran muttering to himself. What did you say? Suzadata couldn't believe his ears, asking with an astonished expression. Jian Ran clicked on a certain person's WeChat profile, hesitating slightly in tone. I said, why hasn't he transferred the money yet? Is he trying to dodge payment? Glancing down, Suzadata caught sight of the three big characters, Lu Yanting. I shouldn't have entertained such fantasies. Brother Lu, do you really plan to sign with Lu Fuin? Your debut variety show, hand it over to these people. Joke. The last three words, Su Yuan dared not say aloud. After all, the glance directed his way from his boss wasn't very friendly. The silence lengthened within the Maybach, making the air strange and tense. The aloof and elegant Mr. Lu Emperor suddenly spoke, do you know how much the Chuma people's prices are? How much does one talisman cost? Su Yuan shook his head honestly, not too sure. Do I need to investigate? He suddenly thought of something, widening his eyes to ask, how much does Jian, Jian Ran charge? 1,000, Lu Yanting's eyes were somewhat distant, his sensual voice low and deep. A piece of broken paper costs 1,000. Why doesn't he go rob people? Su Yuan's expression was exaggerated. After a pause, he asked curiously, Lu Gu, aren't you seriously considering this? Lu Yanting remained silent, recalling the taste of ash from last night, his face turning somewhat pale. His long fingers tapped lightly on WeChat before slipping the phone back into his pants. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. He rubbed his temples, his brows relaxing, as if his sleep from last night was quite decent, and the dark circles under his eyes had lessened significantly. The effect is pretty good. Maybe it's coincidence. Or else. Buy another 2 sheets. Chapter 8, Looking Forward to Being Cursed by Your Own Haters. Trapped in the elevator for the 10th time, Gan Fengyi's veins bulged on his forehead. His face turned a mix of green and black when the maintenance staff opened the thick steel door. He was about to unleash a torrent of scolding. The special assistant rushed over in high heels and diffused the tension quickly. Mr. Gan, are you alright? Gan Fengyi lifted his eyelids and gave her an icy look, his smile not reaching his eyes. What do you think? Don't we have enough budget in the company? Shouldn't we change these elevators? The special assistant hesitated, yet her speech was rapid. Mr. Gan, this is the new one installed this year, imported from Germany with a reputation for top quality, guaranteed fault-free for 10 years. Professional repair personnel visited several times but found no issues. Bizarrely, every malfunction occurs only when you're inside. She stopped halfway, hesitating. Gan Fengyi's face grew even more colorful. You think the elevator malfunctions target me personally? The special assistant maintained her professional smile and evaded. Mr. Gan, please don't misunderstand. I absolutely didn't mean that. But, the other day, those talisman papers you asked me to throw away, I picked them back from the trash bin. What do you think? What do you want me to see? Are you serious? Digging through trash. Gan Fengyi brushed his limp bangs up after being trapped, attempting to replace the hair gel with his fingers, called Jian Ran over and asked him to draw a new one. His attitude remained casual as ever, treating Jian Ran like the obedient double he used to summon at will. The previous antics seemed just trivial teasing. Once he beckoned, Jian Ran would rush here eagerly. The special assistant's soft voice broke through. Mr. Gan, this might not be possible. Why? Gan Fengyi arched an eyebrow, exuding the airs of a supreme inheritor of a billionaire empire. The special assistant responded succinctly and professionally, he blocked me. Gan Fengyi. Jian Ran received the WeChat transfer happily and bought an ice cream later that night. The previous cashier had suffered abnormal psychological symptoms due to an electric shock and was indefinitely on leave. The new store manager was an old man who wasn't part of showbiz or the internet community. His smile was much gentler. Young man, come again soon. Jian Ran waved goodbye, definitely. Once outside, the old man sat back in his rocking chair, fanning himself while muttering, such a handsome guy, but what a pity he's not very smart. This ice cream has been sitting there for a month, untouched. His eye for detail sure is sharp, he picked it out directly. I hope it hasn't expired. Back in his small apartment without air conditioning, Jian Ran took a bite of the long shelf-life assassin-like ice cream and continued painting talismans. Nearby, the TV played entertainment news. Though uninterested, Jian Ran watched mainly for business, not poverty eradication per se. Since he became penniless, Jian Ran felt himself degenerating into someone obsessed with money, vulgar to the extreme. Suddenly, the TV sounded with a sweet voice. According to paparazzi leaks, Lu Yanting is set to debut on reality TV, signing with Lai Fuin. This announcement caused an uproar online, with loyal fans jumping in, flooding comment sections demanding Jian Ran's removal, threatening to boycott the show otherwise. Holding the wolf hair brush, Jian Ran's hand trembled slightly, raising his eyelids with clear eyes glinting sharply. This generation of netizens, they're insane. They need curing. The entertainment news only scratched the surface. On Weibo, the boycott action was gaining momentum, turning the comments section chaotic. The fan club captain even joined in personally to steer public opinion, creating anonymous voting systems to reflect fan discontent, along with specially designed catchy slogans. Reject opportunists. Reject Jian Ran. Protect our idol. Protect innocence. Show poison. Jian Ran die. Boycott Jian Ran. Get him out of the industry. Jian Ran paused from his work, taking a quick glance, scoffing dismissively, get me out of the industry. Take my life then. And cut off my livelihood too. Life can go, but money is non-negotiable. Thus, adhering to his motto, if I suffer, nobody should be spared, he tapped his finger lightly and posted a status update. Great, getting back to work. At Lu Yanting, enjoy working together. The attached image featured a recently made style transformation that looked stunning, a picture-perfect supermodel appearance, highly distinct and naturally gifted beauty. Right after posting on Weibo, a storm brewed instantly. Hatred erupted, hordes of keyboard warriors ready to fight. Holy crap, is this a showdown against Lu Emperor's fandom? There's an air of open confrontation. And cooperation. Jian, are you qualified? What a spectacle. Self-directed performance is one thing, but do you actually dare to at someone? Do you think Brother Lu is blind? Can't he see through your scheming bitch act? Your looks are indeed great, but that's all you've got. Emperor Lu would never bother with you. Show some self-awareness, will you? About starting work? In your dreams. Just wait until the company benches you forever. Getting cursed it was inevitable. After all, with the previous body's knack for reckless actions, it had reached an impeccable level of notoriety, washing off such a bad reputation was as hard as scaling up to the heavens. Jian Ran wasn't even trying to cleanse his image, and the comments weren't worth checking. His heart was strong as tempered glass, no defamation could shake him. But just moments later, the phone began ringing furiously. Jian Ran lazily glanced at the screen and saw Su's short legs. He lifted a finger to press the speaker button, and a roar followed. Are you crazy, Jian Ran? Don't you know to keep a low profile? What benefit could you possibly gain from provoking those brain-dead fans? Are you truly asking to be disowned? It was too harsh, so Jian Ran turned down the volume, brought back his arm, and continued working on the talisman for Mr. Lu, nonchalantly replying, Su brother, don't lose your temper. I'm already being pretty discreet. Hardly. With the system on vacation and no sudden electrocution punishment looming, it'd be wasting golden time not to fully embrace freedom. The voice on the other end paused for a second, as if searching for words, then erupted into uncontrollable shouts again, discreet? Jian Ran, you're kidding me, right? Posting a status update isn't enough, you have to tag Emperor Lu too. A man who hasn't logged onto Weibo in centuries, avoiding any associations, known by the nickname Killer of All Comers. Are you seriously waiting for a response? Hold on, you're expecting a reply. Su Shuda's voice shook slightly with disbelief. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute, Lu Yanting actually responded to your Weibo? Am I seeing things? Jian Ran remained calm, as the contractor on the buyer's side, with a confident smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. His tone carried a relaxed ease. What did he say? He said, looking forward to it. Su Shuda seemed to have leapt out of bed, his voice hanging momentarily in midair. Looking forward to what? Expecting to get roasted alive by your haters? Jian Ran replied, you'll need to ask Emperor Lu for the correct answer to that question. Dear readers, I'm sorry for the long wait. I was busy with some work and couldn't update in time, but that issue has been resolved now. Chapter 9, the company feared he would exceed the bounds. Categorized as a travel variety show, Lifu In faced controversy from the very start of its publicity campaign. The netizens simply couldn't figure out why a reality TV program was named to resemble a situational comedy. Could it be that the producer and director had switched places at the last minute? The initial lineup of guests seemed rather mediocre too. Either washed-up celebrities or obscure ones, and some were even plagued with scandals and rumors. One of these, flower vases, would occasionally land on trending topics just for being cursed online. If that wasn't enough, no one expected the location to be so bizarre, an abandoned mountain villa deep in an old forest known for ghost stories. The local villagers were scared stiff and went out of their way to avoid it. Its reputation spread far and wide throughout the neighboring towns, even pig-herding villagers who stayed overnight on the mountain preferred sleeping in the grass rather than approaching the villa. Some idle netizens, after checking up on the information, posted puzzled comments online. I sent this program planning to take a supernatural route. Haven't they heard since the founding of the People's Republic of China, spirits have been prohibited? Can this possibly pass censorship? But it turned out not only did it pass censorship, but they also invited a heavyweight star to join. No matter how much the fans protested, they couldn't sway his decision to head down this irreversible path. Of course, that certain flower vase was dragged out and criticized once more. As a result, what was initially deemed as a failed venture, barely noticed and almost guaranteed to hit an all-time low in viewership ratings, the travel variety show actually managed to dominate the top of the search list for 3 consecutive days. It consistently held first place in entertainment topic rankings, catching plenty of attention. There seemed to be an unpredictable twist of fate where everyone had the potential to become a dark horse. On the first day of filming, the assistant director leading the team was in exceptionally high spirits before the live broadcast started, humming tunes and chatting with the bus driver. This section of the mountain road is quite winding, huh? And there aren't many vehicles going back and forth either. These trees on both sides are too dense. If they grow any further, they'll almost touch the roof of the car. The assistant director. Big brother driver, all you can say is The assistant director. Just as the assistant director was questioning life and getting frustrated, the live broadcast camera came over. The director said we're going live precisely at 10 o'clock. Glancing at his sporty wristwatch, the assistant director noted that they had 5 minutes left. That was sufficient time to go over the essentials of a travel variety show. Dear guests, welcome aboard the variety show bus for Life Uin. Another day full of vitality awaits. Wishing everyone a pleasant mood, the assistant director began as he was trying to build up emotion but noticed someone raising their hand in the back. Initially intending to roll his eyes and ignore it, that person spoke directly without permission. How can this be an energetic day when there's no air conditioning? Teacher Jian, unfortunately, our budget isn't enough and sponsors are few. We need to make do with what we've got, but we'll arrive at our destination soon. The assistant director gave an awkward yet polite smile then shifted his gaze towards the others. Okay, let's continue where we left off. So why can Lu Yanting take a private car while we all have to sit on the bus? The assistant director paused. Does this comparison even make sense? Can you compare with Lu Yanting, the emperor of flow, who brought the audience into the show? It wasn't due to Feng Lan Entertainment being miserly either. As the industry's leader, they certainly weren't short on funds. However, when it came to transitioning and investing in variety shows, they repeatedly failed, each failure costing dearly. Under anyone's circumstances, it made sense to be cautious and reduce budgets. Of course, Feng Lan Entertainment had increased the budget by bringing in Lu Yanting, but it was specifically earmarked for that purpose only. Therefore, the assistant director chose to ignore Jian Ran's protest. 1 minute until we begin, I'll keep it short. Guests, I'm sure you've all received your scripts. When filming starts shortly, pay utmost attention not to ruin your character, otherwise, your wages will be deducted. Additionally, the Life Uin will be streamed live with no blind spots except during bathroom visits and showers. We aim to present the most genuine state to our viewers, still premised on the script. So, if you have money, could you add more cameras, and if not, rent a big bus with air conditioning? The assistant director finally lost patience. He wanted to shout at the carefree and insufferable Jian Ran sitting at the back of the bus. Suddenly, the live stream lens moved forward. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, action. With his face collapsing in expression just moments ago, the assistant director instantly regained composure within 5 seconds. Dear viewers, welcome to the live broadcast of Life Uin. This trip will be taken using environmentally friendly methods. Jian Ran felt irked, staring outside the window cursing under his breath. What crap. Not having air conditioners in the apartment is fine since electricity is pretty expensive anyway. As a result, shooting variety shows while riding the bus was still an excruciating ordeal. In weather over 30 degrees Celsius, crammed into a small old vehicle, heat radiated in abundance. It was like walking on clouds with steamy hot air swirling around. The makeup of the woman sitting in the front row almost smudged. The guests dared not to express their anger openly. After all, part of their remuneration was being withheld. With a poor economy, it was even harder to make a living in the entertainment industry. What if they endured hardships and still didn't get paid? What could they do? Life Uin invited a total of 5 guests. The first one was a washed-up singer, Yang Ruoshi. Exposed for bullying and abusing her agent, she instantly became a target of public criticism. For 2 whole years, she hadn't had any work and almost had to quit the industry entirely. She clutched tightly onto her manic script, trying hard to maintain a persona that was picky and easily angered. The second one was an obscure actor, Du Yunmeng. He often played transparent supporting roles. He guaranteed that people would forget him as soon as they saw him. After 10 years in the business, walking down the street, no one could recognize him at all. Indeed, Du Yunmeng's script was exactly this, a background figure without lines. The third was a rejected idol, Shen Jiafei. Originally from a talent show, he narrowly returned to the stage through public voting but was eliminated again by votes, failing to secure a contract. He could only appear on various promotions to gain some visibility. He could only serve as the comedic relief, and it was said that he would develop towards becoming a comedian in the future. The fourth, well, there was no need for introduction, Jian, the struggling star. His character wasn't clear. After all, the company feared his excessive improvisation. Just as long as he didn't cause trouble, Feng Lan's top management would consider it a blessing. Looking at the lineup of these guests, Life Uin was bound to fail miserably since no prominent guest participated, and the variety show nearly fell into premature production difficulties. Whoever came up with the courage to suggest inviting Lu Yanting, claiming it was worth a try to treat a dead horse as if it were alive, and if the invitation failed, it would be best not to broadcast it at all. No one expected that Jian Ran somehow accomplished the impossible task. Suddenly, the bus made an abrupt stop, causing everyone inside to lurch forward violently. Jian Ran single-handedly held onto the front seat, maintaining his balance, his gaze momentarily sharp as he looked toward the driver's seat. What's going on? Are you unable to drive? The volatile Yang Ruoshi took control, her voice shrill, you've ruined my makeup. The live stream camera quickly focused on her, but behind her, a light, casual voice floated through, sister, your makeup is messed up because of the crew not providing air conditioning. It has nothing to do with the driver. Yang Ruoshi, this guy must have mental issues, doesn't know I'm acting according to the script. The live stream camera, dock his salary. Dock his salary. Ignoring the unfriendly stares sent his way from the back row, Jian Ran stood up and walked straight to the front. Big brother, can you stop just saying, and actually answer me? The assistant director, trying to communicate with the driver, glanced over when Jian Ran approached and impatiently told him. Don't come over here and interfere, go back to your seat. Jian Ran did not say a word or even glance sideways, shoving the assistant director aside as if he were an obstacle. Without resistance, the assistant director collapsed into a chair, shocked. Damn, how could he have so much strength? Standing beside the driver's seat, Jian Ran's fingers, with evenly long knuckles, casually rested on the driver's shoulder. His tone carried an unclear meaning as he asked, Driver, are you okay? The middle-aged man gripping the steering wheel shuddered inexplicably, turning his head with a bewildered expression and a flash of white in his eyes. What? Chapter 10, Do you all need life-saving protective spells? What's happening ahead? Leaning slightly forward, Jian Ran's gaze landed outside the windshield, the knuckles pinching the driver's right shoulder turning pale. If anyone else noticed, they'd certainly find something amiss. The point being pressed began to faintly emit white smoke, dispersing rapidly into thin air, conveniently hidden by his slim, strong frame. Neither the assistant director nor the other passengers behind him could see what happened, but frustration began building up inside them. Trapped in a second-hand bus already suffocating with heat, especially with a malfunctioning air conditioner. Everyone was praying to reach their destination sooner rather than later, yet they got stranded midway, which made emotions boil quickly. Jian Ran, will you stop messing around? Let the driver deal with the situation. If it doesn't work, call for assistance. Rising from his seat, the assistant director reached out to grab Jian Ran's arm. However, for some reason, the hand near his reach easily dodged him. About to express his astonishment, he then caught sight of that infuriatingly good-looking face suddenly turned back, speaking lazily, there was a minor landslide just now, but we can bypass it by taking a detour. The assistant director didn't believe it and turned to look at the driver. Teacher, is it true? If we can't pass, we can take a detour. Before he could finish his sentence, the driver abruptly turned around, spitting out coarse words through a voice stained with years of smoking, splashing saliva everywhere. Detour my ass. How much are you paying? Isn't it just a landslide? You stayed in haunted houses before, and now you're scared of dying. Get back to your seat. If something happens while speeding off, I won't be responsible for your injuries. The middle-aged man shouted with great confidence, scaring the assistant director half to death. Was this still the driver who only muttered, earlier? He was talking like a machine gun. The shaken assistant director moved closer to the camera crew and whispered, don't broadcast this segment. The cameraman looked troubled, but sir, we're live streaming. The driver's previous lethargic demeanor completely vanished, now sitting up straight with an air of bravado. However, when he glanced at Jian Ran with his peripheral vision, he showed a hint of fear and apprehension, quickly averting his eyes. As the second-hand bus slowly started moving again, what had originally been a quiet live-stream room unexpectedly became lively. Is this considered program effect? That was too funny just now. They actually thought of cutting it out. Was the assistant director really scared by the driver? Why does Jian Ran appear so overconfident in front of the camera? Just looking at him makes me want to vomit. If not for Brother Lu, I'd refuse to watch entirely. Did anyone else notice what the driver said? What's this about haunted houses? Is it true that all the rumors on the web are accurate? Good grief. Too intense. I don't care about anything else, if anything bad happens to Brother Lu, I won't live either. Also, die Jian. Jian Ran returned to his seat, arms crossed over his chest. As the road unfolded, he looked toward the direction of the landslide outside the window and suddenly saw a streak of white shadow flash past. Stretching his neck to look more carefully, he heard a curious voice asking. What did you do to the driver? Jian Ran turned around, his amber-colored eyes sparkling with mischief, but his speech remained unclear. What do you mean, what did I do? Du Yunmeng, the invisible background actor, wore a mysterious expression. Don't pretend you don't know, I saw everything. Jian Ran squinted slightly. You must have seen wrong. It's impossible. Du Yunmeng asserted firmly, preparing to say more when Yang Ruoshi from the front row suddenly turned around. Xiaomeng, don't say I didn't warn you, everyone who gets involved with Jian Ran ends up getting cursed terribly. Stay away from him. Du Yunmeng opened his mouth as if wanting to explain. However, Jian Ran cut him off. Staying away is fine indeed, but no matter how far you get from me, miss, you won't escape being torn apart. Yang Ruoshi's face instantly changed color. Who are you calling to miss? And what do you mean, getting cursed? Do you have any shame at all saying that about me? Exactly, Jian Ran curled his lips lazily, rolling his eyes. People on this ride, everyone knows each other's reputations, so don't act surprised. You dare mock me? Taken aback by her own words being thrown right back at her, Yang Ruoshi felt ready to burst with anger. But the live stream camera suddenly focused directly on her face-to-face confrontation. While she was portraying a temperamental image, who on a variety show wouldn't want to salvage their reputation for another chance at fame? After much consideration, Yang Ruoshi decided to bear with it and turned her head back. Seeing this scene, Du Yunmeng next to her gave up trying to ask further and sulked back to his original position, continuing to act as someone unnoticed. The forest path drove on for a while longer. Dense branches intertwined closely, leaving no gaps. The deeper they went, the more sinister it felt. Finally, the driver stepped on the brakes and pulled the handbrake with a fierce tone. We've arrived, get out. Thank you, thank you. The assistant director clasped his hands together humbly in gratitude. The driver ignored him completely, opened the driving door, jumped down, and began smoking. Embarrassed by the cold shoulder, the assistant director scratched his head irritably and shouted at the crew members, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and unload the stuff. Complete the check-in before nightfall. Finally, an opportunity arose for the assistant to sidle up, whispering near his ear, Director Li, please pay attention to your image, we're still live streaming. Li Yuan turned his head, speaking harshly, it's none of your business. The assistant pouted in distress, shrinking his head back and daring not to persuade further. He knew why the assistant director was frustrated. After all, who would willingly take on such a shabby variety show, especially one with reduced budgets? Even though they got Emperor Lu Yanting on board, if it hit big, the director would reap all the glory and benefits, while Li Yuan might gain nothing. Not only that, he had to take care of the daily needs of these washed-up celebrities, gaining no advantages whatsoever, exhausting himself almost to death, even getting angry. Just as the little assistant was pondering, a sudden complaint reached his ears. I'm just asking, can this place even house people? Wanting to open an inn here? Are you crazy? Who would come? Stepping out of the bus, Yang Ruoshi immediately vented her frustrations loudly, showing signs of grabbing her luggage and turning back around to leave. Chen Jiafei, the comedian of the group, appeared in front of the camera and said, Sister Yang, don't say that. Even if no one lives here, there can still be other things. Before he could finish his sentence, Du Yunmeng suddenly rushed over and covered his mouth, lowering his voice seriously, Brother, some words must not be spoken recklessly. Do you want to die? Originally busy setting up the site, everyone was suddenly startled by this low, serious voice and cast complicated glances towards them. Just then, a refreshing forest breeze blew by, bringing an unexplained chill. Not far away, Jian Ran was observing the shape of the villa. Hearing those words, he suddenly turned around. Pretty good awareness. Would anyone like protective talismans for self-preservation? Made on site, reasonably priced, top quality, absolutely effective. If interested, please call. WeChat payment also available. Chapter 11, Do you think I'm a fool? A Maybach luxury car twisted its way along a mountain road. Its opulent vibe clashed starkly with the cold, secluded surroundings. Inside, air conditioning kept the temperature low, the atmosphere had been frozen until laughter broke through unexpectedly. Pfft. Su Yuan realized his inappropriate behavior and quickly covered his mouth. From the back seat came a deep voice, what's so funny? Su Yuan hurriedly removed his headphones, sorry, Brother Lu. The live stream is just too funny. I couldn't help myself. What live stream? Lu Yanting sounded indifferent but a flicker of subtle curiosity gleamed in his deep eyes. It's about Lai Fu Inn. Su Yuan hesitated slightly, coughing quietly to cover his uneasiness. The promotion method is quite unique. To put it nicely, it was unique. Bluntly speaking, it was a bunch of washed-up stars using unconventional methods to gain attention. And in the live room, they were actually selling talismans. Truly ingenious of Jian Ran. Give me the tablet. Huh. Su Yuan didn't understand at first. Lu Yanting furrowed his brows slightly. He disliked repeating himself and directly extended his arm, palm open. His fingers were evenly long, lines beautifully clear. Perfect for hand masks. Subconsciously glancing at them, Su Yuan froze momentarily, then suddenly realized something and quickly handed over the tablet. Upon receiving it, Lu Yanting glanced down at the screen. After the earphones were removed, the sound blared directly. You heard right. No need to pay 3 or 4,000, not even 1 or 2,000. Just 199 yuan, and peace will arrive at your home. Jian Ran's handsome face magnified by the camera lens was now in front of Lu Yanting. He paused obviously for a moment before a vague smile curved at the corner of his lips, 199 yuan. Humph, indeed quite cheap. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan seized the chance to turn around, Brother Lu, as I've said, Jian Ran is definitely taking advantage of you. A piece of broken paper sold for 1,000, I find 199 expensive too. Lu Yanting lifted his eyelids slightly, so, you're implying I'm stupid? Scared out of his wits, Su Yuan waved his hands frantically, absolutely not my implication. The production team had already set the filming location 3 months ago. They simply gave the mansion a thorough cleaning and repair, hung up the Lai Fu Inn sign, and got ready to start their business. They chose the tourism operating reality show genre mainly because they hoped to recoup some costs. Phomlan Entertainment had had enough of losing money continuously. If continuous investment was required, the meticulous and stingy CEO would surely disapprove. Before arriving, Jian Ran had done some research. Some netizens revealed that this villa located deep in the mountainous forest was quite famous. Its predecessor was a haunted village that later gradually became abandoned, leaving only this relatively intact villa behind. What was it called again? Tilting his head thoughtfully, Jian Ran remembered, yes, Fomen. Standing at the back of the villa, he saw a stone-built short wall appearing and disappearing in the fog-covered forest, causing him to ponder deeply. Suddenly, a hoarse and fearful voice echoed in his ears, "You shouldn't have come here." If it were someone else, they would have been scared witless by this unexpected voice, especially under such a mysterious environment. But Jian Ran remained perfectly calm, turning slowly. Seeing the middle-aged driver pale with terror, staring fixedly at somewhere, he slightly smirked. "What do you know about any hidden incidents? Perhaps we should discuss." "And no, I don't know anything." The middle-aged driver suddenly broke into a cold sweat, turning around and running off, nearly stumbling several times. Jian Ran didn't stop him, frowning slightly while propping his cheek with one hand. Am I really inside a cheesy love story? Isn't this supposed to be a horror mystery plot? Not long after pondering silently, a noisy sound came from the front of the mountain villa. It seemed like some sort of welcoming ceremony was happening, its lively atmosphere contrasting sharply with the eerie tranquility behind. "Ah, Emperor Lu, this way please. You've arrived at just the right time. We've only just started live streaming," the assistant director enthusiastically led the way with an affable smile. "Your room is already prepared. The view is amazing, open your eyes, and you'll see the entire Taihang mountain. Don't bring the camera yet, let Emperor Lu rest for a bit. Go over there." "Where's Jian Ran?" "Find him. Isn't he always craving attention? Let him have his moment." Jian Ran, who had just come around from the back. "What am I supposed to do? Keep advertising? Let's not do that again. Considering we haven't really standardized the price." The corner of Lu Yanting's lips curled slightly as he glanced sideways while stepping onto the stairs, emitting a voice faintly tinged with intrigue after a short pause. 199. Ahem. Jian Ran nervously and awkwardly coughed twice. "It's a promotion. I'm currently having a sale." "That's right, it's a sale, no refunds on previous deposits." Lu Yanting remained silent, his cold eyes tightly staring at Jian Ran. "Does he think I'm easy to fool? Do I look like someone who'd fall for it?" The assistant director looked left and right, his gaze shifting between the two, inwardly astonished. Wow, these two definitely have something going on. Just look at Lu Yanting's intensely disdainful eyes, it's clear that Jian Ran must have made a move on him. Not only did the assistant director think this, but the fans in the live stream chat also came to the same conclusion, unleashing their anger on keyboards. "Stay far away from our brother. Such celestial beauty isn't meant for your gaze. I thought shamelessly selling stuff was bad enough, but now you're even lusting after our brother. Have you no concept of propriety? I'm about to vomit. Can they kick out this lowlife from the show? So embarrassing. Compared to him, the other guests aren't so bad. He makes them look decent. Brother Lu, stay far away from Jian Ran." The director watching the live stream in the backstage couldn't help but feel overjoyed as the audience numbers kept skyrocketing. Thinking this was going to be a tough assignment, unexpectedly, it turned into another golden opportunity in life. Hurry up, add more close-up shots. Give every guest one. Especially Jian Ran. In variety shows, it doesn't matter who gets cursed at as long as there's traffic, then screen time must increase. Before the assistant could respond, he suddenly cried out, pointing at the live stream screen, "Ah! What's with your screaming?" The director turned around and glared at him. Something just floated by." The assistant widened his eyes in horror. The director turned around and carefully examined the picture. Apart from the busy staff, there was nothing outside the villa. He irritably rubbed his temple. "Have you been watching too many rumors online? Don't make a big deal out of nothing. Get to work quickly, stop panicking unnecessarily." The assistant vigorously rubbed his eyes and finally determined that it was a trick of the light, walking out of the office reluctantly. The villa had 3 floors. The first floor served as the lobby, responsible for reception and dining. The second floor was provisionally set as the guest rooms, adjusted according to the number of people. The third floor was the dormitory for the guests and staff. As the female guest, Yang Ruoshi had the second choice preference. Without her usual manic persona, she appeared slightly shy and modest, hesitating for a while before pointing to the room next to Lu Yanting's. "This one." Everyone tacitly guessed Yang Ruoshi's intentions, slightly rolling their eyes without any objections. When it was Jian Ran's turn, he lazily raised his chin and gazed towards the dimly lit corner at the end of the corridor, the last one. Du Yunmeng immediately sighed in relief, still patting her chest in fear. The final arrangement of the dormitory order was confirmed, and the assistant director glanced at his watch. Now it's 5:30 p.m. Spend half an hour tidying up, then go downstairs to prepare dinner. Understood. Acknowledged. As everyone responded and were about to head to their respective rooms, a dispassionate voice suddenly rang out, "I want to switch rooms." The assistant director immediately flashed a fawning smile and leaned over, "Emperor Lu, which room do you wish to change to? Should I give mine up for you?" Leaning against the old walls of the corridor, with his features half hidden in shadow, Lu Yanting's jawline remained sharp, his pitch-black eyes drifted towards someone. "No need. I want to stay next door to Jian Ran." Chapter 12, Is he practicing juggling? "I want to stay next to Jian Ran." Lu Yanting's tone was unhurried, as if he were discussing something utterly commonplace, yet it took on a different flavor in the ears of others, sparking a commotion that seemed to say, "Trying to seduce me, are you? Let me watch you perform all you want, and see who ends up humiliating themselves in the end. Man, I'll show you what it means to feel the heat of desire until you're left scorched and broken. This scandal-prone nobody should just roll out of the entertainment industry." The assistant director, the other guests, the cameras, and even the staff members all indulged in their dramatic inner monologues, envisioning a grand showdown where an over-the-top performer would soon meet his demise. Over a dozen pairs of eyes converged toward the end of the corridor. They had expected Jian to eagerly wag his metaphorical tail, drooling and agreeing instantly, but instead, they heard an unexpected response. "I refuse." Jian Ran's melodious but hurried voice shattered the awkward silence. "Two men staying next to each other is too inconvenient." With those harsh words, he quickly yanked the dormitory door open, darted inside with luggage in tow, and slammed it shut behind him before turning the lock with decisive finality. Leaning against the ancient wooden door, Jian Ran's lean back arched slightly as a sly smile tugged at his lips. "Joking. How could I possibly give you the chance to find fault? Even if there's ghostly knocking in the middle of the night, I won't open the door for you. Get rid of this ridiculous idea." On the other hand, Shen Jiafei, who lived next to Jian Ran despite also being male, felt uneasy. "Damn. Is he into me or what? He does look quite handsome. No way am I getting stuck with this clingy situation, or my agency will curse me endlessly." Back at the filming location in the hallway, the atmosphere fell silent once again. A chilly breeze wafted through from somewhere unknown, causing the white curtains to flutter wildly in the air. The temperature dropped inexplicably, and the surroundings became eerily cold. "Assistant director, let's finish tidying up first, shall we?" Du Yunmeng shivered suddenly, unsure what she feared, her gaze wandering aimlessly. After speaking, she too retreated into her room, harboring lingering trepidation, thinking to herself, "If it weren't out of necessity, I'd rather be dead than come to this haunted place." The assistant director gave an awkward laugh twice towards Lu Bingshan, who had remained taciturn throughout. "Mr. Lu, maybe we should switch rooms back. The view there is really great, you can see the entire." Before he finished, he witnessed Ice Mountain walk over to Shen Jiafei with an emotionless expression but a commanding tone. "I'll trade rooms with you." "Huh? Ah. Sure." The young celebrity dared not resist a legendary emperor of the film industry, dragging his luggage over while explaining quietly under Yang Ruashi's furious glare, "Yang sis, don't get mad, it may not even be because of Jian Ran. Maybe Lu brother just thinks room 1 isn't a lucky number." Yang Ruashi dismissed his attempt at justification with an eye roll. "Who cares?" Before she finished speaking, she pushed her dormitory door open and stormed in, leaving Shen Jiafei with only her angry silhouette. As Lu Yanting settled into his new quarters, the crowd around gradually dispersed. Due to years of disrepair, every corner exuded an antique aura, deepening the darkness of the hallway. Suddenly, the overhead lighting began to flicker, emitting crackling sounds. From some room nearby, mournful, soulful singing reminiscent of old phonograph records floated faintly into the air. However, none of the people inside the dorms noticed, except for Jian Ran. While pulling out utensils for eating, he abruptly froze, amber eyes flickering with hesitation as murmured softly to himself, "Already starting trouble tonight? Humph, do I have no pride?" Jian Ran silently put down the controlled knife in his hand, stood up, and moved toward the door, only for the strange melody to cease abruptly as he turned the knob. It was as though something held it back. Jian Ran paused for a second, a lazy curve appearing on his lips. "Good thing you know better." Just as he was about to turn back inside, his peripheral vision caught a familiar face peering out from the adjacent door. Unquestionable good looks, chiseled features, pitch-black profound eyes swept over, sending an unnatural chill coursing through him. Like someone come to collect debts. Since business still needed to be done and clients couldn't be offended, Jian Ran forced a courteous yet somewhat awkward smile. "See you at dinner." And then, with a sharp snap, he shut the door right in front of Lu Yanting, showing no mercy whatsoever. Not an ounce of respect given. Lu Yanting raised a hand to touch the bridge of his prominent nose, his expression clouded over with a hint of irritation. If anyone close to him had been present, they would have surely recognized the displeasure lurking beneath the surface of the emperor actor, signaling it might be wise to slip away quickly to avoid unnecessary entanglements. No longer willing to linger, Lu Yanting turned and returned to the dorm. The bed sheets and pillow covers had already been swapped to accommodate his cleanliness preferences, allowing him to lie down at ease. His mind retraced the peculiar sound he had heard earlier. He confirmed that only very expensive, rare phonographs could reproduce such an archaic audio quality, typically found only within collectors' homes. But here, in this abandoned mountain villa? That indeed was unusual. Lu Yanting paused momentarily, his cold gaze sweeping over every inch of the dormitory before stopping at the ceiling, where a patch of peeling paint hung precariously. He furrowed his brows, an expression of disdain spreading across his face. He couldn't believe that the penny pincher Gu Feng had come up with this place. Were they cutting costs to the point of insanity? The shoddy renovation, would any customers stay here? Recalling his childhood friend Gu Feng, Lu Yanting felt a headache coming on. He raised a hand to massage his temples but then suddenly brightened as he remembered a crucial detail. He was indeed lured out by the singing. And considering these supernatural occurrences, he'd encountered plenty under curses. None had ever ended without causing chaos. But today, Jian Ran's arrival disrupted everything. Could he really have some sort of special ability? Lu Yanting fell into deep thought. The essence and spirit of dinner were clear, self-sufficiency through manual labor. There was a Brother Brand second-hand fridge in the first-floor dining room, small yet capacious, though it carried an odd smell. Yang Ruoshi was immediately repelled upon opening it, covering her nose with an exaggerated expression of distaste. It's all moldy. Can we eat anything in here? The assistant director rushed to smooth things over. The fridge is old, so it smells this way, it's fine. Don't forget that the theme of this season is green and eco-friendly. Recycling used items is also part of environmental protection. Jian Ran didn't bother too much with formalities. After all, working required energy, and one needed a full stomach to keep their strength up. He stretched up onto tiptoe and stuck his head inside the fridge for a look, commenting, "Not bad, the ingredients are fresh." Then he pushed Yang Ruoshi aside, reaching in with his long arm and grabbing a handful of produce, tossing it onto the cutting board behind him. "I don't know how to cook anything," Yang Ruoshi declared dismissively, backing away. Jian Ran glanced sideways at her scornfully, "Not knowing how to cook is fine. Just don't eat then." "And why not?" Yang Ruoshi snapped, growing irate. Jian Ran had already moved to the chopping block and answered hastily. Lifting the knife with his forefinger, he proceeded to perform a dazzling kitchen feat right before everyone's astonished eyes, spinning the blade so fast that no one could count its revolutions, catching it mid-air and slamming it back onto the wooden cutting board, where it stood perfectly upright. "And why not?" he shot back, raising his eyelids slightly to glance at the dumbfounded Yang Ruoshi, "because here, I say what goes." Stunned silence filled the room, interrupted only by heavy breathing. Lu Yanting narrowed his eyes slightly. Was he practicing juggling? Chapter 13, Tonight's guests are extraordinary. Am I seeing things correctly? No trace of chivalry, openly threatening women. Is a cleaver even classified as a controlled weapon? Jian Ren is shamelessly bold. First a haunting ghost, now showing off with a cleaver, such violent bloodshed in an entertainment show. Complaints. Everyone report this together. Sniffle sniffle, please don't ruin my idol. I've been tuning in for his debut variety show performance, what if they take it down? Raising my hand meekly, is anyone else finding Jian Ren kind of handsome just now? That knife-wielding technique is quite skilled, carrying a strong Chinese flair. Are you blind? How can Jian Ren possibly be described as handsome or Chinese style? More like scheming to stand out with 800 hidden agendas. Fair comment, I support the lady who raised her hand. Ignoring such fluid and masterful knife work takes real blindness. While the live streaming chat room was buzzing with heated discussions, the open-plan kitchen remained eerily silent. It seemed no one understood how a simple travel show had turned into a battle of culinary supremacy. The question was, why was Jian Ran so proficient with a cleaver? Had he spent all his time cooped up at home during this period of maintenance, training hard? Especially those piercing eyes, they must have been trained intensely in front of a mirror, otherwise why would being glanced at once cause weakness in the knees? Alright, everyone pitch in with what you can manage, no need to be so rigid, Assistant Director Li Yuan stepped in to break the awkwardness. Our inn offers meals too, so we all need to practice some cooking skills. Now that the live broadcast has started, teamwork will help make the show a success. Saying this, Li Yuan looked toward Lu Yanting, Mr. Lu, don't you agree? Leaning against the corner with arms crossed and silent throughout, the actor finally responded with apparent reluctance after Jian Ran met his eyes. Li Yuan grinned immediately, clapping his hands enthusiastically, come on everyone, let's get moving. Whether we eat tonight depends entirely on all of us. Yang Ruoshi's face twisted with displeasure as she reluctantly walked back into the kitchen, outwardly unwilling but secretly eyeing Jian Ran warily. Had this guy lost his mind? What kind of character script is this guy running with? Crazy and brain dead? Or has he been provoked to the point of wanting to kill someone? According to rumors, it seems like he was just dumped by his sugar daddy. Could he be seeking revenge on society? It's impossible to fathom his motives, better to avoid him as much as possible. At this thought, Yang Ruoshi's hands worked faster despite her previous reluctance, now plucking vegetable leaves with remarkable precision. And so, under the intimidating authority of someone slicing vegetables with a cleaver, an unusual harmony filled the kitchen. It seemed no conflict had ever happened, everyone getting along perfectly. At that moment, suddenly a furious windstorm arose outside the villa. Raindrops fell in torrents like a curtain of pearls, splashing against the glass windows with loud crackling sounds. The assistant director whispered to himself after glancing out the window, looks like there won't be any guests tonight. We can skip saying, good business ahead. Actually, they hadn't held much hope anyway. In these deep mountains and remote countryside, except for reckless youths preparing for adventure, who would come here to suffer? Not to mention, the place was rumored to be haunted, a tale spread so wildly that even Leroy, the 5-star young man who believed in auspicious words, felt goosebumps rising as soon as he walked in. No one knew how the production team could have chosen such a spot. That isn't certain though. Before the junior assistant could grumble further, an unexpected yet enigmatic voice pierced through the air, startling him. Instinctively shrinking his neck, he glanced to the side, and Jian Ran's sharply defined yet oddly soft profile came into view. Why you, what did you just say? When did you leave the kitchen? Not a single sound of footsteps was heard, as if he had floated over. Thinking about it, the junior assistant felt a cold chill run down his spine, his throat feeling like it was stuffed with cotton, leaving his sentence only half-spoken. Jian Ran ignored his reaction, his clear and piercing gaze locked tightly on the 3:7 split door, lowering his voice. Tonight's guest is not ordinary. Tell everyone to be careful. You're scaring me. With all this rain, how could anyone still come? The junior assistant stammering ceased abruptly as his head whipped around toward the entrance, his face full of shock and horror. A scruffy-looking man stood on the doormat at the vestibule. When exactly had he entered? Chapter 14, just as the inn was about to welcome its first guest, comes a strangling greeting. Not just the junior assistant but other staff members, including the guests and live streaming cameras, all wore expressions of confusion, ranging from fear to sheer terror. Outside, it was clearly pouring, yet this man wasn't wet at all. He carried no umbrella or rain gear, nor did the door open for him, nor was the doorbell rung, yet he appeared suddenly in the vestibule, staring straight at them with a hollow and eerie gaze. The scene was horrifying. And the atmosphere plunged back into dead silence. Two opposing sides stared at each other in tense deadlock. As if whoever spoke first would lose. It was Jian Ran who broke the silence first. Hey, brother, are you here for lodging? The man hesitated briefly before nodding, his hoarse voice asking, is this your new place? I've never seen it before. Jian Ran gave a faint smile, first day of business. So you're officially opening? The man took a step inside toward the hall while speaking. I'll have a bowl of noodles first. A plain broth noodle, no spring onion, coriander, or garlic. Wait a moment. Jian Ran turned around, patting the shoulder of the trembling junior assistant. Don't forget what I told you earlier. Ah. A wave of warmth transferred from his shoulder into his body, flowing throughout, and suddenly Chi Rui wasn't as terrified anymore. He reacted belatedly, saying, ah. I'll pass it on right away. In the vintage-style open kitchen, several guests had turned ghostly pale, especially Du Yunmeng, whose lips had turned blue, giving the impression that she was ready to flee at any moment. Shen Jiafei leaned over to whisper beside her, did you see that? What? Du Yunmeng's voice trembled. His clothes. They seem like from the Republic era, Zhongshan suit. What kind of weather is this? Even though it's raining, he has his collar buttoned up tightly. Shen Jiafei tried controlling his volume but couldn't help the shivers of terror. His suppressed voice was shrill and fine, making it extremely uncomfortable to listen to. Du Yunmeng wasn't blind, of course she saw it, but she didn't dare say anything. Just as she opened her mouth, unsure whether she should continue the topic or not, Jian Ran walked back in, his tone leisurely, looking every bit the chef manager oozing with professional elite aura. Who will handle the registration? Running an inn, after all, requires proper check-ins. Or else, how would one know when strange spirits or demons come in? What if they escape without paying? Earning money should always ensure caution above all else. Du Yunmeng was the first to raise her hand, which quite surprised Jian Ran as he glanced at her. However, the next words followed instantly, I'm not going. I'm not going either. Shen Jiafei quickly chimed in. Yang Ruoshi, now rid of her previous irritation, shook her head furiously, don't look at me. I definitely won't go either. The assistant director opened his mouth, intending to encourage them a bit more for the sake of program effect, for the sake of. But an indifferent voice cut him off, I'll handle the registration. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran and the others' gazes simultaneously swerved over. Lu Yanting straightened up from the corner, with one hand in his pocket, taking a commanding step forward characteristic of a top-tier idol in the entertainment industry and heir to a wealthy family, radiating a formidable presence. Making Jian Ran couldn't help but exclaim silently that his act was so convincing. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to Lu Yanting sitting down opposite the man, calmly tossing the tablet prepared by the crew toward him. Fill out your information yourself. The silhouette in the Zhongshan suit seemed to be stunned for a moment, then after several seconds, a harsh and eerie low tone came out, Yuan doesn't even offer such service. And you expect me to do it myself? The last part carried evident anger, showing a rather grimy face when viewed sideways. There was another few seconds of silence. People in the kitchen were so tense they almost started pinching their thighs, except for Jian Ran who appeared relaxed, casually searching for ingredients while throwing nonchalant glances at the hall. After a while, Lu Yanting's brows furrowed, his tone laced with disdain, can't you use it, right? Zhongshan suit silhouette replied with an indescribable, incomprehensible. People in the kitchen thought again. What a brave actor. Jian Ran also mumbled. What kind of bragging is this? Who said I can't? The Zhongshan suit figure actually extended his abnormally pale hand, grabbing the tablet on the dining table, painstakingly tinkering with it. Then, Lu Yanting stood up, his gaze slightly brushing past Jian Ran, as if saying just handling the registration is too simple. By the time Jian Ran finished making the plain noodles, he was ready to take it over. Du Yunmeng sneaked a peek and immediately turned greenish-black in the face, hurriedly whispering a quiet reminder, "Brother Ran," he said, "no leek or garlic or cilantro." Jian Ran paused for a second, sparing a bit of his attention, "Remember our store's motto. If you want to eat, eat, otherwise. Go away." He shot the cameras a glare with a clearly insouciant yet impressive expression. Jian Ran had already reached beside the dining table, placing the bowl in front of the Zhongshan suit-wearing man, with emerald green garnishes standing out. "Are you done filling out your info?" Seemingly continuously stimulated, the man stared motionlessly at the noodle bowl, brewing some kind of emotion. "You should go back to the kitchen." Jian Ran didn't turn his eyes away. Lu Yanting knew the words were aimed at him but stayed put, his eyes flickering with dark interest as he gazed at Jian Ran. Waiting for the upcoming development. Suddenly, an arm stretched toward Jian Ran. Faint sharp nails could be faintly seen. Grayish blue. Not a normal human color. So swift that all Lu Yanting felt was a sudden gust of chilly wind rushing by, leaving no time to react. Du Yunmeng in the kitchen screamed upon seeing something horrifying, a ghost ah. Right before the impending chaos exploded. Jian Ran remained unperturbed, raising his arm effortlessly, slapping that ghost hand down with a sound of sizzling, and quirked a side smile, "Bro, wanting to greet us with a throat lock just as you enter the inn? Not very polite. We have cameras filming here, so watch your image." As he spoke, he glanced at the name on the tablet and read aloud, "Li Zongxing." Wow, even picked a typical playboy name. Did you die owing debts of romance? Li Zongxing turned his head, his bearded face flashing a trace of fear as he hugged his smoking right hand with his left. Who are you?" Jian Ran didn't answer, merely eyeing the dining table lazily and asked, "Eat the noodles or not?" After hesitating for a long time, Li Zongxing barely managed to squeeze out a single word, "Eat." Jian Ran flashed a satisfied grin, "That's more like it, buddy." Then, in a flash, he disappeared, allowing the group in the kitchen, who hadn't dared breathe through their nostrils and looked utterly perplexed, to regain clarity in their field of vision. Every face displayed bewilderment, as if asking, "What just happened? Why is the Zhongshan suit man devouring the noodles like he hasn't eaten for 800 years? Jian Ran returned to the kitchen, standing in a corner, with perfectly elegant fingertips skimming the tablet screen aimlessly, noticing someone approaching but not bothering to lift his eyelids. "Can you see him?" Lu Yanting paused momentarily, then after a brief delay, "No. I'm just braver." Jian Ran, hearing this, lifted his face. His delicate features were illuminated by the orange lighting, shining like colorful glass. What a coincidence. "I am too." Chapter 15, Crazy for Money, Selling Goods in Variety Show Live Streams. Supermodel Ji Yuanming had been extremely agitated lately. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that he was waiting for someone's call. His mind was clearly elsewhere while getting styled, constantly pulling out his phone to check it, and when he saw the empty message interface, his expression darkened. His shooting condition was even worse, his wandering gaze stopped exuding charm, and every gesture gave off vibes of, "Don't question if I've just been dumped." The photographer held the camera, shaking his head repeatedly at the samples on the screen, while the female assistant hurried over to apologize. "Sorry, GGE just got back from abroad, maybe still adjusting to the time difference, let's take it easy." "That's enough for today." The photographer directly cut him off and prepared to pack up. After working for over 2 fruitless hours, he was certainly annoyed but dared not voice it due to Ji Yuanming's stature. Adjusting to the time difference? Phew. He had returned home nearly 5 days ago, yet still used this as an excuse. Did he think everyone was stupid? If you want to act high and mighty, then do so honestly. Don't shy away from acknowledging your faults, coward. As the photographer cursed under his breath, he left with his team. The assistant rushed to Ji Yuanming's side. "Ji, what's wrong these days? If you're feeling off, we can rest." "Zhong." Just as she began uttering the name of her white moonlight, Ji Yuanming abruptly interrupted her. "Jian Ran, why has he been quiet recently?" "Huh?" The assistant didn't catch it. The word Jian Ran would never spontaneously be mentioned by their boss. Why was he acting so abnormal today? "What are you saying? As an assistant, shouldn't you keep track of the trends in the entertainment industry?" Ji Yuanming slowly stripped off the sponsored outfit, revealing a perfect 8-pack abs, all while seeming to casually ask probing questions. "Do I really have to teach you such a simple matter?" The assistant panicked upon hearing this and hurriedly said, "Of course not, GGE, I know all about it. Jian Ran recently joined a variety show called Life in, one of those particularly uninspiring travel shows. It would probably break historical viewing rate lows if Lu Yanting wasn't participating." Ji Yuanming buttoned up his shirt and suddenly turned around, his dignified features flickering with a hint of complexity. "Lu Yanting?" "Yeah." The assistant nodded, unaware of the underlying tension. Ji Yuanming paused for a moment, then lowered his voice, "Find out whether the show plans to invite new guests." "GGE, you wouldn't be, the assistant's jaw dropped in astonishment, capable of swallowing an entire duck egg. Ji Yuanming snapped irritably, "Go ahead and find out. Why so many questions?" After finishing, he strode toward the exit of the photography studio with his near 2-meter-long legs, looking calm on the surface, but inwardly grumbling, "So soon found a new partner? Jian Ran, that's truly impressive. Humph, I refuse to let you succeed." No one expected it, but this freshly shot, low-budget variety show, reeking of amateurism at every turn, somehow climbed to first place on the live streaming rankings before long. Could it be that Emperor Lu's first variety show debut was this appealing? Had masses of traffic-driven fans surged to support it? No. It wasn't that simple. The main reason it stood out among countless live streams was its bizarre and spine-chilling style that left people scratching their heads. Netizens' curiosity was piqued to the maximum. They watched trembling yet excitedly, covering their eyes in front of the screens for sneaky peeks. All marveling, "Holy crap, who is that eerie figure in the deep forest?" Gulping down the plain noodles, Li Zongxing stood up, rigidly turning his head as if determined to reclaim some lost dignity. His complexion grew even darker, asking sinisterly, "Which room will I stay in?" The guests and staff gathered around the kitchen shivering while eating, instantly becoming even more frightened, unconsciously huddling together tightly. At a glance, they resembled quails awaiting slaughter, trembling anxiously and fearing the inevitable barbecue fate. The assistant director softly urged them on, "Go on, there needs to be someone leading the way. Who doesn't welcome guests at their inn?" With that statement, everyone seemed to recall something, unanimously sending pleading looks towards Jian Ran. Jian Ran smirked sarcastically, "Why look at me? Shouldn't we have division of labor? Are you planning to exhaust me alone?" That did make sense. After all, he had self-appointed himself both chef and manager. Naturally, other tasks had to be assigned elsewhere. And ordering was already monopolized by Emperor Lu. No one dared to step in. So the remaining task. The three guests glanced at each other. Shen Jiafei weakly raised her hand, "How about rock paper scissors?" Thus, a minute later, Du Yunmeng, with a woeful expression, dragged her lead-filled legs, taking one step back as she headed outside the kitchen. Not far away, the man in Republican-era attire stood there, his face terrifying and eyes staring straight ahead as if they were about to pop out. As Jian Ran brushed past, Du Yunmeng suddenly thought of something and grabbed Jian Ran's arm as if clutching onto a life-saving straw. "Brother Ran, you have to help me." Lu Yanting, who was leaning against the wall, noticed this scene and his eyebrows faintly furrowed. Jian Ran also irritably pulled back his arm, "Speak if you have something to say. Don't be touchy-feely." "Talisman paper." Du Yunmeng said anxiously, "I want to buy talisman paper." Upon hearing this, Jian Ran's eyes lit up, and he patted Du Yunmeng's shoulder, "Brother, you've got foresight. However, there's no promotion now. 1,000 per piece." Du Yunmeng gritted her teeth, 1,000 and 1,000, I need it right now. Jian Ran unhurriedly took out a talisman from his pocket, "Fortunately, I drew one impromptu during the break. Take it and use it." Without saying another word, Du Yunmeng directly snatched it and turned to leave. Jian Ran shouted after her retreating figure, "Remember to add me on WeChat and transfer the money." Their quirky operations were captured relentlessly by the camera. The live stream chat started getting lively, messages flashing across the screen. Jian is doing what? Selling goods in a variety show. And it's talisman paper, previously priced at 199, now at 1,000. Has he gone mad? Is Du Yunmeng a planted shill? She must be brainless to trust Jian. Everyone knows how unreliable he is. If you don't understand, just ask, which rule of variety shows forbids selling things? Isn't buying and selling based on mutual agreement? Dislike it, don't comment, I'm just an onlooker. You, where did that random onlooker come from? Wasn't he hired by Jian as a water army? Nowadays, anyone can pay to clear their reputation. I'm fed up with those who blindly criticize without thinking. Did Jian Ran dig up your ancestors' graves? Why are you all so quick to criticize? Damn it, I will switch from being an observer to a fan today. If Jian Ran live streams selling talismans, I'll be the first to buy. The live stream chat buzzed with intense arguments when a ghostly scream, indistinguishable but unmistakable, echoed from the second floor of the inn. Aawa. The group cowering in the kitchen, too scared to venture out, suddenly trembled. Could it be that Du Yunmeng has run into trouble? Shen Jiafei exaggeratedly asked with wide eyes. Chapter 16, At all costs tonight, take several people away. The unearthly ghost-like wail from above caused Jian Ran's face to slightly change, his lips curling into a curious smile as he stepped towards the second-floor guest area. Dutiful to their responsibilities, the cameramen had to closely follow. They were originally able to keep up the pace, until they discovered a tall silhouette cutting through unannounced, relegating them to the third position. They could only capture the back of someone's head. Yang Ruoshi, hiding in the kitchen, almost burst into tears. What should we do? What else can we do? Shen Jiafei summoned some courage, follow along. In this situation, they had no other choice. When Du Yunmeng led Li Zongxing to disappear at the stairway corner, Assistant Director Qi Rui checked all the windows and doors, all were tightly sealed by something unknown, impossible to open. Though the phone signal existed, only one bar remained, rendering it virtually useless. They couldn't make any calls, not even an emergency dial to 110. This group of people appeared to be completely trapped in this mountain villa, unable to escape, leaving them to endure whatever fate had in store for them. Rather than waiting for death, it would be better to go along and investigate. If the talisman proved effective, they would quickly purchase one for themselves as a precaution. After all, when in doubt and desperate, anything might work. With rapid calculations in Shinjiafei's mind, a shoe slipped off as she hurriedly chased after. Yang Ruashi, who initially didn't want to move recklessly, stomped her foot hard. Hadn't they wasted time watching horror movies for nothing? Verbose and overactive characters always die first. Clearly, Jian Ran was the type prone to reckless actions, talkative and dangerous. Following him would be like signing your own death warrant. But the next moment, her heart yelled, "Fuck it, I'm going all in." Originally, the number of people in the kitchen gradually decreased, ultimately leaving her all alone. Which reminded Yang Ruashi of yet another unwritten rule in horror films. Those who act alone inevitably get captured. Terrified, she staggered out, took large strides up the stairs, and squeezed herself into the crowd, momentarily stunned. Not far from the guest room, Du Yunmeng was sitting slumped in the corridor, her back against the wall, her expression dazed as if muttering something unintelligible. In her hand, she clutched tightly to the talisman Jian Ran had given her, trembling uncontrollably. When someone asked her what had happened, she didn't respond, seemingly oblivious, completely lost in some horrifying scene. Appearing overly stimulated. Jian Ran directly bypassed Du Yunmeng, his gaze falling on the spotted and ancient wooden door, as though his eyes could pierce through it. Subsequently, he raised his slender arm, exposing his elegant wrist. Just as he was about to knock, a cool voice asked beside him, "What are you doing? Knocking on the door, isn't that obvious?" Jian Ran gave a sidelong glance, his eyes glinting with an easy confidence, his manner free-spirited, like a figure haloed by light, bright and inviting attention. Lu Yanting stared at him deeply, then fell silent without saying more, a subtle emotion flowing quietly in his heart. Over here, all remained calm while Du Yunmeng, collapsed on the corridor floor, reacted strongly. She grabbed Jian Ran's calf abruptly, wanting to speak but keeping her voice low as though afraid of disturbing someone. "Brother Ran, don't knock. It's too terrifying." Jian Ran lowered his eyes, all traces of carefree recklessness gone, looking stern and eerie. At the sight of this, Du Yunmeng shuddered all over, even more terrified than before when she encountered what appeared to be a ghost. "Brother Ran, you. Let go." Jian Ran snapped coldly. Du Yunmeng obeyed immediately, retracting her arm. Then Jian Ran smirked, "I've already told you, say what you need to say, no touching." Saying that, he turned around, why won't this child listen? Under everyone's shocked stares, Jian Ran knocked on the door. For a long time, there was no response, as if there were no one inside. The ceiling light above the corridor was an old-style lamp, its yellow glow flickering suddenly, creating an oppressive and strange atmosphere. Impatient, Jian Ran knocked again, "If you're still alive, make a sound. Otherwise, I'm coming in." Before his words were fully spoken, he poised his foot to burst in, as if ready to force entry. "There's something wrong. I've already gone to sleep," came a deep voice from within the door. It wasn't clear if it was an illusion or not. But the ending note trembled slightly. As though filled with fear. Asleep? Jian Ran clearly didn't believe it. After pausing for a moment, he said nothing more, merely warning, "Behave tonight and don't wander outside." As his voice faded, the guest room fell into deathly silence. Those in the corridor dared not exhale loudly. After a long while, the room finally replied slowly, "I understand. Don't bother me, I want to sleep," came the response. Jian Ran shrugged, turning to stride over to Yunmeng, walking away with his hands in his pockets. Shen Jiafei blocked the way ahead, "So we're just leaving? What happened earlier hasn't been clarified yet, who exactly is in the guest room?" She stopped mid-sentence due to her superstitions. "What happened? That's something you'd have to ask the person involved," Jian Ran dismissed, shoving Shen Jiafei aside with one hand, letting out a yawn before lazily walking off the scene. Thus, all eyes transferred to Du Yunmeng's face once more, now scared out of her wits. Yet no one dared to ask what had truly happened anymore. After all, the matter was too strange and eerie, and who would want to provoke any supernatural forces, especially since Jian Ran wasn't present anymore. Li Zongsen, who was inside the guest room, thought the same. Clutching his hand burned by the talisman paper, he worried how long it would take to heal and whether he should step out tonight. That man was too terrifying. Had he spoken a second later, wouldn't Li Zongsen have feared that the man would have barged right in and thrown more papers? Thinking of this, Li Zongsen shivered, trying to reassure himself, it must be coincidence. It must be. A seasoned monk couldn't possibly draw such powerful talismans. How could a young man so sickly know anything significant? Li Zongsen slowly clenched his fists, determined. Tonight, he had to take a few people away no matter what. Soon after, the corridor cleared. Everyone returned to their rooms, preparing to quickly fall asleep, enduring a difficult night. As soon as the sun rose tomorrow morning, they would contact the outside world first thing, vowing never to film this variety show again. Du Yunmeng fantasized, crying a bit more. Her tears fell onto the white, moldy-smelling pillow, yet her eyes remained open for fear of recalling what happened earlier, the man opening his putrid mouth, his lips cracked till the edges of his ears, evidently intent on eating her. If it hadn't been for the talisman she held in her hand, perhaps by now. Lost in these thoughts, Du Yunmeng couldn't resist her drowsiness, gradually closing her eyes. An unknown amount of time passed. And the empty corridor echoed with knocks. Chime, chime, chime. Knocking at the door proceeded with an unhurried and rhythmic pace. Who? A clear, calm yet bland voice responded from within the guest room. The person outside didn't reply but continued knocking. Lu Yanting, clad in a white sleepwear, his brows furrowed with impatience. Gripping the doorknob, he swung the door open to see who it was. His expression momentarily froze as he saw the visitor. How is it you? Jian Ran smirked, lips curving into a mischievous grin, you seem rather disappointed. No, Lu Yanting's deep voice carried an inexplicable hint of sensuality, I thought it was, a ghost. Jian Ran stepped in without hesitation, casually closing the door behind him once Lu Yanting stepped aside, don't be scared, I just came back for a follow-up visit. Lu Yanting lowered his gaze, seemingly not paying attention to Jian Ran's words, his eyes involuntarily fixed on the collarbone peeking out from the shirt. There was a red mole that glimmered vividly. Chapter 17, Are you also one of those playboys? Due to last night's lively live broadcast, Gu Feng, the president of Fenglan Entertainment, decided to increase investment. He was particularly extravagant, equipping each guest with their own personal camera for full-time tracking, capturing every moment so that excellent program effects could be presented to fans. The main reason for all this effort was because no one knew exactly what happened between Du Yunmeng and her guest last night, leaving the entire internet confused. After exiting the live stream, everyone rushed onto VB, virtual broadcasting, sparking heated discussions on various topics. What's going on? Half my heart is hanging in suspense, neither ascending nor descending, only showing this. You advertised a live stream show but missed an important part, nobody likes this half-baked feeling. Are Jian Ran's talismans really effective? Why did Du Yunmeng get so terrified? Keep broadcasting these semi-stalled terror streams, and I'll report it. It was the first time anyone experienced such a net explosion, and Gu Feng was oddly excited. He immediately called his childhood friend early in the morning, but it took quite a while before someone picked up, full of curiosity and gossip. What actually happened last night? Tell me quickly before we start another live broadcast. Is Jian Ran just bluffing and pretending to be mystical? 3 consecutive questions poured forth impatiently as they awaited answers, only to be surprised by the familiar and annoying voice on the other end of the line, Boss, if I'm not bluffing, will you double my salary? Gu Feng was shocked, how did Lu Yanting's phone end up in your hands? Jian Ran's voice was lazy, Lu Emperor is taking a shower. He asked me to answer for him because he knows you'd be worried. Gu Feng. Did you two sleep together last night? He was practically beside himself, wishing he could crawl through the phone to check the scene of the crime. How did his little fox spirit manage to bring down his childhood friend? Before Jian Ran could respond, Lu Yanting's voice sounded nearby, who? My boss, would you like to take the call? Jian Ran extended the phone with beautiful wrist bones that caught the eye. Lu Yanting glanced at it, lowering his tone slightly, no need. Hang up. Through the receiver came an angry roar, Lu Yanting, you can't treat me this way. No finding a bedmate in variety shows. As Lu Yanting pressed the disconnect button, Jian Ran lifted his eyelids, he seems to have misunderstood something. Aren't you going to explain? Not necessary. Lu Yanting, while drying his hair, turned sideways, his sharp line faintly visible. Jian Ran. Are you showing off your muscles to me? Not entirely convinced, he looked at his own body, temporarily speechless. His skin underneath revealed every rib clearly defined. Damn, how did the original owner of this fine-looking body become like this? Infuriated, Jian Ran jumped down from the bed, picking up the talisman papers scattered on the floor, some already turning black, holding them tightly in his palm. Like recycling waste, he tucked them into his pocket. The residual negative magnetic field from there mustn't be touched by ordinary people or it might attract unwanted things. After a restless night, Li Zongxin was seething with anger. Someone upstairs seemed to be messing around, perhaps under a spell, as he tried everything possible to leave this guest room but failed. It was impossible to even take away a few individuals. Dawn was almost upon them, forcing him to draw the curtains tight and hide under the bed. Thankfully, the rain persisted, dark clouds overshadowed Taihang Mountain with continuous gloom, giving him a temporary place to hide. Yawning, Jian Ran prepared to leave, suddenly remembering something and turning back, thanks, bro. Next time, I'll give you discounts on the talisman papers. Lu Yanting chuckled dryly, am I the kind of person who cares about that amount of money? True enough, then next time when I live stream, you can shower more tips my way. I'll call you the top big spender. Jian Ran talked as he walked towards the door, opening it with one hand and not waiting for a reply, shutting the door decisively without a shred of reluctance. Standing in place, Lu Yanting's hair was still wet, water droplets sliding down his chest muscles. His dark eyes tightly focused on the door, he pressed his thin lips together and suddenly a sinister smile curved at the corner of his mouth. For some unknown reason, the signal that had been down last night automatically restored itself at dawn. After an uneventful night, everyone was famished and opened their doors cautiously, sticking their heads out to look around for fear of encountering a ghost. A tempting aroma wafted from the kitchen, stimulating everyone's appetite. Thus, facing life or death, they chose food. As Yang Ruashi entered the kitchen, she couldn't help but ask, "What's for breakfast?" "Preserved egg and human meat porridge," Jian Ran's voice echoed over. The group arriving at the kitchen felt a wave of nausea. The more they had anticipated it before, the more they wanted to vomit now. "Jian Ran, what are you doing? Can't you play by the rules? We're all guests here, can we cooperate a little?" Since last night was calm, it meant the visitor wasn't a supernatural being like a ghost. Making things so mysterious probably was part of the reality show production team's arrangement. So Yang Ruashi wasn't as scared as last night anymore, pinching her waist and confronting him directly. "Remember, the motto of our Fuku Inn," Jian Ran moved the scorching pot to the dining table, "don't eat anything unless it's thoroughly cooked." "You," Yang Ruashi fumed and turned toward the assistant director, "can we follow the script already?" "How does he?" Xiao Rui hurriedly rushed forward and covered her mouth. "Shoo. Yang Ji, we're live streaming, your behavior is a violation which will cost us money." Hearing the word, money, Yang Ruashi immediately calmed down. "Just kidding. Who would take such shows unless they were so poor they didn't care what they ate? There wouldn't be much money left after filming anyway, how could they afford any deductions?" Thus, the guests obediently ate the preserved egg and human meat porridge and prepared to redistribute tasks when outside, the cruise supply vehicles had already arrived. Not just one bus, but also a luxury private car. The assistant director immediately lit up, "We have new guests." And with that, he went to greet them. A pale-faced Du Yunmeng curiously asked Chi Rui, "Who are the new guests?" "I just received notice, it should be Ji Yanming." Chi Rui whispered quietly. Beside Shen Jiafei shouted out loud, "Who?" "Supermodel Ji Yanming. The one who had something with Jian Ran." Jian Ran, who was about to send a spoonful of porridge into his mouth, almost choked. "Damn, thank you for spreading these rumors." He cursed in his mind, then felt a cold glance directed towards him, accompanied by sarcastic ridicule, "Seems you've got quite a few womanizing debts. What, are you also the type of scum as Li Zongxing from last night?" Jian Ran. "Huh. Is the aura emitted by Emperor Lu off somehow? Slightly sour-smelling." Chapter 18, Which job did you say is better? Lucky Star Inn, this kind of low-profile variety show, actually invited two big names at once. Not only do fans find it hard to believe, even Fenglan Entertainment's upper management thought it unbelievable. Even crazier, Ji Yanming didn't get poached with a high price tag, he actively requested to join the shooting. Even if it's only one season, it's enough to boost ratings and bring in a new wave of traffic. Gu Feng felt like he hit the jackpot, but really couldn't figure out what attracted Ji Yanming. Could it be his innate business acumen that made Ji Yanming admire him immensely? Or maybe Lucky Star Inn's unconventional shooting style ignited Ji Yanming's creativity burst. With his finger pinching the contract, Gu Feng was lost in thought when the phone rang, and he glanced down briefly. Lao Gan. Pressing the receive button, he asked, "What wind brought you my way today, calling me out of the blue?" Ganfeng furrowed his brows, "Don't give me your sarcasm, are you not interested in collaborating on Nan Street?" "Of course I am. We're good brothers, let's earn money together." Gu Feng smiled cunningly but his tone was warm and inviting. A typical veteran of the business world. "Did you get new instructions?" He paused and asked. Ganfeng raised his hand to massage his temple, seeming to want to say something but holding back, Your variety show. Can people outside the industry participate as guests? Outside the circle?" Gu Feng was puzzled for a moment, then after a brief pondering said, "That depends on what this person outside the circle can bring to the variety show." 1 million yuan investment. Gu Feng. Sponsorships they worked so hard to pull but couldn't manage to secure just walked right up to him. Happiness came too suddenly, didn't it? Ji Yanming did not get out of the car immediately. Through the car window, he gazed at the antique and weather-beaten lodge with its peeling exterior walls and a shoddily renovated, outdated style. He asked himself again and again. Has my brain been kicked by a donkey? Why did I suddenly have the urge to come shoot here? How much breach of contract penalty would I have to pay now if I back out? I should still have time to return to the airport, right? While hesitating in doubt and self-cursing, Ji Yanming suddenly noticed a figure standing in front of the first-floor window of the lodge. The person had delicate and handsome features, but his demeanor was cold and detached. His slightly squinted eyes flickered over lazily and indifferently, resembling that of a recluse who sees others as mere ants. This pose filled with arrogance and disdain sparked another wave of unnamed shock and awe within Ji Yanming, causing him to push open the car door and step out. A gust of cool breeze blew through the woods, lifting the oversized shirt and revealing traces of defined abs. Inside the lodge, a staff member couldn't help but let out an excited scream of excitement. Wow, so desirable. No wonder you're Asia's top male model. This body. I want to lick my screen. Jian Ran gave an unimpressed sneer, why is everyone making such a fuss? I think Lu Yanting has a better body than him. Who? Chi Rui hadn't heard clearly, eagerly prying over, who's better? Jian Ran didn't answer. However, someone leaning against the corner near a wall subtly curled the corner of their lips, spreading a faint hint of pleasure across his face. Not long after, Li Yuan announced on the first floor in the reception hall, "Everyone, welcome our new member, Ji Yanming." Even though only a few people clapped, it produced a thunderous applause. Evidently, everyone welcomed the arrival of this supermodel. Except for Jian Ran, whose expression was one of disgust, and Lu Yanting, who maintained his aloof emperor persona. Standing next to Li Yuan, Ji Yanming politely greeted everyone, pausing slightly when his gaze fell on Jian Ran and Lu Yanting before moving on. After the brief ceremony ended, Li Yuan signaled for everyone to quiet down. "Last night was the trial operation of our inn. We welcomed our first guest, marking a successful opening, but we must not let our guard down. We should promote our inn's reputation so more guests will come to us by name. Also, there's something important I need to inform everyone ahead of time." Li Yuan paused, then continued, "Last night, the ingredients in the fridge were only enough for one day of life at the inn. For daily meals afterward, we'll need to handle them ourselves." Before he finished, Yang Ruoshi voiced her complaint, "Out here in the remote mountains, where are we supposed to find food?" Li Yuan smiled, "Our theme for this episode is green and eco-friendly. Therefore, our meals need to be all natural. Nature gives us too many gifts, like wild vegetables and wild rabbits." He built up the mood and narrated the inn's concept, but someone interrupted him, "Producer, aren't you afraid that the Animal Protection Association will knock on your door?" Li Yuan, "Shit, forgot about that. Someone's drama once featured a cat pretending to be poisoned, sparking waves and waves of online protests. Those rounds of cyber attacks were no joke." Thinking about this, he quickly tried to smooth things over, "I was just giving examples. With all the resources of Taihang Mountain, why would we eat cute little rabbits?" Jian Ran, lounging with his leg crossed over the other, snorted and didn't say anything further. Li Yuan made a final call to action, clapping his hands, "All right, come on, take action. Let's use this opportunity without any guests to search outside the inn for lunch and dinner." Since Ji Yanming joined, he felt more energetic. It was as if the director's position had been vacated. If they worked hard to make the show popular, he'd definitely sit right in the seat sooner or later. As soon as he thought this, Li Yuan started distributing bamboo baskets and instructed the cameras to lead the way first, claiming to showcase the beauty of Taihang Mountain to the audience. Jian Ran remained seated on the sofa, glancing backward at the rear window, where the dilapidated village scenery revealed a glimpse. A white shadow darted by swiftly in the continuous drizzle and vanished instantly. His sharp perception caught the anomaly, lightly grumbling in his nose, "People won't die unless they ask for it." "What did you say?" Suddenly, a male voice cracked into his ears, rough and magnetic with a tinge of displeasure. Lifting his eyelids, Jian Ran looked straight at the handsome Sino-European hybrid face and instantly furrowed his brows in irritation. "What do you have to do with what I said?" This attitude caused a surge of anger inside Ji Yanming, yet he couldn't expose it and could only lower his voice while grinding his teeth. "What's wrong with you? I haven't even broken up with you recently." Jian Ran stood up from the single-person sofa, his lips curling into a smirk. "Oh, so I guess I should thank you then. But sorry, you've already been dumped. Don't come bother me, it only shows how cheap you are." After saying this, he walked off. Unexpectedly, he came face to face with Lu Yanting's deep gaze. Jian Ran was taken aback for a second and then smiled indifferently. "Mr. Lu, don't worry, though my private life might be a bit chaotic. My work is good. And the quality is guaranteed. You." Lu Yanting glanced at Ji Yanming, who was ashen-faced, then looked at Jian Ran's handsome and rebellious face. A faint smile flickered across his cold lips. "You're talking about, which kind of good job?" Chapter 19, Why Are You Full of Cheesy Pickup Lines? A drizzle was falling through the woods in Taihang Mountain, moistening their clothes but not soaking them completely. The lush green colors, wrapped in misty rain, resembled a scroll painted by Tang or Song dynasty poets, creating a poetic beauty that seemed unreal. Accustomed to the urban jungle of steel and concrete, occasionally visiting such a place far from the hustle and bustle felt truly relaxing, washing away fatigue and stress. Of course. If we could ignore the foggy, abandoned village behind the inn that looks eerie, everything would be even more perfect. The foraging activity initiated by Director Li could actually be more comfortable. Du Yunmeng trailed behind Jian Ran, following cautiously. From time to time, he peered forward, then quickly pulled his neck back. "Bro Ran, do we really have to go in?" he asked softly, as if afraid of disturbing something. Jian Ran glanced sideways at him. "Are you scared? Then why join my team?" I think I'm safer with Bro Ran," Du Yunmeng replied somewhat embarrassedly. He sneaked a peek at the camera assigned to the two of them and lowered his voice. "Bro Ran, don't worry, I still have money." Jian Ran snorted coldly. "You haven't paid for the talismans from last time yet." "Last night there was no signal on my phone, but I'll transfer the payment as soon as we get back to the lodge," Du Yunmeng said urgently, while secretly feeling relieved. "Thank goodness I acted fast. As soon as the deputy director announced the team-ups, I immediately raised my hand and shouted loudly, 'I want to be with Bro Ran. Otherwise, who could protect me in these remote mountains and old forests? Spend some money if needed, it's worth it.'" However, what Du Yunmeng didn't expect was that the other one who voluntarily joined the team was Lu Yanting. Could it be that Mr. Lu also saw something extraordinary about Bro Ran? But it was uncertain whether Bro Ran had enough talismans. Thinking about this, Du Yunmeng took a furtive glance and spotted an even colder face than Winter, brimming with inexplicable hostility, as if his presence was extremely unnecessary. Why are you entering this deserted village when we're supposed to go foraging? The cameraman couldn't help but ask, cutting short Du Yunmeng's thoughts. Jian Ran wasn't interested in explaining. His attention was drawn somewhere else, so he walked straight into the village. The camera crew had no choice but to follow. Du Yunmeng, lost in thought for a moment, almost didn't catch up. Just as he wanted to shout, Bro Ran, wait for me. He was forced to swallow the words due to a sharp look. Do you know him well? Lu Yanting arched an eyebrow and asked. Du Yunmeng awkwardly laughed, not bad. After all, they'd had a transaction before. He was waiting for further comments but instead heard a scoff from Lu Yanting's nose. Then, without another word, he took long strides and walked into the village. Du Yunmeng. A second later, he screamed, don't leave me here alone. Ji Yanming, who had just been dumped, was extremely annoyed, but professional ethics stopped him from showing it. He fully cooperated with the filming, though inwardly grumbling. Jian Ran had always been obedient, never speaking excessively or carelessly. Even when Jian Ran was worried about being refused a meeting because of one mistake. But why had things suddenly changed? Could it be because of the recent neglect? Or maybe Ji Yanming suddenly remembered the harsh words he'd said a while ago. Jian Ran, don't overstep your bounds. Comparing yourself to him is foolish. Look in the mirror, see if you're worthy. Your appearance may resemble his, but your soul is nowhere near. He left these words hanging, stepped toward the door, and behind him, Jian Ran rushed forward and tightly hugged his waist from behind, his voice quivering with sobs, Yanming, don't go. I beg you. Do whatever you want to me, but please don't leave me. The clingy words annoyed Ji Yanming. He pried Jian Ran's fingers off one by one, Jian Ran, don't make me hate you. Then he turned around and walked out without looking back. A loud slam echoed down the corridor of the five-star hotel. Yuanming, which way should we go? Yang Ruoshi, contrary to her usual manic persona, asked in a gentle and reserved tone. Ji Yuanming's attention wandered as he glanced ahead. Not far away was a fork in the road, probably a small path worn by those climbing the mountain. He pointedly, let's take this one. Though he was giving orders, his eyes couldn't help but glance backward, toward the direction Jian Ran's team had gone. What exactly was his relationship with Lu Yanting? How could he just open his mouth and ask, which job is better? Wasn't he known for being abstinent and cold like an ice mountain? Why was he spewing cheesy pickup lines? Could it be that Jian Ran had already taken him down? Was it really that easy? He mixed with famous model circles, occasionally shooting ads or MVs, having very little intersection with actors like Lu Yanting, let alone understanding him deeply. All he'd heard was that this guy had deep connections, and no ordinary person dared touch him. Who would have thought they'd first clash on a variety show? Bro Ji, why aren't we moving yet? Lunchtime will be here soon. Yang Ruoshi's enthusiasm bubbled over as she tried to reach for Ji Yuanming's hand, only to miss entirely without a trace of grace. She froze awkwardly mid-motion but forced a smile. What do you like to eat? I'm a good cook, so how about I make something for you later? Before Ji Yuanming could respond, Shen Jiafei interjected, Sis Yang, stop talking. Don't you feel cold? Chills keep running down my neck. Let's quickly gather some wild greens and head back. Yang Ruoshi rolled her eyes. Shen Jiafei, are you scared out of your wits from what Jian Ran said? Stop thinking dirty thoughts. If there was anything going on, we would have seen it last night. Shen Jiafei turned ghostly pale upon hearing this, suddenly remembering something. Sis Yang, the guest from last night, hasn't shown up this morning. What if? Before he could finish, a piercing scream erupted from the abandoned village, reverberating through the woods. Shen Jiafei's legs gave out under him, almost causing him to collapse, but luckily, the cameraman nearby barely managed to hold him up. With trembling lips, he croaked out. What kind of G-ghost is that? Jian Ran inside the village was also startled, kicking Du Yunmeng in the butt. What's your racket about? It's just a tombstone. And it's not yours anyway. Du Yunmeng, clutching his bottom, was on the verge of tears as the camera zoomed in for a close-up. He cared little for saving face as he quivered, asking, Bro Ran, what was the name of the guest who stayed with us last night? Li Zongsen, Jian Ran replied in a calm voice, as if narrating an ordinary event. Then, what's the name carved on the tombstone? Du Yunmeng struggled against the rising tide of his own terror. In bad temper, Jian Ran shot back, can't you read? Do I need to translate it for you? Before he finished, Land Emperor Lu Yanting, who had been observing all along, suddenly piped up, isn't the name on the tombstone? Li Zongsen. Just half a second later, the live-stream chat exploded into chaos. Ghost, ah. Chapter 20, A Qualified X Should Be Like Dead. It wasn't clear who said it, but the internet never forgets. The viewers from last night remembered clearly when Jian Ran muttered to himself while looking at the tablet, Li Zongsen. Wow, even picked the name of a womanizer. Was he cursed by a love debt before dying? Although he was facing away from the lens, the equipment was excellent, allowing his words to echo in the live stream. At the time, someone had commented, "What does cursed by love mean? Did this person die? That's no joke." Now glancing at the tombstone, his words turned out to be eerily prophetic. The live stream quickly became heated. "Seriously, I just woke up, and my scalp tingled after seeing that. Feels like I drank an energy drink and got shaken. Is this still a travel variety show? More like a horror live stream? Could the names matching up between the guest from last night and the tombstone be coincidence? Maybe it's part of the show effect, ending with a prank reveal. I don't think so. The guests' reactions were too real. Besides, I wonder if such content breaks rules, risking getting taken down. Raise your hand. Has anyone noticed that earlier, a netizen called Unnatural Research Organization came online? Is live Fuin being monitored from above? Perhaps because the program content was too captivating, the keyboard warriors didn't curse Jian Ran but instead began studying everything in detail during the chills. But the rain in the Taihang Mountains continued uninterrupted, seeming heavier than before, soaking the tombstone entirely. Jian Ran squatted in front of the tombstone, lost in thought. He didn't have an umbrella, rainwater slid down from his temples and spread along his cheekbones, gathering under his jawline, glistening and slowly dripping down. "What are you looking at?" Lu Yanting suddenly asked, a glint of something indiscernible flashing through his dark eyes. "Nothing special," Jian Ran replied, standing up already, his gaze stretching toward the distance. "Did you count?" "Count what?" Lu Yanting's tone remained indifferent. "The tombstones." Jian Ran glanced sideways with a smirk on his lips. 107. Lu Yanting's expression stayed unperturbed. Du Yunmeng, who stood beside them trembling uncontrollably, could no longer endure their nonchalant conversation, especially not in front of this eerie cemetery. "Bro Ran, there's no food to be found around here. Let's go," he almost shouted in despair. Jian Ran turned around, his face growing serious. "Leave? You're just going to leave? Aren't you afraid they'll come find you tonight?" Du Yunmeng. The next second, he straightened up immediately, bowing deeply towards every tombstone. "I mean no disturbance, sorry. Please don't come visit me tonight." By the time Ji Yuanming and the others arrived, they saw exactly this scene. Yang Ruoxi rolled her eyes. "What did you think it was? More fake mysticism?" Jian Ran ignored the sarcasm and turned back to continue studying the tombstones. Someone silently approached him, saying, "This Li Zongxing died in 1936, but the other tombstones aren't from the same period." Jian Ran nodded slightly as if about to speak, when a strange presence brushed against his nostrils. Instinctively turning his head, he found that Lu Yanting's face was too close. Their proximity somewhat ambiguous. Jian Ran felt heat rushing to his cheeks, forcing him to move away awkwardly while clearing his throat. "That's enough, let's head back." As soon as he turned to leave, his eyes met Ji Yuanming's grim face, darker than a soot-streaked pot bottom. "There's a famous saying, isn't there? A qualified ex should be like dead. Why must he pop up to be a bother?" Jian Ran frowned in irritation, quickly stepping past Ji Yuanming as if dodging a plague, giving a wide berth to avoid contact. The latter stood rooted to the spot, nearly laughing out of sheer frustration. He turned to chase after, only to be blocked by a tall figure. Ji Yuanming's face grew serious. "Mr. Lu, we aren't familiar, right?" "Not just unfamiliar," Lu Yanting lifted his eyelids with a proud glance, "but since we're both guests here, we'd better try to coexist peacefully." His warning was obvious. Ji Yuanming's expression twisted for a moment. "Do you even know my relationship with Jian Ran?" Lu Yanting gave a condescending nod. "Yes, I do. Just got dumped, by your ex-lover." Jian Ran made the right choice. Ji Yuanming's forehead veins bulged. "What do you mean, right? You just met. Don't pretend to know him so well." He couldn't control his volume anymore, drawing attention from the camera operator nearby who had been focusing on close-ups of the 107 tombs. In an instant, the lens shifted directly onto these two heavyweight guests. Framing questions with professionalism, could a conflict erupt between top-tier celebrities in such a chilling place? What kind of emotional entanglement is behind this? Back at the lodge, the little assistant trembled in fright, hidden in a corner. Suddenly, a shadow drew near, prompting him to burst out screaming instinctively. "Ah, ghost." "Don't shout," came Jian Ran's lazy voice. "No ghosts here. Unless summoned by you." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chi Rui abruptly looked up, his face lit with joy tinged with survivor's relief. He opened his arms to leap forward. "Bro Ran. Don't move." Jian Ran shot him an unimpressed glance. "Unless you want me to kick you." Chi Rui froze where he stood, reluctantly lowering his arms, his cheeks still wet with tears. Only then did Jian Ran turn around and absent-mindedly place some unknown wild greens he held onto the kitchen table. "All right, tell me what happened after we left." Hearing this question, Chi Rui cowered like a terrified quail, his head shrinking as he pointed upstairs toward the guest room direction. He kept knocking. It was like he was summoning me. A few times I even got hypnotized, but halfway there I would snap back into reality. He said he's hungry. Could he really be planning to eat me? "Bro Ran, do you have any talisman paper left? I'd like to buy one. I've family depending on me, old and young alike." I can't risk. Qi Rui's endless chatter was driving Jian Ran absolutely crazy. Throwing the wild greens in his hand into the sink, he snapped, "You wash. I'll go upstairs for a moment." Ah. Qi Rui was astonished. "Bro Ran, you can't just walk to your death. How about we report this to the director? This place is seriously creepy, so maybe we should stop filming here." He had already followed him out and said that, but Jian Ran showed no sign of stopping as he started ascending the stairs to the second floor. The lean figure looked very tall and strong in Qi Rui's eyes, exuding a sense of security. He couldn't help but make up his mind, "I'll follow Bro Ran from now on." Jian Ran didn't have such thoughts at all. Walking straight to the door, he knocked directly. Bang bang bang. After some time, a voice finally came from inside. "Who's there? What do you want?" "Room service," Jian Ran said with no hesitation. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden stench wafted up under the wooden door. Lowering his eyes, Jian Ran saw the dark red bloody water creeping into view. Chapter 21, If you guys want to play more, fine, I'm out. The dark red blood slowly flowed, resembling the flickering tongue of a venomous snake seeking its next meal. Its smell was pungent and revolting, like that of a long-decomposed corpse, causing nausea at first whiff. For someone else, they might already have covered their nose, screamed, and immediately fled the scene. However, Jian Ran observed it with great interest, even leaning closer to get a better look, and stretching out his clearly defined fingers to try and touch it. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted behind him, interrupting his focus. While Jian Ran turned his head, the crimson blood water actually flowed back, leaving not a single trace. By the time he realized it, he slammed his fist on the ancient floor, annoyed. "Damn." Ji Yuanming approached furiously, grabbing Jian Ran by the arm. Trying as he once did, to slam him against the wall, yet for some unknown reason, his strength reversed, causing him to lose balance and fall. "You." Ji Yuanming couldn't see how Jian Ran moved close or how his thin hands grabbed his neck with force, widening his eyes with panic. "Ji Yuanming, are you looking for death? Why do you keep annoying me?" Jian Ran hissed through clenched teeth. His handsome face twisted into an unprecedented fierceness, much unlike his past pretentiousness, revealing an unfamiliar allure. Ji Yuanming seemed momentarily dazed. "For the last time, I warn you," Jian Ran's eyes gleamed ferociously, "if you dare mess with me again, I won't be lenient." Ji Yuanming opened his mouth, suddenly softening his tone, "But, didn't you say you loved me? How many people do I love, do you count among them?" Jian Ran pulled his hand back, turned around, and started walking away. However, as he glanced back, his eyes met Lu Yanting's pitch-black ones. Caught slightly off guard, he shrugged indifferently and resumed his heartless stride. Just as he passed by the other person, he paused briefly. Because Mr. Lu suddenly leaned in, whispering something in his ear. Not sure if it was deliberate, the burning sensation of the lips brushing near his ear felt ticklish and unsettling. Before Jian Ran could roll his eyes and avoid it, his interest was unexpectedly piqued. On time for dinner, Assistant Director Li Yuan gave an enthusiastic pre-meal speech. "Thanks to everyone's hard work, we've got such a lavish dinner prepared tonight. I'm sure everyone has deeply felt the hardships endured by our crew in setting up the lodge deep in these remote mountains and barren countryside, precisely to..." Just as he was saying this, a thunderous crack sounded outside the resort villa, as if striking a large branch, followed by a booming rumble. Everyone gathered around the dining table shivered violently in fear. Then, muffled voices were heard coming from upstairs. "I'm so hungry. So hungry." Qi Rui jumped up abruptly. "Director Li, this place is too weird, we should..." "Shut up." Li scowled anxiously at the cameras and then shouted angrily, "It's just that the guest is hungry, why are you panicking? Send food later." "Director Li, was last night's guest male or female?" Shen Jiafei tried smiling, looking more miserable than happy. "Of course male." After Li said this, he paused momentarily. Shen Jiafei continued to maintain the smile, though his frightened eyes betrayed him. "So is the guest upstairs currently undergoing gender reassignment surgery?" Hearing this, Jian Ran burst out laughing despite himself. This guy could hang. Even at a time like this, still cracking jokes. Yang Ruoshi's belated scream echoed throughout the entire inn. With a bang, the power went out. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. Yang Ruoshi seemed to pause for a moment before continuing with, Not too far away, Jian Ran rubbed his ears. "Sister, can you try being a little quieter? My eardrums are about to burst." Perhaps Yang Ruoshi was triggered by this, and she became even more agitated. "Jian Ran, is this some kind of ghost prank you all coordinated? If you want to keep playing, go ahead. I'm not joining you. Li Yuan, quickly find a car to take me away. There's no way I'm staying here another second." As they gradually adapted to the darkness and with it still not completely dark outside, the group in the dining hall could make out objects through the dim light. Yang Ruoshi saw Jian Ran sitting there like a mountain, his eyes gleaming like starlit galaxies, radiating an air of authority that made one believe him. She hesitated, feeling slightly regretful for her rash words, but since they were already spoken, there was no turning back. "You wanted to leave, right? What are you waiting for?" Jian Ran shot her an almost amused glance. Yang Ruoshi defiantly hummed, "What's a little breach of contract fee? I can still afford it." With that, she stood up and quickly left the dining room. Li Yuan looked deeply worried. It's so late and the mountain road isn't safe. She's alone. Relax, Jian Ran said mysteriously, even if I let her leave, the 107 tombstones behind won't let her pass. Du Yunmeng chimed in tearfully, Bro Ran, stop talking. I'm scared. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Ruoshi opened the gate of the resort, she paused for half a second, then slammed it shut without hesitation. Her face collapsed as she returned to the dining room and sat down silently. Shen Jiafei curiously leaned over, Sis Yang, what did you see? Yang Ruoshi stiffly turned her head, her tone a bit strange, so curious. Why don't you check it out yourself? Shen Jiafei waved his hands, I'd rather stay here. Then, the power outage ensued, and nobody dared to move in the dining room anymore, with the eerie female voice from downstairs still echoing intermittently, I'm hungry, who will bring me something to eat? Finally, Jian Ran stood up. Beside him, Du Yunmeng hurriedly asked, Bro Ran, where are you going? Stupid question. Jian Ran retorted impatiently, to fix the circuit breaker, obviously. After speaking, he started walking away, with someone following closely behind, I'll go with you. Turning around, Jian Ran saw Lu Yanting, pursed his lips slightly, and didn't object. Mainly because this would give him the opportunity to ask privately what Lu Yanting had just said. But unfortunately, someone without tact also joined in the commotion, I'll go too. At nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, Ji Yuanming stood upright as if trying to bolster his argument and added, I have an electrician certificate from abroad. Ha, you think you're so amazing. Jian Ran sneered sarcastically and walked off. Thus, the trio along with the camera crew climbed upstairs. Windows lined the hallway on both sides, but their light couldn't illuminate much, making the guest room area even darker and gloomier. A few steps into the corridor, the ancient floorboards creaked eerily underfoot. The cameraman couldn't help but ask, Bro Ran, how do you know the circuit breaker is on the second floor? Jian Ran tossed an answer back over his shoulder, I guessed. The cameraman stared at him in disbelief. As he held his camera, uncertain whether to retreat or not, suddenly, a ghastly face covered in bleeding orifices and bulging eyes collided right into the lens. Live stream viewers reacted instantly, WTF. Chapter 22, not interested in eating me, huh? Why'd you run? That horrifying face didn't stay long on screen, flashing past like a slideshow image. Even so, chaos erupted in the live stream chat. What did I just see? No fireworks involved, right? Was that a woman's face? I saw it too, a flash and gone, like those NPC characters in haunted houses. Holy crap, no sleep tonight. Is this some kind of prank? Could it be digitally edited? I feel like I'm hallucinating. If it weren't for watching Lu Brother, I'd have reported this immediately. It's inappropriate content for kids. +1, I tuned in for Ji Yuanming, not expecting my heart to jump out like that before I even finished licking my screen. Am I the only one who finds this exciting? Tired of boring regular shows, this one's got real appeal. Exactly, now I can't wait to watch Jian Ran hunt ghosts. Am I insane? He's definitely skilled, haven't you heard both Du Yunmeng and Shen Jiafei calling him Bro Ran? He must be good. In less than a minute, the chat comments swamped the screen. The cameraman was so frightened that his soul seemed to have left his body. Before he could react, he saw Jian Ran's face up close to the lens, asking, what did you just capture? Was it a broadcast error? Broadcast error? The cameraman asked in confusion. There's no need for filming here. You can leave, said Jian Ran, covering the lens with his palm. His clear eyes shone brightly even in the darkness, reminding the cameraman instantly of the searchlights on the coastline. A kind of inspiring brilliance. Yes, there was a signal issue earlier, it was a broadcast error, replied the cameraman, turning around and hurrying off like applying oil under his feet, the lighting isn't good enough, I cannot continue shooting. I'll go down to find some help. Before he finished speaking, he rushed towards the staircase like sliding on oiled soles. The camera hanging on his shoulders did not seem to affect his speed at all. The three people who stayed behind were silent for a moment. Then Ji Yuanming cleared his throat and asked, what exactly did he see? Since the camera had been at the back while he walked ahead, he had no way of knowing what happened outside of his view. Seeing how fast the cameraman ran away, Ji Yuanming firmly believed something unusual must have happened. You're talking about ghosts and supernatural stuff again? He furrowed his eyebrows, showing a trace of impatience. For reasons unknown, Jian Ran had developed a particular interest in metaphysics lately, often claiming that he was a keen-attracting constitution, with a little ghost always clinging to his left shoulder. Nonsense. Having grown up overseas, Ji Yuanming was deeply influenced by Western thought, a firm advocate of scientific atheism, he would never believe such absurdities. Though, still. There was indeed an ache in his left shoulder. But that could only be periarthritis. Regarding Ji Yuanming's doubt and ridicule, Jian Ran simply ignored it and turned his head to walk deeper into the guest room area. Hey, wait for me. I'm talking to you. As Ji Yuanming tried to chase after him, he was stopped by Lu Yanting. What are you doing? He asked sharply, his face looking unfriendly. Facing this renowned untouchable film emperor, Ji Yuanming had already built up strong hostility. Unlike him, Lu Yanting didn't appear as agitated, remaining composed with a calm expression. His pitch-black eyes glanced to the left, saying, "There's something on your shoulder." Ji Yuanming froze for a second before realizing what was being said. His face turned even darker. "This sort of thing, Jian Ran told you too." "Ha, do you actually believe that?" Lu Yanting pursed his thin lips lightly, preparing to say something when suddenly came a clang from behind. He swiftly turned around and saw Jian Ran kicking open a guest room door with his foot and quickly withdrawing his leg, breaking the stillness of the scene. Staring at this for a second, Lu Yanting couldn't help but smirk faintly. This temper is truly straightforward. By the time these two men, who looked like rivals in love, reached the doorway, they both paused as they saw the interior of the guest room. The guest room layout was extremely simple: one bed, one wardrobe, one writing desk, plus a handwoven bamboo chair. The window was open, white curtains swaying with the wind, appearing grotesquely animated. Everything seemed pretty normal. If we ignore the water continuously seeping out of the wardrobe. What? What is this thing? Ji Yuanming had never seen this unnatural phenomenon before, astonishment clearly etched on his handsome European-American features. Without turning his head, Jian Ran showed obvious disdain. "Can't you shut up?" And Lu Yanting stepped forward silently, his pupils suddenly contracting. His voice was deep as he said, "Is this blood water?" Jian Ran responded once. "Ji Yuanming, wasn't this favoritism too obvious? Tell me to shut up, and give him a After only knowing each other for a few days, they've become so close." Jian Ran stood in front of the iron cabinet, eyes fixed tightly on the gap where blood water kept surging out, along with faint sounds also being transmitted. "I'm hungry. Feed me. What do you want to eat?" It seemed the voice inside the iron cabinet didn't expect a response, pausing briefly before dragging out its tone, speaking hollowly and profoundly, "Human flesh. I want to eat human flesh." "That's absolutely not acceptable," Jian Ran answered solemnly. "Our inn's policy is green and environmentally friendly, vegetarianism only." The iron cabinet. It felt as if it realized it was teased, infuriated, violently shaking, more gurgling blood pouring out. It streamed along the cracked floor riddled with fissures, quickly crawling to their feet. "You two, get out." Jian Ran suddenly shouted loudly. Already stunned by this scene, Ji Yuanming was about to shout explosively, "Who's in the iron cabinet? Come out." Unexpectedly, Lu Yanting acted faster than him, grabbing his collar and dragging him out, saying, "Don't cause trouble here, getting stained with blood means death." "Big brother, you actually believe it?" Ji Yuanming didn't care about his dignity since he found that being over 6 feet tall still made him no match for Lu Yanting, who had dragged him out effortlessly without giving him any room to resist. The guest room door slammed shut automatically behind the two of them. Jian Ran, now free of concern, swiftly formed a hand seal, growling under his breath, "Dare to shake again, and I will destroy your coffin." Before the words left his mouth, he slapped his palm against the iron cabinet. A golden glow radiated outward as the iron wardrobe finally stilled. However, the next second it let out a hee-hee laughter, akin to a woman's voice choked by a stranglehold, sharp and grating. "Hee-hee, I'll eat you tonight. Don't even think of running." Jian Ran's lips curled slightly. "I told you to eat vegetables but you wouldn't listen." As he spoke, his fingers suddenly jammed into the gaps in the iron wardrobe before sharply prying it apart. Inside, a ghastly pale face with blood streaming from its orifices froze, bulging eyes locking gazes with Jian Ran for a moment as the air stood still. Instantly, a disordered and panicked roar erupted. "Ah!" A grey shadow shot out of the wardrobe in a flash. Jian Ran watched that flickering silhouette with amusement at the corner of his lip. "You wanted to eat me, why are you running?" Chapter 23, Is this forcing me to sleep with you? Before his crossover, Jian Ran actually had 2 jobs. Being a star was only a part-time gig. His main business focus was still on the esoteric studies. Sent to train in metaphysics at 13, even after mastering his craft and stepping away to pursue a film career through an unexpected twist of fate, he could not forget his main academic courses. Primarily, Jian Ran's destiny carried these kinds of occurrences, impossible to avoid or escape. Even if he gave up entirely, he would be forcibly involved. Moreover, there were always unresolved incidents among his fellow students and teachers, frequently requesting his assistance. Bound by deep ties, how could he refuse? Thus, coming and going between tasks, Jian Ran earned himself some extra income. After all, money is something that more never hurts. In his past life, ghost hunting had become a familiar path, and now crossing over into this dramatic novel seemed even more effortless. For instance, Jian Ran was already chasing the grey shadow, ascending from the second-floor guest room to the third, passing by Lu Yanting and Ji Yuanming when he remembered to instruct, "Watch this one, don't let it run around." Lu Yanting slowly nodded, acknowledging what he heard and preparing to act. But Ji Yuanming did not pay attention to Jian Ran's words, completely captivated by the flying grey shadow. He pointed at it hesitantly saying, "What the hell? What is that?" With that, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Hearing the thud of Ji Yuanming collapsing, Jian Ran turned briefly, then disdainfully shrugged his shoulders, "Waste of space. For the restaurant staff, the night stretched longer than ever. They gathered around the dining table, occasionally hearing the female ghost wailing, sometimes hearing Jian Ran's angry shoutings. Everything around them felt utterly surreal, like being in the safe zone of a horror movie. To say they weren't scared would be a lie. But it wasn't quite enough to instill overwhelming fear either. Mostly because there was an incredible figure upstairs, chasing the ghost. Chi Rui mustered his courage and timidly asked Li Yuan beside him, "Director, shall we continue the live stream? I'm worried about content violations." Li Yuan, expressionless but calm, his hand holding the spoon trembling uncontrollably, said, "Turn it off first, wait until Jian Ran comes down." At such a time, no one questioned whether ghosts existed within the villa anymore. The main screen and sub-screen simultaneously went dark, the broadcast unexpectedly paused. This made Ganfeng furrow his brows tightly while climbing the stairs, asking his secretary, "What happened?" The secretary glanced briefly and cautiously replied, "Maybe the signal isn't good in the stairwell." Ganfeng stopped in his tracks, glaring sideways. Isn't the stairwell covered by WJFJ? The telecommunication supplier might not have broken through the barrier yet. The secretary responded seriously, secretly wriggling her high-heeled foot. If they continued walking the stairs much longer, she'd have to wear sports gear to work. She thought about this and felt somewhat irritated. Why did the president insist on dragging her along just because he couldn't take the elevator? Wouldn't waiting at the entrance be better? Suddenly, she began missing Jian Ran's presence. At least the talismans were useful. Her thoughts were interrupted as her personal phone's distinctive ringtone abruptly sounded. She stiffened immediately, displaying an attitude ready for anything. From this annoyingly common ringtone, she could ascertain that Hai Wang Zhong Fanrui was calling. Is there something at this late hour? Ganfeng picked up the phone. Can't I call you if there's nothing? The receiver leaked sound, and the secretary standing behind heard everything clearly. Her normally efficient and cautious face suddenly twisted with disdain. Ganfeng seemed to sense something and turned back sharply. She immediately returned to her professional demeanor. Ganfeng found no clue and turned away discontentedly. I didn't mean that. It's just surprising to receive your call. Looks like I need to contact Feng Yiji more often, or you might forget me. Zhong Fanrui said with a laugh, but there was a tinge of complexity in his voice. Ganfeng fell silent for a moment, then replied in a low, hoarse tone, when are you coming back? I still have a few more days of classes before the vacation starts. Once it begins, I'll go back to see you, alright? Zhong Fanrui finished speaking, waiting expectantly for an answer. Ganfeng appeared somewhat irritable. He glanced down at the already darkened screen and absent-mindedly hummed, we'll talk about it when you get back. I've got other matters, I'll hang up first. As Zhong Fanrui looked at the cut-off phone, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Ganfeng had never been this way before. Whenever Zhong Fanrui made the first move to contact him, though he would restrain his emotions, traces of joy and longing could be detected in his tone. But tonight. His thoughts paused as Zhong Fanrui glanced toward the notebook computer. The introduction to the variety show indeed listed Ji Yuanming as one of the new cast members. Why would he participate? Isn't he quite repulsed by Jian Ran? Knowing Jian Ran would be there, why would he still join? He muttered to himself. The screen reflected a face bearing some resemblance to Jian Ran's. His brows knotted tightly. The phone rang again. Zhong Fanrui looked down briefly, then slowly pressed the button to answer and switched on the speaker. Why are you calling so late? I'm staying up all night writing a thesis. Do I disturb you? Came the excited yet restrained voice from the other end. I don't have anything special, I just wanted to tell you, we won the competition, I'm going back to the country. And you, when will you come back? Hard to say, let's wait until the professor makes arrangements, Zhong Fanrui answered slowly. It was clear the other side's mood dropped instantly, and silence followed. Just as Zhong Fanrui was about to hang up, he suddenly thought of something and asked meaningfully, do you know Jian Ran? Jian Ran. The person on the other end hesitated, then quickly responded, no. Oh, I was just asking casually. I need to rush my thesis, so we'd better stop here. Without waiting for a reply, Zhong Fanrui hung up on his own initiative, and his previously gloomy expression finally relaxed. It's just a clumsy imitator, bound to cause no big waves. Meanwhile, in another space, at the same moment. The person destined to cause no big waves grabbed the collar of the grayish figure, swung powerfully, and slammed them against the wall. The woman with blood flowing from all 7 apertures gave up struggling and slid down slowly. She didn't even have the strength to beg for mercy but stared resentfully across at Jian Ran, who nonchalantly put his hands in his pockets and approached step by step. Why aren't you running now? Where's Li Zongxing? Won't he come save you? Hearing this name, the expression on the woman's face distorted again. Don't mention that dog man to me. Ho. Is there a grudge? Jian Ran stroked his chin with one hand, pondering momentarily, what, debts of passion. The woman seemed to be hit where it hurt. Suddenly, she screamed at the top of her lungs. The sharp cry shattered all the windows in the room, exploding with a deafening bang. Jian Ran darted out of the way with dexterity to avoid the glass shards. When he turned back, the grayish presence had vanished. The room instantly fell into death-like silence, except for the curtains of the open window dancing wildly. Jian Ran didn't bother chasing after it. He stood still in deep contemplation. However, a calm, indifferent voice sounded from behind. By making such a mess of the room, are you forcing me to sleep with you? Chapter 24, You're the Unnatural Being. By making such a mess of the room, are you forcing me to sleep with you? The teasing voice echoed. Instinctively, Jian Ran turned around and, under the soft moonlight, caught sight of Lu Yanting's charming face half-smiling. His eyes, dark as star-filled skies, were profound and unfathomable, his features beautifully proportioned. His lips were slightly cool and thin, his jawline sharp and elegant. Truly deserving of Asia's top ranking for beauty, even Jian Ran, not being female, felt his heart flutter involuntarily. At that thought, a sudden suspicion crossed his mind. Repeated flirtatious probing, could Lu Yanting actually want to escape payment through looks? You can flirt with me. But if you're trying to flirt with my money. Absolutely no way. Jian Ran steadied his thoughts and shifted his gaze to another direction. It's just broken glass, right? The room is still livable. Who was it again? Who? Lu Yanting leaned against the doorframe, a smirk playing on his lips as he asked. Ji Yuanming. Jian Ran felt irritated just mentioning his name. He's still knocked out over there. Jian Ran paused for a moment. You didn't try to help him. Did he need it? Lu Yanting tilted his head slightly. If he does now, I can go help him. No need, Jian Ran waved a hand dismissively, let him fend for himself. As he spoke, he glanced toward the wide-open window, his expression thoughtful. Then he suddenly turned back to Lu Yanting. What did you mean earlier when you said that? Do you understand this field too? Lu Yanting modestly nodded lightly. Someone in my family studies it, so I know a bit. You touched the blood to try and probe its memories, right? Jian Ran nodded, something like that. There might have been a chance when it wasn't prepared, but it got interrupted by an idiot. Both of them knew exactly who the idiot was. Lu Yanting chuckled. How did you find it in the first place? I guessed. Jian Ran didn't hold back with his words. As soon as he finished speaking, the lighting in the villa suddenly came on. Without the interference of that thing, they could make it through the night safely. Let's eat, I'm starving. Jian Ran patted his stomach and started walking. When passing by Lu Yanting, he intentionally increased the distance between them, as if avoiding trouble. The latter narrowed his eyes slightly, pressed his lips together, stayed silent, and followed to leave the room. Not long after their figures disappeared, along the edges of the wide-open window slowly emerged a pair of blood-red eyes, glaring fixedly at the doorway. Ji Yuanming woke up on his own. When he sat up and looked around, there was not a soul in sight. Before losing consciousness, he remembered Jian Ran glancing back at him. Could it be? He completely ignored whether Ji Yuanming was alive or dead and let him lie unconscious. So infuriating. Was he really cold-hearted enough to treat him this way because he had a new lover? Ji Yuanming entirely forgot the real reason he had fainted. Shakily standing up with one hand propping him, he rushed straight to the first-floor dining hall, only to catch sight of Jian Ran calmly eating without a care in the world. You actually have time to eat? I almost died. The moment the camera switched on, Ji Yuanming's roaring face was captured. Li Yuan panicked momentarily, nearly blurting out, don't broadcast this segment. However, Lu Yanting interjected first, but you're not dead yet, are you? With a height of 6'2" and unable to protect yourself. All that muscle training was wasted. Ji Yuanming choked on his response, rendered speechless. Recalling how he'd passed out from fear, he did feel a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat and added, I've been hypoglycemic lately, fainting is pretty normal. Li Yuan practically wanted to clap and cheer hearing this. Even though the villa was eerie and terrifying, he didn't want to stop filming. After all, how often does a production assistant get the opportunity to work with two major stars? After saying that, Ji Yuanming sat down sulkily. Since he hadn't heard the commotion of Jian Ran chasing ghosts, he naturally lacked deep feelings about it, taking it merely as an effect staged for the show that would be clarified soon. After all, other variety shows often attract attention this way. It was different for the others. The female ghost's screams were undeniably real, leaving a deep impression of Jian Ran pursuing the ghost. Glances shot his way were filled with admiration and reverence, mixed with a hint of apprehension. What are you staring at? Eat! Jian Ran suddenly shouted. The guests and crew immediately lowered their heads and began eating with chopsticks in unison. New fans entering the live stream gawked at the scene. What did I miss? When were they tamed? Did Jian Ran actually stand up? He's giving direct orders. Even more shocking, Brother Lu didn't argue back. He looked so adorable obeying him. Didn't anyone notice what Ji Yuanming said at the start? Definitely something happened during the pause. Can the crew guarantee our idol's safety? With Jian Ran around, it's like having a ticking bomb. Let's stay civil and respect each other. Stop the pointless criticism. Jian Ran has been criticized enough already. If haters keep pushing, it becomes truly annoying. Anyway, I fully support Brother Ran right now. There's no resisting his charm. In a secret base meeting room. In front of the projector. A few people dressed in special uniforms sat around the conference table. There were men and women, solemn expressions on their faces as they stared intently ahead, as though studying a confidential project. The presenter paused the projection and spoke with a clear voice. This person is named Jian Ran, an 18th line washed-up star. The middle-aged man at the head of the table furrowed his brows. Explain it more plainly. An insignificant celebrity who never made it big, frequently vilified and criticized, with endless scandals and terrible reputation. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. I understand. Continue. The reason we've listed Jian Ran as a target of interest is because not long ago, during an official award ceremony, a colleague detected abnormal fluctuations. He was also at the scene. Before we could act, several talisman papers floated out. They hadn't even touched the ground when the abnormal fluctuations disappeared. The middle-aged man tapped the desk with his pen. Could it be coincidence? One or two instances might be coincidence, but within this variety show, we indeed discovered something unusual. The reporter paused briefly, his tone becoming stricter and more earnest. He successfully resolved a non-natural landslide on his way to filming. Based on Jian Ran's subsequent behavior, we have reason to suspect that he is connected to these unnatural anomalies. Perhaps, he is a non-natural being. The air in the meeting room suddenly froze, tension slowly spreading. If Jian Ran were present, he'd surely shout, "You're the non-natural being. And your entire family too." Chapter 25, Could a Grand Movie Emperor really get involved like this? Hunting ghosts isn't as easy as one might imagine. It requires resolving resentment and ensuring voluntary rebirth for a complete merit. Forcibly eliminating them would not only harm moral virtues but cause backlash onto oneself. Over time, one risks an untimely death. Though Jian Ran was forcefully transported into a melodramatic novel about tragic romance, he believed principles should be universal. Thus, ancient sect rules must be followed. Fearsome ghosts are no problem, but what if the ghost has a story? And you need to investigate further, searching for resolution pathways. This makes everything unnecessarily complicated and troublesome. Jian Ran had a very regular schedule, waking up early in the morning, heading to the first-floor sofa where he crossed his legs and pondered ghost-related issues. The cameraman had been startled last night and didn't sleep well. Just when he started feeling drowsy in the morning, he realized it was time to film again. So, yawning continuously, he pointed the camera straight at Jian Ran's face. Jian Ran rested his cheek on one hand, elbow perched on the armrest of the sofa. After yesterday's continuous rain, today dawned with brilliant sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing his profile in a platinum-like glow. His long lashes fluttered lightly, holding beams of light, creating dazzling reflections. He was incredibly handsome, akin to a magnificent painting, a breathtaking beauty. The cameraman almost got lost in staring, secretly wondering, how could he look so stunning without any filters? Not achieving fame with such a face, truly unjust. Suddenly, Jian Ran turned back, looking behind the lens. The cameraman felt as if his secret thoughts were exposed, turning red instantly, coughing sheepishly. What's wrong, Brother Ran? Without knowing exactly when, most of the people at the villa had begun respectfully calling Jian Ran Brother Ran, perhaps thinking it more intimate and that in case of danger, he might help out. Jian Ran narrowed his eyes, casting an examining glance. The cameraman immediately became tense. Brother Ran, please don't, I'm scared. Hasn't everything been going smoothly at home lately? Jian Ran suddenly changed the subject, appearing extremely professional. Upon hearing this, the cameraman nearly burst into tears. Don't even mention it. Life is tough, with elders to support above and children below, the life of a middle-aged man caught in between is bitter. Brother Ran, let me tell you. Just as the cameraman was about to start complaining, Jian Ran suddenly waved a hand, signaling him to stop. Caught off guard, the cameraman gulped and swallowed the rest of his words. Didn't your family set up a Buddha shrine recently? Jian Ran asked. Brother Ran, how do you know this? The cameraman was so astonished his mouth hung open. This Buddha path is wild, your family cannot afford it. You'd better remove it. Jian Ran stopped there, getting up from the sofa and leaving the cameraman standing there dumbfounded, reflecting deeply on those words. Stretching his long legs, he walked around the dining table toward the kitchen to grab some water, but just as he turned the corner, he noticed Lu Yanting standing by the wall. With narrow, elongated eyes curved into a mysterious expression, he looked over with a faint smile playing on the edge of his lips. Jian Ran blinked. What are you doing here? I'm waiting for you. Lu Yanting replied bluntly. What for? For some unknown reason, Jian Ran always felt Lu Yanting's gaze was especially scorching, making his whole body burn whenever he was stared at, so during their conversation, his eyes kept drifting elsewhere. Last night I didn't sleep well, all because of you. Lu Yanting stood with arms crossed. Jian Ran blinked in surprise for a moment, lifting his eyelids to glare. I didn't expect it, an acclaimed movie emperor could also be petty. The room you messed up. Lu Yanting responded without changing expression. That was, Jian Ran's voice rose sharply before dropping instantly, taking on an appearance of resignation. Alright, I'll give you a talisman paper, let's call it even. Not enough. Lu Yanting said in a soft tone. Jian Ran gritted his teeth, don't push your luck. Lu Yanting gave a faint smile, suddenly changing the topic, how did you know his family had a Buddha shrine? Hearing this, Jian Ran laughed as well, mischief glinting in his eyes. Guess. Hey, I won't tell you. If I were to answer that I overheard him gossiping with others, would there still be a sense of mystery? Jian Ran looked smugly triumphant, then turned and headed towards the water dispenser, his carefree figure exuding a sense of unrestrained ease. His black eyes fixed, Lu Yanting's smile deepened further. With bright sunshine, the safety level was quite high, so it was basically impossible for ghosts to appear. Li Yuan urged the guests to leave for ingredients hunting, then remained in the mountain villa using his laptop to check the show's playback data. Strangely enough, the villa had weak signals at night when doors and windows were tightly shut, and no one could get out, but once it became day, everything returned to normal. Not only could they move freely, but the signal was unusually strong. Originally, after last night's scare, Li Yuan more or less started having thoughts of backing out, but when he opened his computer and saw the fiery live stream data, he immediately grinned widely and laughed happily. Oh my god, it's just a bit scary, testing the heart's endurance, right? Stick to it, and who knows, maybe he'll blow up online. At that time, how far would the director position be? Thinking about this, he hooked his finger at his assistant, Chi Rui, come here. The little assistant frowned unhappily and jogged a few steps. Deputy Director, what is it? The program effect is great. Keep it up. Give more screen time to Jian Ran. He currently has a very high discussion heat. Li Yuan stated confidently. Chi Rui wanted to cry, his voice soft and powerless. Deputy Director, you saw and heard it yourself last night. If we keep filming, I'm really afraid something dangerous might happen. Ah, they're all made up things anyway, plus, isn't Jian Ran pretty capable? Li Yuan suddenly lowered his voice, leaning close with a secretive look. Sneak around and ask Jian Ran if he's got talisman papers on sale. If it's cheap, get one for me too. Just in case. Chi Rui. Jian Ran didn't go to the abandoned village behind the mountain villa anymore, instead, he took the opposite route, heading down the mountain path. This time there was no group split, 6 guests stayed bound together, with the main screen camera following them. Looking almost at the national highway, where small towns were faintly visible, Ji Yuanyuan frowned, suddenly speaking out loud, doesn't the show advocate green environmental protection and self-sufficiency? If we go into the city. Jian Ran didn't bother turning back and shot back directly, is the crew stopping us from begging? If you have objections, just go back on your own. You, Ji Yuanyuan flushed red with anger, looking around the other guests for allies. Do any of you have anything to say? Will you let him get away with it? Lu Yanting tightened his lips and remained silent. The others dared not respond. Please. Whether they could survive through filming depended entirely on Brother Ran. Why can't this guy understand the situation clearly? Too long basking in the aura of supermodel fame, couldn't adapt to the reality, could he? Seeing no one would pay him any heed, Ji Yuanyuan fumed, ready to burst out when he saw an old man coming from across carrying a hoe. Du Yunmeng, eager to take charge, approached without informing Jian Ran and asked, Grandpa, how do we go to the nearest market? The deeply wrinkled old man inspected them, his gaze landing on Jian Ran's face, then opening his mouth to ask in the local dialect, where are you from? Du Yunmeng interrupted quickly, from a villa in the Taihang Mountains. Before she finished, the old man dropped his hoe and ran off like mad. Those standing there froze, utterly bewildered. Chapter 26, Hit me again, and I'll beat you up. The old man looked rather frail with a full face of wrinkles and a hunched back. Yet he didn't hesitate to sprint off, covering a significant distance within seconds. His voice rang loud, shouting, things from the villa are running out. Hurry up, everyone needs to avoid. Things from the villa? What kind of thing is that? Before the guests could react, they saw Jian Ran quickly bend over and shoulder the hoe, then darted away with a light step. Du Yunmeng was completely dumbfounded, should we chase after him? Can we catch up? The main screen cameraman felt utterly outclassed. That hoe was not light, about as heavy as a camera, and without any tools to assist, how could one lift it and still maintain running speed? My goodness. Jian Ran was truly extraordinary. With those thin arms and legs, how did he manage to do that? Standing in place, Lu Yanting inserted his hands into his high-end suit pants pockets, his dark, shadowy eyes tightly following the swiftly fleeing figure. A second later, the corner of his mouth curled upward. Pretty lively. What did you say? Ji Yuanyuan furrowed her brows, somewhat annoyed. Lu Yanting cast him a glance, revealing evident disdain in his expression before striding forward with an unhurried pace. Ji Yuanyuan forcibly suppressed his anger but couldn't help but feel curious. Why had Jian Ran concealed so much? He had never seen him like this, so freaking awesome before. The old man had been farming since he was young. Although under the blazing sun, he aged quickly, his physical fitness remained good, usually, he could run 100 meters without panting and with a stable heart rate. However, upon hearing a soft voice by his ear, he nearly suffered a heart attack. Grandpa, hello. Jian Ran grinned, revealing 8 teeth in a standard smile. Still walking without stopping, the old man managed to keep a scream in his throat. Grandpa, you've left your hoe behind. Jian Ran pointed at his shoulder and then added in as kind a manner as possible, I'm not a bad person. We can stop and have a good chat. The old man blinked and almost burst into tears. Because of his hearing impairment, he misheard part of what Jian Ran said, thinking Jian Ran claimed, I am not human. Ghost. After some more commotion, the old man panted in his courtyard. While patting his back, the grandma chuckled and scolded him, you old fool, where would there be ghosts in broad daylight? And look at this young man, how handsome he is. He doesn't resemble a ghost at all. Jian Ran munched on watermelon, his mouth full of red pulp as he grinned, Auntie, you really have sharp eyes. The kindly old woman, who had no teeth, kept her lips closed while speaking, appearing exceptionally adorable. Jian Ran naturally developed a few more likings for her, glancing inside the cottage, Auntie, the position of your Guanyin statue isn't right. Move it to the left room. Oh, young man, you understand these things. The old lady looked around, seeming somewhat hesitant, as if she hadn't fully believed yet. Jian Ran took another bite of the watermelon, asking with a friendly smile, Auntie, hasn't your lower back been hurting lately, especially the right side? Yes. The old woman lit up, pointing at the back area with difficulty, whispering, it's especially severe when it's nighttime. It gets better when the sun comes out. The old man caught his breath just in time and couldn't help but cut in eagerly, I told you many times to go to the hospital, but you didn't listen. You insisted on bearing it. The old hag is stubborn, he turned and complained to Jian Ran, she won't take advice. Jian Ran put down the watermelon peel, Uncle, don't worry. It's nothing serious. Just move it a little bit, and it will definitely show results tonight. Really? The aunt asked. Jian Ran nodded emphatically, if there's no effect, I'll let you rip my head off. I live deep in the Taihang Mountains. If something goes wrong, you can hold me accountable. The old man waved his hand frantically, hey, we wouldn't dare go to that place. Oh yes, Grandpa and Grandma, let me ask something. What's going on with the deserted village behind the mountain villa? Jian Ran asked brightly. This handsome young man seemed to possess a mysterious charm, making the elderly couple drop their guard and open up freely. You haven't heard about it? Jian Ran shook his head, presenting a rapt listener. The old man sighed and recounted slowly, seems like it happened sometime before liberation. That abandoned village still had quite a number of households back then, living off the mountains. There was a girl in the village who reached marriageable age, originally preparing to marry someone within the villages within 10 or so miles. This girl was extremely beautiful, the grandmother took over the story, many boys were attracted to her, and they had sent matchmakers, but the girl refused every proposal. She wouldn't get married. Afterwards, the grandma suddenly paused, her aged face filled with regret. Jian Ran smiled lightly, later, a strange man appeared in the abandoned village. Right. The old man's indignation intensified, there was this playboy who came to tour the Taihang Mountains. By chance, he entered the village, and then he saw this girl. Immediately, lustful thoughts arose. This girl was really dumb, she was tricked around by sweet words, the old lady shook her head repeatedly, she fell head over heels and refused to marry anyone else. Before they even held the wedding ceremony, she got pregnant, and then the guy left never to return. Before she finished, a roar sounded at the gate of the yard, startling the old lady. She covered her chest and looked ahead. Jian Ran, are you crazy? Ji Yuanming barged in without understanding the situation. He glanced at the watermelon peels on the ground, his expression turning even more grim, you left us behind and came here to enjoy yourself. In an instant, a group of people rushed into the small yard, making the elderly couple feel uneasy, especially with the presence of the camera. Living in the countryside all their lives, they hadn't seen much of the world, and when they saw so many people, they felt intimidated and immediately put on stern faces, go away, we don't welcome you. Young man, let's talk another day. The old man waved stubbornly, turned his back, which was equivalent to issuing an eviction notice. At this moment, if someone tried to force the conversation, it would definitely have the opposite effect. Jian Ran, who was squatting on the ground, slowly stood up, glaring at Ji Yuanming, silently cursing, and what kind of male lead is this, just a stupid one. While earnestly saying goodbye to the elderly couple, he walked towards the gate of the yard. Ji Yuanming rushed forward, Jian Ran. I'm talking to you. He grabbed Jian Ran's arm forcefully to pull him back, but didn't expect the latter to use the momentum to turn around, swinging his fist and hitting directly onto his face. Ji Yuanming's body swayed aside, disbelieving as he turned back, you dared to hit me? Jian Ran sneered coldly, try touching me again. I'll still hit you. Ji Yuanming. So where did that Jian Ran who begged for my attention go, willing to discard his dignity, cling on shamelessly? Chapter 27, I only meddle in Jian Ran's affairs. By the time Ji Yuanming realized, Jian Ran had already stomped off far away. The cameraman captured the previous scene and hesitated whether to report it. After all, guests getting physical on variety shows isn't good, easily provoking fan backlash. Sure enough, the live streaming room exploded with chaos instantly. Many die-hard fans were incensed. Jian Ran actually resorted to violence. Call the police right now. Do you know how valuable Yuanming's face is? He's in deep trouble now. Isn't the production team going to do anything about it? Everyone just standing by watching. It's heart-wrenching seeing Ming get punched for no reason. Jian Ran is too arrogant, there's no one who can discipline him. That annoying nickname of Bro Ran makes me want to throw up. The program should give a proper explanation, otherwise, it won't satisfy the public rage. Wasn't it obvious only I noticed? Ji Yuanming instigated things first. He started yelling before fully grasping the situation, thinking he's some big shot. Exactly, it's all because of Ji Yuanming's rude remarks and grabbing Ran, leading to retaliation. If you watch carefully on replay, you'd agree instead of baseless criticism. Supermodel Ji Yuanming was praised for gentlemanlike demeanor, but so far on this show, I see none of it. His every action resembles a spoiled baby, quite losing public sympathy. Unexpectedly, online opinions weren't completely one-sided. Although Jian Ran used physical force, there were also quite a number of supporters, considering Ji Yuanming lacking respect for others and thus deserved it. Some fans even thought Jian Ran's movements were incredibly cool, showing signs of being well-trained, shattering his previous frail image. Fans cheered, "Adorable bird." Ji Yuanming's face darkened, with a noticeable red swelling on his left cheek. He gently massaged it, wincing from pain, yet no one dared approach to ask. After all, once night falls, everyone depended on Jian Ran to survive. The photographer also didn't know what to do, trying to divert attention by shifting the lens towards other guests who could better capture the audience's attention. Like Lu Yanting. However, unexpectedly, when he attempted to take a close-up shot, the ice mountain swiftly took several steps closer, approaching Ji Yuanming, and softly asked, "Does it hurt?" "Huh." Ji Yuanming subconsciously turned his head, not catching on at first. After all, he wouldn't believe Lu Yanting was genuinely concerned for him. So, the next second, he forced himself and retorted, "It doesn't hurt, Jian Ran's puny punches are beneath my notice. I hope he tries again." "Oh." Lu Yanting arched an eyebrow, pursed his lips, cutting him off, "Rest assured, I'll relay your words exactly to Jian Ran." Ji Yuanming's expression contorted for a brief moment. Is actor Lu so idle that he delights in meddling in other people's business? Lu Yanting smiled faintly, his pitch-black eyes glinting with sharpness. "I only meddle in Jian Ran's affairs." With that said, he stepped away, leaving Ji Yuanming stunned on the spot, his expression changing rapidly, full of color. Bai Jingchuan got off the plane and directly entered the nanny car. The assistant handed over a tablet. "Is there any news from home?" Bai Jingchuan took it and asked indifferently. The newly appointed female assistant glanced at the young racing champion, blushing secretly. "There's a popular variety show recently, with millions of viewers since it aired." Bai Jingchuan clearly wasn't interested. He furrowed his brows and started to rest with his eyes closed. The female assistant didn't retract her gaze and couldn't help but observe him. She had just succeeded in applying for the job and hadn't had any contact with Bai Jingchuan, only seeing him in photos and news. Initially thinking that Bai Jingchuan looked handsome enough on camera, she found him even more dashing up close now. "Have you seen enough?" Bai Jingchuan lazily lifted his eyelids, sweeping across her with an unfriendly tone. "I'm not interested in women. If you have other thoughts, just resign." The assistant turned even redder, stammering, "Brother Bai, don't misunderstand, I haven't. I don't want to hear your nonsense." "Shut up." Bai Jingchuan closed his eyes again, frowning even tighter. The assistant begrudgingly turned around, not daring to say more, fearing to lose her job, yet silently criticizing. "Who said Bai Jingchuan is humble and polite? He doesn't get arrogant despite great achievements. Highly cultivated at such a young age. Reports are obviously all lies." Recalling Zhong Fanrui's evasive attitude, Bai Jingchuan felt restless and leaned toward the window, melancholy enveloping him. "It's been so long since we met, and he doesn't come back during holidays either. And I can't fly to find him. Even if I turn up at the school gate unannounced, I'm still refused for various reasons. What is Brother Fanrui up to?" Annoyed, Bai Jingchuan opened his eyes, picked up the tablet, and randomly opened a movie app. Seeing the ad recommendation, his pupils suddenly contracted. "Jian Ran." The female assistant heard this, opened her mouth to speak, then swallowed her words for fear of being abrupt. "Getting a job these days isn't easy. Why didn't you tell me he was on a variety show?" Bai Jingchuan turned to ask accusingly. The assistant was immediately on the verge of tears. "I did say it, there's a popular variety show lately." As evening approached, Jian Ran kicked open the door of Fuku Inn and headed straight for the kitchen. Chi Rui sprang off the sofa, catching sight of a slim but upright figure carrying 50 caddies of rice in one hand and 2 buckets of bean oil in the other, striding confidently. "Bro Ran, why are you carrying so much? Let me help." Chi Rui hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing the bag of rice, intending to assist. Unexpectedly, Jian Ran let go abruptly, leaving Chi Rui unprepared and losing balance, falling down while holding the rice. "Ah, fuck. So heavy." Unable to resist cursing, Chi Rui threw a desperate look at Jian Ran. Jian Ran lowered his gaze, looking down at him mockingly, saying, "Before doing anything, consider how capable you really are. Got it?" Chi Rui nodded hard. "Got it, Bro Ran." Satisfied, Jian Ran curled his lips, pulling at the corner of the rice bag with his thin bones, easily lifting it, and continued walking towards the kitchen. Chi Rui gazed at that tall figure and sighed involuntarily. How does Bro Ran manage to be both skinny and strong? Li Yuan, who had just taken a director's call in the dormitory, ran downstairs excitedly. Seeing Chi Rui barely standing, he shouted eagerly, "We're getting a new guest on our variety show. Do you know who it is?" Chi Rui shook his head blankly. "You idiot, I knew you wouldn't guess." Li Yuan was thrilled, waving his arms wildly. "Business titan, capital coming in." Not noticing someone was still in the kitchen, he screamed near Chi Rui's ear, "Gone funny. Young tycoon billionaire. Ranked third in the list of dominant men most women in the country want to marry this year. The best part is, he's bringing in $1 million. No more green wild vegetables for us. All sorts of delicious food like barbecue, hot pot, crayfish will be served." Li Yuan spun around joyfully, suddenly spotting a shadow. He immediately stopped, his smile frozen awkwardly as his speech became stammered. "Bro Ran, you came back so early." Jian Ran crossed his arms, tugged at the corners of his lips, emitting a dangerous voice. "You dare invite someone like Gone Funny? What if you attract more trouble?" Chapter 28, Aren't you also some kind of expert at footloose relationships? In fact, Jian Ran didn't care about who the guests on the variety show were. He just wanted to make some money and earn his living, at least he wouldn't end up in poverty or a miserable death due to being love-struck. So when Jian Ran heard about the $1 million investment, he was also quite tempted. Thus, following the 3 words, "dirty stuff," he added hastily, "Since the crew has money now, can you reimburse these rice and bean oil? Moreover, I carried them all by myself, so the delivery fee needs to be settled." Li Yuan blinked and hurriedly put on a fake smile. "Bro Ran, talking about money hurts feelings." Jian Ran waved his hand to cut him off. "Don't talk to me about feelings, it hurts money. Reimburse or not. If you don't give me the money, I won't film the show. I swear with my life, Gone Funny will get you killed even faster." Seeing his expression wasn't joking around, Li Yuan couldn't help trembling. At this moment of life and death, he shouted, "Okay. Good for you." Jian Ran, satisfied, curled his lips upward. He brushed the white rice powder off his hands and walked towards the stairs. It wasn't until his figure disappeared that Li Yuan dared to take a deep breath, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead and sighing, "Isn't Jian Ran too intimidating? I never noticed before." Chi Rui nodded in agreement. "Directorly, I feel like he's become a different person." "A different person?" Li Yuan's thoughts opened up. Maybe he's possessed by a ghost. Chi Rui hesitated fearfully. "That doesn't seem right, he has a shadow." Before the sun set, guests who had gone out for food rushed back. Many of them held various ingredients wrapped in plastic bags, complaining endlessly from exhaustion. Yang Ruoshi entered the hallway and collapsed to her knees, gasping, "I almost died trying to carry everything. So much." Li Yuan ran over, looking at the vast array of dishes and exclaiming in surprise, "Did you raid the market?" Yang Ruoshi immediately complained, "Isn't it because Jian Ran, Bro Ran insisted on stockpiling food, saying we might get trapped here during the day as well." "Humph, nonsense." Ji Yanming scoffed, returning with empty hands and a red, swollen cheek. Li Yuan turned to look, shocked. "Brother Ji, what happened to your face?" Ji Yanming opened his mouth to speak but Lu Yanting interjected coldly. Jian Ran was harassed, so he acted out. "Lu Yanting, you." Before he could say, "Nonsense," Lu Yanting continued, "Perhaps it was a misunderstanding." Li Yuan looked completely bewildered. What kind of misunderstanding after going out? The cameraman recording the entire event discussed online. Why does it feel like Brother Lu is always protecting Jian Ran? Even though he physically assaulted someone, it's described as self-defense for presumed harassment. In one word, brilliant. Does Brother Lu have a feud with Ji Yanming? Haven't heard they've crossed paths. Could there be something behind closed doors? Hasn't Brother Lu stated already? Any trouble related to Jian Ran, he'll meddle. Brother Lu's character is top-notch, even celebrities with bad reputations are treated fairly without prejudice, unlike those keyboard warriors. Much more noble than them. Wait, didn't anyone notice Yang Ruoshi's comment? Bro Ran said the villa might be sealed off. Who would seal it? Could it be last night's female ghost? Jian Ran went upstairs to shower and rest for a while, then headed out to the second-floor guest room. He planned to confront the scoundrel and have a heartfelt chat. The corridor on the second floor still had a chilling atmosphere. The sound of footsteps creaked, cold winds caused goosebumps, and the noise dropped everywhere. Jian Ran stood outside the heavy wooden door and knocked lightly. "Li Zongsen. Are you there?" There was no response after a while. Jian Ran smirked slyly, "If you don't respond, I'll go find last night's female ghost." Before he finished speaking, the wooden door suddenly burst open from inside with a low and hoarse voice commanding, "Come in." Inside the room, it was pitch dark with no light, creating a perfect environment for ghosts. Jian Ran glanced once and stepped in without hesitation. In an instant, the door slammed shut tightly, airtight with an ominous atmosphere enveloping everything. The vision became even blurrier, as if stepping into a specialized predator trap. The eerie and dangerous vibes filled the air. But Jian Ran, brave as ever, sat down on the nearest chair and started striking up a conversation. "Hey buddy, let's chat about relationship problems, huh? How many times did you date before you passed away? Don't be shy, count carefully. Or should I confess first? I'm still a virgin. At this, a voice finally snapped in the corner, unable to bear it any longer. Will you please shut up? At least I'm a ghost. Shouldn't there be at least a bit of respect? Li Zongsen's figure appeared, pitch black. You're being very impolite, Jian Ran smirked carelessly. I wanted to solve this peacefully with you, but apparently, you're not interested. As he spoke, he took out a talisman from his chest, held it between his fingers, and threw it towards the low air. Instantly, fire lit up the entire room. Ayayawa, Li Zongsen covered his face and screamed in a voice so shrill it wasn't human, piercing through the walls and spreading outside. People who were cooking in the kitchen heard everything clearly. Damn, are they starting again? Where's Brother Ran? Ji Yanming sneered coldly and said to Li Yuan, isn't your variety show just too fake? Shivering Li Yuan responded. Damn, I wish it was just a gimmick. Seeing Jian Ran was about to pull out another talisman, Li Zongsen bent his knees and fell to the ground. Big brother, I'm sorry, we can talk about anything you want. I've dated quite a lot of women, about 17. 18 or older, under 40. I broke up first, ran away after finishing. That's more like it, Jian Ran retracted his finger, his gaze sly. So who was the woman looking for you last night? Li Zongsen hesitated, a trace of complexity flashing on his ashen face. She was also an old lover, didn't accept the breakup, and insisted on clinging on. Jian Ran sneered, she's carrying your child and you still dump her, aren't you kind of a jerk? He paused for a moment, changing the subject. What's her name? Li Zongsen opened his mouth to speak when Jian Ran's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out irritably and saw clear words on the screen, international player C. Startled for a moment, Li Zongsen actually floated over and took a look at the phone contacts, and immediately laughed. Brother, we're from the same camp. You're also a master at juggling several relationships, huh? Chapter 29, One day I'll teach you some tricks of a playboy. Though Li Zongsen died in the Republic of China period, he witnessed technological development and based on his past experience, accurately judged that there must be something suspicious about the note in Jian Ran's mobile phone contact list. Long ago, due to dating too many women, he always mixed up their names, so he came up with an idea, to take photos of each ex-lover and give them nicknames that would help him remember. Li Zongsen felt Jian Ran's note in the phone and black and white photo markers had the same effect, so he couldn't help widening his ghost eyes. Brother, we're from the same camp. How many ships do you have? Jian Ran slowly looked up, a meaningful curve appearing on the corner of his lips, then his thin lips murmured, go back and kneel down. Got it. Li Zongsen obeyed extremely well and disappeared immediately. Just as he was about to kneel, a cold wind blew in through a poorly shut window. With a fearful expression, he turned around and the next second vanished right there. Jian Ran saw all this and remained motionless, spreading out his palm and beginning to calculate with his thumb. A while later, he stood up. Muttering an oath, damn, missed the timing again. Before the sound ended, he left the room. Bai Jingchuan, having been hung up on, was in a particularly bad mood. In the past, after every race, Jian Ran always couldn't wait to make contact, wanting to pick him up desperately and arrange a celebration. But there's no movement this time. Even though shooting a program is an excuse. He should at least make a call, right? If there's no time to call. Then when Bai Jingchuan condescended to reach out actively, shouldn't he have been thankful and picked up quickly? Why did he press the hang-up button directly? What is this guy thinking? Bai Jingchuan frowned in irritation and clicked into Lu Fu In's live stream, scanning the screen for familiar figures. Suddenly, he noticed someone else. Ji Yanming. Is he there too? An assistant nearby nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. He joined later. It's rumored that there will be another guest arriving tonight. It's already been announced on the official Weibo account. Bai Jingchuan turned his head and forced a laugh without real amusement. Don't tell me, it's gone funny. The assistant exclaimed, boss, your guess was spot on. This business tycoon, Golden Bachelor, has never participated in any reality shows. Who could have anticipated him joining Lu Fu In with funding? Does our boss have fortune-telling skills? Bai Jingchuan gave a cold snort. This shows how desperate he is for companionship. Running to find a stand-in on TV shows. Such an unambitious man. As contenders for Zhong Fanrui's affection, they three certainly knew each other. After all, in high society, the circle is so small that everyone's dirty laundry gets aired loud and clear. It's even more so when it comes to having affection for the same person. The case with Gan Jianran is no different. Being too much like Zhong Fanrui sealed his fate of being targeted. People like Gan Fengyi, Ji Yanming, Bai Jingchuan, upon discovering Jianran, all wanted to keep him to themselves for a brief solace from their longing. But as time passed, they felt ashamed and unworthy of the pure love in their hearts, becoming increasingly hostile and irritated toward Jianran, wishing he and their sordid thoughts would vanish from existence altogether. Descending from the guest room, Jianran went straight to the kitchen. Upon showing up, he noticed the crowd shrunken with nervousness and fear. He arched an eyebrow. Why are you all staring at me? Is dinner ready? It'll be done soon, Brother Ran. How about you wait on the couch? Du Yunmeng, the obsequious one, spoke first, his forced smile overly fawning. Others followed suit nodding. Brother Ran, rest yourself, we'll take care of this. You've been busy for so long, truly thankless work. Ji Yanming in the corner was furrowing his brows, kneading his face unhappily. He couldn't comprehend why suddenly Jianran had become so charismatic, commanding not just obedience but reverence from everyone. Could it really be due to those mysterious antics? Ha! All highly educated individuals. Yet mesmerized by some charlatan. I'm tired, I'll go rest upstairs. No need to call me for dinner. Ji Yanming's tone was filled with palpable discontentment, and he stepped out of the kitchen immediately. Standing tall at 190 centimeters, his figure was about to disappear around the bend, but not a single soul voiced an inquiry. Am I invisible? For the first time being ignored, Ji Yanming glared back angrily and observed how well-behaved all guests were under Jianran's guidance, working methodically within the kitchen. Lu Yanting was casually inching closer to Jianran, ambition evident on his face, throwing a provoking look Ji Yanming's way, a mix of smug satisfaction making him look thoroughly infuriating. Ji Yanming clenched his fists tightly, opening his mouth to say something, but then heard Li Yuan answering a phone call. Mr. Gan, where are you? In mountain fog. Can't see anything. He looked out the window, here it's sunny, full moon shining bright stars. Oh, alright, please drive slowly, we're not in a hurry. Your meal is reserved. Ah, safety first, bye. Under the power of capital, Li Yuan bowed respectfully after hanging up, only to turn around and find Ji Yanming standing with a long face nearby. Li Yuan jumped slightly, stammering to ask, Brother Ji, what's wrong? Who is this Mr. Gan? Could it be Gan Fengyi? Ji Yanming wore a grin masking disdain. Li Yuan quickly explained upon hearing this, oh my, Brother Ji, forgot to inform you. We have another new guest coming. You guessed right, it's indeed Mr. Gan Fengyi. What, do you know each other? Good relations? Ji Yanming smirked coldly, extremely good ones. What a sensitive nose he has, sniffing his way here. So distasteful. Jianran's ears caught wind of Li Yuan's phone conversation and chuckled derisively, save the dinner effort, he won't come out all night. How could any ghost leave him alone? He mumbled to himself while noticing from the corner of his eye a tall figure swiftly approaching. A cool voice accompanied the movement, you know Gan Fengyi well. Ex-boyfriend. Jianran dismissed it casually with a roll of his eyes. Lu Yanting's face darkened instantly, quite a colorful romantic history you've got. Jianran glanced sideways through half-lidded eyes, jealous? Jealous that I have experience? A little. Lu Yanting's deep, cold voice contrasted sharply with the burning gleam in his pitch-black pupils, as if scorching through Jianran's skin and searing into his heart. Startled for a moment, Jianran awkwardly turned away, clearing his throat, tsk, what's there to envy? Someday, I'll teach you some playboy tricks. As Jianran said this jokingly, he recalled something and smiled slyly, refocusing on Lu Yanting, don't tell me, you've never dated anyone till now. Originally a jesting remark, but Lu Yanting nodded gravely serious, yes, I haven't. Chapter 30. The horror tourism live stream takes a polygamous love triangle turn. Just 2 days since launching its broadcast, La Fuyin had already garnered over 1 million fans, growing explosively across various trending topics lists. The rise in popularity wasn't just due to its eerie horror style, but also the scandals and gossip that added to the hype. Cultural and entertainment charts placed in the top 5 with such titles. Hashtag shocked. Jianran's romance with Ji Yuanming revealed hashtag. Hashtag explosive. Jianran's romance with Gan Fengyi exposed hashtag. Hashtag shocking explosion. Ambiguity between Jianran and Lu Yanting hashtag. Hashtag Lu Yanting and Ji Yuanming rumored to be at odds hashtag. Hashtag who will Jianran ultimately choose hashtag. Isn't this filled with the feel of a dating reality show? Is the travel horror live stream turning into a polygamous love triangle? Don't ghosts want to watch the gossip too? As a result, fans on Weibo from all sides began fierce battles, flooding the comments section with curses. Various factions created an overwhelming atmosphere, leading to the server crashing at midnight for an entire hour, unable to refresh new information, marking historical chaos. Indeed, as Jianran had foreseen, Gan Fengyi's luxury car hadn't emerged from the thick white mist. Dinner was reheated multiple times, yet there was still no sign of him. Sitting on the sofa like waiting for rabbits, Li Yuan was sighing endlessly. The young assistant Qi Rui beside him could barely keep his eyes open. Their heads slowly leaned together, almost ready to fall asleep when a cold, sharp voice came from behind, almost midnight, you're not heading back yet, sitting here waiting for ghosts. Li Yuan and Qi Rui were startled awake, frightened out of their wits, screaming before they turned around. They were already ready to run, but then they saw Jianran's handsome yet somber face, his bright eyes carrying sharpness and reproach. Brother. Brother Ran, Qi Rui swallowed hard, trying to push down the heart caught in his throat, why haven't you slept yet? What do you think? Jianran rolled his eyes and plopped onto the couch, in our line of work, though it pays well, it's quite tiring because it's always someone willing to die for attention. To become a love slave, you don't even care about your life anymore. Thus, the two love slaves nodded simultaneously, both speaking in unison, we'll go to sleep right now. Li Yuan escaped quicker than lightning, as if oil had been poured under his feet. After all, the icy wind crawling up their necks was certainly not an illusion. Chi-Rui also sensed something odd, the hair standing up on his scalp as he wanted to flee, but was tripped by Jian Ran's suddenly extended long leg. Twisting his head, he was ready to cry, "Brother Ran, what's going on? Let's talk nicely." "Stop crying, swallow it back." Jian Ran leaned closer conspiratorially, "I have a question for you." Seeing his demeanor, Chi-Rui became even more afraid. "Brother Ran, ask away, I'll answer honestly." Lu Yanting said he hasn't dated anyone. Jian Ran paused, "Is this true or not?" Chi-Rui shook his head furiously, "No way, he's so handsome with deep background, how can there not be lots of women throwing themselves at him?" Jian Ran reclined, nodding slightly, "I agree with you." "Can I go now, Brother Ran?" Chi-Rui asked with tears in his voice. "You know better, yet stayed so late." Jian Ran scoffed, "Get lost." Gradually, the living room fell quiet. From somewhere unknown, a cold wind blew through the curtains, creating rustling sounds, like whispering vengeful spirits in the dead silence, drifting aimlessly, recounting their unresolved grudges and hatred. Jian Ran sat perched on the edge of the couch, his beautiful fingers tapping rhythmically on the leather armrest. In the corner, there was a speck of red light, as if indicating the camera running. He didn't notice it, completely focused on breathing deeply. His lips vibrated slightly, emitting a faint voice. Suddenly, the phone alarm rang, its sound spreading rapidly throughout the first-floor lobby, shrill and unexpected, enough to scare one's heart out of the chest cavity. Jian Ran remained exceptionally calm, casually turning off the alarm before slowly rising to his feet. At almost the same moment, a strong wind swept through the hall, blowing the white gauze curtain wildly, akin to the claws of a malevolent ghost attempting to devour everything. Jian Ran remained rooted to the spot, while the night owls in the live stream saw the anomaly. Holy crap, who's standing behind Jian Ran in the middle of the night? And with a red cloth over their head? WTF, I just opened the live stream, and this sight greets me, so intense. Jian Ran, look behind you. There's someone back there. It's a script, isn't it? Too absurd. Look, that person is reaching out. Holy crap, those nails are super long. Are they trying to strangle Jian Ran? Moving towards his neck. Jian Ran didn't know so many people were worrying about him. He simply tilted his head slightly, avoiding the long nails. The red veil seemed flustered and angry, shrieking, "Didn't you say you would marry me? Why are you dodging me?" Jian Ran turned around, his expression unconcerned, with a faint smile at the corner of his lips. "Young lady, who hasn't come across a few bastards? Why are you clinging on so desperately, refusing to reincarnate and harm others? You're not Li Zongchen." The red veil instantly realized she had been tricked. "Why did you lure me here? Do you want to die? I'll help you." She raised both hands again, a chilling wind swept through the hall, revealing Ji Yuanming's face as the red veil was blown off. She lunged directly toward Jian Ran's face. "Die." Seeing that detestable face, Jian Ran first froze in surprise before rolling his eyes disdainfully and mercilessly through a punch. A flash of golden light appeared, the 6'3" tall figure got flipped onto the ground. "Damn it, I thought this girl wore sky-high heels, but turns out it's your freaking body. You useless moron." The female ghost thought Jian Ran would show mercy because she was attached to her companion, but ended up being beaten even more severely. What kind of Taoist priest is this? Not showing an ounce of virtue. The fans in the live stream were also bewildered. Is Ji Yuanming getting beaten up? What was he doing wearing a red veil in the middle of the night? Is he a freak or what? What's wrong with Jian Ran? Isn't he hitting too hard? Won't someone die? Why isn't anyone upstairs coming down to stop this? Can they not hear all the commotion? Why did Ji Yuanming just speak like a woman? Was he asking Jian Ran to marry him? Too weird. Ji Yuanming barely managed to get up, fleeing into the kitchen. He stumbled, almost falling again, in a panic his entire face rammed into the self-operating camera. White pupils, blood gushing from 7 orifices, disheveled long hair resembling withered grass, such grotesque appearance presented itself clearly on the screen. Thus, fans concentrating intently on their screens unanimously exclaimed, "Holy shit! What the hell is this thing?" However, in the blink of an eye, Jian Ran appeared behind the creature, like a god, grabbing the back of its collar and throwing it away with force. "Aha!" the high-pitched, shrill voice echoed further away. But Jian Ran didn't chase after it, instead bending down slightly and examining carefully ahead, his handsome, exquisite face close to the camera. His thin lips opened slightly, emitting elegant words. Which idiot installed the camera? Chapter 31, A Date for 3. Jian Ran wasn't stupid, naturally knowing if certain scenes appeared on the live broadcast, not only would they be reviewed and taken down, but they'd also cause public panic. If more serious, creating a storm of public opinion, the government would personally intervene. Therefore, since the Republic era, geomancy masters relied on word of mouth for business. If they advertised openly, relevant departments would certainly pay attention. They might even be dragged to serve as free laborers. Even if they promised wages, one wouldn't eat enough to stay alive, extremely pitiful. Jian Ran understood this well, regardless of in his previous life or after crossing over into this melodramatic novel, he remained very low profile, trying not to attract attention. That time of scattering talismans on the red carpet was an accident. With evil ghosts causing trouble, he was temporarily in a dilemma and had to resort to desperate measures. In conclusion, when Jian Ran saw the camera filming, he showed signs of irritability, national treasures, insults, spewing out of his mouth. If I find out which dumbass did this, I'll definitely beat his dog's head to pulp. He made up his mind while pressing the power off button. The live stream immediately turned pitch black. Fans momentarily reacted, then bullet comments flooded the screen. Suddenly feeling a bit nasty. Hearing Jian Ran cursing gave me a sense of thorough clarity and enjoyment. Also making Brother Ran look cool and irresistible. Sis. Believe me. You're not alone. I'm mesmerized too. Brother Ran is so suave. Has Jian Ran been cyberbullied so much that he lets loose now? Totally disregarding his celebrity image and speaking without restraint. But to be fair, compared to his past pretentiousness, it's indeed much better. At least he seems more genuine and straightforward. It's amusing how random cursing is considered real and candid these days. How many PR armies have he hired? Since he's been defamed so much, why bother hiring PR armies? Don't know what the netizens of this generation think. Just claiming to be justice warriors with keyboards. Despite the program being cut off, the live chat still buzzed for quite a while before dispersing. The visual impact received just now had thus been diluted significantly. The internet may have a memory, but the brains of netizen fans tend to be forgetful. Before long, they tidied up and prepared to sleep. Still, there were some who took screenshots. After turning off the camera, Jian Ran looked around. The grand hall was dead silent. The whereabouts of Ji Yuanming, who had been flung away earlier, were unknown. The sinister wind also ceased, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified, with no trace of movement. Escaped. Jian Ran's sharp gaze furrowed his brow as he strode forward with long strides. As he passed the staircase, he suddenly froze and swiftly swung a punch toward the right. However, just seconds before impact, he stopped himself. There was only a few centimeters between his knuckles and the firm bridge of a nose. That impeccably handsome face revealed no emotion. A faint curve at the corner of his lips suggested immense confidence, as if this unexpected attack would not harm him in the slightest. Jian Ran's eyes glimmered momentarily before he retracted his arm, lazily asking, "What are you doing here so late without sleeping?" "I have insomnia often, you know." Lu Yanting's voice came out low and husky, tinged with inexplicable sensuality. Jian Ran's expression grew awkward as he averted his gaze. "Didn't I give you talismans? Their effects should last for days. It's unsafe at night. You'd better go back inside." "If it's not safe, I can't leave you alone," Lu Yanting stubbornly replied. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran was quite surprised and glanced up. "Do you know what I mean by unsafe?" Lu Yanting nodded with a slight smile curling his lips. "Of course I do." "Then why?" Jian Ran remembered something and laughed softly. "I almost forgot, you claimed your courage was great." Before his laughter faded, he hastily looked out the window. Sometime during the night, dense fog had enveloped the estate, obscuring the view considerably. Jian Ran's expression darkened. "We must hurry or that idiot might be in danger." "Are you worried about him?" Lu Yanting asked ambiguously. Jian Ran shook his head. "No, I'm concerned about unexpected accidents causing the show to get taken down, cutting off my income source." Lu Yanting remained silent. Liking money could make people simple-hearted. It turned out to be another peaceful night. Li Yuan woke up feeling refreshed, planning to knock on each star's door one by one to curry favor, paving the way for future recordings. He first knocked on Lu Yanting's door, calling out sweetly yet fawningly, "Mr. Lu, are you still asleep?" After a while, there was no response. This puzzled Li Yuan, but not daring to disturb further, he settled for visiting another room. "Big brother Ji, are you awake?" While knocking, he simultaneously questioned, when the door opened automatically without much effort. Li Yuan caught a single glimpse inside and widened his eyes, letting out a wail of terror. Ah. Help. There's a murder." All guests and staff already on edge from nervous tension heard the ruckus in the hallway. They immediately leapt out of bed, rushed out their doors, and ran over to Li Yuan. The scene they faced was gruesome, blood smeared everywhere, chaos like a crime site. Qi Rui covered her mouth and widened her eyes in horror. Du Yunmeng went limp, collapsing onto the floor. Shen Jiafei cried out, "Why is the bedsheet all bloody?" Yang Ruoxi turned around outright. "Forget it, I'm going home. Let them demand however much breach fee they want." The cameraman was extremely dedicated, aiming directly at faces to film. Until Yang Ruoxi slapped him. "Take pictures of what? Call the police already." As the temporary person in charge, Li Yuan trembled as he fished out his phone. Next second, his face fell into despair as he announced, "And again, there's no signal, damn it." "Stay calm." Qi Rui loosened her hand covering her mouth, though her voice couldn't stop trembling. "Preserve the crime scene. Let's look for Brother Ran." Everyone's faces lit up with renewed hope. "Right, where's Jian Ran?" Not only Jian Ran has disappeared, Lu Yanting and Ji Yuanming are missing too. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Li Yuan forced out a laugh. Could the three of them have gone hiking together? How likely is that? Du Yunmeng yelled weakly on the floor. Yesterday they nearly tore each other apart, today they reconcile and go on dates as a group. Li Yuan paled. Then this could be the motive for murder. Before anyone could respond, the front door below creaked open and slammed shut twice. People in the corridor exchanged looks. In the next second, they all ran downstairs unhesitatingly. Just arriving at the hall, they saw Jian Ran and Lu Yanting each gripping an arm, dragging a blood-streaked human-like figure inside, and disdainfully dumping it on the floor. You two actually dare. Li Yuan almost pissed his pants and stuttered, don't act recklessly. Confess and turn yourselves in. Seek lenient punishment. Please don't kill us to silence. Chapter 32, moving into Jian Ran's room just fine. Brother Ran, why are you so impulsive? It's not a big deal. Look what you're doing to your own future. Du Yunmeng was both afraid and regretful. Killing Ji Yuanming, would that really solve anything? Yes. Shen Jiafei joined in, her face full of sincerity. Jian Ran, don't act rashly. Don't think killing one person is the same as killing a crowd. We'll definitely keep our mouths shut and won't spill a word. As soon as she finished speaking, the others nodded in unison. It was evident that they were bowing down to evil forces, preserving their lives by bending low. Jian Ran burst into laughter at their cowardice. I actually hope this fool dies, but unfortunately things didn't go according to plan. He hadn't even finished when Ji Yuanming, with blood-smeared face, suddenly began heaving his chest up and down, coughing violently, cough, cough, cough. He's still alive. Li Yuan's eyes lit up in relief, feeling as though he'd returned from hell to paradise, seeing a renewed hope for his career. Rushing forward, he checked for breaths, took a pulse, and flipped open eyelids before finally confirming that Ji Yuanming was indeed alive. My dear white swan, you almost gave me a heart attack. Ji Yuanming sat up confusedly, moved his limbs around, and after some time asked blankly, how did I get here? Glancing around, his eyes fell on Jian Ran's face. Didn't I come find you last night? Did you leave after midnight? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow and questioned. After a brief moment of reminiscence, Ji Yuanming shook his head, right after midnight. You won't die unless you attempt something stupid. Jian Ran rolled his eyes and turned away, waving his hand dismissively, go back to where you came from. Stop watching for no reason. I stayed awake all night, I need to return and catch some sleep. With his lean and tall figure ascending the stairs, the crowd gathered at the door respectfully made way for him. Still clearly puzzled about the situation, Ji Yuanming remained quiet until Lu Yanting suddenly spoke, what's troubling you so much that you'd wander to the graveyard in the middle of the night? If you've done too many immoral deeds and feel the need to repent, it's not necessary to go to such extremes. Do more good deeds and annoy fewer people, it's better that way. The seasoned actor seemed very aware of the cameras, choosing the perfect angle to deliver these words so the fans in the live stream could hear them loud and clear. What does doing too many immoral deeds mean? Did Ji Yuanming go to the graveyard wanting to commit suicide? Yesterday, seeing him covered in a red cloth, he did appear slightly unstable. Despite looking so handsome and having a great body, maybe his exterior belies internal flaws. Whenever Brother Lu speaks, he offers real evidence. I suddenly remember yesterday Ji Yuanming making inappropriate advances toward Jian Ran. Upon reflection, that interaction seems rather lewd. Impossible, impossible. Could we have misjudged Jian Ran this whole time? Perhaps it was Ji Yuanming who wouldn't stop pestering him. Before the chaos settled, there came sudden screeching breaks outside the villa. Li Yuan peeked out and spotted a sleek Bentley pulling up, revealing an impeccably dressed figure. This man turned his head, arrogance plastered across his features, appearing every bit like a typical moody boss. Shadows of unease hung over his furrowed brows, indicating his extreme irritability. President gone. Li Yuan let out an alarmed shout and practically jumped over Ji Yuanming's knees to dash out of the entrance. Come on now. Investor. The benefactor who feeds us. Of course, he must be attended to attentively. Having no chance to argue with Lu Yanting, Ji Yuanming hastily pushed himself off the ground with one hand. He didn't want to appear too disheveled in front of Ganfengyi, but the camera showed no mercy, shoving its lens directly in his face. Agitated, Ji Yuanming snapped, what's with the shooting? Go bother someone else. His attitude was hostile and disrespectful. The cameraman felt slighted but endured it. After all, this man was a major celebrity with a high standing in the modeling circle, creating any unnecessary unpleasantness would be ill-advised. Instead, he shifted his focus to Lu Yanting, only for the latter to simply start walking away, just like Jian Ran had done, and ascend the staircase, saying politely, sorry, I'm exhausted and wish to rest for a while. Although Lu Yanting refused to continue being filmed, he maintained proper decorum and kept his tone gentle, forming a stark contrast to the previous individual. The fans watching the live stream weren't fools, noticing this easily, they silently added a few more strikes against Ji Yuanming's record, worsening his image considerably. President gone, please walk slowly, Li Yuan led the way, using eye gestures to signal the assistant. Chi Rui quickly approached, President gone, if you're tired from the journey, would you prefer to rest before starting filming? Ganfengyi remained silent, first glancing around. Not spotting the person he wanted to see, his eyes landed on Ji Yuanming's bloody face, and his lips curled slightly, Yuanming, what happened to you? Any accidents? It's just for the filming effect. Ji Yuanming's voice sounded evasive, then he immediately turned around, tired. Going upstairs to rest. The remaining guests stood awkwardly in place, unsure of what to say. Gan Fengyi forced a smile. Your variety show filming doesn't seem very lively. Not all the people are here. Li Yuan stammered immediately. Last night, shooting went too late, Ran brother and others are resting. They should come down at mealtime. After all, brother Ran was very punctual for meals. Ran brother? Gan Fengyi seemed unfamiliar with this nickname. Li Yuan quickly explained, that's Jian Ran. Gan Fengyi nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Rui, hurry up and take President Gan to the dormitory. Li Yuan waved his chin as he signaled. Qi Rui understood, running over to carry the suitcase. President Gan, the dormitories are on the 3rd floor, I'll take you there. Without responding, Gan Fengyi walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, exuding airs. Finally, the lobby calmed down, and the guests and staff collapsed onto the sofas. Yang Ruashi couldn't help but exclaim irritably, Assistant Director, this program is always so thrilling. It's too much for the heart to handle, isn't it? From beginning to end, only one guest has arrived and hasn't come out since entering the house. We don't even know if they're dead or alive. How about we just quit this season? Li Yuan shook his head firmly, no way, we've finally invited so many guests. How can we give up halfway? If there are no guests, let's do some more marketing. Assistant Director. Yang Ruashi sat upright, loudly interrupting him, can you focus on the important point? That Li Zongsheng from earlier is still inside and hasn't come out yet. We don't know if he's dead or alive. Oh yeah, he hasn't settled the bill either. Li Yuan continued casually. Everyone, you can never wake someone who pretends to be crazy. As soon as Qi Rui reached the 3rd floor, he planned to open an empty room, but Gan Fengyi spoke first, which room does Jian Ran stay in? Qi Rui hesitated for a moment, then pointed towards the end of the corridor, the furthest one. I'll stay next to him, Gan Fengyi said as he started walking inside. Qi Rui hurried after him anxiously, President Gan, this won't work. The room next to Brother Ran is already occupied. By whom? Emperor Lu. Gan Fengyi paused momentarily, then strode forward with long legs again, make him move. Qi Rui looked troubled and was about to stop him when suddenly Emperor Lu's room opened, revealing an exceptionally handsome face with arched eyebrows and enigmatic eyes. You want to stay here? It's not impossible. In fact, I'm about to move into Jian Ran's room. Chapter 33, Ji Juing, will you shut up? The upper circles in the capital aren't that large, secrets and rumors spread particularly fast, especially among the top-tier families' enterprises where everyone tries to ingratiate themselves, hoping to get scraps that mean little to those people but are tremendous benefits to them. The Lu family belongs to the topmost tier, having existed for centuries with a low profile and minimal contact with the outside world, while extending their family business into various fields. People often marvel at discovering that each booming business contains shares of the Lu family, with substantial stakes nearly controlling everything. Such a mysterious and legendary family is naturally familiar to Gan Fengyi. He had also attempted to contact them through various channels to seek cooperation, but all were politely refused, even without any members of the Lu family showing up, merely sending so-called butlers or special assistants for courteous discussions. He knew that Lu Yanting was a member of the Lu family, but no one could accurately investigate the bloodline level, whether he was a distant relative or a close relation. In the end, Gan Fengyi also gave up. As long as they didn't interfere with each other, everyone could remain safe and sound without involving interests, making cooperation unnecessary. So, this was the only direct interaction he had with Lu Yanting. You plan to live with Jian Ran? Gan Fengyi narrowed his eyes and observed Lu Yanting's expression. Compared to TV screens, the man in front was extraordinarily handsome, his lips curving slightly yet colder than the coldest winter. Even himself, who had experienced countless grand occasions, had to admit that the oppressive aura emitted by Lu Yanting was truly difficult to resist. Don't you know his reputation? Are you not afraid of being implicated? I remember Emperor Lu hates gossip the most. Gan Fengyi said slowly. Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow, what kind of reputation? Are you referring to multiple ex-boyfriends? Upon hearing this, Gan Fengyi instantly thought of something, his expression turning unpleasant. He opened his mouth to speak just when an agitated voice cut him off from behind. Who played this prank? Why is the bedsheet dyed red like this? Are you guys trolling me? Ji Yuanming stormed out of the room, roaring down the corridor. Qi Rui, who had been standing there dumbfounded, admiring the immortals, arguing, finally turned his head. Oops, Brother Ji, you misunderstood. Our show doesn't prank people. This morning, when we went to your room and opened the door, it was like this. He explained as he ran, his face full of apologies. What you mean is, I did it myself. I cut my wrist and bled all over the bedsheet. Ji Yuanming wouldn't let it go. He simply couldn't figure out why the room would be in such a state. Just like how he didn't understand waking up in a graveyard with a red veil beside him. It was too strange, so when Gan Jianran found him, he didn't know how to react and pretended to still be unconscious. Qi Rui's words carried little weight, and he could only humbly bow his head. Brother Ji, I'm truly sorry. It's our mistake. The fear within Ji Yuanming made him irrationally agitated, wanting to shout some more, until he saw Jian Ran's door open from the inside, revealing a pretty face with eyebrows slightly furrowed in disdain. "Ji baby, can you shut up? Do you have no sense of what you did yourself? You're shouting baseless accusations at others, don't you feel ashamed? I wanted to get some extra sleep in the morning, but you ruined it. I should have just left you in the graveyard to fend for yourself. Go away already, stop ranting here." Jian Ran unleashed a barrage of insults before slamming the door hard. For a moment, the four people in the corridor remained silent, an odd and eerie atmosphere slowly spreading around. Ji Yuanming opened his mouth a few times, his throat raspy as he struggled to speak. He called me what? Baby, Lu Yanting helpfully provided the answer. Gan Fengyi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qi Rui felt so awkward he wanted to bury himself somewhere to avoid being silenced forever. After Jian Ran's brief appearance, the commotion in the room subsided temporarily. Gan Fengyi settled for the diagonal opposite room instead. There were two reasons. First, he didn't want to confront Lu Yanting head-on. Second, he didn't want Lu Yanting moving into Jian Ran's room. Having placed his suitcase, Gan Fengyi looked around and immediately noticed the shabby, dilapidated surroundings. The smell of moldy wood filled his nose, making him feel as if he were still in the forest mist, with an ever-present ghostly sensation. With a look of distaste, Gan Fengyi retrieved prepared bed sheets from his luggage, attempting to lay them down, but his clumsy handling resulted in a messy pile. Eventually giving up, Gan Fengyi laid on the uneven bed and began contemplating life. What has driven me to abandon personal oversight of a multi-billion project and come here to remote mountains for a variety show? Jian Ran woke up after a short nap of 2 hours, feeling ravenous. His stomach started growling. So, without washing up and looking unkempt, Jian Ran walked out of the room and went downstairs to find food. Du Yunmeng, busy in the kitchen, lit up upon seeing Jian Ran's silhouette and shouted, "Ran Gu. You're awake." "Jian Ran, isn't it obvious? Do I need to ask?" Accustomed to his bombastic responses, Du Yunmeng calmly replied, "Lunch is ready. Do you want to try it first, Ran Gu?" Jian Ran nodded and took the seat position at the dining table. All the cameramen had gone to the dormitory to prepare for the full coverage of 3 celebrities from different fields, leaving the kitchen relatively quiet and relaxed. Yang Ruoshi momentarily set aside her wild persona, serving several appetizers with a smile, resembling a friendly older sister. Shen Jiafei busied himself laying out bowls and chopsticks, his serious expression betraying not a trace of humor. Upon closer inspection, he was rather handsome. As for Du Yunmeng, there was no need to mention, his sycophantic nature was fully displayed as he hovered near Jian Ran, passing him chopsticks and picking food for him with utmost care. No need to fuss. Sit down and eat. Jian Ran lazily raised his chin. Upon hearing this, the 3 guests immediately obeyed and sat in their designated seats in perfect unison, like well-trained soldiers following orders, with Jian Ran as their commanding officer. Picking up his chopsticks, Jian Ran's features brightened under the afternoon sun. He took a bite, chewed and swallowed, then paused briefly before commenting slowly, "Not bad." The tension among the 3 immediately eased. Jian Ran picked a hollow vegetable stick and suddenly asked, "With the show turning out like this, haven't you thought about quitting?" Yang Ruoshi, Shen Jiafei, and Du Yunmeng exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. "To save that tiny amount of penalty fee, are you willing to risk your lives?" Jian Ran lifted his eyelids, his eyes flashing with a piercing gaze that seemed capable of penetrating right through a person. "Or rather, are you actually here voluntarily?" The 3 of them were caught off guard by the question, their expressions stiffening as they avoided eye contact, as if some obscure secret had been suddenly exposed, revealing their guilt all over their faces. Jian Ran remained calm, his piercing gaze sweeping over each one. Suddenly, a sly curve appeared at the corner of his lips, his voice mingling with a dangerous laugh. "What connection does the desolate village behind the villa have to you guys?" Chapter 34, A Match Made in Heaven, Cold Nobility vs. Crazy Overlords. Since the start of the reality show, every day had been chaotic, haunted events occurring frequently, surpassing human comprehension. If it were ordinary people, they would likely have been scared out of their wits, screaming about quitting at all costs. But these 3 behaved exceptionally well-behaved, especially emphasizing on exceptional and well-behaved. They were indeed frightened, yet no one truly wanted to withdraw from the show. The only one who showed any action or intention was Yang Ruoshi. But Jian Ran could tell, she was just pretending. Otherwise, the staged scary atmosphere would have felt way too fake. Was this really all for that meager appearance fee? Jian Ran had once noticed Du Yunmeng receiving an income message, an 8-digit fortune, making him quite envious. Being so wealthy, he only bought a piece of talisman paper during a sale promotion, acting overly frugal, which seemed suspicious. Knowing the villa was haunted, yet they stayed here without mentioning withdrawal. Excluding one specific reason, Jian Ran couldn't think of another explanation. "Brother Ran, you're teasing us," Du Yunmeng forced a chuckle on his face. "We can't possibly have anything to do with that desolate village. When I saw Li Zongxing's tombstone, I was almost scared enough to soil myself. How would we?" Jian Ran waved a hand dismissively, frowning. "We're eating, don't talk about such disgusting things." All right, I won't. Du Yunmeng laughed nervously, thinking he'd successfully dodged, but then he saw someone nearby put down their chopsticks, glaring at him intently. Jian Ran narrowed his eyes, exposing a scrutinizing gleam, inching closer slowly. His lips moved. Oh, I actually overlooked such an important detail. Du Yunmeng, your eyes. Sweat broke out on Du Yunmeng's forehead under Jian Ran's stare. He was flustered, opening his mouth to say something when a derisive voice came from outside the dining room. Director Li, are you filming a love reality show? How close the guests are sitting. Are you trying to create drama? Humph, inferior shows always use scandals as a gimmick. Jian Ran immediately knew who was babbling nonsense and rolled his eyes, pulling back. He pushed his bowl and utensils away. I'm full. You continue. Like a lucky escapee, Du Yunmeng exhaled deeply, stealing glances at the two opposite him before quickly averting his gaze again. When Jian Ran got up, he took note of every detail. One side of his mouth curled into a carefree smirk. Turning around, he happened to see Gan Fengyi's gloomy face. Ignoring him intentionally, he walked off, brushing shoulders with another person, yet heard a low, sensual inquiry. Are you full? Jian Ran slightly paused. Not bad. There was a saying that went like this. Too many people care about how high you soar, yet no one asks if you're tired or hungry. With Director Lu showing such concern. Half-satisfied Jian Ran secretly vowed. Next time they transact, he'd surely give him a 99% discount. Gan Fengyi couldn't stand seeing Jian Ran get close to others. This mindset was akin to, I'd rather destroy my toy than let someone else have it, even though he hadn't played enough with it yet and still wanted to reserve space for his most beloved toy. But now, having secured the space, he hadn't acquired the new one. Because I come, you leave, is there something between us? Gan Fengyi fixed Jian Ran with a dark gaze as he stared at the distance between him and Lu Yanting. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran slowly turned back, his lips curling once more into an elegant arc, tch. You deserve it. The cameras captured this moment, and fans in the live stream exploded in laughter. Spit. You deserve it. This is incredible. Brother Ran mocks everything, heaven, earth, and air alike. Though we don't know what grudge Brother Ran has against this self-important CEO, this attitude of not catering to you is absolutely lovable. Doesn't this make you want to scold your boss similarly? Always treating me like a sucker, damn, I'm dying to shout, do you deserve it? Looking at the entire variety show, it seems like only Brother Lu hasn't been scolded yet. Could it be that Brother Ran treats him, specially? Jimei, have I been the only one to notice? Brother Lu is so indulgent towards Jian Ran. He always speaks up for him, and earlier he even asked if Jian Ran was hungry. Can they form a couple right here? +1, cool elegance versus crazy overlord, a perfect match. Gan Fengyi's face turned green with anger, but there wasn't much he could say in front of the cameras as Jian Ran left in large strides. Li Yuan hurriedly interjected to smooth things over, Mr. Gan, that's just Brother Ran's personality. Don't take it personally. Actually, he's a very loyal person who would never leave anyone behind. As he continued talking, he realized his digression and noticed that Gan Fengyi wasn't being consoled at all, instead growing more irate by the minute. Lunch ended soon after, leaving a long wait ahead. No guests had yet come to the inn. Looking out the window, Mount Taihang looked like an unmoving painting, lush and verdant, bathed in golden sunlight during sunset, creating an unreal beauty. Sitting on the sofa, Li Yuan sighed heavily in despair. After all, this was a tourism management show. Without any customers, wouldn't the show lose its appeal? How about distributing flyers in nearby towns or hosting a bonfire party? But wouldn't that attract ghosts instead? He shuddered involuntarily, feeling a chill run down his spine. On the third-floor dormitory, someone in one room whispered quietly. What if we've been found out? Should we still proceed with the original plan? Why be afraid? No matter how talented he is, doesn't he still have to deal with those supernatural things first? It's only the 3rd day, and soon it'll be the 15th day of the 7th lunar month when the ghost gate opens wide. Even if he has some skill, it won't be enough. It's hard to say, it's my first time meeting someone like him. Don't lower your own morale. If you're scared, leave now. But at this stage, no matter what, we have to push through. Before their argument concluded, there was a knock at the door, cutting the whispers abruptly short. Jian Ran opened the door and instantly tried to close it again upon seeing who it was, but an arm stopped him. So reluctant to see me? Gan Fengyi questioned deeply. Jian Ran offered a disdainful smile, if you'd settle the bill, we could part amicably. Gan Fengyi frowned, do you really care that much about the money? Jian Ran sneered coldly, that money? I live in a tiny apartment where I can't even afford air conditioning, and you talk about that money? With a somber look, Gan Fengyi's voice softened slightly, if you're having difficulties, you can tell me. There's no need to rely on others. Lifting his arm, he handed over a blank check, you fill in whatever amount you wish. Jian Ran lazily glanced down, scoffing derisively, who uses checks these days? Do you not know how to use WeChat transfers? Before the conversation ended, a chilling gust of wind arose from nowhere, rushing toward them both. Dryness crept across Gan Fengyi's neck as he sensed something amiss and instinctively turned around, while simultaneously feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, causing him to lose balance and fall back. Fool! Jian Ran kicked out without hesitation, cursing irritably, "You've brought back everything from the forest." Chapter 35, What can you guys, as ex-boyfriends, do besides holding us back? In all his life, Gan Fengyi had never been scolded, let alone kicked in the chest. His body flew through the air before slamming against the corridor wall and slowly sliding down. The pain shot up from his back to his brain, but he was still in a daze. Jian Ran, you. Jian Ran already stepped out of the room and under dim lighting, his fingers rapidly formed symbols, sprinting ahead. What about me? Get back inside and stay there. Strangely, the moment he spoke, a sudden force carried him forward, pushing away the chilling sensation that quickly dissipated. Gan Fengyi dumbly turned his head, following Jian Ran's slim silhouette. Clearly visible before Jian Ran was a swirling mass of foggy white vapor, moving erratically as though being controlled by some unseen hand. Won't you get back inside? Another sharp voice broke through, drawing Gan Fengyi's attention to its source. Lu Yanting leaned casually against a doorway, brows raised slightly, eyes piercing with a grave stare. This is between Jian Ran and me. It has nothing to do with you. Even as Gan Fengyi attempted to stand tall despite his bruised state, ready to chase after Jian Ran, Lu Yanting appeared swiftly in front of him, saying icily, "People like you, ex-boyfriends, all you ever do is hold us back." Ex-boyfriend? Gan Fengyi furrowed his brows tightly. Jian Ran has only me as his boyfriend, and I'm not some ex. I'm the current one. Lu Yanting smirked, if you're the current boyfriend, why haven't you refuted any of the online rumors and scandals about Jian Ran? Gan Fengyi's expression shifted abruptly as anger mixed with embarrassment. Move aside. I have nothing to say to you. For some reason, Lu Yanting suddenly stepped aside, his smile cryptic. Don't regret going after him. Humph, no need for your concern. Gan Fengyi rushed forward in great strides but found that Jian Ran was already nowhere to be seen in the corridor. He glanced toward the staircase, where a pitch-black gloomy atmosphere lay eerily still. Where did he go? He muttered softly, perplexed. When he turned back, Lu Yanting, who had been standing by the doorway moments ago, had also quietly vanished. What's going on? Of course, Gan Fengyi could not return just like that, otherwise, he would seem weak, and staying inside like a coward would only invite ridicule from Lu Yanting. There was more justification for Jian Ran to waver. Thinking this way, Gan Fengyi silently descended the stairs into the lobby. It was still empty, yet an inexplicable eeriness hung around. Gan Fengyi furrowed his brows, recalling how the place had looked when they first arrived. In the next second, a startled expression crossed his face. The lobby had been renovated, though simply and coarsely done, maintaining its original appearance. At least it had been cleaned so that the furniture wouldn't be covered with dust. Yet what surrounded him now appeared to have been neglected for a long time, untouched by anyone. A thick layer of white ash covered the tables and sofa, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, resembling a silver frost. Gan Fengyi noticed something was wrong and quickly walked toward the entrance door. Just as he pushed it open to call out, "Jian Ran, get your ass out here." After all, he couldn't just endure being kicked without a good explanation. Perhaps hatred born out of love. Fear often leads to wild speculations. Unconsciously pushing the main door open and lifting his eyes to step outside, his entire body froze stiff when he saw the scene beyond. Goosebumps spread across his scalp, and a scream got lodged in his throat. At that moment, Gan Fengyi realized that true fear makes no sound. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, completely unable to move. All he could do was stare helplessly at those papier-mâché figures nearby, whose lifeless, dark hollow eyes stared right back at him, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart at any second, sending shivers down his spine. Taking a leave today, we'll catch up tomorrow. Chapter 36, Have they used the handsome men plan? At a certain research base, the highest level office. Director, the anomalies at Mount Taihang are exceptionally intense, yet our reconnaissance team hasn't managed to break in. Should we report to the higher-ups? A middle-aged man in uniform sitting behind the desk reached out to flip through the documents before closing them shortly afterward. Is the reality show still airing live? Based on the current situation, shouldn't there have been casualties already? The informant nodded emphatically. In cases like this, at least 5 people typically perish. Director Lu, perhaps. Before finishing, Lu Zhendong frowned and interrupted sharply. Could this have anything to do with Jian Ran? Highly possible. The informant leaned forward, pointing to a location in the documents. This is a screenshot from the live stream. Every critical moment, Jian Ran seems able to intervene effectively, preventing harmful waves from affecting others. Also, look at this talisman drawn by him. It's highly professional. It's as if he's undergone specialized training somewhere. Could he be a high-achieving student sent by the government on an internship? Lu Zhendong's eyes flashed with admiration. We should consider recruiting talents like him into our institute. Director, our salary packages might not be competitive enough. The informant hesitated. Lu Zhendong suddenly raised his head. Money? Can it be equated with ideals and ambitions? For some people, ideals and ambitions may be absent, but money is absolutely necessary. The informant lowered his head as if bracing himself for a reprimand. Indeed, hearing this, Lu Zhendong immediately stood up, enraged, shouting, vulgar. The informant stayed silent. Lu Zhendong took a deep breath to calm himself down, then pulled out his phone to make a call. The other end picked up quickly. Hello, help me contact the old man. Get me Lu Yanting's phone number. Why ask so many questions? It's work-related. If the old man asks, just tell him I'm working overtime and can't make it over. After hanging up, Lu Zhendong caught sight of the informant eavesdropping intently with wide-open ears. His frown deepened as he coldly said, curious, are you? Xiao Gu nodded promptly at first, but upon realizing what he just agreed to, immediately shook his head. No, I am absolutely not curious about the director's family matters. Whether you have any family or not has nothing to do with me. Lu Zhendong. Gan Fengyi could swear that the scene before him was the most terrifying thing he'd ever seen in his life, especially every time he couldn't help but blink. Those paper figurines made from colored paper resembling Qing dynasty eunuchs and maids would step closer. Under the cold glow of the moonlight, their ghastly white faces, crimson cheeks, and hollow eyes appeared all the more horrifying. It was as if he were being dragged into a coffin, ready for burial, still alive but doomed to be hauled away. Terror plastered across his face. Gan Fengyi opened his mouth to shout, yet his throat felt like it was stuffed with stones, perfectly sealed, not allowing a single sound to escape, only forcing tears of a physiological reaction down his temples. As they were now nearly within arm's reach, Gan Fengyi struggled once more not to blink. But however hard he strained his eyes wide, it proved futile. An eerie gust of wind laced with sand swept past. In the nick of time. Gan Fengyi felt a sudden force grab onto the back of his neck, accompanied by a disdainful voice muttering, idiot. And then his collar was seized and he was flung backward. He inevitably lost balance, crashing heavily onto the floor. Faintly glimpsing a slim shadow darting through the front door, an instant blaze of golden light erupted outside. Perhaps due to immense shock, Gan Fengyi's mind could not bear the stress, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted dead away, completely unaware of anything that followed. No one noticed that a camera was still running in the kitchen, its red dot concealed in the darkness, like the devil's solitary eye. Holy crap, too scary. Whose idea was it to place those paper figurines outside the villa? Why did the guests stay stationary for so long? How can the paper figures move? Are they suspended by wires? Was this part of the show's plan? What kind of welcome ceremony is this? These things are supposed to be burned for the dead, right? Isn't this extremely ominous for the production team to use as a prank? I recognize that guest. The finance magazine often features his interviews. Not just finance magazines, even entertainment news includes his gossip, something about being involved with Ran brother. It was reported that Ran brother pursued him without success. But just now, that merciless over-the-shoulder throw by Ran seemed completely different than the story. Am I the only one concerned if Ran went out alone? There was light glowing outside, but the windows are blurry. Could he be in danger? Holy crap. Quick, who's coming downstairs? Brother Lu. He's approaching us. Another hidden camera discovered. Do you remember who placed the camera? Why don't I recall any of this? Me too. The live stream cut off abruptly, and the chat comments froze for a moment. The next morning, dawn broke gently. Li Yuan pushed open his room door, stretching lazily, when he saw Jian Ran standing solemn-faced at the entrance. Ran. Brother Ran, what's going on? Pay more, otherwise, I stop filming. Jian Ran said straightforwardly. Upon hearing the word money, Li Yuan hurriedly tried to smile apologetically. Brother Ran, we've all signed contracts. How can we discuss additional payment terms? The penalty clause is clearly written in black and white. Jian Ran narrowed his eyes slightly. The contract never mentioned I had to perform ghost exorcising tasks for fools, did it? Li Yuan, which fool? You guess. Jian Ran curled his lips lightly. Just then, two doors conveniently swung open, revealing Ji Yanming and Gan Fengyi's faces. Li Yuan instinctively looked toward them, before he could confirm which fool it was. Gan Fengyi quickly stepped forward, his expression grim as he demanded, what exactly happened last night? Everything was so terrifying that his memory remained blurred and unclear. If it had been a nightmare, why did the spot where his chest was kicked still ache faintly? And his rear, which landed hard, felt like it might split apart. Jian Ran, you owe me an explanation. Is this your way of messing with me? Unable to have me, so you're using these tactics to force me into submission? Knitting his brows, he reached out to grab slender arms, but they slipped free deftly. Jian Ran's irritation showed on his face as he continued addressing Li Yuan. Now do you understand why I demand extra pay? Discuss it with the director. Give me a reply in half an hour. Even a second late and I'll quit filming. After saying that, he turned to leave, rolling his eyes while sidestepping Gan Fengyi, but was blocked by Ji Yanming in front. Why quit? Because all of you are too dog-like. Before Jian Ran could even voice a curse, his wrist was firmly grasped. Before he could react, he was pulled away from the storm center. Stumbling slightly, he collided into a sturdy chest, the searing heat penetrating through the high-end shirt. As Jian Ran looked up, his cheeks flushed faintly. You, what are you doing? If you want to leave, I'll go with you. Lu Yanting pursed his lips lightly, paired with his stern and handsome face, radiating an indescribable sex appeal. Jian-ran stared blankly at him. Holy crap, this guy. Could he be trying to escape again? Is he using the beauty strategy now? Chapter 37, Trying to Force My Compliance. With a flushed face, Jian-ran freed himself from Lu Yanting's embrace, avoiding eye contact as he said, "Brother, your concern is enough. Thank you for your support." He added one more sentence before leaving, seemingly deliberately distancing himself. These days, even blood brothers need clear accounts. Especially in our kind of relationship based on economics, right? No matter how handsome you are, money must be paid. As Jian-ran departed gracefully, Li Yuan glanced at the three-cornered situation, turning back into the room under the guise of, "I'll contact the director about the salary issue." You guys continue chatting. With the sound of the door closing, the atmosphere in the hallway began to become tense. Rumor has it that actor Lu has physical contact barriers and never takes on too many emotional scenes. Looks like he's been cured now. Ji Yanming said sarcastically. Lu Yanting remained expressionless, his lips curling slightly. Some diseases can be cured, some cannot, like brain damage. Who are you talking about? Ji Yanming angrily said, but when he saw Gan Fengyi's stifling laughter, he contained his anger. Actor Lu, do you really not know who Jian-ran is? Gan Fengyi asked, his expression ambiguous, his tone somewhat suggestive. He wavers between people, fickle in affection. The ones he has attracted aren't just me and Ji Yanming. How about the white moonlight figure he admired during his studies abroad? Do they know about all of you couldn't bear the loneliness and found comfort in the same person? Gan Fengyi was hit right in his sore spot, and his face darkened instantly. Similarly affected, Ji Yanming emotionally charged, "How dare you investigate us?" Lu Yanting curled his lips in disdain, "I don't have time for a bunch of strays." He just got their information by chance while investigating Jian-ran. Having said that, he left without giving them a chance to respond. Ji Yanming shouted after Lu Yanting's back, "Who are you calling strays? Is your family so great? Stop pretending." The tall and elegant figure suddenly turned around, his lips spitting out cold words, "Yes, the Lu family is indeed great, trampling over you lot is like stepping on ants. Even the Gan group is nothing but a snap of the fingers." Gan Fengyi frowned, looking grave, but said nothing. Lu Yanting sneered in contempt, then continued walking, heading straight back to his room. So arrogant. Ji Yanming wasn't part of the wealthy circles and had grown up overseas. He didn't fully understand what the Lu family truly represented, he'd only heard rumors. "I don't believe they can control everything." Gan Fengyi remained silent. Ji Yanming glanced sideways at him, his lips curling mockingly, "Aren't you scared? Chief Executive Officer of the Gan Group, is that all the courage you have? You don't know anything." Gan Fengyi gave him a look and quickly walked away, leaving Ji Yanming standing there, speechless after being insulted. Lying on the bed, Jian-ran began analyzing Lu Yanting's unusual behavior. Honestly speaking, there were quite a few people who succumbed to his charm, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly, filled with admiration. Who wouldn't want to find a reliable strong individual in this world full of supernatural events? Jian-ran completely understood. Lu Yanting might also be among those who admired him, but some actions were just too abnormal. Like unnecessary close contact. And breathing onto his face, what was that supposed to be? Although it was quite fresh and tempting. Still, no. The first commandment of our Taoist university was lust. Was Lu Yanting definitely trying to make him give in? Better stay far away from him. Resolved, Jian-ran turned over. Fortunately, at this moment, the system had gone out for a social retreat and vacation. Otherwise, if it saw his ruthless behavior towards the male leads and his closeness to the biggest villain in the book, wouldn't it die of anger? Half an hour later, Jian-ran's door was promptly knocked on. He lazily went to open it, only to hear Li Yuan smiling broadly as he said, "Bro Ran, the director has spoken. Whatever amount of money is fine, the compensation will be given according to the standard actor rate, just guarantee that all guests remain safe, and the payment will be made upon finishing the first season." Jian-ran didn't rush to respond, leaning casually against the doorframe instead. "How much does a standard actor make?" "One season, 10,000. Jian-ran frowned. "Are you fooling me?" 20. Li Yuan gestured at yeah. Jian-ran thought for a moment. "At least 25. Li Yuan immediately nodded. "Deal." Meanwhile, Lu Yanting's phone rang inside his room. He glanced down at the screen, noticing it was an unfamiliar number. Lu Yanting's phone number was never disclosed, and its internal system was professionally handled, scam calls could not get through. Thus, this call could only come from someone he knew. Lu Yanting thought for a second before pressing the answer button. "Who?" "It's me." A deep voice came through, making Lu Yanting furrow his brows. "Uncle Tu. You can still recognize my voice." "That's not easy." Lu Zhendong's tone was stiff. Not wanting to exchange pleasantries, Lu Yanting directly asked, "What is it, Uncle Tu? Are you filming a variety show?" "Aha. There's a guest named Jian-ran. How are you getting along with him?" Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow. When did you, the always busy Uncle Tu, start watching variety shows? Work requirements, Lu Zhendong replied seriously. Answer my question. Not familiar. Lu Yanting considered before answering. He disliked following family rules and resisted being controlled, so he subconsciously avoided association. Lu Zhendong paused for a moment. If you're not familiar, try to get close, because he... Before he could finish, Lu Yanting coldly interrupted him. So, you've also become grandfather's spokesperson? Must I associate with someone surnamed Jian? Associate with? Lu Zhendong was surprised. Isn't Jian Ran a guy? Does your grandpa have such preferences? Lu Yanting. Clearly, Uncle Tu knows nothing. Why do I need to get close? Changing the subject, Lu Yanting asked. Because, Lu Zhendong said, he's talented. You need his protection. Stay as close to him as possible during the shoot. Lu Yanting. Uncle Tu, what department are you exactly from? That's none of your business. I'll contact you again. With those words, Lu Zhendong hung up directly. Moving the phone away from his ear, Lu Yanting's pitch-black eyes flashed with insight, his thin lips slowly parting. Uncle Tu, without you telling me. I will get familiar with Jian Ran. And well. Chapter 38, Do you commit the mistake of offending me? Of course, Jian Ran had no idea he was already under surveillance. He was rejoicing inwardly over the pay raise, planning to switch to a higher-end apartment after the variety show shooting ended. At least one with air conditioning. His face radiated happiness as he busied himself preparing dishes in the kitchen, moving swiftly and focused. It seemed he paid no attention to the movements behind him, but the camera's setup could capture all scenes and broadcast them live to fans in the chat room. Thus, early morning bullet chats became lively. Wow, even Brother Ran's cooking silhouette looks this handsome. Love it. How's it like training in the Shaolin Temple kitchen? His chopping brings wind. That furtive figure entering the kitchen, is it Du Yunmeng? Usually so submissive and scared to death, but now his expression looks so sinister. What's hidden in his hand? Could he possibly want to assault Brother Ran right here on camera? Brother Ran, look behind you. Du Yunmeng's approaching with ill intentions. Just as the fans were frantically warning him, Du Yunmeng was already less than half a step away from Jian Ran. Just as he was about to pull something out of his pocket, he saw Jian Ran quickly turn around, holding a kitchen knife position near his carotid artery. The icy sensation mixed with the smell of leeks instantly conveyed a strong message to Du Yunmeng. His cold sweat formed and almost dripped down. Bro Ran, please don't kill me. I mean no harm. Jian Ran narrowed his eyes, tilting his head slightly to one side. A mischievous smile curled on the corner of his mouth. Sorry, I mean no harm either. It's purely a reflex. Saying that, he pointed his chin somewhere. What's in your pocket? Phone. Du Yunmeng hurriedly said, Bro Ran, could you please move the kitchen knife away first? Knives are dangerous. Jian Ran maintained his posture without moving. What do you need the phone for? To transfer money to you, Du Yunmeng lowered his voice, acting sneaky, I want to buy more talisman papers. Any price is fine, I don't want the discounted ones. I want premium quality. Jian Ran coldly scoffed, putting the kitchen knife down on the chopping board with a resonant clang, whatever comes out of Brother Ran's hands must be premium quality. Come, let's talk in detail. How many sheets do you need? If you keep encountering bad luck recently, we can also do a monthly subscription. His attitude was much friendlier now as he slung an arm around Du Yunmeng's shoulders and walked toward the living room. Just then, a tall figure was slowly descending the stairs. Jian Ran glanced casually and greeted, Hey, buddy. Lu Yanting's dark gaze landed on Jian Ran's arm, and his expression immediately darkened slightly. What are you doing? We're discussing something confidential, Jian Ran chuckled, not stopping his steps. Lu Yanting quickly descended the stairs and grabbed Jian Ran's wrist. Didn't you say you dislike physical contact with others? Ah, I'm not that fussy, everyone here knows each other. After all, isn't friendliness key when doing business? Otherwise, wouldn't scaring people off by looking unpleasant be counterproductive? Du Yunmeng felt immense pressure being caught in the middle, so he ducked and slipped away directly. Bro Ran, I'll find you again when I have time. There's still plenty of time before July 15th. July 15th? Jian Ran murmured a question, about to ask more when Lu Yanting's somber face blocked his view. He wants to buy your stuff. Jian Ran curved his lips into a smile, you guessed right. Don't sell to him. Lu Yanting's voice carried a trace of coldness, be my exclusive consultant and stop taking other jobs. Jian Ran's smile faded, have you thought this through? I'm expensive. Lu Yanting, how expensive? The fans in the live stream chat. Why does this conversation feel strange? Is Lu brother testing something? Is this something we don't even have to pay for, a negotiation of sponsorship? What the hell is, I'm very expensive? What the heck is, premium quality from Bro Ran? I might die from laughter instead of fear in this variety show. So many plot twists in this show. Last night, he was excessively startled, this morning, we've been fed some romantic tension. I really want to shout, agree, get together, agree, get together. Jian Ran stared at Lu Yanting's handsome face for a while, then burst out laughing. He patted his shoulder, just teasing you. I can't be an exclusive consultant. Our master warned us, neglecting someone in need will surely incur divine retribution, so if anyone asks me for help, I simply cannot refuse. Of course, payment is required. Lu Yanting's face turned darker. Back in the kitchen, Jian Ran remembered Du Yunming's words again. July 15th. On the lunar calendar. Ghost Festival. When the strength of wandering spirits reaches its peak. What's today's date? With doubts brewing in his mind, he wanted to check his phone, but a clear voice came from beside him. Today is August 11th on the solar calendar, 2 days later, it will be July 15th on the lunar calendar. Jian Ran lifted his eyelids, revealing a glimmer of sharp insight. Wow, how coincidentally in sync. What's your opinion? Lu Yanting pressed his lips, still seemingly upset about what just happened, sulking quietly as he helped cut vegetables. Oh, it's just a shoulder touch, why so gloomy? Jian Ran raised his elbow and nudged him, accidentally bumping against rock-hard abs. His tone immediately changed. Oh wow, nice physique, how do you train? Want me to teach you? Lu Yanting looked up and asked. Jian Ran refused, personal trainers are too expensive. Don't try to use this to settle accounts with me. I'll teach you for free. Really? Jian Ran's eyes lit up. There's a condition. Lu Yanting became serious again. Jian Ran grinned, go ahead, as long as it doesn't cost money. Lu Yanting's gaze was burning hot, fiery and passionate. From now on, don't physically engage with anyone else. Jian Ran was taken aback, feeling a bit nervous inside as a strange tingling sensation spread throughout his body. He steadied himself and feigned nonchalance. Sure thing, sure thing. Good boy. Lu Yanting's lips curled into a subtle smirk, his voice soft. Jian Ran heard it loud and clear, his earlobes instantly reddening. Speak properly. The fans in the live stream chat went wild. Mommy, my ears might get pregnant. What kind of divine conversation is this? I'm definitely shipping this CP. The picture of them standing together is absolutely perfect. Grab bro Ran. Emperor Lu, I support you. Both of you should get married here and now. I'll contribute to the wedding gift. Yen Ting, Jian Ran. Yen Ran Ting Chi, a pun on their names. Unaware that the live broadcast chat had erupted with drums and fireworks, within 10 minutes, gifts were made, and they were showering the internet with couple goals. The two still stood side by side, preparing food together. The warm glow of dawn cast a platinum-like sheen on them, making them shine brilliantly. I think, on July 15th, the desolate graves behind the mountain will definitely cause trouble, Lu Yanting suddenly spoke. Jian Ran raised his eyelids, there's bound to be trouble, but the question is. Which faction will stir things up? Lu Yanting didn't seem surprised at Jian Ran's words. Didn't you find out when you went to town? Jian Ran shook his head, there are always morons getting in my way. Lu Yanting smirked, have you ever thought about shaking off those morons? Jian Ran sighed helplessly, no, my fate currently conflicts with theirs. Lu Yanting's smile faded as he put down the vegetables in his hand and asked earnestly, word by word, can you conflict with me? Jian Ran didn't react right away, huh? Chapter 39 Is the documentary really so particular about looks these days? When Li Yuan came downstairs, he saw two figures of nearly the same height heading towards the entrance hall. In a panic, he shouted, Bro Ran, where are you going? Weren't we supposed to have agreed on wages? You can go by yourself, but why drag Emperor Lu along? Jian Ran turned back and smiled brightly, Emperor Lu willingly came along. I didn't force him. After hearing this, Li Yuan almost cried out loud, Emperor Lu, we've already signed the contract. You can't just leave. If you go, the director will kill me. Lu Yanting turned his head condescendingly, even if the director kills you, it can still be delayed for a while. Other things aren't easy to discuss. Li Yuan, what profound and mysterious talk is this? How can I not understand? Jian Ran wanted to save time and directly told the truth, let's go to the town, gather some information. If we delay further, we might not be able to leave. Really? Li Yuan hesitated uncertainly, you're not fooling me. Jian Ran rolled his eyes, do I make you money when I lie? Just you two going? Li Yuan asked again. Jian Ran snorted, what else? Should I hire more bodyguards? No, I trust both Bro Ran and Bro Lu. Li Yuan waved his hands. In these times, budgets aren't easy to come by. As Jian Ran was about to leave, two more people descended from upstairs and clung to them like, asking simultaneously, where are you going? Can I come too? Jian Ran glanced at Gan Fengyi, barely pausing his gaze before shifting to Ji Yanming's face, and finally looked meaningfully at Lu Yanting, see, I said it before. I clash with fools in my fate. Gan Fengyi and Ji Yanming's faces dropped immediately, yet they forced themselves to endure without exploding. At this moment, both shared the same thought. Under no circumstances should Jian Ran and Lu Yanting have any alone time. What if they build a bond? After all, they who seek substitutes among this group, have impure motives and frequently give Jian Ran emotional psychological pressure. But Lu Yanting was different. Although they did not know what his intentions were. Still, he posed the greatest threat. Their strength in numbers, Li Yuan could see the atmosphere once again become tense, so he stepped in to ease it. Let's all go. We'll prepare dinner and wait for your return. By the way, don't forget to promote our inn. Thus, 4 men plus the camera left the villa and walked toward the national highway. Jian Ran seemingly turned his head inadvertently and caught sight of a few silhouettes standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Shen Jiafei, Yang Ruoxi, Du Yunmeng, the 3 stood in their respective rooms with shadows covering their faces, emotions indiscernible. Coupled with the dilapidated, ancient villa, it exuded an especially chilling atmosphere, akin to scenes from American European murder horror films. Additionally, he noticed something more. Faintly, vaguely. Ethereal black shadows fluttered around ghost-like. What are you looking at? Ji Yanming moved closer to ask. Jian Ran avoided him with disdainful expression, mind your own damn business. You, Ji Yanming was so infuriated he couldn't speak, watching helplessly as Jian Ran quickly stepped next to Lu Yanting, heads close together, studying something. Gan Fengyi quietly approached him and lowered his voice, let's temporarily form an alliance. Otherwise. Before he could finish, Ji Yanming eagerly interrupted, I agree, let's ally. If we continue to ignore it, Jian Ran will be taken away. Relying on his memory, Jian Ran swiftly arrived at the old man's bungalow. Peering through the fence, he saw a hunched figure. The old woman was watering vegetables in the yard. Before entering, Jian Ran gave orders to the 3 people behind him, Ji Yanming stays here. Others, whether or not you want to come with me, it's up to you. Ji Yanming immediately objected, why do I have to stay here? Jian Ran sneered coldly, why? Don't you have a clue? Even though the camera was shooting his face, Ji Yanming still recalled the unpleasant incident that occurred in the yard a few days ago, how the disdain on the old woman's face was obvious. He couldn't ignore it even if he tried. Gan Fengyi turned back and gave him a look, signaling for him to be quiet. Grudgingly swallowing his anger, Ji Yanming said, alright, I'll wait for you guys here. Jian Ran disdainfully tossed his head and stepped into the yard, quickly plastering a smile onto his face, Granny, I'm back. The story last time, I couldn't get enough of it. My heart is aching to know what happened next. Today I came running over again. Hearing this, the old woman straightened her waist and turned around. Seeing Jian Ran's handsome face, she immediately brightened up, oh, young man, is that you? How come you're back? She paused as she noticed 2 unfamiliar figures behind him, hesitance and a bit of apprehension creasing her wrinkled face. Who are they? Colleagues, Jian Ran casually picked up a short stool and sat down. We're filming a documentary together. A documentary? The old woman seemed skeptical. These days documentaries have such high demands on looks, don't they? Jian Ran grabbed the old woman's hand, helping her sit down. Forget about them, could you please continue the story from before? Did the village girl finally wait for her lover? The old woman's expression suddenly changed. Young man, are you sure you want to hear the rest? Jian Ran nodded seriously. I have a bad habit. Once I start reading a novel, I have to finish it, or else I can't eat properly or sleep well. The old woman sighed, but despite the scorching summer heat, there was an eerie chill. The girl had it so hard. Her lover didn't come, but she ended up being pregnant. At 4 months, her pregnancy became obvious, and the villagers soon found out, pointing fingers and gossiping. Her parents couldn't bear the rumors and locked her up indoors, forbidding her from going outside. Later, they forced her to abort the child. Goodness, young man, as you know, those were traditional times, and before long, the clan elders got involved. They decided the girl had disgraced their morals, and ordered her to be tied up. Jian Ran suddenly remembered something and asked, she wasn't locked inside a metal box, was she? The old woman shook her head, not at first. To make her confess where her lover's home was, the elders threatened her with dunking her in a pig's cage. They threw her into the water until she almost drowned, then pulled her out. The torture left the girl teetering on the edge of a miscarriage, yet she never divulged a word. Upon hearing this, Gan Fengyi interrupted involuntarily, why didn't she just give up her lover's address? Wasn't she also afraid of taking responsibility herself? The old woman glanced up at him briefly before turning to Jian Ran and saying, the girl was foolish, she kept saying that her lover had his reasons, that he didn't want to involve his family. Once he finished dealing with matters, he'd return to marry her. So no matter how much they tortured her, she stubbornly refused to speak. Finally, the elders, out of options, resorted to the cruelest method. Jian Ran frowned slightly, about to say something, when he heard a clear and low voice from behind. The cruelest method, Lu Yanting arched an eyebrow slightly, his Adam's apple moving, is locking the woman inside a metal box and filling it with mud and sand, isn't it? Chapter 40, is my brother Ran truly the only one in this world? The more secluded the village and the more remote the mountainous area, the more conservative and traditional they remained. Their thoughts were so obstinate and twisted. Controlling everything was the obsession of the elders, they would not allow anything against morality that could disgrace the clan. Especially not premarital pregnancy, which was viewed as the most shameful and immoral act. They would regard it as nails in their eyes. Had it not been for the woman's desperate parents pleading and offering all their belongings as offerings, they wouldn't have shown mercy, directly throwing her into the well to end everything simply and swiftly. It would have saved them all the trouble of trying to pry information from her mouth, obsessively determined to track down the man's residence to seek justice. How do you know this, young man? The old woman looked up curiously at Lu Yanting, surprised. This evil punishment only exists in sealed villages. I've read some materials. Lu Yanting replied indifferently. Next to him, Gan Fengyi chimed in meaningfully, didn't expect that Emperor Lu has time for such hobbies. Lu Yanting raised his eyelids and cast a cold glance. It's still better than spending time playing the substitute game, isn't it? Gan Fengyi. Even if the old woman from the countryside was dull-witted, she could sense the tension beneath their words. Still, she didn't understand. Young man, what's this substitute game you're talking about? She asked in a lowered voice. Jian Ran, some unhealthy stuff. Ah. At your age, you should keep yourself clean and not become one of those no-good men who cause harm. The old woman exclaimed as she scolded Gan Fengyi while glaring at him, her expression unreservedly condemning him. Gan Fengyi felt his face burning, but at this moment, the camera had perfect timing to zoom in on his face for shooting. The live-streaming chat room started buzzing again. Wow, is the old woman criticizing someone indirectly? Calling Gan Fengyi a scumbag man? Is what Brother Lu said true? Is he really playing the substitute game? According to rumors, Gan Fengyi has an unattainable white moonlight in his heart. Unable to have her, he targeted Jian Ran instead, trying to strike up a fake romance deal to console himself. Does Brother Jian look like Gan Fengyi's dream girl? Please. My brother Jian is unique in the world, don't dare tarnish his name by pretending to be alike. The old woman's straightforward comments made Jian Ran applaud, and he turned to Gan Fengyi saying, Hey, did you hear that? Don't be a scumbag man or you'll end up very badly. Gan Fengyi was speechless, unable to think of any retort. Possibly in his heart, he also believed that his previous actions were truly unforgivable. Grandma, never mind him. Please continue with your story. What happened next? Jian Ran curiously asked, supporting his cheek with one hand, ready to listen attentively. Just as that young man mentioned, the villagers found a large iron cabinet, crammed the woman inside, then sealed it, the old woman described vividly, mimicking the actions as if she was there in person. Like this, filling it with mud and sand. Soon, the woman couldn't speak anymore. Dead? Jian Ran asked. The old woman shook her head, about to continue. But suddenly Jian Ran shifted his gaze indoors, standing up slowly. Grandma, did your Guanyin statue move? Yeah, last time you said the placement wasn't good, so I got a neighbor to help. Jian Ran stepped over the hunched form and headed straight into the bungalow. Just before entering, he asked in a frosty tone, Grandma, where did this iron cabinet in your house come from? Why haven't I seen it before? Following Jian Ran's gaze, Lu Yanting noticed an old iron cabinet placed in a dim corner. The peeling paint looked as though splashed repeatedly with blood, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Chapter 41, Enough Strength for What? Ghost Hunting. In broad daylight, the cottage naturally didn't have its lights on, and the poorly ventilated space was dim. Inside, everything was blurry except for the immobile iron cabinet which stood out clearly. Its peeling paint emitted an ominous chill. The old woman, puzzled by the question, turned around to check. Her deep wrinkles bunched together as confusion filled her face. TSK, I told my old man last night not to move this cabinet. How come it changed place today? I hadn't noticed until now. Jian Ran narrowed his pupils slightly. Grandma, this object is too old. Why do you still keep it at home? Before the sentence ended, Gan Fengyi squeezed forward. This iron cabinet, could it be the one you mentioned earlier where that woman was confined? Hearing this, the old woman became irritated. What are you insinuating, young man? This is my mother's dowry. How could it be something so unlucky? Leave, all of you. My house doesn't welcome you. The old woman lost her temper and picked up the broom to chase them away. How often had Gan Fengyi seen a countrywoman turn hostile? His mouth opened to explain something, but all he managed was swallowing a mouthful of dust. In such a situation, staying any longer was impossible. Jian Ran pressed his lips together without a word and walked toward the yard outside. Lu Yanting followed closely. The three of them, along with the camera, had barely stepped outside the courtyard when the copper door slammed shut behind them. Gan Fengyi twitched his eyebrows. What kind of temperament is this? Exploding instantly over nothing. All I did was ask one extra question. Jian Ran glared at him. You're exactly the same as Ji Yanming. Who are you calling names? After waiting for so long that he almost melted under the sun, Ji Yanming couldn't hold back his indignation. Gan Fengyi's expression darkened immediately. If I'm similar to Ji Yanming, then I guess I'm insulting you too. Why don't you look in the mirror and see what kind of character you've become? Ugh, no matter what, I'm still better than you. Ji Yanming was already irritable from the wait and saw this as a chance to jump into an argument eagerly. Hardly had the two just-formed allies stabilized their footing when their alliance began to waver. Rare squabbles between celebrities are a spectacle hard to come by, and the camera certainly wouldn't miss any chance to increase traffic, swiftly turning the lens toward them. It paid no attention that the other two guests had already set off, walking side by side towards the villa direction. The commotion gradually subsided, and a pair of eyes in the yard revealed themselves through the fence gaps, glaring at the direction where the group had left. Lu Yanting and Jian Ran walked for a while before Lu suddenly opened his mouth, his voice deep. "Do you think that old woman is credible?" Hearing this, Jian Ran's lips curled up as a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. What, does Shadow Emperor Lu feel that the story was made up? Not entirely. Lu Yanting's pitch-black eyes met his gaze unhesitatingly, half true, half false. The overly heated stare actually made Jian Ran a bit uncomfortable. He awkwardly turned his face away, coughed twice lightly. "Then do you think why would she deceive us?" "Don't know." Lu Yanting's gaze fell, locking on Jian Ran's collarbone barely visible under the shirt, a red mole gleaming like fire there. "Maybe we can ask Li Zongsen." "That guy is scared to death," Jian Ran scoffed. "He disappeared the moment he saw us." Suddenly, his expression became cautious and serious, emphasizing each word. "However, one point is certain. This guy indeed is a scumbag." Lu Yanting. Before sunset, the four returned to the villa with the camera. Li Yuan noticed Jian Ran entering the vestibule, rushing forward immediately. "Brother Ran, how did it go? Did you make any gains? Have you done any promotion? As for whether or not there was gain, you might want to ask Mr. Gon." Jian Ran sneered disdainfully, bypassing Li Yuan and heading straight to the couch for a slouch. Du Yunmeng took the opportunity to run over, lowering her voice. "Brother Ran, I've quickly transferred money while there's signal. Did you see? Go ahead and collect it." Hearing transfer, Jian Ran's eyes lit up instantly. The resentment accumulated just now dissipated all at once, and he hastily pulled out his phone. "Oh, when did this happen? I didn't notice." While talking, his fingertips flew over WeChat, his brows opening and eyes smiling as he collected the transfer. "I'll wait. Definitely finish your painting by the 15th of July. "Yes sir." Du Yunmeng responded obediently. Yang Ruoshi in the kitchen caught sight of this scene and sniffed derisively. Look at his groveling attitude. If he was this afraid, he shouldn't have come in the first place. "You agree, right?" she asked Shin Jiafei. The latter shrank his neck, squeezing out a sound from his throat. "Frankly speaking, I also want Brother Ran to draw me one, just in case." He didn't finish his whisper when the outside suddenly went dark. There was an immediate scream in the villa. Among the busy staff members, Yang Ruoshi's voice was the loudest. "Holy moly! What's happening?" Although the lights were soon turned on again in the villa, the terror hadn't diminished one bit. It was only 4:30 in the afternoon, the sun hadn't even fully set yet, but the outside view through the windows was completely pitch black, as though draped by a curtain, unable to show any scenes. Li Yuan immediately recalled Jian Ran's prophecy earlier in the morning. "We might be stuck if we don't leave soon." This has obviously been sealed off, hasn't it? Once the lights came back on, the scream ceased abruptly. Though the spacious and empty hall of the villa was quiet, every breath laced with tension could be heard crystal clear. Only Jian Ran slowly stood up. "What are you standing there doing? Aren't you having dinner? Eat. Eat. We need energy." Yang Ruoshi wanted to curse. At this time, "Do you still have the heart to eat?" But upon hearing the second sentence, her legs went weak against her will. Energy for what? Ghost hunting? Yet the impending fear silenced her further. Li Yuan had already started trying to contact the director, discovering that although his phone had full bars of signal, he couldn't dial out at all. The live broadcast. Right. We're still streaming. He rushed to the cameraman, emotions running high, seemingly finally realizing the severity of the situation. "Is there any signal for the live broadcast? How about we ask for help from our fans?" Li Yuan didn't even finish his sentence when eerie crying sounds emanated from upstairs. Broken apart, growing clearer step by step, stimulating every fragile nerve. "I waited for you to come and marry me. I've waited so long. Why didn't you come?" The woman choked back sobs, her voice filled with sorrow, resonating strongly enough to pierce through the flesh and directly strike the heart. Before everyone could react, the sobbing voice transformed into sharp madness. "You all want to harm me. You each want to harm me. Die. All of you die for me. No one can escape." Before the ear-piercing cries could cease, the bright light bulbs in the hall burst into pieces. Splashing sparks everywhere, falling instantly. Before complete darkness engulfed them, a figure leaped into the air, drawing a beautiful parabola, perfectly captured by the camera. A familiar, elegant, and restrained voice echoed simultaneously. "Turn off that F*King camera." Chapter 42, What are you doing inside that metal cabinet? Was that Brother Ran who just flashed past? Who else but him could utter such classic curses? Can Brother Ran fly? Is it special effects? Who's screaming upstairs? Could it be the woman the village matron mentioned? Holy yes **T, this is terrifying. The live stream is still running, which means there's signal. But why can't Deputy Director Li Yuan make phone calls? Are we being manipulated? Faced with the sudden darkness on their screens, the fans did not log out. Instead, they engaged in even more fervent discussions. None of them noticed that the camera seemed to be moving slowly. "So we're just waiting here," someone questioned aloud in the hall. "What else? Do you have another idea?" Li Yuan snapped, his patience wearing thin. He started contemplating whether he would survive this experience long enough to achieve fame and fortune. As deputy director, Li Yuan knew clearly that the commotion upstairs was no special effect. The voice begging for death was undeniably real. Hence, it was natural that he was scared nearly to death, much less daring to pursue the source. "Hey, Brother Ran told us to turn off the camera. Let's check quickly," he commanded while struggling to maintain calm amidst his chaos. Chi Rui immediately began checking every camera, suddenly voicing his confusion. Why is one missing? One camera is missing. Li Yuan heard this and his scalp tingled with fear. Are you sure you didn't count wrong? I've checked multiple times. It's absolutely correct. Chi Rui confirmed. After prolonged adaptation to the dark, vision would become clearer. Glancing around at his surroundings, Li Yuan felt an indescribable sense of eeriness growing within him. Panicking, he urged, check if everyone's still here. Is everyone accounted for? Long before Jian Ran returned to the villa, Li Yuan had summoned all the crew members and guests downstairs to prepare dinner. To prevent anyone from slacking off, he specifically ordered Chi Rui to check every room. Reasonably speaking, under such sudden emergency circumstances, no one could have managed to leave unnoticed. Both main and sub-camera screens were intact moments ago. Could Jian Ran have cursed and fled simply because he said, turn off the idiotic camera? This was far too abnormal. Unless, the camera deliberately chased after something. Li Yuan thought harder, finding himself increasingly chilled to the bone. Chi Rui rushed back then, Deputy Director, not only is one camera missing, but also, some of our guests are unaccounted for. Who's missing? His eyebrows furrowed as he asked. Lu Yanting, Ji Yueming, Gan Fengyi, all of them have disappeared. Pausing a moment to collect his thoughts, Li Yuan muttered bitterly, damn love triangle. As they were checking the people, three figures huddled together in the kitchen, whispering quietly. What's going on? I thought the problems only came on July 15th, how come it's happening earlier? I don't know. After Brother Jian went out, things turned like this. Could it be related to him? What should we do? Did you get your talisman yet? No, I just transferred the money. I was about to ask Jian to draw it for me when this happened. At dusk, Mount Taihang was shrouded in rosy clouds. The lush forests glowed with a faint pink hue. Viewed from afar, the colors were breathtakingly splendid, with layered peaks forming a beautiful landscape. There was one place, however, that appeared quite strange. Around the midsection of the mountain, it seemed enveloped by white mist, chaotic and opaque, obscuring all sights. Lu Zhendong lifted his telescope, focusing intently for a moment before slowly lowering it. Behind him, someone approached hurriedly. Director Lu, the anomaly in Mount Taihang has reached its peak, yet our convoy cannot drive in. We've tried many methods, none succeeded. Director Lu, maybe we should report this to higher authorities. Before he could finish, Lu Zhendong shot him a glare. Report, those are the only 2 words you learned in school. Is this matter worth reporting? This matter? Non-Natural Research Institute staff silently refrained from comment. Last time the electrical fluctuation hadn't reached such levels, but an entire building perished. And Director Lu considered this just a minor incident. Lu Zhendong noticed the hesitating expression on his subordinate's face, resembling someone suffering from constipation. He furrowed his brows, irritably explaining, all the top talents from the institute are here, and if they can't get in, your report will be useless. Besides. What else? Lu Zhendong turned his gaze toward the white foggy area, with a solemn expression, deep in thought, I want to observe more. To observe how Jian Ran would perform unexpectedly in this environment. Unbeknownst to Jian Ran who leaped upstairs in one bound, apart from the live-streaming netizens, there was another covert force paying attention to him. The rear camera quietly followed, placed at the corridor corner, automatically running as a shadow turned around cautiously trying to go downstairs. But it was stopped by a cool voice shouting, what do you think you're doing? I want. The furtive person stuttered. Just as Lu Yanting licked his lips and was about to ask further, a sudden scream came from the second-floor guest room. He quickly turned around, rushing to follow the sound, but just as he turned the corner, he was nearly blinded by a golden light. Jian Ran stood in the halo of light, his figure blurred, yet when he turned his head, that defiant and untamed face was particularly eye-catching. Why did you follow me up here? Afraid of death? Go back quickly. Lu Yanting raised his arm, shielding the light with his bones, his thin lips moving as if wanting to say something, but before he could, the next moment, the golden light along with the lean figure vanished instantly. The corridor immediately reverted to a cold, dark atmosphere, while the wailing woman's voice disappeared somewhere unknown. Lu Yanting slowly lowered his arm, his handsome yet stern face displaying an eerie and shadowy expression. If acquaintances saw him now, they would surely know not to provoke the young Master Lu at this moment, run as far away as possible. But some people just liked risking their lives. Where is Jian Ran? An annoyed voice sounded, and Lu Yanting didn't even turn around, standing still as ever. I keep saying, all these ghostly tricks, nothing has happened, right? Ji Yuanming continued walking forward, where's the recorder? It's time for a live reveal. In horror films, there are always such types of characters to push the plot development, and Ji Yuanming's survival until now already seemed like a miracle to Lu Yanting. If Jian hadn't carried him back from the graveyard that day, perhaps the world would be much quieter right now. Lu Yanting pondered this, then turned and walked away. He wasn't as kind-hearted and considerate as Jian, warning or saving everyone. What are you going to do? Gan Fengyi approached and saw Lu Yanting walking downstairs, squinting his eyes to ask. It's none of your business. Lu Yanting answered affirmatively. Gan Fengyi's face turned sour, and he fell silent, continuing ahead. And just as Lu Yanting descended one step, a shocked cry echoed behind. Ji Yuanming, what are you doing crawling into that metal cabinet? Get out quickly. Chapter 43, After Death Turning into an Evil Ghost, Never Letting You Go. As a matter of fact, those who were crawling into the metal cabinet weren't only Ji Yuanming, but also Jian. As soon as he stepped onto the second-floor corridor, he quickly made seals with his long fingers, looked back and warned Lu Yanting to leave quickly without delay, then stepped through the golden light and entered the iron cabinet. Before Jian could catch his breath, he felt someone stomp solidly on his buttocks, losing control of his body, and plunged headfirst inside. Outside the iron cabinet, there were chaotic voices. Quickly seal it tightly, prepare the mud and sand, once I give the order, we'll pour it in. Seal the wardrobe seams, yes, use glue. Jian frowned, attempting to move his body, but realized that this body was completely beyond his control. A soft sobbing sound reached his ears. Linger just tell us where his house is. There came the crying and choked voice of a woman outside the iron cabinet, calling her name helplessly and sorrowfully. Do you protect him so much that you'd sacrifice your life? Mother wasted my affection on you. Lu Inger, your mother has spoken like this, and you still refuse to repent. Spoke the authoritative, elderly voice, seemingly full of prestige. By being so scandalous, how can the Lu family continue to hold their heads high in the village? All we want is for that man to take responsibility for you and seek justice on your behalf. Why don't you understand? The body Jian inhabited remained silent, crying non-stop, as if determined not to stop until all the tears were drained. Outside sighed, and commanded emotionlessly, pour. She won't come to her senses unless she sees a coffin. Don't. Inger, just say something. Inger. As the mud and sand poured down through the hole on the top of her head, Lu Ying looked up, holding her belly with one hand. The fetus in her 4.5-month pregnancy moved ceaselessly as if it had some awareness of what was happening, radiating a strong will to survive. Soon, the mud and sand covered her chest, making Lu Ying feel difficulty in breathing. Jian felt the same way too, secretly thinking, isn't this just meant to scare her? Did they really mean to go that far? A mother and child dead together would surely result in heavier resentment. Lu Ying, still not talking. Don't you fear death at all? The elder in the ancestral hall waved a hand, signaling those pouring mud and sand to stop. Even if you're fearless, you must think about the child inside you. Hearing the word child, Lu Ying seemed deeply hurt and struggled fiercely in the mud and sand. Leave my child alone. He's innocent. Just when the elder was going to speak further, a voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Clan leader, Li Zongxing's concubine has been found. Where? The clan leader turned back. The woman inside the iron wardrobe instantly stiffened, full of disbelief on her face. I am the wretched concubine who should be killed. How come someone else got deceived by him? Wearing a cheongsam with a voluptuous figure, heavily made up, the woman swayed provocatively as she walked over. Seeing the iron wardrobe partly covered in mud, she paused for a moment, then covered her chest with a handkerchief. Oh my, what is this thing? It scared me. What relation are you to Li Zongxing? Lu Ying asked in a hoarse voice. How could there be sound coming from inside here? The woman was extremely terrified and tried to run but was blocked by a muscular man. The clan leader narrowed his eyes, an astute gleam flashing in them. The woman seemed somewhat uneasy. After all, having received money, she had to ward off disasters, so she reluctantly turned back. Young lady, Li Zongxing is my husband. I've already given birth to 2 children for him. Yet this scoundrel denies everything, saying these children have nothing to do with him. You're lying. Lu Ying shook her head repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. I don't believe it. He said before that he never loved anyone but me. Ha 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 ha, the woman burst out laughing as if hearing the funniest joke ever. Little girl, can you trust a man's words? He also said he only loves me, would not marry anyone other than me. But after turning around, he went to court the daughter of a wealthy family. Lu Ying's mother couldn't endure the stimulation, being supported by others. Hearing this, she became even more agitated, speaking breathlessly. Inger, don't be foolish. They've gone back to the city, and long forgotten you. Lu Ying didn't respond, and kept crying. Though residing in Lu Ying's body, Jian still noticed something amiss. Not to mention where this woman came from, let's just talk about the suspiciousness involved. If they could find Li Zongxing's concubine, why couldn't they locate his address? Isn't this nonsense? If Lu Ying were a bit calm, she could easily detect the inconsistency. But again, who could remain clear-headed in the stinky mud and sand? Without waiting for her daughter's response, Lu's mother couldn't bear the shock and fainted. The quiet Lu father finally lost control and shouted anxiously, wife, don't be troubled. The Lu Ying inside the metal cabinet, though unable to see the scene outside, was extremely sensitive to her father's voice, shouting hurriedly, Dad, what happened to Mom? The only adored daughter in the family, now became a debauched woman for everyone. Lu's father was both ashamed and pained, squeezing out a resentful voice through his clenched teeth. Your mom is dead. She no longer recognizes you as her daughter. Let's leave. We can't stay here anymore. Dad. Lu Ying smashed the iron cabinet uncontrollably. Don't go. Save your daughter. Lu's father hugged his wife's body for a moment and then left without looking back. The situation in the ancestral hall fell into a deadlock. Someone approached the clan leader. Clan leader, what should we do? Lu Ying is stubborn. No matter what, the child must not be spared. The clan leader's face darkened, his gaze ferocious. Keep pouring. Rather a mother and child dead together. Clan leader, abandon the money? That person urgently asked. Lu Ying heard this and her expression changed. So torturing me is just to extort money from Li Zongsen? Of course. Isn't it right to pay for disgraceful deeds? The clan leader coldly laughed, sitting on the Taisha chair. Didn't you hear me? Keep pouring. If even her biological parents don't care about her life or death, what else are we afraid of? The muscular man with the mud bucket once again raised it high, and poured it directly into the hole on top of the iron wardrobe. This time it was even faster, instantly submerging Lu Ying's neck. She used her last ounce of strength, her voice pitifully hoarse as she cried out, You're only happy when I die. You won't even spare the child in my belly? What cruel hearts do you possess? Good, good, good. To everyone present, remember my words. I, Lu Ying, swear that after death I will transform into a malevolent ghost. I will never let you go. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran began to have difficulty breathing, muttering faintly to himself. These idiots are digging their own graves like this. Chapter 44, Antisocial Personality. From ancient times to the present day, it has always been the same. When someone dies a violent death or leaves this world without completing their wishes, they generate attachment or resentment. These attachments and resentments, over the years of cleansing, if still not resolved, will form a realm of resentment. A realm of resentment is similar to a spatial concept, enveloping within a certain range. Ordinary people stepping into it may at best suffer mental disturbance, at worst be frightened or killed by unnatural forces. However, apart from wreaking havoc in the world and killing some unfortunate ones, the realms of resentment have another role. The residual consciousness of evil spirits will exist there, like a movie replaying, but more akin to AR technology. Wearing glasses allows one to feel as if they were there, experiencing an unparalleled tragic life. Including the pain of dying. Jian Ran entered the esoteric door at 13, and his master had warned him not to step casually into the domain of resentment of the evil spirits, for if he lacked sufficient skills, it would be easy to be consumed by attachment or resentment, and even upon waking up, he would become mad. He had nodded obediently back then, but soon forgot about it, and just after learning how to enter the domain of resentment, he went to the graveyard behind the mountain for practical exercises. Resulting in spending the whole night squatting by the tombstone, with numb legs, unable to find any restless or unfulfilled evil spirit. At this moment, all of Jian Ran's senses were extraordinarily vivid, as if sand and mud were entering his ears, nose, and eyes, making breathing increasingly difficult until the entire head was covered. There was a flame of resentment burning brighter and brighter in his chest. The child inside the stomach seemed infected, kicking ceaselessly, trying to break free from the predicament. A mournful voice hovered in his mind. Dad, Mom, how can you be so heartless? Li Zongsen, where are you? You don't even want to see your unborn child. Temple. Clan leader. Neighbors. You're all too cruel. You can't bear letting me and the child live. I resent. I hate. If I cannot live decently in the world, then you come to accompany me in death. Ha 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 ha. Accompany me down to hell. Even though Jian Ran had anticipated such a turn of events, his heart still leapt with surprise. He calculated in his mind and linked it to what he saw when he first glanced outside after being shoved in. He couldn't help but snickered. Ha! July 15th, the ghost gates open wide. Wandering spirits run rampant, the living retreat. Dark clouds gather, cold winds howl. Damn it! What perfect timing and place for becoming an evil spirit. If this isn't deliberately designed, I'll kick my head off. Just as he prepared to witness firsthand how Lu Ying turned into a vengeful ghost and exterminated all 107 villagers. Suddenly a streak of golden light from a talisman shot towards his eyes. Jian Ran's heart sank. He silently cursed, bad news, which fool is interfering with the resentment realm again. After cursing, he was forcibly pulled away from the nearly dead Lu Ying, his single foot tapping the wooden floor of the corridor, making a creak, creak sound. Li Zongsen's room was wide open, filled with noisy chatter that made one nauseous. Ji Yuanming, what the hell is wrong with you? What are you doing crawling into the steel cabinet? Come out quickly. If you don't, I'm leaving. No one is going to stay here and play around with you. Jian Ran furrowed his brows, looking disgusted, rolled up his sleeves to the elbow, revealing a delicate forearm, and strode into the guest room. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted, move aside. Ganfengyi had already been quite scared by Ji Yuanming's strange behavior. Hearing the cool voice from behind, he instinctively stepped aside. Then he saw Jian Ran walking briskly over and pinching Ji Yuanming's ankle with one hand. I tried pulling him out of the cabinet, but I couldn't budge him at all. Gan Fengyi attempted to remind him, but the next second he widened his eyes in disbelief, completely astonished. How did you do that? Who would have thought that this seemingly frail body could possess such immense strength, able to drag Ji Yuanming out by just one leg in the blink of an eye? What are you all standing there for? Haven't you heard me telling you to take this idiot away? Jian ran through Ji Yuanming on the ground and took out a wet tissue from his pocket, carefully wiping himself as if he had touched something dirty. Fortunately, Ji Yuanming was completely confused, unaware of what day it was. Otherwise, he would have already erupted in fury and gone berserk regardless of the situation. Gan Fengyi glanced at Jian Ran, then looked at the sinister iron wardrobe, feeling a sense of familiarity but mostly fear. So without hesitating, he shifted his gaze back. Come with me, he said urgently, supporting Ji Yuanming's arm. Jian Ran sneered, go my ass. If I leave, who will clean up this mess caused by him? Gan Fengyi wanted to retort as he used to do, but the words stuck in his throat and wouldn't come out. There was nothing he could do, so he dragged Ji Yuanming out of the room. The moment they reached the corridor, the wooden door slammed shut with a resounding sound. In that very instant, Gan Fengyi felt like he heard a piercing scream. Followed by an expletive, what the hell are you running for? You'd better pull someone inside if you dare. Coward like you, pretending to be a spirit. With a stiff expression, Gan Fengyi dragged Ji Yuanming down the stairs. When turning the corner, he saw Lu Yanting, who seemed to be grinning. Without any restraint, the latter switched to mocking mode, regretting now. Gan Fengyi seemed to realize something and his expression changed slightly. You knew all along. Knew what? Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow, knew Jian Ran is a treasure. Gan Fengyi bit his lip stubbornly. Behind them, the ferocious ghost let out continuous screams of pain, making the atmosphere bizarre and surreal. Unfortunately, even if you know now, it's too late. Lu Yanting extended his scarlet tongue, licking his lips and forming a crooked smirk. What has been lost can never be reclaimed. Now. It's my turn. Having said that, he stepped onto the last step, brushing past Gan Fengyi with a towering presence that was overwhelming. Gan Fengyi stood still where he was, sensing something slipping away that he tried to grasp but ended up being futile. He couldn't bear it, didn't want to. For the first time in his life, he felt an intense desire to compete, not for his idol. Back in the guest room, Jian Ran grabbed the soggy hair and kept punching the iron cabinet repeatedly. He well knew that mercy toward vengeful ghosts equated to cruelty towards oneself. Although Lu Ying's life story was tragic before her death, the living beings she harmed afterward were countless. Those 107 tombstones, including children aged 7 or 8, who hadn't yet experienced the world or participated in harming her, none of them managed to escape the calamity. Ah! Stop hitting me. It hurts. Jian Ran didn't stop his assault, smirking, of course it hurts, dumbass. Wouldn't it be a waste of effort if it didn't hurt? The ferocious ghost in the iron cabinet. I beg you, let me go. There's still a child in my belly. Seeking pity. Jian Ran chuckled, that won't work on me. I'm antisocial. The ferocious ghost paused. What is antisocial personality? Also known as callous unemotional traits, simply put. Jian Ran grinned wickedly. I am insane. Chapter 45, Do I look like a good person to you? What Jian Ran said wasn't bluffing. He truly had personality disorder, characterized by emotional detachment so extreme that he couldn't empathize with anyone. Had he not practiced seclusion in the mystic sect for more than 10 years, Jian Ran might have become a societal menace, wreaking havoc long ago. Therefore, he showed surprising efficiency when eliminating resentment realms. Mainly because Jian Ran absolutely could not feel the pain one experiences right before death. No matter how grievously wronged he was, it didn't faze him at all. In simpler terms, it's as though he was missing a part of his brain, fearless and unpretentious, plunging into chaotic battles against ghosts without fully comprehending the situation. If it weren't for honing some professional skills in the entertainment circle over the years, this role of a stunt double would be beyond Jian Ran's ability. And he'd probably end up throwing up every time due to his own nausea. Hence, Jian Ran remained indifferent to the pleading ferocious ghost, grabbing its dripping wet, sticky hair, trying to yank it out. Suddenly, from the depths of the steel cabinet, came a piercing cry akin to that of a newborn baby wailing. His body suddenly froze, his brows furrowing as he blurted out, "You're actually pregnant." Before the words had even finished echoing, a dark shadow abruptly burst from a corner of the empty guest room, rushing towards Jian Ran with malevolent energy. The force was quite powerful, pushing Jian Ran, who was caught off guard, back by a step. The hand bones tangled in hair naturally loosened, losing control. The iron cabinet door slammed shut with a bang, then vanished into thin air, leaving only a large patch of sticky water stains on the floor. Jian Ran's expression turned sour as he slowly turned his head and narrowed his eyes to look at the instigator. Li Zongxin's figure wavered, revealing a ferocious expression before he knelt down without a word. "Big brother, please spare me." Jian Ran let out a cold snort and laughed. "Do I look like a good person?" Outside, Lu Yanting stood near the wooden door and heard the man inside screaming for mercy. The corners of his lips curled upward slightly, his deep and magnetic voice murmuring softly. "Good person. Really doesn't seem like it. Li Zongsen's ear-piercing screams not only reverberated through the hallway but also reached the first-floor lobby. Ji Yuanming, who had already been dragged downstairs by Gan Fengyi, had a deathly pale face, his terrified eyes seemingly remembering something as he covered his ears with his hands. He looked utterly twisted and struggling, tightly shutting his mouth without uttering a sound. Li Yuan secretly glanced at him, wondering silently what kind of terrifying thing this guy had experienced. A perfectly fine supermodel turning like this? When told not to follow, he wouldn't listen. And now, it's over. The show might end with him getting psychiatric treatment. After an unknown period, the noise upstairs gradually faded away. The trembling ostriches slowly rose, poking their heads toward the stairwell. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, growing longer and longer. Some timid staff members screamed. "Ah, ghost, ghost." Just as they were about to yell, running down, Jian Ran's handsome face appeared with an intense voice cutting them off. "What are you yelling, ghost, ghost, ghost for? Get me some water." That staff member immediately stopped talking, startled by a loud hiccup, and said, "All right, I'll get it right away." Jian Ran cast a cool glance around, and then walked to the sofa. Behind him, Lu Yanting closely followed with no hint of dissatisfaction on his handsome face, sitting next to Jian Ran as soon as he plopped down. The cameras still running captured this moment, sparking a heated discussion among fans. WTF, Jian Ran has this much charm. Making brother Lu willingly be a little follower. What did Jian Ran do upstairs? Why alternately women crying like hell and men shouting to the heavens? Is it program special effects or should the relevant authorities intervene and give us an answer? I think it's fake, right? So far, no one's truly met an unfortunate fate. Though some scenes seem pretty realistic, guests and staff are all acting properly. Mamma mia, forget ghosts for a moment, look at brother Lu's doting eyes. I'm dead, okay? No wonder brother Lu never took romantic drama roles, he just hadn't met the right person. Reliable information suggests that a certain paranormal research organization has cordoned off and surrounded Mount Taihang. No one is allowed to enter. With such a big operation, it's hard not to link it to some unusual event. Where would the people in the villa find time to care about the heat of the live stream room, nor know that the number of fans kept rising, nearing the top spot in concurrent online numbers? Li Yuan finally abandoned his lofty ambitions, approaching Jian Ran with a sorrowful face. Bending his waist cautiously, he asked. Brother Ran, can we survive tonight? You have to give us instructions, otherwise none of us dare go upstairs. Jian Ran, like a lord, had his legs crossed, took a cup of water passed by the staff, sipped it leisurely, then said, there shouldn't be any trouble tonight. Let's wait till the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. Li Yuan felt as if pardoned, straightening up instantly, no problem is good. Let's go sleep upstairs and leave this damn place early tomorrow morning. Qi Rui approached, Deputy Director, you've finally decided to leave. Li Yuan shot him a scornful look, if we stay here any longer, I'll be wandering around clutching my heart. As people in the hall dispersed to go upstairs and rest. Jian Ran raised the corner of his mouth and grinned recklessly at Lu Yanting, who gave them so much confidence. To leave tomorrow morning. Yanting Lu pressed his lips, the pitch-black, deep gaze falling onto that radiant and striking face, causing a flicker of abnormality in his heart. It was as if something was breaking through the surface. What do you plan to do? After a long pause, he asked hoarsely. Jian Ran tilted his head back, wrapping his arms behind his head. What can we do? Just wait for them to come knocking on our door. There's a mole inside. Let them expose themselves. He stretched out, revealing a section of pale waistline which drew particular attention in the dim space. Lu Yanting's eyes naturally dropped, his Adam's apple moving. When the filming is over, would you be interested? Before he could finish, a commotion broke out upstairs as someone ran down in a panic, yelling, Brother Ran, it's bad. Ji Yuanming started bleeding mysteriously, and, he seems close to death. You'd better take a look. Jian Ran frowned, showing distaste on his exquisite and handsome face with an unruly air. Turning around, he was captured by the camera. Whether or not he dies. Is it any of my business? I'm not his dad. Chapter 46, I earn my living through skill. Seeing Jian Ran's resolute attitude as though he didn't care at all, the staff was temporarily flustered, completely unsure how to handle the situation. In these few days of shooting at the villa, Jian Ran had already become the mainstay. Any difficult problem was solved whenever he stepped in. Regardless of anything else. Just hearing him beat that thing senseless upstairs, who wouldn't give him a big thumb up and call him amazing? People subconsciously rely on strong individuals. They were no different. When they saw Ji Yuanming suddenly collapse, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, Li Yuan shouted. Hurry and find Brother Ran. Even though the production team had medical staff. One of the workers then gathered the courage and asked hesitantly, Brother Ran, could you help if you were his father? Or maybe, when Ji Yuanming wakes up, let him recognize you as his godfather. Live stream fans. Jian Ran. Lu Yanting laughed next to him, you really thought of everything. The staff member pouted, Brother Ran, this show can't have issues. If it gets taken off the air, we won't get paid. How about this? Jian Ran suddenly stood up, looking serious and meticulous. His attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Quickly, take me to see. In times like these, cooperation is even more necessary to overcome difficulties. The live stream fans were confused. Why does it feel like Brother Ran only agreed because he's worried the show might end without payment? +1, Brother Ran isn't easy. To survive, he has to go against his wishes and play the role of a father. As a bystander, neither fan nor hater, I genuinely think Ji Yuanming acts too much. Why does trouble always happen to him? Earlier guests like Yang Ruoshi may have cried often but never went beyond limits. Good point. Their presence feels so low-key, except Du Yunmeng constantly pestering Brother Ran for talisman paper, the rest don't have any impact, like NPCs in games or observers, merely contributing their eyes and some screams. Wait a second. Did you notice what Brother Ran said to Brother Lu? He mentioned, there's a mole in the villa. Could it be? Stop saying that. I'm scared. I remember those paper people again, the 15th day of July is approaching. Will they reappear? While the chat room discussions raged, Jian Ran had already rushed upstairs and was preparing to dash towards the third floor when an icy voice suddenly rang out in his ear. So desperate for money? Jian Ran stopped, glancing sideways with a cold stare. What? These days, being poor still invites disdain. I earn my living honestly, you. Lu Yanting's eyes darkened. Come work for the Lu family as a feng shui master, guaranteed you'll never worry about anything for life. The Lu family. Jian Ran squinted his eyes, quickly calculating with his long, elegant fingers in unseen gestures, and after a second, sorry, I don't do office jobs right now. You'd better find someone better. After leaving those words, he bolted away as if oiling his feet, quickly putting distance between himself and Lu Yanting. While taking steps 2 at a time, Jian Ran muttered under his breath. The Lu family. Joke. In those places where getting into a wealthy family means endless troubles, who'd want to join? No matter how much they pay. The Lu family and my destiny clash. Once entangled, there will be no good outcome. Including Lu Yanting, I should keep a distance. Don't ask why I couldn't figure it out before the show began. The main issue is that these things change in the blink of an eye. If there's a sudden interference by some uncertain external force, the outcome can be vastly different. To put it simply, the divination earlier showed good fortune, indicating he would earn some money from Lu Yanting. But for some reason, when recalculated just now, it suddenly shifted to show an indeterminate outcome. Without certainty, Jian Ran would never take risks, especially not the kind that could drag him into trouble as well. He calculated silently in his heart, completely unaware of Lu Yanting standing in place, his pitch-black gaze turning increasingly menacing. Lu Yanting's face was shadowed over, concealing his emotions, except for his pair of eyes which gleamed extraordinarily bright amidst the dim environment. Ji Yuanming collapsed right outside the bedroom door, with a crowd quickly gathering around. Gan Fengyi stood behind several layers of spectators, frowning deeply and appearing lost in thought, unsure of what he was contemplating. One keen-eyed individual noticed Jian Ran ascending the stairs and shouted joyfully as if seeing a savior. Bro Ran is here, everyone make way. In fact, the production team had specifically arranged qualified medical personnel to ensure safe shooting. Seeing Ji Yuanming fall without warning, the medic rushed forward immediately to perform a checkup. Even after working up a sweat using all their expertise, they still couldn't determine the cause of the bleeding. And given the recent spate of shocking events, the medic concluded that only supernatural means could handle such difficult sudden incidents. Thus, upon hearing Brother Ran arriving, the medic quickly picked up their medical kit and moved aside. Jian Ran approached slowly, glanced at the scene once, and then coldly remarked, "What are you gawking at late at night? Shouldn't you all go to sleep?" But Bro Ran, we. Chi Rui started to speak but hesitated. Jian Ran shot him a glare, "Or do you want to give it a try?" No, Chi Rui shook his head furiously, "I'd rather go back to sleep." Li Yuan, always astute, turned his eyes and quickly joined the initiative. "Let's go back to our rooms, don't get in the way here." As he spoke, he sneaked off toward his own dormitory, with the rest following suit. From an unknown point onward, Bro Ran became synonymous with unconditional trust. Despite the man lying on the ground looking almost lifeless, they firmly believed that Bro Ran would manage to turn the situation around. In no time, the corridor cleared, leaving only Gan Fengyi standing stiffly in the corner like a wooden post, unmoving. Jian Ran didn't bother urging him, proceeding straight to Ji Yuanming's side, bending one knee to crouch down, and extending his evenly jointed fingers to dab a bit of blood from the corner of the eye. "Is there sand?" he murmured under his breath, frowning as he moved to investigate the next area. Finally, Gan Fengyi broke the silence, unable to hold back his questions. "What exactly happened?" "What happened?" Jian Ran asked dismissively without looking up. "Are you blind? Can't you see for yourself?" Gan Fengyi's worldview shattered. "You mean, those things actually exist? And will Ji Yuanming die?" Jian Ran kept his hands moving, pretending to prod a few acupoints. "He won't die unless he insists on pushing his limits. And besides, it depends on whether I want him to die." No sooner were the words spoken than Ji Yuanming, who had lain motionless like a corpse, started coughing violently. He curled into a fetal position, vomiting continuously, cough, cough. Vu. Jian Ran clapped his hands, stood up, and cast a disdainful glance toward Gan Fengyi. Remember, he's your cautionary tale. Stay in line while you're in this mountain villa. And live carefully. Gan Fengyi. Is this more domineering than even me being the boss of a company? Chapter 47, Will these paper people rush in tonight? Ji Yuanming vomited a pile of foul-smelling mud laced with blood, emptying his stomach yet continued retching dryly. The mess combined with tears and snot, sticking together in a repulsive manner, making it nauseating just to smell it. Gan Fengyi covered his face with one hand and handed a cup with the other. Have some water, calm it down. Ji Yuanming struggled to rise but couldn't help himself and doubled over again, in another bout of agony. After his suffering finally subsided somewhat, he picked up the water glass, took a sip, then hurriedly asked, Did Jian Ran save me? Gan Fengyi's expression remained obscure, voice unclear with hidden meaning. Ji Yuanming craned his neck down the corridor. Where is he? He went back to his room. Oh, Ji Yuanming looked slightly disheartened, but soon rekindled hope. I knew he wouldn't leave me to die. There's still some attachment between us. Lu Yanting, ascending the stairs leisurely at that moment, who gave you that confidence? I. Ji Yuanming's face was ashen. He opened his mouth a few times, but before he could utter a word, he saw Lu Yanting stride back to his room with long steps, his demeanor relaxed. Just before closing the door, Lu Yanting added coldly, Clean up the floor, no one has an obligation to pay for your mistakes. And then came the bang. Ji Yuanming paused a moment, looking at Gan Fengyi. What? What did he mean? Is he saying this is all my fault and that it affected everyone else? Please. I'm the victim here, alright? He yelled hoarsely, but Gan Fengyi frowned in annoyance. If it's not your own fault, then whose is it? I told you not to go in there, didn't I? Clean up the floor, this smell is disgusting. Despite growing up together and having close families who'd specifically asked Gan Fengyi to look after Ji Yuanming, he still couldn't resist complaining. His words firing like bullets from a machine gun. Ji Yuanming found himself unable to argue back, especially when he recalled the scene inside the metal cabinet. Before he knew it, he vomited again. When he finally looked up, Gan Fengyi, the only one who had waited for him, had also disappeared. A sudden gust of cold wind swept down the corridor, making Ji Yuanming shiver violently, goosebumps rising all over his body. In a panic, he scrambled on all fours back toward his dormitory. Silently, he swore to himself never to question or be curious about anything again. As long as he could leave alive, he'd burn incense and worship Buddha. The night passed without further incident. The next morning, Lu Yanting emerged from the bathroom after taking a shower, carelessly wrapping the towel around his waist, revealing his perfect 8-pack abs. With a frosty expression, his handsome features looked sharper and more restrained than ever, leaving no flaw in his stunning appearance. The suppressed aura he always held back around Jian Ran was now unleashed freely, lowering the temperature around him even more. Lu Yanting strolled slowly to the bedside, his piercing gaze falling onto the phone screen. Full signal. As he spoke, he unlocked his phone and pressed the shortcut key. After a while. Brother Lu. Su Yuan sounded half asleep. I'm on vacation. If you have any business, I'll redirect you to another assistant. Are you on vacation? Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow. Did I approve it? Do you still want your year-end performance bonus? Still lying semi-conscious in bed, Su Yuan immediately sat straight. Brother Lu, just tell me what you need. Lu Yanting leaned against the bed frame, speaking calmly. Find out everything about Jian Ran. Also, negotiate with the Fenglan company. No matter how much it costs, bring him over. Who? Su Yuan rubbed his eyes, incredulous. Since going on vacation, Su Yuan had disconnected from the internet, enjoying sun and sand, completely unaware of Jian Ran's successful comeback through Laifu Inn. Are you deaf? Lu Yanting asked impatiently. Brother Lu, you mean Jian Ran? Su Yuan finally reacted. You really want to poach such a nobody? Are you sure? It wasn't surprising that he doubted. After all, Lu Group was always cautious. Even for guaranteed profitable ventures, they wouldn't step forward themselves, let alone directly snatch people. Especially those who were loss-making assets. Would grandfather agree? He couldn't help but ask. Lu Yanting chuckled mockingly. Su Yuan, when did it become your place to teach me how to work? Whether grandfather agrees or not, you figure it out. I'll give you 1 day. If you fail, hand in your resignation directly to the finance department. Su Yuan opened his mouth to speak but was cut off by Lu Yanting hanging up decisively. No mercy, decisive and firm. Clearly, bringing Jian Ran on board was non-negotiable. Even minutes later, Su Yuan still wasn't convinced and dialed the old man's number. Approaching the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, the persistent rains in the Taihang Mountains had caused several landslides, blocking the already uneven roads. Even high-clearance SUVs struggled to climb the slopes. Li Yuan had spent the entire night awake, waiting anxiously for the network signal to restore so he could urgently reconnect with the outside world. But despite dialing over a dozen calls, the answers brought nothing but disappointment. Firstly, because of the slippery conditions in the Taihang Mountains, all routes leading inward were extremely dangerous, completely blocked off, only mosquitoes might manage to get in. Secondly, their villa's location was cloaked in thick white miasma. Even if helicopters tried rescuing them, they wouldn't be able to find a suitable landing spot. Finally, all he heard was, "Sorry, we can't help." Receiving this verdict nearly drove Li Yuan to collapse. This haunted place, if they stayed even one more night, he would definitely lose his mind from fear. Especially since tonight was the 15th day of July. Li Yuan burst out of his room and banged on Jian Ran's door. "Ran bro, come out quickly. Think of a plan. What if we can't leave today?" After a while, a lazy voice came from inside. "If you knock one more time, do you believe I'll chop off your hand?" Li Yuan. Believe? How could he not believe? He quietly retracted his hand, lowering his voice significantly, adopting a fawning tone. "Ran bro, are you awake? Can you come out and discuss this?" Before he finished speaking, someone rushed over in a panic, their agitated demeanor as if they had been greatly disturbed, unable to speak for a long time. "What happened? What happened? Don't scare me." Li Yuan wanted to cry. That person gestured wildly before finally speaking. "Assistant Director, paper effigies. They are going to burn the paper effigies." "What kind of paper effigies?" Li Yuan sucked in a sharp breath, cold sweat pouring down his back. "Our villa's entrance is full of paper effigies, the kind meant to be burned for the dead." Li Yuan immediately felt weak at the knees, leaning against the corridor wall. Who put them there? Did any of you see anyone?" The staff shook their heads frantically. "No, it's still raining outside, but the paper effigies aren't wet at all, and they're glaring straight into the villa. It's like they want to eat people." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan lost all strength and collapsed onto the floor. Don't joke around. Paper effigies couldn't possibly." He hadn't finished when Jian Ran's door suddenly opened, revealing a stunningly handsome face with a carefree and unrestrained smile playing on his lips. "I think. It doesn't seem like a joke. You guys, will these paper effigies break in tonight?" Chapter 48, Coaxing or Plundering. Li Yuan collapsed on the floor, tilting his head up just to meet Jian Ran's jawline, so beautifully defined. Shifting his gaze upward revealed an incredibly handsome, captivating face. His lips were delicately pink, and his voice, though expected to be gentle and clear, should match such an extraordinary appearance. But he gave a slight smile and spoke eerie words that instantly soaked Li Yuan's pants. "Ran bro. Don't scare me." Li Yuan instinctively grabbed his pants, crying pitifully, "Aren't paper effigies just made of paper? How could they possibly?" Jian Ran slowly squatted down, maintaining the demonic grin on his lips. "If they were regular paper effigies, perhaps nothing would happen. But what if there's something from the 107 desolate graves behind the villa? Then things might be different." Li Yuan grew increasingly terrified, opening his mouth to say something when suddenly someone stomped upstairs. They appeared, revealing Qi Rui. Without noticing the situation in the corridor, upon seeing both Li Yuan and Jian Ran present, Qi Rui urgently called out. "Bro Ran, Assistant Director, we've counted the paper effigies outside the window, and there are exactly 107. Li Yuan, it's all over." His pants were completely soaked. When Lu Yanting emerged after making the phone call, the corridor was empty except for a puddle of damp red on the floor. His cold eyes scanned the scene, furrowing his brows, muttering deeply, "Has Ji Yuanming not cleaned up yet? The spot isn't right. Could he have ended up at Jian Ran's door again last night?" With suspicious guesses swirling in his mind, Lu Yanting extended his long arm, knocking on the door. "Who?" A grumpy voice asked. "Is there no end to this? Don't call me before evening." Lu Yanting paused for a moment. "It's me." Inside the room. A few seconds later, the door cracked open slightly, revealing one of Jian Ran's eyes. "What is it?" "I want to come in and sit for a bit." Lu Yanting went straight to the point. "No way." Jian Ran declined even faster. "It's inconvenient." Lu Yanting tilted his lips in a smirk. "Staying in Fomlan won't get you anywhere. Haven't thought about switching jobs? Starting salary over $1 million per year." Jian Ran withdrew his eye, straightened up, and slightly exerted force on the door handle to pull open the wooden door. "Come in. Let's talk in detail." In a poor economic environment, how could one miss any work opportunity? As long as it didn't involve any ties to the Lu Group Corporation, listening to the proposal temporarily wasn't bad. Lu Yanting curled his lips into a faint smile, seemingly knowing what strings to pull. He stepped into the dormitory with long strides, unhurriedly. Upon entering, he saw talisman papers scattered across the floor. Beside the talismans were small dishes containing cinnabar. And a light smell of alcohol lingered in the air. Lu Yanting made an imperceptible observation while taking his seat near the table, legs crossed in a relaxed yet dignified posture, his chin slightly raised. "Are you preparing for tonight?" Jian Ran locked the door before walking back to a talisman he had yet to finish. He knelt down, holding a brush and dipped it again into the cinnabar ink. "Tonight will be a tough fight, I need to prepare ahead of time." With his back turned toward Lu Yanting, Jian Ran gave no indication of any reservation, even presenting his lifted buttocks unashamedly. It was quite perky. Looks like it would feel good in hand. Lu Yanting narrowed his eyes as his Adam's apple moved up and down, lost in thought. Oh right, Jian Ran suddenly turned around with his loosened collar revealing a red mole on his clavicle. You mentioned switching jobs earlier, didn't you? What did you mean by that? Lu Yanting inexplicably cleared his throat, cheeks heating up under his skin. Ahem. It's about another top entertainment company. All resources can be fully tilted towards you if you sign the contract. Jian Ran, does this have anything to do with the Lu family? If it does, said Lu Yanting, would you still be interested? Forget it then. Jian Ran turned back to continue drawing the talismans. You're avoiding the Lu family so much that you wouldn't consider earning big money, asked Lu Yanting. Earning money should last long term, otherwise, you may not live long enough to spend it. Jian Ran concentrated intently, the brush flowing smoothly across the paper. Lu Yanting didn't respond immediately but instead heard his grandfather's reminder from earlier. Shouting, did you really meet a member of the Jian family? Remember, don't scare him away. Remember what Grandpa told you, first, lure and deceive him, later snatch whatever you want forcefully. Anyway, use any means necessary to hold on to him tightly. This is your one chance, you must seize it well. Lure and deceive. Snatch forcefully. At first, Lu Yanting didn't understand his grandfather's plan. But seeing how determined Jian Ran was to keep away from the Lu family, he seemed to grasp something. This company has no connection with the Lu family. You can sign the contract without worries. Really? Jian Ran glanced over his shoulder, a radiant smile curving at his lips. Like a gentle spring breeze caressing Lu Yanting's heart. It tickled pleasantly. And he wanted nothing more than to reach out and grab it. Really, Lu Yanting nodded gently, his voice deepening a bit further. Jian Ran pointed at his head with the brush, frowning, however, breaking my contract with Fenglan isn't easy. Let's leave that for later discussion. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued to draw his talisman. The alcohol diffused the vermilion ink spreading beautifully over the yellow paper, imbuing it with mysterious power. Lu Yanting stared fixedly at the scene, captivated by the handsome profile before him, only regaining awareness after several seconds and asking softly. Where did you learn these skills? Tai Su. Jian Ran paused after saying just 2 words. Cough, it won't make sense to you anyway. Here, take this one, he straightened himself, extending his arm to present the yellow paper. Lu Yanting's gaze flickered as he accepted it. Did you specially draw this for me? Yeah, Jian Ran replied casually, regular customer gets preferential treatment. Just that. Lu Yanting arched an eyebrow, carefully folding the talisman and placing it in his pocket while still talking. What else? Am I supposed to have some inappropriate intentions towards you? Jian Ran smirked craftily, changing the subject quickly. Don't let those 2 idiots fool you, I'm not into that sort of thing. Lu Yanting's smile froze briefly. If you don't have such preferences, why break up with others? I don't get it. The rest 4 words remained unspoken. Consider me schizophrenic, Jian Ran shrugged indifferently. Given someone with antisocial personality disorder like me, shame doesn't even exist. Lu Yanting lips parted, wanting to say more. Suddenly, there were sounds of chaos outside, accompanied by banging knocking on the door. Bro Ran, bad news. The paper effigies are invading. Jian Ran abruptly stood up. What's going on? They dare act up even during daytime. He rushed forward and opened the door directly, not recognizing who had brought the message and spotting only hurried footsteps running down the corridor. Bro Ran, let me go down first to help. You hurry up and join us. Hearing this, Jian Ran prepared to chase after them but was held back by Lu Yanting gripping his arm tightly. His burning touch made Jian Ran turn instinctively. What's wrong? Lu Yanting's stunning face was stern and serious. Do you recognize the voice of the person we just heard? Wishing all the little darlings a happy mid-autumn festival. Chapter 49, Have you heard of corpse-born children? After being reminded by Lu Yanting, Jian Ran carefully recalled and it seemed he really hadn't heard of them. Not only had he not heard of them, but he also found the person's voice particularly strange, as if they were deliberately pinching their throat to change the pitch. Pausing for a moment, Jian Ran suddenly smiled. Oh, so you're trying to play tricks on me? If I don't fall for the trap, then it won't be interesting. Shall we go down and take a look? Jian Ran turned back, looking at Lu Yanting with great interest. The latter originally intended to stop him, but upon seeing that clear and confident gaze, slowly nodded. All right. Let's go down and take a look. Thus, the 2 tall figures walked side by side downstairs. Li Yuan, who had just changed his pants in the room, also opened the door and shouted, Bro Ran, wait for me. Don't leave me alone. The villa was still shrouded in white mist, isolating the scenery of the Taihang Mountains. From the first floor-to-ceiling windows, they could only see the foggy clouds drifting like cotton and a number of bizarrely shaped paper figures, both male and female, wearing either ancient or modern clothes. Their faces bore sweet yet horrifying smiles, their hollow eyes staring directly, fixated on the window. As if they feared the food would run away. Bro Ran, why did you come down? The meal isn't ready yet. Du Yunming's voice trembled, his face pale as chalk, leaning against the wall as if barely standing steady. Jian Ran pressed his lips together, his cunning gaze falling on the window and then sweeping over everyone in the hall. Someone said the paper figures got inside, so I came down to help. Who said that? Du Yunmeng looked around left and right. Why didn't I see any paper figures come in? Must be a false alarm. Jian Ran rested his chin in his hand, speculating on his own, but what's the purpose of this person? Could it be? Before he finished speaking, someone shouted, why is there a burnt smell upstairs? Could it be on fire? Upon hearing this, everyone rushed to the third floor, only to find Jian Ran's dormitory door ajar, with white smoke wafting out. Du Yunmeng ran ahead. Bro Ran, your room is on fire. Damn, quick, get some water. He rallied them, rushing into the bathroom to fill a basin with water and pouring it onto the floor. The others did the same, running back to their rooms to fetch water. After much trouble, the fire was finally under control. Drenched in sweat, Du Yunmeng walked out of the room and saw Jian Ran leaning against the wall with an odd smile on his lips. Startled, he stammered, Bro Ran, the fire has been put out, but the talismans on the ground seem unusable. What should we do? Should we redraw them? Jian Ran gave a sarcastic grin. Redraw? Will you leave me any cinnabar? Du Yunmeng's expression froze. Bro Ran, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Not just him, the other staff members and the two silly guests were equally bewildered. Ji Yuanming wasn't fully recovered yet, but hearing the commotion in the corridor, he managed to drag himself out. Despite his sickly weak state, his voice remained irritable. Jian Ran, say what you mean clearly. Don't hide things from us. The nearby Gan Fengyi glanced at him sideways. Having grown up together, he naturally knew Ji Yuanming's ulterior motives. His loud comment, regardless of the situation, was clearly aimed at drawing Jian Ran's attention. The cameraman, always professional, filmed through the chaos and even captured close-ups of Jian Ran. The fire, wasn't it set by you? Quit pretending. Jian Ran didn't spare Ji Yuanming a glance, treating him as invisible. He flashed Du Yunmeng a half-smile instead. He paused and reminded him, no refunds once transferred, and since you burned the talismans, you'll bear the risks. Hearing this, Li Yuan rushed out. Du Yunmeng, did you start the fire? Do you know how dangerous that is? What if you'd set the whole villa ablaze? Du Yunmeng shook his head. Bro Ran, deputy director, it couldn't have been me. Look, I'm scared out of my wits every day. I don't have the guts to start a fire. I just want to leave here as soon as possible and can't stay a second longer. With such an urgent feeling, how could I have time to start a fire? The hallway was packed with people, not missing a single crew member or guest. They surrounded the circle of conflict, full of doubts, waiting for more explanations. As soon as Du Yunmeng finished speaking, Jian Ran burst out laughing. Never expected this, huh? You actually have some insight. You've had your eye on me since the bus ride. Acting all the way until now, shouldn't I give you a thumbs up? Bro Ran, Du Yunmeng opened his mouth urgently as if to explain. Lu Yanting, who had remained silent all this time, finally spoke up and interrupted him. You started testing on the bus because Jian Ran just lightly patted and pulled back the soul of the driver that had been lured away. You were afraid he might have real skills and would interfere with your plans, so once we got off the bus, you asked for talisman paper to conduct experiments. Unexpectedly, during the first night, Li Zongsen was driven back into his room. As Lu Yanting continued, Du Yunmeng's face changed several times. This is all from your wild imagination and fabrication. Do you have any evidence? Jian Ran flicked his bangs aside with his hand. Wasn't it you who set up the cameras every night? What did you want to expose? Was it me or the village's old stories? Du Yunmeng fell silent. Jian Ran pursued, what exactly is your relationship with the village? 3 people. Are there more accomplices? The cameramen immediately shouldered their cameras and pointed them at other guests. Excluding Ji Yuanming and Gan Fengyi. These 2 big shots have endured quite a lot. Anyone could see that they weren't accomplices. And since Lu Yanting was closely related to Jian Ran, he was naturally excluded as well. This left only 2. Yang Ruoshi. Shen Jiafei. What are you looking at me for? Yang Ruoshi became agitated. I haven't done anything. Shen Jiafei also wore an innocent look. Don't make wild guesses, don't falsely accuse good people. Before their defense even finished, a manic laughter suddenly rang out in the corridor. Ha 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 ha. Forget it. Forget it. If things have reached this point, why pretend anymore? Anyway, today's the 15th day of July, no one can escape, we will all die. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw Du Yunmeng having shed his weak and timid appearance. His expression was exaggerated and sinister. Li Yuan cried out in shock, it really is you. Yes. The talisman paper was burned by me, who allowed this guy to be so powerful that he dares hit ghosts. Du Yunmeng pointed his finger at Jian Ran with eyes filled with complicated hatred. I suspected once that it was your production crew deliberately messing with us. On purpose inviting this guy to suppress the vengeful spirits of the village. But seeing how scared you guys were, I realized it's our bad luck. Jian Ran narrowed his eyes and coldly interrupted, I don't want to hear your excuses. Cut to the chase, what's your connection to the abandoned village? Du Yunmeng suddenly looked even stranger, have you heard of corpse-born children? Chapter 50, they all look so delicious. Corpse-born children. Jian Ran's lips curved into a carefree arc, giving a scornful laugh. Are you bullshitting me? Can someone give birth in 4 months? Aren't you afraid of premature birth? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his expression turned serious and stern. No. Jian Ran straightened his body and slowly paced to Du Yunmeng. Back then, Lu Ying wasn't dead yet. She was raised into some semi-human semi-ghost thing. Du Yunmeng pursed his lips and made no response, seemingly defaulting to that fact. He didn't speak, but someone else picked up the narrative instead. Jian Ran, do you know what Lu Ying's parents did for a living? Are they not farmers? Jian Ran turned around, his sharp gaze landing on Shen Jiafei's face. They are indeed farmers, true, but Lu Ying's biological mother was particularly adept at other things. Shen Jiafei's complexion darkened slightly, and his expression turned eerie and obscure. Jian Ran tilted his head, thought for a moment, connecting the clues, and instantly came to a plausible answer. She's a witch doctor. In rural areas of olden days, feudalism prevailed, and due to the remoteness of these places, there were frequent unexplainable paranormal incidents. Hence, the occupation of the witch doctor emerged to help terrified villagers deal with such events. Some had little skill, only pretending to have great power, swindling and deceiving others. Others relied on being possessed by lesser gods, gaining some strength. Lastly, there were the rare few, deeply concealed, who though not capable of overturning clouds or stirring winds, were highly skilled in exorcising evil spirits and ghosts through witchcraft. These latter witch doctors, if benevolent, could bring blessings to an area. If malicious, then. Jian Ran pondered further, his expression becoming even more serious. Don't tell me it was Lu Ying's mother who refined her own daughter into some neither human nor ghost entity. And she bore a child. Like Du Yunmeng, Shen Jiafei stayed quiet, answering with silence. People nearby listened, feeling like they were caught between cloud 9 and 10, yet could guess some aspects, making them involuntarily feel chilly, sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Li Yuan swallowed hard and whispered to Qi Rui, edit this part out and don't broadcast it. Qi Rui also trembled, Deputy Director, the cameras are all on. If we cut it, won't it be like making a mountain out of a molehill? Li Yuan said. Damn, you're right. How can we make fans believe that this is just for show and not something that actually happened? Qi Rui wanted to cry, Deputy Director, I have no idea either. While the two were conversing, the live stream's chat was already flooded with comments. Holy shit, there are really corpse-born children. I thought they only existed in novels. Apparently, these things are highly malevolent, they're extremely hungry from the moment they're born and eat anything. What sins have I committed to end up with a girlfriend who forces me to watch variety shows? Damn, I can't sleep at night anymore. Tonight's the 15th day of July, don't go outside, stay home and watch the live stream. I just want to know how scary this show will get. Will a ghost crawl out of the screen? Holy shit, stop saying that upstairs. I'm going to die from fear before I even watch it. Is there really a mole among the guests? Why does it feel so exciting, like we've been given character cards and must act until the end? Speaking of moles, I noticed a detail. When we first met the old man at the foot of the mountain, he turned and ran when he saw the guests, then went home and said he had encountered ghosts. Could it be? Could there be a ghost among the guests? Or rather, not a ghost but one of those things. Come to think of it, the other 3 guests never went to the old man's house, nor did they see the woman. Why does it feel like some details have been hidden? The people in the villa didn't see the chat, or they would certainly praise the analytic ability of these netizens, which is truly remarkable. Quite commendable. Fine rain drizzled below Mount Taihang, where the research institute was stationed in a flat area. Inside a tent, Lu Zhendong was drinking a latte while watching the live stream. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows and asked his subordinate beside him, did you find that bungalow? The subordinate shook his head, we circled around the town several times but couldn't see it. Lu Zhendong appeared deep in thought. After a while, he murmured, did Jian Ran fail to notice? Based on his performance in the show, he should have seen through the oddities right away. Why did it seem like he was kept in the dark, requiring others to remind him? Did the institute make a mistake in its assessment? Is he, in fact, not as capable as everyone imagined? Lu Zhendong lost himself in thought as he finished the last sip of his latte. At the same time, the phone on the table began to vibrate. He glanced down, and his expression became strange. The subordinate asked, Director Lu, aren't you going to answer it? Lu Zhendong lifted his eyelids, giving a cold stare. The subordinate immediately woke up with a start and quickly laughed nervously, Director Lu, I understand, I'll step aside. After that, he disappeared in an instant. The phone kept vibrating, stubborn and obsessive, as if saying, if you don't answer, I'll keep calling until you do, and I'll shake you to death. Having no other choice, Lu Zhendong sighed faintly and picked up the phone to press the answer button. Dad, I'm working. What do you want? Work, 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 what contributions has your broken work made to humanity? The stern voice of the old man came from the receiver, causing Lu Zhendong to frown in irritation. Dad, don't say things you don't understand. I say things I don't understand. If your job was really effective, would there be deaths for unknown reasons? Would our family curse have not been lifted yet if your job was effective? Would you not have gone into the Taihang Mountains if your job was effective? Lu Zhendong. The old man hit every sore spot, leaving him speechless. After a long silence, the person on the other end of the phone seemed to steady their emotions. Whatever kind of work you want to do, I don't care, but you must ensure the safety of the child surnamed Jian. Bring him back intact to the Lu family. Dad, you're talking about Jian Ran? Lu Zhendong felt exasperated. He's a man, he can't break our family curse. As long as it's the right person, do you care about gender? The old man scoffed. At your young age, you're already so rigid. I warn you, if that child loses a single hair, I will destroy your research institute, no matter who pleads. After finishing, the old man decisively hung up the phone. Lu Zhendong wordlessly threw the phone onto the table, rolling his eyes forcefully. Even if I wanted to protect him, I can't even get inside, right? Under Jian Ran's command, 3 guests were locked inside Li Zongsan's room, heavily guarded at the door, while the rest went to the main hall to set up the scene according to the list he provided. As Ji Yuanming was scattering glutinous rice, he grumbled irritably, Don Fengyi, do you really think this kind of stuff works? I feel like we're being played by him, an already shaken Gan Fengyi muttered in frustration. He couldn't figure out why he had ended up here suffering for no apparent reason. We'll find out tonight if it's useful or not. Then, after a short pause, he looked at Ji Yuanming and asked, do you remember what that woman in the iron box shouted? I didn't quite catch it from outside. Ji Yuanming trembled noticeably when asked, I don't want to recall that. That woman with sharp teeth swore she'd come for him at night. Hell. Just thinking about it made him break out in cold sweats every time. Downstairs, they were busy making preparations. Upstairs, Jian Ran was bent over drawing talismans on paper. This time, instead of using cinnabar, the dish held a bright red dye, fresh blood squeezed from his own bitten fingertips. Lu Yanting observed for a moment and finally could not help asking, do you really have to push yourself so hard? Jian Ran turned his head and replied, what do you think? If I don't push myself, those paper effigies outside will invade instead. Before he could finish, Lu Yanting abruptly grabbed his wrist to stop his action. Surprised, Jian Ran questioned, what are you doing? You've lost enough energy already. Lu Yanting's eyes gleamed intently as he said firmly, use mine. Jian Ran froze slightly, feeling something unusual stir within him. The warmth from his wrist seeped through his skin, heating up his chest cavity. Instantly, his breathing quickened, and he felt awkward, turning away. It's just a bit of blood, I'm not that delicate. As he tried to pull his hand back, Lu Yanting moved even faster. With his free hand, he lifted his arm to his mouth, bit his fingertip, and immediately squeezed the fresh blood into the small dish. Jian Ran. Was there something about him that wouldn't give up until his goal was achieved? Was this Lu family all like this? Unmanageable, unmanageable. I should keep my distance after the show is over. Time flew quickly while drawing the talismans, but dusk approached much faster, quickly enveloping Mount Taihang. Gradually, darkness engulfed the area outside the windows, plunging everything into pitch blackness. The white miasma dispersed, revealing a clear moonlight that illuminated the paper effigies, casting eerie white glows akin to hellish spotlights, amplifying their grotesque and terrifying nature. Amidst the bustle in the main hall, Li Yuan happened to glance up and screamed, damn it, it's dark already. Before his words finished, another shout caused panic to ripple through everyone, damn it, the paper effigies moved. Dry Fengyi instinctively looked toward the window where he had previously seen the terrifying scene. As if revisiting a nightmare, he collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Qi Rui turned around and saw an effigy resembling a maid directly stare back at him. That ghastly face, painted with rouge, pressed tightly against the window. Her fake smile hung at the corner of her lips, making her look particularly horrifying. They looked so delicious, her high-pitched voice penetrated through the glass, hitting the hearts of everyone present with heavy blows. Qi Rui almost fainted, but he still managed to call out for help. Hurry. Go get Brother Ran. Chapter 51, a terrifying program turned unexpectedly sweet. While drawing the talismans, Jian Ran was quietly piecing together the story based on clues. According to existing leads, he had already guessed the gist of the situation, only one thing left uncertain. Do you know about corpse-born children? Jian Ran suddenly asked calmly. Lu Yanting was momentarily startled before replying, I've heard some rumors. Because of the family curse, he started dealing with such paranormal incidents at a very young age. His second uncle, who worked in such a field, brought back records filled with bizarre and strange stories. Over time, influenced by his surroundings, Lu Yanting found it impossible to evade these matters and naturally gathered plenty of first-hand information. Do you think they scream hungry every day because they were eaten in life? And now after death, they aim to regain what was taken. Jian Ran described it casually, as if narrating an ordinary matter, yet the content was jaw-dropping. If an ordinary person had heard this, they would probably have been terrified into silence. But Lu Yanting was evidently not an ordinary person. His expression remained calm, and even a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I believe it's quite possible. These ghosts who die violently carry deep grudges. Whatever they lacked during their lifetime becomes their obsession in death. Especially those manipulated ones, unable to reincarnate freely. Jian Ran smiled, didn't realize you understood so much. That's why. Before he could finish, there came an urgent knock from outside the door. Bro Ran, hurry up and come out. Those paper figures are already at the door. Any later, they might break through the windows. Jian Ran leisurely picked up the talismans on the ground with a carefree and lazy demeanor. What's to be afraid of? Isn't the hall already prepared? But. The voice outside hesitated. The preparations were set but not yet activated. Who knew if it would work? Only when Jian Ran personally went downstairs could everyone feel at ease. After tidying up the blood-drawn talismans, Jian Ran slowly stood up, turning his head back to look at Lu Yanting. Will you wait here or go down with me? What do you think? Lu Yanting raised his eyebrows. With such courage, you probably won't stay in the room, Jian Ran concluded and turned around, walking with long strides as his voice echoed carelessly. Let's go, tonight I'll show you. The strength of your bro Ran. Hey, why are you holding my hand? Jian Ran stumbled a little, almost falling, and turned back incredulously looking at Lu Yanting. In fact, Lu Yanting took advantage of his momentary daze, slipped his fingers into the gaps, gripping tightly, saying calmly without any change in expression, I'm not that brave after all. Can you protect me later? Ah. Jian Ran opened his mouth wide. I'll pay you. Lu Yanting blinked. Ah. Jian Ran closed his mouth. Internally cursing, this guy was so unpredictable. One moment braver than ever, another moment so timid. Forget it, no need to overthink. As long as he pays. So, the two walked hand in hand out of the dormitory, and the staff member who intended to knock again paused in surprise, eyes shifting downward to their intertwined fingers. Bro Ran. He's scared, so I have to hold him. Jian Ran explained awkwardly. I also. The staff started. And Jian Ran glared, go away. Immediately dragging Lu Yanting and quickly walking away. Looking at their backs, the staff helplessly shook his head. Isn't this blatant favoritism? Hurriedly walking down the stairs, standing in the middle of the main hall, they saw the paper effigies tightly plastered against the windows. With fake smiles, their eyes fixed intently, continuously shouting. I'm hungry, I want to eat, I'm hungry, I want to eat. This scene was terrifying, but despite the noise, none of them made further movements, as if collectively fearing something. The people in the main hall shifted from being initially terrified to becoming less fearful, even developing a slight glimmer of strange hope. Perhaps, this standoff will last the entire night until July 15th passes, and then we can safely leave the villa. Thus. In the live stream where fans couldn't hear any sound, they dumbfoundedly stared at the screen. What are they doing? Just staring down the paper effigies? Or preparing some emotions for a unified scream? Why is everything suddenly quiet? Photographer, can you adjust the volume first before glaring at the paper effigies? WOA, did anyone else notice? Bro Ran went downstairs, and he's still holding Bro Lu's hand. Could it be? They confessed to each other upstairs. Damn it, this horror program turned sweet somehow, and it doesn't feel off at all. Come out of the closet. Now. Fans got sidetracked, but those in the main hall didn't really notice the intimate gestures between Jian Ran and Lu Yanting except for certain guests. At the same time Ji Yuanming and Gan Fengyi looked behind, despite their extreme inner fear, they clearly saw the intertwined hands, their faces darkening. Such physical contact was something Jian Ran had never shared with them. In the past, while dating someone, Jian Ran maintained complete chastity for their beloved person, now recalling even accidental touches during award ceremonies, Jian Ran always avoided them like avoiding a plague. Some truths seemed closer and were about to become crystal clear. The atmosphere on the filming site grew increasingly tense, not allowing them to ponder longer, as a thunderous explosion was heard at the entrance. Boom. A paper figure self-exploded, blowing open the entrance. Instantaneously blood and flesh sprayed everywhere, emitting a disgusting stench. The people inside the main hall could no longer just glare blankly and screamed uncontrollably, ah 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 ah. Bro Ran, they're rushing in. On the 15th day of the 7th month, in the dead of night. The resort was under siege by a group of paper effigies, showing fangs and grinning, saying they wanted to devour them all. Holy crap, is there anything more horrifying than this? Li Yuan and the others turned to run, but before they could act, they saw the paper figures stepping on the spread glutinous rice and spontaneously catching fire. The paper effigies emitted sounds that no human could possibly make, buzzing noises. In an instant, they turned into a pile of ash scattered across the floor. Many paper figures met this fate, and after that, none dared to rush in. For a moment, the main hall fell into a deathly silence. It was Li Yuan who broke the silence with an astonished shout, holy crap, Ran Gu, your thing actually works, we don't need to be afraid tonight. Before his words had fully died away, a rustling sound came from the walls of the villa, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Jian Ran, who had remained silent all along, suddenly asked, was the stuff on the second floor scattered? Chi Rui stuttered as he answered, and no, we didn't get a chance. Jian Ran let out a cold laugh, so your hands are pretty nimble after all. Don't just stand there, find a place to hide. The things are climbing up the walls. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan collapsed to his knees, horrified, what? They can climb walls. Is this supposed to be fair? Jian Ran arched an eyebrow, they want to eat you. Tell me, is that fair? Then, without waiting for Lu Yanting's response, he took out a small peachwood sword from behind his back with his free hand and flashed Lu Yanting a bright smile. Do you want to see my fluid and dashing swordsmanship? Before Lu Yanting could answer, a fierce howl swept down from the second floor, followed by a blood-red mouth lunging toward Jian Ran's neck. As if sensing it, Jian Ran calmly turned around. His peachwood sword seemed to be coated with golden light, shining dazzlingly, and he slashed down mercilessly. The paper figure was split into two halves. Without stopping, he handed a bundle of talismans to Li Yuan. Distribute them. I'll accept payment later. Stunned, Li Yuan nodded. Then he watched as Jian Ran released Lu Yanting's hand and rushed upstairs like the wind. With his dark gaze, Lu Yanting felt an unfamiliar pang of loss and greed at the now empty palm. Lu Gu, here's one talisman for you. Use it to save your life. Li Yuan obediently distributed the items and tried to shove one into Lu Yanting's arms. However, Lu Yanting skillfully dodged, taking a step forward with his long legs and ascending the stairs. Li Yuan froze for a moment, then shouted loudly, Lu Gu, don't go, it's dangerous. It's because it's dangerous, Lu Yanting responded without looking back, his crisp voice floating downward, that I have to go. Otherwise, how would Jian Ran come rescue him? Smiling faintly with a hint of mischief playing on his lips, his gaze grew more profound and obsessive. Chapter 52, Is Lu Yanting a virgin man? Though the paper effigies appeared thin and fragile, their climbing speed was not something to be trifled with. Using both hands and feet, they quickly scaled the walls to the second floor. When Jian Ran rushed out of the villa and looked back, the walls were already covered densely with paper figures. Under the clear, cold moonlight cascading like waterfalls, they shimmered silver, making the bloodless white paper seem even more eerie and terrifying, just like being in a traditional Chinese ghost film. Despite the situation, Jian Ran wasn't flustered. He swiftly spun his peachwood sword twice in preparation to chant some Taoist exorcising spells. But then he spotted Lu Yanting leisurely strolling out from the entrance, looking like a tourist enjoying the night view. What are you doing here? Jian Ran exclaimed incredulously. I'm worried you might get hurt, Lu Yanting said nonchalantly with a faint smile on his lips. Me? Jian Ran pointed to his face with his free hand, I will get hurt. You should worry about yourself instead. As he spoke, a paper figure suddenly emerged from somewhere, lunging directly at Lu Yanting. Jian Ran's expression changed instantly. In a hurry, he swung his peachwood sword, emitting a streak of golden light. The sudden incident made him too concerned to notice the subtle movement Lu Yanting had made. His extended leg retreated secretly. Big brother. Can you stop acting like my brother already? After dealing with the paper figure, Jian Ran glanced back at Lu Yanting, his face showing helplessness. Go back inside quickly. If you stay, I'll easily lose focus. The big boss of the night hasn't appeared yet. He tried to reason earnestly, pushing Lu Yanting back toward the door. At this point, many paper figures had already crawled through the windows onto the second floor, preparing to hunt for food. The corridor was filled with screams and roars, scaring those hiding in the hall to tremble violently. Big boss. Lu Yanting narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening as if thinking rapidly. Half a second later, he reluctantly nodded, all right, I'll wait for you inside the villa. Be extremely careful. Thus, for the first time in his life, Jian Ran, with his antisocial personality, obediently and politely replied, alrighty then. As he watched Lu Yanting enter the villa, Jian Ran felt at ease. With a light flick of his toes, he leapt onto the second floor windowsill. His sword slashed down swiftly, ending the existence of one paper figure. Jian Ran examined the peachwood sword before him with a smile as he murmured softly, the goods from Tao Deng's stall at the market fair aren't half bad. Woao, I'm starving. A grotesque howl rang out nearby, to which Jian Ran responded casually with a wave of his hand. Starving? You're barking up the wrong tree. Then, the head of the paper figure rolled off the second floor. Lu Yanting returned to the main hall where Li Yuan was trembling as he crawled over. Big brother Lu, how is it outside? Can brother Ran handle it alone? What do you think? Lu Yanting lowered his gaze, the faint curve at the corner of his mouth had turned cold. If you're worried about him not being able to manage alone, should you go help? Li Yuan immediately retracted, no way. There are still people in the hall who need my commands. I can't leave Ran Gu with any concerns on his mind. Lu Yanting pursed his lips, his expression unrippled as if Li Yuan were an insignificant troublemaker unworthy of attention. He looked so sharp, like a monarch overlooking the world. If Jian Ran had seen this moment, he would have definitely yelled and cursed. Especially when Lu Yanting firmly stomped the paper figure that had dashed down from the second floor underfoot. Damn it, what kind of watermelon are you trying to pretend to be in front of me? No one expected that Lu Yanting, having grown up in comfort, would have such fine physical skills and tremendous courage. Bare-handed, he fought all the way from the ground floor to the second floor of the hall. The broken paper figures snarled and gnashed their teeth, attempting to piece themselves back together, black liquid continuously flowing out and emitting a foul stench. They shrieked incessantly with piercing voices, I'm hungry, I'm so hungry. The scene was utterly terrifying and nauseating, causing some people present to vomit on the spot. Ji Yuanming and Gan Fengyi, pale-faced, hid in the corner. Although they wanted to find Jian Ran, their bodies were frozen as if by an invisible force, completely uncontrollable. Resentment and hatred converged upon Lu Yanting. Facing such a godlike opponent, they might lose everything. Jian Ran, since childhood, practiced parkour and extreme sports like climbing walls and jumping rooftops. Even competing with paper figures in speed was no problem, let alone having talismans reinforced with child's blood, making them far more potent than cinnabar ink. Indeed, Jian Ran deserved the title of a genuine novice practitioner. Just by looking at the purity of the burning talisman, one could easily identify its quality. Jian Ran retrieved another talisman, sticking it on the forehead of a paper figure. After a quick glance at the intricate patterns, he confirmed that this blood belonged to Lu Yanting. For distinction, he deliberately left a mark, just in case the power wasn't sufficient, and a replacement would be needed. However, when the flames started to blaze, Jian Ran was taken aback, muttering involuntarily, "Holy cow, quite pure color. Could it be? Ha ha ha." Jian Ran erupted into unexpected laughter. Lu Yending is a lifelong bachelor. A real virgin man. Lu Yanting, who had just climbed up to the second floor. The group shivering in the hall also fell silent. Meanwhile, the fans watching live in their beds couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hell, after being terrified out of our wits by the creepy atmosphere, we hear this commentary. It's definitely from Brother Ran, right? Is now really the appropriate moment to bring up this? Ha 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 ha, girls, dying laughing here. What on earth is Brother Ran doing? Is Brother Lu actually a virgin? Being a virgin is one thing, but adding old before it. Is Brother Lu old? I thought he's only 27. So at most, he's a 27-year-old old bachelor. Considering this, Brother Lu has kept himself rather clean. Given the dirty waters of the entertainment circle, he is truly rare. Wait a sec, isn't anyone else wondering, are those paper figure special effects? Sharp fangs and gaping mouths. American horror films wouldn't dare shoot them this way. Once exposed as an old bachelor, Lu Yanting didn't show anger. Instead, he reached out gentlemanly, indicating for Jian Ran perched on the window to grab his hand. The latter felt a bit guilty. And no need, I can jump down myself. Lu Yanting stubbornly kept his hand extended. Reluctantly, Jian Ran grasped it, and both jumped down from the window. Unexpectedly, Lu Yanting leaned closer, his warm breath brushing Jian Ran's ear. Do you care whether I'm a virgin? Jian Ran's heart quivered, his lips parting as he intended to explain. Suddenly, a woman's scream erupted from Li Zongcheng's room. Ah, don't come near me. Don't eat me. Ah. At the sound, Jian Ran's expression turned immediately grim. His voice deepened as he muttered, finally, you've come. He then left Lu Yanting's side and rushed to Li Zongcheng's room. With a swift kick, he smashed open the wooden door. The blood-soaked thing inside suddenly turned its head, revealing pitch-black fangs and emitting a gulugulu sound, precisely like the one Jian Ran first heard in Granny's courtyard. Chapter 53, If We're So Destined, Why Not Become Friends? The three guests trapped in the room had already retreated into the corner, terrified, while the red-skinned, blood-streaked humanoid creature was just an arm's length away. Its blackened teeth were sharp and dripping with putrid saliva that splattered onto the floor. It turned upon hearing the door being kicked open, bloodshot eyes fixed on Jian Ran at the doorway, weighing the disparity in strength between them. Hey, Jian Ran raised his hand in a casual greeting, we've probably met before, haven't we? If we're so destined, why not become friends? The cowering trio huddled together in sheer panic. What kind of timing is this to be talking about making friends? Lu Yanting, leaning against the wall with furrowed brows, thought silently. I don't like your habit of randomly befriending things, you need to change that. The motionless humanoid figure stared blankly. What nonsense is he speaking? Jian Ran casually strolled in, holding the peachwood sword in one hand, his grin unrestrained. Young one, the adult is greeting you. Why aren't you responding? That's very impolite, isn't it? Haven't your mother taught you anything? Upon hearing this last sentence, Du Yunmeng widened her eyes and covered her mouth, shaking her head repeatedly as if to say, don't mention its mom, don't mention its mom. But before she could warn him, the creature growled deeply and leaped forward, propelled by its clawed hands and feet. Unfazed, Jian Ran raised the peachwood sword and struck it precisely on the creature's head. It didn't seem like much effort, but a scream of pain erupted followed by the sound of the floor cracking. All present looked towards the source, witnessing the creature getting partially embedded into the floor, its limbs sinking deeply into the wood. Holy crap, what kind of monstrous strength is this? If only they'd known how skilled Jian Ran truly was. They should have admitted their fear sooner. Du Yunmeng contemplated this as she glanced at the other two, noticing their expressions matched hers, full of regret for not acting earlier. So weak? Jian Ran taunted, striking the creature's head again with the peachwood sword. After eating so many humans, this is all you've got. Its fanged mouth twisted as it made unnatural sounds, eyes burning with hatred and malice. It struggled with its limbs to break free, but each strike of the peachwood sword seemed imbued with a strange force, preventing it from lifting its head. Kid, this world can't tolerate you. You'd suffer even more alive, so why not let me end it for you quickly? Jian Ran said, his gaze turning sharp. And somehow, the creature understood. Raising its face, the blood-smeared visage gazed at Jian Ran in shock. Relief. Relief? Its broken voice sounded strained. Jian Ran nodded, looking down from above. Exactly, relief. Enter the next cycle. Don't remain a half-ghost, half-human anymore. With that, he slowly lifted the peachwood sword, blade pointed downward, and golden light flashed momentarily. As he was about to bring it down forcefully, a gust of cold wind blew through the window. A fierce ghost-like roar followed. Get away. Leave my child alone. The icy wind, laced with malevolent energy, surged into the room like blades, shattering everything it touched. Jian Ran's expression tensed. Lu Ying. Upon uttering this name, his eyes locked onto the corner of the room. Why are you still here? Waiting to get eaten. Du Yunmeng and the others snapped out of their daze, scrambling on all fours toward the door. Trembling, they sidestepped around the creature, emerging outside to see a pair of long legs. They looked up. Lu, brother Lu. Lu Yanting pursed his lips, sneering coldly. Humph, karma brings suffering. Karma? On hearing these words, their faces turned complex and filled with trepidation. Yes, they had deliberately led the film crew here, hoping to use the cameras to capture the whole situation so as to attract attention from certain authorities who could resolve the haunting in the villa. Du Yunmeng wailed, we didn't want to either, but our ancestors have been haunting us day and night in our dreams, using threats and persuasion to ask for our help so they can be set free. Suddenly, the door of the room began to reverberate with more heart-rending roars. Lu Yanting's expression grew tense as he stepped forward, only to be stopped by Du Yunmeng. Brother Lu, you really shouldn't go in, it's dangerous, you could get eaten. Before she finished, she was firmly kicked aside. Go away. Lu Yanting spat out the words, stepping straight into the guest room. But Jian Ran was already nowhere to be seen, all that remained was the violently flapping curtain. Narrowing his eyes, Lu wasted no time and immediately strode to the window, leaping out. Behind the villa, the abandoned village loomed eerily. The surrounding woods swayed unnaturally despite there being no wind. The air was thick with ghostly energy and the smell of blood. Jian Ran held the peachwood sword in one hand and slowly stepped into the boundary of the desolate village. The scene around him suddenly transformed. It was still that ancestral hall, with the iron cabinet standing in the center, continuously spewing mud mixed with blood that saturated the stone-paved floor. Inger. Ing. Jian Ran heard a middle-aged woman's soul-shattering cry, as if clinging to her last breath just to see her daughter one final time. Village chief, where is my Ing? Supporting Lu's mother who had tears streaming down her face, you said you'd only scare her a bit to make her confess, then you'd let her go. Now where is she? Sitting upright on his high seat, the village chief calmly sipped his tea, seemingly without intention to answer. Beside him, a muscular man with exposed arms glanced uneasily at the iron cabinet. Lu's mother instantly understood what was amiss, rushing to the cabinet and throwing open its doors to reveal Lu Ying, lifeless and covered in mud, falling stiffly into her mother's embrace. Ying, wake up, please wake up. Lu's mother sobbed uncontrollably, torn apart inside, but still couldn't rouse her daughter. After an indeterminate amount of time, she finally calmed herself, raising her head slowly toward the village chief. You promised me. Why break your word? You've taken my Ying's life. You will pay for this, my child will never rest until vengeance is mine. Have you caused enough trouble? The village chief stood abruptly, annoyed as he cut her off. Lu Ying lacked propriety, bearing a child out of wedlock, ancient customs would have had her drowned in a pig cage. In fact, this punishment has been merciful of me. Just take her back. A night's turmoil, everyone's tired. After speaking, he got up and prepared to walk back into the inner chambers. But Lu's mother issued a chilling response, my Ying is not dead. She'll still give birth to her child. You people, prepare yourselves. Repercussions will soon find their way to you. The village chief dismissed her claims but inexplicably shivered inwardly, glancing back at Lu's mother only to see her now shedding blood tears, her gaze locking onto him like an evil ghost upon its prey. Chapter 54, Hurry, someone, the corpse is rising. Jian Ran knew very well that setting foot into this abandoned village meant entering the realm of resentment created by vengeful spirits. The images formed from hatred and sorrow replayed the story as vividly as yesterday, allowing him as an outsider to witness all that followed. Lu's mother hugged her lifeless daughter tightly, staring intently at the village chief, her emanating resentment even stronger than the tragic death of the one in her arms. Honey, let's go home. Behind her, Lu's father grieved deeply while supporting her, this is all my fault, I shouldn't have left like that. If I stayed, watched over our Ying, maybe she wouldn't have. Stop talking. Lu's mother snapped harshly at him, go home. Let's take Ying home with us. Fearing to say more, Lu's father obeyed silently, taking the body of his young, muddy, and tortured daughter into his arms, the slightly protruding belly marking the unborn child who had also perished. One death carried two souls, yet no pity stirred among those present. Every villager regarded them with disdain, some even spitting on the ground after Lu's parents left. Pfft. Filthy bastards. How dare they claim back their shameless girl? To even let that slut survive and bear a child? It's delusional. Pfft. Even if the village chief agreed, the ancestors enshrined in this hall would never allow it. What misfortune for a family to raise such a daughter. The vicious remarks continued unabated, leaving Jian Ran furrowing his brows in deep distaste, thoroughly repulsed. He moved his legs to follow the staggering elderly couple as they exited the hall. Outside, the moon was bright and stars were sparse, silver light shining everywhere, unyielding, as if determined to expose every unfair and disgraceful matter hidden in the world. Mrs. Lu had already wiped away her tears, with a resolute expression, exuding an inexplicable air of eeriness. Mr. Lu, who was cradling Ying in his arms, trailed behind cautiously, furtively glancing around. After walking for more than 10 steps, he finally couldn't help but say anxiously, "My dear, don't act impulsively." Mrs. Lu abruptly turned back, her eyes filled with ferocity. "Shut up. You! How dare you tell me not to be impulsive when our child is like this?" The farmer could barely find words, only stammering, "A person, once dead, can never come back to life." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lu suddenly laughed, her laughter bizarre beyond measure. "Who says that a person who's died can't come back to life? Tonight I'll show you." Mr. Lu's eyes widened in alarm. "My dear, what are you going to do?" Mrs. Lu didn't reply, slowly turning and continuing towards their home. Her gait was somewhat rigid, as if she were about to collapse at any moment. Jian Ran watched all this unfold and couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Indeed, the power of maternal love was extraordinary. Reverse reincarnation would bring not just physical wounds but also harm to the soul. Before long, they arrived at the small house of the elderly couple. Mrs. Lu first ordered Mr. Lu to fetch a bucket of clear water, then entered the side room and rummaged through the cabinets, spreading out several old packages on the Kong bed. Jian Ran's pupils contracted slightly as he examined closely and spotted items used by shamans, blood-stained ritual objects, ancient tarnished spirit bells, a few dilapidated ancient books, and a bronze mortar for preparing ingredients. Under the pale moonlight, Mrs. Lu pulled out some unidentifiable substances, tossing them all into the mortar and forcefully crushing them. By this time, Mr. Lu had already brought over the wooden bucket, standing at the door and peering inside. "My dear, what are you doing?" "Putting in the bucket." Mrs. Lu replied nonchalantly. Mr. Lu, not daring to defy her, gritted his teeth and placed his own daughter into the wooden bucket. Not long after, Mrs. Lu emerged with the bronze mortar in hand, saying nothing as she dumped its contents into the clear water. With one hand, she caressed Ying's muddy, dirty face, her gaze oscillated between tenderness and madness, her voice hoarse and strange. "Inger, don't worry. You will live again by dawn. And the child inside you too." Seeing this scene, Mr. Lu grew so terrified that his legs turned weak, causing him to collapse onto the ground. His face expressed disbelief. "Dear, don't talk nonsense, how could he possibly?" Mrs. Lu sharply turned back, her expression fierce. "Don't you want your daughter back alive?" "Of course I do." Mr. Lu responded fearfully. "Then shut up and wait." Mrs. Lu revealed her ferocious side. Mr. Lu had seemingly never seen his wife look this way, and though shocked, the intense hope in his heart for his daughter to be resurrected overshadowed his unease. In the end, he could only silently wait nearby, praying for a miracle. Jian Ran squatted nearby, pondering quietly. If Mrs. Lu hadn't concealed her shamanic skills from her husband and daughter, or even from the villagers, the chief wouldn't have dared to bully her family so recklessly. After all, in the old days, shamans held no ordinary status, no one dared to offend them for fear of retaliation. Mrs. Lu worked efficiently, her expression solemn as she cleaned Ying from head to toe. She then returned to the room, retrieving the spirit bell to begin performing the ritual. It must be admitted, the shaman did indeed have some skills. Upon reciting incantations, eerie winds suddenly arose, clouds covered the moon. The originally deathly silent woods began to violently shake, the rustling leaves sounding like demons whispering secrets to each other. Heaven's gate opens, earth's gate opens, return spirits swiftly to reunite. Mrs. Lu's eyes closed as she intoned fervently, her hair disheveled in the howling wind, looking ghost-like and menacing. From all directions, dozens of wisps of white vapor gathered, forming ghostly faces with sharp teeth bared. Mr. Lu trembled uncontrollably, utterly terrified. Unable to bear the sight, he closed his eyes, covering his head as he knelt on the ground. Such an evil transgression against nature shouldn't exist, or else it would surely cause great calamity. Jian Ran observed coldly from the sidelines, unable to prevent what had already been set in motion. Unknowingly, after a long while, the chilling wind finally subsided. A star of dawn lit up the horizon, casting a ray of morning light onto Ying's face. Still deathly pale, she slowly opened her eyes, her pupils hollow and unsettling. Jian Ran inhaled sharply, his brows furrowing. He muttered lightly, "It's done. Madam Lu, can you truly bear the consequences later on?" He mumbled to himself, lazily lifting his eyelids to glance toward the sky. Far away, clouds drifted with the wind, revealing a bright and tranquil day. Things belonging to the underworld should have withdrawn by now, yet Ying remained exposed under sunlight, rising slowly from the bath bucket. "Inger!" Mr. Lu raised his ostrich-like head, shouting in shock as he quickly got up from the ground. "You're alive. You're really alive. I'll go find you some clothes." In a flustered state, he rushed into the short house, stumbling and falling but crawling back up without concern for his pain. The neighboring family, hearing the commotion, curiously peeked over to investigate. Just then they happened to catch Mr. Lu wrapping Ying with clothing, their blood freezing instantly. Sweating cold beads, they stammered out in fear, reanimation. It's reanimation. Help, somebody. Lu Ying has come back to life. Chapter 55, These two aren't normal. The neighbors were scared so much that they nearly wet their pants, ready to run outside and call others, but were stopped dead by Mrs. Lu's fierce glare, paralyzed near the wall and not daring to move. He hadn't even seen how Mrs. Lu had approached, but when he blinked again, her fearsome face was already right before him. Mrs. Lu, what on earth is happening? The neighbor managed a smile uglier than crying. What's happening? Mrs. Lu glared coldly, who are you talking about reanimating? Would someone just rise back to life in broad daylight? Our Ying never died in the first place. Terrified beyond comprehension, the neighbor stared at Mrs. Lu's grotesque appearance and dared not say another word. All right, Ying never died. I will go inform the chief of this good news. And as he said this, he began retreating, turning around and fleeing. Mr. Lu looked over, trembling, asking anxiously, why don't we stop him? If the chief finds out. So what if he knows? Mrs. Lu turned sharply, if we can't hide it anyway, why not stir up a storm? I'd like to see who still dares harm our Ying. Mr. Lu gazed upon his wife, whose character had drastically changed overnight, stunned and speechless. Yet Ying stood truly alive before them, what could be better than regaining something lost? Now he cared for nothing else, despite the icy chill beneath his calloused hands. Jian Ran, standing off in the distance, observed all the proceedings and lowered his gaze onto Ying's slightly swollen abdomen. He knew she wouldn't survive long, perhaps days or weeks at most. Mrs. Lu had gone through tremendous efforts, sacrificing even herself, all because she couldn't accept her child's sudden death. But defying the natural order carried a price too heavy for anyone to bear. Just look at the unborn child inside Ying, feeding off Yin energy. With this scene concluding abruptly, Jian Ran felt a hand grasping his arm, familiar warmth and presence enveloping his body instantly. As he dazedly glanced back, his lips parted slowly, you. Jian Ran paused, then his expression shifted, why did you follow me again? Go back immediately, you shouldn't meddle here. Lu Yanting faintly smiled, do you worry about me? Jian Ran was momentarily at a loss for words. Then, with a carefree grin spreading across his face, he replied, protecting my client is part of my duty. But I won't take responsibility for risks caused by uncontrollable forces. Lu Yanting smirked, so you're making quite the deal, huh? Jian Ran mentally retorted, nonsense. If everyone was as reckless as you, even 100 clients would be beyond protection. Seeing he'd arrived, trying to send him away seemed fruitless. Reluctantly, Jian Ran said, stay close to me, if anyone calls out, whatever happens, don't turn back. These corpses desperately need new bodies. Lu Yanting nodded slightly, relax, I'm very obedient. Hearing this, Jian Ran rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. Obedient my foot. How many times must he tell him not to follow? The desolate village under the cover of night looked far different from its daytime visage. Ruins and broken walls cast wild, ghost-like shadows illuminated by moonlight, shifting to show terrifying, grinning faces once someone walked past. Lu Yanting glanced once, then pulled his focus away, pretending as if nothing had occurred, continuing ahead. He even asked casually. What's our main job tonight? Exhume graves, Jian Ran said without any change in expression, start with the one of that womanizer Li Zongsheng. Before the sound of his words faded, shadows flickered among the trees. A corner of Lu Yanting's mouth lifted, a dangerous smile playing on his lips, fine, how deep should we dig? Your call. The shadow in the forest trembled even more violently. These two aren't exactly friendly folk. 107 abandoned graves rested awkwardly on the slope behind the village, marked with tombstones jutting upward. Many names carved upon them bore roughly the same death dates. Jian Ran didn't dwell on it much, eyeing a grave and shouting, dig. How should we dig? Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow, with bare hands. Using bare hands would be troublesome. I'll just use the 5 thunder talisman to blow it open, Jian Ran replied. Lu Yanting nodded approvingly, good idea. And with that, he deftly stepped aside to clear space. Jian Ran fished a talisman out from his pants, readying to chant the spell as he started vocalizing. But before he finished, a shadow darted out, wait. Brother, wait. Jian Ran turned at the call, a sneer curving the corner of his mouth, oh, the cowardly turtle dares to show its face now. Li Zongsheng appeared awkward, let's talk this through, there's no need to start blasting graves, right? A ghost's foundation is in the tomb. And if it gets destroyed, not only will reincarnation become impossible, but the form built from these residual grudges will vanish entirely too. No need to blow it up, Jian Ran squatted down directly, pinching the edge of the paper talisman between his fingers lazily, I only read half of your story earlier. Finish it for me. Story. Li Zongsheng blinked confusedly. Jian Ran's eyes suddenly turned sharp before placing the charm near his lips, the 5 thunder breaks fire, leaving nothing in its path. Brother, hold on. Li Zongsheng trembled all over, I'm actually really good at storytelling. Why don't you listen to mine? Jian Ran rolled his eyes and retracted the talisman, speak up then. Li Zongsheng nodded humbly. The next moment, he slipped straight into character. Once upon a time, there was an extremely pure-hearted boy. As commanded by Tai Shang Lao Jun, let divine soldiers rush swiftly, Jian Ran began chanting again. Li Zongsun knelt abruptly, skipping the prologue. Let's dive straight into the main drama. The man upheld his promise, returning to the village to marry Lu Ying. But as soon as he set foot back in this place where their love first bloomed, everything around him seemed unrecognizable. What used to be a bustling, warm village had now transformed eerily into one filled with ghostly atmosphere. Every door was tightly shut, and the window frames were sealed perfectly tight. There weren't any livestock in the yards, and there wasn't even a sound of bird chirping or insect buzzing, eerily quiet like an abandoned desolate village that had been left long ago. Li Zongsun walked towards his lover's house hesitantly, only to trip over something, falling forward about a meter away. He looked back, and when he saw what it was, a scream got stuck in his throat, emitting only a hoarse sound. What could it possibly be? A villager? How could they look as if torn apart by wild beasts, leaving only half a face visible? Their intestines were spilled out onto the ground. Waves of nausea rose within him. Li Zongsun turned around and scrambled back toward Lu Ying's home like hell itself was chasing him. Still heading in the same remembered direction. From afar, he could already see a slim and graceful figure drying children's clothes. At this sight, the fear in Li Zongsun's heart gradually gave way to joy. He quickened his steps, couldn't help shouting, "Inger, I've come back." That slim figure paused slightly, appearing almost incredulous before turning her stiff and slow-moving head. Zongsun. This reunion scene should have been tender and emotional, yet Li Zongsun ran off immediately instead. Cursing along the way. Shit. That certainly wasn't Lu Ying. How could Lu Ying possibly remain still? With her head twisting full 180 degrees. Chapter 56, You, perpetual coward, are always on the run. Li Zongsun was a genuine second-generation official. In the early days of the Republic, being an official meant money and power, and being of Manchu origin elevated his social standing even further. The higher the family status, the stricter the emphasis on equal social standing in marriage matches. How could parents possibly allow their child to marry some countryside peasant girl? Therefore, when Li Zongsun went home and simply voiced his desire, he was immediately confined to his room without permission to go outside. He did attempt to escape. Climbing windows and leaping walls. Each time he was caught and severely beaten until he almost lost the ability to walk. His father even issued a chilling threat, "If you dare run again, I'll kill you." Li Zongsun thought silently, killing me is fine. Life may indeed be precious, but love is priceless. So he started a hunger strike in protest. From morning to night, from New Year's Day to the 15th day, and all the way from early summer to deep autumn. Seeing her son becoming increasingly gaunt and nearly lifeless, his mother was the first to break. "My child, if you truly feel this way, then go. I'll speak to your father." "Really, mother?" Li Zongsun peeked out, shining with hope. Mother tearfully nodded, "What else can I do? I cannot watch you die in front of my eyes." Thus, Li Zongsun finally set off on the road to Mount Taihang, exhilarated at the thought of bringing Lu Ying back to the city, ready to start their own household, marry, and have children. In those days, communication mainly relied on shouting. Or if worse came to worst, letters. Products of early technology like telephones were reserved for the wealthy. So, during these months, Li Zongsun was completely unaware of the changes in the mountain village. And upon his return, he got an enormous surprise. Li Zongsun ran all out, with Lu Ying, whose head was twisted 180 degrees from her body, chasing after him relentlessly. He kept looking back and cursing under his breath. Damn it! Damn it! How is she doing this? Running backward and still sprinting like a pro. In the distance, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the village red with its last light rays, exuding an eerie and ghostly atmosphere. It was strange how after running around the entire village, Li Zongsun didn't see a single living creature. He caught sight of the overgrown graves on the earthen slope by accident. "Zongsun. Why are you running away? Don't you want me? Don't you care about our child?" Li Zongsun was sobbing as he ran. "Of course I care, but who are you? My Lu Ying would never be this horrifying." The figure suddenly stopped, staring intently at what lay ahead. Li Zongsun, who should have used this opportunity to escape, inexplicably turned back, muttering numbly, "Please, don't cry. I can't bear seeing you in tears." Lu Ying slowly turned her upper body to face him fully, 2 streaks of bloody tears standing out prominently on her pale cheeks as she asked, "Do you know how long I've waited for you? Do you know what I've endured? You just ran when you came back, not giving me a chance to talk. You're so heartless." As Li Zongsun listened to Lu Ying's cries of anguish, his heart clenched painfully. A grown man, unable to recount the numerous obstacles faced at home that eventually led to his daring escape, he wouldn't dare to sound so self-indulgent. "Inger, Li Zongsun hesitated, murmuring, "I'm sorry to you. You've suffered." Lu Ying sniffled, "It doesn't matter, at least you've come back now. From now on, the 3 of us will live happily together." "The 3 of us?" Li Zongsun's eyes lit up momentarily before turning back and running again. "What the hell is that?" Jian Ran burst out laughing at this point. "You don't even recognize your own son?" Brother, don't kid around, how could anyone tell it's his son? Bloodied flesh, blue face with fangs. Li Zongsen looked utterly distraught. I've never seen anything like that in my life. And then? Jian Ran narrowed his eyes. Did you manage to escape? Li Zongsen nodded. I ran down the mountain in one breath. It was pitch black. I was exhausted. I rested a bit. When I looked back, there was nothing but woods. Jian Ran contemplated thoughtfully. They might be bound by limitations, unable to leave the village. You're right. Li Zongsen's tone suddenly became excited. Through the trees, I saw the village covered in thick fog. It looked like wisps of wandering souls from afar. Suddenly, some heads would turn, showing faces disfigured and incomplete, just like the one that tripped me. Later, Li Zongsen couldn't help worrying and decided to secretly climb the mountain again. Jian Ran's lips curled into a smirk, definitely another instance of dying to try something stupid. Li Zongsen's love for Lu Ying transcended societal class distinctions, a product of free love, and naturally wouldn't be easily abandoned. Whether she was human or ghost, he had to find out clearly. After a brief moment of calm, Li Zongsen embarked on the climb up the mountain again. However, this time, he didn't rashly enter the village. There was a perfect observation point among the dense forest of Mount Taihang. Back in their passionate courting days, Li Zongsen often brought Lu Ying here for dates. Standing at the edge of the cliff provided a panoramic view of the entire village, allowing for a swift escape should any trouble arise. This night, with no moon and fierce winds, he ascended their once-beloved sacred ground. To avoid being discovered, he crawled forward carefully. As soon as he revealed his eyes, he witnessed a horrifying and terrifying scene. In the village, someone was on their knees begging for mercy. By the clothes, it was apparent this person was the village patriarch. Li Zongsen recognized him immediately from prior encounters. Facing the patriarch, stood several familiar figures. Lu Ying. Please beg your mother. You cannot make the same mistake again. Your child already bears deep sins. The once vibrant and ambitious clan leader seemed to have aged several decades overnight. Deep furrows lined his face, and he was so frail that it seemed even a slight breeze could knock him over. His words were spoken with great effort. But the cold, severe figures facing him showed no mercy, one of them even let out a cruel laugh. Clan leader, do you know why you're the last one standing? Lu's mother's voice was icy, enunciating each word clearly. The patriarch helplessly shook his head. With gritted teeth, Lu's mother said, I want you to taste the pain of losing your dearest loved ones. I will turn you into a malevolent ghost, forever trapped in this torment. Suffering for all eternity. A child, are you hungry? It's dinner time. And so, Li Zongsen on the cliff, his hand clamped tightly over his mouth as his eyes widened in horror, witnessed the horrific scene of demons consuming their victims, accompanied by piercing screams of unbearable agony. Unable to contain himself any longer, he retched audibly. In an instant, Lu's mother turned fiercely toward Li Zongsen, her gaze scanning sharply in his direction. The moment their eyes met, she grinned wickedly, an expression particularly chilling in the darkness. Li Zongsen felt as if his insides were being clenched, scrambling up from the ground and fleeing without a second thought. Jian Ran, hearing this, gave a scornful chuckle. You pathetic coward, always on the run. Chapter 57, Living so long, don't you feel sick? Li Zongsen inwardly thought that running away was only natural, who could endure such horrifying scenes? After another frenzied sprint, when he reached halfway up the mountain, he was already out of breath. His legs like lead, barely moving, tripping over crisscrossed tree roots and landing with his face in the dirt. As he struggled to get up, he suddenly saw a shadow looming over him. His whole body froze as he slowly looked up, managing a forced smile that tried to be polite. Auntie. I came back to marry Lu Ying. I hope you'll grant me your blessing. Lu's mother had a ghastly demeanor, slightly curling her lips as she asked, do you think it's still appropriate to say this? Li Zongsen hesitated, sensing an ominous foreboding rising within him. Auntie, has Lu Ying already married someone else? Lu's mother sneered, it seems you're pretending not to understand. Inger, haven't you seen him yet? What do you think of him? Li Zongsen stammered from his position kneeling in the mud, I saw him. No. I didn't see anyone, that couldn't possibly be Lu Ying. Lu's mother sniffed dismissively and abruptly yelled loudly, Inger, did you hear? This is the man who abandoned you and made you suffer. Now's the time to exact vengeance, don't wait any longer to kill him. If it weren't for this man intruding into the village and ruining everything, wouldn't this entire situation never have happened? Li Zongsen was the real culprit. And if he weren't dead, the resentment inside Inger would continue to consume her spirit, likely leading to her corporeal form not enduring much longer. As soon as Lu's mother finished speaking, rustling noises echoed around them. The chill winds howled through the woods, swirling dust and rocks that clouded Li Zongsen's vision. He rubbed his eyes hard and reopened them just in time to feel a bone-chilling hand clamp down on his neck. Inger. There before him stood the visage he dreamt of every day. In a daze, Li Zongsen extended his trembling hand, wanting one last touch of the love he'd been so intimately close to. However, he heard a clear crack. It sounded like breaking bones. So near yet impossibly far. As his body uncontrollably tipped and fell, Li Zongsen recalled the new romantic terms he'd learned at school, straining to force the words from his throat. I love you. Hearing these 3 words, seeing Li Zongsen spitting blood, Lu Ying snapped back to her senses, her sanity returning momentarily as she grabbed her hair frantically. Zongsen. What have I done? Aya. Seeing this, Lu's mother rushed forward in urgency, attempting to soothe her daughter. Inger, you've killed the heartless betrayer. Don't feel guilty. It's his fault. He came back here for you. Furiously spinning around, Lu Ying stared at her mother, her eyes blood-red, tears streaming down in blood as she cried out. I hate you. You turned me into this monstrosity, not human, not ghost. And you transformed my child into some kind of abomination. Do you think this is what I wanted? You acted only to satisfy your own desires. You wanted a puppet living beside you forever. Shaken under the accusations, Lu's mother stumbled backward repeatedly, shaking her head fiercely. No, no. I'm your mother. How could I harm you? All I ever wanted was for you to return. There's no coming back, Lu Ying cried endlessly with tears of blood. Mother, let me go. I want to leave. For just a moment, confusion flickered across the matriarch's features before her resolve hardened. It was their fault. Why should I be the one to lose my loved ones? I refuse to accept my fate. Jian Ran listened and fell silent for a while, then sighed as if in agreement. This mother has too much control. If she'd been more open-minded, maybe the tragedy would have cost less. Lu Yanting, who had stood quietly beside him like a bodyguard without saying a word, suddenly spoke up. I can actually understand Mother Lu. There's nothing wrong with what she did. She merely wanted her beloved one by her side. As he said this, his pitch-black eyes gleamed mysteriously, locking onto Jian Ran's profile. Listening to the story didn't send shivers down his spine, but that look made the hair on his back rise. It felt like being watched by a wild beast. Jian Ran shrugged uncomfortably and nodded toward Li Zongsen. Go, dig up the other graves. Huh. Li Zongsen seemed not to catch it. They're all empty graves. Why bother digging? The villagers, including the clan leader, were devoured piece by piece. Setting up tombstones only served to trap their resentful spirits here. Digging up the place wouldn't make any difference anyway. A sly smirk curled Jian Ran's lips. Then we don't need to dig up the empty graves. Let's start with Lu Ying's. Li Zongsen prepared to bolt immediately but was stopped by the peach's wood sword pricking his previously broken throat. Brother, please spare me. How could I dare offend Lu Ying's mother? Are you tired of reincarnation already? Jian Ran snorted. Have you given up on saving Lu Ying too? Li Zongsen, I'll do it. After that, his figure swayed until he located Lu Ying's gravestone. His nails grew long and sharp as he readied them to pierce into the soil mound behind the headstone. Suddenly, a hoarse, fierce voice boomed out loud. Who gave you the nerve to touch my daughter's grave? Li Zongsen trembled non-stop in sheer cowardice, betraying his loyalty instantly by pointing at Jian Ran behind him. He gave me the nerve. He darted behind Jian Ran right after speaking, but hadn't even steadied himself when Lu Yanting flicked him aside. Li Zongsen. Whimpering quietly, there was nowhere to go without feeling the pressure. Standing by the dirt pile, Jian Ran slowly got up. Oh, mother, our paths cross again. Living so long, doesn't it feel boring? The elder lady lost none of her former kindness and solemnity. She emerged from the wildly clawing woods, her expression turning menacingly eerie. Boring? I've been bored long ago. But I have a grandson to raise. And even if I'm bored, I cannot say it. Jian Ran shook his head with a sigh. Would that kind of monster really choose to live? To defy the natural order, haven't you paid enough for your mistakes? Lu's mother's wrinkled face, extremely aged, gazed fiercely and hatefully. Do not call my grandson a monster. Jian Ran continued regardless, each night tormented by evil ghosts gnawing at your flesh and bones. That taste. Isn't it utterly excruciating? The villagers devoured by your grandson surely hate you to the core. Lu's mother laughed scornfully. Mere evil ghosts. I have ways to deal with them. What about your own daughter? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow. Does she know Li Zongsen wasn't actually a heartless betrayer and that all the letters expressing deep affection until death, sent by him, were intercepted by you? All these illusions created by you are simply to lock Lu Ying by your side. In essence, the root cause of Lu Ying's death is you. At this, panic finally flitted across Lu's mother's ancient face. Opening her mouth to speak. A dark shadow crept from behind, pinching her neck with freezing, bone-chilling hands. Mother. You deceived me. Chapter 58, Nothing happened between me and Lu Yanting. That single cry of mother caused streams of tears to pour down Lu's mother's cheeks. Her stiff body turned around hesitantly to face her estranged daughter who she'd avoided seeing for decades. Her fierce countenance crumbled, replaced by maternal love and longing, whispering painfully, Inger, you finally come to see me. Lu Ying reverted to her appearance at death after losing the witch's spells supporting her, covered in mud, disheveled black hair flowing down to her ankles, obscuring her hollow stomach. Only her bloodshot eyes remained firmly fixed ahead. Jian Ran stood nearby, silently cursing the invisible cage confining everyone. Be it Lu's mother. Lu Ying. Or even Li Zongsun. It was all due to their deep-rooted obsessions, unwilling to take a step forward, nor retreat to the past. And that monstrous offspring born out of selfish desires became the tool for their venting of anger. Tragedies in life often play out this way, with no one able to prevent or save them. If one transforms into an evil ghost, it can only rely on someone like Jian Ran, a charlatan Taoist priestess, to exorcise and guide it through, so. Hey, this is how business comes about. Alright, stop blabbering, Jian Ran interrupted the resentful atmosphere, directly interjecting himself into the scene. A bridge is a bridge, a road is a road, your issues will be resolved later. As he spoke, he turned around and waved his hand, yo, you escapee, get your ass back here. Li Zongsun, who was just tiptoeing away stealthily, thought. I cannot provoke these two mother-daughter. Their rage would shatter my soul. As a man, stop always trying to avoid problems. If you had explained clearly at first, would all this chaos have happened? Jian Ran's figure flickered as golden light glowed from his palm. He grabbed Li Zongsun's intangible collar and threw him in front of the mother-daughter pair. Li Zongsun knelt on the ground, looking up at Lu Ying, with thousands of words unsaid, finally squeezing out two words, love you. Unexpectedly, just after speaking, his backbone was firmly kicked. Stick to the point, Jian Ran swiftly retracted his leg. Lu Yanting, who was watching the show beside them, pressed his lips, silently laughing. Are those overly dramatic characters online, who cling to men they see, really him? Could he have secretly swapped cores? Li Zongsun, after being kicked, quickly straightened his body. Despite not knowing why Jian Ran was so powerful and could touch his ethereal soul, the oppressive fear was genuinely real. Sister Ing, when I returned home, I told Mama and Nai Nai right away that I wanted to marry you. They disagreed and locked me up, forbidding me from going anywhere, even claiming they'd break my legs. In the name of love, I didn't give in and started a hunger strike to protest. Afraid you'd worry, I bribed a servant to send you letters. The letters conveyed my undying love. Eventually, my Nai Nai felt sorry for me and released me, so I rushed back immediately. Result. Jian Ran, can you talk with punctuation marks? Li Zongsun sobbed as he looked back, big brother, you said don't say nonsense. Jian Ran. Grass. What was supposed to be a scary mystery movie has been twisted by you into a comical farce. Finally, Li Zongsun revealed the entire story and turned around, affectionately gazing at Lu Ying, Sister Ying, I truly haven't wronged you. When you killed me back then, I didn't hold any grudge against you. For all these years, I've always wanted to explain, but you were acting erratically. Jian Ran sighed and interrupted him, alright, everything before was quite moving, don't add the term acting erratically though. In between their banter, the mother-daughter duo experienced different emotional changes. Lu Ying gradually returned to normal, her black hair, like a widow's, receded, the dirt and filth on her face disappeared, her red eyes became clear and transparent, filled with hot tears ready to fall at any moment. On the other hand, Lu Mother became extremely nervous, her expression fierce and vigilant, staring warily at Li Zongsun, just like the first time she saw the two intimately stuck together, wishing he'd disappear forever. Are you telling the truth? Lu Ying asked hoarsely. The restored young woman was exceptionally beautiful, with fair skin and crystal clear eyes, her cherry-red lips glowing brightly. No wonder Li Zongsun got mesmerized back then, eventually leading to his doom of endless torment. He nodded vigorously, absolutely true. Li Zongsun wanted to produce some concrete evidence but was interrupted mid-action by Lu Mother's sharp voice. Inger, don't believe him. He's a complete aristocrat scum. To snatch you away, he'll do anything. The flowery words in the letters made me sick to my stomach. Lu Ying suddenly turned her head sharply, Mother, were those letters really in your possession? Lu Mother realized she had slipped up and faltered for words, it was all for your own good. Lu Ying suddenly laughed, but tears kept rolling down, Mother, I've finally understood your painstaking efforts. No wonder you've never let me interact with the outside world. It turns out you truly care for me, unable to bear seeing me leave a single step. Jian Ran scoffed, planning to let you inherit the family trade. Exactly. Lu Ying's smile grew more sinister, since childhood, you've instilled in me everything bad about men. If you despise him so much, why did you marry my father? Lu Mother stumbled back a step under the accusation, her expression flustered. Inger, it's not like you think. I couldn't bear to part with you. Lu Ying's arm twitched slightly, her voice even colder. Couldn't part with me? What a joke. You turned me into a zombie-like corpse, forcing me to endure endless pain and preventing my soul from reincarnating. Not only that, but you even manipulated me into killing the person I loved most. How truly caring of you. Before she finished speaking, Lu Ying suddenly raised her hand. Her nails, blackened and sharp, darted directly toward Lu Mother. At the critical moment, an animal-like howl erupted, and a bloody figure jumped in front of Lu Mother. When Lu Ying realized what it was, she let out a pained cry. Child. My child. By the time she comprehended the situation, it was too late. The creature hadn't moved at all, and her pitch-black nails pierced its heart directly. As it slowly fell to the ground, it managed to crack a smile, appearing as though relieved. Its mouth opened wide, revealing fangs. Between its teeth, some remnants of flesh remained. Its appearance looked horrifyingly grotesque, yet the tone it produced made everyone present feel deeply moved. "Mom, I finally see you again. You look so beautiful." Tears streamed down Lu Ying's face as she pulled back her hand and tightly embraced her child. Her alabaster cheek pressed against its textureless surface. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." The sudden change left Lu Mother frozen in place. Uncertain how to respond, she angrily glared at Jianran instead. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't interfered, none of this would have happened. I'll make you taste what it feels like to lose someone precious." Jianran smirked coldly. "Here we go again, shifting blame is such a habit for you. Do you think I'm an easy target, letting you bully me around?" He paused briefly, then his brow furrowed suddenly. "Hey! Why are you attacking Lu Yanting? Don't create rumors between us. There's absolutely nothing going on, I swear." Chapter 59, Shock. Is it moral corruption or ethical deterioration that causes Lu Yanting to change for love? Shouting that I should experience the pain of losing someone dear. You grab a talisman and throw it straight at Lu Yanting's face. "Madam, please open your eyes properly. My beloved one could never be a man." While silently cursing in his mind, Jianran protected Lu Yanting behind him and shouted angrily at Lu Mother, "After decades of being gnawed by evil spirits, you're still delusional. Are you really determined to destroy everything? Well, I'll grant you your wish." With his peachwood sword in hand, Jianran dove forward, breaking through the talisman Lu Mother had hurled. Instantly, sparks flew everywhere and the air currents surged violently. But a muffled groan from behind drew his attention. "Did I hurt you?" Lu Yanting shook his head, but blood gushed continuously from a wound on his wrist, glaring brightly under the night sky and clearly visible. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." Jianran frowned. "Stay further away next time." After saying this, he turned around again but felt something off. Why does it seem like Lu Yanting deliberately got injured? That can't be right. His brain isn't broken. Jianran quickly regained focus and relocked eyes with the shaman woman, his lips curling up into a reckless grin. "Lady, be careful. Don't let me knock all your teeth out." Lu Mother's face twisted menacingly. "Enough talk. Today, I'll make sure you walk out of Taihang Mountain horizontally." The Research Institute's vehicle just broke through the first barrier when the detector began to sound wildly. "Director, the fluctuation level has reached its peak. If we're any later, the tragedy might be unavoidable." Lu Zhendong on the driver's seat furrowed his brows. "After staying up all night to work overtime, we just barely broke through the first layer, and now you tell me the tragedy cannot be avoided. What am I supposed to do?" As a scion of a wealthy family, Lu Zhendong was usually polite. Occasionally irascible, he rarely cursed. Right now, he felt utterly powerless and insignificant as a human being. Facing unknown powerful creatures, they could only suffer beatings. Their only hope rested entirely on Jianran. After being scolded, the subordinate remained silent for a few seconds until the Bluetooth earphone suddenly transmitted news, brightening his spirit instantly as he quickly turned around. "Director, there's progress ahead. The second layer of the barrier has weakened suddenly, and we've successfully broken through. Now there's only one more layer left." Lu Zhendong's eyes lit up. "Really? That's great. There's still time to save the people inside the villa." Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, his expression suddenly turning serious. "SSS. A sudden drop in defense can only mean one thing. The thing inside has been distracted." The subordinate widened his eyes, distracted. "Director, what do you mean?" Lu Zhendong shook his head, "I'm not sure either. We'll have to see it firsthand to judge." In the villa, there was no threat from paper effigies, leaving them in a temporary state of safety. The main hall was eerily quiet, with only the sound of breathing clearly audible, like a nighttime lament. Indeed, someone was crying, Li Yuan sobbing uncontrollably but trying to be quiet, leaning close to Qi Rui. "Hey, why am I so unlucky? I finally saw a spark of hope, and this happened. Ugh, tell me, isn't tonight exceptionally long? At this time every day, dawn is almost here. When will this ghost festival end? Wah wah wah." Qi Rui had been holding it together until hearing the big guy's wah wah wah, making him unable to resist the urge to punch someone, pushing Li Yuan away. "Assistant Director. Please respect yourself." A group of people nearby perked up their ears. Is the Assistant Director really that capable? Can he still think of butcherals at a time like this? However, just as they were about to gossip, fear immediately overtook them. Because the paper figures that had just been burned reappeared before the estate, wobbling forward with wide smiles, ready for a comeback. In an instant, they approached the entrance, their murmurs becoming clearer. "I'm hungry. I want to eat. It smells good inside. There must be plenty of food." Li Yuan froze, pulling back his tears. "What should we do? Ran brother isn't here." He grabbed Qi Rui, who was trembling too, shaking his arms. "Stop. Calm down." Qi Rui made him shut up, then turned his head to look somewhere. The three guests who just crawled out of Li Zongsen's room were huddled together, terrified, showing no sign of being exposed or ready to make sacrifices. Qi Rui figured they were prepared, so they must have a way out. So he shouted at Du Yunmeng, "What do we do? The paper men are coming again. If we don't act fast, we'll get eaten." Du Yunmeng trembled slightly, unable to control her voice, shouting shrilly, "What else can we do? Run! Quickly find Brother Ran." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he sprinted off, leaping out of the nearest window. The others followed suit, potential triggered by crisis. Overcoming obstacles, fleeing everywhere, running out of the villa into the desolate village behind it. At this moment, who would care if there were wandering spirits? Their hearts were set on one goal. Only by reaching Brother Ran could they survive. The cameraman succumbed to his professional habits, adhering strictly to the principle of never abandoning the camera, rushing forward while carrying it on his shoulder. Completely unaware that the movement was so large that the device had been switched on. Thus, the fans in the live stream chat became excited again. Oh, those who persist will eventually succeed. After a sudden interruption of 1 hour, the live stream was restored. But what are they running from? Yo. Scary travel show turns into everyday brothers. It seems everyone has the potential to play Kung Fu Run, each one agile. Could it be ghost chasing? Why no shots from behind? Everyone's expressions look terrifying, very contagious. Now I feel tense too. Holy cow, ahead, the figure jumping in the air, isn't that Brother Ran? Can he fly? And does he have shockwaves? What situation? Program effects. Brother Ran is actually fighting with an old lady in town. What's she holding? Looks like a skull. Guys, only I noticed. What's the bloody human-shaped thing on the ground? No skin, holy crap, it's turning around, so scary. Its teeth are so sharp. There seems to be raw meat stuck between its teeth. Damn, Brother Ran protecting Lu Yanting's silhouette is so handsome, such a good partner, love. Restricted level scenes frequently appeared in the live stream, and with a fan's quick screenshot, it quickly spread to WB, exploding like a bomb dropped in a peaceful fish pond, creating an uproar across the city. Thus, one trending topic soared fastest onto the top of the ranking, with bright red characters following, explosive. #shock. Is it moral decay or ethical collapse that causes Lu Yanting to change for love? Chapter 60, this damaged body, really can't handle it. Fortunately, Jian Ran couldn't see the trending topics, or his fists would have been clenched by now. What kind of husband pampering nonsense is this? Doing what for love? Am I always going to be the zero? Did you even verify the facts? Of course, all of these were afterthoughts. Jian Ran was holding an upgraded 5 Thunder Charm, just about to throw it, when he caught a glimpse of a large group of zombies approaching out of the corner of his eye. The fastest runner among them was Zombie Li, shouting, "Bro Ran, save me." Furrowing his brows slightly, Jian Ran was momentarily distracted. Little did he know that Mrs. Lu seized the opportunity, her hand ringing with the soul-summoning bell. Pebbles on the ground flew up eerily and charged directly at him. Actually, with Jian Ran's skills, dodging wasn't a problem at all. But someone was worried about his safety and flashed into view in front of him, trying to block every single stone, comprehensively and steadily taking the blows. As Jian Ran watched the flow of fresh blood down the smooth white forehead, his eyes widened in shock. He found himself unable to utter a word. This whole hero-saving beauty scene, ugh, why did it feel so awkward when reversed? "No need to thank me," Lu Yanting said generously and gallantly, "go ahead and handle it." "Jian Ran, are you really alright? There's blood all over your face. What's this strange feeling of emotion bubbling up?" "I'm fine." Lu Yanting smiled elegantly and composedly. For Jian Ran to owe him several favors, this minor injury meant nothing. "Alright then." Jian Ran brushed off the odd sensation within him and turned his gaze back to Mrs. Lu, his features sharpened. "I originally wanted to leave you with a full corpse, but that might not happen now." As he spoke, his palm swiftly made the seal, golden halos surged out, transforming midair into a clearly visible charm in the darkness of the night. With overwhelming force, it rushed toward Mrs. Lu. Her going against heaven's will and privately nurturing creatures from the underworld, plus harming more than 100 lives, had caused malevolent spirits to visit nightly to gnaw at her body. In reality, Mrs. Lu had already grown weak and deficient, suffering unbearable pain day and night. Even devout worship of deities couldn't eliminate her karmic debt. When Jian Ran visited her home the first time, the 2 streaks of blood tears left on the statue of Guanyin she worshipped were proof of this. So at this very moment, Mrs. Lu, whose vital energy had been depleted, could no longer escape, yet there was a tinge of resignation on her fierce and aggressive expression as she stood still awaiting her judgment. But at the very instant the golden light charm struck her, a frail figure drifted over to attempt protection. When the pale hands touched the dazzling light, sizzling smoke of white arose. "Linger," Mrs. Lu cried out aloud in surprise. She hadn't expected her daughter who'd hated her for decades to ultimately step forward to save her in her final moments. All her obsession and selfish desires collapsed at this point, leaving only regret and sorrow. If she hadn't forcefully intervened back then, would all of this have happened? "Linger." Mrs. Lu could no longer stand upright and collapsed to her knees with a thud, her kneecaps shattering on the stones as tears streamed down her old face while looking towards Linger, whose figure was gradually becoming transparent as she turned around. "Mother, I'm sorry." The beautiful young woman faintly smiled, the clear, crystalline tear streaming down her cheek no longer being blood tears. "Mother, I'm tired, I want to go. Can you come find me?" Linger stared affectionately at Li Zongsen and at a child lying unconscious on the ground. "Can you take them along? I want our family to reunite. Let's never be lonely again. Mother, please stop harming others. Set yourself free and come with me." Jian Ran, standing nearby, motionless, gazed at everything before him and muttered under his breath. This old woman probably didn't even have the capability to harm others anymore. But he kept these words to himself. After all, witnessing such dramatic partings, it wasn't right to ruin the atmosphere. When the charm finally disappeared entirely, so did the last bit of Linger's soul. Mrs. Lu looked at the void before her eyes and remained dumbfounded. Conversely, Li Zongsen held the battered corpse of his zombie son and sobbed uncontrollably. Jian Ran shot him a glare, crying for what? "Why don't you chase after your wife on the Yellow Spring Road? Be big brother, I don't know how." Li Zongsen wailed piteously and begged, "Big brother, can you send me off?" Jian Ran sighed irritably, such a hassle. Coldly glancing at Mrs. Lu, who had quietly passed away at some point, and the swarm of paper figures coming closer with their teeth bared, he thought silently. Shit, this workload is truly immense. Let's resolve it all at once. Jian Ran quickly formed seals with his hands, then raised both palms above his head, where golden light suddenly appeared and transformed into a charm enveloping the entire desolate village and villa. A few seconds later, the golden light fell like raindrops. It was a scene akin to a fantastical special effect, presenting itself to the world, grand and shocking. Every person present who witnessed it couldn't believe their eyes. Forgetting to flee, forgetting life and death. Their expressions dazed, transformed into devout reverence. The Research Institute's convoy that had broken through the final barrier also caught sight of the peculiar phenomenon occurring on the mountain slope, all displaying looks of shock, including Uncle Lu Zhendong. What kind of existence could possess such capabilities? He inwardly marveled. The golden light soon dissipated, fleeting as the bloom of a night flowering cereus. The paper figures controlled by evil spirits collapsed one after another, their vacant eyes losing their ferocity and no longer possessing any offensive capability. And Mother Lu fell limply to the ground, her breath completely gone, the deep furrows in her aged face less pronounced, a faint smile curving at the corner of her mouth. Li Zongsen vanished with the child, as if they'd never appeared, except for the names left imprinted on the tombstones. The moment the golden light completely disappeared, Jian Ran lost his balance and flipped his eyes, falling sideways before someone quick-handedly caught him. Only in time did they hear a mumble. This damaged body really can't handle it. Having said that, Jian Ran fainted completely. Lu Yanting held the person close in his arms, his eyes profound with an undercurrent of emotions, his brows slightly furrowed as if deeply pondering something. The production crew and guests who had been previously struggling to survive now finally let out a sigh of relief. Gazing towards the horizon where the morning star rose, Li Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Finally, it's dawn. Does this count as surviving from the jaws of death? As soon as he spoke, he burst into tears of emotion and turned to embrace someone. Qi Rui, we survived the calamity. Shall we celebrate? Before finishing, he noticed Qi Rui staring fixedly at somewhere, his expression extremely bizarre. Li Yuan's voice suddenly stopped. After a pause, he warily asked, Why you, what are you looking at? Don't scare me. There aren't more paper figures, are there? Qi Rui swallowed hard, whispering, Director, the camera has been running, live streaming the entire process. Li Yuan. Shit, will this even pass the review? He sharply turned his head to glare at the cameraman, then awkwardly smiled at the lens. Dear fans friends. What happened last night is purely fictitious from the script. If anything is similar, it must be pure coincidence. The first season of Life Wu ends here. All of you, farewell. After speaking, Li Yuan signaled meaningfully at the cameraman, if you don't turn it off right fucking now, I'll dock your salary. Chapter 61, Are you taking responsibility for me? When the sky became fully bright, the white haze dissipated. Mount Taihang remained its usual layers of towering peaks, lush and verdant. The air was so fresh it felt like after a rainfall, refreshing to the soul upon inhalation. Mountain breezes brushed past, as if dispersing all gloomy sorrows, and the once dead village gained a touch of vitality. After the camera was turned off, everyone gathered around Lu Yanting, asking anxiously in a cacophony. Is Brother Ran alright? How's Brother Ran? Will Brother Ran be in danger? Brother Ran. Unknowingly, each person's attitude toward Jian Ran had changed dramatically. From disdain to surprise, and then to reverence, he had become an existence akin to a god at this very moment. How can a god faint? How could he faint? Stand up quickly and elegantly say, shit, who recorded just now? Delete it. Lu Yanting cast a cold eye over the crowd, his aura sending chills, stay away, and he won't be in danger. Move aside. The last two words rang sharply, instantly making the others tremble, hurriedly clearing a path. Gan Fengyi and Ji Yuanming stood shoulder to shoulder, having endured a long, escape night, both looking rather ghastly pale, seemingly near exhaustion. Their gaze followed Lu Yanting's movements, fixated on the unconscious person in his arms. Both harbored the same sense of regret inside. Had they treated Jian Ran better initially, perhaps the person holding him right now might have been themselves. Is there still room for reconciliation? Jian Ran's feelings for them ran so deep, he could not extricate himself. If they slightly changed their attitudes, wouldn't he return? Gan Fengyi and Ji Yuanming turned in unison, contemplating privately while gazing at Lu Yanting's back. Upon returning to the villa, they discovered people dressed in dark green uniforms had already surrounded the place, brandishing shiny equipment in their hands as if hunting down fugitives. Li Yuan, who had just calmed down with great difficulty, was startled when he saw the scene. Are you from Vietnam? Lu Zhendong's eyebrows twitched slightly behind his black sunglasses. It wasn't entirely Li Yuan's fault to question their identity. After all, these uniforms were never seen domestically. However, during Vietnamese war films, similar attire had appeared. We are from the Institute of Unnatural Special Research. We detected abnormal fluctuations here. While subordinates explained, Lu Zhendong directed his gaze at his nephew, raising his chin and asking sternly, "Are you injured?" Pausing for a moment, he added with disdain, "Are you really that useless?" Lu Yanting turned around, his expression as cold as frost. Is it wrong to get hurt saving someone? Removing his glasses, Lu Zhendong frowned. Don't tell me, you saved him by risking your face. Hearing the sharp remarks, everyone finally started to pay attention to Lu Yanting's injuries. It was fine until they looked, then came the shock. The wound on his forehead, now already solidified, was not to be underestimated. If not dealt with promptly, it could leave a scar. For a star living off his looks, this might very well amount to ruin. Yet, Landlord Lu remained calm and composed, even slightly smug, lips moving as he said, "Such an opportunity to save him is rare. How could I let it pass?" After hearing those words, Lu Zhendong took a deep look at him, letting out a cold snort. "Never thought you'd follow the old man's orders so obediently. This is unusual today." Lu Yanting naturally understood the underlying meaning in his words and smirked with pursed lips. "Uncle Tu, even if I rebel, I can't match half of you." Uncle Tu. Not only the production crew but also the research institute staff perked up their ears for gossip. Bright eyes immediately turned towards Lu Zhendong. What the hell? Director Lu is impressive, huh? He's actually the second uncle of the landlord Lu. No wonder there's some resemblance, the root cause is here. Unhappy with being exposed, Lu Zhendong couldn't explode in front of the audience for melon, but he made his tone more serious and cool. What are you all standing around for? Is the job done? Get moving on the cleanup. Thus, people dressed in dark green uniforms began bustling about. The Lai Fuan crew was exhausted both mentally and physically, eager to go home. They trampled upstairs, quickly packed their luggage, and rushed downstairs to squat by the inn entrance, starting to look forward expectantly. Li Yuan called the director demanding transport. No matter what was said at the other end, he refused to continue filming. Words like fans' doubts, trending topics leaks, even restricted level screenshots, he didn't have the heart to explain, consistently using one word throughout the call, "Let me go home." Gan Fengyi, being a domineering tycoon, had his Bentley ready early. Ji Yuanming, the supermodel, already had his assistant prepared. When boarding the car, both unintentionally turned their heads, complex gazes falling on somewhere, pausing for a while before reluctantly leaving. Lu Yanting, you won't stay proud for long. I will take Jian Ran back eventually. He can only belong to me. The two seated in the back seat silently resolved. They hadn't left when the ambulance ascended the mountain. Lu Yanting embraced the unconscious Jian Ran into it and took a seat. A young nurse recognized him and became instantly excited. Are you Emperor Lu? Can you? No, Lu Yanting's voice was cold as ice. Treat the patient now. Her cheeks flushing red, she nodded quickly. Okay, I'll check right away. Pulling out tools after saying that, a while later, she looked bashfully. He just passed out. There shouldn't be any serious problems, perhaps slight malnutrition. He can have intravenous nutritional supplements at the hospital. Lu Yanting frowned, malnourished. Lifting his arm, he pinched Jian Ran's waist lightly. Clearly too thin to hold in one hand. He needs nourishment. I prefer him meatier. Lost in such thoughts, Lu Yanting's mouth curved into a faint smile. The nearby young nurse stared at him. Thinking how the first-class Asian beauty doesn't fail to captivate with just one glance. The person lying down doesn't look bad either, as if seen somewhere before. Could it be Jian Ran, the much criticized one? But anyway. There's something odd between them. Feels strange yet exciting. Jian Ran seemed to have enjoyed a good nap. Upon waking, filled with the smell of disinfectant, he swayed. Hospital. Lu Yanting handed over a glass of water. Thirsty? Have a drink? Jian Ran propped himself up with one hand, taking the cup and sipping some. I just wanted to rest for a bit. Need we come to the hospital? Lu Yanting pointed to his face. I'm completely dry. Jian Ran followed the direction of his finger and saw a face bound up with bandages. He immediately recoiled in shock. What happened to you? Are you disfigured? The result of saving you, Lu Yanting's exposed eyes were deep and bright. What to do? Will you take responsibility for me? Chapter 62, Damn, Caught Peeping. The hospital where Jian Ran stayed was a clinic at the foot of the Taihang Mountains. The information was very isolated, and the doctors were all middle-aged men over 50 who never chased stars and knew little about the entertainment circle. Young nurses were different. Since the ambulance drove into the small clinic, the news of the big star being admitted spread. From time to time, several faces would crowd around the small window of the ward door, their rosy cheeks showing great excitement. Jian Ran had just been shocked by the statement of being held responsible when he caught sight of several pairs of excited eyes from the corner of his eye. So, he turned his head in confusion. What are they doing? Lu Yanting moved his lips as if wanting to say, don't change the subject, but was interrupted by the commotion at the door. It turned out that the young nurses pushed too hard, actually forcing open the unlocked door and rushing in directly. I am sorry. The nurse in front who almost fell hurriedly apologized, I didn't mean to. Jian Ran furrowed his eyebrows, what do you want to do? The nurse mustered up her courage, Brother Yan, can I have your autograph? Jian Ran was startled, pointing at Lu Yanting beside him, the Emperor of Movies is here, are you sure you want my autograph? The nurse nodded vigorously, yes. Brother Yan, your performance in the live Fu-In was so handsome. I'm your new fan. As soon as she finished speaking, the other nurses behind her started shouting slogans, we are too. Brother Yan, you're so handsome. Thus, under Jian Ran's dazed state, he gave autographs to all the nurses in the entire hospital. Their excited and jumping expressions formed a sharp contrast with the supermarket salespeople who sold popsicles coldly. Finally completing the task, Jian Ran rubbed his sore wrist, with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes, am I famous now? Lu Yanting didn't answer, deliberately placing the bandaged face in a conspicuous position, such as a few centimeters in front of Jian Ran's eyes. Jian Ran helplessly, Big Brother Movie Emperor, what do you want? I'm afraid of you, okay? Free talisman drawing to drive away ghosts, and also feng shui consulting, fortune-telling. Lu Yanting seemed not satisfied enough, black eyes revealed a chill, just as he wanted to speak, his phone rang inconveniently. Taking advantage of his distraction, Jian Ran quickly slipped and grabbed the phone, answer the call. Our thing will be discussed later. Anyway, we have plenty of time. The last sentence seemed to please the master movie emperor, his cool lips slightly curved upward, good. After saying this, he took the phone and let his fingertips graze Jian Ran's palm heart-teasingly before hooking it. Lu Yanting walked to the window with steady steps and pressed the answer button near his ear, what's the matter? Su Yuan was surprised to hear the deep and magnetic voice, curiously asking, Brother Lu, is there any good news? You seem pretty happy. Lu Yanting's brows slightly raised, get to the point, don't waste time. Su Yuan. Brother Lu was always so aloof. He felt wronged yet dared not show it, so he hastened to speak, Brother Lu, a car has already been dispatched to pick you up, are you not at the villa? I'm at the town's clinic, have the car come here directly. Lu Yanting seemed to notice something, turning back, and seeing Jian Ran on the bed staring straight at him, a hint of an unfathomable curve appeared on his lips, I'll send you the location shortly. I need to take someone back. When Jian Ran heard these words, he had already flopped down pretending to be dead. Thinking, damn, caught peeping. How embarrassing is this? Who? Su Yuan immediately became alert, guessing aloud, it wouldn't be Jian Ran, would it? Did he really succeed in becoming one of you? Do your job well, don't ask more. After Lu Yanting said this, he hung up the phone and then strode toward the sickbed. With tense nerves, Jian Ran suddenly shouted, oh no, phone vibration. I need to take a call. Private 1, I have to go outside. He leaped off the bed in one big step and rushed toward the door, vanishing instantly. Lu Yanting looked back at him, smiling without fading, murmuring deeply, let's see how long you can run. After shaking off the sense of oppression, Jian Ran sighed in relief, thinking to himself that he should never owe anyone a favor again, debt collection was too much trouble. He glanced down at his phone screen, it was Su Shuda, his agent, and pressed the answer button. Hey, Su, what brings you to think of me? Oh, Ran brother, don't say that. I didn't dare disturb you during the show recording. The usual roar wasn't there in Su's voice, which left Jian Ran a bit disoriented as he pulled the phone away from his ear and double-checked the screen. That's right. It was Su Shuda. Had he lost his mind? Brother Ran, are you listening? Jian Ran placed the phone back against his ear. Yeah. Brother Ran, let's talk about something, your popularity is rising again. We need to capitalize on it quickly. There's a good romantic reality show. The director has already reached out to me. He hopes we can. Before Su Shuda could finish, Jian Ran interrupted him. Popularity? Rising by how much exactly? And why should capitalizing mean joining a dating show? Why not do a movie or TV drama instead? What kind of ghost show is this? Brother Ran, you don't know yet, the WB platform just exploded with your name. The black fans who attacked you before have now been completely overshadowed by your new supporters called Ran Ran Rising. They've taken full control of the public discourse. Right now, you're their god. Ran Ran Rising. Jian Ran repeated the name silently to himself and slightly curled his lips into an approving smile. Not bad. Brother Ran, don't underestimate this romance show, it gets insane ratings. A few celebrities who've long been forgotten in the entertainment industry got famous all over again through this show. If you agree to join, I promise we'll take your fame to another level. Fame or no fame, it doesn't matter much to me, Jian Ran tilted his head slightly. Mainly, I care about how much money they offer. Brother Ran, don't worry about that. I'll negotiate for the highest possible price. With your current level of traffic, will it be hard to secure a great deal? Jian Ran chuckled softly and nodded. Alright, leave it all to you then. Oh, by the way, what's the name of this dating show? Pure one-on-one love. Jian Ran hung up and walked back into the hospital room. The first thing he saw was Lu Yanting sitting alone on the sofa, his long legs crossed, showing off sexy ankles. Despite the heavy bandages obscuring most of his face, even ignoring that, Lu Yanting would undoubtedly still fit the label, rare masterpiece, of a human being. A tickle ran along Jian Ran's heart, prompting him to open his mouth to speak, but suddenly, he heard Lu Yanting question sharply, "You're going on a romance show? You eavesdropped on my call?" Jian Ran exclaimed, incredulous. "The corridor doesn't soundproof." Lu Yanting replied nonchalantly. Jian Ran. Is that reason really reasonable? Purity one-on-one. This cliché name, you actually think its quality will hold up? Lu Yanting asked disdainfully. Jian Ran lifted his lips into a carefree smirk. As long as the money's good, I couldn't care less about the quality. After all, the immediate goal was to improve his financial situation. Lu Yanting said nothing for a while, then stood up from the sofa. The car's here, let's go. Jian Ran nodded and followed behind. Once both were seated in the back seat, he watched as Lu Yanting picked up his phone and made a call. The person answering barely greeted when Lu Yanting cut straight to the point, "I'm joining that pure one-on-one program. You contact the director." Stunned, Jian Ran could only blink at Lu Yanting in disbelief. What the hell is he planning to do? Chapter 63, If you touch me again, I'll rip your arm off. The rest of the trip passed quietly. The driver kept focusing on driving but would occasionally glance at Jian Ran curiously through the rearview mirror. He'd been chauffeuring Mr. Lu for over 10 years and had never seen him pick someone up on a whim. And just now, he said what? Joining a dating show? Pure one-on-one. Come on, even old men like me think this name sounds too casual. How could it possibly suit Master Lu's aristocratic demeanor? The driver almost couldn't imagine how Master Lu would look being wildly selected on the dating show. Jian Ran, fully engrossed in scrolling through the comments on WB from the trolls he previously fought, noticed none of the driver's looks, simply absorbed in the dramatic banter between opposing parties. How much money did Jian spend hiring so many brain-dead commenters? The program's effects suck, right? I saw several mistakes myself. How much money does it matter to you? Hate it so much, yet you're still brushing up your presence in the live stream. Moreover, whose fault if you see errors? Aren't you embarrassing yourself? One insult, and he flipped instantly. Are these paid commenters that committed? Aren't they scared of getting caught or sued? Go ahead, catch me if you can. If you manage to find one of us, we have thousands more waiting under the banner of Ran Ran Rising. I've always been confused. Why was Jian Ran criticized no matter what he did? People always accused him of sticking to men, but after watching the show, Rifu Variety, I realized that those accusations of clinging were totally baseless, right? Look at how he treats Ji Yuanming, his rumored ex-boyfriend, and how he rolls his eyes at Don Fengyi, the stereotypical domineering tycoon. It turns out all those rumors were just made up. Yeah, I even joined in criticizing him for a while. Thinking back now, I was such an idiot, easily swayed by the tides. The Jian brother on the show may not be someone to mess with, and he often bursts into profanity, but he's so cool and loyal. I've never seen him truly abandon anyone. It's really amusing how people take a scripted show as reality. Maybe everything is just staged. Why don't you try staging it yourself? Everyone, remember this, next time you encounter these mindless trolls, report them immediately. Isn't the government cracking down on online abuse? Let's do our part. Jian Ran stared at the screen, his lips curling until they nearly reached his ears. Lu Yanting noticed from the corner of his eye and pressed his lips together. What are you laughing about? Jian Ran quickly pulled back his smile and stuffed his phone back into his pocket. Nothing. Senseless laughter. Lu Yanting scrutinized his profile, his expression unclear, yet he didn't say more. After another hour, they finally arrived in the city. Jian Ran glanced at the intersection ahead and pointed. That's fine, drop me off there, and I'll take a taxi home. Lu Yanting chuckled mockingly, you treat your savior like this, so deliberately keeping your distance. Savior? Isn't that exaggerating things? It's not like I asked you to save me. Jian Ran was inwardly shocked. Lu Yanting seemed to know what he was thinking and pointed at his face. I make a living with this. Jian Ran was speechless. A few seconds later, do whatever you want. Just stop using your face as an excuse. The driver stopped the car near the apartment where Jian Ran rented a place after Lu Yanting looked out the window. You live here? His tone was obviously disdainful. What's wrong with living here? Jian Ran wasn't fazed. Don't underestimate the residents here, they can all afford assassin ice cream. Lu Yanting frowned, assassin what ice cream? Oh, jokes about poverty like these, even if I explain, you won't get it. Jian Ran smirked carelessly, thanks, I'll contact you later. He opened the car door and jumped out directly. Glancing sideways at a black motorcycle parked by the roadside, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Not giving it much thought, Jian Ran waved to Lu Yanting and headed towards the apartment. Thus, the long black Maybach slowly drove away. Not long after starting, Lu Yanting saw something through the rearview mirror and his voice turned cold. Wait, pull over. At this moment, Jian Ran was walking towards the entrance of the apartment when the black motorcycle suddenly roared to life and charged straight toward him. With a brazen audacity to commit violence in broad daylight. Jian Ran tilted his head, his gaze sharpening instantly as he readied himself to dodge. But at a mere meter's distance, the black motorcycle slammed its brakes and came to a screeching halt right before him. Shit, showing off braking skills. Do you believe I wouldn't kick your stupid bike to pieces? Cursing inside his head, Jian Ran kept his expression calm. Watching the rider remove his helmet, a handsome but wildly unruly face emerged, one that seemed extremely irritating. Who sent you back? Bai Jingchuan asked. Jian Ran, who the hell are you? Wait, I have notes. Without responding, he took out his phone and started checking his notebook. National Racer C by Jingchuan. Ah. So it's this dumbass. Jian Ran lifted his head, looking suddenly enlightened. Who brought me back, and what's it got to do with you? Bai Jingchuan. What kind of attitude is that? Would you like to hear my even worse attitudes? Jian Ran grinned dangerously. Holding the helmet, Bai Jingchuan almost lost his temper but remembered Jian Ran's performance from the live broadcast and managed to restrain himself. Jian Ran, I was merely abroad for a race lasting a few months, and when I come back, you've already found someone else. What's so strange about that? If you go away for another few months, kids might be born. Oh, I can't have kids, it's just a metaphor. Things cool down once people leave, there's nothing we can do. Jian Ran patted his shoulder. Be open-minded. You've also been dumped, let's keep in touch less from now on. After speaking, he raised his foot and started to walk. Not far, he was called back by Bai Jingchuan. Jian Ran, don't push your luck, did I let you go? Bai Jingchuan jumped off the motorcycle and rushed over to Jian Ran, pulling his arm directly. Before Bai Jingchuan could touch Jian Ran's body, his hand was grabbed and twisted into an awkward position. Jian Ran, let me go. Bai Jingchuan winced in pain, but he couldn't break free, fearing his arm would snap. Brat, does your mother not teach you how to respect others? If you dare touch me again, I'll dislocate your shoulder. After finishing his threat, Jian Ran shoved him forward. Caught off guard, Bai Jingchuan stumbled and fell onto the ground. Looking back with rage, he growled, what's gotten into you, Jian Ran? You used to be crazy about me, and now that you found someone new, you want to kick me out. Dream on. Jian Ran sneered coldly, how old are you, brat? Do you even know how rude it is to call me by my first name? I've tolerated you for too long, you realize that? With these words, he clenched his fists like a fierce wind and swung at Bai Jingchuan's face but paused right before striking the nose bridge. Call me brother. Terrified, Bai Jingchuan froze for a moment and fearfully shouted, ah, brother Ran. Chapter 64, Should Grandpa Take Over? Bai Jingchuan rode his motorcycle home, becoming more and more infuriated as he thought back on the situation. Why did I give in to his threats and call him brother? He was an international race car driver, having won countless championships. And yet, he was threatened so easily by Jian Ran. Is he insane? Speaking of which, why did someone who originally seemed weak turn out to be so vicious all of a sudden? Ready to punch anyone? As aggressive as a lion. His performance during the live stream was indeed remarkable, his actions quite dashing. But wasn't it just a script? There must have been someone secretly guiding him behind the scenes to regain popularity. But the show was already over, why was he still putting on an act in front of me? Was it a ploy to make me underestimate him? Male leads in body swap novels probably think along similar lines, and Bai Jingchuan was absolutely convinced of this point, his mood suddenly improving greatly. Regardless, Jian Ran can do whatever he wants, it won't change anything. After all, Bai Jingchuan only has eyes for Rui Gu. At this very moment, from abroad where he studied, the one known as the White Moonlight was flipping through Weibo, looking somewhat troubled. A comment that had turned Jian Ran into a die-hard fan made him lose control of his emotions, yelling out. Are you blind? A lowly person who only imitates me, how could you find them cool? Pathetic. What did you say? The handsome man sitting opposite in the study room raised his eyelids, frowning. Zhong Fan Rui realized he had lost composure, quickly flashing a gentle, sweet smile. Sorry, I just read a comment, the quality of netizens these days is truly concerning. Whose comment? The man's face was calm yet noble. Jian Ran, Zhong Fan Rui smiled faintly, a cousin of mine who recently participated in a reality show, and the results were quite good. The man paused a bit, the Lai Fu in. Zhong Fan Rui was surprised. Lu Gu, you watched it too? The man nodded. Our family pays close attention to this show. Feeling complex for a moment, Zhong Fan Rui asked, family? Is it because Lu Yanting, the famous actor, also joined? No, Lu Yuhuan replied with a light tone, it's because of Jian Ran. Zhong Fan Rui felt a jolt. Jian Ran. He has many scandalous stories. Even though he's my cousin, his private life is nothing to be proud of. Seeing Lu Yuhuan's expression turning gloomy, he immediately stopped speaking. Finally bringing this person into his own pond, he absolutely couldn't ruin the impression. After all, this was said to be the future leader of the Lu family. I'm sorry, I spoke too much. Zhong Fan Rui apologized politely, recovering his modest and gentle demeanor, his exquisite features illuminated by the study room's daylight lamp, glowing brilliantly. His almond-shaped eyes full of passion conveyed affectionate vibes. Lu Yuhuan glanced at him, pursing his lips slightly, his emotions completely unruffled. He looked down at his phone, where Jian Ran's close-up appeared on the screen. So this is the person the elder arranged for Lu Yanting. Ha, it really shows favoritism. I don't even have a brother confirmed, and the younger one already gets paired up. Zhong Fan Rui saw Lu Yuhuan's shadowy expression and his heart grew cold. It seems this fish will not be easy to catch. After coming home and taking a hot bath, Jian Ran lay extremely relaxed on the bed, shopping online. First, order an air conditioner. Then continue staying in the furnace-like heat. I might die from the heat. Suddenly, he hesitated, pondering for a moment, should I change places to live? Otherwise, there'll always be stray cats and dogs coming over. Jian Ran remembered the previous owner had some domestic troubles as well, a lot of melodramatic situations happening every so often. Though he didn't fear troublemakers, they were certainly annoying. Thus, after pondering for a while, Jian Ran started switching from online shopping to house hunting. Money really makes a difference. The price range of the apartment he had in mind instantly moved up a notch, and all types of appliances were fully equipped. Just as he was happily planning to contact the real estate agent, his phone suddenly buzzed with an incoming call. An unknown number. It looked like a scam call from Myanmar. Jian Ran hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. Who is this? The person on the other end seemed timid, taking a second of silence before speaking. Big brother Ran, it's me. Du Yumeng. Jian Ran recognized the voice and gave a cold laugh. If you're thinking of getting a refund, forget about it. Big brother Ran, that's not what I mean. Please don't misunderstand me. I just want to apologize for hiding things from you. There's no need to apologize, Jian Ran cut him off. I work for pay. Du Yumeng didn't expect Jian Ran to say this, momentarily speechless, paused for a while, then continued, Big brother Ran, the three of us are actually descendants of Fenchuan village. Our parents fled secretly in the middle of the night, saving our lives, but their relatives back home died in the village, without a complete body left. Their souls were trapped by a witch's specially made tombstone, forever unable to be reborn. Relatives dying tragically brought immense grievances, and their spirits began appearing in dreams night after night, seeking salvation. Later on, it reached our generation, endless nightmares every night, almost impossible to sleep, verging on depression. A few times we thought of death but lacked the courage, then. Jian Ran couldn't stand his incessant rambling, so he interrupted directly, then you found each other and decided to return to Fenchuan village to resolve the matter. Suffering so much over the years led to a perfect consensus, coinciding with the live broadcast of a reality show, so you went through great lengths to join. You managed to direct the shooting location there, thinking even if it fails, it would draw attention from relevant authorities, solving the problem with their help. Caught exactly on point, Du Yumeng's tone turned weary. We tried going ourselves earlier, but we were completely powerless. That witch was too powerful, we nearly got killed. Is that all? Jian Ran yawned. Understood, you can hang up now. Wait. Big brother Ran. Du Yumeng quickly interjected, fearing the call would be cut short. We discussed among the three of us and would like to offer some compensation. Please don't think it's too little, these past few years haven't been easy for us either. I'll skip the compensation, Jian Ran replied lazily. Find me again when there's more work, and remember to promote my reputation. Du Yumeng perked up. No problem, Big brother Ran, you can count on me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Ran hung up immediately. Some people might wonder, why refuse free money? Especially such delivered opportunities. However, in the esoteric business, greed is most taboo. Everything should be done within limits. Once exceeded, infinite trouble follows. After 10 years in the trade, how could Jian Ran not understand? Thus, he quickly booked an appointment with a real estate agent, preparing to view the property tomorrow, then began researching the new reality show he was about to participate in. His phone suddenly vibrated again with a WeChat message. Jian Ran opened it to see it was Lu Yanting, with a brief line, how's the consideration about changing jobs going? Not considering for now. We'll see if there's a chance later. He swiftly typed and sent the reply. Indeed, after returning to the apartment, Jian Ran performed another divination. The result indicated an unclear future and tremendous risks involved. Regarding business ventures that could lead to losses, he would firmly reject them without hesitation. Lu Yanting, gripping his phone with long fingers, saw the chat interface message and his face turned gloomy. Beside him, the old man asked with concern. What's wrong? Can't handle it. Should Grandpa take charge personally? Lu Yanting. Chapter 65, while holding popcorn and shouting curses. Jian Ran slept until 10 o'clock, waking up soaked in sweat from the heat. When he first arrived, this body was quite weak and only improved after several months of herbal medicine treatment. But after unleashing a major move at Mount Taihang, it was back to square one. Jian Ran sat up with his tired body, feeling slightly annoyed, beginning to ponder the medicine formulation. Not long after, the real estate agent's call came in. "Mister, shall we proceed as originally planned?" Jian Ran put the call on speaker, answering while getting dressed. "Sure. Let me confirm with you once more, this apartment rents for 10,000 yuan per month. Can you accept this price?" Jian Ran smiled. "If I can't afford it, why bother contacting you? Waste time." Joke. Bro's days of being poor are long gone. Plenty of balance in his WeChat wallet. "Apologies, sir, I spoke out of turn," the real estate agent politely and humbly replied. "Our viewing shuttle will arrive shortly, awaiting your gracious presence." In this money-oriented world, reality is just like this. Jian Ran felt quite satisfied and lazily said, "I'll take a shower and go downstairs." "Alright, you don't need to rush. We are happy to serve you." Thus, Jian Ran ended the call happily, took a shower, and then strolled out of the apartment with ease. A business car labeled with a certain real estate company was parked at the entrance of the residential area. A male agent wearing a white shirt, black suit pants stood straight with a standard smile waving towards Jian Ran. "Sir, over here." Jian Ran walked over, glancing at the neatly dressed agent and the expensive business car. "Wow, you're making such a fuss for showing a house. Providing quality service to premium customers is our lifelong pursuit." The male agent handed his business card while speaking. "Mr. Jian Ran, this is my business card. My surname is Sun, you can kindly call me Xiao Sunday." "Sun Meizhou? Isn't this name somewhat related to Sun Meiho?" Jian Ran smiled faintly, his lips shining brightly. Although Sun Meizhou was very professional, he still froze for a second. Honestly, live broadcast House of Lai Fu's recent broadcast has been particularly popular. Even after the first season concluded, it continues to dominate online discussions, impossible to ignore. He accidentally stumbled upon the live stream in the middle of the night, and Jian Ran's elegant yet straightforward comment, "Who put the stupid camera here?" left a deep impression on him. Being in a service industry where frustration is frequent without an outlet for release, hearing such direct remarks actually felt quite refreshing and relieving. He immediately became a fan of Jian Ran. After all, when one cannot achieve things in reality, one hopes for someone else to do it for them. Nowadays, in films and television series, people no longer prefer dramas filled with family conflicts and tragedies. Instead, they favor action-packed shows that say, "Don't mess with me. Come on, life is already tough enough." Who would want to endure even more frustration in TV shows? Especially people like Sun Meizhou, in front of the screen, with popcorn in their hands shouting obscenities. "Xiao Sun." Jian Ran waved his long fingers in front of Sun Meizhou's eyes. "Are we not going?" Realizing his distraction, Sun Meizhou shyly smiled. "Sorry, I was a bit nervous in front of a big star." He spoke, unlocking the door of the business car and respectfully gesturing an invitation. Jian Ran slightly nodded and stepped in with long strides. After seating himself, Sun Meizhou returned to the driver's seat and drove towards the affluent district of Kyoto. It's a famous high-end neighborhood, every inch of land valuable. Residents are either rich or powerful. Several stars also have property investments there. Mainly due to the comfortable environment, strict security measures, and good confidentiality. Naturally, Jian Ran had heard of this place as well, so he chose to be here. He didn't worry about money issues since his divination indicated substantial wealth recently. Hehe, it's true. Wealth pouring in daily. Jian Ran's corners of his mouth curled upward, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the entire city, feeling the sensation of stepping on everything beneath him. Before he could finish expressing the feeling truly, another group of visitors entered the apartment at the large flat. Hearing disordered footsteps and enthusiastic introductions, Sun Meizhou looked back, recognized who was there, his face turning sour. He rushed forward, lowering his voice. "Manager, wasn't it agreed that I would bring clients during this time slot?" The middle-aged bald man shot him a glare. "What agreement? You bring clients to view the house, but if it's not confirmed, can't I do the same? I have a major client." Sun Meizhou furrowed his brows. "Mine is a prestigious customer too." As such, the major clients caught sight of each other, beginning to slowly approach. "Hey, isn't that Jian Ran? Is your client him? Be careful, he may not have the money to pay rent." A woman in luxurious clothing stood arrogantly before Jian Ran in high heels, her attitude mocking. "Hey, isn't that big sister Zhong? How come, got kicked out by your family again and now renting houses? Which young meat did you sleep with this time?" Jian Ran lifted his jaw quite high as well, retaliating unhesitatingly. Zhong Ruoshi's expression changed instantly, giving a sidelong glance at others, then lowering her voice, gritting her teeth venomously. "Jian Ran, I warn you, don't talk nonsense, beware that the wind will make your tongue snap." After uttering these words, she turned toward the middle-aged bald man, snorting, "I'll rent this house. Price doesn't matter." The manager hearing this grinned widely, pushing Sun Meizhou aside and bowing deeply. "I knew Miss Zhong was quick acting. Wait a moment, I'll get the contract right away. Upon hearing this, Sun Meijo clenched his fists tightly in anger. Manager, isn't there an order to be respected? My client hasn't spoken yet. Zhong Ruoshi said sarcastically, can he be called a customer? If it weren't for the help of our Zhong family, he would have been sleeping on the streets long ago. A pauper, you actually expect him to rent here? Open your eyes wide. Don't end up crying when he owes you the rent. Jian Ran smirked, I tell you, Mr. Baldy, you're the one who needs to open your eyes. This Miss Zhong is infamous for being a fake noblewoman who frequently can't pay her credit card bills. If you really want to sign with her, fine, let her swipe the POS machine first. The manager looked resentful, trying to say something but couldn't find words. You, Zhong Ruoshi's face turned crimson with anger, who do you call a fake noblewoman? Our Zhong family. What Zhong family? You're just a nouveau riche, all your money comes from your father. If he doesn't give it to you, you're nothing but a fake. Jian Ran leaned against the wall, arms crossed, clearly showing no intention to leave until she pays. The middle-aged bald man apparently didn't believe it and hurried forward to defend her. How could Miss Zhong be such a person? Then let her pay the deposit. Jian Ran lifted his chin. The middle-aged bald man thought about it for a moment, then took out his portable POS machine, flatteringly saying to Zhong Ruoshi, Miss Zhong, for this apartment, we require 1 month as security and 3 months rent up front, totaling 40,000. It's not much. Why don't you pay now? Zhong Ruoshi glanced at the POS machine, exaggerating in tone, are you questioning me? As soon as she finished speaking, her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure by the door. She immediately put on a pretentious look of joy, Big Brother Lu, do you live here too? Upon hearing this, Jian Ran looked over, somewhat surprised, Lu Yanting. Chapter 66, What's your dirty hand reaching for? Indeed, the previous self had countless intricate ties with the Zhong family. It wasn't mentioned earlier because Jian Ran was too lazy to dwell on these trivial matters, after all, they wasted time that could be spent earning money. But now that they had stumbled upon each other, some clarification became necessary. According to traditional bloodlines, the original self was a cousin of the overly dramatic male lead of a cliched novel, in simpler terms, a distant relative of the wealthy Zhong Fanrui through his mother, the famed White Moonlight. Because of admittance to Kyoto University, the original self moved alone, relying on them, living under their roof for years. The original character had an arrogant, aspirational nature, admiring how cousin Zhong Fanrui not only came from a rich and influential family but was also elegant, courteous, talented, and extremely popular in high society circles. His surroundings buzzed with numerous wealthy young men, each deeply infatuated, yearning to win the heart of such a beauty. Jealousy crept in, leading the original self to secretly observe and emulate Zhong Fanrui's every move, attempting to gain benefits by copying him. After a while, something astonishing was discovered. No matter who Zhong Fanrui engaged with, be it domineering tycoons, supermodels, or racing drivers, she managed her relationships perfectly, never making mistakes. Isn't that amazing? Like uncovering new territory, the original self began fervently mimicking Zhong Fanrui's behaviors, mannerisms, and expressions, aiming to partake in similar gains. Even leftovers would suffice. What if a potential investor sought a doppelganger for solace? Wouldn't that provide an opportunity to rise above the poverty line? Thus, the original self spiraled into madness, almost undergoing cosmetic surgery to replicate Zhong Fanrui's face entirely. Gradually, these bizarre actions were noticed by the Zhong family, who already harbored disdain towards their impoverished relative. Thus, without restraint, they excluded and harassed him until they finally found the perfect opportunity to formally oust him from their household. What exactly was the excuse? Jian Ran tilted his head in thought. It seemed the most zealous instigator was none other than this big cousin here. She even contributed her own jewelry to frame the original self for theft, nearly calling the police. What are you doing here? A cool, magnetic voice interrupted Jian Ran's memories. He raised his eyelids to follow the sound and saw that familiar handsome face. Jian Ran's lips twitched, just as he was about to speak, a coquettishly slinking figure squeezed past him first. Big Brother Lu, I want to rent a house. Who would have thought we'd meet here? How coincidental. Could this be destiny? Zhong Ruoshi smiled demurely, though her eyes sparkled uncontrollably. Of course, she knew Lu Yanting lived next door, otherwise, why would she bother renting in such an area? In today's world, if you want to marry into a top-tier elite family like the Lu family, you need to create opportunities yourself. Unbelievably, they encountered each other right away, it must be divine intervention. Just as Zhong Ruoshi anticipated a conversation with Lu Yanting, he cast her a fleeting glance, not lingering half a second before moving on. Jian Ran, I'm asking you. Immediately deflating, Zhong Ruoshi stared speechlessly. Why are you asking that trash? Hold on. When did that wretch hook up with Lu Yanting? Even Zhong Fanrui hasn't managed to get acquainted yet. Recalling these thoughts, Zhong Ruoshi abruptly turned her head and glared ferociously. Jian Ran saw the scene before him and couldn't help but laugh inside. So this was what they called the humiliation phase, huh? Pretty satisfying, isn't it? Renting a place, Jian Ran replied lazily, his grin unrestrained, dazzling like the August sunrise. Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow, don't live in your old place anymore. No air conditioning. Jian Ran paused for a moment, then added another sentence, and there are always stray dogs barking randomly. Hearing this, Lu Yanting recalled a scene from yesterday in front of the apartment building. Involuntarily, his lips curved into a smile. The environment here is decent, no stray dogs allowed. Brother Lu, I like it here too, Zhong Ruoxi tried to interject. Let's seal the deal today, so we can be neighbors in the future. On hearing that, Lu Yanting furrowed his eyebrows. Am I familiar with you? Calling him Lu Gu one moment after another. Zhong Ruoxi's smile froze on her face. Big brother Lu, we've met before. No impression. Lu Yanting's tone was deep and cold. Seeing the situation wasn't going well, the bald manager hastily interrupted with a fawning expression. It's normal, rich people tend to forget things easily, right? Miss Zhong, how about we quickly pay the deposit? It's better not to have someone else eyeing it. While speaking, he glanced at Jian Ran, and Zhong Ruoxi immediately caught his hint. She pulled out a black card from her Hermes handbag. Swipe it. The money in this is more than sufficient, it could earn some people a lifetime fortune. Her tone was mocking as she glanced disdainfully at Jian Ran. All right. The bald manager eagerly took the black card and made a show of swiping it on the POS machine. Suddenly, Lu Yanting frowned. Jian Ran, are you not moving here? This place, I'm not too interested. Jian Ran responded indifferently. He had initially planned to argue for it, but upon seeing Lu Yanting, his mind changed. The ominous signs clouded his thoughts, and he didn't want to risk losing his fortune. So, it would be best to keep his distance. Agent Sun Meizhou clenched his fists tightly, then let go in disappointment. Though he felt resentful, there was nothing he could do. He could only give Jian Ran an apologetic smile. Sir, there's another room that's pretty good. Want to check it out? Jian Ran nodded, sure. With that, he stretched his long legs and headed toward the door. As he passed by Lu Yanting, he gave a slight nod. Emperor Lu, see you around. Lu Yanting. Before, he looked like he was determined to get the apartment. But now that he saw himself, he was willing to give it up. Is he deliberately avoiding it? At this thought, Lu Yanting's face darkened slightly. Standing in front of the elevator, Jian Ran noticed Sun Meizhou looking ready to cry out of the corner of his eye. He chuckled lightly. We're not canceling the lease, why are you so upset? Sun Meizhou hastily wiped his eyes. No, not upset. There's sand in my eyes. He feigned strength while pressing the elevator button and forced himself to swallow his grievances. Does he always bully you? Jian Ran, arms crossed, leaned against the elevator entrance. Always steals your clients. Sun Meizhou remained silent, acknowledging it by default. A few seconds later, he added, it's not just that. Jian Ran, hearing this, suddenly remembered something and burst out laughing. Don't tell me there's sexual harassment in the workplace. Sun Meizhou's complexion turned pale for a second, and his fists clenched again. Yeah, hit the nail on the head. Jian Ran rolled his eyes and looked back. The Mediterranean-style hair was particularly conspicuous. Additionally, those deep and dark eyes were hard to ignore, staring straight at him like a wild animal starved for a long time. A chill ran down his neck, prompting him to quickly shift his gaze and lower his voice. Young man, I wanted to help you take revenge, but unfortunately, this place clashes with me. Next time, He hadn't finished speaking when a shrill voice erupted from the open apartment. How could the balance be insufficient? Isn't your POS machine broken? Miss Zhong, this machine was just used, it works fine. Your card. The manager broke into a sweat, suspicious but unable to say it aloud. After all, the Zhong family still held a certain social standing. Ruining relations over such trivial matters would be counterproductive. My card is one of the rarest globally. Do you really think there's something wrong with it? Zhong Ruoxi was notoriously capricious and reckless. She simply sat down on the sofa. You can give the deposit later. I'll move in today. Miss Zhong, that seems inappropriate. The manager looked troubled and was about to dissuade her when a clear and carefree voice came from behind. Here, my card has plenty of balance, swipe away. A long finger gripped a bank card suspended in midair. Turning around, the bald manager revealed a greedy look and reached out to grab it but ended up with nothing. You're not my agent. Jian Ran flipped his wrist and held the card in front of Sun Meizhou. Why are you sticking out your dirty hand? Do you have any shame? Chapter 67, going out dressed like this, are you deliberately doing it? Dirty hand. Rarely entertained by drama, Emperor Lu curled up the corner of his lips. Only Jian Ran could make such a veiled remark so casually. You, how dare you talk to me like that? The bald man glanced nervously at Sun Meizhou, suddenly becoming flustered. Sun Meizhou, do you want to quit? Obvious as day, trying to snatch my client. Sun Meizhou laughed sarcastically, amazed at how shameless one could be. Before he had a chance to retort, Jian Ran distracted him. Swipe the card, collect the money, sign the contract. With someone like him, every word is wasted time. Today, he's your manager, tomorrow, he might flee with all his belongings. Surprised for a moment, Sun Meizhou gained inexplicable courage under Jian Ran's firm gaze, grabbed the bank card, and swiped it on the POS machine before sending over the electronic contract. The entire process took less than 5 minutes, leaving the bald man wide-eyed and speechless. Zhong Ruoshi, originally sitting waiting for Jian Ran's embarrassment, turned pale. She stood up abruptly. Is this how you intermediaries handle things? Wait for my complaint. After muttering those words, she clicked away in her high heels through the heavy door, pausing briefly next to Lu Yanting before hurrying toward the elevator. She'd already lost dignity. Talking more would only make no difference. So she decided to leave as soon as possible, praying that Lu Yanting really forgets easily and acts as if nothing ever happened. Pressing the elevator button directly, Zhong Ruoshi left without further ado. The bald manager couldn't stay either, throwing out a warning, I will definitely report this matter to the higher-ups, Sun Meizhou, you'll regret this. And then fled hastily. Standing outside, having witnessed the entire drama unfold, Lu Yanting was about to say something when he saw Jian Ran smiling, standing at the door, quickly closing it while leaving just a crack. Politely and elegantly saying, sorry, I have private matters to discuss. Brother Lu, please excuse us. The door slammed shut immediately, wiping off Lu Yanting's smile. We've even participated in the same variety show. No feelings developed whatsoever. Not even inviting me in for a chat. Thus, Lu Yanting glared and tapped the password lock, storming into the foyer and slamming the door too, almost as revenge. Unfortunately, Jian Ran couldn't hear. The upscale neighborhood was indeed great, very soundproof. When only the two remained in the large apartment, Sun Meizhou, looking despondent, said, Brother Ran, there's no need to take up for me, in the workplace, this happens too often. If you don't really like this place, we can switch. Jian Ran waved his hand, don't talk nonsense. If you truly wish to repay me, help me find a moving company. Also, remind your agency's finance department when you get back, see if there are signs of public funds being misused. Hearing this, Sun Meizhou became confused, Brother Ran, what do you mean? Jian Ran plopped down on the sofa, thinking to himself how comfortable it was to be rich. Your manager's face screams greed, indulgence, and desire, his forehead darkens visibly. He's about to encounter some trouble. Upon hearing this, Sun Meizhou suddenly realized, now I understand why he's been rushing to make money lately, openly taking clients now, right? Hasn't he been gambling and unable to fill his debts? Damn, he did this kind of thing before. Jian Ran squinted slightly, lifting his chin, that's all I'm saying, you may step aside now, remember to close the door well. Alright, Brother Ran, you rest. Sun Meizhou was utterly respectful, exactly like a eunuch stepping out of an emperor's chambers, full of admiration. Variety shows don't lie. It's genuinely Jian Ran's skill. I must join his cult. If Jian Ran could hear his thoughts, he'd definitely kick him, believing in his cult. To say making loads of money daily is impossible for silver gains. As evening approached, Jian Ran was enjoying his newly decorated luxury apartment when Su Shidao's call squeezed into his phone. Answering it, the loud voice came through, Brother Ran. We've negotiated successfully. After one season is done, the reward is 2 million yuan, if traffic performs well, there's even room for a bonus. 2 million. Jian Ran blurted out. The other end paused for a second, Brother Ran, is this amount too little for you? When can we sign? I'm free tonight. Jian Ran spoke rapidly. Su Shidao chuckled, as if relieved from a false alarm, there's no need to rush with the contract signing, we can do it tomorrow. Let me send you the script first. This pure romance one-on-one dating variety show is really interesting. It's filmed on a university campus. Specifically the one in the suburbs that has been abandoned for quite some time, they're planning to put it to use. Jian Ran suddenly became alert upon hearing this, are you talking about Yendong University, which no one dared to attend after a special incident and was gradually abandoned? Hey, Brother Ran, you've heard of it. Isn't it super intriguing? Great publicity too. Jian Ran scoffed coldly, that's why the director approached me. Tell him 2 million yuan isn't enough. He needs to increase the offer. Better to set expectations up front, he didn't want to exhaust himself helping a group of useless people survive only to earn next to nothing. After hanging up, Jian Ran immediately asked Doug and I, a search engine. There was very little news online regarding Yendong University, only a report about a freshman jumping off a building. Not long after, enrollment dwindled drastically, rumors of ghost sightings began spreading. It was said that nearby suburban villagers would hear crying sounds coming from the rooftop of the dormitory late at night. Crying went on for half the night, causing sleepless nights for everyone. Later, official sources debunked it as being due to numerous stray cats calling out during the mating season. Which made sense since stray cats' calls could indeed be eerie and last a long time. Jian Ran closed the search page, deep in thought. In his school of metaphysical arts, there was a rule, all matters depended on fate. And any job that came their way should generally be accepted unless it involved major taboos. Therefore, there was no reason for Jian Ran to turn down this variety show at Yendong University. Thus, he happily changed into loose pajamas, took a hot bath, devoured the takeout, and prepared to throw the garbage out before closing the door. As he pushed open the heavy metal door, only half of his body revealed, his collar slightly open, his refined clavicle fully exposed. Jian Ran was about to pull back when a dark shadow loomed over him, and a deep, magnetic voice rang beside his ear, dressed like this to go out. Is this deliberate? Who said I don't fall for that? Lu Yanting clarified further. Su Yuan, huh. Huh. Jian Ran grew tired of listening to these ups and downs in tone and had even less desire to explain, quickly retreating into the protective metal door designed for fireproofing, theft prevention, and protection against fools, shutting it firmly without hesitation. In the corridor, the two in an employment relationship instantly fell into a tense atmosphere. Su Yuan clearly felt that Lu Yanting was brewing something ominous, his presence radiating powerfully, signaling an impending danger. Which shook him slightly. He wondered if he should find an excuse to hurry home. However, just as he moved his legs slightly, he heard his boss's low-pitched voice, "If you upset him again in the future, you can go to the finance department." To do what in the finance department? Su Yuan persisted in asking. To apply for bereavement compensation. Lu Yanting spoke with utter calmness while unlocking the fingerprint lock. Stunned on the spot, Su Yuan took a while to process it. Not even a chance for termination. Direct execution. Offending Jian Ran must be truly terrifying. The romantic reality show, Pure Romance 1-on-1, had garnered great praise since its debut, boasting nearly tens of millions of fans in live streaming rooms, just like Lai Fu-In once did when it burst onto the charts like a dark horse. Such popularity stemmed mainly from its unconventional approach. It's a dating variety show, but not an ordinary one. It's more like a self-contained story, murder mystery role-playing, board games, and an infinite stream game. Each episode has a different set of rules and themes, following an elimination system from start to finish, with the mutual selection at the very end, allowing the guests to fall in love while playing horror suspense games. The greatest feature is its realism. Each guest could reveal their human flaws under varying circumstances, leaving no trace of scripted performance. For fans, it was both thrilling and authentic, and they found it hard to tear themselves away long after watching. So before every season, hardcore fans eagerly awaited its premiere. Once the production team determined the cast list, they immediately announced it on Weibo. And when familiar names were revealed, the fans were genuinely thrilled. Holy cow, my new favorite couple is joining a variety show together again. Holy moly, I'm so happy right now. What's this season's theme? Sweet Death Campus. Isn't this clearly tailor-made for Brother Ran? Looking forward to Brother Ran's stellar performance. Emperor Lu just needs to focus on his charm in the background. Can't wait to see them stand side by side in a chilling atmosphere. It perfectly matches the Sweet Death theme. Just wondering, what does Bai Jingchuan do? Is he a regular person? Racing driver. A champ who won countless international races, famous since youth, known for patriotism, he refused invitations from prominent clubs, saying he can only grow under the national flag. He looks pretty good too. Maybe the production crew wants to branch out into sports channels. It might bring in new traffic. I heard insider info. He apparently spent money to get into the show. Could he be retiring, trying to enter a new field? No one else matters to me, Brother Lu must stay loyal. Agreed with the above commenter. Up, Ran, rise, charge, move ahead. After barely rising to fame, Jian Ran began to notice changes in his life. Previously, when he bought popsicles downstairs in the apartment complex, the shop clerk mocked him as a penniless guy with no star treatment whatsoever. Now, going out to the convenience store to buy just one stick of ice cream had fans snapping photos frantically and chasing him down 2 streets. If he hadn't been working out at home lately, there's no way he'd be able to outrun them. And the chants were rather terrifying. Where Brother Ran appears, ghosts flee. Clutching talismans, treating all equally. What the hell was this even about? He needed to quickly figure out a plan, otherwise, in a harmonious society, he'd end up ruining it. Later, Jian became smarter. He wore sunglasses when stepping out and got Su Shootout to arrange a second-hand Hongqi car for him. No need to ask why. Because patriotism. He parked in the basement, took the elevator straight to Fenglan Entertainment President's office, walking through spacious offices unobstructed, with people standing up to bow and scrape. Good morning, Brother Ran. Hey, Brother Ran. You look even more handsome today, Brother Ran. Brother Ran. Whoa, things are totally different when you're popular, huh? Back in the day when he was on the sidelines, none of them were ever this courteous. Just as Jian Ran was inwardly scoffing at this, his peripheral vision caught a figure around 170 centimeters tall waving enthusiastically toward him. Over here, Brother Ran. Oh my goodness, I've missed you so much. Su Shudao jogged over, arms spread wide for a hug. Jian's long limbs moved effortlessly to pin down his agent's forehead. If you have something to say, then speak. Don't touch. What if you take away my talent that brings me riches daily? Ah, Brother Ran, we should make money together. You forgot. You said you'd take me along when you become wealthy. Su Shudao strained forward, like clawing onto a god of wealth. Jian chuckled coldly. No, I didn't forget. You said I had epilepsy. Su Shudao awkwardly covered up. Come on, don't hold grudges. I was just joking. Before Su Shudao could finish his sentence, the door to the president's office opened outward, Gu Feng poking his head out neatly dressed in a suit. Su Shudao, little Rant's already here, why aren't you leading him inside yet? What's the delay? Saying this, he threw open the door. Tea's ready, fresh batch from this year, top of the top quality, little Ran, taste it quick. Jian Ran. Just because of one reality show, Fomlan Entertainment flipped its attitude completely. They sure are fickle-eyed, but, hey, I dig it. He casually slid his hands into his pockets, stretched out his long legs, and plopped himself down on the sofa, straight to the point. Mr. Gu invited me here, not just for tea, I assume. Little Ran truly sees through everything. Gu Feng sat in his single-seater chair, somewhat restless and uneasy, hesitating for a few seconds before speaking. There are rumors, saying someone's poaching you with a high salary. Jian Ran raised an eyebrow. This reached your ears already? Then I won't hold back. The Liu family. The Liu family's offer, I can match it too. Gu Feng quickly chimed in. Jian Ran tilted his head, his clear eyes sparkling with cunning wisdom. Mr. Gu, you want more than just keeping me at Fomlan, right? You have other things on your mind, don't you? Hey, Mr. Gu, if you have something to say, just say it. How much are you kneeling for? Chapter 69, I was born to be sharp-tongued and mean. If I'm not having a good time, neither will anyone else. Jian Ran was sipping the new tea, looking calm and composed like a master strategist. But then Gu Feng broke the routine, not even finishing his sentence before dropping to one knee, wearing an expression as if burdened by immense sorrow. Fortunately, Jian Ran's hands were steady, otherwise, he might have spilled his tea in shock. Mr. Gu, what is this drama about? He placed the teacup back onto the tray, showing a bit of seriousness behind his usual lazy demeanor. Gu Feng wasn't one of those dumb protagonists from cliched dramas. He had broken away from his family to forge his own path, building Fomlan into a top-tier entertainment brokerage company all by himself, unshaken for years. If he lacked wit and resourcefulness, none of this would have been possible. Moreover, Gu Feng was always very goal-oriented, flexible yet determined. On the surface, he acted carefree and casual, but underneath hid numerous sinister plans and calculated strategies. So what exactly was he up to with today's banquet-like tea gathering? Jian Ran frowned, speculating internally. Little Ran, during that moment when you had your seizure, oh no, when you made your divine predictions, you said my patriarch ancestor's illness is due to. It's because of some behind-the-scenes scheming, Jian Ran remembered, interrupting, flipping his eyelids and speaking coldly. Do you remember how you responded to me at the time, Mr. Gu? Go have your tantrum somewhere else and stop bothering me. That sounds about right. Gu Feng's face immediately shifted into a smile, apologizing. Little Ran, let bygones be bygones. Who would have thought that you, a university graduate in education, would dabble in the underground world? And it's not our fault either, right? Su Shudao echoed quickly. Jian Ran sneered, still holding a grudge inside but acting magnanimous, saying, we'll let the past go. So, Mr. Gu, is your patriarch's condition worsening? I told you before, I'd give you a free talisman, but you refused. Now it comes at a higher price. Any amount is fine as long as it works. Gu Feng, though devious and smiling like a tiger in disguise, showed great filial piety toward his ancestors. His voice choked up as he thought of something. The hospital treatments aren't effective anymore. My grandmother, she suffers every night. Jian Ran nodded slightly, raising his chin. Get up first, then talk. There are many dirty games played among the elite circles. When direct tactics don't work, they turn to the supernatural. In his previous life after transmigration, plenty of people sought him out for problems like these. So he could see through some hints in Gu Feng even at their first meeting. After calming down for a while, Jian Ran took a few more sips of the fresh tea, manually signed the contract for the Pure Love one-on-one variety show, confirmed the advance payment hit the account, and only then did he prepare to leave for home. Brother Ran, wait, Su Shudao hesitated, there's something. You want to talk about Bai Jingchuan? Jian Ran saw straight through his petty calculations. You want me to stay away from him? Relax, when it's about making money, I rarely take revenge privately. Unless provoked. Su Shudao. Excuse me. I actually meant since you're now famous, please don't chase after him like before. What kind of private retaliation is that? Brother Ran, please don't stir up any trouble. He blurted out in urgency. Jian Ran gave him a cold look but didn't respond, walking straight out of Mr. Gu's office. Under everyone's gaze, he entered the elevator heading to the parking lot. By the time he returned to the upscale residential complex, evening was approaching. The sky was ablaze with magnificent colors, staining large sections of clouds red, the gentle breeze carrying an aroma of wealth that complemented the lavish apartments around him perfectly. Two affluent housewives were walking their dogs, accompanied by 3 maids. Seeing Jian Ran hurry along, they whispered loud enough for him to hear. When did Zochin Yipin start lowering its standards? Unknown actors can also move in here now. That's true. It's such a mess. You have to watch out for paparazzi when you go out. What status are we? We are nothing like them. We can't appear in front of cameras. Exactly. Another noblewoman was about to chime in when she noticed Jian Ran, who had already passed by, suddenly turn back and head straight toward the 2 women. Startled, they were about to shout for security but Jian Ran spoke first. You have time to gossip about me? Why not think about your own situations? The mistress caught red-handed with a lover. How leisurely of you to walk dogs right now. You should be busy transferring assets. Oh yes, except all you really are is fake rich living here pretending to be elite ladies. The end result of being a homewrecker isn't pleasant at all. Their faces turned alternately red and white, embarrassed and angry as they stomped their feet. Who said we're the other woman? Whoever it fits, responds. Jian Ran smirked and turned away, leaving them fuming behind his carefree demeanor. Forgot to mention. In a past life, Jian Ran had a motto. I was born sharp-tongued and cruel. If I'm miserable, no one else will be either. There's no gender in my dictionary. If you mess with me, I'll return the favor tenfold. After feeling good from verbally attacking someone, Jian Ran whistled as he took the elevator back home. Living in a high-end residential complex was convenient. You could just scan your face or fingerprint to unlock the foolproof metal door. But he didn't expect that after unlocking it to pull open the door, he would suddenly get attacked from behind. A forceful push shoved him into the doorway before slipping in themselves. Shit, Jian Ran immediately swung his elbow back without hesitation, retaliating, so desperate that you dare, rob me? Lu Yanting. The large apartment was dimly lit without lights, hiding Lu Yanting's face in shadow, hazy and unclear. He slowly loosened his grip on Jian Ran's waist and asked in a deep voice, did you go see Gu Feng? Jian Ran turned around to face Lu Yanting directly, finding the question somewhat amusing. Is it abnormal for me to visit him? He's my boss. Boss? Just an employer-employee relationship. Lu Yanting's tone deepened further. Does that mean helping with family affairs too? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow. Emperor Lu always has such reliable information. Can you probe even office talks? Do you have moles in Fenglan? Lu Yanting pursed his lips briefly before changing the subject. Stay away from Gu Feng, he's no good person. In this era, where are there any good people? Jian Ran grinned impishly. As long as they pay me. Lu Yanting looked at him deeply, silent for half a moment before speaking again, completely unrelated. Tomorrow filming begins. We'll leave together. After uttering these words, the tall figure turned and opened the door, striding out confidently. Jian Ran stood still. This guy was cryptic, rambling aimlessly. What exactly did he want? Chapter 70, Vigor rivals presidential campaigns. Finally, the eagerly awaited Pure Love started filming as expected by hardcore fans. All cast members and crew received notice to gather at a 5-star hotel at 9 o'clock sharp for a unified departure. Jian Ran, forcefully brought along for a free ride, sat at the back of the bus, inwardly praising how different well-funded productions were. Just look at these details. Luxurious interior of the coach. Refreshing air conditioning. Super soft seats. Each one revealed the director's meticulousness and sincerity. But then again, wouldn't the director show up for this show? At this thought, Jian Ran peeked forward slightly only to spot several cameramen, the crew assistant leading the team, and the back of some emperor actor's head in the front row. Sensing his gaze, the back of the head slowly turned around. Jian Ran quickly directed his eyes out the window, acting as if nothing had been sneakily observed. The luxury bus traversed through bustling urban areas and onto the national highway in the suburbs. Suddenly, the sunny August sky was filled with dark clouds. The poplar trees lining the highway swayed violently, giving off the vibe of a storm about to break. Jian Ran subconsciously grew serious, looking toward a certain direction, his clear eyes narrowing slightly as if perceiving something unusual. At this moment, the lead assistant from the first row stood up, enthusiastically greeting everyone. Hello, esteemed guests. I am the host of this season of Pure Love, Wei Xiaoxue. Since this is most of your first participation in our show and there are many questions regarding the script, I will briefly introduce this episode. To ensure full freedom of the game, the crew has minimized staff involved, and they will not participate in any phases unless rules are violated. Wei Xiaoxue paused for effect, her cute round face showing a mix of subtlety and complexity. Of course, please don't violate any rules. After all, the punishment is very severe. Her tone turned playful again as she raised her arm to show everyone the card she was holding. This is the role we need to play during the game. Each guest needs to draw a card and then determine their character and role in the game. Wei Xiaoxue's hand flickered past, and Jian Ran from the last row with sharp eyes caught sight of two words, class president. It made sense and was quite fitting to play the class president in a haunted abandoned university, yet he had this inexplicable strange feeling. As if the production team was intentionally courting death. Thinking about it, Jian Ran remembered another matter. Wasn't Bai Jingchuan that fool here? Had the timid younger brother chickened out? He was just about to chuckle twice in his mind to mock him when he heard Wei Xiaoxue say, we have one more guest who has delayed reporting due to personal matters and will need to go there himself. If he is late beyond the deadline, he'll be the first guest to break the rules and will be punished. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran almost burst out laughing. Good job. Waking up early is literally a matter of life or death for him. Is this even considered retaliation by me? Are there any questions from the guests? If not, we will officially start the live broadcast, Wei Xiaoxue said with a smiling face. Someone raised their hand, can our safety be guaranteed? That place is a famous haunted spot. Wei Xiaoxue turned her round face over and blinked her big eyes, dear, our crew has shot so many episodes without ever having safety issues. And, she said, suddenly shifting her gaze toward the last row before quickly retracting it, anyway, rest assured, the crew spent a large sum on insurance. Besides, dear, you knew beforehand there were risks involved, right? Wei Xiaoxue giggled, but her expression looked a bit strange. After her final sentence, the female guest hesitantly lowered her hand. Could she not know about the risks? But opportunities always come with risks. How many stars have become wildly popular through this variety show, and the ensuing chain of benefits could make anyone envious. Even though she was afraid of ghosts, Bai Qing still wanted to give it a try. It was much better than being squeezed at the company and forced to drink alcohol. Other guests thought similarly, except for certain special individuals. For example, Jian Ran, Lu Yanting. And a racing driver who would be late. Bai Jingchuan sat in a private car, leisurely gazing out the window. A few minutes ago, the dating show director had called, reminding him to hurry up to the destination. If he didn't return on time, he'd be punished. Such routine reminders meant nothing to Bai Jingchuan. What difference would a little punishment make? At most, some trivial physical games wouldn't bother someone like him with a trained physique. When the car turned onto the national road in the suburbs, the phone buzzed just then. Bai Jingchuan glanced at the screen, hesitating for a moment before answering, "Brother Ming? What's up? Are you joining the dating show?" Ji Yuanming's voice was extremely low and hoarse, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Hearing this question, Bai Jingchuan laughed, "So you're following Weibo too?" Ji Yuanming was silent for a few seconds before continuing, "Better stick close to Jian Ran and don't piss him off, otherwise." Before he could finish his sentence, his eardrum hurt from the laughter blasting through the receiver, and he moved the phone slightly away. "Huh, Brother Ming, stop teasing me. Who should I cling to? Huh, what did Jian Ran do to you that scared you so much?" Bai Jingchuan sounded full of disdain. Ji Yuanming hung up silently. They grew up in the same circle, he kindly reminded out of concern and wanted to understand Jian Ran's true behavior through this channel, but Bai Jingchuan seemed dumb as bricks. No matter how much he said, he wouldn't listen. Let him figure it out on his own. Yandong University was indeed remote, passing through several villages to get there. From afar, several buildings stood alone amidst wild grass-covered wasteland. A kilometer away, there was an abandoned village, seemingly uninhabited, with broken houses and wind-blown windows. The overall style was like an isolated ghost town. If anything happened, basically calling heaven or earth wouldn't help. The luxury bus parked at the school gate, honking twice, and an elderly security guard slowly emerged from the gatehouse. He wore dark blue uniform and a peaked cap, dressed entirely appropriately, but his shuffling pace showed his old age. Estimating it, he must be around 80. For someone of this age to work, his vigor could rival a presidential campaign. Jian Ran couldn't help but curl his lips slightly as he withdrew his gaze from the car window. "Hey Grandpa, can you open the door for us please?" Wei Xiaoxue stood by the open bus door, speaking sweetly. "We're here to film a show, we called beforehand." The old security guard's hearing was still excellent and understood her clearly, replying with a rough voice, "Sure, go ahead. Dear, be careful, don't provoke those things." The unexpectedly clear elderly tone made all the guests inside the bus shiver involuntarily, silently questioning each other in their minds. What exactly did this old man mean about not provoking, what things? Chapter 71, Opening with a Big Move. As the automatic gate slowly opened, the luxury bus carried the nervous guests inside, and thus began the live broadcast of the reality show, Pure One-on-One. Upon permission being granted, hundreds of thousands surged into the live stream instantly, and the number of online fans continued to rise. The chat room erupted with messages. "This is Yandong University. As they say, hearing is no substitute for seeing. This teaching building, this dormitory building, this lab building, it's indeed spooky. Will the guests stay here during filming? Is it even livable here? Hats off to them, truly professional. Where's my brother Ran? No close-up shots yet. In this kind of situation, shouldn't he be holding talismans at the front breaking through obstacles? Can you please lower your profile? Ran isn't some performing monkey. Are there any rule followers paying attention? Latecomers will be punished. Judging by my experience as an ultimate fan, the punishment won't be easy. There are 8 guests in total, and one is still missing. He is racing driver Bai Jingchuan. He hasn't arrived. It's rumored that this young champion often arrives late to sports events, nearly missing several competitions. Ah, he's definitely habitual offender. His punishment should indeed be severe, so he gets a lesson. Oh no. Did you see that? Brother Ran and Brother Lu appeared on screen together. Wow, aren't they too perfect together? If they weren't, I'd die. The luxury bus parked in front of the teaching building, and Wei Xiaoxue was the first to get out, rushing to the entrance locked with thick iron chains. She took out keys from her small crossbody bag and struggled to turn them, but failed to open it. Someone approached her from behind. "Need my help?" The deep, pleasant voice caught Wei Xiaoxue's attention. She turned around, and saw a clean-cut handsome face. Thank you." Wei Xiaoxue handed over the key somewhat bashfully, completely different from her usual confident hosting persona. Su Junyi accepted the key, deliberately grazing his fingertips over Wei Xiaoxue's palm. Startled like she'd been electrocuted, Wei Xiaoxue quickly pulled back her arm, speaking even more haltingly, It might be rusted. You should use a bit more force." "All right. Su Junyi smiled, nodding. He debuted as part of a boy group, nicknamed the Teenage Killer, known for his good looks and polite gentlemanly demeanor, highly favored by girls of Wei Xiaoxue's age. Another member of the boy group among the guests observed this scene from a distance, smirking faintly in disdain, muttering sarcastically, "Here we go again. What's wrong?" Bai Qing, who was already trembling, quickly asked nervously upon hearing his words. "Nothing." Zheng Huai touched his nose to hide his look of contempt. Jian Ran keenly picked up on the tension, and couldn't help but smirk slightly. But just the next moment, a hot breath blew against his ear. "What's so funny?" Laughing. Jian Ran impulsively replied with a single word, then immediately realized it and turned his head aside, glaring toward Lu Yanting. "It's none of your..." Before finishing his sentence, he suddenly found himself extremely wary of Lu Yanting, sensing something dubious about him. Best to keep away from trouble. After thinking this, Jian Ran shrugged and walked forward, easily striding 3 steps at once. "Is it so hard just to unlock the door? Or let me do it?" Lu Yanting, standing where he was, narrowed his eyes, his pupils growing dark and deep. His complexion turned sullen. Watching all this unfold, Lu Zhendong in front of his screen almost sprayed tea from his mouth. After coughing twice, he chuckled, "Nephew, didn't think you'd also have such embarrassing moments. Truly rare." With Jian Ran's help, the rusty, corroded iron chain was finally unlocked. The wooden door of the teaching building creaked open as the guests slowly walked inside. "Our main activity spot will be the 3rd classroom on the left on the ground floor." Wei Xiaoxue led the way, her mood seemingly untouched by the surrounding environment. In fact, the Yandong University teaching building wasn't as covered in dust or dilapidated as imagined. Perhaps the production team had come beforehand to clean. Although the displayed objects were old, everything else was relatively clean. There was just an indescribable strange smell in the air, which was especially irritating to the nose. The guests all covered their faces, except Jian Ran, who acted as if nothing happened. He strode forward with long legs, looking around left and right, and even went to check through the back glass of other classrooms. Bai Qing was terrified enough, so she sidled up and whispered softly, "Stop looking, aren't you scared at all?" Jian Ran raised an eyebrow. "What's there to be afraid of? What if we upset something that shouldn't be disturbed?" Bai Qing reminded him anxiously with a tense face. "Cold noodles." These 2 words were already on the tip of Jian Ran's tongue, but he didn't say them. Then suddenly a tall figure squeezed in between them, completely separating the two. An icy voice followed, "Didn't you listen to the game rules? Private conversations are not allowed in other segments." "Is there such a rule?" There was leftover trepidation written all over Bai Qing's face, then she quickly shut her mouth. Jian Ran glanced at Lu Yanting, seeing his solemn seriousness and expressionless demeanor, thinking to himself, "I believe you when pigs fly, you nasty old man." Soon they arrived at the classroom entrance. Wei Xiaoxue pushed open the door and said cheerfully, "All of you please come in and take your seats. Don't worry, our crew has thoroughly cleaned up." Jian Ran took the lead, and the other guests followed one after another. Su Junyi walked last, seemingly unintentionally allowing his hand back to brush against Wei Xiaoxue's fingertips for a fleeting moment before separating. It felt like an illusion. Wei Xiaoxue's round face turned redder. She stood at the doorway for a while before walking up to the podium. She fished out some cards from her bag and looked down at her wristwatch. "Class starts at 1:30 p.m. If the last guest hasn't appeared by then, they will be considered late. There are still 3 minutes left. Please look forward to what will happen next." Wei Xiaoxue's voice had an inexplicable peculiarity that greatly tightened the nerves of the seated guests. But the live streaming camera was directly facing their faces, so they dared not show it and could only endure. She kept staring at her watch without saying anything more. The classroom descended into a strange silence. Breathing became audible. Jian Ran sat with his leg crossed over the other, leaning back against the stool. His cunning eyes roamed all around observing subtly. The layout was no different from any ordinary classroom, and the production team had considerately placed cleaning tools like mops, as if preparing for a major cleanup. 3 minutes passed quickly. Wei Xiaoxue lifted her face and said regretfully, though her expression seemed cheerful, "Class time is up. The guest who has not arrived will be considered late and will receive corresponding punishment." Just as she finished speaking, Bai Jingchuan's figure flashed into view from the doorway. His tone full of nonchalance, "It's just being 1 minute late, is it really necessary to be so strict?" He cast a cold glance around the room, his gaze settling on a carefree face for a moment before retreating. He then sat in the nearest chair, attending to himself. Wei Xiaoxue's plump face suddenly grew serious. "Rules are rules, no one can break them. Even missing by a minute counts. If you do not wish to accept the punishment, you can exit now." Seeing her being so serious, Bai Jingchuan shrugged indifferently, "All right, then count me as late. What punishment do you have?" Then, Wei Xiaoxue satisfied, hooked up her lips, picked up a card from the desk, and began reading aloud, "The first student violating the rule loses eligibility for competing for class cadre positions and will clean the men's restroom at the end of the first floor corridor. Remove some dirt." Upon hearing this, Jian Ran turned his head, narrowing his eyes. Isn't the school bathroom supposed to be a ghost hotspot? And they started with a big move right away. Chapter 72, Directly Making Someone Disappear. After Wei Xiaoxue announced the punishment, the classroom again fell into an eerie and odd silence. Come on. Who hasn't been to school? Who doesn't know that in haunted schools, the restroom is where trouble begins? Besides, according to horror rules, solo actions have a terror factor of 3 stars. Solo actions happening in dangerous areas, terror factor 5 stars. Therefore, none of them dared to speak out loud, breathing heavy and irregular, fearing that Wei Xiaoxue would add another sentence. Is there any cute little classmate willing to help Bai Jingchuan clean the restroom together? Above Yandong University, dark clouds gathered, covering the sky. Although it was just past noon, it was already getting dim. The wasteland below experienced great winds, carrying sand and stones howling past, striking the windows fiercely. Their sounds were sharp and cacophonous. The surrounding adverse environment, coupled with the mysterious atmosphere, made the tension in the classroom palpable. Why aren't you taking action yet, Bai Jingchuan? Perplexity was evident on Wei Xiaoxue's round face. Do you want to drop out of filming? Bai Jingchuan voiced, glancing backward. He was waiting. Waiting for Jian Ran to step up voluntarily to clean the restroom for him. Haven't things always gone this way in the past? As long as he was around, Bai Jingchuan would show off and rush forward regardless of what kind of trouble it brought. Bai Jingchuan hadn't prepared a strategy beforehand and had been competing abroad for a long time. How could he know about the style of pure love romantic reality shows? It was merely by chance that he heard Jian Ran would participate, so he suggested it to his agent. Thus, he didn't associate it with horror segments at all. He simply thought that cleaning toilets wasn't fitting for his status. Fine, I'll accept the punishment, but I want someone specific to accompany me. Bai Jingchuan blurted out, unable to hold back. Wei Xiaoxue furrowed her brow, just about to speak, when she heard him matter-of-factly add, I want Jian Ran to come with me. Humph, Jian Ran, sitting in the back row with his legs crossed, burst into amused laughter. What happened to your dignity? Bai Jingchuan turned around red-faced, only to be interrupted by Wei Xiaoxue. The punishment rule says one person must do it alone. Wei Xiaoxue's voice suddenly turned cold. You have 3 minutes to prepare. If you don't want to exit the competition, go to the back and grab the cleaning tools. Hopefully, you won't disturb the other guests. The countdown starts now. In the live streaming room, fans held their breath watching this. After a long silence, the chat became active again. Wow, Bai Jingchuan really has a big face. Not only does he delay filming by being late, but he also tries to drag others down with him. Sorry, our brother Ran doesn't make deals like that. Speaking frankly, his behavior and attitude remind me of someone from another variety show. Ji Yuanming. A full-on entitled infant, exactly the same. Agreed, Ji Yuanming loves doing stuff like that. I admire brother Ran's straightforward way of scolding people. Where's your pride? Some dogs aren't real humans, some humans are actually dogs. At home receiving an 4 drip while holding a tablet, Ji Yuanming let out a sigh. Was this an unprovoked potshot? He suddenly looked up and asked the beautiful woman sitting by his bedside, Mom, am I that spoiled brat? Am I rude? The woman paused, gripping the fruit knife in her hand, surprised as she looked up and questioned with glittering eyes, who said that? Ji Yuanming opened his mouth to reply, but she continued. To summarize so accurately. Ji Yuanming. Is she really my mom? Wei Xiaoxue stopped urging, lowering her head, her eyes fixed on the digital watch on her wrist. Finally, under great pressure, Bai Jingchuan lifted himself off his chair and stood up grumbling discontentedly. As he walked toward the back of the classroom past Jian Ran's seat, he muttered harshly. You keep up your act if you can. His tone was low, but Jian Ran heard it crystal clear. His lips immediately curled upward in a mocking arc, thinking to himself, you're going to cry soon. And then, Bai Jingchuan grabbed the bucket and mop, exited through the rear door into the corridor, clanking sounds echoing like a release of frustration. But Wei Xiaoxue ignored it completely and continued to enthusiastically host the variety show. Guests, originally we needed to eliminate one person through differential voting to elect class leaders. But since someone already triggered the punishment mechanism and voluntarily forfeited their qualifications, the remaining guests need not go through the election process and can draw cards instead. Bai Qing timidly raised her hand. Excuse me, do we have to act out whatever role card we draw? What if it's unsuitable? Wei Xiaoxue smiled warmly, 2 dimples appearing in her round cheeks, looking both adorable and peculiar. How do you know it's unsuitable if you haven't tried it yet? Bai Qing seemed to have objections but pursed her lips and didn't continue speaking. Next, please draw your cards in order from the podium. Wei Xiaoxue spoke while laying out the cards on the lectern. The guests complied quite obediently, drawing cards in an orderly fashion before returning to their seats. Lu Yanting and Jian Ran were the last 2, but neither moved, seemingly having a silent showdown. Wei Xiaoxue showed confusion. Why don't either of you come to the podium to draw your cards? He goes first. They said in unison. Wei Xiaoxue. This thing doesn't require such courtesy, who goes first makes no difference. Then let's go together. Lu Yanting proposed, his dark as ink pupils glancing at Jian Ran. The latter shrugged nonchalantly, all right. Wei Xiaoxue. Didn't I say one after the other? Are they openly challenging the rules? But it doesn't seem that serious. Thus, she could only watch helplessly as two tall figures, exuding a strong sense of, leisurely walked to the podium and without any quarrel or contention, each grabbed a card before striding back to their seats with perfect composure. Something felt off. But she couldn't quite pinpoint what. Wei Xiaoxue gave up on pondering and, rubbing her nose, continued hosting. Now please guests, carefully read the card's instructions and become familiar with your role and responsibilities as class officers. The next game will be conducted entirely according to the roles provided by the cards. Oh, and by the way. She didn't finish because a sudden, terrified shout erupted from the corridor. The sound quickly traveled through the empty space and directly into the ears of those in the classroom. That's by Jingchuan. Bai Qin went pale with fear. Covering her mouth, her shaky voice escaped through her fingers. Could he have met some misfortune? Jian Ran shot her an unkind glance and snorted mockingly, you sure are good at predictions. It seems like you just made him disappear. Chapter 73, How arrogant can he be that I don't know what to say? Everyone, please stay calm, we still have ample time to prepare. Please read the cards thoroughly in your hands without missing any sentence. Wei Xiaoxue maintained an unnervingly calm demeanor, her round face still curved at the corners with a slight smile. When there is an unexpected event involving classmates, who should step forward first to solve it? After she spoke for a long while, a male raised his hand reluctantly, trembling in voice. I am the monitor. One of my duties as a monitor is to deal with such emergencies. Wei Xiaoxue nodded approvingly. Good. So, please proceed according to your role requirements. Zheng Huai's complexion turned ghastly white. Do I have to go to the restroom alone? What if I don't come back? Just as Wei Xiaoxue was about to speak, someone else cut in ahead of her. What else does your card say? Zheng Huai's hands trembled as he brought the card closer to his eyes, attempting to read it aloud. Suddenly, a pair of long fingers reached out and snatched the card from him. The monitor handling emergency situations can designate another officer to accompany them. Zheng Huai, startled by this unexpected action, looked up unintentionally, right into Jian Ran's finely sculpted jawline. He opened his mouth several times, surprised when exactly Jian Ran had moved next to him without detection, then grew somewhat dispirited. Who would want to accompany for something like this? If not live streaming, Zheng Huai might grit his teeth, go against his will, and arbitrarily appoint another committee member. But the issue was that all the fans online were watching. And dragging someone along so openly would not look good. Besides, Zheng Huai didn't want to force others unnecessarily. Doing something selfish just didn't sit well with him. The PE representative is willing to accompany. Jian Ran pointed to his own face, hinting rather clearly. Almost simultaneously, another crisp voice rang out, the academic representative is also willing. Jian Ran turned to see Lu Yanting smirking faintly. You're everywhere, aren't you? Do you owe people a kick or something? Thus, Zheng Huai found himself sandwiched between them, making a show of preparing to leave the classroom. Wait. Wei Xiaoxue interrupted sharply, that's a foul. Which rule? Jian Ran glanced sideways at her mockingly, rules not explicitly stated beforehand don't count. Who knows whether you'd abuse discretion by adding a rule on impulse? I warn you not to waste time. If anything really happens to someone, the crew will bear responsibility, no one will support you then. After finishing, he turned his head aside, don't be afraid, monitor. Both the PE representative and the academic representative will go with you. Stunned, Zheng Huai blankly nodded, alright, okay. Wei Xiaoxue stood behind the podium, at a loss for what to do next. How arrogant could he get that I don't know how to retort? At this moment, the corridor was darker than before. Someone had apparently switched on the lights, but the connection was bad. The light flickered on and off intermittently, which did little for lighting purposes and instead added an unsettling atmosphere. Before Zheng Huai could take a few steps, his body turned around, looking ready to run. However, Jian Ran gripped his collar, where are you going? You urinate urgently. Zheng Huai said desolately. Jian Ran tilted his chin upward slightly, well then, there's a toilet right up ahead. On the other side, Lu Yanting's gaze fell onto the bones holding Zheng Huai's collar, I seem to recall you don't prefer physical contact with others. Jian Ran arched an eyebrow, so, henceforth let me handle these crude tasks. Before Lu Yanting finished speaking, he turned Zheng Huai's shoulder forcefully, the monitor shirking responsibility constitutes violating the class rules and will receive punishment. You'd better cooperate voluntarily. Zheng Huai, pushed forward, stumbled a step and almost fell, but he didn't dare to turn around. He silently grumbled in his heart, are these two showing off their love? It's going to be the death of me. The camera angles were highly professional, displaying the entire scene to the fans, including Jian Ran and Lu Yanting's fascinating conversation. The eerie atmosphere on the live stream disappeared somewhat instantly, as the screen was filled with comments like, so sweet. It seemed like the whole world had forgotten about the person waiting to be rescued in the restroom. Finally shuffling to the toilet entrance, Zheng Huai shook his trembling hands to push open the old wooden door. The rusted hinge screeched as it slowly moved. He barely caught a glimpse inside and immediately stepped back repeatedly, his throat emitting indiscernible sounds, as though something had lodged itself there. What the hell? Unable to form a complete sentence, Jian Ran looked at him with disdain and just as he reached out to move Zheng Huai aside, he missed. Lu Yanting had already anticipated his move and directly pulled Zhenghua to the back. Jian Ran muttered under his breath, "Your moves aren't bad, quicker than me. Could you have been pretending to be injured before?" This fleeting thought quickly dissipated when he was captivated by the scene before him. Inside the opened restroom, all that met the eye were gory red stains, white tiles, walls, even wooden stall doors, none escaped unscathed, all were splattered. How could this be described? It was like killing a dozen chickens here at once, necks slashed and blood sprayed everywhere. Jian Ran walked cautiously inside to preserve the crime scene. Even though Bai Jingchuan lay unconscious in the middle, he barely acknowledged it. Then, upon the mirror above the sink, Jian Ran spotted a few dark red characters. "You all deserve to die, not a single one shall escape." Below those words were handprints, as if pressed with blood. Just as Jian Ran started counting them, a deep, magnetic voice came from behind. 8. Jian Ran. This guy, unbelievable. At some point Zhenghua had mustered up the courage to rush in, 8 handprints. We have 8 guests total. Does it mean it wants to kill us all? Help. Is this even a dating show? I want to quit, Hey, Brother Ran, what are you writing? Don't mess or draw around carelessly. What if we anger that thing? Ignoring Zhenghuai's protests, Jian Ran dipped his fingers into nearby blood and casually wrote a few characters. Then, impulsively created a tiny icon at the end. As he drew back his arm, Lu Yanting very cooperatively read aloud. "Show yourself if you dare, or I'll tear your head off." The middle finger graphic at the end remained unspoken. Seeing everything clearly written on the mirror, Zhenghua nearly fainted. Is this a provocation? Isn't this outright defiance? As the cameraman zoomed in on the mirror, the chat room erupted. "Deserves respect, my Brother Ran can stand up to that thing. Imagine Brother Ran tearing off heads, it would be legendary. Brother Lu and Brother Ran cooperate so well, Zhenghua in the middle looks super out of place. Why is he the class monitor anyway? Body rep and study rep make such a perfect pair, don't they? Like strength and intelligence coming together. Nah, Brother Ran has the best brainpower alright. Quiet down, check it out, Bai Jingchuan is standing up now, damn, he looks scary with blood all over his face. Holy crap, zombie resurrection. Chapter 74, at worst vegetative state, at least senility. Not only the fans in the live stream saw the shocking image akin to zombies rising from the grave, the 3 men by the mirror also watched the sight unfold clearly. Among them, 2 showed extraordinary calmness, which starkly highlighted the distorted expression of Zhenghua standing slightly apart, hands gripping his hair tightly, eyes wide and bulging as if all his values had collapsed. Wah! Before he could finish the word, Jian Ran coolly shot him down with a casual phrase, "Don't forget, we're on live broadcast. It raises censorship issues." Zhenghuai's voice cut off abruptly, as if someone had suddenly grabbed his neck. Jian Ran signaled briefly to Lu Yanting, then turned to walk towards the standing Bai Jingchuan. The camera was ready to follow but got blocked firmly by an Asia top-class back of the head. The cameraman, already nervous, trembled as he spoke, "Mr. Lu, change position please, don't block the shots." Lu Yanting turned back, giving him a chilling stare. Without saying a word, the cameraman cowered, "Your current position is fine, it's actually the camera obstructing you." Zhenghua, hiding behind, upon seeing this scene, for some reason felt less afraid and became very certain, there must be a connection between the physical education, PE, committee member and the academic committee member. Bai Jingchuan, who had stood up, was covered in blood on his face but bore no wound. His eyes had no whites, they were entirely black. At first glance, it looked extremely eerie and terrifying. However, Jian Ran exchanged gazes with him without any change in his expression, as if he were looking at an ordinary face in the crowd. As their eyes met, there was silence for a few seconds. Bai Jingchuan seemed unable to contain himself and opened his mouth, spitting out a very strange voice, almost feminine. "Didn't you want me to come out? Aren't you going to pick on me, ah?" Before he could finish, Jian Ran slapped him, "You should have said earlier. Or I might have hesitated to hit the wrong person." Before Bai Jingchuan could react, Jian Ran's left hand swung back and forth. In just 2 slaps, Bai Jingchuan was struck off balance, almost falling down. He covered his face and turned around, as if he hadn't been so wronged for a long time, and his voice carried a whiny tone that couldn't stop being frantic, "You're as bad as them, all bullying me, I'll kill." When Bai Jingchuan charged over using Bai Jingchuan's face, Jian Ran showed no mercy with another loud slap, "Pa," which was even louder than the previous 2 times. "You've guessed right, I'm not a good guy." Bai Jingchuan's pitch-black eyes flowed with bloody tears, yet he didn't dare take another step forward, his face full of disbelief, seemingly unable to understand why he couldn't exert his power. Wah, you will regret this." After the girlish voice finished speaking, Bai Jingchuan suddenly crashed to the ground, continuing to play dead. The terrifying atmosphere in the toilet instantly dissipated by half. Zhenghua was a bit stunned. Did 3 slaps chase away something? It didn't seem so frightening anymore, did it? Of course. If Jian Ran were still present. "Class monitor, don't just stand there, did you forget your responsibilities?" Jian Ran suddenly turned around, saying it while signaling with his eyes towards Lu Yanting. The latter got it immediately and moved his back away from the lens. The camera restored its view. What should I do, carry Bai Jingchuan away? Zheng Huai asked blankly. Jian Ran nodded his chin upwards, bring the bucket, fetch water. Pour water on him to wake him up. Zheng Huai obviously dared not. Jian Ran raised an eyebrow, or do you have any other ideas? I remind you, best act fast, otherwise he may never wake up. This wasn't scaremongering. After being possessed by a ghost, the 3 souls and 7 spirits are wandering. If not promptly called back. At worst vegetative state, at least senility. So, the live stream viewers could see Zheng Huai throwing bucket after bucket of water on Bai Jingchuan's face. A certain tycoon, just finishing a board meeting, opened the live stream and saw this sight, his expression instantly stiffened. The assistant beside him sneaked a peek and was surprised. Hey, isn't that by the driver? Has he switched to doing variety shows now? Is it a prank show? It's similar to the one you attended last time, both were pretty brutal. The tycoon lifted his eyelids, his cold gaze locking onto the assistant. The assistant quickly retracted his gossipy expression and resumed a serious, efficient demeanor, saying. Mr. Gon, I have a proposal to verify, I'll take my leave. The tycoon nodded. The assistant clicked her high heels and quickly retreated. As soon as she closed the office door, she immediately pulled out her phone to open the live stream. Someone leaned over. Sis, are you also watching Pure Love? This episode is super exciting. Shoo, lower your voice, don't get caught by the psycho inside. The assistant placed her finger on her lips, making a shoo gesture, and her gaze landed on Jian Ran's close-up on the screen, her eyes lighting up instantly. I told you he's not ordinary, see, it really happened. Unfortunately, Mr. Gon has love blindness and doesn't appreciate it, how he ended up with a playboy. The two walked away talking, getting further and further apart. The tycoon standing by the door heard everything, his expression growing increasingly dark and complicated. Bai Jingchuan felt like he had encountered disaster at sea, suffering from the battering of storms and rains, nearly drowning before finally surfacing, coughing wildly, his snot and tears mixing together, covering his face completely. He's awake. He's awake. PE.com member, your method really works. Zheng Huai completely forgot he was still live streaming, lost control of his facial expressions, and held the water bucket, shouting joyfully. Bai Jingchuan blinked his eyes open, subconsciously looking around. His coughs eventually subsided a little, his trembling lips asked, Wah. What happened? Zheng Huai hastily threw the bucket aside and ran over, concernedly asking with a face full of worry, are you alright? Do you feel okay? It's all thanks to the PE.com member saving you, otherwise. Bai Jingchuan felt a fiery pain on his face, trying to touch it with his hand but asked before making any moves, who's the PE.com member? The PE.com member? Jian Ran. Zheng Huai blurted out. Hearing this, Bai Jingchuan turned his gaze toward Jian Ran. Despite his disheveled appearance, a sense of self-satisfaction crept across his face, with an unusual sparkle in his eyes. As if he were saying. See. You can't fake anymore, right? Weren't you worried about my safety? In the end, don't I always have to rely on someone risking their life to save me? Jian Ran noticed the prolonged stare and frowned intensely. Is there something wrong with your eyes or your brain? Why don't you just get up? The restroom is in such a mess now, it truly shows no class. With evident annoyance and disdain, Jian Ran stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked towards the exit of the restroom. After enduring possession by a ghost and being splashed with icy water, Bai Jingchuan wasn't feeling well at all. On top of that, he was scolded and ridiculed by Jian Ran, causing his mood to reach its peak irritation instantly. He reached out to grab Zheng Huai and was ready to dash forward. But a tall shadow immediately blocked his path, accompanied by a chilling look pouring down upon him. Clean up the toilet first. Raising his head, Bai Jingchuan met Lu Yanting's face, his arrogance slightly diminishing. Why should I? Lu Yanting looked down at him from above, lightly raising an eyebrow. Chapter 75, This job can't be done. This single question rendered Bai Jingchuan speechless. The Bai family has always placed great emphasis on educating their descendants, especially in terms of etiquette and upbringing, which are quite stringent. If Bai Jingchuan's parents knew he had been so arrogant in front of the Lu family, well, they might beat him to death. Therefore, he could only helplessly watch as Jian Ran and Lu Yanting strutted away. With Zheng Huai supporting him, he picked up the mop in resignation. Just then, he noticed Bai Jingchuan around him who seemed to take in the blood-soaked scene with shock, exclaiming, What happened? Is it a crime scene? Zheng Huai's expression became somewhat peculiar, you passed out before knowing anything. Wasn't the shout earlier yours? Bai Jingchuan gestured dramatically with an exaggerated expression pointing to himself, do I look like some kind of wimp who shouts for no reason? While speaking, he swung the mop to clear the bloodstains off the ground. As the young master Bai hadn't done much rough work, his clumsy move actually opened a cubicle door. Instinctively looking over, he froze momentarily and screamed, ah. There's a rat. Zheng Huai covered his ears. Turns out, he really was that kind of wimp. By this time, Jian Ran and Lu Yanting had already returned to the classroom where Wei Xiaoxue stood guarding at the entrance, her round face full of dissatisfaction written all over it. I've carefully researched it. Both of you are still breaking the rules. The cards given to the PE Com and Academic Com members clearly state role requirements that must not be exceeded. Jian Ran took the card out from his pocket and squinted his eyes as if reading carefully. Does it say here that students cannot help each other? How come I haven't seen it? Wei Xiaoxue turned red in the face. Of course there isn't such a rule. Between classmates. Before she finished her sentence, Jian Ran gave a dismissive sneer. Then it's fine for us to help each other, right? I've helped already, no need to thank me. Wei Xiaoxue tried to open her mouth to argue more, but Lu Yanting behind interrupted her abruptly. Me too. What? The round face questioned. No need to thank me either. Lu Yanting said indifferently. Then he walked back to his seat. Wei Xiaoxue, if these two existed, could the class rules even hold firm? Even though screams were heard again from the hallway, the atmosphere inside the classroom was no longer as panicky as before. Currently, the prevailing sentiment could be summed up as, do whatever, the equivalent of a dead pig not fearing boiling water. When Bai Jingchuan and Zhenghuai returned, both looked completely exhausted, as if they had experienced some sort of ordeal. Especially Bai Jingchuan, drenched from head to toe with dripping wet hair, looking utterly drained as he slumped back into his seat. Wei Xiaoxue saw his condition without any surprise but smiled satisfactorily instead. Since the latecomers have already received their punishment, let's move on to the next step. Assign dormitories. Seriously? We're staying overnight? Bai Qin asked in horror. What else do you expect? Wei Xiaoxue glanced outside through the window. It's already dark now. It's dangerous to go out tonight because there will be man-eating wild beasts. She spoke casually, but everyone listening felt the hairs on their bodies stand up. So we must stay in our dorms tonight to ensure our personal safety. Is staying in the dormitory really safe? Can you ensure that everyone in the dorm are actually our classmates? This sudden sharp question caught Wei Xiaoxue off guard. She followed the voice and saw Jian Ran, sitting with his legs crossed carelessly as if he were an unruly student causing trouble for the teacher. Wei Xiaoxue immediately regretted this situation. If only he had been the first to break the rules. Then the class committee could have expelled him. I cannot guarantee it, she replied. Maybe after a classmate goes out to use the restroom at night and returns, they might no longer be the same person. She felt her explanation was flawless. But Jian Ran smirked. In that case, we should set a password. If anyone knocks and the password doesn't match, don't open the door. Wei Xiaoxue was taken aback, feeling as though some secret trick had been leaked too early. The students responded enthusiastically. This is a good idea. Let's come up with a password quickly. We don't even know yet how we will be divided into dorms. Who will share with whom? Jian Ran smiled lightly. With only 8 of us, how can we divide otherwise? Boys in one room, girls in another. Wei Xiaoxue fell silent again. She couldn't manage this task anymore, might as well hand it over to him. Despite Wei Xiaoxue's reluctance, she stood by the podium and announced, since there are only 2 4-person dorms, the boys will stay in one and the girls in the other. Now, you may leave the classroom and head out of the teaching building. Before finishing her sentence, Jian Ran stood up on his own initiative, grabbing the suitcase beside him and pretending to walk away. Wei Xiaoxue felt her temples pounding as anger surged. Almost losing control, she managed to keep her composure and gritted her teeth while asking, where are you going? I haven't finished speaking. Jian Ran turned back. Is listening to the host also part of the class rules? There's something wrong with me, I get sleepy right at bedtime. If you can't hold it. Wei Xiaoxue took a deep breath and said, all right, let's go to the dormitory. As soon as the words left her mouth, everyone in the classroom jumped up, grabbed their luggage, and rushed out as if chased by ghosts. In an instant, the large room was left with only Wei Xiaoxue and a camera pointed at her. A comment scrolled across the live streaming screen. Did you understand what the host just mouthed? Why not a sound? I know a bit of lip reading, it seemed like she was saying. Damn humans. What does that mean? Is she not human? Wow, the production team for this pure program did a great job creating a horror effect. Give them a thumbs up. Can I humbly ask a question? Why do I feel Wei Xiaoxue has something strange about her? Trust me, you're not alone. When leaving the teaching building, the sandstorm hadn't subsided. It swept across everywhere, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. The guests struggled forward, unsure of their direction until they reached the dormitory building shortly. Just entering, they saw Wei Xiaoxue standing smiling at the entrance. You all have worked hard. The boys' dorm and the girls' dorm are respectively on the left and right sides of the first floor. Remember, don't go outside your dorm easily tonight, nor leave the dormitory building. Understood. There are man-eating wild beasts outside. Wei Xiaoxue hadn't finished when Jian Ran interrupted her. She once again adjusted her emotions, warning herself not to lose control. She forced a smile. There is one more very important point, don't open the door regardless of who knocks. If you open it, take responsibility for the consequences yourself. What if someone checks the dorms? This time, Bai Qing spoke, timidly raising her hand, wouldn't refusing violate the class rules. Wei Xiaoxua slowly turned her head, and the corner of her lips curled into a peculiar smile. Who would bother checking a dead person's dorm? Chapter 76, I am not a pervert. So let's sleep together. Wei Xiaoxua truly showed emotion, curving her face into a strange mysterious grin. Her previously sweet voice suddenly changed, becoming low and eerie. Who would check a dead person's dorm? After these words, all present guests sharply drew in a cold breath, evidently startled, not least by Qing, whose eyes brimmed with tears. Wei Xiaoxua seemed satisfied with her frightening effect, until another headache-inducing voice broke through. Why panic? What she said is, who would inspect a dorm with 4 beds? Jian Ran emphasized the tone of a certain word. Moreover, considering the personnel here in the school, do you think they have enough hands to knock? As long as someone knocks, it definitely won't be normal. Just don't open the door, and that's it. With just a few simple, casual words, the eerie atmosphere was completely dispersed. Wei Xiaoxua's smile stiffly hung on her round face. I really feel tied down. The dormitory was easy to find, you just had to turn left or right to see it. Jian Ran dragged his suitcase, walking at the back while leisurely glancing at the dormitory's gatekeeper room. It was pitch dark inside, with no lights on, but it seemed like there was a pair of gloomy, malevolent eyes staring through the darkness. Jian Ran stared for a few seconds, suddenly feeling someone pat his lower back in a rather ambiguous way, and hot breath brushed against him. What are you looking at? So absorbed. Instantly startled, Jian Ran. Nothing, let's hurry back to the dormitory and sleep. He dragged his suitcase, not daring to look into those dark eyes, his pace quickened as he fled from the spot. Damn it. I wasn't afraid of ghosts. But this person scared me like that. Was the supposed antisocial personality eaten by a dog? Jian Ran grumbled in his mind as he stepped into the dormitory. Lu Yanting, still standing in the same place, frowned slightly and suddenly turned his head to look toward the gatekeeper room. The gloomy eyes initially froze in surprise before apparently trying to widen them to appear more ferocious and venomous. However, it didn't seem to work. From Lu Yanting's expression, no fear could be read, it appeared as though he paid little attention. While the male and female contestants entered their respective dormitories, the live stream seized the temporary lull to spark a discussion. This episode's female contestants are quite low-key, except for Bai Qing who keeps raising her hand and trembling. The others barely spoke and rarely appeared on camera. I noticed that too. Other class committee members weren't introduced either. Their roles aren't clear, and usually, after a class election, the results should be publicized. But Pure Innocence hasn't done so. Could this be intentional? Intentional what? Hiding them until they're needed. Is it necessary? Who among us hasn't been to school? We all know what the responsibilities of a class committee member are. Unless the cards given to the contestants don't align with the standard roles of the class committee or contain hidden terms only visible to them. A significant portion of Pure Innocence's hardcore fans were readers of suspenseful horror detective novels, possessing strong logical reasoning skills, and their analysis naturally made perfect sense. They seemed close to the truth. Sitting in front of the screen at the monitoring live stream, the director smirked mysteriously, lifting the teacup in his hand to take a sip when his assistant leaned in and whispered. Someone has come from the institute. The director retracted his smile, stood up from his chair. All right, let's go take a look. Unlike its rundown appearance outside, the dormitory was surprisingly clean. 4 bunk beds were placed below with desks, each having a table lamp beside them. On the side were bookshelves, sparsely holding a few books, resembling college textbooks. Zheng Huai, walking in the lead, had already switched on the daylight lamps in the dormitory. When he turned around to speak, he suddenly froze, wearing an unpleasant expression. What are you doing? Bai Jingchuan was eager to change into a clean set of clothes, looking quite impatient. Move aside, I'm going to the farthest bed. Wait. Zheng Huai appeared incredulous, lifting his arm and extending a trembling finger pointing at Jian Ran. How can we have 5 people here? What? Bai Jingchuan exclaimed in surprise. Weren't there supposed to be 4 men and 4 women? That's exactly what the official program's Weibo account announced, right? Although he only glanced at it briefly, it stuck in his memory clearly. There really are 5 of us males. No mistake. Zheng Huai turned toward Su Junyi, his expression complex. Bai Jingchuan looked back and was also stunned. He arrived later and was directly penalized to clean the restroom. By the time he got back to the classroom and headed to the dormitory. Shit. Who even had time to count heads? Just noticing this problem now. Jian Ran suddenly chimed in, smiling casually. Guess your math teacher was the PE teacher, huh? There were 9 people sitting in the classroom, yet I deliberately said 8. Why didn't Wei Xiaoxuan notice anything strange and even agreed? What does this mean? Confronted with the question, Zheng Huai grew somewhat nervous, thinking of the 4 men and 4 women ratio and blurted out, could one of us have changed gender? His head turned to Su Junyi. What did you do in Thailand with the boy band? What can I possibly do? Su Junyi suddenly became agitated. See, my Adam's apple is still there. What does an Adam's apple represent? Take off your pants and let me see. Zhenghai sounded even more indignant. The other three in the dormitory. Jianran felt a little awkward. Stop messing around. I don't want to see. Lu Yanting suddenly stepped in front of him, blocking the view. What he means is, one of these 9 guests isn't human. After pausing for a moment, he added another sentence, it has nothing to do with gender reassignment. Then Zhenghai stopped reaching for Su Junyi's pants, withdrawing his hand embarrassedly. Sorry, got carried away. What did you just say? He turned to Lu Yanting, there's someone who isn't human. Holy sh. Who could it be? Who would that be? Zhenghai was restless, suddenly thinking of something and slowly turning his head toward Bai Jingchuan. The latter immediately changed his expression. Why are you looking at me? You're the most suspicious. Not only were you late but you've also been possessed by a ghost. That's nonsense. You're the one possessed by a ghost. Bai Jingchuan spat, completely forgetting what had happened in the teaching building restroom. Thus, the mutual suspicion phase in the game began. 2 people remained uninvolved, slowly tidying up their luggage. Jianran planned to sleep near the door for convenience in his next move. As he opened his suitcase, he caught sight of a tall shadow pressing over. What are you doing? He turned his head and asked cautiously. Lu Yanting pressed his lips slightly, saying calmly, sleeping with you. Jianran. Why? Are you sick? He finally voiced his concern, but Lu Yanting looked very serious. I'm not sick. There aren't enough beds, and I only know you, so we'll sleep together. Jianran. Damn, sounds so reasonable. Chapter 77, did you think this was a wedding prank scene? Relatively speaking, the girls' dormitory was quieter. Bai Qing locked the door the moment she entered and then mysteriously said to the other female contestants, don't open the door no matter who knocks. What if it's not human? Bai sis, what you said scared me. The petite singer Luo Luo hugged her arms. Isn't our show pretty safe? Safe? Bai Qing sneered and then lowered her voice, did you know? One of last week's contestants went straight into mental treatment after shooting ended. Although it wasn't disclosed, they absolutely received some kind of shock during filming. Did you check the contract before signing? The first clause of the notes explicitly states that participants should have no heart disease. Luo Luo trembled more. Sis Bai, stop talking. I already want to quit. To withdraw, you'd have to wait until tomorrow morning and pay a hefty penalty fee. A new rising starlet in the TV industry interrupted Luo Luo. She was the type known for being cool and aloof, her voice icy. Hearing this, Luo Luo stuck out her tongue. Don't be too pessimistic. 3 days. Just get through them, Li Mo, the long-legged online celebrity sorting her luggage inside, sweetly said. But, she paused, holding up a piece of clothing as she turned back, her expression somewhat strange. I remember there being 5 male contestants. Why are they all saying 4? I even counted when we entered the dorm. Right, I counted too. Bai Qing became energized upon hearing this. This is a common tactic used in horror stories. Our official Weibo account said there would be 8 contestants. Now suddenly there's 1 extra. What do you think this means? Without waiting for anyone to respond, she answered herself, definitely, one of them isn't human. As soon as the words left her mouth, Luo Luo's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the chair in front of the desk, her hand unconsciously resting on something. She turned her head and saw a blood-red notebook appear right in front of her. What is this? Luo Luo asked with confusion, turning around and instinctively flipping open the notebook. On the first page were several bloody letters. Tonight I'll come for you. Aha. Luo Luo threw the notebook in panic and screamed uncontrollably. The lights in the dormitory were supposed to turn off at 10 o'clock. No one dared disobey the rule, especially Zhenghai, the class leader, who stood beside the switch and shouted, I'm turning off the lights now. As soon as he finished speaking, the dorm room went dark. Relying purely on instinct, he quickly ran back to his bed, climbed up, and immediately dived under the blanket. The blankets were damp and smelled moldy. Though everyone found them disgusting, they had no choice but to cover themselves tightly. Since it was incredibly cold in the dormitory at night, it felt like being in the depths of winter without any heating. But 2 certain individuals were different. Leaning against each other, exchanging warmth. Can you move away from me? Jianran said with no end to his tolerance. Cold. Lu Yanting replied with a single word. I have some missions later. If you stay like this, I can't conveniently get out of bed. Jianran's voice was suppressed in the dark, turning red-faced. Don't worry, there won't be inconvenience. I also have a task. Lu Yanting's tone was calm. Hearing this, Jianran hesitated. Is your mission written on a card too? Of course. I'll go knock on doors. I'll accompany you when you knock on doors. Jianran. Shit, what kind of pairing is this? Is it because the physical education committee member has a timid heart and needs the academic affairs committee member's company? While these two conversed, Bai Jingchuan on the farthest bed tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Even though he had found a substitute himself, now sleeping on someone else's bed wasn't easy. And this person was his elder who couldn't be defied. Heavens! What an oppressive storyline for this variety show. As he thought about it, his eyelids began feeling heavy, and slowly he had to close them. His head tilted, and soon he fell asleep. A while later, the phone alarm vibrated, and Jian Ran picked it up. With a slight smirk, he said, "It's exactly midnight, time to work." Sitting up directly, just as he wanted to turn and get out of bed, he felt someone holding his waist. Jian Ran immediately stiffened. "What are you doing?" "To prevent you from falling." Lu Yanting responded solemnly. Thus, after feeling those hands slowly slide and leave, Jian Ran blushed again. Though under dim corridor lighting, it wasn't that noticeable. He didn't dare to look back, fearing the person following might notice something. Walking through the central hallway, he could see the girls' dormitory. But Jian Ran didn't rush to knock on the door. Instead, he pulled out his card and looked at it carefully. At the bottom was a small row of letters. "Something will happen in the female dormitory on the first night. You must fulfill the responsibilities of the Physical Education Committee member by checking the dormitories at 12 o'clock, while dealing with any issues." Nodding slightly, Jian Ran stuffed the card back into his pants and looked at Lu Yanting. "What does your card say?" "Let me see." "No." Lu Yanting shook his head. "The card cannot be shown to others, violating class rules, resulting in punishment." Jian Ran narrowed his eyes. "Where did this rule come from? Why haven't I heard of it?" "It's written on my card," Lu Yanting replied. Jian Ran. This chain of logic was pretty tight. Cards cannot be shown to others, otherwise, they violate class rules. And the class rules were written on the cards which others couldn't see. So, whether or not such class rules exist only you know. No one can verify it. Jian Ran rolled his eyes and silently thought, "All right, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to knock on the door." Thinking of that, he lifted his thin arm and knocked on the wooden door casually, clang clang clang. There was an abrupt scream from inside, which then seemed to be muffled within half a second, with no further sound. Jian Ran expected this effect, no surprise really, since he had already informed the guests, "Whoever knocks, don't open the door." So lifting his arm, he continued knocking, clang clang clang. This time it was pretty rhythmic. Within seconds, a voice asked from inside, Who's that?" "The Physical Education Committee member," Jian Ran answered. How do we know you're really the Physical Education Committee member?" There was a pause in the dorm room followed by whispers as if they were discussing something before continuing. "Sing, good luck. I'll believe you're the PE committee member if you do." Jian Ran wore a face of black question marks. What? Wasn't the knocking pattern supposed to tell them already? Now they actually needed him to sing. Do they think this is a wedding prank scene? The groomsmen need to perform talents. Jian Ran laughed wryly, stepping back a bit. "I can't, you try." Lu Yanting didn't hesitate for a moment. "Neither can I." "This you can't either." A complaint sounded from the dormitory. "Let me give you a start." "Good luck, I wish you good luck, good luck." Jian Ran instantly turned around. "Forget it, let's go back to sleep. This job isn't worth doing." Lu Yanting's lips curled slightly. "Okay. I like sleeping. Especially with you." Chapter 78, You should sing good luck instead. "Wait, don't go." Once hearing Jian Ran intended to go back to sleep, the girls' dormitory hurriedly opened the door. Luo's tear-streaked face appeared, her timid eyes making her seem scared of something outside. Upon confirming it was truly Jian Ran, Luo burst into tears even harder instantly. "Why, shut your sob back in." Jian Ran had no time for tender mercies. The 12 o'clock alarm had already passed by 10 minutes. As they approached 12:30, the sinister energy would grow stronger. "Can we come in?" His refined features showed a bit of strictness as his steady voice asked. After all, it was the female dormitory, so it was necessary to ask politely. Sure, Luo, who had already managed to suppress her sobs, nodded amidst hiccuping and then opened the door completely. Because the lights were supposed to be turned off at 10, it was pitch dark inside. Without any hesitation, Jian Ran stepped in, and behind him Lu Yanting's face flashed a moment of strangeness. He pressed his thin lips together without saying anything, then followed Jian Ran in. The moment the two crossed the threshold, Luo hurriedly shut the door. The dormitory became darker instantly. "Why not turn on the desk lamp?" Jian Ran asked. 10:30 is lights out. Bai Qing from the corner said. "What's wrong with letting students stay up and study hard?" Jian Ran went over and directly pressed the switch on the desk lamp. The darkness in the dorm was dispersed immediately. The four roommates revealed themselves before him. They were standing very neatly, having formed an automatic line. "Who made me sing good luck just now?" Jian Ran raised an eyebrow and asked again. "Her." All three simultaneously pointed in one direction. Bai Qing forced out a smile. "I thought ghosts can't sing." "If ghosts can't, why should I be able to?" Jian Ran chuckled in exasperation. "Don't talk about that right now." Luo interrupted urgently. "Take a look at this notebook quickly. It says to find me tonight." Jian Ran tilted his eyes sidelong. "Is your name written?" Luo paused for a moment. "No." Jian Ran's tone grew colder. "Then how are you sure it's looking for you?" "Because I saw it first." Luo's emotions flared slightly, seemingly trying to make sense of the logic of the situation. The first? Jian paused slightly, then turned to the other three. So, you've also seen the notebook. All three couldn't help but nod. Where is it? Bring it over for me to see. Jian extended his palm. Luo shook her head violently. I don't dare touch it again. What if more words appear? She didn't finish speaking when the new actress handed over a crimson notebook to Jian. It's this one. You check it. In fact, I've gone through it thoroughly already. Besides the first page, there's nothing else on the other pages. But judging by the blood-written calligraphy, the handwriting is quite elegant. So, I guessed it must be a girl. Jian took the notebook and, upon hearing this analysis, felt somewhat surprised as he glanced at her. But the actress's gaze fell briefly on Lu Yanting's face before shifting away. Jian did not pay too much attention and focused on the notebook. His long fingers flipped open the cover, revealing the words, I will come for you tonight. He nodded slightly, confirming it was the same font as what was on the mirror in the school building's restroom. Before he could say anything, there came the familiar hot breath by his ear. It's the same person. Jian. Dear friend, if you want to summarize something, please move a little further away. His heartbeat was disordered, lips parted just as he was about to say something, but suddenly heard the dormitory door being knocked on. Dong dong, twice. It sounded especially gloomy and strange in the empty corridor. The girls in the dorm were instantly gripped with terror and huddled together. Even the usually cool actress showed fear, eyes full of anxiety staring at the door. Jian, however, turned around calmly and asked, Who? Who is checking the dorms at midnight? Probably the male dorm supervisor intentionally harassing female classmates. The knocking outside paused for a moment, then started again with dong dong dong. This time, it was clearly rhythmic, as if some kind of signal. Jian. Bloody hell, do I know this person? He tilted his head and walked over, pretending to open the door, but Bai Qing's voice came quickly, Can you sing, good luck? Jian. All right. There's no getting away from the good luck gag. He wore an expression of disdain, lifting his foot to go forward, but his arm was pulled. Jian turned around, a rogue-like curve spreading across his lips. What, do you want to hear me sing? Lu Yanting shook his head. What if it isn't one of ours? Haven't the signals already matched? Jian frowned and asked. But before he finished talking, his expression changed suddenly, becoming grave and cautious. I knocked out the rhythm in the corridor earlier. Could it be the signal has been learned completely by now? Lu Yanting nodded. I was worried about this. Jian retracted his leg and said to the door with a straight face, You'd better sing, good luck, instead. Outside the door. After a few seconds of reaction time, the corridor rang out again with erratic knocks on the door, showing no pattern. It was as if after their bluff had been called, they were acting out of shame and anger, in a rush to retaliate. Dong 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 dong. The dormitory door shook under the assault, seemingly unable to hold up much longer against the brute force attempting to break it. What should we do? Luo wailed anxiously, They've come for me. I don't want to be taken away. In front of the wild knocking on the door and the continuous shouts behind him, Jian stood still, closed his eyes, sighed deeply, then quickly opened his eyes and unleashed an internal energy shout, Everybody, shut up. What a damn racket. Perhaps due to the explosive power of this cold shout, the world suddenly fell silent. Jian strode forward a few steps, seemingly unable to bear the torture any longer, ready to step out. Lu Yanting followed closely, stopping his body and turning his head. Don't go, Jian turned around, sweeping his gaze over the four girls huddled together, help me watch them closely. A flash of displeasure crossed Lu Yanting's face, but half a second later, he nodded, all right. With no concerns holding him back, Jian quickly left the dormitory and slammed the door shut. It grew deathly quiet outside, devoid of any sound. After a while, the opera actress couldn't help but ask, Brother Lu, why did Jian just now tell you to keep an eye on us? Leaning against the dormitory wall, with a cool and stern expression, Lu Yanting slightly curved his lips, do you not know? The actress shook her head, the other girls were equally confused. Lu Yanting's sharp gaze swept across every face, his lips pressed firmly, his jawline prominent, making him look distant and unapproachable. Before he could speak, Bai Qing spoke up fearfully, Actor Lu, please don't scare us, just say it already. This is serious. Lu Yanting faintly smiled, actually, it's nothing. Among you four, there's an informant. I need to watch over them. Chapter 79, You're not allowed to scare ghosts like that. In university dorm buildings, each floor comes equipped with a public restroom to accommodate students when the toilets in the dorm rooms aren't sufficient or in cases of urgency. Quite humane. Jian moved slowly along the hallway by himself. The overhead lights above flickered on and off repeatedly, flashing erratically as though the current was unstable. This made his flawless features appear alternately bright and dim, with only his clear, sparkling eyes shining brightly. The slight curve at the corner of his mouth added an air of unrestrained arrogance. It was as if, at this moment, he wasn't actually inside a haunted dormitory building, but rather on a red carpet preparing to take glamorous photos. Thus, the light bulb at the end of the hallway began to flicker even more wildly, finally emitting an angry sizzling sound. Jian furrowed his brow, why so impatient? Didn't I come already? He walked briskly to the entrance of the women's restroom and called out symbolically, is there anyone inside? Complete silence from the restroom, guess what? In the middle of the night, at the most dangerous place in the derelict haunted dormitory, how could there possibly be someone? Jian casually remarked again, if there's no one, I'll go in. His manners are surprisingly thorough. He stepped lightly, entered the restroom, and didn't immediately pull out the talisman tucked in his pocket. Instead, he remained composed, standing there looking at the figure by the window. This silhouette was wearing a white long dress, the hem fluttering wildly with the unknown cold wind rushing through. Her waterfall-like black hair covered her face entirely, steady and solid despite the chaos. For an ordinary person, seeing such a sight upon entering the restroom would certainly send their soul flying in panic. But Jian was different. His face unmoved, his heart calm, he stood at the door with exceptional composure, exuding a demeanor of, if the enemy doesn't move, neither do I. Finally, the long-haired woman slowly raised her arm. As her nails started to grow rapidly towards Jian, she heard a nonchalant voice. If you don't want to get slapped, you'd better withdraw your hand. The long-haired woman. You can't scare ghosts like that. That's cheating. Clearly unwilling, the long-haired woman opened her mouth and screamed shrilly, the sound tearing through the eardrums. A long tongue stretched out from her hair, attacking Jian. You're not listening. Jian smirked, slightly sidestepped, pinched the fiery red tongue between two fingers, and cast a glance, there's a bit too much fire. The long-haired woman froze in place, her twisted limbs stiffening. What is he doing? The next second, the long-haired woman started to twist violently, trying to pull her tongue back. However, all her efforts were in vain until Jian suddenly let go. Without preparation, the long-haired woman was heavily thrown onto the window sill by the backlash. Jian walked over and slowly squatted down, who are you looking for tonight? Are you talking about me? The long-haired woman. Can I say no? Do I have a choice at all? Perhaps she became angrier the more she thought about it, and her whole body trembled. Her head suddenly snapped sideways onto her shoulder, revealing two white eyeballs beneath the black hair. A wide-mouthed grin with sharp white teeth appeared, you're all bullying me dash. You're all bullying me dash. I'll bite you to death dash. As she screamed, she opened her bloodthirsty mouth and bit towards his slender neck. Seeing that his purpose of provoking her had been achieved, Jian quickly made a finger sign, placing a point on her grotesque forehead. The surrounding scene changed instantly. The next second, a bucket of cold water was directly poured over her head. Jian. Is this really necessary? Through the eyes, he saw himself locked in a toilet stall while outside came laughter. Sorry, I thought no one was inside. Anyway, it's dirty, so just take a bath. What dirt? This kind isn't washable. Every day wearing a white skirt, pretending to be innocent, to gain men's sympathy, disgusting. Smell that? A strange odor, too seductive. Let's go, back to sleep. A clutter of footsteps disappeared as Jian felt himself slowly squat down, hugging arms around his body, as if crying softly. Was she bullied? Jumping off the building? Is this her mischief? Jian's mind was working fast. Thinking he would be locked in the bathroom all night, he sensed some noise outside. Cindy, are you in there? A female voice asked softly. Yes, woo dash. Don't cry, I'll open the door for you. After saying that, the girl seemed to look for tools and then returned shortly. She tinkered around outside and minutes later managed to pry the door open. Jian looked up and saw a face with a slightly boyish look. Wang Meng, they bullied me again dash. Drenched from head to toe, he rushed forward and hugged the girl, tears falling with grievance. Them again. I'll find them and settle accounts. Wang Meng clenched her fists and turned to dash out of the toilet. But she was tightly held back by Cindy. No, I don't want things to escalate. Let it go, summer vacation is coming soon, maybe. Before she finished, those bully girls suddenly returned. Seeing the two figures embracing in the toilet, they immediately got even more excited. Wow, didn't expect Cindy to be both genders friendly. Suspected something was off with you two all along, always hanging together like lovers, turns out we caught you red-handed. Really nauseating, makes me sick. Wang Meng couldn't suppress her rage anymore. She pushed Cindy away and lunged at the bullies, fists flying, you're talking crap. That girl had no time to react and was directly knocked to the ground. The other companions, upon seeing this, stepped back in fright. Wang Meng, you dare hit people? I'm going to report this to the dorm supervisor right now. Wang Meng acted as if she didn't hear. She grabbed the fallen girl, mounted her, and began a frenzied beating. Cindy hurriedly rushed forward, trying to stop her. Wang Meng, stop fighting, her father is a professor. Stop hitting her. Upon hearing these words, Jian inwardly murmured, oh, with connections huh? This could be serious. Just as he thought this, everything went dark in front of him. The picture disappeared, and when his vision cleared, the captured long-haired woman had vanished without a trace. The bathroom fell into an eerie silence. He fully understood that this situation occurred because the grievance field was blocked. In layman's terms, this ghost chose avoidance instead of psychological therapy. Jian Ran slowly stood up, completely unconcerned. Anyway, there's no rush, so go back, get some sleep, and talk tomorrow. Thus, he turned and walked out of the restroom. Just as he exited, he saw a stunningly handsome face. Shit, Jian Ran patted his chest since he wasn't mentally prepared. What are you doing here? You scared me. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on them? Lu Yanting smirked faintly. I was worried about you. They're also quite safe. The 4 people in the dormitory glaring fiercely at each other in mutual supervision were indeed quite secure. Under the watchful eyes of the other party, no one dared to misbehave. Chapter 80, Are you interested in breaking the rules together? The next day, early morning. Some guests woke up from their unconscious state. Some were almost falling over with heavy eyelids. And some felt rough, husky breathing close to their ears along with a bit of heat. Jian Ran suddenly opened his eyes, remembering something, and caught sight of Lu Yanting's half-smiling face. He instinctively shrank his neck, stammering, Why you woke up pretty early, huh? Lu Yanting supported his head with one hand, his lips curving lazily, I've always woken up early. Jian Ran sat up, looking somewhat unnatural but trying to sound calm, Sorry, I forgot that you're constantly plagued by nightmares. As he spoke, he flipped over and got out of bed without using the ladder, moving gracefully. This just happened to be seen by Jingchuan, who had just woken up and was rubbing his eyes. He slightly froze. Trained? Parkour. Why didn't we notice before? Still, it suits action scenes quite well. Jingchuan sneered internally but couldn't deny that the clean, neat movements appeared professionally trained, adding an unexpected sharpness to his gentle features. His aura differed greatly from Zhong Fanrui's, belonging uniquely to himself. And it had, quite a charm. Upon thinking this, Jingchuan's expression flickered as he softly coughed and climbed down the ladder. Faking it so early in the morning? There are no cameras here. Do you really think your fans will see this? Though full of mockery, Jian Ran didn't even glance at him, standing in front of the changing mirror and casually throwing on sportswear, making as if to walk out of the dormitory. What are you going for? Lu Yanting asked, showing his handsome face from the bed. His exquisite appearance showed traces of dissatisfaction, seemingly complaining that Jian Ran wanted to slip away. Morning exercise. Jian Ran left these 2 words and directly pulled open the dormitory door, tilting his body and darting out. With the closing door sound, Jingchuan disdainfully sneered, pretending, what could such a build achieve? Zhenghuai, sitting in bed like a disheveled chicken nest, hearing this, turned his gaze involuntarily, recalling the sound of loud slaps yesterday in the teaching building restroom. He thought privately, regardless of his build, you'd suffer enough at his hands. When Jian Ran walked out of the dormitory building, he found the outside filled with dense white fog. Unless someone was nearby, it was impossible to clearly make out objects. The white fog carried a strange odor, difficult to describe, as if something had rotted and been left for a long time. Without hesitation, he dived straight into the fog, disappearing instantly. Not even a second passed before Wei Xiaoxue also arrived at the dormitory building entrance, her round chubby cheeks curving into a thought-provoking smile. Beside her stood a camera. Her brother hesitatingly asked, should we chase after and film? Better not, Wei Xiaoxue smiled and turned back around, considering limited resources, we should focus on other guests. That's right. Have they woken up yet? They'll be penalized if they're late for class. When vision is restricted, one can only rely on the compass to determine direction. Fortunately, Jian Ran was well prepared and quickly found the gatekeeper of the school's main entrance. On closer inspection, the old man was sitting on a stone bench smoking a pipe. His hunched figure reminded Jian Ran of someone, the old man living at the foot of Mount Taiheng alongside Mrs. Lu. Back then, he left too hastily to further investigate, but when reflecting on it now, doubt still lingered in his mind. Was the old man truly Lu Ying's biological father or a puppet refined by the shamaness? Jian Ran believed the latter possibility was greater. After all, the lifespan of Lu Ying's biological father would be hard to extend. Old sir, Jian Ran didn't dwell more on this line of thought, he just wanted to handle matters at hand first. So he eagerly ran over and squatted down, have you eaten, sir? The sudden greeting made the security guard tremble before turning around, oh, you're still here? Jian Ran gave a faint smile, old sir, your words sound like we might not be alive anymore. The show isn't finished yet. The old security guard tapped his tobacco pipe, that's exactly what I meant, are you still alive? That thing last night was rather alarming. I thought your lives were over. Hearing this, Jian Ran became curious, alarming. Old sir, how do you know? How wouldn't I know? The old security guard looked somewhat melancholic, crying on and off all night long, I barely slept. Jian Ran expressed sympathy, old sir, how much do they pay you to come watch over this place? Not much, the security guard took a puff from his pipe, his wrinkled face displaying an indifferent expression towards life, around 10,000 post-tax. During year-end holidays, there are some subsidies. Speaking of which, the town leaders often come to console us, bringing fruits and pastries. Jian Ran. Such treatment. It made sense. He understood now. Uncle, was there anything noteworthy that happened in this school? Can you tell me? The security guard waved his hand, his face full of refusal. Nothing worth mentioning. Jian Ran quietly pulled out a box of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and handed it over. Uncle, I'm naturally curious about these kinds of strange tales. Could you tell me them? It'll help with filming the show since I need to know what to be careful about. I like young people like you who like to get to the bottom of things. The security guard glanced at him approvingly. Let me tell you, many years ago. Lu Yanting stepped out of the white mist and saw an old man and a young man with their heads close together, animatedly whispering about something. At the most exciting part, the younger one would perfectly play along, expressing surprise. There's such a thing. This is too unbelievable. Wasn't he supposed to be doing morning exercise? Instead, he's here chatting. He seems pretty popular with the elderly. I wonder what my grandfather would think if he met him. Lost in thought, Lu Yanting didn't realize Jian Ran had already stood up and was about to leave until he noticed him and slightly paused, muttering something. And since Lu Yanting could read lips, he clearly caught 4 words, pesky ghost that won't go away. He didn't find this evaluation particularly objectionable. Ever since he was little, that's how he was. Once he wanted something, he'd do whatever it takes. How did you get here? Jian Ran acted as if he hadn't just been mocking him moments ago. Lu Yanting was even calmer. There will be punishment for being late for class. The host asked me to remind you. She thinks you have great potential to break the rules. Off-camera narration by Wei Xiaoxue. No, don't say nonsense. Jian Ran smirked nonchalantly. The host has good judgment. After a brief pause, his eyebrows arched. Mr. Lu, do you want to break the rules together? Even though the surroundings were engulfed in white mist, they couldn't obscure the dazzling brilliance in those refined eyes. They shone like stars, easily captivating anyone and pulling them in deeper and deeper. Lu Yanting's gaze deepened, his voice slightly husky. How do you plan to break the rules? Jian Ran's smile grew wider. Of course, we're going to skip class. Dear readers, Lu Yanting's character is obsessive, manipulative, charming but dark, with strong possessiveness and extreme clinginess. Antagonists with childhood traumas tend to act like this. Please don't dislike him. It's just that he's especially clever and strategic towards Jian Ran. Chapter 81, Shouldn't we make the 3 million worth it? The class bell had rung 10 minutes ago, but 2 seats remained empty. Wei Xiaoxue cast glances at them every so often, her complexion shifting from red to green and finally black. Does anyone know where Jian Ran and Lu Yanting went? She asked again. A silence fell over the classroom. Bai Jingchuan in the front row felt very complicated. On one hand, he hoped that the punishment would humble Lu Yanting and teach him not to abuse seniority. On the other hand, he didn't want Jian Ran to suffer as well, considering the extreme danger in this place. Who knows what might happen? Previously, Bai Jingchuan wouldn't care about the life or death of a body double at all, leaving him to twist in the wind. But his thoughts had subtly shifted, seemingly evolving in a certain direction. Another 5 minutes passed, and Wei Xiaoxue finally gave up, announcing, forget it, let's not wait anymore. Let's start today's shooting. Saying that, she brought a large box to the front. Today's main course will be board games. I believe all our guests have played similar games before. The rules are actually quite simple. As Wei Xiaoxue was trying to get into the hosting mood, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the door, interrupting her with a clear voice. Reporting. Wei Xiaoxue turned around, her round face flashing with annoyance. Why are you 2 so late? I went to the toilet. Jian Ran grinned, playing dumb. Had to go really bad. Wei Xiaoxue. Did you spend the whole morning peeing? Did you go see the gatekeeper? Don't think I didn't see you. Sorry, there's something wrong with my body. Jian Ran responded seriously. Wei Xiaoxue's expression darkened further. I think your brain needs fixing. No matter how good the excuse, it's useless when you're late. Accept the punishment. Wei Xiaoxue's voice was cold, a stark contrast to her round and cute face. Jian Ran arched an eyebrow, appearing nonchalant. Fine, what's the punishment? Before playing this board game, we were originally going to pick 2 people to play as demons. Now that I look at it, the 2 of you are the most suitable. Lu Yanting, who had remained silent all along, pressed his lips together slightly, seeming particularly satisfied with the last 5 words. The task of the demons is to kill all the players. Even if one escapes, it counts as your loss. Wei Xiaoxue paused briefly, then her lips curled into a strange smile. If you lose, the punishment will be harsher, not just. How do we play as demons? Jian Ran interrupted impatiently before she finished explaining the rules. Do we start killing now? His gaze swept across the classroom, sharp and fierce like a blade, as though ready to transform into a homicidal maniac at any moment. The guests couldn't help but feel tense and swallow nervously. Zheng Huai, who had witnessed Jian Ran's true strength, muttered to himself, who exactly are they punishing by making the 2 of them demons? Of course we can't start killing now. Wei Xiaoxue exclaimed quickly. The 2 demons need to kill adventurers in secret. If you get counter-killed, it's a loss for you. As she spoke, she took out 2 cards from the board game and walked to the door. These are your skills. Please read them carefully. She suddenly whispered softly, friendly tip, the second classroom on the right side of the third floor is quite secluded. There's also a box where you can hide inside. There are many such hiding boxes, so adventurers might not necessarily find you. Oh. Jian Ran acted perfunctory, grabbed the card, and turned to leave. Got it, got it. The demons can move freely within the boxes. The rules of these children's board games, I already know them backward and forward. He waved his hand, indicating he understood everything perfectly. Lu Yanting smiled faintly with his lips pursed, then turned to leave as well. The round-faced girl standing in place was so infuriated her teeth began to itch after several seconds. She eventually managed a wicked grin. There aren't only two demons. And besides, demonic beings can also kill each other to increase their own power. Wei Xiaoxue chose to keep these critical points hidden. How could she let that overconfident human have things go too smoothly? She walked back to the podium with a pleasant smile. Brave adventurers, we can start the game now. Please assemble the desks, and we'll spread out the map of the teaching building. Even though it was daytime, the teaching building remained dim. It seemed as though the sunlight couldn't penetrate, blocked by some invisible barrier. Jian Ran strolled leisurely with his hands in his pockets, preparing to head upstairs, but Lu Yanting beside him suddenly spoke up. Are you really planning to go to the classroom Wei Xiaoxue mentioned? Why shouldn't I? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow in response. Aren't you afraid it might be a trap? Lu Yanting stared intently at him. Jian Ran laughed. I'm more afraid it's not. If only punishment causes us to run into anything, then from now on, I'll take responsibility for future punishments. You're certainly putting in a lot of effort. Lu Yanting suddenly said cryptically. Of course, Jian Ran replied matter-of-factly, when you take someone's money, you have to relieve their troubles. We must live up to those 3 million, right? In the live-stream chat room, fans who caught sight of the paper cards on the table started discussing animatedly. Feels kind of similar to that Japanese box girl thingy, but not entirely alike, seems like a bit of an enhanced version. Brother Ran and Brother Lu being demons, can these adventurers even survive? Something feels off. Could they have set themselves up for failure? Agreed, agreed. If jumping into a box lets you move to any other box, wouldn't that mean there might be more than 2 demons lurking in different boxes? What the upper deckers say makes sense. The host doesn't seem trustworthy, and becoming a demon is supposed to be a punishment anyway. So why would you be handed the initiative to kill? That clears it up. Barrages flew past like streaks, as the board game unfolded in the classroom. Wei Xiaoxue, satisfied, glanced around and asked, who throws the dice first? Whoever rolls will be the first adventurer. You all can volunteer yourselves. Since Jian Ran left, Bai Jingchuan was somewhat distracted, completely failing to notice the guests quietly stepping back on either side. Only when Wei Xiaoxue called out his name did he realize. Why should it be me? He pointed to his own nose. Wei Xiaoxue retorted, isn't it because you volunteered yourself? Upon hearing this, Bai Jingchuan hurriedly looked around and instantly paled. You're scheming against me? Don't waste time or you'll be punished too, Wei Xiaoxue threw the dice across. Just get it started. Bai Jingchuan had no other tricks up his sleeve and could only grit his teeth, catching the dice and throwing them onto the map. It's a 5. You need to move 5 spaces and then draw an event card. Wei Xiaoxue obviously got excited, grabbing a card and handing it over. Here, just draw one boldly. Bai Jingchuan reached out and grabbed one, flipped it over, glanced at it with a furrowed brow, and read aloud, late for exams, punished to clean the restroom. An unknown creature suddenly appears in a stall and injures you, deducting 1 life point. As he read, his expression suddenly changed, showing signs of mania. Somehow, a short knife appeared in his hand, and before anyone could react, he raised his arm to stab himself in the stomach. Chapter 82, How could we let Brother Ran go into the box alone? With Bai Jingchuan's manic state, exaggerated posture, and short knife in hand, it was easy to associate him with certain scenes from war TV dramas where characters were particularly reviled. But he wasn't a devil nor bore any national hatred. Despite being detestable, his sins didn't warrant death. At the moment Bai Jingchuan moved, Bai Qing screamed. Quick, stop him. He's about to disembowel himself. Anyone in such a situation would instinctively feel fear and want to avoid. What if Bai Jingchuan wildly swung the knife? Thus, when Bai Qing yelled, everyone hesitated a little, wanting to find a safe angle to rush forward. But after hearing the next sentence, there was no time for thought. This show can't involve blood. It will be pulled off air, so hurry. So, with a whoosh, a group of guests rushed toward him. Qin Wei, the new actress, had practiced taekwondo and kicked Bai Jingchuan's short knife away. The others followed quickly to press him down. However, the person at the bottom thrashed around like a madman, struggling and twisting with tremendous strength, almost getting free from the control of the guests. At this moment, Bai Qing shouted again, the event card says he must be injured, losing 1 life point. Quick, quick, someone punch him. Zheng Huai, as the class monitor, took on the responsibility without hesitation and punched Bai Jingchang in the stomach. Ji Yuanming, waiting for makeup in the dressing room, saw this chaotic scene on the screen and subconsciously touched his own belly, feeling a dull pain. To be honest, he felt a bit relieved. Thank goodness he participated in Lifu In. Otherwise, at Yendong University, he probably wouldn't have made it out alive. After being hit, Bai Jingchuan became much more obedient, gradually withdrawing from his frenzied mode. His eyes showed confusion. Why you, what are you doing? You're pinning me down. What happened? The guests felt a bit uneasy, especially Zheng Huai. Instead, Bai Qing stood up for him. We just saved you. You were about to use the short knife to disembowel yourself. She turned around to look for the weapon as evidence but found nothing. Hey, where's the knife? Maybe it was confiscated by the production team during the chaos, Li Mo, a rather low-profile online celebrity, whispered. Bai Jingchuan thought it was absurd. He climbed up from the ground and was about to question some more when he winced in pain. Ouch, my stomach, why does it feel like I've been hit? Zheng Huai hurriedly raised his hand. Let me roll the dice then. Saying that, he eagerly went forward, picked up the dice, and threw them right away, his eyes following the parabolic path while thinking, whether alive or dead, might as well try while others are still conscious, perhaps also hoping to be saved. Wei Xiaoxue spoke up again. It's 7. Please adventurer, move forward 7 squares. This is a chance square. You can select any box in any room and open it. If you're lucky, you might gain a tool. If not, you'll encounter a demon. Zheng Huai wanted to cry instantly. Can I not choose? Wei Xiaoxue kept her smile unchanged. Once you join the game, you cannot quit or refuse to perform for any reason unless you're dead. Shit. Zheng Huai couldn't help but utter a curse. What a lousy game. Wei Xiaoxue's face suddenly turned serious, her round cheeks showing a trace of fierceness. Do you have any dissatisfaction with our game? Zheng Huai froze for a moment, opening and closing his mouth as if wanting to say something. Su Junyi, hiding in a corner, suddenly squeezed through, protecting Zheng Huai behind him. Xiaoxue, don't get angry, this guy's just brainless and always talks nonsense. After saying this, Su Junyi winked at Zheng Huai. Hurry up and choose. Second classroom on the 3rd floor, second on the right. The latter part of the sentence was extremely low, audible only to the two of them. Zheng Huai nodded, took a deep breath, and walked to the game map, pointing his finger on it. I choose this box. Originally, Wei Xiaoxue had been feeling a bit flushed under Su Junyi's gaze, but upon hearing Zheng Huai declare his choice, she instinctively glanced over, noticed the selected spot, her expression grew complicated for a moment, then she quickly revealed an odd smile. Alright, the box is about to open, please take note. As soon as she finished speaking, an empty spot in the classroom materialized with a chest that stood half as tall as a person. Faster than any magic trick. Inwardly cursing, Zheng Huai lifted his foot and moved to approach it but suddenly froze. The chest evidently contained something alive, which was violently shaking inside while making muffled groaning sounds. At first listen, it sounded like. Before Zheng Huai could analyze the result, Wei Xiaoxue urged him, you have 3 minutes to open the box. If you fail, a demon will automatically be summoned. My goodness. What sins did I commit? Why would I foolishly come here to participate in this program? Muttering complaints, Zheng Huai briskly approached the chest. He clenched his teeth, gripped the pull ring, and yanked forcefully. Let's go. As the chest door was forcibly pried open. The living thing inside was stunned, while the outside living thing opened its mouth wide. The air remained still for a second. Wei Xiaoxue's expression slightly twitched. It was finally Jian Ran, who was dragging a long-haired female ghost caught in the act of attacking someone, that spoke up first. Class monitor, what do you intend to do? Zheng Huai subconsciously shook his head vigorously. I don't intend to do anything. Physical committee member, you continue. After saying this, he slammed the door shut, and the chest disappeared into thin air in the classroom. The tense and eerie atmosphere didn't dissipate. All guests unconsciously turned their gazes toward Wei Xiaoxue. It seemed everyone sensed a chilling temperature emanating from her, paired with a contorted expression, creating an indescribable wrong impression. In front of the screen, a fan held a handwritten notebook, typing a comment at the same time. Dear sisters, did anyone notice? The host asked, do you have any dissatisfaction with our game? Not, do you have any dissatisfaction with our show? What's the difference between these two sentences? A huge difference. One implies the host works for the game, the other for the TV show. What does it mean to work for the game? Isn't the game arranged by the show? I don't quite get this. The game is the game, the show is the show. Haven't you seen they operate in parallel relations? It has been mentioned before, die-hard fans of pure innocence possess sharp intelligence and tight logical reasoning, hence once analysis bullet comments are posted, fewer random comments appear. However, one fan timidly raised a point. Did anyone think Brother Ran looked cool just now when he grabbed another demon after becoming one himself and killed mercilessly? That must be the meaning. But I'd like to ask, where's Actor Lu? Wasn't he always beside Brother Ran? How could he let Brother Ran enter the box alone? Weren't they separated immediately after entering the box? If Lu Yanting, who was currently crushing demons in another box thoroughly, could see the comments at this very moment, there'd undoubtedly be a slight approving smile on his lips. This generation of netizens isn't bad in terms of IQ. Chapter 83, Strong Alliances are not allowed in the game. Another demon from a box was dealt with, and Jian Ran stepped out of the classroom. Turning around, he locked eyes with a pair of deep, ink-black pupils. Both equally handsome and exquisite faces exchanged subtle smirks. What a coincidence. It sure is. How many have you handled? Jian Ran stayed put. 5, said Lu Yanting as he slowly approached. The speed's about the same. Jian Ran slightly raised his eyebrows. Looks like your skills aren't bad either. Then how come you? Lu Yanting chuckled. Some people cannot help themselves, and I count myself among them. Jian Ran slightly nodded, suddenly remembering something. He frowned in alertness. At the desolate village, you. Such skills couldn't possibly be injured. His gaze wavered as Lu Yanting maintained composure. Have you heard of a Chinese idiom? What? Jian Ran instinctively asked. Worry clouds judgment. Lu Yanting suddenly leaned close, whispering near Jian Ran's ear. The former felt as if his chest were being scratched by cat claws, itchy and numb. Instinctively backing off several steps, a faint flicker of panic crossed his face. Let's, go back, the time's up. After saying this, he quickened his steps while Lu Yanting remained at the spot, lips pressed together before finally taking a step forward. Perhaps after the game realized both of them had turned into demons, the number of demons plummeted immediately. Then it wouldn't allow them to move around freely anymore. Through a public address system, it directly called out and sent them back to the classroom, restoring their identities as adventurers. Therefore, when Jian Ran poked his head out at the door, Wei Xiaoxue's lips twitched again violently. Are you guys having fun? He waved his hand in greeting. Bai Qing furrowed his brows and looked back dejectedly. Not really, I'm about to get bullied. Oh, then I picked a good time to arrive. Jian Ran strode in with his hands in his pockets. Bai Qing, is there any humanity left in you? Bai Qing drew an event card. It says that she was flirtatiously eyeing the class heartthrob, which has angered the girls in the class, so she's going to get bullied. Zheng Huai explained to the big shot. Jian Ran chuckled. Hey, this board game seems quite realistic, huh? What reality? Bai Jingchuan finally found an opportunity to join the conversation but didn't wait for Jian Ran's glare before hearing someone with a deep, cold voice say, move aside. Bai Jingchuan clenched his teeth and turned around, catching sight of Lu Yanting's face, exuding superiority. He only dared to stare for a second before stepping aside, silently cursing, damn seniority. The game doesn't wait. Just as everyone was still puzzled, Bai Qing was suddenly grabbed by a hand that materialized from nowhere and yanked hard. She fell helplessly to the corner without any resistance. Does this mean the bullying begins? Jian Ran narrowed his eyes but made no movement. He truly wanted to see what happened back then. Thus, as the loud sound of a slap rang out, the bullying scenario began. Why are you hitting me? Bai Qing covered her face dramatically asking with great fervor, not quite, anger. Hitting trash like you, flirting with our heartthrob during class, do you think we're blind? The girl with a ponytail approached with her hands on her hips, despite her immature, youthful features flashing sharper looks than many adults. My goddamn flirting concerns none of your business. This curse stunned the surrounding guests. They didn't expect Bai Qing to be so strong under such circumstances. Was she just pretending all this time while being cowardly and crying? But soon, her defiance couldn't last as several girls surrounded her, starting punches and kicks. Quick, hold her down to the ground, tear her clothes apart, I have a camera, take plenty of pictures. The girl with a ponytail became excited, as if it were the most stimulating thing ever. Bai Qing endured beatings without fear until she heard this, finally astonished, raising her head. What the hell? Are you still a student? The girl with the ponytail shook her head. Aren't we just good classmates? Don't worry, I'll make sure to take a good angle for you. And thus, the neighboring girl directly reached out to rip open her collar, tearing with a loud whoosh. The shocking scene abruptly disappeared as Bai Qing slumped down in the corner, eyes fixed straight ahead, seemingly not yet fully realizing what happened. Jian Ran flung the crushed talisman paper into the air, its crumbs dissipating like dust. For a long while, no one in the classroom spoke. Even though school bullying frequently appeared in the news, seeing it firsthand evokes a very different level of empathy. Now witnessing it right here and now, this sense of shock and anger is almost indescribable. Especially for the victim, intertwining shame and pain even sparked a desire for mutual destruction, if indeed those inappropriate photos were taken. Clap. Coming to her senses, Bai Qing saw Jian Ran squatting in front of her, perhaps snapping his fingers. It was merely an illusion, don't take it seriously once it's over. She nodded uncertainly and extended her hand to help him stand up, but ended up clutching at nothing. Jian Ran had already risen first, turning around and saying casually, let's go on then. Should I roll the dice first? The guests immersed in the bullying atmosphere earlier could hardly extricate themselves. Did his emotions recover so fast? Is he still worried about rushing to play the game? Is he human? Jian Ran didn't care about others' gazes and tossed the dice onto the map straight away. Wei Xiaoxue glanced and unwillingly announced, it's an 8, adventure moves forward 8 spaces, still an event card, please draw. She handed the card over, and Jian Ran extended his slender fingertips, drawing one casually before holding it up to read clearly aloud. Choose any negative scenario to enter and leave unscathed. P.S. You can designate one adventurer to accompany you. Upon finishing the last word, the live streaming room inexplicably became excited, with comments flooding the screen. Wow wow wow, is this openly creating an opportunity? Is the game now so intelligent? Does Brother Ran even need to choose? It's standard configuration with Brother Lu. Showing affection in a horror game. Isn't the director skilled enough? Deliberately giving us sweetness according to our tastes. I really want to see the two of them stand side by side in a negative scenario. It's already easy to imagine how appealing it will be. Unfortunately, before the fans could get too excited, the teaching building suddenly echoed with a broadcast sound. Designated adventurers are allowed, but strong alliances cannot be formed, otherwise the designation will be invalid. The comment section paused for a moment, then was filled with complaints. TCH, can they handle playing fairly? Clearly not letting Brother Ran go with Brother Lu. Shameful on this sudden addition of rules, so cowardly. In response to this arrangement, Jian Ran didn't care, his voice light as he said, no need for designation, I can do it alone. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood. Bai Jingchuan, who originally wanted to express his willingness to accompany Jian Ran, didn't even have time to raise his hand. Chapter 84, Our Relationship, Can Only Talk About Money. Originally, at the end of August, the weather was bright and sunny, but surprisingly, goose-sized snowflakes began to fall. Jian Ran felt himself dragging his weary body, moving slowly forward, his mood more depressed than ever, as if the whole world was about to collapse. The alley was silent, with only the crunching sound of footsteps on the snow. He quietly thought to himself, whose body is this? Li Sini or Wang Meng? Not long after, someone gave him the answer. Because a call sounded, Wang Meng, hurry up, your dad is drunk again, smashing things. Jian Ran felt himself raising his head, a surge of uncontrollable anger rising in his chest. Let him smash, there's nothing left at home anyway. Ah, little master, your mother is still lying in bed. Wang Meng was startled, my mom, she's out of the hospital. After asking this question, she immediately ran, rushing to her own bungalow. When she pushed the door open, she saw her father smashing bowls while cursing. How dare you not die yet? Dragging chain. All the family's money has been spent on your treatment. Are we supposed to live like this? On the bed lay her seriously ill mother, who upon hearing this started coughing violently, sorrow evident on her face as she spoke intermittently. Sorry, it's me who's dragged you and the child down. Hearing this, Wang Meng's eyes instantly reddened, directly rushing in and pushing away her drunken father, shouting loudly, what right do you have to speak ill of my mother? For years have you earned a single penny? If it weren't for my mother selling vegetables to support you, where would you get the money for alcohol? My mother fell ill in the hospital, did you take care of her for even a day? If you keep whining, then leave. Get out of here. The drunken man was already unstable, and with being shoved, her father stumbled and fell directly onto the ground, slowly reacting back. You brat, you've gotten too arrogant. You dare to drive your father out. Watch me kill you today. Saying this, he reached towards the stove for the kitchen knife. Wang Meng stood her ground, sneering bitterly with a bleak look, do it, I'm tired of living anyway, today let's all three of us die together. And burn down this house, then the world will be peaceful. Seeing her appearance, her father froze immediately, waking up quite a bit from his drunkenness. This girl had a fiery temper, there was nothing she wouldn't dare to do. Perhaps. You're crazy. Wang Meng's father cursed as he got up, adding, just like your dead mother. He stuffed the kitchen knife into his clothes, circumventing outward as he said, I'm going out for a drink, seeing you two makes me unlucky. Saying that, he slipped out of the gate and didn't return all night. Even though the troublemaker was gone, Wang Meng remained standing in place for a long while until her mother lying on the Kong softly called out to her. Menger, what's wrong with you? Did something happen at school? The gentle tone caused Wang Meng to lose control instantly, bursting into tears that fell like rain, sobbing her heart out. Wang Meng's mother panicked, struggling to crawl off the Kong, what's really going on, tell me, your mom. Wang Meng shook her head vigorously, her face full of struggle, Mom, I just came to get some stuff, take care of yourself, I'll ask Uncle Air to send you back to the hospital. Afterwards, she rummaged through the room, then returned to the front hall intending to run outside. Her mother urgently said, you must be having something troubling you. Why don't you tell Mom? You take care of your treatment, I'm leaving. Wang Meng finished speaking and rushed out without looking back. Suffering in life varies greatly from person to person, each with their own misfortunes. Jian Ran understood this deeply but felt powerless to act. But why would the negative scenario highlight this episode? It could only mean that Wang Meng's family background was extremely crucial, playing a key role. He was thinking this when he discovered the picture before his eyes shift, returning him to Yendong University. In the dead of night, Wang Meng passed through the gatekeeper's office and hurriedly walked into the dormitory building. The corridor light was dim orange-yellow, giving off an eerie sense of suspense. Jian Ran was accustomed to such environments, but he distinctly sensed an uncontrollable panic rising within Wang Meng. What was she afraid of? Perhaps as the sole person who had helped the deceased resist bullying, she should be guilt-free. So why was she scared? Could it be? When Jian Ran considered this, the corridor lights began flickering, and a wave of icy ghostly chill came forth, accompanied by a woman's crying voice that fluctuated between far and near. At this point, if paired with a terrifying music backdrop, the atmosphere rendered would certainly impress. Wang Meng trembled all over from fear, as sounds kept invading her ears, hammering at her heart like a heavy blow. Why? Tell me why. Before Wang Meng could respond, the long-haired female ghost in white appeared in front of her, lifting her hand to grip her neck and shaking forcefully. Why exactly? Perhaps because she had just died, her grudge was heavy, her long hair whipped up by the ghost wind revealed a horrifying visage with eyes bulging out after falling from the building. Wang Meng had already reached her peak of terror, struggling to breathe. The emotions in her heart were beyond what Jian Ran could discern anymore, since the effects of the negative scenario had overlapped onto him too. If not dealt with promptly, there might be. No way, stuck in this body, he couldn't last for long. He could only silently chant the incantation to break free directly. When he reopened his eyes, Lu Yanting's face of aristocratic cold arrogance came into view. Woke up. His clear voice blended with concern. On the side, Bai Jingchuan cast a resentful glance. Why? Why did they need him to guard Jian Ran, prohibiting anyone else from coming near? Had he signed some sort of indenture? Bai Jingchuan was frustrated. Originally, he entered the variety show for his own small schemes. Not only did he come out empty-handed, but he was also incredibly unlucky, fainting for no reason time and again, waking up without any memory, and having nowhere to vent his anger. I've woken up, Jian Ran nodded, his thoughts still lingering in the earlier scene, making him seem somewhat distracted. What exactly happened between Li Sini and Wang Meng? What conflict caused them to turn against each other? Resulting in the latter becoming a vengeful ghost determined to kill her. Host Wei Xiaoxue announced Jian Ran's unscathed awakening, with a hint of irritation flashing across her round face but continuing on earnestly with the game. Please have the next adventurer roll the dice. Jian Ran had only been unconscious for 3 minutes, so the waiting period wasn't long, allowing the horror ambience to remain intact. Lu Yanting voluntarily walked over to the map, picked up the dice with his evenly long fingers, and tossed them casually. Wei Xiaoxue's gaze closely followed. It's 11, please move forward 11 squares. The adventurer must sleep due to a power outage at school, encountering their most feared thing from childhood in a dream. Break free from the nightmare or lose 10 life points. Upon hearing 10 life points, the guests took a sharp intake of breath. Bai Jingchuan lost 1 point and got hit by an electric cannon. Would Emperor Lu endure 10 electric cannons for losing 10 points? And the question is, who dares touch him? The countdown to enter the dream begins, Wei Xiaoxue said eagerly. Jian Ran calmly went over, inserting a talisman paper into Lu Yanting's palm. The latter's eyes flashed momentarily, and then they heard Jian Ran whisper. Don't rush. We'll settle payment upon exit. Lu Yanting, our relationship, can only talk about money. Chapter 85, No smuggling of private goods and props allowed. Lu Yanting lifted his eyelids, his cool gaze fixed ahead. Does this also need to be burned into ashes and swallowed? That's unnecessary. Jian Ran curved his lips into a smile, just hold on tightly. So, how does this differ from the last one you gave me? Lu Yanting dug a trap. Jian Ran fell straight in, there's no difference. As soon as he said this, he regretted it, because frost was clearly forming in Lu Yanting's eyes already. A miscalculation. Forgot that the first time was intentionally letting him drink it. Jian Ran forced a slightly awkward yet proud smile, trying to argue, oops no, trying to explain a few words, but the host's noisy voice interrupted. What are the two of you whispering about? I'm telling you, no smuggling of private goods and props. Jian Ran seized the opportunity to quickly change the subject, glaring at Wei Xiaoxue. If you dare to add more rules recklessly, do you think I won't overturn your entire game table? You, Wei Xiaoxue was choked up, only able to shout a single word. She had never seen anyone dare to threaten to overturn the game table before. What a rare sight. The broadcast in the teaching building played most conveniently, only this once, no next time. Wei Xiaoxue looked incredulously at the speaker. So they compromised. When Jian Ran turned his attention back to Lu Yanting, the latter had already closed his eyes as if he fell into a deep slumber. The guests were all quite tense, their eyes glued onto Emperor Lu, especially class monitor Zheng Huai who subconsciously tightened his fists, pondering that he could rush forward when necessary for some swings. Would this count as saving someone's life? After the show, there might be a chance to flirt a little bit. Su Junyi seemed to read his thoughts, sidling closer quietly and whispered, are you full of shit again? With Jian Ran around, you dare approach Emperor Lu. He won't kill you. Having his secret exposed, Zheng Huai blushed immediately, glaring back, and you can seduce the host. Who are you to criticize me? Watch out, or I'll drag you down with me. Su Junyi, I don't even want to bother with you anymore. For his first genuine investor, Jian Ran clearly showed an unusual attachment. Ever since Lu Yanting closed his eyes, Jian Ran kept staring intently at that handsome face which left people unable to close their legs. 3 minutes passed agonizingly slowly, yet the person on the chair remained like an ice sculpture without any change of expression. Subsequently, under everyone's expectant gazes, he slowly opened his eyes. Jian Ran, you awoke. Lu Yanting nodded slightly, isn't it obvious? The most feared thing from your dream didn't do much harm to you. Jian Ran asked somewhat surprised. Lu Yanting raised the talisman paper in his hand that had become scorched, with what you gave me, how could she possibly harm me? Her. Jian Ran did not know whether the she Lu Yanting referred to was among she/it, but he vaguely had an inkling. The most disappointed person in the classroom must have been the host Wei Xiaoxue, her round face with round eyes staring wide, as if saying, "Is that it? What happened to the game's power? Was it swallowed by some foolish human?" She opened her mouth to say something, but suddenly the bell signaling lunch break rang, echoing throughout the empty teaching building. The game is paused, students go to the cafeteria for lunch together. Wei Xiaoxue's hosting enthusiasm had disappeared, her voice cold and mechanical. Cafeteria is upstairs on the left side, walk straight until the end. Since there was no need to roll the dice to find the demon, the guests naturally enjoyed a half-time rest. They exited the classroom door one after another. Bai Qin just happened to be walking shoulder to shoulder with Bai Jingchuan, giving him a white eye, and muttering a curse under her breath, "Idiot." Bai Jingchuan was furious and turned around ready to explode, but controlled his volume next second. "Girl, have you lost your mind?" Bai Qin appeared haughty, scoffing lightly. "I thought you had already gotten Jian Ran under your control. Now I see he doesn't even care about you. Which of your eyes sees him ignoring you?" Bai Jingchuan made an exaggerated expression, his voice as though throttled. "Jian Ran loves me so deeply that it's almost." Bai Qin sneered coldly. "I see, your brain got slammed by a car door. Jian Ran obviously has a preference for Lu Yanting. And hasn't given you a proper glance for so long. Go explain yourself to the elders back home." Bai Jingchuan wanted to argue back, but stopped in surprise first. "Explain what? You're showing disrespect. I've already tried to keep my distance from Lu Yanting." Bai Qin looked at him as if he were stupid. What does keeping distance from Lu Yanting have to do with anything? How could you let go of someone who controls destiny so skillfully like Jian Ran? The family elders will definitely demand your life. Forget it, anyway you're not worthy of him, you'd better give up early. Move away, don't let others know we share blood ties. I can't afford to lose such dignity." Saying so, Bai Qin pushed him aside disdainfully and caught up with the main group. Fuming with anger, Bai Jingchuan stood there, cursing inwardly, "This damn girl, talking to her elder brother like this? Shouldn't the elders at home manage her?" Their whispers behind drew no one's attention or care. All the attention was focused on the canteen on the second floor. Whether it was due to the dating reality show crew or the game developers, they had managed to bring in a cafeteria chef and serving ladies into the abandoned teaching building. Their faces were mask-like, devoid of any expression. Wei Xiaoxue stood at the door, lowering her eyes to look at the electronic watch on her wrist. "Please hurry up, lunch is only for half an hour." Jian Ran took the lead, glancing at the plate without making a move, his lips quivering. "Is this lunch added temporarily? Was there lunch in the previous games?" Wei Xiaoxue glared at him. "It's none of your business whether it's temporary or not. Eat if you want, otherwise don't." "Is this how the host behaves?" Jian Ran arched an eyebrow. "Are you not afraid I'll file a complaint?" Wei Xiaoxue was somewhat intimidated, but just as she wanted to speak, the guests queued behind Jian Ran suddenly began shouting. "Quickly serve the food, I'm starving." The person who spoke was Zheng Huai. Before coming to the restaurant, his hunger wasn't that noticeable, but as soon as he stood here, an uncontrollable appetite suddenly overwhelmed his mind. If Jian Ran and Lu Yanting hadn't been ahead in line, Zheng Huai might have disregarded manners and cut directly. "You go first since you're hungry." Jian Ran seemed quite polite, stepping aside. Lu Yanting followed suit seamlessly. Seeing the vacant spot, Zheng Huai wasted no time, charging forward swiftly with his tray toward the serving auntie. The strange aroma of the dishes wafted over, penetrating his nose, intensifying his hunger until it was almost uncontrollable. "Auntie, give me more meat please." Zheng Huai handed her the tray, swallowing saliva as he spoke. Just as the stoic-looking auntie was about to take the tray, Su Junyi squeezed from behind. "Sorry auntie, he follows Buddhism and eats vegetarian. Just give him more rice." Hearing this, Zheng Huai became furious, ready to shove the guy away when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw wriggling maggots in the aluminum basin. Chapter 86, What kind of ivory can come out of one's mouth? Zheng Huai clearly froze. Damn it, this looks utterly disgusting, yet why does it seem so appetizing? Am I crazy? He stared straight at the food in the aluminum basin, repeatedly swallowing saliva. It was like he went insane. Beside him, Su Junyi noticed and gritted his teeth as if making a decision. "Alright, let me confess. I really went to Thailand. So that's it." Zheng Huai excitedly looked away from the food. "You weren't acting normal those days, and even hid things from us." Su Junyi's mouth twitched a little, thinking, this gossip works better. Successfully breaking the food's hold on Zheng Huai, that inexplicable sense of hunger disappeared all of a sudden. Unbeknownst to Zheng Huai, Jian Ran had quietly walked over and asked lightly, "Look again, do you still want to eat?" Startled by the voice, Zheng Huai subconsciously glanced into the aluminum basin. This sight alone nearly made him vomit out the hot pot he had binge eaten the night before coming to Yendong University. For some unknown reason, the other guests who had felt famished just moments ago suddenly became clear-headed after Jian Ran's reminder. Bai Qin immediately covered her nose. "What smell is this so nasty? I've lost my appetite." Wei Xiaoxue standing by the canteen entrance looked a bit uneasy but quickly adjusted herself. Guests, let me remind you, passing through the game in the afternoon will require great physical strength. In other words, skipping lunch will make it very difficult to pass the game. Jian Ran was unsurprised, bring me a bowl of rice. Lu Yanting, same here. Other guests raised their hands in unison, we'll follow them. Thus, the canteen lady scooped a spoonful of rice onto each guest's plate while muttering, such fine ingredients not eaten, what a waste. Looking at the basin filled with wriggling ingredients, Bai Qing resisted her nausea and turned away, thinking, so delicious sounding stuff, you keep it yourself. Someone crept behind her, lowering their voice, has the program team gone mad? Is this all they prepared? Aren't they afraid of being reported? Bai Qing turned back and glared at her foolish brother, who told you this was prepared by the program team. Once you enter the game, everything here has nothing to do with the program team anymore. White Jingchuan's expression blanked for a moment, what do you mean? What relationship are you talking about? As a longtime fan of pure love, Bai Qing had done extensive research. She opened her mouth mysteriously, let's put it this way, understand engineering contracting. The production team is like the main contractor, handling general affairs, and specific implementation tasks are delegated to subcontractors. Bai Jingchuan held his meal tray, looking somewhat uneasy, you know, I don't really bother with the family business, so all this about general contractors and subcontractors, I'm not quite sure. Bai Qing had a look of, I knew it, mud will always be mud, impossible to prop up. Just as they sat down at their seats, Zheng Huai couldn't wait to ask, surgery, does it hurt? Any side effects? Should I call you brother or sister after this? Su Junyi, what is this guy thinking? Speak up. Zheng Huai anxiously stuffed a mouthful of plain rice. Su Junyi, it's just a circumcision, what side effects could there possibly be? Zheng Huai, circumcision. His voice cracked in a shout. Su Junyi glared at him, can you lower your voice? Is this something worth bragging about? Why didn't you do it domestically? Why Thailand? Zheng Huai suspiciously asked, obviously not believing it. Su Junyi rolled his eyes, duh, if done in China, what if paparazzi photographed it? Zheng Huai stared at him for half a day, then shook his head eventually, nope, I need to check personally. Su Junyi instinctively shielded his crotch, are you perverted or what? Guests here and there began whispering among themselves, filling what should have been an atmosphere of terror in the canteen with a lot of lifelike flavor. Wei Xiaoshua's lips had already twitched countless times, her round little face looking a bit numb now. The table game at Yendong University had existed for many years, and none of these awkward yet oddly harmonious scenes were seen before. Even the specially arranged part of the game was effortlessly neutralized. Her resentful gaze shot toward Jian Ran, who was eating rice like it was a rare delicacy. Luo from the next table felt somewhat relieved and whispered to her roommate, good thing the production team reminded us to bring our own food. Otherwise, this cafeteria food. I'd rather starve. She was still shuddering in fear when she didn't expect the afternoon game session to begin by proving one statement correct right away. Specified event, Wei Xiaoxue read out the game rules without expression, one day before the holiday, you were deliberately locked inside a toilet stall, unable to get out on your own, while the dormitory building has been sealed off with no one able to rescue you. If you can't escape, you'll starve to death. Find a way to break free. Upon hearing this, Luo froze immediately, I'm locked in the toilet stall and no one rescues me from the dormitory. Isn't this an impossible situation? What happens if I can't escape? What are the consequences? She panicked and asked fearfully. This reaction brought a sense of familiarity to Wei Xiaoxue, who finally revealed a long-absent, peculiar smile, the rules state clearly, if you cannot escape, you will die of hunger and your vitality will be 0. Luo. The countdown to entering the scenario begins. Wei Xiaoxue urged, escalating the tension. Luo somehow cast a look of rescue towards Jian Ran's face. Though in this variety show, Jian Ran hadn't shown much, but his whole demeanor gave off an air of overpowered coolness, making the weak subconsciously want to seek protection. Don't worry about it, you won't starve. Jian Ran had both hands in his pockets, looking lethargic, and his tone was laid back. However, upon hearing these words, Luo suddenly felt invigorated, nodded forcefully, closed her eyes, and fell asleep leaning against the backrest of her chair. Wei Xiaoxue stared at Jian Ran sharply. Who gave you this mysterious confidence? Can you break any difficult situation? Ha, don't make me laugh. Jian Ran ignored Wei Xiaoshue's sarcastic gaze, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, and suddenly asked aloud, Hostess, I have a question. What question? Wei Xiaoxue regretted answering as soon as she spoke. What kind of ivory can come out of one's mouth? This guy surely has no good intentions. Are the events arranged in a game based on real incidents that happened at Yendong University? Jian Ran crossed his arms in front of his chest, his voice carrying a hint of sternness, his unruly facial features flashing with sharpness. Wei Xiaoxue paused for a moment, then grinned with exposed teeth after a few seconds, isn't that obvious? Chapter 87, the main purpose of this game is to make us die. Ghost stories aren't scary, but real-life event adaptations are. Thus, after Wei Xiaoxue finished speaking, all guests sucked in a deep breath. Did such shocking bullying actually happen at Yendong University? Was the girl who jumped off the building the victim of the bullying? Why wasn't it revealed at the time? The news reports only skimmed over it briefly, but now that they thought about it again, there was indeed something hidden. Jian Ran wasn't very surprised. He exchanged a glance with Lu Yanting beside him, then refocused on Wei Xiaoshue's round face, his lips curving into a cunning smile, then. Are you Li Sini or Wang Meng? Wei Xiaoshue didn't expect Jian Ran to cut straight to the chase and was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the classroom announcement interrupted them. Adventure players are prohibited from discussing anything other than the game with the host. Violations will result in forced entry into a negative scenario. Wei Xiaoshue sighed in relief upon hearing the announcement, pointing upwards at the public address speaker. If you ask one more question, I'll have the right to send you into a negative scenario. It has already been announced, so you have no reason not to comply. Jian Ran shrugged indifferently, sealing his mouth with a gesture while quickly forming signs behind his back, then slowly walking to Luo's side. The person on the chair suddenly started writhing in pain, shouting, let me go, you little hussies. Is there no one who can handle you? Upon hearing this, Jian Ran's expression contorted for a moment. Little hussies. Seemed like lines from a period drama. It ruined the scene a bit. Time passed quickly. Just half a minute later, Luo gave up struggling, looking extremely weak, pale as if malnourished. She muttered faintly, chicken legs, barbecue, spicy strips. I want spicy strips. Jian Ran pointed a finger at Luo's forehead, a carefree smile playing on his lips. That kind of thing isn't healthy. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo's eyes snapped open, flashing an eerie brightness like a wolf starved for too long. She spread her arms and pounced toward Jian Ran. Fortunately, Jian Ran was agile and dodged to the left in time. What are you doing? Luo wiped away the saliva caused by craving and calmed down significantly. Sorry, I got too excited. I dreamt of many delicacies in the toilet, including a big lamb leg, freshly roasted, sizzling with oil. Jian Ran. So she mistook me for the lamb leg? Are there any clues to get through the last predicament? After pausing, he decided to change the subject. Clues? Luo looked confused. When I drew the event card, it didn't mention any clues. I've been starving for several days, feeling dizzy and blanking out, remembering nothing. Jian Ran helplessly massaged his temples. Lu Yanting came over from behind. Do you know who locked you up? Did you hear any names? Names? Luo carefully recalled. I did hear one name, maybe called Wang Meng. That's right, I also saw the ponytailed girl who bullied Bai Qing and wanted to take her pictures. I glimpsed her through the door cracks. Hearing this, Jian Ran nodded slowly, which confirmed his suspicion. Later events would surely involve Wang Meng. This might explain why Li Sini harbored such deep hatred for her as well. The game continued, but the sky outside the classroom had grown dark, dusk gradually enveloping everything. Jian Ran yawned, sitting cross-legged on a chair. Even if it were evening study hall, hasn't the time passed? Are we still not allowed to rest and sleep? The table game was an infinite loop, unable to complete no matter how many rounds it went through. Wei Xiaoshue knew this well. Still, she couldn't let go. According to past experience, more than half the people would die within half a cycle. But now, looking at the guests sitting tightly packed together, nodding off drowsily, Wei Xiaoshue felt a lump in her throat. Her harsh gaze immediately turned toward Jian Ran's face. If it weren't for this guy constantly interfering, those foolish and completely defenseless guests would have all perished long ago. The classes for today are over. You can now return to your dormitory to rest. Wei Xiaoshue gritted her teeth. Jian Ran smirked. So, is the cafeteria not open anymore? Is dinner not being served? The cafeteria has decided to close temporarily due to failing to meet students' tastes. Wei Xiaoshue replied irritably. Jian Ran chuckled. Oh, looks like the school's pretty considerate. I'm looking forward to seeing the effect of your improvements then. After saying that, he stood up and strolled out of the classroom with an air of nonchalance. Lu Yanting followed closely, and the other guests trailed along cautiously. Wei Xiaoshue stood next to the podium, her chubby cheek somewhat ferocious. Only after locking gazes with a certain guest did a hint of satisfaction flash across her face. Thankfully, they arranged a trump card ahead of time, otherwise, that guy really would laugh until the end. After returning to the boys' dormitory, Zheng Huai wasted no time in contributing all of his possessions. Brother Ran, try this. He eagerly ran up to Jian Ran. It tastes great. Jian Ran glanced at it. What is it? Spicy beef threads. Oh, so authentic. Whenever I miss the taste of home, I eat a bag. Zheng Huai promoted enthusiastically. Jian Ran finally twitched his finger, taking the beef threads and paused slightly before tilting his eyes toward Lu Yanting. Want to try some? Lu Yanting shook his head, his gaze flickering with a hint of resentment. Jian Ran thought he was seeing things. Otherwise, how could someone be so ungrateful as to glare after sharing food with him? Seeing his little snack successfully making its way into Jian Ran's mouth, Zheng Huai asked slyly, Brother Ran, what's next? I feel like Wei Xiaoshue is pretty pissed off, like we can't end this peacefully. Is there really a mole among us guests? Male or female? The spicy beef threads were indeed fragrant. Jian Ran chewed slowly while raising an eyebrow. Still haven't figured out who the mole is? It's so obvious. Zheng Huai, who Who is it? How would I have time to guess? Every dice roll scares me enough. When it's your turn, you get so nervous. Jian Ran smiled lightly, all the ears in the dorm perked up, especially by Jingchuan hiding timidly in the corner. He didn't want to believe that the substitute whom he usually wouldn't glance at actually possessed extraordinary wisdom and strength, but reality was right in front of him, leaving him extremely conflicted. The event cards we drew are almost all negative scenarios. What does this mean? Jian Ran counter-asked himself and answered immediately. It means the main purpose of this game is to kill us. The other guests in the dorm nodded unconsciously, their spines tingling with cold winds. Jian Ran opened his mouth to speak again, but Lu Yanting chimed in, there's one guest whose event cards have no pain or injuries, completely harmless. Upon hearing this, Zheng Huai turned his head sharply toward Su Junyi, who immediately shielded his groin. Why are you looking at me? I almost got tricked into jumping off the building. Who knows if you're faking it? Zheng Huai had a somewhat maniacal look on his face. Take off your pants and let me check first. Su Junyi. Was going to Thailand ever gonna stop being a thing? Chapter 88, can you please stay away from my curvy buttocks? Of course Zheng Huai knew it wasn't Su Junyi. After all, they'd lived together since their debut, and Zheng Huai knew how many moles were on this guy's but clearly. If there had been a swap, Zheng Huai would have noticed first and pointed it out before even getting into the game phase. I think it's less likely for our dorm to have a mole. Neither Zheng Huai nor I, Brother Ran or Brother Lu, are the mole. The remaining. Su Junyi calmly said. He turned his head and gave Bai Jingchuan a look, certainly not. At first, Bai Jingchuan thought he must have a face of loyalty and reliability, hence earning trust. But then the next moment, Jian Ran snorted and mocked, what evidence do you have for this analysis? The mole wouldn't possibly get messed up this much from day one, right? Su Junyi also laughed. Zheng Huai helplessly glanced at Bai Jingchuan, agreeing, that's true, he's already suffering. Bai Jingchuan. What's going on? A sense of being insulted washed over him. Lu Yanting, who hadn't spoken until now, slightly nodded and suddenly interjected, tomorrow is the last day of filming, so the mole will definitely make a move tonight. We can wait patiently for good news. Wait patiently for good news. Zheng Huai's heart shuddered. Could that phrase be used in this way? Seemed like they're highly anticipating chaos. In the girls' dormitory. Bai Qing placed a frequency split camera on the cabinet near the door. The shooting angle perfectly covered the entire dormitory. Sister Bai, what are you doing? Luo Luo looked anxious, her voice quivering, seemingly still recovering from the intense stimulation of today's games. To assist the production team's shooting. Bai Qing didn't look back, focusing intently. Qin Wei, the lead actress, peeked over, did the crew say to shoot even during rest times? In special circumstances, it is necessary. Look, they gave me the split-frequency camera. Bai Qing finished installing it, turned around, and grinned teasingly, anyway, we all wear clothes to sleep, so privacy won't be captured. The camera streamed the dormitory conversation live to the streaming room where diehard fans began discussing. This momentum looks like catching the mole. What's Sister Bai's background? A bit of a playing dumb to devour the tiger vibe. Before the show, people in our group had done background checks on each guest. Guess what? Everyone's got something interesting. What makes them interesting? And what kind of group are you? A spontaneous non-natural research group, short for non-group. I greet with respect. Intriguing. Bai Qing yawned in the middle of the dormitory, I didn't sleep well last night. Gotta catch up on some sleep first. Aren't you sleeping? Qin Wei considered it, how about we take turns? Sounds good. Bai Qing seemed quite exhausted, then I'll go first. I'll set an alarm for an hour. Qin Wei silently agreed and turned her gaze toward the others in the dorm, let's arrange a rotation among us three. The internet celebrity Li Mo trembled as she spoke, I'll go last. Anyway, I'm not tired. Compared to stars, she was still an amateur without fame, hence feeling more constrained in variety shows. Although online celebrities have decent traffic, their fan loyalty lags significantly, and there's always the risk of scandals. Therefore, Li Mo's low presence in this reality show made sense. Luo Luo relaxed upon hearing this and hurriedly raised her hand, I'd like to be the second. My stamina can't keep up anymore. Qin Wei nodded, alright, when Bai Qing wakes up, you go ahead. Thank you, Sister Qin. Luo Luo smiled sweetly and winked at Li Mo. In a certain meeting room. The projector displayed the footage from the girls' dormitory. Uniform-clad individuals carefully analyzed the screen, occasionally nodding in affirmation. At first glance, they appeared like impeccably dressed perverts plotting against vulnerable women. The director, this season's volunteers seem quite qualified. Lu Zhendong slightly nodded, not bad, at least their acting skills are online. It wasn't even 10 o'clock yet, and the dormitory had already become quiet. Jian Ran finished his last beef strip and still craved more. After all, during the years of studying in the Xian sect before he died, he never really indulged in junk food, and even ice cream was strictly controlled. Brother Ran, do you want more? Zheng Huai whispered softly, glancing toward Lu Yanting. He had a strange intuition that this film emperor did not like others getting too close to Jian Ran. No thanks, Jian Ran waved a hand, eating too much before bed affects agility. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly lifted his eyelids, mischief gleaming in his eyes. By the way, I don't know how you both ended up participating in this program. Director invitation? Or your agent's contact? Zheng Huai's face showed a complex expression as he instinctively glanced at Su Junyi before turning back, smiling cheerfully. We contacted them ourselves. It's hard to find a partner in the entertainment industry, so we're on the show. Hard to find partners. Bai Jingchuan suddenly interjected disdainfully, isn't the entertainment circle full of handsome men and beautiful women? The circle is chaotic. Zheng Huai shot him a glare. That's because you don't know the situation. Most stars have to sign agreements before debuting, prohibiting private relationships. And besides, your sports world isn't much better. Bai Jingchuan bristled and wanted to retort but noticed a cold stare shooting his way. He quickly swallowed his words. His peripheral vision caught Lu Yanting's icy gaze, muttering curses under his breath. What a humiliation. If I knew this guy was here, no matter what, I wouldn't participate in the variety show. So, you guys participated voluntarily? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow, hadn't watched the show before. Don't think it's scary. Zheng Huai chuckled awkwardly twice, cough, everyone thought it was just for effect. Who would have guessed? Before he could finish guessing, a high-pitched scream abruptly echoed down the hallway, jolting straight into the ears of the guests inside the dorm. Su Junyi and Zheng Huai stood up simultaneously, displaying identical serious and stern expressions, like valiant warriors ready to sacrifice themselves. Jian Ran saw this and suppressed a smirk. So, you two are off to save your companions? Huh? Companions? Aren't they other guests? Zheng Huai blinked mischievously. I'm worried something will happen in the girls' dorm. Su Junyi nodded in agreement. Girls get scared easily. Well then, if you two go, I'll feel safe, Jian Ran said as he began undressing. Zheng Huai froze, clearly not expecting such a twist. Big brother Ran, aren't you coming? Aren't the two of you enough? Jian Ran had already climbed onto the bunk ladder. I'll take a nap first. Lu Yanting perfectly cooperated by standing up, then we'll leave it to you two. I'm also going to rest. After speaking, he walked behind Jian Ran. Please turn off the lights before leaving. Jian Ran. Can you please keep a distance from my upturned buttocks? I'm afraid you might scheme against me. Chapter 89, A Brief Night Flies By. Zheng Huai and Su Junyi exchanged a glance, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes, but more so regret. They should have known better than to appear overly eager, continuing to be like cowardly turtles. Perhaps they could have spied on the big shot's performance instead. Currently, it felt like their identities had already been exposed, and continuing to pretend would likely irritate the others. Su Junyi paused for a moment before finally speaking. Let's go check first. Zheng Huai nodded reluctantly. All right. Before he finished speaking, he couldn't help but look upward with a hopeful expression. Brother Ran, if we two can't hold on. Could you? A slender, delicate arm emerged from beyond the bunk railing, waving dismissively. Its meaning was clear. Enough nonsense, get lost quickly. So, Zheng Huai left the dormitory with an unhappy face. As soon as they stepped out of the door, both men changed expressions. Occasional screams could still be heard coming from the girls' dorm, yet neither Su Junyi nor Zheng Huai rushed forward. Lowering his voice, Zheng Huai asked, what's your impression? Strong. Su Junyi maintained a solemn demeanor, pausing briefly to add, unusually strong. Without further conversation, the two men moved toward the female dorm silently, standing at the entrance without any hesitation, raising their hands to knock. Open the door, it's me. Just seconds later, the door opened. Bound in the center of the dormitory room was Li Mo, clearly visible. Neither Zheng Huai nor Su Junyi seemed surprised. They quietly entered the dormitory and closed the door tightly behind them. At this point, Li Mo was tied up by ropes, her complexion ashen with bulging eyes, her open mouth revealing sharp teeth, occasionally emitting a low growl. Zheng Huai glanced at the camera perched on the corner cabinet and asked very calmly, can this segment be broadcast? Bai Qing chuckled, of course not, it has been specially handled. In other words, the live stream fans saw delayed images that had undergone appropriate editing. Su Junyi approached, observing Li Mo closely, asking after some time, when did she expose herself? When Luo Luo went to sleep and I wasn't awake yet, Bai Qing answered, when Qin Wei was the only one left in the dorm. I must say, she's quite cunning, noticing that the three of us aren't easy to deal with, thus never daring to show her true colors. But such a trickery of plugging one's ears while stealing a bell is far too easy to expose. She spoke thoughtfully for a bit, suddenly feeling something amiss, glancing toward the doorway. Where's Jian Ran? Why didn't he come? A complicated look flashed across Zheng Huai's face. He said, we two would suffice. Our identities might have been discovered, Su Junyi added, taking out a talisman and placing it on Li Mo's forehead. The piercing shrieks instantly vanished. Discovered? Bai Qing questioned doubtfully. Not possible. We all graduated from prestigious programs. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered her own term earlier, plugging one's ears while stealing a bell. Could it be that, in Jian Ran's eyes, we're just a group of clowns foolishly covering our ears? Luo Luo shook her head. I'm not pretending. When we played that board game, I almost starved to death in there. I was the same, Qin Wei responded calmly, if it weren't for Jian Ran awakening me from the negative scene, I probably would have died in there. Suddenly, the dorm fell into an oppressive silence, the atmosphere tense. Being selected to join the program meant they were no ordinary people. All of them had received specialized training, at least capable of resisting medium-level areas of resentment. But Yandong University obviously exceeded that level. No wonder the director asked him to come, Qin Wei mused, the institute had long determined we couldn't handle this place. Her expression grew somewhat melancholy, as though struggling to accept the reality. After all, once proud geniuses now found themselves mediocre. What about this thing? Zheng Huai pointed at Liu Mo, with the talisman pasted on her forehead, should we destroy her directly? Not good, Su Junyi pondered deeply for a while, raising his face, I'd better return to consult Jian Ran and see what clues he can retrieve from Li Mo's memory. Then wouldn't our identity? Bai Qing appeared unwilling to let go. Su Junyi looked sideways at her with a disdainful gaze, do you really want to continue fooling yourselves? To invite shame upon yourselves? Bai Qing clenched her lips tightly, refraining from further speech. She had been a genius with divine powers since childhood, scoring at Mensa levels in IQ tests. Always haughty and arrogant until here, where she became a fool in others' eyes. This feeling truly wasn't pleasant. It had passed 10 o'clock, and the dorm lights had been turned off. When Su Junyi and Zheng Huai returned, they could hear even breathing. Brother Ran, are you asleep? Zheng Huai called out softly. Already. From the upper bunk came Lu Yanting's deep voice, let's talk about it tomorrow. Not really, Brother Lu, if we wait till tomorrow, it'll be too late, Zheng Huai said anxiously, to tell the truth, tonight is a confession game, What kind of confession? Jian Ran raised his head, a pair of sharp eyes gleaming in the darkness. Shall we go to the girls' dormitory to talk about this? Zheng Huai glanced at Bai Jingchuan's position. Sounds good. Jian Ran looked like a curious baby, stepping over Lu Yanting, directly flipping down from the bed. His speed was astonishing. Let's go. The night is short, time flies. Lu Yanting, who got out of bed with them, gazed deeply at him, pursed his lips, and didn't say anything. Thus, in an instant, only one guest pretending to sleep was left in the dormitory. Feeling excluded, Bai Jingchuan was extremely dissatisfied, tossed and turned for a while, but feeling so restless that he couldn't sleep. Finally, unable to bear it around 11:59, he got off the bed quietly, intending to peek through the door crack outside. As soon as he went out, an abnormal chill hit him, like the severe cold of winter with insufficient radiator heat in the dormitory. He shivered with cold, hugging himself tightly and trembling all over. He felt a bit reluctant to continue, yet also thought unfairly. Why can they come and go without hindrance? Why am I blocked right at the door? I don't believe in such nonsense. Bai Jingchuan grumbled inwardly, summoning his courage and walking forward, but before taking a few steps, the journey became strangely difficult. The corridor light began to flash crazily, and a white shadow abruptly appeared in the distance. Thinking it might be an illusion, he rubbed his eyes hard, but when he reopened them, the white shadow had flashed right in front of him, with black long hair covering the face, creating a bizarre and terrifying contrast with the ghastly white dress. A scream caught in his throat, but he could not squeeze it out. Only then did Bai Jingchuan realize that when truly afraid, you couldn't yell, nor move, as if nailed to the spot. However, it wasn't long before he lost control because the black hair suddenly grew longer, wrapping up his ankles within seconds, completely cocooning him in black, like a monstrous insect pupa. No one noticed that there was a tiny camera hidden in the corridor, tucked away in the corner. The live stream chat room exploded in the middle of the night. Holy crap, what's that? I just got back with a cup of water, how has the situation changed? It disappeared. Disappeared. Bai Jingchuan was wrapped in black hair and vanished into thin air. Come on, tell me, this effect. This must be a program special effect. Chapter 90, at a crucial moment like ghost transformation, why do you suggest braiding the ghost's ponytail? The filming method used by the Pure Program production team has always been subtle and safe, mostly staying within the boundaries of passing censorship. As if guided by an expert, they constantly tested the limits without crossing them. The spooky and horrifying scenes were appropriately controlled, free from any continuity errors, and could all be reasonably explained. Thus, each season's shooting hadn't caused much chaos. But tonight, fans watching in front of their screen stared at the empty corridor, rubbing their eyes. Am I seeing things? Did Bai Jingchuan ever come out? Why am I beginning to doubt myself now? No need to doubt, I've already taken screenshots. Probably able to make a GIF out of it. What to do? I'm getting excited and feel like I'm closer to the truth. Me too, me too. Kind of going crazy, why am I so excited when I see Bai Jingchuan being carried away? Cracking the pure code is imminent. Just as loyal fans eagerly waited, the frequency split lens of the corridor suddenly lost signal, showing only snow static, and the broadcast stopped abruptly. Girls' dormitory, Beijing time 1 a.m. Jian Ran leaned against the bedside cabinet, looking lazy, his lips moving slowly, so, all of you are volunteers. Willingly entering these areas of resentment? Yes, Bai Qing nodded, all of us willingly chose to come, after all, supernatural events like these, who without some guts would dare to try? Jian Ran smirked, people without guts but still love risking death, do exist. Who? Bai Qing asked instinctively and immediately thought of her own foolish brother, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Both from the Bai family, how did such an oddity emerge? While she was cursing inwardly, Jian Ran suddenly stepped out from the closet, walking slowly in front of Li Mo, his gaze fixed on the yellow talisman paper. Who put it up? Su Junyi raised his hand, me. Did you draw it yourself? Jian Ran turned around, raising an eyebrow to ask. Bought it. Su Junyi told the truth plainly. Jian Ran straightened up, clicking his tongue twice, the quality isn't very good. It probably won't last much longer. As if to confirm what he just said, the yellow talisman paper began to burn on its own, and Li Mo, who was bound, started struggling again. Her fierce face, sharp screams, the ashen corpse-like color began to spread. Damn, substandard product. Zheng Huai cursed out loud, hesitating whether to add another one or not, but then heard Jian Ran speaking again, who will braid her hair? A ponytail. What? Zheng Huai was shocked. At this crucial moment of ghost transformation, you actually suggest braiding the ghost's ponytail? What kind of ghost are you? Although this statement was quite unacceptable, the flower maiden Qin Wei still summoned up her courage. I'll do it. She took the hair tie off her wrist, went behind Li Mo, and quickly tied her hair into a ponytail. Jian Ran leaned his chin on his hand, staring intently, muttering to himself, now it looks right. Looks like what? Zheng Huai asked immediately. White Qing answered ahead of time, I know her. She's the girl from the negative scene who wanted to take my indecent pictures. Back then, were you the one leading the bullying? Jian Ran smiled as if bathing in the spring breeze, yet there was a hint of dangerous aura. Li Mo was startled by the question, then snarled, screaming, everyone in the class had a part in it. Why do you say I'm the leader? So does that mean everyone in your class is trapped in this school? Jian Ran pursued relentlessly. Li Mo seemed hit at her sore spot, all the corpse spots appeared on her body, and the ponytail on her head kept swinging, let me out. Let me out. I don't want to be trapped here forever. Jian Ran sneered, the one who can let you go isn't me. It's Li Sini. While talking, he already pulled out a talisman paper prepared in advance, threw it into the air, and it landed accurately on Li Mo's head and started burning. Zheng Huai widened his eyes, wow. This level of skill is unprecedented. The latter part of the sentence, Jian Ran couldn't hear anymore because the scene before his eyes suddenly changed, and he directly arrived at the school rooftop. Li Sini was wearing a white long skirt, standing at the edge. When she turned around, she revealed a desperate expression, you all just want me dead, right? Die quickly and jump. Who are you scaring here? Jian Ran heard himself say and felt a gloating excitement, as if he couldn't wait to see Li Sini jump down. He knew that the current perspective was Li Mo's. Sini, don't think wrong. Wang Meng's voice came from the side, I beg you to come down quickly. Li Sini didn't budge. She suddenly broke into a sorrowful smile, Wang Meng, do you know? Compared to those people bullying me, I hate you more. As my friend, you actually joined them to spread rumors, calling me a slut who sleeps around with everyone. How could you possibly? Clearly, she couldn't continue. Tears flowed uncontrollably, yet her gaze grew resolute and venomous, sweeping over each person present, all of you are murderers. You've driven me step by step to this dead end. I swear. If I become a ghost, I will never forgive you. With that, Li Sini turned her head decisively and jumped off the rooftop without hesitation. Sini, Wang Meng cried out heart-wrenchingly, rushing forward without hesitation. Li Mo slowly walked to the edge of the rooftop, patted Wang Meng's shoulder, and when her head poked out of the rooftop, she saw the scene of Li Sini's limbs twisted, bleeding profusely. Her lips curled into an indifferent curve, what's the point of being fake sympathetic? Isn't she dead once and for all? Anyway, your mom's medical expenses are settled now. Aren't you happy? Wang Meng turned back sharply, questioned wildly, why? Why do you hate Li Sini so much? What did she do to you? You wish for her death. Li Mo laughed like a blooming flower, hey, how exactly has she offended me? I just looked at her unfavorably, but I can't really explain why I disliked her. Besides, university life is pretty boring, so shouldn't we find some fun? Upon hearing her words, Wang Meng's body couldn't stop trembling. Human malice could be so baseless, treating others' lives as grass. Jian Ran absent-mindedly thought about it, then suddenly found everything darkened again, he returned to the dormitory corridor. He was running non-stop, as if something extremely terrifying was chasing him from behind. No. Don't come after me. I've already burned paper for you. There were others who bullied you, go find them, ah. Li Mo stumbled and fell to the ground. Ignoring the pain, she tried to get up, but suddenly, a bone-chilling cold gust of wind came from behind her, prompting her to instinctively turn around. A face grotesquely enlarged with blood gushing out of every orifice was just inches away. Chapter 91, though he's my own brother, he's definitely stupid. The retaliation of the vengeful spirit was extremely cruel. The scenes of Li Mo being dismembered belonged to restricted levels, filled with bloody violence and thrills. Even if displayed on foreign screens, it would be rated as unsuitable for viewers under 18. She endured pain and torture beyond description, and even while nearing her last breath, she continued to beg piteously, "Spare me. Spare me." Li Xine bared her white teeth, smiling cruelly, "Do you regret it? Being treated that way back then? Do you feel guilty?" Li Mo paused, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. Seeing this, the ghostly face turned ferocious again. "You don't really repent. You're only begging for mercy because you can't bear the pain. You're not even worthy to be human." "Ah!" Another arm of Li Mo was twisted off and trampled into powder, the crackling sound of her bones echoing in the silent corridor, causing anyone who heard it to shiver in fear. Jian Ran was inside Li Mo's body and could fully sense her emotional changes. Claiming that she didn't regret was absolutely no exaggeration. Li Mo didn't think what she had done was wrong. She even inwardly questioned, "Is having low endurance also my fault? I never asked you to die. In high school, I suffered much more than this, yet I overcame it all. What about you? This if I suffer, so should you." Mentality left Jian Ran too lazy to deal with, he only noticed the environmental changes happening around. The dormitory corridor had already been prepared by someone, there seemed to be an invisible force. Once Li Mo died, her soul would be stripped and eternally bound here. Such extremely malicious curses most likely originated from abroad. Jian Ran tilted his head, noticing the amulet in the corner, falling into deep thought. "Bro Ran, how's it going? Did you see anything?" Zheng Huai immediately asked when he saw Jian Ran open his eyes while leaning against the wall. "Li Xine has accomplices," Jian Ran answered directly. "Accomplices?" Bai Qing was taken aback. Didn't she get bullied by the entire class? Who could possibly be her accomplice? Jian Ran smiled faintly. "Let's sleep now, we'll talk about it tomorrow." "Don't stop there," Zheng Huai instantly frowned sadly. "I can't fall asleep when the mystery is halted at such a crucial moment." "Bro Ran, quickly reveal the answer." Jian Ran remained silent, lowering his gaze to glance at his watch. At this moment, the dorm room door suddenly started knocking. The force was extreme, making the wooden door tremble. The guests exchanged glances with each other, remaining relatively calm as they removed their initial disguises. "Who's there?" Bai Qing raised her face and asked aloud, "Can't sleep at midnight, why are you knocking? Can you still sleep?" Wei Xiaoshue's voice sounded outside, "Hurry up, people are missing in the boys' dormitory." Of course, people are missing from the boys' dormitory. Bai Qing glanced at Jian Ran and Lu Yanting in her mind, thinking that everyone was already in the girls' dormitory. However, before she could reply, there was another shout outside, "White Jingchuan is gone. Did he sneak out on his own? Class officers, gather immediately and start searching for him. Could it be this idiot?" Upon hearing the familiar name, Bai Qing lost control of her emotions. After all, it was her brother. No matter how much she disliked him, she couldn't ignore him. Otherwise, the family elders would definitely confine her and make her reflect on her actions. With this thought, Bai Qing took a step forward intending to open the door while muttering, "It's past midnight, and he's still running around, looking for death." Before she reached the door, a tall figure blocked her path. "Wait." Bai Qing was startled, instinctively looking up and seeing Jian Ran's stern, exquisite face. Her heartbeat inexplicably quickened, and the playful girl persona began to falter. Brother Ran, is something suspicious outside? Is it not Wei Xiaoxue?" Jian Ran shook his head. "This late at night, who else could it be? Still, let me open it. After all, money is paid, and disasters are avoided. If the participants were injured, what if the production team refused to settle the remaining salary? These days, if one steps into society, they need to consider everything thoroughly." Jian Ran, with a languid gait, gripped the doorknob and swung the door open. Wei Xiaoshue's round face instantly came into view, her expression filled with venomous resentment. She didn't seem surprised to see Jian Ran in the girls' dormitory and complained right away, "It's all your fault for not being in the dormitory, leaving a classmate behind alone. Would Bai Jingchuan have gone missing otherwise?" Jian Ran arched an eyebrow. "How do you know he's missing?" I saw it." Wei Xiaoxue replied with some hesitation. "Where did you see him?" "The surveillance camera." Wei Xiaoxue blurted out these words, then suddenly changed her demeanor. "Why should I explain so much to you? The fact is, Bai Jingchuan has gone missing, and as class officers, you must take responsibility. Go look for him now." "No," Jian Ran rejected her request immediately. Wei Xiaoshue's round face twisted even more. "Why?" "Because I'm afraid of the dark," Jian Ran said with a straight face, clearly bullshitting. "Wei Xiaoxue. You didn't act this way when you voluntarily climbed into that wooden box to fight the demon." She chuckled coldly. "Anyway, if Bai Jingchuan isn't found before dawn, he'll disappear from the world forever. You decide what to do about it." With that, Wei Xiaoxue turned and left. Before departing, she even made sure to close the door for Jian Ran. The girls' dormitory fell silent again. Unable to endure it for just a few seconds, Bai Qing rushed toward the door. "No, I need to find him." "Bai Qing, calm down," Qin Wei stopped her. Zheng Huai also chimed in, "This is obviously a trap, don't just jump straight into it. Besides, why bother saving someone like Bai Jingchuan? Wait, do you actually have a thing for that idiot?" "Nonsense." Bai Qing spat onto the ground furiously. There's no way I would ever fancy him. Having a brother like this imbecile, What? He's your brother? Zheng Huai exclaimed incredulously. Wow, who knew your genetic luck could be this bad? All the guests were quite surprised except for Jian Ran and Lu Yanting, who remained composed as usual. I'll go instead. The clear voice interrupted the conversation. All other guests went quiet and looked at Jian Ran. Whatever's outside the dorms is something you won't be able to handle anyway. Qin Wei nodded. That's exactly what I was going to say. I feel like there's something terrifying outside. She was always sensitive to certain things, so what she said must be true. Additionally, Bai Qing had secretly peeked out through the curtains earlier and saw mangled limbs and bloody heads. So, okay, I won't go. Brother Ran, please be careful. Bai Qing backed off. Though it was her own brother, he really was an idiot. Let him die, perhaps we'd get a better one. Chapter 92, Why are there so many strong ones around? Jian Ran stood by the entrance of the dorm building and looked toward the endless darkness, suddenly hesitating and turning his head to ask. You really want to come with me? Not scared of any danger? Lu Yanting slightly smiled while pressing her lips together. Wouldn't it be dangerous being with you? Don't you intend to protect me? Jian Ran opened his mouth, about to say something, but then heard Lu Yanting continue. Is it because you want a reward? I can pay you monthly or yearly. As long as you agree. Hearing about the reward, saying he wasn't happy would be lying. However, after hearing monthly and yearly, he felt something odd though couldn't quite put his finger on it. Still, it seemed somewhat reasonable. If you stop putting yourself at risk, you might not need to pay me money at all. Jian Ran's eyes held a trace of disarray. Lu Yanting kept smiling. I also have some matters I need to understand, so I bother you for help. Family curses, malevolent ghosts, and paranormal events were everywhere in their lives. It seemed impossible to escape them. He couldn't live like an ordinary person, yet he had no idea where all of this stemmed from. The only way was to explore bit by bit. After too much time passed without a clue, Lu Yanting had even thought of giving up entirely, but coincidentally, Jian Ran entered his life. Well, fine then, Jian Ran felt he had no reason to refuse and nodded. Just stay close to me. With that, he plunged directly into the boundless darkness. Lu Yanting followed quickly afterward. As soon as they entered the darkness, it felt as though they were being watched by countless pairs of eyes. An intangible oppressive feeling enveloped them instantly. Heavy grudges surged forward, accompanied by a strong, suffocating stench. Jian Ran covered his face in disgust. How many people would have died for this? Are all the bodies dismembered? Lu Yanting was right beside him. It seems so. He paused and then asked again, shall we go directly to the teaching building? Jian Ran slightly nodded. Yes, I guess Bai Jingchuan has been stuffed into a box. What a mischievous child, insisting on playing a board game. Lu Yanting. A mischievous child. The first time hearing someone describe a ghost this way. Truly original and quite cute. Just as he thought of this, he felt a warmth in his chest and involuntarily grabbed it. All you need is the talisman, why grab my hand? Jian Ran tried to pull back but found Lu Yanting had clutched tightly. Oh, I thought you wanted to hold my hand. Lu Yanting's tone was indifferent. He unconsciously rubbed the bones of the hand a few times before letting go. Jian Ran. Why did he feel like he just got felt up? Countless pairs of eyes, why did they feel like they just got fed some PDA? Can't you guys show some respect for the atmosphere of our horror unit? Unable to contain themselves, some starved evil spirits screamed and rushed over, aiming to sink their teeth into Jian Ran's pale neck. But unexpectedly, they were dispersed with a slap. Is there a mosquito? Jian Ran's voice sounded lazily. Upon seeing the fate of their kind, the mosquitoes began to tremble. Scattered to bits by just one casual wave. Where does such a fierce Taoist come from? So cruel. Some mosquitoes attempted to approach Lu Yanting but were repelled by a powerful force around him, dissipating instantly into sparks. How can they all be so strong? Mosquitoes no longer dared to rashly invade, watching helplessly as Jian Ran and Lu Yanting entered the teaching building, glaring at them with hatred and resentment. Shrouded in darkness, the teaching building exuded an especially sinister atmosphere. The externaling, wandering souls, seemed afraid of this place, vanishing completely upon the duo's entrance. As soon as Jian Ran took a step forward, the speaker overhead started broadcasting. The adventurer has entered. Please proceed to the classroom where the map is stored to continue the game. You expect me to just continue? Who do you think you are? Jian Ran retorted directly. Broadcast. If the adventurers do not continue the game, your companions will die one by one tonight. Jian Ran glanced back at Lu Yanting. The latter shrugged. I don't care about their lives or deaths. Coincidentally, neither do I, Jian Ran said insincerely. Broadcast. Should the game fail, the corresponding bonus will also be cancelled. Ah, you should have said that earlier. Jian Ran strode quickly towards the classroom, wasting my time. Come on, let's play, I love board games. Broadcast, do humans always change so fast? Back in the classroom, the first thing that caught their eye was the teaching building map lying peacefully, faintly emitting a mysterious eerie aura. Suddenly, the dice on the map began moving. Jian Ran suddenly smiled, oh, we don't even need to roll the dice ourselves. Rather consider it. As he spoke, he moved forward and noticed his adventurer card slowly advancing until it reached the number on the dice. Unbeknownst to Wen, Lu Yanting had already stood beside him, reading aloud a small line of text. The rumors about the school have spread wildly beyond control. The school leadership thinks you have tarnished the school's reputation and orders you to suspend immediately, also calling your parents. Upon hearing this, your father suffered a heart attack and was sent to the hospital but unfortunately couldn't be saved. However, you were locked in the restroom unable to get out, failing to see him for the last time. Finally, someone found you and let you out, but instead of going to the funeral, you headed straight to the school rooftop, wanting to prove your innocence through death. Please escape the predicament and live. After Lu Yanting finished reading, he looked at Jian Ran with piercing eyes like a vast starry river, making the latter rather uncomfortable. Ahem, why are you looking at me? I used an annulment card, and the negative scene passed. It's your turn. Lu Yanting raised his eyebrows. When did you get the annulment card? When I punched the demon inside the box, Jian Ran blinked innocently, it fell out. Lu Yanting chuckled, that's coincidental, I have one too. Saying that, he pulled out more than 10 cards from his pocket, spreading them out like poker cards. Jian Ran, this guy clearly could protect himself perfectly well. Does he even need me? Thus, the two had used countless cancellation cards in the board game. They were just one step away from leaving the game smoothly. The map in the classroom could no longer bear it and angrily shook, splitting directly down the middle. The broadcast then sounded. The final level, punishment of anger. No items can be used to cancel. Please accurately find by Jingchuan in 10 boxes without error. Only one chance is given, and once selected, there is no going back. If chosen incorrectly, you will be forever trapped in the board game as a demon character. Can't use any item to cancel. Jian Ran's lips curled up in an unbridled arc, can't play anymore. So resorting to bullying terms. The broadcast ignored his protest. In the not-so-large classroom, 10 half-person height boxes suddenly appeared, with thick, black, and foul-smelling liquid flowing out non-stop. Chapter 93, You chose wrong, why are you still hitting me? The thick, smelly black liquid slowly flowed out, like a wriggling venomous snake emitting a dangerous aura. However, Jian Ran and Lu Yanting didn't move. Their handsome faces revealed equally serious expressions, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing their perplexed looks, the broadcast was delighted, please make your selection within 5 minutes. Otherwise, a box will be randomly chosen as the answer. Let's go with this one. Jian Ran seemed to choose randomly. The broadcast's voice trembled slightly, what? So fast. Are you sure about your choice? Did this guy even think? And what about the other person? Did he also agree to hand over his life so carelessly? Yeah, I agree with your choice, Lu Yanting responded lightly. The broadcast, are they insane? Before the broadcast could react, Jian Ran had already moved towards the chosen box and was reaching to break it open. Wait a moment. Ah, you can't be so violent. Even as the broadcast continued its cries, Jian Ran had already smashed the wooden box with one punch. A white-dressed demon burst out, screaming incessantly. You chose wrong, now you must stay here. Forever stay here. Aya. The frantic scream suddenly cut off with a shriek of pain. The girl in the white dress clutched her face, staring with bloody eyes filled with panic. You chose wrong, why are you still hitting me? It was the same old trick they met for the first time. An unforgiving slap. Jian Ran hooked his lips into a smile, sorry, reflex action. You, Li Sini, covering her face, looked a bit aggrieved. For so many years, countless people have been punished and remained trapped in the game forever. This was the first time someone dared to defy the rules and immediately attack. Realizing this, Li Sini's grief turned into fury as she spread her arms wide, lengthening her pitch-black nails to try and choke Jian Ran. But she missed again. She was the final boss of this game. No matter which box Jian Ran picked, she would always emerge to kill the adventurer, dismembering them and tossing them into endless darkness. But today, Li Sini discovered that no matter how enhanced her malevolent spirit was, it couldn't faze him at all. And right now, this man was even pointing his fingers at something as if drawing something in the air. Was it a new way to curse spirits? Feeling humiliated, she bared her sharp teeth. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared at the door, shouting excitedly, don't hurt her. Jian Ran paused mid-seal with his fingers and slowly turned around, only to see Wei Xiaoshue's round face. He smirked, oh, look who's here. Perfect timing, I'm about to clear the level. After chuckling a couple times, he saw Wei Xiaoshue rushing inside, standing in front of Li Sini. If you hurt her, everyone else will die. And then? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow, wouldn't it be better if they did? Wouldn't you just strengthen her evil spirit again? Isn't that right, Wang Meng? Wei Xiaoshue's expression twisted, you knew it was me all along. Jian Ran nodded, as soon as the bus entered the suburbs, you took over the host's body. Must have done this trick many times, huh? Wei Xiaoshue suddenly changed form, taller now, her round face elongating gradually into a chiseled jawline with a hint of masculinity. For your own guilt, you've caused so many deaths. Jian Ran's expression became stern, yet she still doesn't want to see you. Hearing this, Wang Meng suddenly felt the cold energy growing stronger behind her. She whirled around just in time to see Li Xinyi's increasingly distorted and enraged face. The ghostly hand that was meant to seize Jian Ran instead clamped onto Wang Meng's throat. You go die. Wang Meng didn't resist, her expression filled with anguish as if everything that had happened still lingered in her mind. Unable to return to the past, unable to change the future. No matter what she did, it couldn't soothe Li Xinyi's resentment or her own self-reproach. And she could only be killed again. Isn't that enough? Jian Ran suddenly spoke up, a mysterious charm stopping Li Xinyi's movements, causing her to turn around and reveal a look of bewilderment. So many people have died playing your game. Do you still feel it's not enough? Not enough. Li Xinyi went into a frenzy, her mouth stretched to the roots of her ears. Why should I die alone? I want them all to suffer with me. Jian Ran frowned. What's the difference between you and those who bullied you? Li Xinyi was momentarily speechless. Jian Ran's gaze fell onto Wang Meng's face. For your own guilt, you've started raising spirits. Did you help Li Xinyi or hurt her? Wang Meng lowered her head, images from the past flooding back into her mind. That was right. After Li Xinyi died, she began planning her revenge. Her mother's medical bills were paid by Li Mo, so on the surface, Wang Meng showed no sign of sorrow, but secretly contacted one of her mother's friends. This person had lived in Thailand for a while and mastered various dark arts. At first, when Wang Meng made contact, it was merely to pray for blessings for her mother, but after Li Xinyi jumped to her death, her intentions changed. These classmates were too hateful, acting as if nothing had happened, laughing and joking as usual. Sitting at the back of the class, Wang Meng witnessed everything, and seeds of hatred gradually took root. Finally, on the 7th day after Li Xinyi's death, Wang Meng prepared everything and waited quietly in the shadows, wanting to turn Yandong University into a giant graveyard where no one, including herself, could escape. I'm sorry, so sorry, I shouldn't have betrayed you, Wang Meng sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. I didn't have the courage to face you. It's my fault. I shouldn't have deliberately ignored your feelings. The originally unmoved Li Xinyi stopped at the last sentence, shocked and turning around. You knew? Yes. I knew. Wang Meng looked over. I always knew how you felt about me, but I couldn't respond. I was afraid of being criticized by our classmates. I was afraid of misunderstanding from this world, and I even had unforgivable thoughts. I thought if you hooked up with someone else, others wouldn't suspect me. Wang Meng couldn't hold herself up anymore and collapsed to her knees. I've let you down, I've ruined you, I don't ask for your forgiveness. I just beg for the chance to make amends. I just wish I could say one thing. She raised her head, her boyishly handsome face full of regret. I like you too. Li Xinyi froze on the spot, her grotesque face slowly returning to normal, her white dress dancing like a blooming lily. So you really did know? She suddenly laughed, tears welling up in her eyes. But what can I do? I've already become a monster. Chapter 94, the security guard was indeed diligent. No, you are not a monster. Wang Meng grew agitated. Those who bullied you, they're the monsters. They had no humanity, they deserved to die. Li Xinyi shook her head, showing signs of exhaustion. I don't want to live in hatred forever. It's too tiring. I want to leave. As she spoke, she suddenly extended her delicate hand. Will you go with me? Me? Wang Meng pointed at herself. Am I allowed to? Are you willing? Li Xinyi nodded firmly. It's time for us to leave. Wang Meng wiped away her tears and grabbed the hand she'd longed to hold forever. All right. Do you fear disappearing forever? Li Xinyi asked. Wang Meng slowly shook her head. I'm not afraid anymore. Li Xinyi turned and bowed deeply to Jian Ran and Lu Yanting. Thank you both. It's our turn to pay the price. As she spoke, her white dress began burning, slowly consuming itself. Jian Ran's unchanged expression finally revealed a hint of surprise. You too, don't necessarily have to. What is this? Lu Yanting suddenly asked in a low voice, speaking for the first time, a soul burning itself out. Such a phenomenon existed only in ancient ghost books and had never been seen before. Jian Ran nodded slightly. Exactly what you thought. The pain of burning their souls caused Li Xinyi and Wang Meng's expressions to twist further, yet their lips maintained a smile of relief. Please destroy the Buddha pendant and let those souls pass on, Wang Meng said laboriously. Jian Ran exhaled softly. All right. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, it was all destiny. Let it be this way. He slowly closed his eyes as the flames spread to the chairs and the map on the table. Bai Qing, hiding in the dormitory building, suddenly noticed firelight through the window. Thinking she was seeing things, she squinted hard, only to scream after a second. It's on fire. Damn it, Jian Ran and Lu Yanting are still inside. And my dumb brother too. As Bai Qing was about to rush out, she noticed Li Mo's sudden wide-eyed gaze. So you're leaving already? Upon hearing this, Bai Qing struck her ghost head fiercely. What nonsense is this? Do we need your permission to leave now? Li Mo tilted her head with mixed emotions on her face. Am I finally free? Finally. Realizing something was off, Bai Qing turned to Zheng Huai beside her shouting, quick. Look, her feet are disappearing. Has she been released? Su Junyi frowned deeply. But wasn't she trapped here? Unless... He quickly glanced toward the window and murmured, that boy is really something, accomplishing so much in such a short time. Being trapped for a long period, Li Mo had already lost clarity of mind. 2 streaks of blood tears streamed down her face. Li Sini. Li Sini. You finally couldn't hold on any longer. Ha 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 ha, woo woo. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Her joy turned into sorrow as Li Mo seemed genuinely remorseful. As her body gradually became translucent, she kept apologizing repeatedly until eventually dissipating into a thin puff of smoke that disappeared into the air. Unbeknownst to everyone, dawn had broken outside the window. The morning glow pierced through the mist scattering around. The security guard emerged from his room wrapped in his clothes, removing the pipe from his mouth. It's been a while since I've seen sunlight. He paused, his lips curving slightly. That young man succeeded, as expected. By the time Bai Qin rushed to the front of the building, she saw Jian Ran standing on the steps holding Bai Jingchuan by the back collar of his shirt with an expression of disdain. Brother! Bai Qin couldn't help but roar, you dumb ox. Who asked you to run around like that? Bai Jingchuan's face was smeared with blood, completely clueless about what happened, his mind befuddled. Lying nearby was the round-faced host, seemingly unconscious. Carrying their cameras, the cameramen ran over efficiently, just like seasoned special forces soldiers, coldly executing their missions. Wei Xiaoxue stirred groggily awake. Seeing the camera pointed at her face, she immediately plastered on her professional smile. Welcome back to the live broadcast of pure innocence. It's now. Standing up, her mind went blank. Someone reminded her from behind, the game has ended, it's time for pair selection. Ah, right, select people, Wei Xiaoxue, with her round chubby cheeks, showed her cute smile. Glancing back casually, she noticed the blazing inferno. What the heck? Why is there a fire? No one's going to rescue them. Jian Ran lifted his chin. Isn't the fire truck already here? All eyes followed his gaze, indeed spotting the flashing red lights of a speeding fire engine racing towards them. Jian Ran nodded approvingly, the old security guard is indeed diligent. Because the original shooting environment was terrible, the love show pairing was scheduled for the last bus trip back. Wei Xiaoxue distributed cards to each guest with her sweet sticky smile. Finally, the exciting moment has arrived. You can choose your ideal guests based on the performance in the show. If a successful mutual selection occurs, the production team will arrange a romantic date to boost the chemistry between the couples. Now please write the name of your ideal guest on the card. 3 minutes later, I will collect them back and announce the results directly. Bai Qin sneakily stole a glance at Jian Ran, her heart involuntarily accelerating. Blushing for the first time in her life, she picked up her pen and wrote down a name. Zheng Huai was the same, looking somewhat complex. Biting his teeth, he uncapped his pen. Su Junyi kept his gaze low, hidden from the camera, tightly gripping his card while glancing sideways at something before retracting his gaze swiftly. Qin Wei looked at Lu Yanting first, then Jian Ran, her haughty face tinged with a slight blush. Luo concealed her card carefully like a delicate woman. Bai Jingchuan's mind was still foggy, yet he wrote clearly. Meanwhile, Lu Yanting had been observing all the guests' moves with a darkened face. The sinister atmosphere on the bus contrasted sharply with Jian Ran's straightforwardness as he confidently scribbled down his choice and handed it over to Wei Xiaoxue. Here comes our first guest selection, Wei Xiaoxue said excitedly while flipping the card, her expression quickly dropping to rock bottom. She coughed twice and managed a professional smile when she looked up. Let's keep this a mystery for now. We'll wait until everyone has made their selections. Bai Qin handed over her card, and Wei Xiaoxue couldn't hide her excitement. Miss Bai, who's your choice? Jian Ran. Bai Qin shyly lowered her head. Wei Xiaoxue took the next card, her expression remaining normal. Qin Wei also chose Jian Ran. Then another one came, her lips slightly twitched. Zheng Huai. Jian Ran. Su Junyi, Jian Ran. Bai Jingchuan, Jian Ran again. Luo, it's Jian Ran once more. Lu Yanting. Damn it, Jian Ran too. Wei Xiaoxue blurted out a swear word, utterly puzzled about whether moral degradation or twisted humanity caused such uniformity among male and female guests alike. So can we see whom Jian Ran chose now? Lu Yanting asked in a deep tone. Jolting Wei Xiaoxue back from her shock, she showed a delicate expression on her round face. Jian Ran, his choice is. Hurry up and give him the 3 million yuan. Chapter 95, monthly or annual subscription, your choice. The live streaming fans burst into laughter. Damn, brilliant. No wonder it's Brother Ran, none of the others stand a chance, only money is in his eyes. What to do? I absolutely adore Brother Ran like this, wish he could remain solo forever without forming any CPs. I feel Brother Ran is already an entire team by himself. No way, I still love the scenes of Brother Ran protecting Emperor Lu, classic and poetic, reflecting my vision of pure love. Girls, the no CP faction doesn't conflict with the double male lead supporters. Let's not quarrel but go back to the essence of the show. How did they manage to escape through the game successfully? And why did the teaching building catch fire? Didn't you notice a white figure inside, which might be some kind of transparent soul? That's right, this season's dating show seems much more mysterious than before. There were barely any camera angles last night. Who abducted by Jingchuan and how was he saved by Brother Ran? While the live chat discussion heated up, the atmosphere inside the luxurious bus became eerie. Guests exchanged glances filled with apparent animosity. Bai Jingchuan clenched his teeth. Are you crazy? Competing with your own brother for a partner? This isn't competition, Bai Qing retorted fiercely, it's fair play, and anyway, Brother Ran doesn't even consider you worth noticing. Bullshit, he loves me dearly, Bai Jingchuan whispered angrily. Bai Qing sneered, to Brother Ran, you're nothing but a fart. The bickering in the front seats was mirrored in the rear ones. Zheng Huai cast a scornful glance at Su Junyi. Junyi Su, never thought you had this kind of taste. Same goes to you. Su Junyi forced a laugh without humor. No wonder you went to Thailand. Zheng Huai didn't finish before Su Junyi's complexion changed drastically. If you bring this up again, don't blame me for turning hostile. Turn hostile? Who's afraid of whom? Just pull down your pants. Zheng Huai shouted. Su Junyi gritted his teeth. Fine, you'll regret this if you dare. Further back, Luo Luo edged closer to Qin Wei's ear, whispering, Sister Qin, do you fancy Jian Ran as well? I thought you preferred Emperor Lu. Qin Wei unconsciously glanced toward Lu Yanting, her cold beauty flashing a trace of complexity. You're overthinking this. Ah, Luo Luo seemed a little disappointed. With so many people vying for him, I reckon I have no chance. Truthfully, you wouldn't anyway. Qin Wei's voice cut harshly. Jian Ran hasn't picked anyone. He only cares when his payment will come through. Luo Luo mused, even though I haven't been chosen, I'd still like to exchange contact details with him. Qin Wei gave her a slanted look, seemingly saying, pretty brave, huh? Not scared of being rejected? Luo Luo bashfully bowed her head. I merely want to ask if the talismans are for sale. The one in the dormitory was quite effective. Before she finished, an elegant head poked over. Little sis, got sharp eyes there. My talisman quality surpasses all, prices are reasonable, and we guarantee honesty for young and old alike. Maybe start by adding my WeChat. Alright, Luo Luo met Jian Ran's piercing gaze and quickly looked away, her face flushing as she held up her phone. Open your QR code so I can scan you. Delighted to expand his clientele, Jian Ran returned to his seat with satisfaction. Suddenly, he felt a cold stare that was unavoidable. With heightened alertness, he glanced over and saw Lu Yanting's aristocratic, frosty face. What are you staring at? Earning money through ability is nothing to criticize. If you've got issues, keep them to yourself. Lu Yanting's gaze didn't linger for long, he moved it briefly before lowering his eyes to his phone and tapping swiftly. A few seconds later, Jian Ran received a WeChat notification. No need to guess who it was from. When he opened the message, a brief line caught his attention. Monthly or yearly subscription, your choice. Jian Ran. Can I choose neither? Silently, he shoved his phone back into his pocket, deciding to ignore it for now until a better solution presented itself. The luxury bus traversed the suburbs, heading straight for the bustling city center. After the unsuccessful pairings, the dating show was drawing to an end. The live stream cameras had stopped rolling, initiating another round of fan voting. The fans would vote for the most popular guest and their favorite couple in their hearts. Of course, this was all for later discussion. At the moment, Jian Ran gazed out the window at Yendong University, where the fire had been extinguished and the white mist gradually dissipated. Amongst the fire trucks, vehicles marked with other insignias could be faintly seen, presumably handling follow-up matters. He furrowed his brows slightly, lost in thought as the scenery outside the window quickly receded and soon vanished. Back at the five-star hotel they originally departed from, the host disembarked first, forcing a round face into a smile. Thank you for the effort, everyone. Our journey has come to an end temporarily. Jian Ran was the last one off the bus. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the other guests swarmed around him. Bro Ran, leave us your contact information. Let's stay in touch. Zheng Huai chuckled mischievously and raised his phone, revealing a pre-prepared QR code. Then he lowered his voice, Bro Ran, as long as the price is fair, I'll definitely be your loyal customer. I am too. And me even more. Standing nearby, Bai Jingchuan watched this bizarre scene unfold, his mind filled with confusion and unprecedented crisis. How did this sudden popularity happen? Even his sister, who usually kept her nose high in the air, wanted to add his WeChat. What sorcery did Jian Ran weave? It was unbelievable. Just then, a silver-stretched Lincoln slowly came into view. Recognizing the familiar license plate number, Bai Jingchuan cursed under his breath, holy crap 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 crap. Why are people from home coming? He was about to run but suddenly noticed a tall figure sneaking up behind him. Where are you going? Bai Jingchuan turned in shock and found Lu Yanting's half-smirking face. I'm not going anywhere. The Lincoln pulled up in front of the hotel, and a well-dressed man stepped out of the passenger side. He opened the rear door, and an elderly man with silvery hair supported by a cane descended slowly. Bai Jingchuan couldn't care less about squabbling with Lu Yanting as he stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, Grand Patriarch. The headmaster of the Bai family, who hadn't left his house in years and wielded immense power despite being over 100, actually walked toward Jian Ran. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Bai Jingchuan's expression turned grim, curious yet fearful of being scolded if he approached, so he stayed rooted in place, straining to listen as best as he could. Suddenly, the Grand Patriarch paused and waved toward his direction. Overjoyed, Bai Jingchuan thought the Grand Patriarch still remembered him. Just as he was about to respond, a hoarse yet authoritative voice with a hint of warmth rang out, "Yanting, it's been a while since we last met. You've grown taller." Lu Yanting inclined his head respectfully, "Greetings, Elder Bai." The Grand Patriarch's severe demeanor softened slightly, curling his lips upward a bit before continuing on. Having added all potential clients, Jian Ran finally noticed the odd atmosphere around him. Raising his head, he caught sight of a spirited old man. "Are you Jian Ran?" The Grand Patriarch spoke slowly, his tone commanding, "Is it true that you cured Mrs. Gu's illness?" Facing the sharp eyes of the elder, Jian Ran showed no sign of evasion. A smirk formed on his lips. "Old comrade, which Mrs. Gu are you talking about? With so many people I've healed, how could I possibly remember them all?" Chapter 96, Either Crazy or Dead. Bai Qing, standing beside Jian Ran silently throughout, hearing his response, involuntarily sucked in a deep breath. Dared Jian Ran speak like this to the head of the Bai family? And calling him old comrade? Holy crap, what courage. Love love. Love love. Bai Qing immediately cast an admiring gaze toward Jian Ran, yet she also began to worry about him. The last person who had spoken back to the elder was still alive, right? The atmosphere grew tense. The elderly man leaning on his cane looked stern, his somewhat cloudy eyes gleaming with sharpness as they stared directly at Jian Ran, as if trying to bore a hole through his face. From a distance, Lu Yanting observed this scene, his face darkening. His long legs seemed ready to step forward, but then he heard the old man from the Bai family laughing. "Huh, how long has it been since I've heard the word comrade? It feels like we're back in the days of resistance. Young man, you're quite something. How about coming over to my place for a visit?" Without giving it a second thought, Jian Ran directly refused, "No thanks, no thanks. I still have to." The old man interrupted him with a beaming smile, "There's a very profitable deal for you. Are you not interested?" "Jian Ran, old comrade, where is your place? We'd better leave now or we'll get stuck in rush hour." Thus, under the astonished stares of all the guests, Jian Ran got into the extended Lincoln and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Zheng Huai swallowed hard and muttered to himself, "What if Brother Rant's business gets bigger and bigger? Would he even look at our small fortunes anymore?" All the guests. Su Yuan came to pick up his boss. Seeing the sour expression as the latter got in the car, he finally couldn't help but ask after some time, "Lu, are you upset? Because Jian Ran didn't choose you?" "Ayaya, what's there to be unhappy about? He didn't choose anyone anyway." Lu Yanting sent a frosty glare at Su Yuan, prompting him to quickly turn around and sit properly, telling the driver, "Drive faster, please." He didn't want to receive his death certificate yet. After a few seconds, a low voice came from the back seat, "Do you think Jian Ran is someone who loves money?" Of course, Su Yuan immediately started talking, turning around with a cheeky expression, "Didn't you see his final choice? It was brilliant. He flat out said send 3 million quickly while I was drinking bubble tea, almost making me choke. He really dares, loving money openly and shamelessly. Isn't he afraid of losing fans? But why wouldn't he do business with me?" Lu Yanting cut off Su Yuan's incessant chatter. After his words, a look of confusion appeared on the assistant's face. "Jian Ran isn't already selling you talismans? I want more than just a talisman." The handsome and unrivaled features revealed a touch of obsession. Seeing this, Su Yuan became a bit scared and blurted out, "Lu, are you looking for more than just a person? Don't twist people unnaturally, you don't need that obsessive villain set." Faced with the death stare, he couldn't continue speaking and turned around silently. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the driver glancing sympathetically at him, as if saying, "Your assistant position is over." Su Yuan felt deeply wronged inside. All he wanted was for the boss not to go astray and end up committing crimes. In another car, the air was filled with uneasiness. Jian Ran maintained a calm facade, inwardly regretting how he had fallen for the lure of money and ended up getting dragged onto a criminal's vehicle so easily. As soon as he settled his rear, he secretly calculated his fortune, only to find great calamity. It was a sign of being caught up in a conspiracy. "Where did you study your craft?" "Grandpa, let me out of the car." Both young and old spoke simultaneously. The older one's expression darkened, and an aura of authority that could not be defied suddenly emerged. "Who did you call Grandpa? Didn't you sound quite close earlier when you called me old comrade?" Jian Ran forced out an awkward laugh. "That was before, this is now. Even if you offered me lots of money, I wouldn't do business with you. Are you refusing even though Gu Feng introduced you?" The elder narrowed his eyes. "Isn't he your boss?" Jian Ran replied, "My boss is fine, but I'm planning to fire him lately." Narrator, Gu Feng mutters, "Being a boss these days feels kinda embarrassing." The elder furrowed his brows, seemingly at a loss for words. Suddenly remembering something, his brow relaxed again. "I've heard that you've had some past with my grandson Bai Jingchuan. Doesn't seem like you care if I approve your..." "Stop." Jian Ran made a gesture. "Grandpa, don't even approve. Bai Jingchuan is just one of my many ex-boyfriends, and currently, the most annoying clingy nuisance I want to shake off. The elder's face changed instantly. Worthless thing. Jian Ran raised an eyebrow, just about to speak. Suddenly, the elder softened his tone. Not you. That worthless rabbit didn't seize the opportunity. In the meantime, the extended Lincoln had driven into a luxurious villa. Jian Ran glanced out of the window and internally lamented, as expected, it's easy to get on the crook's car but hard to get off. The elder seemed to guess what was on his mind and tried to sound more amiable. Young man, you don't need to worry. I won't betray your trust. I'll pay you 10 million up front, and then another 40 million after the job is done. If this deal succeeds, in the future, I will introduce even better opportunities to you. Jian Ran put on a serious expression and firmly waved his hand. Old comrade, there's no need to say more. Prosperity comes with risks. Oh wait, I have strong professional ethics. Once I've promised, I would never go back on my word. The elder cast an appreciative glance at him. Young man, you have a bright money-making future ahead of you. Thus, the old and the young reached an agreement, and under the guidance of the butler, they walked into a hidden study. You want me to film a movie at the mental hospital? Jian Ran rubbed his ears. Am I hearing things? The elder sat behind the desk, pulled out a photo from the drawer, and handed it over. The movie is just a cover. Actually, I want you to rescue someone. Jian Ran glanced down at the black and white photo. A graceful and beautiful young woman caught his eye. He extended his long fingers and picked up the photo. Old comrade, is she one of your past lovers? The elder's face changed slightly before he could speak, but then Jian Ran continued. Do you have a recent photo? This one looks pretty old. No, the elder shook his head. I haven't been in contact with her for a long time. What about her name? Jian Ran followed up. I only remember her nickname, it's Yunying. Jian Ran frowned. It's not possible for me to walk around showing her picture, is it? The elder sighed. There's no point in asking, because she was cursed and has forgotten everything about herself, including her name and identity. And that mental hospital is extremely eerie. I hired many private detectives, but none of them made it out. Jian Ran suddenly grinned, revealing a look of interest. What do you mean by, made it out? The elder looked grave. Either they went mad or they died. Chapter 97, is Jian Ran starting to act like a big shot as soon as he becomes famous? What path will he choose? Jian Ran left in the Bai family's special envoy car. By the time his agent Su Shuda managed to contact him, the sky was already filled with countless stars, and lights illuminated every household. Brother Ran, you finally answered my call. Why did your phone lose signal for such a long time after filming the show? I thought maybe you'd been kidnapped. Su Shuda's voice, both considerate and chatty, came through the receiver. Jian Ran pursed his lips, thinking to himself, he might as well be considered kidnapped since entering the study had cut off all network signals. It was like being afraid of being monitored. Thankfully, the kidnappers didn't ask for ransom, otherwise. Do you have anything urgent? Jian Ran avoided answering directly, his tone calm as he gazed at the neon flickering outside the car window. As a professional agent, Su Shuda knew many facets of Jian Ran. There were those who acted like licking dogs, clingy and persistent, green teas who played both sides, and the neurotic and crazy ones. Anyway, all sorts, but there hadn't been any mention of Jian Ran being quiet and indifferent to life before. Brother Ran, what's wrong? Did something happen during the dating show? Su Shuda trailed off, a sense of foreboding creeping up inside him. He had already heard rumors that innocent love was quite mysterious, and without a strong psychological constitution, anyone shooting the series would require treatment afterward. At first, he thought Jian Ran's peculiar brain circuits meant he wouldn't get so shaken. Have you heard of the 6th People's Hospital? Jian Ran suddenly interrupted Su Shuda's scattered thoughts. Su Shuda hesitated. Isn't that the very famous mental hospital? It only accepts extremely dangerous patients with violent tendencies. Brother Ran, what's going on? Don't scare me. Don't tell me, you're planning to go there for treatment. Jian Ran snapped sarcastically, do I look like a lunatic? Before Su Shuda could say, yes, Jian Ran continued, a movie invited me to shoot there. At the mental hospital? What kind of movie is that? It's probably some small production company trying to trick you. Brother Ran, don't believe them, especially now that you've just become popular, people are bound to try and hoodwink you. Jian Ran stopped for a moment and scratched his head. They said it's directed by director Feng, who recently won a Golden Award overseas, to recreate a shocking murder case from years ago. Director Feng. Su Shuda hesitated for a moment. Could it be the director Feng who made over a dozen Asian top-tier stars? I'm not sure. Anyway, he said he'd contact you. Wait for his call. Just after Jian Ran finished speaking, a scream came from the receiver. Ah, Director Feng called me. Holy cow, Brother Ran, I'll call you back shortly. Without waiting for Jian Ran to reply, Su Shuda hung up eagerly. Jian Ran had just arrived at a high-end apartment complex, Zhouchenipin. Someone got out of the car ahead of him to open the door. Mr. Jian, please. Thank you. Jian Ran nodded slightly, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant, his presence remarkable, and he didn't look like a third-rate celebrity at all. The Bai family member opening the door was somewhat surprised but didn't show it on their face. I'll let your grandfather know that I'll consider for a few days before giving an answer. After saying this, Jian inserted his hands in his pocket and walked toward the apartment, his back figure looking haughty and domineering like a master from beyond the world. The Bai family members stood there watching for quite some time, until Jian tall figure disappeared at the entrance to the apartments, then they returned to the passenger seat. The driver turned his head and asked, Roe Gu, why did the great ancestor take a liking to him? He even personally went to welcome him at the hotel. I've never seen such a scene. Bai Jingrui was silent for a moment before speaking. Maybe he has something extraordinary about him. Something extraordinary? I haven't noticed it. He looks like one of those pretty boys. What real skills could he have? Bai Jingrui glared at him coldly, and the driver immediately realized his inappropriate behavior and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Roe Gu, I shouldn't have said that. Remember your place, or the Bai family won't be able to keep you. Bai Jingrui's voice was deep and serious. When the long Lincoln finally sped past Zhouchenipin, Bai Jingrui instinctively glanced inside. The reflection in the car window revealed his contemptuous expression. Still the same thing, only a third-rate star, how could he possibly rescue someone? Maybe the elder just grew old and made a mistake. Jian took the elevator upstairs, suddenly remembering that he had a special neighbor, so he became cautious when the elevator doors opened. He wasn't really afraid of Lu Yanting, he just thought less trouble was better than more. You're back. As Jian was trying to unlock the door with facial recognition, a magnetic, sexy voice hit him from the side. His body froze momentarily as he turned around to see Lu Yanting, who appeared to have just bathed, half naked with his 8-pack abs glistening from water. Aren't you worried about catching a chill? Put some clothes on. Lu Yanting pursed his thin lips and leaned against the doorframe. I'm used to it, do you mind? Jian struggled to look away. Why should I care? It's not like I don't have it too. I'm a bit tired, I'll go first. Saying that, he quickly unlocked the door using his face recognition, fearing that Lu Yanting's next words would be inviting him to showcase his own physique. Shit, this guy also looked well-built. So, just as Lu Yanting was about to say something, Jian bolted into the room like he'd seen a ghost. And he slammed the door shut with a bang, as if he were some kind of ferocious monster. Lu Yanting's expression showed a hint of failure. The carefully orchestrated accidental encounter ended up fizzling out, leaving him extremely frustrated, though he still had to turn back home. Just as his phone started ringing, he glanced down to see the screen showing, Grandpa. His fingertips paused before pressing the answer button. Then through the earpiece came a reprimanding voice. Yanting, what are you doing? Haven't you already gotten Jian under control yet? Nowadays, all major families are watching closely, you mustn't let others take advantage of the situation. My grandpa has already taken action. Lu Yanting said somberly. What? That stubborn old man actually. Grandpa Lu sighed, indignant, no wonder he recently hooked up with Feng Xianhui to shoot a movie. It seems the intention isn't merely on filming. No way, Yanting, you must also participate in this movie, we can't let the old bastard grab Jian by taking advantage of this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanting nodded slightly. Grandpa, I agree with you. I'll let Su Yuan contact the film crew tomorrow. Why wait till tomorrow? Things might get complicated overnight. I'll arrange it for you right now. After saying this, Grandpa Lu hastily hung up. Lu Yanting held the phone, his gaze falling onto the blackened screen, for the first time in his life without any resistance to his grandfather's plans. Thus, that night Weibo blew up again. Hashtag a tragedy 25 years ago at the 6th People's Hospital will be filmed. Hashtag Emperor of Movies Lu Yanting may co-star in a dual lead drama. Hashtag Director Feng Xianhui invites Jian but is rejected. Hashtag has Jian begun acting arrogantly after becoming famous? Which path will he choose? Hashtag Chapter 98, no matter how fierce, as long as he gets paid. Jian woke up with a nest of chicken hair on his head, and found that his silenced phone had dozens of missed calls. He was instantly confused. What's going on? Did my house catch fire last night? He looked around sleepily and saw the room was safe, so lazily returned the call. On the other end, it was answered almost instantly, followed by an urgent cry. Ancestor. You're my ancestor. Don't call me that. Jian's voice was a bit hoarse. I can't protect you. Su Shuda cried even harder. Bro Ran, stop messing with me. How could you reject Director Feng's invitation? He won awards and is rising quickly in the film industry. If you participate in his movies, you'll definitely be showered with awards. Aren't you talking about fly-by-night workshops? Easy to get scammed. Jian said calmly. Bro Ran, I was wrong, okay? I'll publicly apologize on Weibo. Su Shuda whimpered pathetically. Jian shook his head, still firmly refusing. Nope. I've consulted the divination, this acting gig is very inauspicious. As they argued over the phone, Su Shuda failed to convince him and hung up disheartened. Jian brewed a cup of pour-over coffee, then sat at his computer and started searching for information about the 6th People's Hospital. Though he had decided not to take the role, his curiosity couldn't be held back. After all, supernatural events always held a natural allure for someone from the mystical sects. Because it was a case from 25 years ago, the available information was extremely scarce. Only a couple of old online forums had threads discussing it. Jian Ran clicked on one, and his expression gradually grew serious. A fire killed everyone in the hospital. I heard most were tied to their beds, unable to move, they were like sparks but conscious. I assent that cruel. Did the fire trucks arrive too late? No one survived. What about the doctors and nurses? Did they escape? I've heard many in fires die from suffocation, not burns. Might this be? It was an intentional arson. When the firefighters put out the blaze and rushed inside, there wasn't a single corpse on the beds, none burnt, and no doctor or nurse died. Can you guess what happened? I heard the 6th People's Hospital secretly engaged in organ trafficking. The subsequent replies were locked and censored by moderators, making further useful information impossible to find. Jian Ran's face took on a thoughtful look. His lips moved as if whispering to himself, everyone died a terrible death in a fire, yet this hospital reopened somehow. This is hard to believe. What if I consult the divination again? Maybe the omen changes. Saying this, he shook a divining tool in his hand and threw it onto the table. Squinting, he pronounced elegantly, damn, still highly inauspicious. Jian Ran stood up abruptly, looking somewhat irritable, and paced to the floor-to-ceiling window. The weather was overcast, clouds gathering densely, occasionally pierced by lightning flashes illuminating the sky. Beneath the vast dome, there was a tense atmosphere akin to the prelude to a heavy rainstorm. Jian Ran stood for a long time before his brows relaxed and his lips curved into a rebellious smile. Damn, how could I forget the ancient teachings of the Grandmasters? To go toward a tiger mountain even when you know there's a tiger. The disciple of Taishu must dare to defy all norms. To hell with whether it's auspicious or not, as long as I get paid, I'm in. Finally resolving, Jian Ran turned around, picked up the phone on the table, and dialed an unfamiliar number. Old buddy, I'll take your job. Get $1 million ready first as a deposit. Director Feng Xianghui had been feeling anxious recently. After all, the new movie being prepared ventured into uncharted territory, and the tragedy from those years remained unsolved. Whether it was human-induced arson or an accident, no definitive conclusion was ever reached. Over the years, the 6th People's Hospital continued treating patients, though under strict supervision, comparable to a prison, primarily to prevent mental patients from escaping and causing chaos outside. Shooting under such a tense environment already unnerved Feng Xianghui. Moreover, there was a rumor surrounding this hospital that made him want to abandon the project altogether. It was said. Inside the dark, eerie building, there was a room that must not be entered. You'd encounter ghosts there. Terrified of such things since childhood, Feng would never have considered filming here, no matter how much money Mr. Bai offered, unless it was for personal growth and creating more realistic films. After some deliberation, Mr. Bai brought in a so-called master for reassurance and told Feng to shoot without worry. Initially Feng was glad, until he learned who the master was, and his expression immediately fell. Ha! Could someone known for sucking up to stars really be a master? Wasn't this just Mr. Bai pulling strings for his grandson? Didn't everyone know Bai Jingchuan was tight with this guy? So, upon learning this, Feng Xianghui outright refused. If Jian Ran is going to be the male lead, then replace me as the director. To his surprise, old Mr. Bai also dug his heels in, coldly responding, if you don't want to direct, there are plenty of others willing. With reluctance, Feng eventually agreed humbly. Director Feng, Jian Ran has arrived. You, the assistant timidly knocked, fearing any interruption might disturb this illustrious director. Feng Xianghui's train of thought was interrupted. He pulled at the corners of his mouth and said indifferently, just go sign the contract. This is someone chosen by old Bai, no need to brief me. Jian Ran, just about to step into the room, quickly drew his foot back. If we can sign the contract, that's best, saves time. Feng Xianghui, doesn't he have a big face? Whose time is being wasted anyway? Look at your lousy acting. I'll definitely crop those scenes and give more shots to Lu Yanting. Thinking of another name, Feng Xianghui felt somewhat consoled. At least there's an actor worth respecting who can carry the plot. Jian Ran was taken to another office, signed the contract quickly with his hands flying over it, then turned around and walked off. He had just stepped into the corridor when he saw a familiar tall figure. He froze instantly, his expression management failing. Lu. Lu lingering ghost. The nearby Su Yuan was upset. What way are you speaking? Our brother Lu is a proper Chinese man, who gave him that island nation name. Jian Ran steadied his emotions, hoping everything before him was coincidence. How did we meet here? What a coincidence. Lu Yanting raised his eyebrows, his lips curving up in a pleased arc. Pleasant cooperation on the new play. Jian Ran. You too. Didn't you see Weibo? Su Yuan sounded disdainful, or are you pretending not to know? The news of joining Feng director's new movie last night already exploded. Jian Ran wanted to slap his forehead badly. Shit, I said this morning that the fortune would be even more perilous than before. It turns out I've met him again. Is it still possible to turn back from this Tiger Mountain path now? Lu Yanting seemed to guess his thoughts, looked down at the contract and smiled nonchalantly. Breach of contract will cost 10 times. Jian Ran. What the hell, 100 million. Chapter 99, can I reasonably suspect you're flirting with me now? Looking at Lu Yanting's smug smile as if he'd succeeded, Jian Ran couldn't help but think of a very cheesy line. You escape, I chase, you have no wings to fly. As they stood in a standoff in the corridor, Su Shuda hurriedly arrived. Seeing Jian Ran's face, he blurted out, Bro Ran, did you sign the contract yet? There's no time to lose. A long night invites dreams. After saying these words, he realized something was off and glanced to the side, smiling awkwardly. Oh, Brother Lu is here too. After greeting, he performed a 1-second change of expression and became nervous. You wouldn't be here to snatch the male lead, would you? Do we need to fight for it? Su Yuan stepped forward, his smile a mix of arrogance and disdain. Just compare, my brother Lu will win, right? Su Shida didn't want to back down, sticking out his neck to argue, only to be pulled aside by Jian Ran, who asked quietly, I just signed the contract, mentioning a prepayment of 10 million. If I breach the contract, would it only be 10 times the amount, which is 100 million? What? Do you want to breach the contract? Su Shida lost control of his volume, shouting with wide eyes. People in the corridor heard clearly, their expressions immediately colorful. A chance to collaborate with an international director is hard to come by, and he wants to breach the contract. Was the Emperor Lu right about this? Weren't they doing a collaborative variety show earlier? Why has this conflict arisen so suddenly? Could it be some unmentionable emotional entanglement? Staff began to speculate, especially Su Yuan, glancing at Jian Ran one moment, peeking at the boss the next, mentally adding a scene of the year's most tear-jerking drama, thinking, or maybe later should just keep quiet and stop testing limits. Breach is impossible, Su Shuda, after understanding the sequence of events, tucked his uneasy heart away. He patted Jian Ran's shoulder reassuringly, focus on the acting, don't think too much. You simply don't have the money to pay the compensation. This last sentence was key, and Jian Ran was deflated. All right. Let's go home. He said this and strode forward, passing by Lu Yanting. He considered changing houses for a second but abandoned the idea almost immediately. That large flat has too strong financial energy, doesn't it? If anyone needs to move, it should be him. When Jian Ran left, Lu Yanting finally entered Feng Xianghui's office. Yanting, you're here, please sit. Director Feng showed a kind smile, standing up to welcome, contrasting sharply with his coldness toward Jian Ran. Lu Yanting slightly inclined his head and took the nearest seat naturally. His long legs crossed gracefully, exuding dignity and elegance. Feng Xianghui studied him for a while, his lips curling up with satisfaction. Yanting, your image and aura perfectly fit the police captain role in my mind, but as for your partner. He suddenly remembered something, his expression changed as he frowned. Hey, the evil of capital. Sorry to inconvenience you. Yanting Lu raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect Director Feng would also be someone who believes rumors easily. Huh. Feng Xianghui didn't quite catch on. Lu Yanting continued on his own. Perhaps Jian Ran will give you a surprise, so don't rush to conclusions too early. Are you talking about Jian Ran? Feng Xianghui was still somewhat skeptical and shook his head. I've seen his web series performances. TSK, his acting skills are really not up to par. There's a phrase nowadays that goes like this, right? Indeed, one could feel awkward enough to dig out Mount Himalayas with their toes. After saying this, he felt the humor in his statement and chuckled first, but then noticed Lu Yanting looking at him as if faceless, causing his smile to freeze midway. Cough cough, Feng Xianghui lightly coughed to ease the awkwardness. Anyway, Yanting, rest assured. Since you've joined the shooting, I certainly won't neglect you. I'll make sure you get plenty of screen time. Lu Yanting, that's unnecessary. Normal shooting is fine, don't compromise your standard. I'll go sign the contract first. See you on set. Without giving any chance for argument, he stood up abruptly and walked out of the office before Feng Xianghui even realized it. Was Lu Yanting just questioning my standards earlier? Feng Xianghui's brain was a little lost, turning to ask the assistant. The assistant shook his head quickly, definitely not. Emperor Lu probably just wants you to remain impartial and not use public resources for private grievances. Feng Xianghui's face darkened completely. Who am I having public grievances against? Assistant, director, I misspoke. Late at night, the central apartment owned by Kaishan. Jian Ran was eating an ice cream while reading through the script. The film style leaned towards an old-school thriller genre with simple and pure dialogues. His character, Dr. Gu, appeared gentle, sunny, and elegant in demeanor. In reality, though, he was a psychopervert. While cooperating with the police investigation into a fire case, he displayed surprising counter-investigation skills, which led another main male character to suspect that he might be the arsonist. But the eventual outcome was unexpected. Dr. Gu, highly educated, abandoned his lucrative position overseas and chose to work at the 6th People's Hospital because his biological mother had been burned to death in this hospital. He wanted to uncover the truth and thus resolutely returned to China. Upon reaching this point, Jian Ran felt something was fishy, so he looked up the name of the mother, Hui Yunying. It only differed by one word from the person the Bai elder wanted to find. Coincidence? Not likely. It seemed more like a deliberate arrangement. Could it be that Elder Bai wanted to bring this onto the big screen, making it known to everyone? Then why did he speak so cryptically back in the study? Jian Ran furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, pulling his thoughts back. At this late hour, who could it be? Wearing his sleeping gown, he headed toward the door. Since he wasn't cautious at home, naturally he didn't bother trying to calculate. Thus, looking through the peephole, Jian Ran saw none other than Lu Yanting's face. Instinctively holding his breath, he tried tiptoeing away quietly. Through the security door came Lu Yanting's firm voice, "I know you're inside. Don't think you can run." Jian Ran. Does he have X-ray vision? Trick me. As he made another move to flee, Lu Yanting's voice reached his ears again, "You wouldn't want to know who Yunying is? Nor would you want to learn the truth about the 6th People's Hospital. Money doesn't come easy, you know. If you can't find the person involved, not only do you need to return the money, but you'll also have to pay the breach of contract fee." Even before Lu Yanting finished speaking, Jian Ran yanked open the super-intelligent security door. "Why should I pay the penalty? I never actually." The 4 words, "signed my name," didn't leave his lips when he suddenly remembered something. Could that old man have schemed against me? Lu Yanting nodded confidently, "Exactly. The contract you signed today, he tampered with it." "Shit, I knew it would turn out bad." Jian Ran cursed, frustratedly rubbing his temples. A thin silk sleepwear slipped down his shoulder, exposing smooth and delicate skin. Lu Yanting's gaze naturally fell on it, his eyes darkening slightly. "Can I reasonably suspect you're flirting with me now?" Jian Ran. "Right now, I reasonably suspect you're a retard." Chapter 100, Don't think that adding a kissing scene means you've succeeded in your scheme. Jian Ran rolled her eyes, pulling her pajamas up as she snapped irritably, "Me teasing you? Who's the one always standing naked outside my door?" Lu Yanting's lips curled slightly on his dignified and handsome face, "Just coincidence." "So, you standing at my doorstep now is also just a coincidence?" Jian Ran raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Lu Yanting shook his head slowly. "We're both acting in the same movie, we're like ants on the same boat. Of course, we need to share any news or insider information." "Ha," Jian Ran laughed out loud, "then you tell me first. How did you know that the old comrade asked me to help find someone?" Lu Yanting briefly touched his cool, thin lips. "It's not hard to find out since old Bai also approached me." Jian Ran was silent. Indeed, the old fox had prepared 2 plans. As a fellow comrade in arms about to fight together, Jian Ran could only invite him into the house to exchange information. The world of the wealthy elite is much more complex than show business. It appears crystal clear but is actually filthy, with countless secrets that are difficult for outsiders to uncover. Lu Yanting, being part of this circle, must have a thorough understanding of such hidden stories. Jian Ran sat on the couch, ready to listen intently and indulge in some good gossip. However, to her surprise, Lu Yanting began talking seriously about work in his cold tone. "Have you read the script?" "What?" Jian Ran was confused. Lu Yanting cast a glance. "I've read it. I'm not quite satisfied." "Which part is unsatisfactory?" Jian Ran was even more perplexed. "There was a fire investigation case years ago, which caused quite a stir. Besides the mystery surrounding the case, there was another reason. Do you know what it is?" "No," Jian Ran was utterly lost. Lu Yanting's voice remained steady and emotionless. The doctor involved in the investigation developed an indescribable feeling with the detective handling the case. "What? Is there really something like that?" Jian Ran was thoroughly bewildered. "Or do you think why this movie has dual male leads?" Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow. Jian Ran slapped her thigh. "I thought if there were 2 male leads, it would be called dual male leads. That old man tricked us." Lu Yanting gave a faint smile. "So, I think this movie's script isn't realistic enough. It should include more emotional elements, making the suspenseful thriller richer and more substantial." Jian Ran felt something odd about this suggestion but had to admit it made perfect sense. If a movie only consists of dry plots, it's impossible to create vivid characters. "Since you agree with this idea, I will contact the director to have the screenwriter redesign and add more scenes. I believe it can be solved soon," Lu Yanting said, then stood up as Jian Ran stared dumbfounded. "I'll go first. I don't want to disturb your rest. We'll see each other on set." Jian Ran, "What? What?" As the security door closed, he couldn't help but ask inside himself. Didn't this guy come to disclose some secrets? Why did he leave without providing any useful information? Wait, he mentioned adding some scenes. Kissing scenes. Bedroom scenes. Or wouldn't it just mean adding all kinds of absurd plots? Jian Ran indulged in random thoughts and found his cheeks burning, like a lovesick boy. He immediately buried his head in the sofa cushion. But within seconds, he abruptly straightened his back, forcibly calming down. The great ancient teachings say, those who act despicably will perish. My mind needs to stay clear. My eyes can only see money. Jian Ran quickly turned on the TV, hoping to divert his attention. The entertainment channel happened to be showing Lu Yanting as the cover model for a private men's clothing line. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, flowing muscle lines, complete with shark lines and mermaid lines, all paired with Asian top-tier looks, cold and abstinent demeanor, his narrow peach eyes mesmerizing. Instantly, Jian Ran remembered the moment this guy intentionally puffed hot air by his ear, sending goosebumps all over his body. Touch sensitive, he immediately turned off the TV, cursing aloud. Damn, firmly resist seduction. Especially by men. The movie started shooting exactly 3 days later, with all crew members gathering secretly before setting off together. To avoid encountering the calamity-inducing beauty who made him recite the tranquility spell 300 times, Jian Ran dressed in disguise early in the morning, sneaking quietly like a thief into the elevator. He arrived at the assembly point 2 hours earlier than scheduled. Fortunately, the bus was parked quietly by the side of the road waiting, sparing him from squatting behind trees to avoid fans. As soon as Jian Ran boarded, he saw Feng Xianhui in the first row. You're quite early, Feng Xianhui said after hearing the sound, opening his eyes and showing an expression of surprise. I couldn't sleep, so I came out earlier. Jian Ran said this and was about to walk inside, but suddenly remembered something and anxiously turned back. By the way, Director Feng, I heard from Lu Yanting that we are adding more scenes. Feng Xianhui had already had a bad impression of Jian Ran. Thinking that Lu Yanting's comments were inaccurate and needed adjustments in the plotline, he presumed this change was at Lu's insistence. With Jian Ran's question reinforcing this belief, his attitude became even less courteous as he replied. I don't know what kind of voodoo you've used to sway both Old Bai and Emperor Lu, but let me be crystal clear, if you want to mess around in my movie, you're nowhere near ready. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran suddenly laughed. So? Did you add those scenes? Feng Xianhui paused before muttering, I added them. Useless, Jian Ran sneered and rolled his eyes. So, he'd ended up bowing to evil forces anyway. After uttering these 2 words, Jian Ran lifted his foot and walked away. Feng Xianhui stood up red-faced, yelling, don't think for a second that by adding a kissing scene, your plan has succeeded. And as for the bed scene you requested, I resisted it thoroughly. Jian Ran glanced over his shoulder with a cold smirk, thanks for standing firm. Without premature ejaculation. Feng Xianhui felt perplexed, why does it still feel like I'm being belittled and despised? As time went by, crew members and actors boarded the bus one after another. In the last row, Jian Ran caught sight of a familiar figure, quickly pressing down his baseball cap to cover his face. Fortunately, the familiar figure didn't move further back but instead sat beside Director Feng. An assistant boarded to count heads and reported to Feng Xianhui, everyone's here. Shall we go now? With a nod, Feng Xianhui waved for the assistant to step aside impatiently, then continued explaining earnestly, Your Majesty, it's not that I don't want to add the bed scene, it's just too strict with the censors. Even partial nudity is unacceptable, the scale is simply too broad for 2 men. The bus was noisy, so Jian Ran didn't pay attention and decided to find a comfortable position for some more sleep. He didn't know how long it had been when he woke up drowsily to find the scenery outside the window had completely changed. Dense forests loomed, casting shadows that darkened everything, giving the area a gloomy atmosphere. A grayish-white building stood nearby, its courtyard holding several patients in hospital gowns, their faces vacant and frozen. They stood motionlessly, resembling zombies in the apocalypse at first glance. Chapter 101, I admit my destiny is strong, but your birth chart matches mine well. Seeing the scene of the 6th People's Hospital, everyone in the super-long bus was shocked. No one expected that behind the prosperity of the city, there were still such ancient and run-down buildings, as if they had traveled back to the 1970s and 1980s. It all felt so unreal. Especially when they saw those patients with dazed expressions, apparently their brains eroded by drugs over the years, having completely lost basic survival abilities, a female actress couldn't help but exclaim. They look like they're being controlled. It wouldn't be. In a law-abiding society, groundless guesses are prohibited. The female actress was glared at by her companion beside her, realizing her improper words, she hurriedly closed her mouth. The bus soon drove into the yard. Before getting off, an assistant, entrusted by Director Feng, stood at the front and began to announce shooting arrangements. Everyone, due to the special nature of the filming location, we won't hold an opening ceremony. After you get off the bus, please pay attention to order, do not wander around randomly, to prevent stimulating the patients. The shooting venue has been prepared in advance, just follow instructions. Remember, if any unsolvable incidents occur, please contact the production team immediately. In the afternoon, everyone can go to the dormitory to settle your luggage first, and after dinner, we'll start the first scene shoot. While the assistant was talking non-stop with the microphone, Feng Xianhui had already gotten off the bus and stepped onto the steps, conversing with a middle-aged man dressed in a white coat. Jian Ran originally hadn't slept enough and was resting his eyes, but then felt a glaring gaze directed at him. He slightly opened his eyes, looked over casually, and saw Feng Xianhui and the middle-aged man staring at him together, with serious expressions and piercing gazes. The slight smirk on their lips revealed hints of disdain and contempt. Their eyes locked, neither retreating. It was as if they were practically demonstrating. Look here. What are you gonna do? You can get off now. As the assistant's voice came, Jian Ran resisted the urge to flip them off, gathered his sight, and slowly rose. By the time he got off reluctantly, he saw Lu Yanting standing nearby, as if waiting for someone. Jian Ran wished he had an invisibility cloak, but discovered that it was unavoidable as Lu was already walking over, saying loudly enough for everyone to hear. We share a room. That way, it's convenient for practicing lines. Is it really necessary to be this competitive? Practicing lines even at night? Jian Ran managed to squeeze out a polite yet awkward smile. He realized that in both this lifetime and his past life, he had never encountered such a difficult and persistent figure as Lu Yanting. Before Lu Yanting could speak, Feng Xianghui approached. I admire this spirit of dedication from Emperor Lu. For this movie, he has made significant sacrifices. And voluntarily requested additional interaction between the two male leads. Thinking about it, he looked at Jian Ran with deep sorrow and indignation. I hope some actors can learn consciously. Even if they only pick up a bit, it will benefit them for life. The two of you will share a room. Feng Xianghui decided finally. Jian Ran. Damn. If killing wasn't illegal, I'd be the first to kill you. After a short period of room assignments, the crew members and actors gradually walked into the staff dormitory specially cleared out. A building more than 20 years old, with traces of antiquity everywhere. Due to poor lighting, the corridor on the first floor was cold and dark. A sudden cool breeze blew in, sneaking under the collar and into the clothes. Feng Xianhui unconsciously shivered, leaning closer to the assistant, whispering, how come I feel a bit scared? Even though he was almost 30 and directed many types of movies, including thrillers, his fear of the Sixth People's Hospital seemed to stem from deep within his soul. This evening, sleep with me. I'm afraid by myself. Upon hearing this, the assistant's lips twitched, but under pressure eventually nodded. Well, all right. Come on, we're all working stiffs. Who wants to face the cursed circle-drawing face when sleeping? With his mind set at ease, Feng Xianghui restored his arrogant demeanor. Quickly pack up, don't be late for dinner. The actors for the first scene, familiarize yourselves with the script ahead of time. Too many NGs and I'll consider replacing you. After saying this, he was about to enter the room, but just as his foot stepped inside, he suddenly turned around. Mr. Qin, come in for a moment, I have some work to assign to you. Qin Shao politely said, okay. But in his heart, he cursed in a long string of Martian language. And among those full of complaints, there was also Jian Ran. Dragging his suitcase unwillingly into the room, ignoring the musty smell wafting toward him, Jian Ran was cornered by Lu Yanting. Do you hate me that much? Ah. Jian Ran awkwardly smiled. Where does this come from? Move aside first, let me tidy up my luggage. Or why do you always avoid me? Lu Yanting didn't relax at all, insisting on pinning him against the wall. Jian Ran frowned, mainly because your destiny is too strong, it easily clashes with me, a weak man. Lu Yanting laughed angrily, are you a weak man? A weak man who chases ghosts. Suddenly, he paused for a moment, trying to make his expression as gentle as possible. I admit my destiny is strong, but your birth chart matches mine well. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran became nervous. Do you know my birth chart? Isn't that equivalent to being completely controlled? Thinking of this, he forced himself to calm down. Lu Gu, even if we match, it's useless, the law doesn't allow. Lu Yanting then curled his lips and playfully interrupted him. What kind of match do you think I'm talking about? I just wanted to say, after meeting me, your fortune has improved significantly. Jian Ran. Shit. Did I overthink it? Suddenly, Lu Yanting stepped back, standing as straight as a pine tree. Am I wrong? Jian Ran. Seemed like he was indeed right. No way to refute. So, don't avoid me, or you'll lose your money-making opportunities. Lu Yanting smirked with an accomplished curve and turned away in confusion before beginning to pack his luggage. Leaning against the corner, with a messy heart, Jian Ran thought. How come I feel brainwashed? In a certain office, the surveillance cameras were monitoring comprehensively without any blind spots, displaying various scenes from around the hospital on the screens. On one screen, someone suddenly rushed out of the ward with disheveled hair. Several nurses and security guards followed behind, directly pouncing on the person, tying them up tightly with leather straps, and inserting an extremely thick needle into their neck. The series of actions was swift and skillful, as if performed dozens of times every day, practiced thoroughly. After being injected, the person convulsed all over their body, appearing to be in great pain. Suddenly, they stiffened, lifting their head and staring straight at the surveillance camera with bloodshot eyeballs, a hideous and terrifying appearance. The middle-aged man conversing with Feng Xianghui stood in front of the monitor, with a twisted smile at the corner of his mouth, and a chilling voice. Making movies? Such tricks could ever succeed. Ho, once inside the hospital, there's no going back. Chapter 102, How could you live with your intestines all over the floor? The dormitory conditions were quite good, 2 people to a room, and there was even an independent bathroom. Aside from outdated furnishings, everything was clean and tidy. Jian Ran lay on the bed, his ears filled with the annoying rushing water sounds coming from the bathroom. He looked uneasy, lost in endless thoughts. His pale skin dampened by the running water revealed an underlying strong physique. Damn it. Jian Ran cursed irritably, this is really messed up. How can I feel this way about another man? What about a man? The door of the bathroom opened at some point. Lu Yanting came out half naked, only wearing a towel around his waist. Water dripped down from his stern contours, sliding along his throat as it slowly descended. Jian Ran glanced instinctively, his expression blank for a moment before frowning. I need some fresh air. As soon as he said that, he leaped off the bed like an arrow with a tight string, dashing straight out of the dorm. Lu Yanting never got the chance to say, "I'll go with you." He stared at the almost slammed door, his face darkened. Is the beauty plan not working anymore? Lu Yanting went back into the bathroom, turning left and right in front of the mirror. My figure's fine, definitely better than Ji Yuanming. Breathing in the cold corridor wind, Jian Ran felt his mind clear up significantly. No wonder when my master graduated, he said we must resist the temptation of sugar-coated bullets, especially in the entertainment industry. Regardless of gender, they're all freaking demons. While lost in thought, Jian Ran had already walked out of the dorm building. In the yard, there were several patients working, holding specialized pruning scissors in their hands, staring vacantly. You guys continue, no need to worry about me. Jian Ran waved his hand and started walking towards the emergency building. But before he'd taken a few steps, those patients suddenly rushed over like madmen, surrounding Jian Ran. With sharp scissors pointed towards his abdomen. The dean said, "Don't run around recklessly or there will be punishment." A sickly-looking male patient picked up the scissors and threatened to stab. Jian Ran's lips curved slightly, he deflected the scissors with a flick of his wrist. "Don't get so agitated, I'm new here and don't know the rules." "So what if you're new?" Another dark-skinned patient spoke fiercely. "When I entered the hospital, no one told me the rules either, and I was still punished." He wasn't idle while speaking, charging forward with the scissors in hand. This time Jian Ran didn't hold back. He grabbed the sharp part, pulled it in one smooth motion, and then formed a fist, punching directly into the stomach. "Brother, what kind of punishment is it, like this?" The dark-skinned patient winced in pain but couldn't utter a word. Jian Ran focused on the stunned face of another patient and smiled, saying cheerfully, "Or, you could tell me." No, brother, you're new here, the rules can be learned gradually." The patient moved the scissors behind him, looking exceptionally amiable. "Where would you like to hang out? Perhaps we brothers can show you around." Jian Ran tilted his head, "Sure." Thus, under the guidance of three patients with friendly faces who appeared completely harmless, Jian Ran began to stroll around. Suddenly, he stopped and gazed toward somewhere at the emergency building. A silhouette stood by the window, solemn and grim, his eyes behind the golden-framed glasses flashing ominously. After meeting Jian Ran's gaze for a moment, he moved away and disappeared from the window. "Is that your dean?" Jian Ran asked. "The acting dean, he used to be our attending doctor," said the thin, sickly patient. "Ah," Jian Ran nodded slowly, asking again, "What about the original dean?" The dark-skinned patient suddenly took on a mysterious expression, "Dead. And eaten." After he finished speaking, he was smacked on the head. "Don't talk nonsense, did you see it?" The dark-skinned patient cupped his head, looking aggrieved. "How come I didn't see it? Intestines all over the floor. Could anyone still be alive after that?" A gleam appeared in Jian Ran's eyes, his tone becoming excited. "All over the floor. Tell me quickly." Before the words finished, a robust nurse suddenly stepped briskly out of the emergency building doorway, pinching her waist and shouting aggressively, 36, 37, 38. "Are you done with your work? Do you not want dinner? Do you want to go to the solitary confinement room?" Upon hearing this, the patients showed signs of fear, bidding farewell in a hurry to the newly acquainted buddy, then ran away without waiting. The burly nurse approached. "Do not have contact with the patients, they are dangerous, they may become aggressive at any time." Jian Ran smiled faintly, "Thanks for the warning, but I think they are mild-tempered and quite enthusiastic." The nurse, with eyes resembling those of a dead fish, stared at Jian Ran and said, "It's best not to believe in appearances, you don't understand this place." Having said that, the nurse turned around and left. Jian Ran stood there, his lips curling into a smirk. Dinner time arrived soon. Lu Yanting was the first to see Jian Ran and asked, "Where were you?" "I just wandered around a bit, trying to learn the rules of this hospital." Jian Ran laughed it off, dodging the details. Lu Yanting arched an eyebrow. "Who did you learn from? What kind of rules?" "They don't want me telling anyone or else I'll be punished." Jian Ran blinked his eyes. Lu Yanting smiled faintly and said, "All right, I'll go ask myself then." As he spoke, he turned around to leave. Jian Ran didn't expect Lu Yanting to act so quickly and hurriedly stopped him. "Who are you planning to ask?" "Of course, the patients." Lu Yanting glanced back, raising an eyebrow. Jian Ran, no, they might stab you." "Worried about me?" Lu Yanting chuckled. Jian Ran, "A little. I'm afraid you might scare them off." Just as the two were conversing, a knock sounded on the door. "Brother Lu, it's time to come out for dinner." Qin Tezu's voice came from outside. "Got it, we're coming." Jian Ran quickly answered without shame. He then immediately opened the door, moving so fast that Qin Tezu, who was about to eavesdrop by crouching by the door, didn't have time to retract his move. His head remained awkwardly suspended midair. Jian Ran looked down, his expression inscrutable, "So curious. How about we switch rooms?" Qin Tezu, upon hearing this suggestion, felt a little intrigued and opened his mouth to say something but then noticed the icy face and sharp gaze behind Jian Ran. He waved his hands. No, you two suit each other better staying together." Actors in the corridor were heading towards the cafeteria, and someone started whispering quietly. "The first scene is at the morgue. At night? That's too intense. I heard the hospital has rules, and other times it's not accessible even though we're shooting a movie, we need to follow the regulations. It's a crime investigation film after all, these kinds of body examination scenes are essential. You'll get used to it. My brain could adapt, but I'm afraid my stomach can't hold up. What if I throw up? Then eat less tonight. Director Feng is known for being strict. Don't ruin your chance to stay. Jian Ran heard everything clearly from behind, looking somewhat thoughtful, as if he completely agreed with what the people in front were saying. However, once they entered the cafeteria, he ate more than anyone else. Auntie, another chicken leg please. The cafeteria attendant glared at him, who did you call auntie? Call her, sister. Jian Ran, gazing at the deep laugh lines of the middle-aged woman, obediently changed his tone and called out, sister. In that case, you'll have to pay for two. Chapter 103, is acting supposed to be this realistic? That single call of sister could be heard for 18 miles around. The corners of the mouths of those sitting in the canteen twitched, as if they couldn't bear to hear it. But the dining lady seemed like she hadn't seen a man outside the hospital for too long, her rough features immediately lit up with joy. 2 drumsticks for 2 drumsticks. Just as she added them to the tray, the auntie suddenly leaned over, making exaggerated gestures and lowering her voice to ask, are you going to shoot at the morgue tonight? Jian Ran feigned surprise, oh, sister, your information is so accurate. Hey, the old man guarding the morgue said that, the aunt paused for a moment, and her face turned eerie for a second. Be careful, that place is creepy. You shouldn't throw up all the extra food I've given you. Jian Ran smiled brilliantly, don't worry, how could I waste food? After speaking, he picked up his tray and returned to his seat with a light step. As soon as he sat down, Lu Yanting's hard voice came straight at him, calling, sister, was quite smooth, wasn't it? Are 2 drumsticks really worth it for you? Jian Ran looked up, his eyes full of disbelief, why wouldn't they be? Food is heaven to the people. I call her, sister, and I get 2 more drumsticks, if I call you, sister, will you give me something? Lu Yanting's cold thin lips pressed together, and his 3-dimensional features were like covered by a layer of frost. At this moment, Qin Zhao's voice rang out at the entrance of the canteen, interrupting the conversation between the two. 10 minutes later, everyone gathers in the small garden in front of the staff dormitory building. Upon hearing these words, Jian Ran increased the speed of eating his meal. In fact, it's not clear how much he loves fine cuisine. The main reason is that the host's body is too weak, facing Lu Yanting's semi-naked form every day gives him a feeling of being completely crushed. This feeling isn't pleasant, like being bullied as a lousy elementary school student. 10 minutes later, actors and crew members who had scenes that night gathered in the garden. The actress playing the female police officer is named Ganzhua. She's very beautiful, with large, atmospheric yet somewhat rugged features, making her perfect for roles such as a policewoman. She stood there as stiff as a pine tree, dignified and solemn, exuding an aura that was unapproachable. It was rumored that she once served in the army, and her martial arts skills were also commendable. Jian Ran glanced at her and saw some appreciation in his gaze. Beside him, Lu Yanting's expression became somewhat serious. Let me explain the scene. Feng Xianghui stood before the group, with the sunset behind his head. Tonight, there's a case at the hospital, a patient dies inexplicably in the ward, and the body is directly taken to the morgue. Lu Yanting, also the character Wang Yichuan in the play, receives a phone call from the police department, and goes to the scene with the duty female police officer Yang Feifei. The person responsible for receiving them at the morgue, Feng Xianghui's eyes shifted to Jian Ran, Yu, also known as Gu Fenjin in the drama, provides a detailed introduction of the body situation. The first contact and collision make Wang Yichuan produce certain feelings towards Gu Fenjin. Wait a minute, Jian Ran raised his hand to interrupt, I understand the contact part, but what do you mean by collision? Feng Xianghui frowned, impatiently asking, did you not read the script? There's your first conflict here. Jian Ran tilted his head back, recalling the script. Conflict? Shit, he remembered now. Damn it, extra scenes were added. Wang Yichuan went insane for no reason on the first day, pinning Gu Fenjin against the wall. His legs were parted, and his hands were all over her during a search. Could such a plotline even be reasonable? Just as Jian Ran's face was filled with complicated emotions, voices of some crew members behind him whispered, why are these patients still working at such a late hour? Look at their terrifying expressions. Their eyes are frightening too. I heard they can be aggressive when they have episodes. After a brief introduction to the first scene, everyone was led to the arranged morgue. The body bed was in the center of the hall, with a human-shaped figure covered by a white cloth, and a peculiar smell filled the air, seeping into one's nose and making people extremely uncomfortable. With everything ready for shooting, Qin Xiao specially asked Ganzhua, can you handle this? Ganzhua, dressed in a uniform, with a serious look, replied, what can I handle? About that corpse. Are you alright? Seeing her calm demeanor, Qin Xiao instead felt awkward himself. I'm fine, I have experience. While Ganzhua spoke, her eyes moved toward Jian Ran, and her expression showed a flash of complexity, which disappeared in an instant. Feng Xianghui raised his chin, are we done talking? Can we start already? Qin Xiao gave an okay gesture, then ran quickly to Feng Xianghui's back, about to sit down, when a chilling voice came. You're pretty good at caring for others. How come I've never seen you care about me? Feng Xianhui had only just started speaking when he noticed several curious and gossipy gazes peeking over. He pressed his lips together, then reasserted the bearing of a renowned director, calling out with a deepened tone, "Attention, all departments." The assistant director ran forward holding a sign, shouting, "Sixth People's Hospital, first scene, action." Lu Yanting, standing by the body bed, turned around and politely extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Wang Yichuan, and I'm specifically in charge of this case. This is my colleague, Lu Ya." Dressed in a white coat, Jian Ran glanced at them, thinking to himself, holy crap, was this uniform specially tailored for him or what? It fit a little too perfectly, didn't it? "My name is Gu Fenjin." He slightly tilted his chin upward, deliberately ignoring the outstretched hand with long, elegant fingers. "Ask your questions quickly. I have work to do." In the script, Gu Fenjin harbors a strong hostility toward police officers, as he always suspects that there were police involved in covering up the arson case at the hospital. As for Wang Yichuan's attitude toward Gu Fenjin, it seemed he wasn't particularly concerned. "When did you discover the body?" Wang Yichuan asked. About 8 o'clock in the evening, Gu Fenjin's voice remained cold and distant. "Were you alone?" Lu Ya suddenly interjected. "What did you do after discovering the patient was dead?" "What could I possibly do?" Gu Fenjin raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a sneer. "Of course, I attempted to resuscitate the patient." "So, upon discovering the patient was dead, you immediately destroyed the crime scene?" Lu Ya's tone carried an aggressive edge. Wang Yichuan should have intervened but instead stood silently by, merely acting as an observer. Gu Fenjin laughed coldly. "Are you suggesting I'm the prime suspect? Do all of you policemen enjoy making such baseless conjectures? If that's the case, then there's no need for you to understand the situation further, go back and apply for an arrest warrant." After finishing, he turned and was about to walk out of the morgue, but Wang Yichuan suddenly stepped forward, lifting his arm to block the way. "Wait." Gu Fenjin had a defiant character and a fiery temper. Clutching Wang Yichuan's wrist that reached toward him, he was ready to retaliate. Lu Ya exclaimed in shock, "This is assault on a police officer." "This is self-defense," Gu Fenjin responded indifferently at first, but in the next second, his expression turned one of surprise. That's because Wang Yichuan had already turned defense into offense, pressing Gu Fenjin against the wall, deftly maneuvering his knee to squeeze between them, skillfully lifting it upwards. Hot breath brushed past his ear. "I suspect you're carrying dangerous items. A thorough inspection is necessary. Lu Ya, go find the dean first." Jian Ran blushed furiously. Shit, did they really need to act so realistically? "Lower your knee, will you?" Chapter 104, Scared to Death, shooting a low-budget horror film. If the director doesn't call cut, the performance must continue. Lu Yanting had his back to everyone, and no one noticed the dangerous position his knees were in. The camera only focused on close-ups of his face, trying to capture every pore in high definition. "Is that all you've got?" Wang Yichuan's bland face suddenly broke into an evil smile. "I thought you'd improve a lot after going abroad." Jian Ran pretended to be unable to move, with an expression of surprise. How do you know I just came back from abroad?" The mysterious case hasn't unfolded yet, but a whiff of melodrama already permeates the air. Indeed, the two male leads knew each other since childhood and attended the same middle school. Because Gu Fanjing's parents divorced, he was forced to go abroad with his father for schooling until he returned as an adult upon learning about his birth mother's death in a fire. "What did you say your name was again?" Gu Fanjing suddenly seemed to have realized something, a gleam of intelligence flashing in his eyes. "Wang Yichuan." Lu Yanting gazed at that breathtakingly handsome face, a surge of uncontrollable impulse rising within him. He wanted to kiss it and taste its flavor. "Shit, it's you, you bastard." Gu Fanjing struggled fiercely, managing to elbow Wang Yichuan, who was lost in thought, right in the stomach. Bending over in pain, Wang Yichuan took several steps back. "Cut." Feng Xianhui stood up excitedly. "Jian Ran, why did you improvise like that? It's not written in the script that you should retaliate." Qin Xiao quickly ran over to Lu Yanting. "Big brother Lu, are you okay?" Jian Ran didn't think much of it. "Director, it was just my spontaneous response. There's no need to get so worked up. Our characters aren't weaklings, how could Gu Fanjing willingly endure being pinned against the wall? He can't be too feeble, right? With such a threat to his life, if I don't react soon, I'd be freaking out myself." Feng Xianhui, hearing this at first, thought it made sense. But then, wait a minute, even if you want to add scenes, there's no need to make it real, is there? Turning to Lu Yanting, he asked concernedly, "Yanting, are you alright? If you're uncomfortable, let me know. We'll head straight to the hospital." At this moment, Lu Yanting had straightened his body with a faint smile on his lips. "I think Jian Ran's addition was good. It captured Gu Fanjing's impulsive and reckless nature perfectly." Feng Xianhui blinked multiple times. "What? You were beaten and instead praised the aggressor. Are you sick or something?" Nevertheless, after Lu Yanting explained, Feng Xianhui also felt that the previous footage was excellent. He then sat down directly and played back the recent footage. The more he watched, the more satisfied he became. Jian Ran's acting was no longer awkward. His rebellious and defiant nature was naturally displayed. The counterattack moves were smooth and graceful, almost like they were practiced. This take works. Move on to the next shot. Lu Yanting walked back to Jian Ran, who gave him a cold glare, warning silently, if you dare mess with me again, watch out, I'll kill you. Lu Yanting smiled faintly and spoke softly, audible only to the two of them, it wasn't on purpose. I did it intentionally. Time passed, and the morgue became colder. The next scene was intense, requiring lifting the white sheet covering a corpse, followed by a detailed explanation by Jian Ran, playing the role of Gu Fanzheng. Lu Ye led the hospital president, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wang Yichuan beside the cadaver bed. The camera would zoom in, giving a close-up of the corpse, lingering for a few seconds. Though nothing actually happened, it was merely a still picture, the effect enhanced the horror atmosphere. Additionally, it should be noted that the corpse was a real corpse. The timid crew members had already quietly withdrawn, and Feng Xianhui hadn't stopped them. Once he entered shooting mode, he forgot everything else. This was his first attempt at horror suspense, so Feng Xianhui decided to personally handle it. Carrying the camera, he slowly approached Jian Ran and zoomed in on the corpse, the pale, bloodless face nearly within reach. It's not scary, that's a lie. Feng Xianhui almost couldn't hold on to the camera, legs trembling involuntarily, but luckily Qin Xiaobo was right behind him, supporting his waist, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. Jian Ran. This level of cowardice, we're only producing some penny-pinching horror films. And if the corpse opened its eyes later, wouldn't it scare you to death? He mentally looked down on Feng Xianhui, putting on gloves near the cadaver table, ready to point at the black marks around the dead person's neck to speak. However, no one noticed as a stray cat darted out from somewhere, wailing like it was in heat, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone's, that is, except Feng Xianhui's. He remained glued to the monitor with rapt attention. Suddenly, he froze completely, his throat as if blocked by a stone, and with great difficulty managed to croak out just a whisper. Opening its eyes. The corpse's eyes are opening. Feng Xianhui couldn't take it anymore and collapsed directly into Qin Zhao's arms, his face ashen white, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. Nonsense, Jian Ran waved an arm, using his gloved hand to close the corpse's eyes, are you seeing things? Ganzhua, playing the female police officer, turned around and with an indifferent expression scanned the dead face, saying flatly, Director Feng, you really need your eyes checked. Is that so? Feng Xianhui freed one hand to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead, muttering anxiously, let me check again. The camera hadn't even been turned on yet. He had only been trying to find the right angle before, so there was nothing to replay. Feng Xianhui shakily stood up again, moving cautiously like a frightened rabbit, poking his head slowly out and confirming the corpse's eyes were indeed closed. He let out a long sigh of relief and was about to say something when Jian Ran spoke up, let's call it a night for today. It's late anyway. The corpse needs its rest too. Even without Jian Ran suggesting to pack up, Feng Xianhui was already scared stiff and was ready to make up an excuse to slip away and calm down in his dormitory. Alright, since it's the first day of filming, we don't have to rush either way. Everyone go get some sleep. Pretending to be composed, he handed over the camera to other staff members and tried to walk away without showing how weak-kneed he was. Jian Ran wasn't in any hurry. His fingertips, still covered in white gloves, lingered on the corpse's forehead. Ganzhua glanced at him, her tone detached, you're not leaving. You go ahead. I'll bring up the rear, Jian Ran smirked arrogantly. Ganzhua nodded and walked toward the morgue entrance with the actor portraying the hospital president. Lu Yanting didn't budge from his spot. Jian Ran glared at him, what are you waiting for? For my roommate, Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow, isn't that reasonable? Jian Ran, damn, it made perfect sense. He stole a glance at the morgue entrance, noticing most people had left. As he was pulling his hand back, the corpse lying on the stretcher abruptly opened its eyes and sat up stiffly and mechanically. The white sheet slid off its chest, exposing the grotesque twisted suture marks. It seemed to want to roar, but instead revealed its teeth as it opened its mouth. In the next second, it unexpectedly got its head blown off. Jian Ran's elegant voice resounded. Who the hell told you to wake up? Chapter 105, for our movie career, make some sacrifices. Fortunately, the main force had already withdrawn from the morgue, otherwise, seeing a corpse rise as if undead, at best it would cause a stroke, at worst, lunacy. It's likely the movie wouldn't even get made, with everyone needing psychiatric counseling instead. At this moment, Lu Yanting stood unusually calm by the side, arms crossed over his chest, as though what he saw was completely normal to him. In the entire morgue, only the dead body looked especially wronged, hurriedly covering its head when Jian Ran swung another punch. If it could speak, it surely would have been yelling curses. Hey! Do you even care about me? I'm a ghost here. After all, people used to be scared out of their wits before. Jian Ran still had some humanitarianism in him and retracted his violent posture, pulling a talisman from his pocket and waving it in front of the corpse. The latter was evidently very afraid and quickly dodged backward. Jian Ran, upon seeing this, felt quite satisfied and slightly curled his lips. If you don't want to be completely erased, go back and tell your friends. If they dare cause trouble again, don't blame me for not holding back. The corpse vigorously nodded and quickly lay back down on the stretcher, using the white cloth to cover its head, even sticking its hands inside for safety. Instantly, the morgue returned to complete silence, with the ominous background music vanishing entirely. Jian Ran stood there unmoving, frowning lightly as if deep in thought. Lu Yanting came closer beside him. Let's talk once we're back. He tilted his chin upwards, looking towards something. There are cameras here. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran slightly furrowed his brow, sensing something, and looked up, catching sight of a square camera directly facing his face. Recalling the gestures he had wanted to make outside the bus window, he smiled, revealing 8 perfectly white teeth, slowly raising his middle finger. The shadow in front of the surveillance screen involuntarily twitched its mouth corners at the scene. Returning to the dormitory from the morgue required passing through that garden. Night had already fallen deep, the bright moonlight casting silver over the plants. With no patients working, no nurses rushing about, the surroundings were tranquil and peaceful, showing no trace of arson or lingering ghosts. Lu Yanting slightly slowed his steps so his view could focus on Jian Ran's profile. He suddenly felt moved, remembering the distance at which the movie had been filmed earlier. The nearly flawless skin seemed to exude a certain charm, deeply attracting him, almost making him. You? Jian Ran suddenly stopped walking and turned back, intending to say something, but unexpectedly Lu Yanting walked straight forward. The two collided unavoidably due to their similar builds. Cool lips accidentally brushed against the edge of Jian Ran's. Feeling the warmth, Jian Ran froze for a second. Damn, you, why do you follow so closely? Jian Ran leaped back, clutching his lips. Lu Yanting raised a hand and slowly caressed his own lips as if reminiscing about something. Who knew you'd turn around so suddenly? Did you do it on purpose? On purpose? Jian Ran pointed at his own reddened face. I swear, I just wanted to discuss the morgue incident with you. Lu Yanting wore a half smile, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Why can't things wait until we get back to the room? Jian Ran. Unbelievable. All these years of smooth talking and yet I keep losing to him. Shit. After silently cursing in his mind, he angrily turned and left, the residual warmth on his lips seeming like a scorch mark branded into his chest, leaving his whole body hot and flustered, unable to cool off even with cold water. As soon as he left, Lu Yanting's smile grew increasingly unrestrained. Whispering softly to himself, indeed sweet. Back in the room, Jian Ran immediately dived under the covers, his mind still foggy and chaotic, emotions all jumbled as though he had ventured into an unfamiliar territory, lost without a clue. Uncontrollably, he kept recalling the earlier mishap, feeling an unprecedented thrill and irritation, silently affirming the accuracy of the geomantic divination. No wonder it showed great calamity. Getting even slightly close to this person resulted in indescribable, dreadful incidents. The footsteps grew heavier, and Jian Ran couldn't think too much about it, hurriedly pretending to be asleep. Lu Yanting gently opened the door as if unwilling to disturb the roommate in the other bed. After all, there is an old saying, you can never wake a person who's feigning sleep. Just let him process it on his own for now. Lu Yanting thought with extreme satisfaction. The night in the psychiatric hospital was eerily quiet, inviting drowsiness after the crisis. It didn't take long for breathing sounds in the dormitory to gradually become regular. Yet, in another dormitory, peace remained elusive. Did the corpse open its eyes or not? Right now, when I think back on it, it feels so real. Feng Xianghui clutched the quilt tightly, his voice filled with fear and anxiety. Suddenly raising his tone a few decibels, he demanded, Qin Shao, are you even listening to me? Qin Shao was exhausted after a busy day but was suddenly jolted awake like he'd been injected with adrenaline. I am. Director Feng, I'm listening. It definitely didn't open its eyes. I can guarantee that. Feng Xianghui felt somewhat reassured, but then a stray cat outside yowled loudly as if in distress, causing him to shiver uncontrollably and feel an icy chill all over his body. The next second, he leapt off the bed, directly diving into the neighboring quilt. Damn, Director Feng, what are you doing? Qin Shao almost shot out of bed in alarm, but his waist was held tight by Feng Xianghui. If you don't want to lose your job, just lie still and don't move. Director Feng, this is sexual harassment, it's not good. Qin Shao complained with a mournful expression. Feng Xianghui shouted furiously, harassment my ass. I'm scared to sleep alone. For our movie career, you have to make some sacrifices. Qin Shao, is this too big a sacrifice? He thought about this while looking back and saw Feng Xianghui's head tucked like a turtle's, pretty to look at but reeking of arrogance. Qin Shao bit his lip and said to himself, better bear with it, jobs aren't easy to come by these days. So, the two shared one quilt and had an intimately close night. The next morning, they avoided mentioning it altogether, but the subtle glances between them betrayed an extraordinary evening. Jian Ran was fetching breakfast up front and turned back suddenly. Assistant Qin, what did you do last night? You have dark circles under your eyes. Could it be, he. An ill-intentioned laugh made Qin Shao panic-stricken, blurting out hastily, you're misunderstanding. I didn't sleep with Director Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, the cafeteria fell silent, even Jian Ran froze in place, incredulous and shocked. Man, who are you talking about? Are you starving yourself crazy? Qin Xiao wished for a crack in the ground to disappear into. Thankfully, the allure of food was greater, and Jian Ran couldn't wait to rush to the braised pork before him. Sister, please give me 2 extra scoops. No problem. The cafeteria ant beamed happily. Just then, someone rushed in from the entrance and cried out, Director Feng, there's bad news. Someone from our crew got beaten. Who? Feng Xianhui, who was trying to dodge the gossiping stares, flared up instantly upon hearing this. Dare anyone touch people from our film set? That person, blood streaming from his nose and hair disheveled like a bird's nest, looked utterly wretched. Trembling with residual fear, he screamed, it was a mental patient having an episode. Chapter 106, How does it feel like Jian Ran is more of a psychopath? Anyone with a little legal knowledge knows that the actions of a psychiatric patient during an episode can only hold their guardian or manager responsible. When Feng Xianhui heard it was a patient who acted out, his indignation immediately diminished. After all, he had promised the director to manage his team well and avoid conflicts with patients. Why did you provoke them? He asked, frowning. The staff member with a bloody nose looked wronged. We didn't dare to provoke anyone. We were just setting up the filming area when a group of patients rushed over saying we weren't following the rules because we didn't greet the nurses. Without another word, they started hitting us. If we hadn't run fast enough. Are others seriously injured? Feng Xianhui anxiously interrupted him, walking towards the exit of the cafeteria. Let's go check. The staff wiped his nose, smearing blood on his face. They've already been sent to the emergency department. Luckily, we're in the hospital, otherwise. The 2 figures gradually faded away, leaving no trace of their voices. In the cafeteria, murmurs of discussions arose. They say the 6th People's Hospital is dangerous, now we know why. Who knows what kind of rules there are here? Shouldn't we ask the nurses? Getting beaten and not being legally liable only means compensation from the hospital, which is quite unfair, huh? Fortunately, the production company has insurance. Qin Xiao hesitated whether to go over and see what happened, but feeling awkward due to the unspeakable incident last night, he approached Jian Ran instead. Suddenly, a cold gaze shot at him, freezing his moving foot. Instinctively turning back, Qin Xiao saw Lu Yanting's frosty expression. Lu brother, take this seat. Qin Xiao quickly stepped aside. Lu Yanting slightly nodded and sat next to Jian Ran. Kicking around to the opposite side, before settling down, Qin Xiao cautiously asked, Brother Ran, I saw you with 3 patients heading to the emergency building yesterday. You 4 seemed harmonious, the patients were rather amicable as well. Maybe when they aren't having episodes, they're actually decent. Jian Ran took a bite of braised pork and mumbled, they also talked about rules. What did you say back? Qin Xiao's curiosity was piqued. Chewing, Jian Ran said, I told them. My rules are the only rules. Kong Xiao, who almost sprayed his rice gruel upon hearing this, thought, why does Jian Ran seem more like a psychopath? After about 10 minutes, Feng Xianhui finished handling the assault incident. Since the injuries were minor, coupled with promises of subsidies and better work arrangements, the staff were pacified and enjoyed their paid sick leave contentedly. However, whenever they caught sight of the patients, they instinctively wanted to flee. When Feng Xianhui returned, he saw Qin Xiao animatedly chatting with Jian Ran, looking admiringly. His face darkened instantly, striding over briskly, Qin Xiao, everyone outside is sweating hard at work while you're still enjoying breakfast leisurely. No salary for nothing, huh? Startled, Qin Xiao jumped to his feet, I'm done eating, I'll go right away. And then, he ran out of the cafeteria. Seeing this, Jian Ran tisked a few times, wasted effort on sleep, selling oneself for money and losing human rights these days. Feng Xianhui's face turned green from black, whose body sale are you talking about? It's clearly voluntary. Gossipy onlookers in the cafeteria, with ears pricked up. Oh snap. So there really is something going on between them. Due to having a shadow cast over them by the morgue, the second scene location was changed. In the 6th People's Hospital, one ward suffered the most severe fire damage. The police speculated that the fire started from there, so it became the investigation starting point. They dispatched technical experts repeatedly to inspect the site. However, except for a burned human-shaped imprint etched into the wall, there were no clues. Even when trying to reconstruct the room setup, no tools capable of producing flames were found. It was a special ward, specifically supervising patients with suicidal tendencies, meaning no sharp items were allowed inside. There was only a simple bamboo mat. The second scene was filmed in this very room. Lu Yanting played Detective Wang Yichuan, who, after the fire case was reopened, began investigating again. He arrived at the hospital alone, applied to the authorities for inspection, and Jian Ran portrayed the Dr. Gu Fanqing who accompanied him. Thus, once again, an intense confrontation ensued. Hello. Wang Yichuan smiled faintly, extending his hand, nice to see you again. Gu Fanqing glanced briefly at the long, even bones of his hand, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Are there really people like you among the police force? Isn't there an investigation? Didn't you used to be a school bully? Wang Yichuan retracted his hand, unperturbed. Looks like you hold grudges. Back in junior high, you were too young and didn't know how to express yourself, so you intentionally drew attention. Gu Fanqing arched an eyebrow. Your way of drawing attention was blocking me in an alleyway to extort money. Wang Yichuan chuckled, offering no explanation as he sidestepped the tall figure and walked slowly toward the wall imprint that had remained intact after all these years. Do you think this human-shaped mark is of a man or a woman? Gu Fanqing turned around, his tone casual. I don't think it's a person. Wang Yichuan seemed intrigued by this new idea, turning with interest. Then what do you think it is? As Gu Fanqing was about to speak, something caught his peripheral vision. He suddenly turned his head and rushed to the open window in 2 swift strides, placing a hand on the windowsill before leaping out. Feng Xianhui, still stationed at the monitoring screen, abruptly stood up in shock. What is he doing? How can he just run away while filming? Doesn't he have any sense of professionalism? He paused momentarily, then blurted out, shit, did Lu Yanting jump out too? Qin Shao edged closer and asked, maybe it's an impromptu performance. Should we follow? Feng Xianhui glared at him. Do you seriously think we'd make it in time now? The scene shifted, showing Jian Ran sprinting along the base of a wall at full speed, reaching Olympic-level velocity as he launched a powerful kick into the backside of the person ahead. Damn it! The person kicked let out a cry of anguish, looking back fearfully and seeing Jian Ran swing his fist again. Big brother, please spare me. Jian Ran halted, his lips curving into a mischievous smirk. What are you skulking around the window for? The young man in a gray-white patient uniform looked pitiful. I was just passing by. Jian Ran paused, adding, sorry, accidental hit. Chapter 107, a bit of a meaning of plunder. Jian Ran looked down with disdain at the patient he had just kicked to the ground, his eyes narrowing slightly and his lips curling into an evil smile, getting a mental illness at such a young age. How can I believe that? Are you fooling me? As he said this, he swung his fist ready to strike, but the young man quickly shielded his head. Hero, wait. I got sick because I failed the college entrance exam, my girlfriend left me for my best friend. My parents for 20 years turned out not to be real. Continuous insomnia also caused early baldness. Jian Ran pulled back his fist, this experience could lead anyone to mental illness. What's your name? 108, the young patient blinked. Jian Ran frowned, do all patients here use numbers as aliases? Don't use real names. 108 nodded obediently, the nurse aunt said calling by real names easily triggers episodes, so we all use codes instead. This is no different from being in jail. Jian Ran blurted out. 108 smiled, looking both innocent and foolish, there's no difference. You probably don't know any woman named Yuning either, Jian Ran asked casually. Hearing this, 108's eyes widened, you mean Aunt Yun? Do you? Jian Ran was surprised, about to ask more when a roar came from afar. 108, what are you doing? Go back to the ward immediately. Jian Ran looked up following the sound and saw the tall, robust female nurse again. 108 clearly feared her greatly, hurriedly climbing to his feet after a deep glance at Jian Ran, then turning to run. He disappeared in a flash into the inpatient building. Jian Ran stood where he was, the curve on his lips gone, his gaze heavy as he stared at the female nurse. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder, its warmth seeping through the cloth to his skin. He abruptly turned around to see Lu Yanting staring intensely at him. Why did you suddenly stop shooting and chase who? 108, Jian Ran shrugged his shoulders out from under Lu Yanting's palm, forcing a grin, it's fine now, shall we go back and continue filming? After saying this, he ran back another way. His speed was so fast, it was like he was chased by a dog. The crew, who were preparing to pack up, saw Jian Ran climb up from the windowsill, sticking his head out, are we taking a break? Feng Xianhui became furious upon hearing the naive, guiltless tone, of course. With the protagonist running off, how am I supposed to film anything? Jian Ran quickly jumped inside, don't be mad, I'm back already, aren't I? I had some urgent matters just now. Feng Xianhui snorted, Jian Ran, do you even realize what you're doing? You're wasting our time, wasting the resources of the crew, wasting. He found it hard to continue because Jian Ran ignored his accusations, walking straight to the corner and crouching down, attentively observing the human figure left by the fire. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Yanting had also jumped in through the window and stood behind Jian Ran. One in police uniform, one in white coat, they seemed to instantly step back into their roles. Feng Xianhui slightly furrowed his brows, pondering for a few seconds before giving the camera operator a nod to keep shooting. You just said it wasn't a person. What did you mean? Wang Yichuan broke the silence first. Gu Fanqing stood up, someone deliberately stacked something into a human form to confuse us. Wang Yichuan pursed his lips, then changed the subject, why was there a scar from sutures on the abdomen of last night's corpse? Gu Fanqing turned around, her clear eyes gleaming, do you want to know? Then why don't you look it up yourself? Wang Yichuan opened his mouth as if to say something, but Gu Fanqing cut him off, oh, I understand. You're not supposed to meddle too much, right? Is the bully finally going to be a good student? As he said this, his expression suddenly turned serious, sorry, I still have work to do, and I won't waste my time with you anymore. Hearing this, Feng Xianhui's eyebrows twitched. These lines weren't in the script, this guy added more scenes. And worse, he was sarcastic towards the director. After Gu Fanxing finished speaking and was about to leave the ward, her wrist was unexpectedly grabbed and forcefully pulled. They should have finished the scene. Jian Ran was prepared to exit, but didn't expect Lu Yanting to also add extra drama mid-scene. His footing slipped, losing balance and collapsing into Wang Yichuan's arms, hearing a crisp, low voice nearby, "Didn't I warn you when you were studying?" What? The close contact short-circuited Gu Fanxing's brain momentarily. Wang Yichuan's lips curved into a sinister smile, "Don't talk to me with that attitude, or I won't be able to control myself." "Dr. Gu," the voice of a nurse came from outside the ward, "the dean is looking for you." Gu Fanxing abruptly snapped back to reality, forcefully pushing Wang Yichuan away, her voice low but fierce, "This isn't school anymore, and you're no longer the bully. Do you think I would still be afraid of you?" His eyes gleamed with disdain as he turned and left without finishing his sentence, leaving Wang Yichuan standing there, staring at his retreating back with an increasingly gloomy expression. Cut. Feng Xianhui's voice rang out, "Good job, we passed this segment." But. He hesitated, approaching Lu Yanting, "Why do I feel like the policeman you portrayed has a dark side? Especially towards Gu Fanxing. It feels like you're taking what you want by force." Lu Yanting pressed his lips together, glancing sideways at Jian Ran walking further down the corridor. "Isn't this how the character should be?" "Is it?" Feng Xianhui scratched his head, starting to doubt himself. Jian Ran strolled slowly along the corridor and suddenly stopped in front of a ward door. Turning his handsome face, he saw a little girl sitting in a wheelchair. The girl's pale cheeks revealed an unhealthy pallor, her eyes dull and lifeless, like a doll that had just been abandoned. Jian Ran suddenly became interested and slowly walked in. The girl looked up, "Are you a doctor? When can I be discharged?" Jian Ran, hands in his pockets, smiled as his amusement grew, "When your illness is cured, you'll be discharged." "When will my illness be cured?" The girl said with a hint of sorrow, "I don't want to stuff other people's things into my stomach." Jian Ran. "What other people's things?" Before the girl could answer, someone interrupted from outside the door, "Who are you? How dare you enter Miss Ward at random? Get out." Jian Ran turned around, looking at the maid-dressed woman. His tone was calm, "Can't you see what I'm wearing? Chief Doctor." The maid stood guard in front of the girl, blocking her sight with an aggressive demeanor as if trying to conceal something. "What Chief Doctor? I've never seen you before. Leave now, or I'll call for help." Jian Ran touched his nose, not intending to stay any longer, and turned to leave the ward. Just before closing the door, he seemed to glance back unintentionally, catching sight of the little girl suddenly poking her head from behind the maid. Her lips curled into a strange smile that contrasted starkly with her pale face, making her look eerily unsettling. Chapter 108, I have no objections to shooting the kiss scene ahead of time. The peculiar little girl let Jian Ran stay only briefly before continuing her steps along the corridor of the hospital ward. He wanted to find room 108 and inquire about Yun Ying's whereabouts, as there were just leads emerging that he didn't want to lose. Jian Ran passed several wards and suddenly realized that wearing a white coat would not be conducive to infiltrating the enemy. So, he quickly turned on his heels, slipped into an open room, and directly stole a patient's gown, pulling it over himself. Although it was a bit small and couldn't fully cover his wrists and ankles, it at least helped disguise his identity for now. After changing his appearance, Jian Ran walked toward the hall with a calm expression. He originally intended to cross it but then noticed a group of patients sitting together whispering. This immediately piqued his curiosity. Jian Ran silently approached them and overheard one making cryptic statements. "Have you guys heard the ghost stories about this hospital?" No. "Floor manager, please tell us, it sounds so exciting. Every night, patients go missing. Do you know where they went?" "I don't know. Are there any patients missing from our floor? The numbers always line up during roll calls." "You fool. Numbers matching doesn't mean the person is still the same one. This hospital has ghosts that eat people. Someone gets taken away every day." One of the patients scratched his head. "I'm not quite sure, I wonder if these ghosts are bred by the hospital. Why do they need to cover it up for them? Do you have mental issues? Don't you understand this? Of course, the hospital is afraid of taking responsibility. Nowadays, doctor-patient relations are so tense. Tense? I think our hospital is rather harmonious. My goodness, this ghost story can't even be told properly." Meeting adjourned. "Don't leave." Jian Ran interjected, sticking his head closer. "I was just getting into it." The patient glanced askance and glared at him. "You're new, aren't you? Do you even know the rules?" "What rules?" "I truly don't know. Is there some kind of institutional regulation?" Jian Ran asked innocently, batting his eyes. "The hospital's rules are their rules. We, as patients, have our own set," the patient said menacingly, like a gang leader of the ground floor. "If you want to survive here, you'll have to recognize me as your big brother." Before he could finish, Jian Ran slowly stood up, saying casually, "Oh, so you're the big brother?" As the patient opened his mouth to respond, a punch came flying his way. "How dare you?" "Oh, I'm in pain." The unilateral beating didn't last too long. With bruises all over his face, the patient kneeled down, smiling flatteringly. "Big brother. You're my real big brother. From now on, you will be our floor manager. Jian Ran, legs crossed, responded, floor manager is fine, but why don't you continue the ghost story you started earlier? About losing one person each night, was that something you made up? Not exactly fabricated. That's what everyone says around here. Some say the ghost who eats people is a little girl, but nobody has seen her personally. So? Jian Ran slightly nodded, his brow furrowed. When does this kind of strange event usually happen? When we're all asleep at midnight, the patient explained, his expression becoming mysterious as he leaned forward while kneeling. Once, I deliberately checked someone, and the next day when we lined up, after checking the numbers, I did indeed notice something off. But you also know that we take those drugs daily. After consuming them, we become disoriented, our minds unclear. Not long afterward, I thought I'd merely hallucinated. Jian Ran pressed his lips together, deep in thought, wondering if he should conduct a ward check tonight. Suddenly, he changed the subject. Do you know patient number 108? Number 108. The patient shook his head blankly. Never heard of them. Jian Ran frowned deeply, waving his fist. Would you like to try the consequences of lying to me? The patient broke into tears right away. I wouldn't dare. Our hospital only has 107 patients, there's no such thing as 108. He quickly processed the information and froze, his expression rigid. Big brother, aren't you yourself number 108? Weren't you new here? Jian Ran paused. A smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. The outcome of deceiving him was really tragic. 108. Just wait. Back at the dormitory, as soon as he pushed the door open, Lu Yanting blocked his way with a thunderous scowl. Where did you go? To look for a part-time job. Jian Ran awkwardly replied, yet his mind kept churning, thinking about how to avoid sharing a room with Lu Yanting. What kind of part-time job? Lu Yanting interrogated further, pinning Jian Ran against the wall. The latter became a little nervous. Why should I tell you? Stay away from me, or I'll have to use force. Lu Yanting revealed a disappointed look. I thought we were partners, collaborators, and close comrades in arms. Jian Ran. Switching from force to kindness. How does he know I'm susceptible to this? It's not really a part-time job. I became the floor manager for one of the floors. You know, where there are people, there is intrigue. Jian Ran babbled aimlessly, without any logic, his cheeks turning red like an apple as his body moved slowly. But Lu Yanting suddenly raised his arm, pressing his palm against the wall to block Jian Ran's path. In that case, I guess I need your protection. No, Jian Ran feigned modesty. With Emperor Lu's skills, being a floor manager is easy. Why don't we check out the second floor of the inpatient building tonight? Lu Yanting arched an eyebrow. You already have a new plan. Jian Ran smiled smugly. This brain of mine didn't grow for nothing. Suddenly, his expression changed. Have you heard ghost stories? About the little girl in the hospital who eats ghosts. Lu Yanting, are you sure it's a ghost story? Dinner was still at the canteen. The food was pretty good with a wide variety of dishes, clearly from a well-funded production crew. Jian Ran continued eating heartily while Qin Xiao tiptoed closer cautiously. Brother Ran, Director Feng wants me to let you know to prepare for the kissing scene. Jian Ran nearly choked on his chicken leg, coughing several times before managing to speak. Are we supposed to be shooting a kissing scene so soon? This just started. Is this even a proper production? They're doing pornography now, right? Qin Xiao blushed furiously. Brother Ran, please lower your voice. The investors require it, what can we do? Besides, Director Feng just wants to check if the kissing scene fits into the suspense thriller series. He glanced towards Lu Yanting pleadingly. Brother Lu, right? Jian Ran frowned. What kind of investor requires something so strange? Don't engage in under-the-table rules themselves but love to see others form CPs. As soon as those words left his lips, Lu Yanting spoke calmly. As actors, we should still possess some professional spirit. I have no objections to shooting the kiss scene ahead of time. Jian Ran. Chapter 109, Big Brother, why is your mouth swollen? As the only kiss scene in the movie, it seemed particularly out of place amidst the atmosphere of horror, suspense, and thrills. It was like a mix of reconciliation and forced domination, sweet yet melodramatic, making it incredibly captivating. But ultimately, Jian Ran gave in and agreed to shoot the kissing scene early. Mainly because the shooting location and time schedule perfectly matched the plan he had just formed in his mind. For a while, he suspected that Lu Yanting might have intentionally conspired with the director about this matter. But upon seeing their intimate comrade in arms, whose handsome face radiated harmlessness, Jian Ran temporarily dismissed the thought. The plot was arranged as follows. In junior high school, Wang Yichuan had been secretly in love with Gu Fanqing. However, due to her family's affluence, she was arrogant and aloof, cold towards everyone and unapproachable. He had no choice but to take an unconventional route, bullying Gu Fanqing with the identity of a school bully to gain her attention. But later, due to changes in her family's situation, Gu Fanqing transferred overseas, leading to the end of this unrequited love. Many years passed, and Wang Yichuan still couldn't forget her. During his work in public security, he unexpectedly learned that Gu Fanqing's mother had died tragically in a hospital fire many years ago, a complex case that became an unsolved old case. Wang Yichuan used the provincial requirements for clearing unresolved cases to restart the 6th People's Hospital case, thus reuniting with Gu Fanqing once again. As the case became clearer, the deep-seated feelings of longing buried in his heart erupted completely. Finally, Wang Yichuan confessed his feelings deeply to Gu Fanqing late at night in the hospital corridor, and forcefully kissed her in a dominant manner. Jian Ran wasn't interested in the above storyline, mainly the words midnight and hospital were particularly appealing to him. At this moment, Beijing time was 23 hours 23 minutes and 23 seconds. The hospital corridor had already been set up properly. Feng Xianhui was seated behind the surveillance monitor, craning his neck. Everyone, be mindful. Don't disturb the resting patients. We'll try to finish in one take. And then we can call it a day and go to sleep. After saying this, he involuntarily shivered. He didn't know why, but even though it was a summer night, cool breezes kept coming, freezing people with goosebumps. Fortunately, Qin's assistant knew how to handle things and draped a coat over his shoulders. The assistant director stood blankly staring at the scene, as if eating popcorn watching the drama unfold. Feng Xianhui glared at him, what are you hesitating for? You don't want to sleep? Okay, the assistant director thought, mustn't delay so the director can rest, gotta rush. He sprinted forward immediately, 6th People's Hospital, 7th scene. 2 tall figures stepped into the corridor, emerging from the shadowy areas. Because it was midnight, the production crew maintained the atmospheric mood by not using much lighting, leaving their faces unclear and only their outlines vaguely recognizable. Do you think all the evidence needs to be destroyed because illegal organ trading has been exposed? Asked Gu Fanqing as she walked, her voice heavy. But why does he have to hurt my mother? Your mother's illness was fabricated, paused Wang Yichuan before stopping and turning toward Gu Fanqing. While working as a journalist, she uncovered hospital irregularities and decided to infiltrate to get evidence. She was great, continued Wang Yichuan with a hoarse voice. She risked everything herself to prevent more victims. In the end, not even her body was left intact. Gu Fanqing stood silently without looking directly at Wang Yichuan. The camera zoomed in on her side profile for a close-up shot, capturing her silent agony spreading outward. Feng Xianhui, sitting behind the surveillance screen, slightly froze. He knew Jian Ran was good-looking, but hadn't expected such beauty, especially regarding his bone structure. It was truly impeccable, too photogenic to appear unreal. My mother was very gentle, said Gu Fanqing slowly, but also very stubborn. She would stick to her principles, even if 9 oxen couldn't pull her back. That's why she divorced my father, because she refused to give up her work. I understand dedication to one's career, but dedicating oneself to the point of losing one's life. I find it hard. He couldn't continue, his body trembling slightly as though suppressing something strong within. Normally haughty and rebellious, Gu Fanqing appeared now as fragile as a vase, likely to shatter at the slightest touch. This stark contrast between her previous and current demeanor made it easier to feel pity for her, especially for Wang Yichuan, who harbored deep unspoken affection. Raising his arm, he cautiously extended it, his slender fingers hovering midway before hesitantly halting, I. At that exact moment, Gu Fanqing turned around, her clear eyes seemingly dotted with starlight. When their eyes met, a romantic atmosphere slowly flowed in the sterilizer-scented corridor. I like you, Wang Yichuan's voice was hoarse as he gazed at Gu Fanqing's face, a flicker of anxiety flashing across his expression, I've liked you for a long time now. And you? Gu Fanqing had yet to recover from her shock, her mouth subconsciously widening. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as you like me too. Gu Fanqing hurriedly tried to speak, but she was kissed before she could. Her eyes wide open in surprise, there was no time to resist as Wang Yichuan pinned her against the wall. The corridor walls were icy cold, yet Jian Ran felt his blood boiling. You damn kiss and be done with it. Don't you know when to stop? Don't you know about shooting angles? What was that noise? Jian Ran glanced to his left, Lu Yanting wore an unsatisfied expression, muttering indistinctly, focus. Focus my ass, if we wait any longer, the ghosts will get away. Cut. Feng Xianhui practically leapt up, that was incredible. Jian Ran, although I hate to compliment you, your expressions earlier were absolutely spot on. Shock. Embarrassment. Struggle. Surrender. Aside from that, the moment when realizing your inner feelings, there was hesitancy, wanting to escape. This entire sequence of psychological activities, you portrayed it perfectly. Hey, why are you two running off? So eager to wrap up work. I wasn't finished yet. Feng Xianhui kept chattering on, looking curiously at their quickly fleeing backs disappearing down the end of the corridor. Director Feng, shall we pack up? Qin Shao asked cautiously, it's getting way too cold. Feng Xianhui seemed to just remember something and turned around quickly, let's go, let them be. If I stay any longer, I might have a heart attack. The entire crew swiftly evacuated. At the same time, Jian Ran kicked forcefully, knocking down the gray-white figure ahead. Brother, why do you keep kicking me? 108 looked pitifully back, I was really just passing by. Jian Ran sneered, is your code really 108? I am so tired of people lying to me. 108 clutched his head, brother, hear me out. Brother. Suddenly 108 paused, squinting carefully as he peered closer. Why is your mouth swollen? Chapter 110, As long as you ask, I have all the money. Jian Ran was startled by the words and instinctively raised his hand to touch his lips, my mouth. He suddenly realized what was happening and said fiercely, don't try to divert me. There is no patient with number 108 in this hospital. Who are you? I'm really new here. When learning that his parents were not biologically related, he wasn't as painfully sad. Number 108 cried, it's been over a month, and they still haven't remembered me. Jian Ran looked suspiciously, is that true? Number 108 nodded furiously, like a chick pecking at rice. Jian Ran turned to look at Lu Yanting, do you believe such a lie? The latter shook his head, no. Jian Ran silently nodded, still deserves a beating. Then, without any weapon, he began practicing moves, and cries of heaven and earth echoed down the corridor. There were shadows trembling in the bed inside the ward, muttering under the covers, the ghost tonight seems more ferocious than usual. Should I burn more paper tomorrow? During number 108's gasping for breath, he saw Jian Ran take out a talisman from his bosom, immediately becoming even more timid. Brother, I admit it, I am indeed not a patient. My mental health is quite normal. Jian Ran squatted down, that's good. Now tell me in detail. I mostly didn't lie. Number 108, bruised nose and swollen face, with one shoulder dangling as if dislocated, continued, I am indeed an adopted son. My parents went to the orphanage specially to choose me for their biological daughter's treatment. Because I was too young and had no memory, I was kept completely in the dark. Jian Ran raised an eyebrow, how to treat her? Organ transplantation. Number 108's expression was somewhat melancholy as he pulled open his hospital gown to reveal his chest, where a scar resembling a centipede lay before them. They took out my heart and gave it to their daughter. Doesn't organ transplant require so much trouble? Lu Yanting asked, lips slightly pressed together. Number 108 lifted his face, tears welling up in his eyes. In those days, corpse donation was not popular yet. It takes a long time to find a suitable match, and there may still be rejection issues, so someone high-powered gave them a plan to find an orphan who met all standards, waiting until their real daughter needed a heart, then tricked me into the mental hospital. In such a place, whether one lives or dies, nobody knows. Jian Ran fell silent. The evil in humans truly comes in all sorts of forms. To save their own daughter, would they resort to killing others? Besides raising him for 20 years, did they have no feelings whatsoever? Realizing Jian Ran's doubts, number 108 gave a bitter laugh. I also asked my adoptive parents if there was ever a day when they regarded me as their own child. Their answer was no. They said, it's just like raising an animal. Would anyone feel emotional attachment towards an animal that is about to be slaughtered? That was the last time I ever saw them, and then I was pushed into the operating room to be slaughtered. Lu Yanting had a grim expression on his face. Did the transplant surgery succeed? Number 108 blankly shook his head, I don't know. I became a resentful spirit and was trapped here, with no chance even to seek revenge. Then why can you appear during the day? Lu Yanting asked a critical question. Jian Ran's eyes slightly narrowed as he waited for the answer. I don't know. After number 108 finished speaking, Jian Ran gave him a brain hammer. What do you know? How can you be a grudge spirit without knowing anything? Number 108 covered his head, extremely wronged. I don't know how I became a grudge spirit either. Jian Ran, you're such a waste. Number 108 wanted to retort but suddenly seemed to hear some noise, tensely perking up his ears, then lowering his voice, oh, the fat nurse is coming. Run quick. Before finishing, the gray-white figure disappeared into thin air. Jian Ran didn't stop him. After all, it's better not to disturb the hornet's nest temporarily, wait till the illegal operating room is found first. What are you two doing here? It was the same bulky fat nurse again, her fierce face approaching while glancing back and forth between Jian Ran and Lu Yanting. Hurry up and leave, don't disturb the patient's rest here. She came forward without distinguishing right from wrong, wanting to drive them away. Her large rough hands were about to touch Jian Ran when he skillfully dodged, raising his hand to cover his nose and mouth. What smell is so foul? The plump face of the fat nurse flashed a bit oddly, then immediately scolded, don't think that the principal tolerates your film crew, and you can do whatever you want. The patient building is under my jurisdiction. Without my permission, no one is allowed in. Feeling annoyed upon hearing this, Jian Ran swung his fist, ready to hit, but was stopped by Lu Yanting holding his wrist. Don't lose control. Why are you stopping me? Jian Ran turned back, frowning unhappily. I will beat her until she can't find her teeth on the ground, then we'll see how arrogant she still is. Why bother to be angry with a monstrous thing that isn't human or ghost? Anyway, she has to stay here forever, ordered around without pay. Ah. Jian Ran tilted his head, as if he didn't understand Lu Yanting's deeper meaning. The plump nurse behind him twitched at the corner of her mouth. Let's go back first. Lu Yanting continued to hold Jian Ran's wrist and started walking forward. Jian Ran surprisingly obeyed without resistance. It wasn't until they stepped out of the patient building where silver moonlight spread all over them that he broke free from Lu Yanting's hand. What was wrong with you just now? Why were you suddenly afraid? Jian Ran frowned, looking more serious than ever before. Lu Yanting looked back at the sinister building and murmured faintly, the things in my dreams have come, I have this feeling, neither of us are a match for it. The things in your dream? Jian Ran was startled, why did I not sense it at all? It turns out in the mysterious sect, his master had once said that if someone was much more skilled, it would be very difficult to detect their energy waves. Could it be that? Jian Ran thought of something and instantly kept more distance from Lu Yanting. Who did your ancestors offend to be targeted by such a thing? No wonder the oracle showed extreme misfortune, it meant 9 deaths and 1 survival. Hope for the best. Speaking thus, Jian Ran took a step forward and began walking away. His aloof and defiant figure revealed no expression. Lu Yanting stood there with a heavy face, his thin lips tightly pursed into a straight line, surrounded by an aura of darkness, emitting chilling cold air. Jian Ran, who originally wanted to preserve himself, suddenly paused his steps, sighed sorrowfully, and turned back, still not moving. Do you want to die here? Ah, why is it so unlucky? Haven't made much money yet, but got involved in a bunch of troubles. Hearing these words, Lu Yanting immediately grinned, erasing all shadows from his face, striding ahead with long steps, for as much money as you want, I've got it all. As long as you ask. Jian Ran rolled his eyes at him irritably, even if you give me tons of money, I need to live long enough to spend it. Thus, the two equally handsome figures walked side by side. Neither noticed the pair of crimson eyes like a wild beast's, glaring fixedly at the two of them from the patient building. Chapter 111, Is Jian Ran's brain not quite right? After returning to the dormitory, Jian Ran began organizing her thoughts. First, this hospital was undoubtedly a black market operation, it just needed confirmation whether there was an ongoing illegal industry chain. Second, room 108 could transform into a vengeful spirit and appear during the day. Thus, other spirits could similarly masquerade as patients and move freely in the daytime. Third, what kind of being was the fat nurse? Who did she guard the vengeful spirits for, and what benefits did she gain from this? Was someone paying her wages? Fourth, where was the operating room used for illegal transplants? Were vengeful spirits trapped directly in that location? Also, was Aunt Yun, known to room 108, the same person that Old Bai was looking for, was she still alive? Lu Yanting, fresh out of the shower, noticed Jian Ran sitting on the bed gazing at the moon. He moved closer slowly, his curiosity piqued. What are you thinking about? I'm contemplating the remaining payment issue. Jian Ran suddenly turned around, her clear eyes twinkling with starlight. If the person Old Bai is searching for is already dead, would he still be able to pay? Lu Yanting. His lips twitched slightly, it's only tens of millions of yuan. Surely, he wouldn't go so far as to renege on the payment, would he? Do you know? Jian Ran asked solemnly, the richer a person is, the more stingy they become. What if Old Bai became overly saddened and transferred his anger onto someone else, like me, and then refuses to pay? Lu Yanting finally interrupted him, how broke were you in your previous life? Jian Ran paused momentarily. Did you know about my past life? Lu Yanting didn't delve further into it, assuming Jian Ran was preoccupied with money matters, and sighed gently. Rest assured. Even if Grandpa Bai doesn't pay you, I'll ensure that the final installment gets credited to you. Hearing this, Jian Ran instantly lit up with joy. Oh, well, that would make things a bit awkward. She paused again, leaning forward. When will the bank account details be provided? For such a large sum of money, transferring via WeChat would be inconvenient, wouldn't it? Lu Yanting remained silent, his gaze dropping and settling on her light pink lips, bringing back memories of their passionate kiss in the corridor. His Adam's apple bobbed slowly. Let's say after adding another scene involving a passionate night, we can finalize it. Jian Ran. Holy crap, does this feel like selling oneself? And through official channels too. Zhong Fanrui carried a thick dictionary to the library to secure a seat and looked eagerly toward the entrance, as if awaiting someone. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Checking it, he saw, by Jingchuan, on the screen. Without hesitation, Zhong Fanrui rejected the call and quickly sent a text message, somewhat dismissive, busy, we'll chat when I have time. Noticing a striking figure enter, he enthusiastically waved his arm. Brother Lu, over here. Lu Yuhuan turned indifferently but saw the enthusiastic Zhong Fanrui, which drew a slight sneer on his lips before it vanished. He took a few casual steps toward him. You're here early. Don't you have anything better to do? Zhong Fanrui, who was about to pull out a chair politely, froze at hearing those words but soon raised his head with a bright smile. It's the end of the semester, I need to review intensively. Lu Yuhuan arched an eyebrow, you're going to fail again, aren't you? Feeling embarrassed, Zhong Fanrui said, well, I am a little slow. I always struggle to keep up. Sitting down elegantly, Lu Yuhuan quipped, then why come abroad to study when you could just live off your parents back home? Zhong Fanrui blushed. Brother Lu, you really like making jokes. Lu Yuhuan lifted his head, his pitch-black gaze locking directly with him. Facing such scrutiny, Zhong Fanrui suddenly froze, feeling as if his schemes had been uncovered. He immediately became anxious and uneasy. A few seconds later, however, Lu Yuhuan simply returned his gaze coolly, saying, I'll be going back to China after my exams. Huh? Zhong Fanrui was taken aback, so sudden. Last time, Brother Lu said he wasn't coming back. Lu Yuhuan smiled faintly, looking a bit mischievous. If I don't go back soon, the Lu family will end up offering me away. I'll go back with you. Zhong Fanrui said impulsively. Lu Yuhuan once again looked deeply into him and gave a faint smile. Sure. Seeing the big fish still affectionately looking at him, Zhong Fanrui shyly flushed red in his face but quietly put his worried heart to rest. Looks like Lu Yuhuan still has some interest. Otherwise, how would he agree to return together? With good fortune, perhaps he could visit the Lu family under the name of a lover. Joining the top tier of the financial oligarchy dynasty seems just within reach. Thinking about this, Zhong Fanrui's motions flipping through books involuntarily became lighter and the self-satisfied smile on his face grew even wider. The subtle changes did not escape Lu Yuhuan's notice. On the surface, he remained calm, but inwardly he scoffed, what a fool. The next day, clear skies. The dawn lit up the old, weathered buildings with a golden glow. The film crew staff started setting up the shooting area early, trying to avoid disturbing the patients. After all, none of them wanted to get beaten up for no reason. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Despite their early preparations, they hadn't anticipated that the patients would be even earlier. As soon as there was light in the sky, the patients poured out of their building and gathered at the center of the site, whispering among themselves. Did you hear it last night? The crying was so pitiful. Wasn't the surgery done without anesthesia? Jesus, how much pain could that be? Tonight, we'd better not sleep. What if we're taken away by the fat nurse? But come to think of it, didn't someone piss off the fat nurse last night? She kept shouting about needing a raise or she'll quit. My God, let her resign. Anybody else would be better than her. Hey, have you heard that the floor supervisor on the first floor has been replaced? Apparently. Holy crap, he's here. Quickly lower your head and don't make eye contact. Jian Ran ambled towards the gathering crowd at the center of the location with her hands in her pockets, looking drowsy. Behind her, a crew member whispered anxiously, hey, don't go over there, they're violent. What if? Jian Ran didn't turn back, instead, she casually waved her hand, signaling everything was fine. And then, to the astonishment of the crew, every patient bowed respectfully to Jian Ran in unison. Greetings, floor supervisor. The people setting up equipment were speechless. When did Jian Ran become the floor supervisor? How could these patients be so afraid? Feng Xianghui came out after breakfast for an inspection and saw Jian Ran lying lazily on a long bench he had somehow procured, with a group of patients squatting around him, giving massages and rubbing his legs. It looked like a cruel scene straight out of an evil old society landlord's house. Feng Xianghui couldn't close his mouth in surprise and finally found his voice to ask him. What on earth is he doing? Is he exploiting mentally deficient laborers? Qin Shao quietly moved closer. Director Feng, I heard this group of patients volunteered and even hailed Jian Ran as their floor supervisor. If he can control these patients, wouldn't it make our shooting process smoother? Feng Xianghui paused again before saying, that might be true, but how did he achieve this? Could it be that Jian Ran really has some issues with his brain, as the rumors suggest? Chapter 112, I want him dead, can you help me? Were the fat nurse already there before you arrived? Jian Ran lazily opened his mouth while basking in the sun, have you only heard about the operating room but never seen it? Where is the dean? He lifted his eyelids and glanced over. The patient on the left hurriedly replied, the dean often appears, inspecting once every week. Does the fat nurse follow along? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow. No, she doesn't, the patient tilted his head, carefully recalling for a moment, the two of them have never appeared on screen at the same time. Another patient chimed in, now that you mention it, that's true. They've never entered the ward together, not even met, as if no one knows the other exists. Jian Ran suddenly sat up. Do you know the little girl in the ward? She looks like a doll, her skin is so porcelain white. Before they could finish, several patients had already shown a similar look of fear, shaking their heads hard, no, no. Jian Ran immediately noticed something fishy and slowly clenched his fists, the joints making creaking sounds. The patient forced out an awkward laugh, head of the building, you look so clean-cut, how come you're so violent? Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. Jian Ran was unfazed, adding a touch more fierceness to his voice. The patient looked around left and right before lowering his voice conspiratorially, I know that little girl, it seems she's been hospitalized for a long time. She has congenital heart disease, if she doesn't get a transplant, she won't survive past 12 years old. Jian Ran, if that's the case, why waste time here aggravating her condition? Waiting for a heart. How fresh are things in our hospital? One of the patients responded without hesitation. An adjacent patient quickly covered his mouth, are you out of your mind? You don't want to live tonight. Jian Ran suddenly stood up, you all go do morning exercises. We'll chat again when I have time. As he spoke, he kept his head raised, his clear yet sly gaze falling on a certain window of the staff dormitory building. Next time, remember to tell me where the operating room is. The patient whose mouth was covered broke free from the fingers, the operating room only appears at night, it's invisible during the day. You're crazy. Saying so much. I feel like he's a savior. Save your mom. Save your screwball brain. No one will take care of you tonight. I'm not afraid, I want to dedicate myself to the savior. When Jian Ran left, the two patients were already fighting, creating chaos at the scene. Many patients joined in the fight, shouting loudly, "We are the henchmen of the savior, what can you do?" Upon hearing this sentence, Jian Ran nearly stumbled and fell, but someone steadied him firmly. It was that familiar warmth and low, magnetic voice. "Are you alright?" Lu Yanting asked softly. Jian Ran shook his head. "I didn't expect the patients here to be this crazy." "Not being crazy isn't being mentally ill." Feng Xianhui angrily interjected, "How you plan to mess around yourself is none of my business, but if you delay the filming of the production team." Jian Ran directly interrupted him, "What, breaking our contract with me?" "You," Feng Xianhui became furious, "don't think I dare not." Jian Ran curled the corner of his mouth, "Then I'll wait for it." After saying that, he headed toward the cafeteria. In order to gather first-hand information before the morning exercise, the extremely dedicated Jian Ran didn't even have breakfast, and his stomach was growling hungrily. He patted his flat stomach, muttering to himself while walking, thinking about whether the cafeteria aunt, no, the cafeteria sister, had kept any meat. Before entering, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him, blocking Jian Ran's way. "What do you want?" he asked somewhat irritably. Ganzhua's handsome face showed no trace of a smile, full of righteousness as he directly said, "I want to cooperate with you." Jian Ran raised an eyebrow. "Cooperate in what?" "To uncover the criminal facts of the hospital." Ganzhua said coldly. Jian Ran smirked, "Are you a cop?" Ganzhua cautiously checked left and right, then nodded afterward, "Actor is just my cover identity." "You also suspect the hospital of crimes?" Jian Ran lazily leaned against the wall, showing absolutely no surprise at Ganzhua's real identity. "Yes, it's just that we haven't found any evidence, and we haven't located the illegal transplantation operating room." Ganzhua furrowed his brow, clearly quite confused. "It's impossible that there wouldn't be any traces. How exactly do they deal with the bodies? Could it be like back in the day, burning everything to ashes?" As she said this, she realized she had revealed too much of the case details and quickly shut her mouth. But Jian Ran chuckled lightly, "What benefit do I get by cooperating with you?" "Act of bravery." Ganzhua was thinking, "How about a Good Citizen of China award? Pin. Banner? Which one do you want?" Jian Ran's smile grew wider. "Sorry, neither of those appeal to me. You'd better find someone else to cooperate with." With that, he started to walk away. Ganzhua called out urgently, "Wait, Gan Fengyi is my brother, if you're thinking I can help you." Jian Ran turned around, his lips curled with unconstrained sarcasm, thinking what? Help what? I want him dead, can you help me? You're not. Ganzhua's face was full of surprise. Do you like him? The next three words didn't even have time to come out before Jian Ran had already spun into the cafeteria, and could be heard from afar with his sweet voice. "Sister, did you save some meat for me? Really saved it? I love you. Sister." Ganzhua. It doesn't match up with how my brother described you at all. Didn't he say Jian Ran loved him so deeply that he would give up his life just for him without hesitation? Is my brother lying to me? Lu Yanting, who should have been inseparable from Jian Ran, was still negotiating with Feng Xianhui. "After the filming is done, I still have availability. I've heard that your next movie has yet to finalize its male lead." At hearing this, Feng Xianhui immediately lit up with joy. "Emperor Lu, are you interested?" As soon as he finished speaking, his expression instantly sobered up. "Even if you join my movie, there will be no sex scenes. For heaven's sake, this is a mystery drama, not some cheesy romance film. Kissing scenes are pushing it, let alone sex scenes. Are you sure?" The cold atmosphere intensified in Lu Yanting's brows. Every word he uttered carried a chilling undertone. Feng Xianhui involuntarily shivered, opening his mouth to say something, when he suddenly heard a commotion from afar. Instinctively turning his head, he was startled to see a patient armed with a sharp knife wildly sprinting out from the area where patients were doing morning exercises, shouting crazily. "No one's going to dig out my heart. I'll kill you first." The knife lunged towards Feng Xianhui, who never expected it and froze in place, feeling weak in the knees. Just as it was about to pierce his chest, a long-legged figure swiftly swept across, kicking directly at the crazy patient's stomach, followed by a low parabolic toss. Muscular medical staff arrived shortly after, subduing the patient. With the immediate danger temporarily gone, Feng Xianhui wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Just as he was about to thank someone, he heard Lu Yanting's sinister voice open up. "This time, are we adding a sex scene?" Chapter 113, Wait until I blow up your operating room. Feng Xianhui had never felt so estranged from Lu Yanting, the great Lu actor standing before him. Wasn't he supposed to be the mysterious heir of a top-tier financial empire, known for his refined and abstinent demeanor? How could he actually stoop this low for a sex scene? "Are you still refusing?" Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow, looking down at him with disdain. How could Feng Xianhui dare say no? He could only nod hastily. "I agree. It wasn't that he was weak, it's just that Lu Yanting's gaze was terrifying, as if not getting the answer he wanted would result in him being thrown back in front of the patient, who would then patiently teach him how to stab a director to death. Just then, someone oily walked by and happened to see this scene. After a moment of surprise, he smiled meaningfully. "Oh, what's going on between you two? A marriage proposal?" Lu Yanting turned around and saw Jian Ran awkwardly standing there, maintaining a calm expression. Director Feng was just attacked by a patient earlier. I saved him, and as repayment, he offered to add more sex scenes. Feng Xianghui stared blankly. This is pure fabrication but strangely believable. Jian Ran also remained silent, thinking, this guy hasn't given up yet. But why involve me when you're talking about saving people? Not long after the disturbance ended, Dean invited Feng Xianghui to his office. As soon as he entered, he felt goosebumps all over his body from the cold. Perplexed, he asked, Dean, did you turn on the air conditioning? No, the Dean replied even colder, like an echo from the Ice Age. Sit down first. Feng Xianghui hugged his arms tightly and sat on the sofa. He laughed, Dean, if you're here to apologize for this morning's incident. It's unnecessary. Look, I didn't get hurt, right? The Dean behind the desk had a peculiar expression. After a brief silence, he spoke, Director Feng, you need to end the filming ahead of schedule. You can't continue harassing patients, stimulating their outbursts. Hearing this was criticism rather than apology, Feng Xianghui erupted in anger, who's harassing patients? It was him who came rushing toward me with a dagger. I'm not referring to you, the Dean said coldly. There's another person, or maybe more. Feng Xianghui paused, thought for a moment, and immediately recalled Jian Ran acting bossily among the patients. Is this considered harassment? Walking into patients' rooms and bombarding them with questions, does that not count? The Dean's voice rose significantly, clearly agitated. Even doctors like myself must choose our words carefully, fearing anything that might upset the patients, and look at you actors. Realizing he had lost composure, the Dean adjusted his tone slightly. Please relay this to the actress involved. She must abide by hospital regulations. Otherwise, we will not take responsibility for any incidents. Actress? Feng Xianghui was even more shocked. Could Jian Ran be a man disguised as a woman? No wonder Lu Yanting always demanded additional sex scenes, it was because. On second thought, given Jian Ran's face, even if she were a woman, she'd still be breathtakingly beautiful. At most, we'll give you 2 more days. Once time is up, don't blame me for calling security to escort you out. The Dean's tone lacked empathy as he pointed his chin upward. Director Feng, make sure that actor named Gan Zhuo behaves herself. You may leave now. Feng Xianghui nodded mechanically as he left the office. Only after stepping outside did he come to his senses. Ah. Damn, this feels like being reprimanded by the principal. He drooped his head and stepped out of the hospital office building. Qin Xiao rushed up eagerly, asking, will the Dean compensate us? We shouldn't ask for it, after all, we didn't suffer significant losses. Feng Xianghui's eyes widened, compensate my ass. He's kicking us out. Before Qin Xiao could react, Feng Xianghui switched into rapid-fire mode. What's up with that Gan Zhuo? Why go harass patients in the ward? How could I give opportunities to a new actor without any work under her belt? I did it out of respect for the Gan family, but look what happens. All she does is create trouble for the crew. Go find her right now and bring her to me, I'll ask her directly. Qin Xiao scratched his head, confused. I'll go right away. He bolted off, thinking, this is serious. We've invested a lot of money, and if we're stopped abruptly, bankruptcy seems inevitable. After searching everywhere, they found no trace of Gan Zhuo until they heard from some staff members that she had gone to the emergency building. Jian Ran was racking his brain, trying to devise ways to make Lu Yanting abandon the idea of shooting sex scenes, when his meticulously composed expression suddenly shifted sharply. He turned and looked out through the window. The sky grew darker by the minute, dark clouds quickly gathering and enveloping the area, completely blocking out the originally brilliant sunshine. Jian Ran glanced down, his fingers quickly performing calculations as he muttered under his breath, trouble's coming. Just as he was about to take a step, a hurried voice called from behind, Bro Ran, have you seen Gan Zhuo? Jian Ran turned around and saw Qin Xiao, drenched in sweat. Someone saw her enter the emergency building, but I've looked everywhere and can't find her, and her phone isn't answering either. You. Shouldn't you report this to the director? Jian Ran's face remained calm, betraying no hint of anxiety. Qin Xiao caught his breath, hesitating slightly before blurting out, Bro Ran, I watched that dating show you were on last time. You were too perfect, it's hard not to notice you. Jian Ran raised an eyebrow, how does that relate to what you're asking me? Bro Ran, I think there's something strange about Gan Zhuo's disappearance, Qin Xiao whispered, lowering his voice further. It involves the supernatural. In fact, when we were in the morgue, I saw a dead body open its eyes. Jian Ran's patience seemed to wear thin, so you suspect Gan Zhuo's disappearance is related to a paranormal event? And it took you this long to come to such a simple conclusion? Go protect Director Feng first, I'll handle the rest. With that, Jian Ran strode off with a straight-backed figure exuding confidence and authority, instilling a deep sense of trust, like those 8 words carved into someone's fate. Wherever Jian Ran steps, nothing stands against him. Qin Xiao stood rooted in place, silently contemplating whether to buy a charm for changing bosses one day. It might just work. Jian Ran entered the emergency building without obstruction. On the first floor, a few nurses were busy at their tasks, and patients queued up at the windows to pick up medications. Everything appeared orderly and routine, seemingly no different from usual. But it was too peaceful. Each person wore an identical expression, robotic and devoid of emotion, unsettlingly stable as though controlled by some invisible force. Noticing Jian Ran walk in, a nurse warmly approached. "Hello, may I help you?" Jian Ran smiled faintly. "Where's the operating room?" The nurse maintained her polite smile. "There are 3 operating rooms. Which one do you mean?" "The one for organ transplants." Jian Ran came straight to the point. At this, the nurse's expression shifted abruptly. "Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't understand." Jian Ran's tone was slow and deliberate, his lips curling into a roguelike grin. "You'll understand after I blow up your operating room." Chapter 114, Is Jian Ran the leader of a cult? Blow up the operating room? Isn't he a terrorist? Does he carry a bomb with him? The nurse thought about it and became scared, but instantly recovered. After all, she had to calm down the emotions of the terrorist. "Wait a moment, don't act rashly, I will go upstairs now to consult with the president." Jian Ran nodded. "Then you must be quick, bombs don't wait for anyone." The little nurse couldn't help herself anymore and turned around and ran. She wanted to contact security, but on turning into the corridor, she met her head nurse. "Why are you running? So reckless, aren't you afraid of provoking the patient?" "There, someone wants to blow up the operating room," the small nurse said anxiously and stammered. After hearing this, the head nurse laughed. "Blow it up if he wants. Every day there are patients who say they want to blow up the operating room, but look, it's still standing there safe and sound." "But..." The little nurse was still shaken. "Don't, but, bring me to see which bed's patient." Saying this, the head nurse walked out. The little nurse followed closely behind, and when they reached the lobby on the first floor, Jian Ran was nowhere to be seen. "Hey! Where is he?" she muttered to herself in puzzlement. The head nurse patted her shoulder and said earnestly, "He might have been taken away already. In the future, when something happens, don't panic. Psychiatric patients are like that, always fantasizing, they can say anything. If you believe all of it, then there's no way to work, you'd be terrified every day that someone might blow up the building." The small nurse respectfully nodded, her face resuming the standard polite smile. "Understood, head nurse, I'll pay attention next time." "Go," the head nurse showed satisfaction. "Back to your post." She hadn't finished speaking when a thunderous sound came from upstairs, then the entire building began to shake. Screams followed. "Someone blew up the building. Everyone run. A psychiatric patient blew up the operating room. Run quickly." It was supposed to be daytime, yet dark clouds gathered now. A large number of patients rushed down from the upper floors, and the nurse on the first floor suddenly found it hard to cope. By instinct and professional qualities, she shouted. "Everyone, don't run around aimlessly, evacuate orderly from the emergency building, and avoid stampedes at all costs." As one patient passed by the nurse, he suddenly stopped, spat hard onto the ground. "Damn. I'm going to cause a stampede, I'm going to stir up chaos," wailing. Before he finished his sentence, he was hit by an electric baton wielded by a rushing security guard. This was a psychiatric hospital, where conflicts could happen at any time, and electric batons were the norm for security. They usually had quite a deterrent effect, but today they became the target. Many patients cried out and rushed over, pinning down the security officer holding the electric baton. "Hail to the savior! Hail to the savior!" The head nurse saw such chaos and became helpless, muttering non-stop, "Madness, madness. Really mad." Jian Ran clutched talisman paper in one hand, walking slowly along the wall. Whether due to darkness or simply because hospital corridors tend to be eerie, the surroundings were dim. It grew darker as he moved forward, seeing only vague blackness. He passed through the fire exit indifferently, when the originally tightly closed heavy iron door opened abruptly. Whoa, shit, without being prepared, Jian Ran was about to throw the talisman paper inside, after cursing elegantly, but he recognized a familiar face. He immediately pulled back his arm. "How did you come?" Lu Yanting emerged from the fire escape, smiling faintly. "I'm here to lend you a hand." Jian Ran was speechless, but still asked the question in his heart. "Did you convince those patients? Ho-ho and run outside, causing riots?" "Lu Yanting, you don't need to thank me. As a partner, it's all part of my responsibility." Jian Ran. "Who the hell needs to thank you? All those slogans make it seem like I'm the leader of a cult." A while later, he sighed, "Go back, it's dangerous here, unsuitable for you. What if the stuff from the dream?" Before Jian Ran finished speaking, a scream suddenly echoed from the end of the dimly lit, blackened corridor. It was a woman's. Seemingly extremely frightened. Jian Ran frowned. "It's gone, Zhuo." Before he finished talking, he sprinted off wildly, not forgetting to rapidly form the hand seals, transforming them into golden light that illuminated ahead. Jian ran, still somewhat worried about Lu Yanting, glanced back in his peripheral vision, but saw this guy not left behind at all, his long legs running incredibly fast. As if sensing his worry, the deep voice said, "Relax, I won't be a burden. In fact, I can help you out when it matters." For some unknown reason, Jian Ran actually believed those words. The two quickly moved through the dark corridor, and the operating room with its blood-red lights clearly came into view. This is it already. Frowning, Jian Ran raised his leg to kick open the door, but 108's figure suddenly flashed in front of him, blocking his action while shouting loudly. "It's dangerous inside, don't go in." Jian Ran smiled slightly, "You came just in time." "How dangerous exactly? Would you care to elaborate?" He gave Lu Yanting a glance. Lu Yanting immediately understood, grabbing 108 by the collar and pulling him close. "You can explain thoroughly to me." 108 was filled with terror, as if he hadn't expected another terrifying presence besides Jian Ran, who could grab a vengeful spirit like grabbing a chick. He opened his mouth but heard a bang, instinctively turning around and seeing the operating room had already been kicked open with a bloody big hole. 108 widened his eyes, directly developing a stutter. How did he just kick it open? Jian Ran's figure had already disappeared, having entered the horrifying operating room. The bloody hole slowly closed itself. Lu Yanting's expression stiffened, swiftly throwing away 108 and rushing toward the closing hole. But it was still too late. The operating room recovered faster than he did. Lu Yanting delivered another kick with his foot, but without the power-enhancing talisman like Jian Ran's, he tightly clenched his fists, exuding an eerie coldness. Suddenly, he sharply turned his head, the pitch-black eyes staring at 108 like a demon. 108, flung against the wall like a broken cloth, tried to get up and escape, but Lu Yanting's menacing appearance made him freeze in fear. What are you doing? It wasn't me who let him in. Don't come any closer." Lu Yanting had already approached, gripping 108's neck with one hand that radiated terrifying strength, lifting him up slowly, word by word. "I don't want to waste time with you. Speak. What other ways are there to open the operating room?" Chapter 115, Do the employees in our hospital still get benefits during festivals? As Jian Ran had just stepped in, he was reminded of his first time entering an operating room. That's right, even the great Taoist masters couldn't escape birth, aging, sickness, and death. He remembered from his past life that after not long struggling in the operating room, he entered ICU. Damn, it seemed like he had forgotten something. Well, let's not talk about his prematurely ended youth. Let's just focus on this operating room before him now. Although it was not much different from ordinary ones, it was filled with broken internal organs carelessly scattered on tables, beds, and even the floor. A heavy stench of blood spread everywhere, so nauseating that it made one unable to open their eyes. It was as if no one cleaned up after the surgery, allowing everything to ferment. "Is there anyone here?" Jian Ran called out tentatively, then realizing something was off, he asked again, "Is there any ghost here?" There was a deathly silence around, neither human nor ghost replied. However, the operating table suddenly moved, continuously spilling blood that dripped to the ground, flowing towards Jian Ran. The latter remained calm, taking out a talisman paper, quickly chanting the secret incantation, the talisman burning in his palm. Jian Ran shouted loudly, "Reveal your true form." The black-red blood, resembling venomous snakes, stopped immediately. Suddenly, a blurry and vague image appeared before his eyes, showing a few doctors wearing green scrubs gathered around the operating table. In the middle was a woman struggling violently. "Shall we administer anesthesia first?" The doctor who looked like an assistant asked. The leading doctor sneered coldly, "After administering anesthesia, the organs extracted will not be fresh. Don't you know that?" But what? The doctor looked up, his eyes cruel and sharp. "This place has already consulted a great master. Are you afraid she will die on the operating table and turn into a vengeful ghost?" "That's not what I mean," the assistant said hurriedly. "I'm worried her struggle might affect the surgical outcome." "That is not a problem. With just a bit of anesthesia, she won't be able to move, but her mind will remain clear." "You don't even have basic technical knowledge." The doctor, wearing a mask, only revealing his eyes, spoke the cruelest words in the coldest voice. Watching one's own organs being removed while being unable to do anything, even feeling every slice of the scalpel cutting through the skin. Such torment was unspeakably cruel. Jian Ran's face turned solemn as he slowly approached the operating table, leaned forward slightly, and pulled out an old photograph from his pocket for comparison. He immediately exclaimed, "Hey, it really is the same person. So this is the Sister Yun mentioned by number 108, the Yuning from Old Bai's mouth. It seems obvious she died long ago." He muttered to himself when he suddenly felt a chilling gaze cast upon him. Jian Ran startled and looked over, only to see the doctor in the picture staring at him with intense hatred, as though having accurately captured the observer through time and space. And the caught off guard Jian Ran immediately froze, murmuring under his breath. "This is impossible, right? Totally unscientific." Narrator: When a mystic begins to question the boundaries of science, the world starts to get a little ridiculous. The gaze lasted for less than half a second before the doctor turned back and began proficiently handling the surgical tools. The originally struggling Yuning gradually stopped moving, only her eyes brimming with tears overflowed with indignation and pain. "It's your own choice to come here, we have no choice either." The lead surgeon's voice was harsh. "Now that evidence has been collected, there is no way we can let you go. Then stay and exist in another form." At the sound, the scene suddenly shifted, and a door on the other side opened. Another patient in the same attire was wheeled in, and the nurse asked the doctor, "Can we perform the transplant surgery now?" "Yes, the heart is healthy, there should be no problems." Jian ran tiptoe to look toward another bed and instantly froze. "Isn't this mother F*** Cur 108? He used Yun Ying's heart. If so, why is he still trapped here?" Jian Ran's head was filled with questions, but the scene disappeared abruptly without leaving a single clue. He became extremely irritated and kicked the operating table. The blood that had been stagnant started to flow again, rushing towards the only living thing present, akin to ferocious beasts lusting after a delicious meal. But when the vicious creatures lunged at their prey thinking they were about to feast, they shockingly discovered that not only could they not approach or touch their target, but they themselves were also evaporating, turning into steam. "Damn, it stinks." Jian Ran covered his mouth and nose, cursing with disdain. He then kicked the partition in the operating room with one foot. Ganzhua, entangled by black mist, was lying unconscious on the floor. Jian Ran wasted no time, striding directly in, carrying Ganzhua on one shoulder while maintaining an appropriate distance, intending to return the same way he came. Of course, the move he used was still the same. Kicking with his foot. Just kidding, his legs had been consecrated in the mystic arts. With the blessing of a golden aura, they could resist malevolent spirits and evil forces. Even though he had crossed over and become the substitute for Huka, it seemed like some attributes were carried over. As long as he became familiar with them, they would awaken slowly. Supporting Ganzhua while heading out, just as he reached the entrance of the operating room, suddenly a chilling voice came from behind. "Where do you plan to take my patient?" Jian Ran turned back and saw the lead surgeon from before. At this moment, he wasn't wearing a mask, his rigid features were clearly visible, and his eyes filled with hatred and venom. Jian Ran immediately recalled the face he saw when he first arrived at the hospital. He then curved his lips slightly. "Another ancient monster that refuses to leave?" The old monster's expression darkened, and he asked again, "Where do you plan to take my patient? Are you a doctor?" Jian Ran arched an eyebrow. "Do you even deserve the title? Aren't you just a butcher? Where do you get off calling her a patient?" The old monster's face twisted, his complexion turning black as he gritted his teeth. "Put her down, and I might spare your life." "Sorry." Jian Ran's smile was unrestrained. "I've never cared much about my life. Bring it if you dare." Suddenly, the old monster roared in fury, his voice almost piercing through the eardrums, causing the entire operating room to tremble. From the side door, the fat nurse staggered out. Her bulging muscles squeezed through her nurse uniform, revealing black veins crisscrossing across her skin. She turned her head to expose a face full of bizarre and terrifying patterns. "Seize them!" The old monster shrieked in desperation. The fat nurse nodded and stepped forward, but Jian Ran stood motionless, appearing lethargic yet laced with pity. "Still working for him? How many years' wages does he owe you?" Hearing this, the fat nurse paused momentarily, her face marked with streaks of resentment. Jian Ran sharply caught the detail, his cunning mind amused as he continued to incite rebellion. "Do you receive benefits during festivals? How is the cafeteria food around here? Is employee psychological counseling adequate? Shouldn't you be questioning these things?" The fat nurse froze completely, stiffly turning her head to face the old monster. "Do employees in our hospital still get benefits during festivals?" Chapter 116, Haven't you seen the dangers between devils? The old monster seemed not to have anticipated such a foolish question from the fat nurse and didn't want to answer at all, instead roaring, "I don't understand what nonsense you're talking about. Quickly, grab those two for me. Or I'll make you suffer." The fat nurse stomped her foot, making the operating room tremble slightly. "Nonsense? Is discussing my treatment also considered nonsense? I've worked so hard for so many years, and there's absolutely no treatment. Are you even human?" "Ah, that's right, you lost your humanity long ago." As his imposing figure approached step by step, the old monster finally sensed something was off, his expression collapsing. "Why you, what do you intend to do? I want my salary owed for all these years." The fat nurse roared like a beast. Jian Ran saw this scene and satisfied curled the corner of his lips. Without sending out a single soldier, the enemy's internal system was directly disrupted. Such an effortless and gratifying tactic should be used more often. By the time Jian Ran supported Ganzhua out of the operating room, he saw Lu Yanting beat number 108 until he was nearly dead. "Big B brother, I really don't know how to go in there." "Oh, look, he's coming out." Lu Yanting paused slightly, instinctively turning his head, and number 108 took advantage of his distraction, slipping away along the wall corner and vanishing in a blink. Before the two could exchange glances and speak, a loud sound came from the operating room, shaking violently as if it were about to collapse. Lu Yanting frowned. "What's going on?" "It's nothing," Jian Ran said dismissively, "dogs biting each other inside. Let's go." Lu Yanting glanced at Ganzhua embraced by Jian Ran and his face darkened. Let me handle it. Jian Ran thought for a few seconds. Alright. He still wasn't suited for social interaction, feeling awkward and repelled by others. Thus, when Lu Yanting took over Ganzhua, a subtle trace of disdain crossed his face. Not long after, the two carried someone with them and simultaneously walked out of the emergency building. Feng Xianhui, standing at the center of the field, hurried forward. You're finally out. Qin Xiao ran up too. How is Ganzhua? Is she okay? Jian Ran pulled out a talisman from his pocket and handed it to Qin Xiao, burn it into ashes back in the dormitory and let her drink it. At the same time, Lu Yanting stepped forward and forcefully shoved Ganzhua into Qin Xiao's arms. This task falls to you now. Feng Xianhui witnessed this scene, his facial expressions complicated. He raised his hand to summon the female assistant behind him. Qin Xiao is male, it's inconvenient, you do it. Understood, director. The female assistant moved forward and steadied Ganzhua. Patients who had run out of the emergency building still loitered in the center of the area, looking dazed, seemingly completely unaware of what had happened. The sky was getting darker too, clouds blocking out the sun leaving not a shred of light. Jian Ran lifted his arm and glanced at his watch. We still have time, prepare first. What preparation? Feng Xianhui was utterly confused. What exactly happened in the emergency building? What are you guys planning to do? Why did the police call me? Aren't you escapees or something? Jian Ran rolled his eyes. Rein in your mediocre imagination. Starting now, get back inside and stay there. No permission from me, and you're not allowed to come out. Otherwise, bear the consequences. After he finished speaking, Feng Xianhui wouldn't let go. On what grounds? I'm the director, why should I listen to your commands? Jian Ran was too lazy to deal with him. Fortunately, Qin Xiao knew better and held on to Feng Xianhui tightly. Director Feng, calm down. Let's return home first and awaken Ganzhua. Feng Xianhui looked back and scolded him. How can I calm down? The movie can't be filmed anymore, the police told us to evacuate by tomorrow morning, and Ganzhua. Pausing briefly, his voice grew louder. Do you actually think that piece of paper is some kind of divine medicine? Taking it will cure diseases instantly. Stop joking around. Not long after saying this, Feng Xianhui slapped himself. Looking at Ganzhua slowly waking up, opening her sleepy eyes, Feng Xianhui stammered an insult. Damn, it really works. Jian Ran roughly described the situation in the operating room. After listening, Lu Yanting fell into deep thought. You mean, number 108 was the patient receiving the transplanted organ? The fat nurse fought the old monster for unpaid wages. The fighting power of the fat nurse isn't weak either. In addition, the person White Grandpa wants to find has been dead for a long time. Jian Ran doesn't understand why he separates the discussion of number 108 accepting the transplant and Yin Ying's death. Clearly, they are two highly correlated events. If the image is accurate, it's almost certain, he sighed gloomily. Hey, I wonder how trustworthy old Bai is and whether he can actually pay. Lu Yanting's lips twitched slightly at the corner. How many times do I need to tell you before you feel reassured? What should we do next? Do you have a plan? He helplessly changed the subject. Jian Ran smiled with a curve of his lips, and the gloom on his brows vanished completely. Of course, we'll go see who wins and who loses. Lu Yanting, still going back to the emergency building? Jian Ran shook his head. We'll ambush him at the dean's office. And that number 108. I'll dig him out even if I have to search every nook and cranny. Damn, how dare you deceive me over and over again. Don't you know how dangerous it is in this devilish place? I swear I'll make you regret ever living. The emergency building seemed to have lost power, falling into complete darkness. Next to it was the office building, with only a few lights faintly lit. Jian Ran and Lu Yanting walked inside side by side, their slow steps echoing through the building, floating hollowly as though the hospital had long been abandoned. Don't you feel strange here? It doesn't seem like a place for the living. Jian Ran's voice was lazy, his hands in his pockets, his posture casual as he strolled down the eerily cold hallway, looking like someone out for a stroll. Can the families of patients brought here not sense this? Or are they doing it intentionally? Lu Yanting's tone was mild. I can't give you an answer. But I think, no one would willingly bring their loved ones here to be treated, only for them to vanish eventually. Jian Ran responded, you don't understand, there's a disease in the world called poverty. The things poor people can do, things you can't imagine. After hearing this, Lu Yanting looked at Jian Ran. That's true, you're so poor I can't even imagine. Suddenly, Jian Ran abruptly stopped, staring toward a room open to the left. As soon as he saw the situation inside, a smile immediately formed on his lips. Young lady, what are you doing here? Are you all alone? Where's your nanny? A doll-like face turned towards him, her eyes blinking, her long lashes fluttering. She went to handle my admission procedures. She said I could have the surgery tonight. If it succeeds, I can be discharged. Jian Ran shook his head, clicking his tongue a couple of times. That probably won't happen as you wish. I've already moved the healthy heart. Before he could finish, the little girl suddenly appeared right before him, seemingly having teleported. She stared intently at Jian Ran. So what now? Give yours to me. Chapter 117, I'll fucking turn you into specimens today. Can you give me a heart? The little girl spoke in a sinister tone as she slowly and stiffly rose from her wheelchair, pointing at her chest. It's empty here. They took mine out. And if you don't agree, I'll have to dig it out myself. The lighting in the room was dim, but the girl's complexion was deathly pale, almost eerily glowing like a spotlight. Her hollow, eerie gaze and the blood-soaked curve of her mouth stretched all the way to the roots of her ears. Jian Ran, seeing this restricted-level horror scene, only grinned wider. Whereas Lu Yanting, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, kept an icy face, showing no emotional fluctuation. The little girl's threatening words seemed directed at thin air, entirely ineffective, leaving her flustered and enraged. Suddenly, she made her next move. Her limbs twisted grotesquely, like a manipulated porcelain doll, suddenly lurching onto the ground and bearing sharp fangs. I can't wait anymore. To eat you now. As Jian Ran observed the girl ready herself for a run, he calmly pulled a talisman out from his pocket while casually discussing it with Lu Yanting. Seems this hospital not only does business in live people but also extends services to dead ones. This doctor sure has a good business mind, so why isn't anyone paying us wages? TSK, too unfair. Lu Yanting chuckled lightly, indeed, just as you said. Before he could finish, the little girl charged forward like a wild beast, crawling on all fours quickly, revealing sharp teeth that had clearly been filed down. If bitten, there would surely be torn flesh. Jian Ran's expression tightened as he flipped his wrist, hurling the talisman low into the air. His long-fingered hand bones swiftly formed seals, releasing a streak of golden light into the void. It surged toward the little girl. Seemingly never having encountered such a powerful and righteous force, the girl was instantly confined by the golden light, emitting shrill, ear-splitting screams that echoed through the entire office building. Once again forming seals, Jian Ran planned to eliminate the evil presence. After all, creatures like the little girl weren't the same as ghosts requiring resolution, they belonged to another kind of monster. Suddenly, a frantic voice called out from behind, hold your hand. I beg you. Jian Ran snorted coldly and turned around swiftly, you still dare come? There's a path to hell that you won't walk, and you force your way into heaven despite no door. Alright, I'll tell you today what it means to have one's soul scattered. Without hesitation, 108 fell to his knees. Big brother, do whatever you want to me, but don't harm her. You don't have the right to bargain with me, roared Jian Ran. Damn it, how many times have I been tricked by you? Next time you deceive me, I'm a pig. I know where Aunt Yun is, I can take you there, I can even reveal all the truths to you. 108 pleaded hastily. Upon hearing the two words, Aunt Yun, it resonated like hearing outstanding payment. Jian Ran indeed hesitated. Fortunately, someone nearby remained calm and arched an eyebrow to ask, what exactly is your relationship with this girl? She's my sister. 108 said painfully. Jian Ran laughed again, one moment you have an older sister, the next a younger sister, do you believe I'd beat you until you have sisters? This time, it's real. Crawling forward a few steps while still kneeling, 108 pleaded, actually, it's me who suffers from heart disease. I'm the son of a wealthy family, they specifically went to an orphanage to find a suitable donor for treatment. This girl was their choice. Jian Ran asked, so, she's not biologically related? Even though we're not blood related, I've invested genuine feelings. But I never expected my parents to be so cold-blooded. 108's voice grew quieter in defense, I tried my best to stop them, but ultimately failed. I owe her. I must protect her. Jian Ran mused, so what you fabricated for us actually happened to this young girl? He suddenly curled his fist and made a motion to strike, do you think I'm stupid? You swapped Aunt Yun's heart inside the operating room. With tears streaming down his face, 108 looked up pleadingly, I didn't lie to you this time. After my sister's heart was transplanted into me, rejection reactions started appearing. If it stayed inside me, I'd die. That's why they arranged the next surgery. Which was Aunt Yun. Jian Ran laughed bitterly with anger, your rich parents are really something, aren't they? To keep you alive, they've caused so much suffering and lost so many lives. 108 cried his eyes out, I know they were wrong, but I was too sick to move back then, I couldn't stop them at all. Jian Ran waved a hand, alright, I don't want to waste words with you. Where's Yuning? 108 stood up abruptly, wiping his face with the back of his hand, I'll take you there. With that, he turned and walked away. Jian Ran lifted his foot to follow, but the person beside him suddenly leaned in, breathing hot air near his ear, do you trust him so much? Jian Ran's ears itched, and the sensation spread straight to his heart tip, making him feel quite uncomfortable. He shifted slightly to one side. Who said I trust him? I trust myself. No matter where he takes me, I'm confident I can handle it. Best if it's their base. I'll take out the entire gang for them. Without stopping, he moved straight ahead. After pausing for a moment, Lu Yanting curved his lips into a smile as he gazed at Jian Ran's overly confident back, feeling an inexplicable fondness. He subconsciously touched his nose, thinking internally, without meeting someone he liked, he didn't know his own preferences. Now that he had, he realized he preferred someone spirited. Thinking of this, Lu Yanting's expression became exceptionally determined. He took long strides forward with the manner of a man who knows what he wants. 108 climbed stairs, crossed corridors, went through hardships, and stopped in front of an office door. On the left was a nameplate inscribed with several characters, Dean's Office. Is it here? Don't deceive me, Jian Ran raised an eyebrow, grabbing 108 by the collar to prevent his escape. Remember, your sister is still in my hands. If I don't remove the seal, she'll stay trapped inside. 108 frowned, how dare I? Go inside and check if you must. Jian Ran extended his arm, ready to twist the handle, but Lu Yanting beat him to it. Let me try. Hey, you. Before Jian Ran could react, Lu Yanting boldly rushed in and crashed the door open to the dean's office. Instantly, the atmosphere froze. Those outside stared into those inside, both sides stunned. You two dare come here to die? So soon after fighting? Jian Ran and the old monster spoke simultaneously. 108, afraid the word would fall on the ground, hesitantly responded, Dean, who did you fight with? Were you beaten up so badly? Hearing this, the old monster immediately flew into a rage. Today, I will definitely turn you two into specimens. Chapter 118, the final payment has a solution. 108 ran again. Behind him was an electrifying fight. He had no time to think why that person was so powerful, able to fight with the dean without being at a disadvantage. 108 could only run back, and when he stood at the door, he was shocked to find that, just as that person said, a golden light enveloped his sister. No matter how he tried, he couldn't break through it. He didn't want to release her, but he had to. Just as 108 was at a loss, a silver light suddenly appeared behind him. He felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively turned around. His face instantly filled with genuine fear. Yun, Aunt Yun. How did you? Weren't you supposed to be? If Jian Ran were here now, he would surely take out a photo and compare it carefully, and sincerely exclaim, I finally found you. The final payment has a solution. Yuning was still wearing the hospital gown from the day she entered the operating room. Although her face was pale, it couldn't hide her beauty. However, her eyes no longer showed the former gentleness, they had become resentful and cruel. How long do you plan to keep me confined? 108 shook his head. It wasn't me, really not me, it was my parents. Yuning slowly approached, always using your parents as an excuse, something only children do. Back then, you knew everything, and you could have stopped it, but for the sake of survival. Before she finished speaking, there came loud noises and heavy footsteps in the corridor. You were all set free by me. If you have grudges, repay them. If you have enmities, exact revenge. The dean isn't human, he owes me wages. Let's storm the dean's office together. 108 never expected that after the fat nurse fought with the dean and completely severed ties, she actually broke the formation of the hospital. Does this mean he doesn't have to be trapped here anymore? No wonder Aunt Yun appeared. When 108 thought about this, his body was already heavily thrown out, landing right next to the golden light, immediately being scorched and producing smoke. He didn't dare to stay and hastily got up. Aunt Yun, let me explain. That time, we shared a ward, weren't you very kind to me? Yuning sneered, I regarded you as family, but you just saw me as a transplant container to be used. I had no choice. 108 started crying again, I just wanted to survive. As soon as he finished speaking, 108 suddenly changed expression and rushed towards Yuning. Everyone is selfish, willing to do anything to survive, otherwise, such a hospital wouldn't exist. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because I've been released. His hand transformed into claws, directly swiping at Yunying's face. She barely dodged, then retaliated without hesitation. Thus, the gruesome scene of fierce ghosts fighting unfolded. If Jian Ran were not here, he would certainly have grabbed 108 by the neck, gritting his teeth and furiously questioning. You're playing dumb with me. Aren't you? The chaos throughout the entire office building grew more intense, and both Jian Ran and Lu Yanting, focused on dealing with the old monster, noticed it too. After exchanging glances, they heard the fat nurses shouting getting closer in the hallway. Repay grudges with grudges, repay enmity with enmity. It's that idiot who removed your organs. He also trapped you underground, not allowing you to reincarnate. And it's not just that, he exploits employees too. Furious enough to bleed from 7 orifices, the old monster shoved his intestines back inside and was about to rush out, but Jian Ran stepped forward. Where are you going? Our matter isn't resolved yet. The old monster glared. You don't want to leave alive either, do you? This doesn't concern you. Jian Ran curled one corner of his mouth. First, tell me where Yuning is. The chest of the old monster rose and fell continuously, with black blood incessantly gushing from the injured area. Judging by appearances, he was almost at his limit, unable to last much longer. Jian Ran hadn't struck a fatal blow because he feared losing the lead. After all, 108 wasn't dependable at all. At this moment, the old monster suddenly laughed strangely. You can block me all you want. You'll never find Yun. A piercing scream drew the attention of Jian Ran and Lu Yanting. They exchanged glances, silently sensing that this cry must be related to Yuning. Thus, in the next second, both simultaneously sprinted out of the office. By the time they arrived at the scene, 108's hand was already plunged into the woman's chest, his laughter wild and unrestrained. And Yun, sorry, you just got out, and you want to know how to write those 4 words, soul-shattering. Unfortunately, this is fate. Boy, how dare you use my lines. Did you cite the source? Afraid I'll sue you for plagiarism? Startled, 108 looked up. Big brother, let me explain. Jian Ran smiled faintly. Hear your continued fabrication. He glanced at the girl trapped by the golden light. Didn't you want to protect your sister? Then I will help you achieve it. As Jian Ran spoke, he withdrew the talisman. The little girl who had been previously confused suddenly became fierce, continuously shouting, my heart. Give it back to me. Pay grudges with grudges, exact revenge for enmity, Lu Yanting murmured softly, why wait for a better moment? Jian Ran continued stirring the pot, go on, your heart is with your brother. To successfully take it out, his entire family raised her until she was fat enough. The little girl seemed awakened by something, staring reproachfully at 108, brother. 108 didn't care about Yuning pressing under him, flailing his arms wildly in front of him as he panicked, it's not me. I wanted someone else's heart. It's what mom and dad insisted on. Sister, listen to me. Jian Ran coldly watched his performance. Pretending to be a pig eating a tiger had become effortless for him, he could look innocent and pitiful to anyone. Did he think that would help him get away? Haha, justice delayed is not justice denied. The little girl attacked with hands and feet, her sharp teeth biting onto 108's chest, tearing off a piece of flesh and swallowing it effortlessly. Ah, 108 screamed in agony, let go. He appeared completely no match for the little girl. After just a few moves, he couldn't hold on and began being devoured alive, cries for help ringing endlessly. Jian Ran and Lu Yanting looked coldly on without any sympathy while Yuning, slowly sitting up, revealed a complex expression. Beneath them, the fight was ghastly, upstairs even more intense as armless, legless, holoviscerous spirits gathered together to block the old monster from escaping. And not far away, the fat nurse confidently rallied the crowd. Don't let him escape. Tear all his organs out. Make him realize the consequences of illegal surgeries and delaying jobs. Uploaded hurriedly, will correct typos later. Chapter 119, could it be that old Bai is the true form of Gu Fanqing? That's right. The story of the 6th People's Hospital tells us that we should never withhold wages from the laborers at the bottom of society. Otherwise, the consequences will be unbearably dire. In the encirclement of a group of vengeful spirits, the old monster was dismembered alive, leaving only a head filled with shock and hatred that rolled to the foot of the fat nurse. Without hesitation, she stepped on it and burst into maniacal laughter, her face twitching with rage. Think you can mess with me? You old bastard. The ravenous spirits seemed insatiable. After devouring every last bit of the carcass, they stiffly turned around, their eyes like wolves or tigers as they stared at the fat nurse. Feeling an overwhelming hostility, the fat nurse shivered. What are you planning to do? Don't forget, it was me who let you out. Of course, they hadn't forgotten. But the vengeful spirits remembered even more vividly how the fat nurse once assisted in their persecution, sending them one by one into the operating room, from which they never returned. A new round of gluttonous feast began, accompanied by the screams of the fat nurse. And carried down to Jian Ran's ears downstairs. He slightly frowned, and someone immediately inquired with concern, should we go take a look? No need, Jian Ran shook his head, everything has its fate, I shouldn't interfere too much. Then he slowly walked up to Yuning and said, hello. Finally, we meet. My final payment. Yuning looked confused for a moment, you are. Do you know anyone surnamed Bai? Jian Ran's voice was calm but slow, it was him who asked me to find you. Yuning wandered off mentally for a few seconds, like lost in distant memories, Xiao Bai. My child. Jian Ran nodded, that makes sense then. He pulled out a photo from his pocket and handed it over, your Xiao Bai wants to know whether you're dead or alive. Is there anything you want me to pass along? No, Yuning shook her head gently, her beautiful face showing tenderness under the shadows, better not to tell him about my situation. And just keep hating me like this. As she spoke, number 108 nearby had already been almost devoured by his younger sister, leaving only one hand scratching fiercely against the floor, attempting to break free. Yun auntie, save me. Isn't your greatest quality supposed to be kindness? Yun auntie. Ah. Number 108 could speak no more, because the little girl had already bitten off his head. Jian Ran instantly became unhappy, if you don't tell him your message, how am I supposed to complete my task? That old man clearly looks like a fox, he surely won't trust me easily if I say I've found someone. Just as he was thinking of saying more, Lu Yanting suddenly interjected with a low voice, don't you think you have always been quite selfish? If you were pursuing your ideals, why did you get married in the first place? And after getting married, why did you have children? Once you gave birth, you neglected them completely, leaving your child to survive alone until even memory fades. Lu Yanting sneered as he finished speaking, truly a great idealist you are. Yuning stared deeply, some things simply must be done by someone. And so? Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow, can you therefore abandon both husband and child? Yuning said, I couldn't do anything else. Plans come from human ingenuity. Lu Yanting mocked, stop making excuses for your own actions. Stuck in between them, Jianran listened to the back-and-forth dialogue, his mind somewhat bewildered, inwardly muttering, hey, can't help but say, this plot does indeed resemble the movie we shot. Could it be that the old man is really the original form of Gu Fanqing? Then who is Wang Yichuan? Did the old man by actually engage in same-sex relationships in those days? Ha! This truly is a question worth discussing. Unable to stop himself, Jianran chuckled, drawing simultaneous gazes upon him. He quickly straightened his demeanor, coughing lightly, these issues can be discussed later. The current priority is to figure out exactly what happened in this hospital back then. Or otherwise, letting all these vengeful spirits loose around here, surely disaster will strike. As mentioned before, resolving vengeful spirits isn't a light matter. It's necessary to address the root cause to completely eliminate hidden dangers. Jianran's fiery gaze focused on Yuning, hoping for answers directly from the person involved, in order to address the problem accordingly. After a moment of confusion, Yuning murmured faintly after a short while, fire cannot be contained forever within paper. There were many journalists like me, or informants, who wrote anonymous whistleblowing letters. The police also sent in special investigation teams to verify, but as the scandal was nearing exposure, the hospital's backing forces became restless and rushed to destroy evidence. What was the evidence, you probably all know. The dead mental patients, none of their bodies were intact because without cremation procedures, they could only be discarded in the morgue. They discovered my identity and began to view me as a thorn. They scheduled one last surgery for me and decided to burn this place down completely, then forged evidence making it look like I started the fire. Jianran suddenly interjected, how was your identity discovered? Yuning glanced at the remains of number 108, he gradually gained my trust, saying he would help me take evidence out of the hospital, but, he betrayed me. Jianran nodded, I understand. Then why did the doctors and nurses die too? Yuning smirked coldly, aside from the patients here, who knows the truth of the hospital better? Of course, the operating doctors and nurses. Lu Yanting said indifferently. Yuning, that's right, so they were also turned into half-human, half-ghostly creatures, and left guarding here. She sighed, as for what happened after that, I don't know, after all, I had already transformed into ailing, vengeful spirit, trapped underground. At this moment, all the vengeful spirits in the building let out mournful wails simultaneously. It seemed they were still starving, eagerly wanting to find fresher prey. The little girl, who had just finished devouring number 108, also raised her head, her eyes gleaming ferociously, as if looking for her next target. But when Jianran's icy gaze swept over her, she couldn't help but shiver. So terrifying. The little girl recalled the pain she endured when she was trapped in the golden light, letting out an involuntary sigh before shifting her vicious glare toward Lu Yanting. A half-second later, she gave up again. Mama, this person is also someone not to mess with. The little girl felt disheartened. Jianran ignored her, starting to form seals with his palm. Squatting halfway down, he placed his fingertip on the ground but kept his gaze on Yuning, let me ask you one last time. Do you have any words for old Bai? Once the formation is completed, you will disappear along with those vengeful spirits. Yuning pressed her lips together, still hesitant. Perhaps knowing she was about to leave, her expression became tormented, tears plopping down continuously but evaporating into white smoke in midair. Then tell Xiao Bai. Mom is sorry. I buried some things in the wall, you go and find them. Find them and give them to him. The vengeful spirits were gathering around this floor. Yuning abruptly lifted her face, activate the formation. I'll delay them for you. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward to rush into the horrific crowd of vengeful spirits, her gentle voice reaching Jianran's ears. Pass this message to Xiao Bai. Mom loves him. Chapter 120, Jianran is more than enough for you. Love that comes too late is worth less than grass. Does this apply to family ties? Jianran and Lu Yanting looked simultaneously at the shadow of Yuning rushing away, both their exceptionally handsome faces lost in thought. The little girl behind them seemed much clearer in mind, asking in a childish voice, can we be free now? Leave this filthy world. Jianran turned his head, the little girl was still on all fours like a beast, blood all around her mouth, yet her eyes had become crystal clear and innocent. Soon, he whispered softly, you'll be able to leave this dirty world. As soon as he finished speaking, golden light suddenly flared from where his fingertip touched the ground, spreading instantaneously across the entire building. It resembled the fire from years ago, flames roaring furiously, as if trying to purge all disgrace and pain from the world. Qin Xiao, still in the dormitory, inadvertently glanced out the window and exclaimed, Director Feng, take a look. Feng Xianhui rushed over and upon seeing this unbelievable sight, he asked in a daze, isn't the one walking out from the golden light Jianran and Lu Yanting? Are they about to set the building on fire? Shit, how much would that cost to compensate? Ganzhua, who was still very weak, struggled to get up and walk toward the window. Her strikingly masculine face flashed with a trace of complexity. She had once been resolutely determined to believe that there was no such thing as the supernatural in this world. But right now, she doubted it. The sky began to turn grayish as the morning star rose, and all things continued their cycle. Everything seemed like a repetition of yesterday's story, yet everything felt somewhat different from before. Jian Ran stepped down the stairs, lifted his hand to rub his nose, and intended to go find the remaining payment when Lu Yanting suddenly stopped him and asked in a low, magnetic voice. Do you think what the little girl said was right? What was right? Jian Ran questioned puzzledly. That this is a dirty world. Jian Ran chuckled, do you want to discuss philosophy with me? He paused for a moment before continuing, whether this world is dirty or not, does it have anything to do with you privileged rich second-generation tycoons? I'm afraid you might have some prejudice against us. Lu Yanting replied hesitantly. Jian Ran patted his shoulder and reassured. Don't worry about that. I've always treated everyone equally, and I especially despise the rich. Alright, stop acting like a middle school kid, and hurry up to find whatever Yuning left behind. After speaking, he hurriedly headed into the patient ward building. Lu Yanting stared at his retreating figure, his expression deepened slightly, murmuring and repeating, despise the rich? How come I don't see any sign of it in you? You even seem quite fond of wealth. By the time the police arrived, Jian Ran had already found the notebook Yuning had left inside the wall. He skimmed through some parts, it detailed the hospital's illegal transplantation processes and the real names of the victims. Between the lines, there was also remorse and yearning for her son. Following the lead in the notebook, the police uncovered further evidence. There was a safe in the dean's office filled with crime evidence, but whoever was pulling the strings behind the hospital had completely destroyed it. Jian Ran was just an actor, plus a bit of a conman, he didn't deal with handling such research-related matters. Content with what he'd found, he kept Yun Ying's diary, planning to pack it into his suitcase. Suddenly, a knock came at the dormitory door. Lu Yanting was just by the door, ready to open it when Jian Ran stopped him, wait. They can't possibly be here to snatch the diary, right? These are issues you need to address sooner or later, Lu Yanting remarked, looking at Jian Ran's money-grabbing manner, feeling a headache coming on. Jian Ran rebutted, why should I? While I was risking my life in the office building, where were they? Lu Yanting remained silent, even if they did show up, you'd probably chase them away anyway. Seeming to hear the argument behind the door, the visitor's voice sounded from outside, Bro Ran, I've come to apologize. Please rest assured, I won't seize anything. Hearing Ganjua's voice, Jian Ran quickly stuffed the diary into the suitcase and then signaled with a nod, open the door. The enigmatic heir obediently unlocked the door, revealing Ganjua's expressionless face. Can I have a private word with Bro Ran? She cautiously asked. Lu Yanting was about to refuse when Jian Ran chimed in from behind, if it's about convincing me to hand this over publicly, you can forget it. Try talking me into it on your own. No way. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanting's lips instinctively curved upward, his mood seeming unusually pleased. Ganjua seemed to realize Jian Ran's stubborn temperament and didn't confront him head-on, compromising as she walked in and closed the door behind her. She then came straight to the point, asking, Bro Ran, how did you know I was trapped in the operating room? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow, do I need to be interrogated for saving you? Don't ask me how I knew, I just did. Ganjua was momentarily speechless after being rebuffed, and after a pause, asked again, were the things I encountered ghosts? Jian Ran laughed, what are you trying to prove? Knowing the truth won't change anything, will you doubt the world? That's not what I mean, Ganjua explained, I just wanted to ask, if I ever run into something like this again, can I count on your help? I can pay you. She paused briefly and added, or maybe I should buy some talismans. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran suddenly warmed up considerably, absolutely. Choose Bro Ran, and you'll never regret it, reasonable prices, top-notch quality. Lu Yanting's slightly lifted corners of his mouth dropped instantly. Why did he feel more threatened every time someone needed Jian Ran? It even made him impulsively want to lock Jian Ran away so no one else could see him. The filming was forced to stop, and Ganjua returned to the office in a police car. As soon as her butt touched the seat, she picked up her phone and dialed out. On the other end, Ganfeng had just finished a meeting. Upon seeing his younger sister's call, he showed a surprised expression. The assistant nearby noticed and closed their mouth without saying a word, trained not to interfere. How do you have the time to call me? He pressed the answer button and began speaking. But on the other end, Ganjua immediately cut in, bro, I've always thought you had good judgment, that you were sharp. Ganfeng nodded, that's right. So why does Jian Ran seem to hate you so much? Ganjua turned the conversation around sharply, he doesn't act like the way you described, as if madly in love with you. Why bring him up all of a sudden? Ganfeng recalled his earlier boasts and suddenly felt unnerved. Ganjua's voice grew colder, I think you should hold on to Jian Ran tightly. He's no ordinary person. And he is more than enough for you. Ganfeng exclaimed, are you feeling alright? Before he could finish his sentence, the line went dead. The assistant finally couldn't hold back and let out a snicker. Ganfeng shot her a deadly glare. Chapter 121, wait, why should I ship male-male couples? The movie's filming was postponed due to police involvement. Feng Xianhui didn't feel the least bit regretful, instead, he hastily packed his luggage and instructed the crew to load up the vehicles, demanding an immediate evacuation within half an hour. Feng director, what about our losses? Qin Shao asked cautiously. After all, actor breach fees weren't a small sum, especially for someone like Lu Yingtai. At times like this when we cooperate with the state, how dare you talk about losses? Feng Xianhui glared at him but then softened his tone, don't worry, the Bai family will cover it. Those powerful families, do they care about such trifles? Upon hearing this, Qin Shao put his worries to rest and his face relaxed in relief. As long as someone handles the losses, it'll be fine. Otherwise, funding would have been an issue. Director Feng has always lacked any sense of money, dedicating himself entirely to the film industry. Without Qin Shao as his special assistant, survival would have been tough. As the luxury production bus returned to the city center, Jian Ran received a call from his agent. A loud voice came through the receiver, Ran Gu, are you alright? I heard you won an award. Jian Ran looked confused, what award? The Outstanding Chinese Citizen Award, Special Prize for Bravery, Su Shida exaggerated, who would have thought you were so justice-driven? Jian Ran suddenly remembered Ganzhua's exchange condition and replied dismissively, who cares about that kind of award? It doesn't come with money anyway. Ran Gu, don't say that. Even though there's no money, this honor isn't ordinary. Actors today need positive energy, they need to set examples for teenagers. This move of yours will definitely bring good reviews, and resources will keep coming your way. Jian Ran raised an eyebrow, really? How could I deceive you? Su Shida was excited, we're on the same boat. I've already picked out a new variety show for you. When you get back, we'll study it together. There are also quite a few ads. Not in a hurry, Jian Ran interrupted, I'll go collect my final payment first. Su Shida was surprised, what final payment? How come I didn't know? It's personal work, Jian Ran spoke succinctly, of course you wouldn't know. After finishing his sentence, he hung up the phone. He grabbed his suitcase to leave, intending to hail a ride-hailing car, but was stopped by Lu Yanting who said, get in my car. Jian Ran took a step back, wary and cautious, it's not convenient, right? Lu Yanting chuckled, do you really think I'm going to eat you? Before Jian Ran could reply, Director Feng Xianhui had already begun making his closing speech at the hotel entrance, everyone, although the shooting time was brief, we gained much. Friendships, and precious experiences. Of course, it's very regrettable, he glanced towards Lu Yanting, we missed out on a potentially very exciting passionate scene. Next time, if there's an opportunity, we must make up for it. Jian Ran, whose lips twitched faintly, muttered under his breath. Not necessary. However, Lu Yanting standing beside him nodded approvingly. Seeing that Feng Xianhui had made a proper send-off, he immediately continued, everyone can rest assured, the wasted time will have a resolution. For those who had to turn down bookings because of filming, there will certainly be compensations. With long roads ahead, we will surely meet again. As he finished speaking, sporadic clapping broke out around him. Feng Xianhui paid little attention to it, waving his hand casually before leaving quickly. Inwardly, he kept muttering, he'd never touch a subject like Sixth People's Hospital again, too damn risky to encounter ghosts. Ultimately, Jian Ran still climbed into Lu Yanting's black Bentley and drove straight toward Old Man Bai's house. With the absence of the assistant, the small space became quieter. The driver brother dared not speak, pressing hard on the accelerator. Do you rush to get off work? Lu Yanting suddenly asked. Eh? The driver was startled, instantly understanding something, quickly saying, not rushing. Thus, Jian Ran gazed outside the window at the gradually slowing scenery. After a while, grinding his teeth, he questioned, Driver master, there's a green light ahead and no obstacles, why keep braking? Driver. Stepped on the brake. Don't ask me. I didn't. I don't know. Finally, they entered Bai's villa before nightfall. Just as Jian Ran got ready to exit the car, he turned toward Lu Yanting and said sincerely, you can leave now, absolutely no need to wait for me. Lu Yanting. So unwelcoming. A shadow passed over his eyebrows, he slightly pursed his lips, all right. When Jian Ran closed the car door, he was still bewildered. Previously acting like a giant clingy person, yet agreed just now without hesitation. How come? I feel, kind of let down. Shouldn't I be happy to stay far away from trouble? Before he could figure himself out, someone approached him, hello, Mr. Jian, please follow me. Jian Ran slightly nodded and proceeded forward with his luggage. In no time, they reached the door of the secret study. A man who looked like a steward lightly knocked on the door, Master, Mr. Jian would like to see you. Let him in. An aged yet deep voice tinged with excitement. The steward pushed the door open politely, please. Jian Ran nodded, stepped into the room, and opened his mouth, Comrade Bai, the task you entrusted to me has been successfully completed, but there's some bad news. The old man Bai stood up from his seat leaning on his cane, what's the bad news? Did she already? Observing Jian Ran's expression, he slumped back down again, sigh, I should have expected it. So many years have passed. Stop pretending, alright? Jian Ran pulled the chair in front of the desk and sat down nonchalantly, you already knew that Yuning wasn't alive anymore. Sending me there was just about releasing her vengeful spirit, right? A hint of complexity flashed across the old man Bai's face before he chuckled, Mr. Jian really knows how to see through things clearly. No wonder they say you're capable. Jian Ran didn't respond but directly took the diary out of the box and handed it over to Old Man Bai. Be careful when flipping through these pages, they're all antiques. Is this Yun Ying's diary? Did she write it by hand? Jian Ran noticed that Old Man Bai wasn't as heartbroken as expected and thus asked, isn't she your mother? Old Man Bai shook his head, of course not. She is the mother of my half-brother. Realization struck Jian Ran as he smacked his thigh, so you're not Gu Fanqing. Shit, wasted a CP ship. Wait, why should I ship male-male couples? Lu Yanting returned to the Lu family ancestral home and rushed straight to his grandfather's bedroom. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw the vigorous old master turn around, furrowing his brows and asking, didn't bring the person back. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanting felt a bit disheartened. Jian Ran went to the Bai family, he didn't let me wait. If he says no, then you simply accept it. The old master angrily questioned, when did you become so obedient? Lu Yanting lowered his head, I don't want to irritate him. Foolish child. In times like these, you need to be shameless. The old master indignantly rose to his feet, if you can't do it, then I'll take matters into my own hands. He paused for a moment after saying this. The cruise banquet in a couple of days will be a good opportunity. You must seize it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanting lifted his head in surprise, grandfather, this year still can't avoid going to that death cruise. Chapter 122, Yen Gu Invincible, Longevity as Eternal as Heaven. After Lu Yanting asked his question, he firmly refused, I could never let Jian Ran take such a dangerous risk. Grandpa Lu chuckled, do you think he's risking himself? He picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip lightly, silly child, Jian Ran's talents have already spread through the high society circles. Even if he wants to back out now, it's probably difficult. Not only are we watching him, but also those secretive organizations. The good ones, the bad ones. Haven't you heard that sentence? The more capable one is, the greater the responsibility. Unless one sees through all worldly affairs and becomes a monk, who can escape the vortex of fate? Even if our Lu family doesn't extend an olive branch, can you guarantee that other wealthy families wouldn't want to use him for their own purposes? Lu Yanting silently pressed his thin lips together, fully aware that his grandfather's words reflected reality. Wealthy families were starting to make their moves, who would be willing to fall behind? While the two remained silent, a respectful voice came from outside, Old Master, young Master Zhendong has returned. Humph, does he even have the nerve to come back? Grandpa Lu sneered coldly. Just outside the door stood Lu Zhendong. Hearing this comment, he wanted to leave but then thought about his purpose for coming back. He lowered his head and called out obediently, Dad, can I come in? The door's not locked, do you think you should or shouldn't? Grandpa Lu replied angrily. The sound of the bedroom door being opened followed, as Lu Zhendong was just about to step in when he was caught off guard by his nephew's gaze, you're back too. His voice carried an odd note of guilt which Lu Yanting immediately noticed, yet he gave no reaction and simply greeted, Uncle too. After centuries of not coming home, there must be some reason behind your visit, Grandpa Lu demanded coldly, what do you want this time? Short on funds. Lu Zhendong forced a simple laugh, funds aren't an issue right now, what I'm lacking is talent. Talent? Grandpa Lu raised an eyebrow, do you think I can conjure it up for you? I need Jian Ran. Lu Zhendong cut straight to the point. When Grandpa Lu heard this, he seemed startled for a moment before bursting into laughter, my grandson couldn't get him sorted, so you dare to request him by name? Are you brain dead? Lu Zhendong glanced at Lu Yanting and then composed himself, Father, I'm just hoping that if Jian Ran gets a chance to choose an organization, please don't interfere. Just that is enough. Grandpa Lu waved his hand dismissively, leave quickly. Letting out a sigh, Lu Zhendong didn't linger further and turned to leave. The moment the door closed, a cold sneer slipped through the crack, with the family curse still unresolved, thinking about saving the world. Focus, will you? Having successfully received the final payment, Jian Ran stayed at home, happily indulging in food delivery for 2 days without stepping out once. That feeling of laying in bed doing absolutely nothing was truly irresistible. Thankfully, Jian Ran had a sense of crisis and knew money would eventually run out, so he made some talismans in his spare time and completed a few small orders as backup. Jian Ran pulled out his phone notes and started checking them one by one. Ganjua, 5 life-saving talismans, 5,000. Du Yunmeng, 1 prenatal talisman, 1 calming spirit talisman, 2,000. Wait, prenatal? Is she pregnant? He thought about it for a moment, then continued verifying, Shenjiafei, 1 smooth sailing talisman with consecration by child's blood, 5,000. Yang Ruashi, 1 eternal youth talisman with consecration by child's blood, 10,000. Women really are willing to spend money on these things. Profitable business, very profitable. Talismans are fatal against ghosts and lurking dangers but not miraculous in other aspects. They can lower calamities but cannot completely eliminate them. Similarly, seeking wealth, luck, or longevity only improves within existing boundaries, otherwise wouldn't it be almost like a god? Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Jian Ran suddenly sprang to alertness. Quietly walking over, he saw that it was the delivery guy and relaxed instantly. Orders needed to be sent out via a medium. After filling out the form, he handed it over. To his surprise, the delivery guy turned red and asked, "Brother Yen, could you give me an autograph? I watched both of your variety shows, I think you're really cool. Who wouldn't like being complimented rather than insulted?" Jian Ran smiled brightly, "Where do you want me to sign?" "Here." The delivery guy, upon seeing Jian Ran's agreement, promptly handed over a small notebook. "I saw the news a few days ago, saying you were awarded honorary citizenship. That's awesome, we all should learn from you." Flattered by the praise, Jian Ran became a bit shy while waving his hand. No, everyone is an ordinary person, we should learn from each other. Modest. The delivery guy gave him a thumbs up. Brother Ran is really modest. Speaking of this, he couldn't hold back and excitedly raised his fist. Brother Ran invincible, longevity as eternal as heaven. Jian Ran. It was getting more and more like a cult. After seeing off the enthusiastic delivery man, he returned to bed with a feeling of elation. Thinking that this was what it felt like not to be scolded. It was indeed quite nice. Except for the slogans which were a bit off. But speaking of which, how come the Oscar-winning actor next door has been so quiet? Hasn't he shown off his six-pack abs to assert his presence for a long time? Jian Ran frowned in confusion as his phone rang suddenly. He glanced down and saw it was his agent, so he pressed the answer button. "Ada? Is there something?" Regarding the title Ada, Broker Su was still a little unaccustomed, taking a moment to react before raising his voice. "Brother Ran, this time we've hit the jackpot." "What did we get?" "The famous annual cruise feast, you're on the invitation list." Su Shuda was extremely excited. Jian Ran casually calculated in his head for half a second, what kind of ridiculous feast? "I'm not going." Upon hearing this, Su Shuda was confused. "Brother Ran, do you know what you're saying? It's hard to get a ticket for the cruise feast, it's filled with elites from high society. Are you sure you're not going? Isn't it just some damn sacrifice ceremony?" Jian Ran sneered contemptuously. Su Shuda shivered upon hearing this. "Brother Ran, what are you talking about? Don't scare me. Some things shouldn't be made too clear. So-called secrets should not be revealed." Jian Ran said faintly, "Don't ask too many questions, just don't go." "All right then." Su Shuda's voice was filled with regret. "I was thinking I could try my luck and possibly win the big prize." "Wait a minute." Jian Ran bounced up and sat straight on the bed. "What kind of prize?" "It's the game organized by the billionaires, selecting the lucky ones at the ball that night, with a 5 million yuan bonus." Su Shuda replied dejectedly. "Forget it, Brother Ran isn't interested in money anyway. No problem, I can cancel it for you." Jian Ran interrupted him suddenly. "How could such a meaningful activity not be mentioned earlier? I'm all set and ready to leave anytime." Su Shuda. Wasn't the shift a bit too quick? Chapter 123, Jian Ran isn't someone you can easily deal with. After hanging up the phone, Su Shuda was a little confused. He knew Jian Ran loved money, but he didn't expect her to love it this much. She actually decided resolutely to participate in the cruise banquet when she heard there was a bonus. Come on, that thing is a lottery draw, and there's only one winner per event. How lucky do you need to be to get the winning number? Yet Jian Ran said, "I've always been lucky, drawing lots is a piece of cake for me." Su Shuda spat inwardly. What luck? More like bad luck. Just as he thought about it, another idea struck him. What if? Jian Ran was unpredictable, she was still acting crazy not too long ago, and now she has skyrocketed to fame. Anyway, this person was an extraordinary existence. Having reached a conclusion, Su Shuda immediately smiled broadly and replied to the organizer, Sure, our Jian Ran will definitely attend on time. Relax, I'll drag her along even if I have to tie her up. Hey, see you. Jian Ran consulted the oracle. The divination results showed great misfortune. He nodded by himself, prosperity comes from taking risks. Normal. Then he began searching online for information related to the cruise banquet. Because it was a gathering among tycoon families, media journalists were forbidden, so information was very scarce. There was only a news article from years ago that revealed a small clue. The origin of the cruise banquet was a birthday party. The youngest and most beloved daughter of a wealthy family turned 10, and they invited various guests. The newly acquired luxury cruise ship was extremely extravagant, capable enough to sail straight to the North Pole and hit an iceberg without issue. A reporter disguised as a waiter had snuck in at that time, trying to obtain first-hand material to expose the extravagant party of these elite tycoons. For unknown reasons, he went missing. When the banquet ended, his camera somehow surfaced through some channels and was published in the newspaper, with a striking headline, Murder Case at the Cruise Banquet. At the time, it attracted enough attention and fully satisfied the common folks' curiosity and speculation about the tycoon families, making the news go viral. But soon after, the newspaper went bankrupt, and this matter gradually lost its popularity. Over time, no one talked about it anymore. Whether or not there really was a murder case became an eternal mystery. However, the annual cruise feast continued every year, fixed on the little girl's birthday. This coincidence was quite eerie. And quite thought-provoking. Jian Ran read up to this point, slightly raising his brow. By all accounts, places associated with bad omens should be avoided by the tycoon families at all costs, yet they held such lavish and high-profile banquets every year. Could it be they were being held hostage by something? Or forced against their will? While pondering, he took an ice cream out of the fridge and popped it into his mouth, chewing slowly while thinking, I wonder if the guy next door will go or not. Things have been too quiet recently, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. As evening fell, the sun set westward. In the banquet hall of the Lu family ancestral home, people sat along both sides of the rectangular dining table. At the central seat reserved for elders sat Grandpa Lu. The vast space was extraordinarily silent. Every member of the Lu family was sitting upright solemnly, their expressions serious and cautious, glancing occasionally towards the main position, observing the direction of tonight's dinner. Who allowed you to come back? Grandpa Lu suddenly spoke, his voice deep and authoritative. Once the words left his lips, all eyes turned toward a certain position. Some gazes were cold, some disdainful, some scrutinizing, others mocking, complex and varied. Lu Yuhuan remained calm, curling the corner of his lips into a faint smile. Grandpa, it's summer vacation, I missed home and came back to visit, isn't that normal? While speaking, he seemed unintentionally to glance toward Lu Yanting, hinting, are you saying, Grandpa, in your heart there's only one grandson? And I am always just an outsider. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yanting's already icy face grew colder still. Humph, truly just because you missed home? Grandpa Lu frowned, his eyes flashing with sharpness, do you think I don't understand your intentions? Lu Yuhuan picked up his wine glass and stood up, Grandpa, I was immature and inexperienced before. Lately abroad, I deeply reflected and realized my mistakes. In the future, judge me by my actions. He looked around at everyone, I'll surely not disappoint you all. Despite Grandpa Lu's half-belief and suspicion, he still didn't want to make a scene at this occasion. After all, family harmony leads to prosperity. Thus, he softened his expression and said gently, sit down. Seeing Lu Yuhuan finish off the red wine in his glass in one gulp, Grandpa Lu continued, Yuhuan, remember this, everyone seated here today are your kin. Never dare to harm the bloodline again. Huchuan has remembered that. Lu Huchuan smiled in an innocent way. Lu Yanting remained silent all along, with his lips closed. Somebody muttered beside, can a dog be reformed not to eat shit? He even harmed his own brother. The words were cut off at this point by a cold rebuke, shut up. Nobody asks you to be mute. The family tradition of Lu family was very strict. During the dinner, apart from the sound of the tableware, there was basically no other sounds. After it ended, Grandpa Lu left first. The others got up gradually. Suddenly, Lu Huchuan spoke, Yanting, shall we have a talk? Lu Yanting drew back his long legs, and raised his eyebrows slightly, what is there for us to talk about? Are you still so childish to hold grudges? Lu Huchuan laughed and walked over, trying to put his arm around Lu Yanting's shoulder but was coldly pushed away. Lu Yanting lifted his eyelids, and his voice was indifferent, let's go to the garden. After saying that, he strode towards outside. Lu Huchuan stood there, with a corner of his mouth curling up in a malevolent smile, and didn't rush to follow. Instead, he said to the relatives around who were watching the drama, no matter what, I am also the bloodline of Lu family. It's not your turn to criticize me. Watch your step when you walk out of the old house of Lu family, or you may end up dead on the street. Then, under the astonished and angry gaze of everyone, he left the banquet hall. Recently, Jian Ran seems to be quite popular in the tycoon circle. Lu Yanting standing in the garden turned back upon hearing this and saw his brother Lu Huchuan's expression that seemed to smile but not, instantly his face became solemn and cold, what do you want to say? Nothing special, I'm just curious and wonder if he will show up in the cruise feast in a few days, Lu Huchuan sent a provoking look. A trace of barely noticeable fierceness flashed across Lu Yanting's brows, then smoothed out immediately, you are still as fond of womanizing as ever. How about Zhong Fanrui? Are you bored with him? Lu Huchuan smiled, that kind of person isn't worth mentioning. Is that so? Lu Yanting raised his eyebrows, but he is quite popular among the young masters of the financial tycoons. What if he becomes more popular? Suddenly, Lu Huchuan moved closer, his eyes flashing with a shadowy light, isn't it true that you don't like him either? I, on the contrary, am quite interested in that universally despised Jian Ran. After all, you know. I've been competing with you since I was a kid. The handsome features of Lu Yanting were shrouded in gloominess, and after a while, he smirked disdainfully, big brother, Jian Ran is not like you. A person who can be easily dealt with. Update was hurried, I'll correct typos later. Chapter 124, A Cruise Feast or a Hellish Arena. As Lu Yanting just sat in the car, Su Yuan's phone call came in. He pressed the answer button and slowly placed it to his ear, but his eyes were fixed on the window. Not far away, Lu Yuhuan was standing under the light, holding a wine glass with an eerie smile, staring at him. Brother Lu, have you heard? Lu Yuhuan is back. How can he still show his face after what he did to you? Su Yuan's noisy voice came through the receiver. Lu Yanting furrowed his brows, what do you want to say? I mean, he should have been in jail long ago. He was clearly the mastermind behind your abduction. Su Yuan raged. Lu Yanting took a deep breath, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll hang up. Wait, Su Yuan hurriedly said, Brother Lu, for the cruise feast in a couple of days, can I? You're coming with me. After finishing his sentence, Lu Yanting cut off the call. By now, the car had already reached the urban area. Despite it being midnight, the city was still bustling with vitality, its neon lights flickering. The crowds in the busy streets passed by non-stop, their faces brimming with smiles as if everyone were happy and content. Ordinary people's lives seemed all the more precious because of their simplicity, unlike those born into financial powerhouses who faced betrayal the moment they opened their eyes. Even blood-thick brothers could stab you in the back. It was Lu Yanting's decision to abandon further pursuit of responsibility. Living in a cursed family was bizarre enough already, another soap opera drama of 9 sons struggling for power would really make this become mere gossip over tea and dinner. Back at the apartment, Lu Yanting instinctively glanced at Jian Ran's door before pressing his fingerprint lock. Before his own security door could open, a striking face appeared next door. "Brother, how come you're just getting back?" Lu Yanting looked over and actually wanted to smile, yet kept his expression blank and blandly asked, "I went to an engagement." "What's up?" Jian Ran scratched his head, stumped by the question. "Yeah, what's my deal? Do I have to stand guard by the door listening for movements? Should I eagerly open the door as soon as the fingerprint lock rings? In a few days, I'll attend the cruise feast and want to ask if you have any experience to share," Jian Ran made up seriously. "What experience is there in attending banquets? Just wear a tuxedo, tie the tie neatly, then act cool. What's so stupid about asking that?" Jian Ran wanted to slap himself silly. "Who invited you?" Lu Yanting suddenly became solemn. "Is someone jumping the gun again?" "The organizer," Jian Ran replied unwittingly. "Is there a problem?" Lu Yanting opened his mouth but seemed hesitant to speak. "None. Just be appropriately dressed for a simple wine party." "Do I need a dance partner?" The thought popped into Jian Ran's mind, followed by another one. "Are you going? Do you have a dance partner?" Lu Yanting looked at him keenly. "As a member of a financial tycoon family, I must attend." "Regarding a dance partner?" Jian Ran held his breath waiting for the response. "Not yet." Jian Ran let out a sigh of relief. By the time he turned around and went back to his room, he started regretting his actions. Damn it, in such a short span of minutes, he acted like a complete fool. Dude, why in the world would you jump up to be someone else's dance partner? 3 days later, at the Black Poo River bank. A luxury cruise ship was moored at the port. It was brightly lit, with melodious piano tunes, and the waiters were preparing for the banquet. Everything was well organized, luxurious, and romantic. A velvet red carpet led guests who were impeccably dressed onto the ship, their heads held high and walking at a slow pace. On either side, the staff bent their waists at 90 degrees, eager and respectful. Looking upon a rarely seen scene from high society, Jian Ran hesitated to get out of the car. "In a little while, the cruise will leave," Lu Yanting gently reminded. "Jian Ran, getting out is fine, but there's something I regret." "What?" Lu Yanting asked. Jian Ran hesitated. "The dance partner." "We're companions," Lu Yanting smirked slightly. "Is that good enough?" Jian Ran nodded, grateful for the arrangement. Lu Yanting followed up, "Since we're companions, whatever happens on the cruise, you'd better have my back." "Of course." As Jian Ran just answered, he felt defeated once more. Damn it, this guy sure was cunningly manipulative. Once again, he became a free bodyguard. The moment they stepped out of the Bentley and stood side by side, they drew all the attention. Men and women walking towards the cruise ship also stopped to look back, whispering among themselves. "Is that Jian Ran? How come he's with Lu Yanting?" "You don't know. Lately, Jian Ran has been very popular, and all the major families want to get close to him. He's in high demand right now." "So are you saying he's decided to join the Lu family? What about the Bai family and the Gu family?" "Shoo, lower your voice, or someone might hear you. If they do, we could end up as fish food in the sea tonight." After muttering their concerns, the group walked away. Zhong Fanrui stepped out from the shadows, his face contorted with jealousy, as if something had changed since he'd been gone. His expression darkened with a low grunt as he muttered under his breath, "So Jian Ran is now making waves while I've been away. I'll expose your true colors tonight." Though seething inside, he didn't draw too much attention but rather concealed himself in the corner. When he noticed Lu Yuhuan's figure approaching, he quickly went forward. "Brother Yuhuan, you finally came." Zhong Fanrui called out affectionately. His tone wasn't loud, yet it still caught the notice of those nearby. Lu Yuhuan frowned slightly. "You seem unusually proactive for coming so early." "It wouldn't be good to be late for such an occasion," Zhong Fanrui responded with an obedient smile. He intentionally spoke loudly enough for others to overhear, displaying his close relationship with the Lu family heir. This kind of subtle manipulation was Zhong Fanrui's forte. At that same moment, Jian Ran was walking over and immediately spotted him. The sight prompted an instant response. Well, isn't this the king of seas?" Upon hearing this taunt, Zhong Fanrui's veins bulged on his forehead, yet he managed a dazzling grin. "Long time no see, Jian Ran. You're still as witty as ever, aren't you?" He paused for a second, then a sly look flickered across his face before he addressed the stoic Lu Yanting. "Is this your new boyfriend? And did the last one break up with you already?" Zhong Fanrui thought his cutting remarks would fluster Jian Ran, but instead Jian Ran replied casually, "Of course we broke up. When we were on the show, we announced our split, the entire nation knows about it. These days, who hasn't fallen for a jerk and made a mistake with their eyes shut? Isn't that right? Caught off guard by Jian Ran's calm admission and seeing the nonchalant demeanor of the supposed new boyfriend beside him, Zhong Fanrui gawked in disbelief, searching for a comeback. But just as he tried to regain control, a furious voice interrupted from afar. Jian Ran, who are you calling a jerk? And who said we agreed to break up? Chapter 125, Mom, there's a ghost. Ji Yuanming quickly walked over, his face flushed red, with an aggrieved expression. If it weren't for the occasion requiring him to maintain appearances, he would have probably grabbed Jian Ran by the collar and demanded answers. Who agreed to break up? Perhaps, he was also wary of Jian Ran's displayed strength on the variety show, fearing that as soon as he made a move, he would be seized and thrown over the shoulder. Who should I agree with? I'm just waiting for someone to scold me. Jian Ran discreetly put some distance between them and thought quietly, don't dirty my high-end tailor-made suit, I spent big money on this. Ji Yuanming was both ashamed, angry, reluctant, and very apprehensive, his complex emotions manifesting vividly on his face. Jian Ran glanced at Zhong Fanrui and subtly gave Ji Yuanming a look, as if saying, your unforgettable first love is right in front of you, why not go grovel? Ji Yuanming's face turned completely dark. At this moment, a waiter came over to remind them, dear esteemed guests, the cruise ship will set sail shortly. Please hurry up. Lu Yanting slightly nodded and said gently to Jian Ran, let's talk about it on board. Lu Yuhuan, who had been watching the spectacle the whole time, didn't expect Lu Yanting to remain so calm. He smirked at the corner of his mouth, that's right, the best part is yet to come. There's no need to rush. Let's go. He spoke to Zhong Fanrui coldly, took a step forward without waiting for anyone. Yuanming, Zhong Fanrui still stood there, looking melancholically towards Ji Yuanming, why are you entangled with him? What? Ji Yuanming was always following Jian Ran's figure, completely ignoring Zhong Fanrui beside him. Zhong Fanrui, who was accustomed to being at the center of attention, instantly sensed danger and pulled on Ji Yuanming's sleeve, Yuanming, are you hiding something from me? During my absence. There was nothing. Ji Yuanming casually withdrew his hand and replied despondently, we can talk when we have time. I'm going aboard first. With that, he left, leaving Zhong Fanrui standing alone in place. This kind of situation, back in the old days, was simply unimaginable. He would have hurriedly consoled his first love, how could he possibly avoid everything without giving any explanations? But now, Ji Yuanming's mind was a complete mess. He couldn't fully grasp his own thoughts. Why did he feel such a strong sense of possession towards someone who wasn't important? Could it be that he no longer loves Zhong Fanrui? At this thought, Ji Yuanming's head ached painfully. It felt like he was crushed by fate. As Jian Ran boarded the ship and stood on the deck, he realized that the luxurious magnificent scene from outside was just the tip of the iceberg, and inside it was truly a wonderland. It felt as though the walls were practically inlaid with bills and gold bars, every corner exuding an aura of m.nev. Even more astonishing was that this display of wealth wasn't vulgar at all but instead had its own sophistication, with renowned international brands everywhere, making the LG seem effortlessly classy. In the center of the wide deck was a dance floor, where slim, elegant, and glamorous matrons and men in tailored suits held champagne while engaging in animated conversations. Behind them, a piano worth millions was played by a young and attractive woman. If only the ominous energy floating around could be ignored, Jian Ran might have found it quite perfect. What are you thinking about? A sudden hot breath came near his ear, causing Jian Ran's heart to jolt instinctively. He dodged unconsciously and blurted out, I'm thinking. If the talismans I brought along will be enough. After his words, a figure suddenly appeared nearby, asking, what talismans? Do you think it's necessary here? Jian Ran turned slightly and glared sideways, noticing Lu Yuchuan's sly smile. Disgust curved at the corners of his lips, none of your business. What are you doing, Jian Ran? Zhong Fanrui, who caught up in time, heard this snippet and rushed to stand between them. Didn't your family teach you manners? You can say what you want about me, but don't do it to others. His demeanor made his handsome features appear even more endearing. Gan Fengyi, stationed at a secluded spot near the dance floor, tightened his fingers around his wine glass. His gaze never wavered from a certain direction, his face filled with complexity. He once adored Zhong Fanrui, yearning desperately to embrace and comfort him. But now, he saw through it as overly contrived. Jian Ran, have you had enough of your antics? I've been tolerating you again and again, but how dare you overstep further? Zhong Fanrui suddenly raised his voice as if to ensure all the guests could hear him. If Jian Ran hadn't caught a glimpse of a white shadow flitting past, he might have really argued back about who was overstepping their bounds. Let's go, we should grab some food first. Jian Ran waved his hand in motion for Lu Yanting to keep moving forward. Zhong Fanrui's dramatic performance was interrupted halfway, and he naturally wasn't ready to back down. He was about to chase after them when a man dressed as a manager stepped in front of him and blocked his way. Excuse me, sir, but there's no troublemaking allowed on the cruise. You think I'm causing trouble? Zhong Fanrui's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly losing composure. The manager nodded and glanced around at the guests. Tonight's banquet is attended by high-profile social elites. If you continue to shout loudly and deliberately cause disturbances here, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave. Following his gaze, Zhong Fanrui noticed several people looking at him with barely disguised disdain. His expression flickered slightly before he quickly shifted his stance. I'm sorry, I failed to control my emotions. Please forgive me. After saying this, he bowed slightly to those around him to apologize. Apologies for ruining everyone's evening because of my family issues. Zhong Fanrui lifted his face, tears shimmering in his eyes like starlight, portraying a pitiful figure that made others reluctant to blame him. After all, as the male lead, his charm still lingered. Jian Ran glanced once and turned away, scooping up some caviar into his mouth and gently pressing it against his tongue. His eyes lit up instantly as he decisively gave it a thumbs up, as though he couldn't praise it enough. Do you like it? Lu Yanting asked, his gaze burning intensely. Shall I? No need, Jian Ran waved a hand dismissively. No matter how delicious something is, one must stop when appropriate, or else it will rot your teeth. Suddenly changing the subject left Lu Yanting stunned, and he instinctively scanned the dining table. There he saw a pale, ghostly little hand reaching out greedily toward the cake. Lu Yanting voiced his confusion. Jian Ran signaled with a "sh," then suddenly bent down and crawled under the tablecloth, coming face to face with a pale, bloody-mouthed hand and ghastly red-eyed face. Ah! Mom, there's a ghost! The little girl screamed while scrambling out from under the table. Jian Ran stayed in his original position, touching his own face as he muttered to himself, do I look like a ghost? Why did she run? Such a pity. I just wanted to ask her the winning lottery numbers. Chapter 126, even the best fate can be ruined by that despicable mouth. The little girl, whose eyes were bleeding and whose appearance was terrifying, screamed and fled at lightning speed. By the time Jian Ran sat up again, she had already vanished without a trace. The surrounding guests showed no reaction at all, as if nothing had happened. The strange white shadow was nowhere to be seen either. Only Lu Yanting looked at him with a half-smile. Were you mistaken for a ghost? Jian Ran's lips parted slightly, about to admit it, but he suddenly changed the subject. There's something I'm very curious about. What is it? Have you ever opened your third eye? Jian Ran frowned, pretending to think. Lu Yanting, do you mean seeing supernatural events? I seem to have mentioned this before. It's a natural ability. Jian Ran suddenly became full of hope. Can you predict winning lottery numbers? Or? He paused, even a hint would work. Can't you calculate it yourself? Lu Yanting thought to himself that Jian Ran must be crazy for money, wanting him to predict numbers. Jian Ran shook his head. This kind of stuff is taboo. Once you start calculating, it shortens your lifespan. Lu Yanting, I see. Chuckling softly, you're quite principled. Brother Yen. Su Shuda's loud voice suddenly rang out. Jian Ran looked in the direction of the sound and saw him excitedly waving his arms, about to run over. Next to him was a face that made Jian Ran feel annoyed. Why is your assistant with my agent? Jian Ran furrowed his brows in confusion, his voice tinged with disdain. Haven't they known each other for a while? Lu Yanting countered matter-of-factly, didn't you know? By this point, the two had approached. Su Yuan sneered, who knows someone like him? A second-class cripple. The height difference is an insurmountable chasm. Jian Ran, who always protected his people, wouldn't let others insult them. He immediately coldly huffed, Ada, come here. Stay far away from this person, don't let bad luck rub off on you. Su Shuda obediently jumped over, Brother Yen, what bad luck? Someone has such a wretched destiny that there's no saving it. Jian Ran's lips curved into a carefree smile, get too close to this kind of person, and you might end up with misfortune on you. Who did you say was wretched? Su Yuan became furious, lifting his hand to gesture, only to bump into a server delivering drinks. In an instant, his high-end white suit was stained red by wine. He couldn't care less about arguing anymore, looking heartbroken at his clothing while hearing constant apologies. I'm sorry, sir, you suddenly raised your hand, I didn't manage to dodge. Could you not walk around me? Su Yuan glared back, gritting his teeth. For heaven's sake, this custom-made suit was hard to get hold of. Would it still be wearable after being stained with wine? What a huge loss. Don't be difficult with the server, Jian Ran's voice was lazy, it's your own fault for standing in such an accurate position. Accurate enough to attract bad luck. Hearing these words, Su Shuda burst out laughing. Big brother Lu, look, Su Yuan turned to Lu Yanting for help, sending him a pleading look. The latter remained composed, go find the management and borrow a set of clothes. After the banquet is over, I'll buy you another one. Su Yuan wiped away his tears and smiled, just about to say, Big brother Lu, I love you, when the next second he heard Lu Yanting add, the cost will be deducted from your salary. Su Yuan. Heaven and hell are separated by only a second. After the person left, Su Shuda sat beside Jian Ran, quietly asking, Brother Yen, how did you know that Su Yuan always has bad luck? Is it really predicted through divination? Jian Ran scoffed, do I need divination to know him? Just hearing him talk is enough to determine his fate. Even the best destiny can be ruined by that despicable mouth. Su Shuda suddenly understood, that's true. That foul mouth never says anything good. Then he added, but the person isn't bad, no ill intentions. Brother Yen, could you help reverse? Jian Ran shot him a glare, did I not expect this? You're so altruistic. Su Shuda sheepishly lowered his head, altruistic. Maybe a bit. Haven't I been following you for so long? Any other agent would have quit long ago. Jian Ran. What bullshit logic, leaving me speechless. Though he didn't say anything, Lu Yanting laughed aloud nearby, clearly agreeing. Su Yuan angrily followed the front desk manager into the cruise ship guest room, thinking to himself, it's fine if things usually go wrong, but why am I so unlucky to make a fool of myself right in front of Su Shuda? It's like misfortune's mother opening the door to misfortune herself, misfortune has arrived home. This is the changing room, sir. You may enter and select a suitable suit. The manager politely smiled. Su Yuan nodded, thank you. Subsequently, he stepped into the changing room. The door slammed shut, making Su Yuan jump. It was only now that he noticed the temperature in this fitting room full of clothes seemed to be more than 10 degrees colder than outside. The cold air was oppressive, and an unusual silence filled the air. Su Yuan instantly remembered a rumor he had once heard, that a murder had taken place on this cruise ship. The next morning, the deck, guest rooms, restaurant, and dance floor were all littered with corpses. Ever since then, it was said to be haunted. Every year, as the grand cruise feast approached its end, eerie birthday songs could be heard, along with the laughter of a little girl. Could it be, am I so unlucky to have encountered this? Su Yuan muttered to himself, trembling as he began hastily searching through the clothes. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't even care if they fit properly, just put one on and leave. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear and tender voice rang out in his ear, Big brother, what are you looking for? Su Yuan froze instantly, his body bristling with goosebumps. Cold winds blew at the back of his neck. Big brother, do you need help finding clothes? Su Yuan wanted to cry, wanted to say no, wanted to wave his hand and tell her to go away. But he couldn't move. It was as though he were nailed to the spot, and he felt an urgent need to use the restroom. At this very moment, Su Yuan finally understood why some people were scared so badly they lost control of their bowels. Big brother, why aren't you talking? He could feel a small hand slowly reaching out from behind him, about to touch him. In a life and death moment, there came a knock on the door, loud and resounding, bang. 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 The young girl's voice clearly showed displeasure, here comes that scary ghost again. This isn't any fun. As her words fell, Su Yuan distinctly felt the surrounding temperature rise and his body regain movement. No response means you're not dead yet. An impatient voice came from outside the door. And no. Tears streamed down Su Yuan's face as he managed to choke out the words before stiffly moving toward the door. When he saw Jian Ran's face, his whole body collapsed onto the ground. A mix of sweat and tears covered his face, leaving him looking utterly wretched. Su Shuda rushed inside through the gap and supported him. Brother, what happened? Could it be that you were so unlucky and encountered a ghost? Hurry up, don't say anything else, just take me away. Su Yuan was on the verge of breaking down. Jian Ran smiled at the sight. Oh, so you're leaving already? What about your earlier arrogance when you called someone a second-class cripple? Seeing Jian Ran's smirk, Su Yuan's knees almost gave way again. Su Shuda pulled him up from the floor and dragged him toward the exit, while Su Yuan was practically in tears. Chapter 127, when making the acceptance speech on stage, should I thank that ghost brother as well? Su Yuan was unsteadily dragged out of the dressing room and stood on the deck. The moment the colorful lights shone over him, he felt a soreness in his waist and knees, almost collapsing under the weight. Good thing Su Zadata supported his armpit at 170 centimeters height, or Su would have lost face in front of all the guests. How about you? Should we just go home? Su Zadata changed from his usual loud voice to a soft whisper. Me, Su Yuan tried to struggle but the childish yet eerie voice kept playing back in his mind, cold winds shooting up his spine, I'd better go home. Alright, I'll send you home. Su Zadata said very generously. Jian Ran heard this, raising an eyebrow while pursing her lips silently, glancing repeatedly towards Lu Yanting's direction as if gossiping soundlessly. Oh my, what's going on with those two? Haven't noticed anything like that before. Lu Yanting had an icy expression but immediately softened when Jian Ran's eyes moved toward him, university bunkmate brothers. Ayo, Jian Ran exclaimed. With the cruise ship still having more than 10 minutes before departure, there was ample time for an urgent evacuation. However, when Su Zadata was helping Su Yuan walk to the boarding stairs, they were stopped by a waiter. Sorry, the two of you cannot go down. Why? Su Zadata's voice went higher, my friend is sick and needs to go to the hospital. Once Su Yuan heard this, he immediately became even weaker. The waiter smiled, there are top-notch doctors on board and even a surgery room, capable of handling any sudden situations. My friend has asthma, he needs specific medicine. Su Zadata persisted with a stubborn neck. Su Yuan was still gasping for air, unable to catch his breath. The waiter still maintained a polite smile, on board there is a specialized room used as a pharmacy, in such a pressing situation, even if you two go down now, it won't help. Let me lead the two of you to find the medicine. My friend. Su Zadata turned his head to gaze at Su Yuan, or, how about you die, then I take your body off the ship. The waiter responded, our cruise also has a morgue prepared for guests' unexpected needs. Both Su Zadata and Su Yuan glared at them. Your cruise sure plays rough. As the cruise started its engine, Jian Ran stuffed some lobster meat into her mouth and said unclearly, since we've come, let's settle down, what's there to be afraid of? At least the food here is quite clean. Sitting spaced apart, Su Yuan fantasized endlessly, Brother Ran, the food is clean, where isn't it clean? Oh yes, I remember you sold talismans, do you have stock? I'd like a few. Jian Ran squinted sideways at him, Brother Ran. Who are you talking to? I'm definitely not your brother. Brother, you are. Su Yuan was on the verge of tears, all the mistakes made before by the younger brother were due to youthful ignorance. Or, shall I kneel down and kowtow? No, I can't bear it, Jian Ran focused on eating. Seeing Jian Ran immune to both hard and soft tactics, Su Yuan could only turn to Lu Yanting with a plea for help, Brother Lu, can you say something good to sister-in-law? I really messed up, I'll change. Cough cough, Jian Ran got choked, turning around to glare at him, who are you calling sister-in-law? You're a damn teenager too, huh? Su Yuan was startled and hid behind Lu Yanting. Sister-in-law. This title was indeed novel. Lu Yanting's mouth curved slightly upward with a bit of pleasure on his face. Suddenly, he perceived an envious look coming from somewhere else, and followed it to see far away at their table, Lu Yuchuan raising his glass and nodding toward himself. Lu Yanting calmly lifted his own glass by fingertips and reciprocated. Drinking with who? Not including me. Jian Ran picked up the wine glass, planning to directly finish the 82 fight, when he turned to find the person unexpectedly bumping into an extremely frustrated face. Fucking hell. By Jingchuan. Is this brainless person also here? Wait a second. Could it be that all the important male leads from those cliched stock stories are present? Then wouldn't Zhong Fanrui, the white moonlight, flip the car? After all, the playboy is fishing for new big fish and probably can't care much about them. Hee hee. A great show is about to start. Jian Ran laughed foolishly alone without noticing Lu Yanting suddenly approaching, leaning close to his ear, softly exhaling, your ex-boyfriend is here. Are you happy? Jian Ran, this sounded full of old barrel sour cabbage flavor. He opened his mouth to say something, but on the stage, the host took the lead to grab the microphone first. Good evening, esteemed guests, and thank you for joining us at our annual cruise gala. The handsome young host exuded confidence, maintaining the appropriate demeanor before an audience of wealthy elites. Jian Ran's eyes had already drifted elsewhere, away from the cruise. Even though they had sailed deep into the Hay River where it was pitch black, the dazzling neon lights of the cityscape on both banks could still be seen clearly. Under the cold moonlight, ripples sparkled on the water surface as if a layer of white mist hovered above, like entering a mysterious and eerie realm. What are you looking at? Lu Yanting's voice suddenly broke the silence. Jian Ran turned her gaze back, only to find that the noble yet icy face was alarmingly close, their breaths almost intertwining in the air. Her heart started racing, consumed by an uncontrollable impulse. To want. Coming up soon will be our first round of lottery draw, please focus your attention. The words of the host brought Jian Ran sharply back to reality. She immediately put some distance between herself and Lu Yanting, then turned around abruptly asking. Is it starting so soon? Big prize or small prize? How much money? Su Zadata rushed to answer, small prizes, no need to get excited yet, there's still bigger ones to come. Lu Yanting, who thought he'd successfully built a romantic atmosphere, felt rather embarrassed. Should I offer my black card to shift his focus back onto me? Small prizes are still money, accumulate little by little, do you understand? Jian Ran grabbed the invitation Su Zadata was holding, first let me acquaint myself with the number, in case it's called out. Suddenly, his expression paused, sharp eyes narrowing toward Lu Yanting, did you see it? Lu Yanting nodded slightly, yes, I did. See what? Su Zadata curiously peered toward the stage, but saw nothing besides the spirited young host. Su Yuan, trembling and shivering, sidled closer, old duh, I'm feeling cold again, come give me a hug. Su Zadata, this guy seems like he's messing with me. Their ambiguous and strange posture didn't attract much attention, but Jian Ran's gaze remained locked firmly on the stage, snorting coldly. Surely, they aren't trying to pull a backroom deal. I wouldn't agree to that. Lu Yanting narrowed his eyes further as the shadow of a pale-faced figure appeared behind the host, his neck being subtly grasped. Let us all congratulate guest number 38, the microphone amplified a clear and cheerful voice, who has won today's first grand prize. Jian Ran instantly stood up reflexively, her face glowing with excitement. Wealth does indeed lie within risks. It was right to make this trip. On stage making the acceptance speech, might as well thank that ghost brother. Chapter 128, Am I, this leftover rice, such a surprise to you? Host Zhang Xian blankly stared at the card in his hand. He really couldn't understand why he insisted on saying 83 instead of 38. Was he possessed by a ghost? Zhang Xian looked up again and saw the excited guest who had already stood up. Then, he cleared his throat, wanting to correct the mistake, but found that he couldn't utter a single sound. What's going on? A bone-chilling sense of fear crept up from his ankles. He was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. He should have listened to the elder's advice. One shouldn't take on this job just because of financial need. The cruise ship was indeed too eerie. In the blink of an eye, Jian Ran, beaming with vitality, had already stepped onto the stage, striding toward the host. Speak up, how much is the bonus? I can accept a bank transfer. Zhang Xian's eyes widened, brimming with terror, as he saw the exquisite face before him. The corners of his mouth curved into a lazy, unrestrained arc seemingly unintentionally. He lifted his arm and slapped it on Zhang Xian's shoulder, the bone-chilling coldness disappearing instantly. His throat could make sounds again, and he eagerly questioned in confusion, you. Jian Ran pressed down on the microphone, frowning, indicating with his eyes, don't talk nonsense, it's easy to die. Zhang Xian. Though unsure of whether these words were true or false, there was something special about the person in front of him. It seemed, as long as this person was nearby, no matter what happened, there was nothing to fear. Presenting the award. Jian Ran's lips didn't move, squeezing out a voice from between his teeth. Zhang Xian came back to his senses, turning to face all the guests. Congratulations to number 38. Let's start our evening with a lead-in. The first prize is one luxurious candlelit dinner, with the option to invite anyone along. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran abruptly interjected, damn, it's not cash. You're playing with me. Even though he was speaking to Zhang Xian, it seemed like he was looking past him towards someone else. This feeling was indeed too bizarre. Zhang Xian's knees went weak, almost unable to stand. He forced a smile and shoved the voucher for the luxurious candlelit dinner into Jian Ran's hands, then barely concluded the program hosting based on professional ethics. Subsequently, the stage lights dimmed, shifting focus to the dining table on the deck. Is there something here? Zhang Xian could no longer suppress his fear, his voice trembling as he asked. Jian Ran was still flipping through the voucher, pondering when the next grand prize would come up, and so responded absent-mindedly, do I need to ask? How did you announce the number, don't you know? Zhang Xian broke out in even more cold sweat, suddenly remembering something and breaking into a wide grin, your brother Ran. I only just realized. I love your variety shows. Praise heaven and earth, we're saved tonight. Jian Ran raised his eyelids, who gave you the confidence to think we're saved? Zhang Xian's smile crumbled instantly, brother Ran. Jian Ran ignored his call, turning and stepping off the stage. The dining table was directly ahead, yet he pivoted and walked to the left. Sir, would you like guidance? The waiter came over to ask. Jian Ran waved his hand, go away. The waiter, already won a prize and acting so intimidating. Su Zadada peeked out from the dining spot tracking the person's silhouette and couldn't help but ask in confusion after a moment, where's he going? Based on my understanding of Brother Ran's appetite, it seems like he hasn't eaten enough. Lu Yanting chuckled, perhaps he's handling some private affairs. Should I go follow and check? Private affairs? Su Yuan was still quivering, does he need to urinate? Jian Ran did go to the restroom, but not because he needed to urinate. He walked straight in, kicked open the final stall, shaking the dinner voucher in his hand, you bastard, what's your meaning? The ghost who had roamed the cruise ship for many years never expected one day to be cornered and questioned in the toilet. He bared sharp fangs and stretched out black nails, ready to answer with the way of evil ghosts. However, an unexpected slap hit him and left him stunned. The ghost covered his face, staring blankly. Who's this guy? Casually messing up the numbers actually produced such a result. No, I'm not convinced. He rushed out again, only to be struck from both sides. Being dead for so long, he'd never felt his soul burning like this before. Speak. Why choose me? Jian Ran didn't wait for his response and immediately began a storm of beatings while also closing the bathroom door. After a few minutes, pitiful cries came out, big brother, I really chose randomly. Do you know who I'll pick next time? Jian Ran roared furiously. The ghost hugged his head, next time, I'll definitely pick someone else, I swear. Jian Ran immediately delivered another blow to his head. Are you an idiot for picking me again? Big brother, I get it already, he howled like a wailing ghost. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside as someone entered. Jian Ran hesitated, guessing in his mind. Could it be Lu Yanting? It was very possible. After all, relentless pursuit was his trademark. Thinking about this, Jian Ran's cheeks inexplicably flushed pink, and as his thoughts swirled, the ghost seized the opportunity to disappear into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Jian Ran didn't bother chasing after him, since they were bound to meet again anyway. Giving him some breathing room wasn't out of the question either. You. Jian Ran opened the stall door and was about to tease, but upon seeing a different face, his demeanor shifted instantly, and his words twisted into, how come you're sniffing around like a dog? Zhong Fanroi's expression stiffened momentarily before breaking into a radiant smile. Cousin, I feel like you've changed. The old you was pretty smart, knowing restraint, never showing off. In that case, I could still spare you some leftover food. Just like back when you were pursuing Ganfengyi, I didn't intervene, right? But now you've become so pushy, even embarrassing me in public, don't blame me for not putting up with it anymore. Jian Ran wanted to throw a swift slap to shut him up but noticed a figure at the bathroom entrance at the last second and deliberately restrained himself. Huh, you're offering me leftover food? So Gan Fengyi is the leftover then? What else? Zhong Fanrui replied arrogantly, he's just one of many admirers. If I could see him as worthy, would it have been your turn? Face the truth. You're nothing more than a poor imitation, and he can use you as a substitute while kicking you away anytime he wants. I can ruin you with just a word. As he spoke, a sudden sound of leather shoes tapping on the tiles outside interrupted them, slow and rhythmic. Zhong Fanrui caught sight of Jian Ran's expression and suddenly realized something. He turned his head sharply to see the domineering CEO's face. Fengyi bro. You, what are you doing here? Gan Fengyi's lips curled into a strange smile as he asked, emphasizing each word, that I'm the leftover here, comes as a surprise to you. Chapter 129, Hide and Seek on a Haunted Cruise Ship. Oh dear. The small capsizing scene of the Sea King. And sure enough, it arrived as expected. Jian Ran was excited inside, but he put on a serious face. Ignoring Zhong Fanrui's bewildered and flustered expression, he sincerely agreed with Gan Fengyi's conclusion. Indeed, you showing up like leftover food caught him off guard. After all, for over 20 years, everything has been played out perfectly. Jian Ran, shut up. Zhong Fanrui threw off her mask of gentleness and nobility, glaring at him with resentment. I've never accepted anyone's confession, so why are you speaking about me so vilely? You didn't accept, but neither did you refuse, Jian Ran said, smiling innocently. Zhong Fanrui didn't rush to counter-argue, instead turning her thoughts rapidly in her mind, realizing that Gan Fengyi had already heard the words earlier, it would be hard to explain further. Anyway, she was a fish already abandoned. What could possibly happen even if they broke up? I've never agreed anyway, and investigating further just shows how self-delusional Gan Fengyi is. So yes, I haven't rejected it, but relationships have always been personal matters. I can't control others. As for you, how many boats are you treading simultaneously? What exactly is your bottom line? We are doing this voluntarily. Before Jian Ran could respond, Gan Fengyi, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke, his low, grave voice instantly capturing Zhong Fanrui's attention and causing her to instinctively turn around. Brother Fengyi, he toyed with your feelings. Gan Fengyi's eyebrows were knitted with a dark shadow. His eyes glinted piercingly, his whole presence brimming with authority finally having an air of dominance about it. He stepped closer slowly, looking down from a height at Zhong Fanrui with a cold tone, who's been playing games with my emotions. Now I see it very clearly. Stop calling me Brother Fengyi. I don't deserve your leftover feelings. You, deal with it yourself. After finishing, Gan Fengyi turned and walked away. Just as he exited the bathroom, he irritably rubbed his temples. He had initially intended to say something more harsh to compensate for years of being love-struck, but somehow when the words reached his lips, they wouldn't come out, as though his throat was being choked by destiny. And thus the ship sank, leading to a somewhat emotional breakdown for Zhong Fanrui, whose idealized image was now shattered. Turning around, she glared viciously at Jian Ran. Seeing the smile curving on his lips, she clenched her teeth in hatred and swung her arm to slap him across the face. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, her hand was deflected aside, and immediately afterwards, her cheek stung painfully as she tilted to the side. Holding her cheek, Zhong Fanrui looked back in shock. You dared to hit me? Jian Ran hesitated as he glanced at his palm. Holy cow. So this is what it feels like to reverse the role of protagonist. How exhilarating. Feeling completely refreshed. Do you actually want to go against the Zhong family? Zhong Fanrui's face was full of disbelief. It was hard for her to imagine that Jian Ran, who once lived under others' roofs, cautious and deferential to her idol to the point of becoming a substitute, would transform into what he was today. My parents will not let you go unpunished. Lost in thought, Jian Ran didn't give any response. Zhong Fanrui assumed her threats had worked, tidying up her appearance and scoffing, think about your poor relatives. If our family hadn't been giving them alms, they would probably have starved to death on the streets. By this time, Jian Ran had already shoved his hands into his pockets and was muttering while walking out, sigh, if only that vacation system were here, there'd definitely be an electrocution punishment prompt. But since it's absent and no shocks have occurred, does that mean I can act without restraint? But will there be consequences later on? The ignored male lead stood still in place, tightly clenching his fists and trying to suppress his voice. Jian Ran, remember what I said. The disgrace you made me endure today, I will return it to you hundredfold, thousandfold. Jian Ran was after all air, bound by certain rules. It was only when the system went on vacation that he started truly expressing himself freely. The feeling of freedom was quite refreshing indeed, but also rather worrying. What if the system returned and discovered all he'd done in this time? If it triggered round after round of electric shocks? Wouldn't that make him a grilled fish? Sitting down heavily beside Lu Yanting, Jian Ran propped his head up with one hand and began to brood. What's wrong? Are you upset because you didn't win a bonus? Lu Yanting's gaze lingered on that smooth and delicate neck, asking with a magnetic tone, or shall I compensate you for it? At the mention of compensation, Jian Ran's eyes lit up. How much? The next second, he seemed to recall something and hastily shook his head. Never mind, I'm worried I might get it but won't live long enough to enjoy it. Wait. Jian Ran suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling a slip of the tongue that the system made before going on vacation. The only one who can defy fate and play freely in this world is the antagonist. Considered a program bug, fortunately, due to a curse leading to an early death, otherwise. Jian Ran slightly furrowed his brows, his pale lips parting faintly. An antagonist cursed. Suddenly he turned around sharply, his clear eyes shining brilliantly under the light. A trace of confusion flickered across Lu Yanting's face. What curse? What antagonist? Are you saying this cruise ship is cursed? No, don't speak. Let me think. Jian Ran felt his mind getting a bit jumbled. After crossing over, all he thought about was how to be someone else's stand-in. He never considered how to escape the constraints of the plot given by the system. This situation was a classic case of fixed thinking. But if he just flexibly shifts his perspective? At this thought, Jian Ran suddenly understood, placing a hand on Lu Yanting's shoulder. Brother, I'll take care of you from now on. Upon initially judging the antagonist's identity, aligning himself with the antagonist and altering his tragic destiny, perhaps it would trigger a butterfly effect, saving both of them in the process. I'm simply brilliant. Jian Ran revealed 8 pearly teeth, his smile standard and warm. Lu Yanting glanced down briefly at their close proximity and then raised his head, smiling in return, with a look of pleasure. Then my second half of life depends on you. Absolutely. Next to them, Su Yuan, secretly peeking, quietly asked, when did their relationship get so solid? Su Shuda shot him an annoyed glare. That's why you're dumb. The day my brother Ran started acting weird, started making brilliant calculations, they got tied together. Su Yuan, realizing belatedly, nodded. You're right. That red carpet event. Before he could finish, a broadcast sounded on the deck, the host seemingly changed, and this time, the voice was deep and heavy with a slight broadcaster's tone. Dear guests, the classic game segment is about to begin. Please put on the masks distributed by the waiters and find a place to hide. The first guest to be caught will receive a punishment, naturally. On the contrary, the last remaining winner will claim tonight's grand prize. As soon as the broadcast finished, a delicate white mask was handed to Jian Ran. He extended his fingers, gracefully long, and slowly caressed it while muttering to himself. Hide and seek on a haunted cruise ship. Really damn creative. Chapter 130, feeling an electric current running around your waist. Jian Ran's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just right for the people close by to hear. Thus, an atmosphere quickly spread. Especially Su Yuan, upon hearing this, his liver trembled. He whimpered and asked, can I not participate in this game? Sorry sir, the waiter hadn't gone far, he directly replied with care, all guests cannot be absent. No reason is acceptable unless. Su Yuan blinked and looked over, unless what? The waiter smiled but did not answer. Su Shida gave him a nudge on the shoulder, unless you're a dead person. Su Yuan. Thank you, my buddy from the upper bunk. Not long after, all guests had put on their masks, the dining table had been cleared away, and it became darker around. The multicolored lights flowed, and the scene appeared like a masquerade ball. Since the masks were quite tight, covering the whole face, there were many handsome men and beautiful women from wealthy families with tall and slim figures, making it truly difficult to tell them apart at a glance. Jian Ran was just thinking about where to hide in order to win the grand prize when a familiar burning sensation suddenly sprayed into his ear. Watch me closely. Don't let me get lost. Lu Yanting's low, warm voice sounded like scratching the tip of one's heart, causing Jian Ran to involuntarily shiver a little. He immediately remembered his grand promise to protect him and slowly nodded. Rest assured, follow me. Okay. At this moment, the broadcast sounded again. To ensure fairness in the game, staff will shuffle the order of the guests, entering cabins through different passages. Please note, there are 2 rules that must be followed. First, guests are not allowed to engage in conflict, otherwise they will lose their eligibility for the competition. Second, please maintain the tidiness of each room in the cabin. Do not arbitrarily mess up or steal decorations, otherwise, you will also lose your competition eligibility. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan raised his hand to hit Su Shuda, but was blocked by him. What the hell do you want to do? Beat you. Su Yuan made as if to strike again, this way, I can lose my competition eligibility. Jian Ran poured a bucket of cold water on him. Do you know the consequences of losing your competition eligibility? Su Yuan paused, what consequences? Before others could answer, he had already begun wild speculation. What was the outcome of being eliminated in a death game? Ah yes, straight up death. Su Yuan quickly grabbed Su Shuda's hand, we're still good buddies. Su Shuda. I'm apparently only your tool for survival. There were several doors on the cruise ship cabin. The waiters held up signboards marked with numbers, please line up here if your number ends in 1. Here is for numbers ending in 3. Here is for numbers ending in 8. Jian Ran thought of his own sultry 38 number, and went towards the corresponding number. Lu Yanting closely followed behind. Is your number also ending in 8? Jian Ran questioned suspiciously. Not really. Lu Yanting lifted his hand to rest on the small of his back, and leaned closer to whisper through the mask, "Shoo, lower your voice a bit. I am going to cheat." Jian ran. Why does it feel like there's an electric current running around my waist? Hold on. How does he plan to cheat? Could he possibly be planning to use a beauty trap? While Jian Ran was still puzzled, their bodies were already tightly pressed together, being pushed forward by the crowd behind them. The broadcast continued explaining the detailed game instructions. Victory Condition 1, find the guest who is hiding and mark them, then hide again. Guests who are found out are considered eliminated. Victory Condition 2, hide until the end without anyone discovering your mark. Jian Ran revealed his number and then saw Lu Yanting skillfully slip a card into the waiter's hand. He was astonished inside. Hell, is this allowed? Bribery, is that the method? Lu Yanting seemed to have guessed his doubts, and explained with laughter as soon as they entered the cabin, before getting on the cruise ship, these waiters had already started hiring. It's very easy to communicate beforehand with a few of them. Alright. In the world of financial tycoon families, covert operations are common. Nothing that money can't fix. Jian Ran glanced at the lavish decoration of the cabin, stepping forward and continuing to ask, you actually have this kind of hobby? Like playing hide and seek together? Even once a year? Haven't there been any missing persons? Lu Yanting slightly nodded, yes. He paused for a moment and continued, the guest who hides last and cannot be found, is the missing person. Jian Ran suddenly stopped in his tracks, what the hell, can you still claim a prize if you go missing? Is that the point? Lu Yanting countered, shouldn't the real issue be why the cruise ship keeps hosting banquets despite guests always going missing and the police having no leads? Jian Ran awkwardly chuckled twice, I'm still more interested in claiming the prize. Although he didn't respond, Lu Yanting continued on his own, I still don't understand why there's always a disappearance, and why some people are so eager to win. It's because they're poor, Jian Ran answered matter-of-factly. But Lu Yanting shook his head, do you think someone who can attend such a banquet would be poor? Jian Ran. Then what about me? A poor guy who suddenly got rich? Dear guests, please find a place to hide within 10 minutes, the broadcast sounded again, if your location is still exposed by the end of the countdown, you will be automatically eliminated. Where should we go? Lu Yanting asked. Jian Ran replied with indifference, didn't a little girl throw her birthday party here? We'll hide in her room. Lu Yanting seemed to agree, alright, let's do it your way. The problem is, how do we find it? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow, you've been here so many times and you don't know the little girl's room? This game is just something I casually get through, I've never cared about winning, Lu Yanting said with a light tone. The other guests had already started entering cabins, dispersing everywhere. Perhaps most of them shared the same thought as Lu Yanting. This dinner that everyone has to attend could simply be dealt with hastily and then it'd be over. As for that missing person slot, there will always be some poor devil wanting to get rich overnight coming in to fill the spot, so there's no need to worry about it. What about your agent? Lu Yanting suddenly asked. Jian Ran waved his hand and quickened his steps, I've already given him the talisman, it won't be hard for him to deal with a few evil things. We need to hurry. Because the broadcast above their heads was already urging, please find your first hiding spot within 3 minutes, otherwise you will be considered eliminated. Jian Ran randomly pushed open a dark red solid wood door on the left, slipping inside with a tilt of his body, and Lu Yanting followed closely behind. The next second the door closed tightly, plunging them into pitch-black darkness where they couldn't see each other, making the sound of their breathing suddenly clear. What's that smell? Jian Ran broke the silence, sniffing his nose, we probably didn't enter the morgue, did we? Chapter 131, Kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. How come there's a smell of formalin? Jian Ran identified the source of the smell, his tone suspicious, it's like, organs are being soaked. At his ear was Lu Yanting's voice full of amusement, when you pushed the door just now, didn't you see the room sign? I thought you came in deliberately. After all, in a game of hide and seek, not many people would dare to hide in a storage room for human organ specimens, so they won't be easily found. Jian Ran. How the hell was I supposed to know that this cruise ship had such a place? Speaking of which, do they even have the qualification and relevant procedures to store human organ specimens? He opened his mouth, just about to curse the wicked capital, when he heard footsteps outside the door. Then, two figures who were intimate yet perfectly started to hold their breath, their eyes meeting in the dark, each seeing the other's thoughts reflected in their eyes. The game has started, someone is already acting hastily. Jian Ran's ears perked up, thinking, damn, how could they be faster than me? How desperate must they be for money? Don't they fear dying first by sticking their necks out too soon? The footsteps grew closer, seemingly stopping outside the door. Jian Ran's heart skipped a beat as he silently cursed, what kind of person dares to enter here? Just like me, they didn't see the nameplate on the door, right? This place can hide people. Can't be. These rich folks care about their reputations and are quite clean freaks. Moreover, this place is haunted, said a trembling female voice. Jian Ran and Lu Yanting listened clearly through the door. Next, the male voice spoke, you're right, let's go to the next place. Remember to move quickly, don't let other volunteers see us or we'll definitely get eliminated, not only without any money, but also be. He didn't continue, yet a question rose in Jian Ran's mind. Volunteers? He instinctively shot a look of doubt at Lu Yanting. The two outside reached a consensus immediately, indeed the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Jian Ran threw out his question directly, what's going on? There are volunteers too. Lu Yanting nodded, some people don't want to participate, so they recruit some volunteers from society. Once there's enough number, they can replace them. How much money do they offer? Jian Ran asked about the most concerning point, judging from this, it doesn't seem like a good job either, those missing ones are likely this kind of volunteers, right? Only one goes missing each time. Not very realistic. It's more likely that they all meet an unfortunate end. These volunteers might even be unregistered individuals, no information can be found in the official system, thus if they go missing, the police will be powerless. In one breath, he presented his analysis, and Lu Yanting did not argue, tacitly nodding. Jian Ran scoffed, with money, you really can do whatever you want. Saying this, he cast an scrutinizing gaze at Lu Yanting, come to think of it, you are still a conscientious financier, aren't you? Lu Yanting touched his nose, it's not that I'm particularly conscientious. Just that I don't value my life that much. Until I met you. Hearing these words, Jian Ran felt a bit uneasy, unsure exactly what feeling it was, but certainly mingled with bitterness and compassion. His voice became awkward, you should start valuing your life, otherwise wouldn't it damage my reputation? Lu Yanting's deep gaze shone brighter in the darkness, gazing at Jian Ran for a long while before speaking in a low, hoarse voice, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, an unusual sound came from the depths of the room, particularly prominent in the dead silence. Although they were talking constantly, their attention was clearly unfocused, but their ears were equally keen and in perfect harmony as they both looked toward the same direction. What's that? Jian Ran became excited and wanted to take a step forward. Suddenly, Lu Yanting grabbed his wrist, his thin lips coming close to his ear, remember. To protect me. A suddenly fluttering heart made Jian Ran, damn, how does he always have the ability to flirt anytime, anywhere? Jian Ran wanted to shake off Lu Yanting's large hand, but unfortunately his body was honest, letting his fingers gradually interlock with his hand bones, and then entwined. Let's go, this time I'm reassured. Lu Yanting's voice was clearly pleasant. Jian Ran was caught in an awkward situation, not knowing how to respond. An unusual sound came again from the depths of the room, this time louder and more bizarre, as if saying, hey, what's up with you two, dating under such a terrifying atmosphere? Please. Show some respect to the horror part, will you? Thus, Jian Ran was tightly holding hands with Lu Yanting as they cautiously moved forward under the moonlight streaming through the cabin window and spotted the source of the noise. The lab desk was cluttered with various sized vessels containing human body specimens only seen in medical schools. The strong smell of formalin filled the air. Jian Ran wrinkled his nose in disdain and pointed at a floating organ. Why does the cruise ship have these things? Isn't that obvious enough? Lu Yanting answered with a laugh, a girl who celebrated her birthday on this cruise ship once was a medical prodigy, she loved dissection the most. So you mean all these are her masterpieces? Jian Ran tilted his head, incredulous, if I recall correctly, wasn't she barely over 10 years old? Lu Yanting said, rich families produce all sorts of eccentrics or geniuses. Jian Ran. Is that a compliment? Before he could finish musing, one of the jars holding a severed hand cracked suddenly. The glass shattered, spilling formalin onto the table and flowing down to the ground. But that wasn't the focus. The focus was the swollen severed hand, which started moving like a multi-legged creature heading straight toward Jian Ran. Holy crap. Jian Ran cursed, sounding thoroughly disgusted, dare to wail at me with just your limbs. He pulled out a talisman paper with one hand from his pants and slapped it accurately on the incoming severed hand. Then he turned his head to Lu Yanting and said, run fast. Thus, both retreated instinctively, leaving the dazed severed hand behind. Several seconds later, there was a deafening explosion, shaking the entire cruise ship. Only then did Jian Ran poke his head out to check the smoking area and comfortingly say, don't worry, this 5 thunder spell only affects evil spirits. It won't affect the cruise ship, let alone sink it. Lu Yanting tightened his interlaced fingers, no problem, even if it sinks, I wouldn't be afraid. Just as Jian Ran was about to turn around, a white shadow flitted past. It was a little girl dressed in a princess dress with 2 braids, glaring coldly at them, full of resentment. You've broken my specimen. Compensate for me. Or I'll make you into a specimen. Jian Ran lazily smirked, kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Bragging isn't something you should do often, kid. Chapter 132, I like a little more excitement in life. Upon hearing Jian Ran's warning, the little girl seemed to panic and began stomping her feet furiously, I'm not boasting. All of you will die tonight. I'll turn all of you into specimens. Humph, just wait for me. It seemed she had no intention of acting immediately. After finishing her threat, she was about to float away but was stopped by Jian Ran shouting, wait. The little girl turned back around and smugly laughed, what? Are you scared now? Beg me now, and I might find a more attractive bottle for you. Jian Ran shook his head. I just want to ask where your room is. The little girl revealed a wary expression. Why do you ask this? Jian Ran keenly noticed her change of expression and grinned on the surface. Isn't this hide and seek? We're looking for somewhere safe where we won't be found. You're not allowed to go to my room. The little girl began to lose control, her delicate features nearly contorted. If you dare to go, I'll sink this ship right now. Jian Ran responded with an, oh. Kid, didn't I warn you not to boast so much? It's not good for your growth. The little girl paused for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears and wiped her eyes. Mommy, there's a ghost bullying me. Her figure disappeared instantly. The specimen room became quiet again. After one of the severed hands was blown up to bits, the organs inside the vessel remained submerged peacefully in the container, as if harmless. Jian Ran was still standing there thinking deeply when a deep voice beside him reminded, there was too much commotion just now, our position might already be exposed. Should we switch rooms? Yeah, that works, Jian Ran nodded. Thus, holding hands, they left the room shoulder by shoulder. At the very instant of closing the door, both simultaneously glanced at the hidden camera in the corner. The staff in front of the monitor froze momentarily. Could we have been detected? A young man in uniform looked sideways at the others. Director, our cameras are brand new, they won't leave any traces. Lu Zhendong remained solemn, arms crossed over his chest. After pondering for a while, he said, let's not make a fuss yet. It might just be a coincidence. Continue observing. Well, the young man turned back and kept looking at the monitor. At this moment, Jian Ran, who was quickly moving through the corridor, suddenly approached Lu Yanting voluntarily. Am I being targeted by some organization? Why do you say that? Their voices were extremely low, like whispering, making it impossible for any device to record them. The reality show at Lai Fuan revealed something. Jian Ran stated coldly, CCTV signals were always present, and the cleanup institution arrived after the matter was resolved. There was also the dating show. The director never showed up, and the old man guarding the school gate wasn't ordinary. And the invitation letter to this cruise, aren't these all their carefully planned designs? Jian Ran suddenly raised his head, staring intensely at Lu Yanting. You're not working for them, are you? Of course not, Lu Yanting answered without hesitation, I work only for myself. Regardless of whether this answer was true or false, it made Jian Ran feel quite satisfied. The serious look on his face disappeared, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards happily. This is acceptable. Hurry up, we need to grab some time. As soon as the words were spoken, a sound from the overhead broadcast was heard. We are deeply regretful to inform you that guests number 12, 27, and 49 have been found and will be sent to the elimination zone. Other remaining contestants in the game, please protect your positions carefully. Severe punishment will be given if anyone intentionally exposes their location. From the corner of his eye, Jian Ran saw a shadow appearing behind them, and quickly pulled Lu Yanting into a secret dark room. Pressing the person against the wall, he eagerly asked, let's clarify, if we both remain till the end, how should the prize be divided? Seeing the beautiful face mere inches away, Lu Yanting pressed his tongue against his cheek slightly, his Adam's apple moving, divide it however you say. Give it all to you if you want. This is acceptable, Jian Ran relaxed, turning to look around and spoke elegantly, damn, it's this place again. Lu Yanting seemed to have gotten used to having classic curses around his ear. Calmly turning around, he saw a row of corpse beds, slowly curving his lips upward. Since I've met you, I've noticed. The probability of supernatural events has increased a lot. Jian Ran looked gloomy, do you regret it? Yanting Lu smirked, how could it be? I like a little more excitement in life. Jian Ran, I only like money. Why didn't my father name me after picking up money? This way, maybe I wouldn't have to work hard all my life and just need to bend over. Wait. Why does the word bending over sound so awkward? When Su Shuda and Su Yuan said they were going to get off the ship, the waiter mentioned there was a morgue here. I didn't believe it then, but now that I see it with my own eyes, it's truly. Jian Ran felt ashamed of his own thoughts and quickly changed the subject, taking a step forward and effortlessly pulling away from Yanting Lu's grasp. Who would normally have such a place on a cruise? What exactly happened back then, do you know? The beds in the morgue were all empty, while the room was always lit with cold dark light, making the surrounding environment even more eerie and terrifying. But the two people hiding inside looked very calm, discussing slowly at a steady pace. The stories about what happened back then varied greatly. Lu Yanting clenched his empty hand into a fist. It was said that one night, quite a few people died, and the crews had no place to store the bodies, so this morgue was built temporarily. Jian Ran leaned his hand on one of the beds and spoke softly, how did they die? Do you know? Food poisoning. Lu Yanting slowly approached, people who ate the cake all died. Jian Ran looked up, with a carefree smile, even wealthy families are not invincible, if their security is not good enough, how could a poisoned cake be allowed on board? Lu Yanting suddenly looked strange, what if the wealthy family themselves did it? Hearing this, Jian Ran's expression changed slightly, not possible, right? He instantly thought of a horrifying possibility, could it be the birth parents of the little girl? Lu Yanting didn't answer, but suddenly shifted to another seemingly unrelated topic. Back then, many people believed in cults and conducted sacrificial activities behind closed doors. Very cruel methods. Even their own flesh and blood. Just as he was speaking, the lights in the morgue suddenly went out. Chapter 133, As long as you need me, I can do it. Whenever it's crucial, the lights go out. If this isn't haunted, it's damn eerie. Jian Ran was swearing under his breath when a gust of cold wind blew towards him. In midair, it transformed into a ghostly claw trying to strangle his slender neck for an instant kill. But his raised arm swatted it lightly, and the attack missed its direction. Ahawa. The claws screeched in agony, shaking violently as if trying to rid itself of something scalding. Lu Yanting followed the sound, and saw the golden flames from the burnt talisman, which stood out prominently in the pitch-black morgue. There's a ghost trying to silence you, Jian Ran said casually, looks like they have a guilty conscience. I can reasonably speculate that the birthday banquet years ago was actually a large-scale sacrificial activity of a cult. And the main sacrifice was that talented, insane little girl who loved playing with dissection. So, she was poisoned just like the other guests. Indeed, Lu Yanting nodded slightly, my reasoning aligns with yours. Then were the murderers the little girl's parents? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow and asked, are they still alive? No, Lu Yanting shook his head, they sacrificed themselves too. Jian Ran, that's some determination. Not even sparing themselves. What kind of cult has such brainwashing power that they don't care about their fortune anymore? Why do you insist on attending the dinner party every year? Why so obedient? Jian Ran asked with flashing eyes. Lu Yanting replied calmly, because before her birthday finished, the little girl was heavily poisoned and on the brink of death. She was still a child, not fully mature mentally. Feeling discontent because she hadn't had enough fun yet, resentment arose within her. Before taking her last breath, she swore a solemn vow, forcing everyone present to celebrate her birthday every year. Even after death, their descendants would take their place. Do the wealthy families all believe it? Jian Ran kept a skeptical stance. Lu Yanting smiled faintly, there were also those who didn't believe it. The first year, they didn't show up for the dinner, and the next day, their bodies were found discarded on the street, looking pitiful and mysterious causes of death. Since then, no one dared not come. I see, Jian Ran curled his lips and pulled out a few more talismans from his pants, sticking them on the positions of the restless ghost shadows. The little girl is quite happy, having become a vengeful spirit for so long but still getting her birthday celebrated every year. Not only that, she has her parents accompanying her. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and laughed deeper, with the kid turning into a vengeful spirit, how dare her parents show up. After his words, it seemed someone was stimulated, causing the lights in the morgue to flicker violently between bright and dim, as if warning them that if they continued talking nonsense, there'd be consequences. Jian Ran lifted his face indifferently, all right, no need to answer, I've figured it out. This pair of parents became cowardly turtles, playing hide-and-seek with the little girl. This is the origin of the boat game, right? The little girl wants us to help her find her parents. After guessing accurately, the light stopped flickering and did not go out. It seemed to know its warning was useless and completely gave up. Before Lu Yanting could affirmatively reply, the broadcast came again, dear guests, we will now announce the elimination list. Number 3, Number 7, Number 15. Also, there's one guest deliberately revealing his position who will receive punishment. His number is 39. When Jian Ran heard this, his expression immediately turned serious. Lu Yanting glanced at him, is it Su Shuda? Jian Ran repressed his smile, our numbers are consecutive, there's no way he'd intentionally reveal his position unless framed. With sharp gaze towards Lu Yanting, he asked, do you think it's human or ghost? If it's human, I won't let it go. And if it's a ghost, I'm gonna eliminate it. The morgue lights flickered weakly. Do you know where the guests might be punished? Jian Ran suddenly asked. Lu Yanting shook his head, I've never been punished. Jian Ran frowned slightly and asked the next second, does this game give resurrection chances? Apparently not, Lu Yanting answered honestly. Jian Ran sighed, if that's the case, it's only fair to inconvenience you. How about you deliberately expose your position? Like giving Lu Yanting a confidence boost, he added, rest assured, I'll definitely make sure nothing happens to you. Jian Ran pulled out a talisman from his trouser pocket, I have a tracking talisman, it will definitely find you. Before boarding the cruise, all their phones were confiscated under the pretense of preventing snapping photos. Now it was clear this was done to stop them contacting each other during the game. Looking at Jian Ran's eyes filled with anticipation, Lu Yanting slowly parted his lips, as long as you need me, I can do it. Jian Ran. When he heard those words, his heart fluttered slightly. He thought he would have to persuade Jian Ran again, but unexpectedly he agreed without hesitation. The scheming inheritor of a wealthy family, usually so calculating, now seemed inexplicably compliant, leaving him utterly confused. Should I still do it myself? Jian Ran stammered but saw Lu Yanting snatch the talisman from his hand and stride towards the door of the morgue. Opening the door, he shouted loudly. I'm here. I've revealed my position, I want to be eliminated. The morgue door automatically closed, and Jian Ran looked at Lu Yanting's retreating back. The latter suddenly turned around, flashing a charming smile before being blocked out by the door. Standing there, Jian Ran raised his hand to touch his own chest slowly, feeling his intense heartbeat. He muttered to himself, shit, am I getting arrhythmia or what? Otherwise, why was his heart racing like crazy? Jian waited for a while but didn't hear any announcements. He guessed there might be some delay in broadcasting and decided to leave the morgue first to search for the little girl's room. His intuition told him that it must be hiding secrets unknown to everyone. It might even be the key to solving the curse on the cruise ship. So, taking advantage of the quiet corridor, the tall and slender figure slipped out, sticking to the wall as he moved. As he passed every hidden camera, he couldn't help but glance at it. The young worker monitoring behind the surveillance screen finally couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "Director, I am certain beyond doubt that he can absolutely see us. I even suspect he is counter-surveilling us." Lu Zhendong was sipping coffee, responding with a casual tone, "That's normal, Jian always gives people this impression. Don't try to resist, just go along with his flow." The young worker, "Does director mean that I should just lie down and enjoy it? Isn't that a bit shameful?" Chapter 134, The Tycoon, indeed the progenitor of perversion. Actually, the little girl's room was not hard to find. As long as Jian entered any door at random, he could mistakenly enter a place with more sinister energy than an anatomical specimen display or a morgue. After all, with his innate professional demeanor, encountering evil spirits was an ordinary matter for him, mainly because he was especially attractive to ghosts. Therefore, when Jian avoided the volunteers trailing behind him and slipped in through the door, he immediately saw the whole room filled with pinkish human organ models. Damn, talented creepy girl, indeed unique enough. How can she play with these things as toys? Jian walked slowly forward on his own, scanning the area with bright eyes. The entire room was pink, and the human organ models were of the same color scheme, which actually looked perfectly natural together. Coupled with the surrounding sinister energy moving without wind, it looked quite eerie. He walked to the dressing mirror and saw that the desk was covered with dust, seemingly untouched for a long time, yet the cruise ship held gatherings every year. Logically, such a situation should not occur. Jian frowned in thought, preparing to let his evenly long fingers touch it, but suddenly, a young yet harsh voice came, "Do not touch it. If you dare touch it, I will break your fingers." Jian turned around and saw the angry little girl. A malicious curve appeared at the corner of his lips. "Hi, I'm touching." Saying that, he wiped a hand over the dust and raised it for the little girl to see, "Come break my finger." "You," the little girl seemed like she hadn't been so angry for a long time, her expression twisting to 7 apertures flowing blood, her chest rising and falling up and down, "Wait until I find mommy, and I'll have her teach you a lesson." Jian rested against the wall with folded arms, "Little friend, haven't you ever wondered why your parents don't want to see you for all these years? They feel guilty." The little girl's expression suddenly became hesitant. Jian didn't rush to expose her. He asked tentatively, "I see your dissection techniques are good, where did you learn them from?" When the little girl heard this, she became proud, "I don't even have a teacher. I've learned everything from books, there are many such books in my parents' bookshelf." Jian smiled, "What's your name?" "Diana," the little girl blurted out, then her expression became cautious, seeming to regret it somewhat. Jian, "Diana little friend, do you not have a Chinese name?" "I'm not telling you. You're a bad ghost." Diana pouted, yet childlike innocence still lingered on her face. Jian nodded, Fine, I'm the bad ghost, you're the good ghost, is that okay?" "I'm not a ghost," Diana said firmly. "Then what are you?" Jian squinted his eyes and asked. Mom proudly stated, "Mommy said, if I take a nap on this cruise ship, I'll turn into an angel after I wake up, and all the dissection specimens I want will be available." "So, you think you're an angel? Then why didn't you go to heaven?" Jian arched an eyebrow. Because, Diana was baffled by this question, tilting her head and thinking for a long time before saying, "Because I have to wait for my mommy and daddy, I want to take them along. Would you like brother to help you?" Jian suddenly moved forward, slowly approaching that gray-white shadow. "I will help you find your mommy and daddy, and let you take them away. What do you say?" A flash of hesitation crossed Diana's face, "Really? As long as you agree to one condition of mine," Jian spoke earnestly, "I will be able to drag your parents out, no, find them." "What condition?" Diana revealed a look of longing. For some reason, the human in front of her made her feel trustworthy, as if anything could be done as long as she spoke. "Let me see what exactly happened back then." Jian abruptly lifted his hand, his fingertips pressing lightly on Diana's small forehead. "Behave, don't move." Diana blinked her white eyes, gazing at him dazedly. The surroundings changed abruptly. It was as if a black and white movie suddenly gained color. Jian saw through the eyes of the protagonist belonging to sacrifice. The door was pushed open, and a beautiful woman wearing a tight black mermaid dress entered, graceful and dignified, with an exquisite pearl necklace shimmering around her neck. "Dear, are you ready? We're about to cut the cake soon." The woman slowly crouched down, asking gently. Jian felt Diana shaking her head, an uneasy and fearful sensation growing inside him. "Mommy, does becoming an angel really not hurt? I'm a little scared." The woman hugged Diana tightly. "Dear, mommy is here. How could mommy deceive you? It definitely won't hurt. The Lord is with us, he will bless us." "Who is the Lord?" Diana asked curiously. "Is it Jesus?" The woman giggled lightly, of course not. The Lord we believe in is entirely new, an existence that no one knows about. And so we must dedicate ourselves to him, helping him to spread his glory. Dedicate? Diana grew even more confused. Why do we have to dedicate ourselves? What does this Lord have to do with us? The woman affectionately ruffled Diana's hair. Sweetheart, this is called faith. Everyone needs faith to live on. Really? Perhaps noticing her daughter's skeptical expression, the woman stood up and took her hand. Mommy will take you somewhere. Once we get there, you'll understand what faith is. Diana nodded vaguely, and her small figure followed obediently forward. They passed through the door and walked down the corridor, gradually moving toward a darker, more secluded area, as if heading to the very bottom of the ship's cabin. As they approached the innermost large door, faint cries of agony could be heard. Mommy, I'm scared. Diana stopped walking, hiding behind the woman and tightly hugging her. Don't be afraid, darling, the woman gently patted the little girl's back to calm her. Once we go inside, you'll get excited. Really? Diana was convinced and began to move her feet. When the woman opened the rusty iron door, Diana immediately froze in shock. The glow of fire revealed a cruel scene. Naked people were tied down on iron beds, their bodies mutilated, yet they still shouted hoarsely, I will offer my heart for the Lord. I will offer my liver for the Lord. I will offer my kidneys for the Lord. I will offer everything for the Lord. Diana turned around to run but was held firmly by the woman, who knelt down and forced her daughter to face the bloody scene. Her smile became eerily cruel under the flickering flames. Look at them, sweetheart, they have faith. So being torn open doesn't hurt them. Do you understand now? Jianran felt Diana shaking all over as she sobbed softly and nodded. He couldn't help cursing inwardly, holy crap, tycoons are indeed the originators of perversion. Chapter 135, A Slaughter Scene. The hidden room under the cabin was grotesquely bloody, with shouts echoing everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Jianran began to doubt whether it was Diana who enjoyed dissection or if her parents intentionally cultivated and influenced her. After all, at this very moment, the little girl's emotions were extremely repelled, trembling uncontrollably. She wasn't as cold and bizarre as Lu Yanting described her. Mom, the innocent child's voice sounded again, timidly laced with fear, will I also have to give up my organs like them? The woman gently pinched her cheek with tenderness, of course not, my darling. Our Lord needs angels that are complete and flawless. And you, my dear, are that angel. Diana sighed in relief, can I celebrate my birthday first before becoming an angel? The woman hesitated for a moment, then nodded tenderly after a while, of course, tonight's birthday will be an unforgettable and wonderful memory for you. Thank you, Mom. Diana smiled in the firelight and kissed the woman's forehead. Mom, I love you. Close by was the desperate slaughterhouse, yet this mother-daughter pair displayed their family affection without any regard for the surroundings. This sight was too strange, sending chills down one's spine. Diana returned to her room, where with the help of a nanny, she changed into a delicate and luxurious lace dress. In front of the vanity mirror, she excitedly spun around twice, her azure eyes brimming with happiness. Auntie, do I look pretty? She fluttered her long eyelashes and asked the nanny. The nanny had no expression on her face, completely indifferent, you look fine. Jianran observed silently through the mirror. Diana, with her deep brown hair and turquoise eyes, was clearly half-blood. Her mother had slightly yellow skin and almond-shaped eyes, which fully conformed to Chinese features. In other words, Diana's father was not of Chinese descent. Then it was highly likely that the cult was introduced by him. By the time Jianran thought about this, Diana had already entered the birthday party venue. The guests were waiting early in front of the stage, wearing masks, dressed formally, and behaving elegantly. Seeing the young hostess arrive, they applauded warmly. Mom, why are they wearing masks? Diana asked softly, puzzled. The woman smiled, isn't there going to be a game? Hide and seek, your favorite. Fantastic. Diana jumped with joy, I can't wait to cut the cake, then go play hide and seek. As the ballroom lights dimmed, a melodious English song played, Diana clasped her hands together into fists and placed them in front of her chest, closing her eyes, her long lashes seemingly holding golden light. She devoutly made a wish, Lord, please grant me one last beautiful birthday, and then I will dedicate myself to you, transforming into an angel. Diana silently prayed inside, then opened her eyes and blew out the candles. The applause grew even louder, as if eagerly anticipating something. Let's cut the cake, the woman handed over the knife. However, Diana looked up on tiptoes, where's Daddy? Why haven't I seen Daddy yet? The woman said gently, my darling, Daddy still has things to take care of, but he'll come soon with a present. You should cut the cake first, don't keep the guests waiting too long. Alright, though disappointed, Diana obediently took the knife and cut into the 3-layered cake with her mother's help. The first piece is for Mom, she said innocently. The woman shook her head, you're the birthday girl, the first bite of course should be yours. So. Diana pulled the plate back, curving her lips into a sweet smile, then I won't hesitate anymore. She picked up the fork, filled it with a scoop, and sent it into her mouth. Cream filled her mouth immediately, it's so delicious. Thank you, Mom, I am really happy. When can we start playing hide and seek? Diana was already somewhat impatient. Asking this question led her to discover a warm flow gushing from her nose, directly dropping onto her pristine lace dress. She slowly lowered her gaze, seeing her princess dress stained red, as if adorned with flowers of evil beauty. Mom, this is... What is going on? Diana was full of questions, yet unable to speak. She held her stomach in pain, weakly collapsing on the ground, her azure eyes brimming with tears, looking toward the unmoved guests. We haven't even started the game yet. The birthday party has just begun. Why does it already feel like... At this point, the lights went out completely. At the entrance to the banquet hall, someone pushed a cart into the room, with burning candles illuminating all the blood-soaked internal organs. As Diana, her abdomen writhing in agony, saw a familiar figure approaching, a flicker of hope rose within her. Dad, come and save me. Jian Ran sneered inwardly. Both her parents are utterly delusional. Save her. They'll probably commit suicide soon too. The blonde man with blue eyes hummed an unfamiliar tune, pushing the cart slowly toward the stage. His expression was one of utmost devotion, not even glancing down at the suffering of his own child. Dad, do I? Diana croaked hoarsely, only to watch in terror as her mother already had a knife in hand, plunging it straight into her belly. Ugh. Didn't you promise I would be a perfect angel? Didn't you say I'd have an unforgettable birthday? Didn't you want to play hide-and-seek with me, my favorite game? Didn't. You lied to me. All of you lied to me. Diana remained fully conscious as her organs were taken out one by one and placed on the altar. Resentment grew wildly inside her heart until it eventually transformed her into an evil spirit. Child, Jian Ran sighed, withdrawing his arm. Was it you who killed your parents? Ruined the sacrifice? I didn't. Diana immediately resisted after a brief pause. They were playing hide-and-seek with me. The game isn't over yet, I must go find them. With that, she attempted to rush toward the exit, holding up her skirt. Jian Ran grabbed her collar. After all these years of searching, have you found them? I don't need you to meddle. Diana struggled fiercely. Jian Ran didn't let go. Remembering how the girl turned into an evil spirit, unleashing blood and chaos, he couldn't help but sigh. Why punish yourself for others' mistakes? Now, you won't become an angel either. He patted Diana's head gently with a touch of pity in his voice. Wait here obediently while I fetch your foolish parents out. Diana turned back, her face filled with hesitation. She didn't want her parents to get scolded, yet there was also something satisfying about it. The older brother in front of her seemed to possess a kind of charm that made ghosts feel they could completely trust him. Diana opened her mouth slightly, then gave in finally. All right, I'll wait for you here. You won't lie to me, right? Will you really come back? Jian Ran smirked confidently. Kid, rest assured. I'm much more reliable than those two fools who are your parents. Chapter 136, Is Jian Ran a Tough Guy? When Jian Ran walked out of the room, the announcement just came on. Next, we will broadcast the numbers of the eliminated contestants. After reciting a string of numbers, it was his anticipated moment, so he perked up his ears. Contestants who intentionally reveal their position will be subject to severe punishment. Jian Ran kept walking along the wall corner but did not hear the number he wanted. He tilted his head, feeling puzzled. Is there someone behind Lu Yanting? They violated the rules and it wasn't announced. He only wondered for a moment before dismissing it. Following Diana's memory, he went down one level of the cabin, lighting a talisman paper with his hand, then took out a small compass from the other trouser pocket, starting to trace and determine the location. The young worker eating instant noodles behind the screen was surprised, holding the noodles in his mouth and indistinctly saying, Hey, I didn't expect this guy to have so much stuff going on. He turned his head. Director, the compass this guy is holding probably starts at 5 digits. Don't call him, this guy, all the time, he might be your boss later. Lu Zhendong paused the screen enlargement, shaking his head. It's more than 5 digits. Ah. The young worker quickly swallowed the noodles in his mouth. Could it be worth over 1 million? This is handmade, priceless. Lu Zhendong glanced sideways at him. Do you understand? He really is incredible. The young worker couldn't help but raise his thumb, thinking, if I learn this craft from him, perhaps I won't have to work as an early 8 late 5 laborer anymore. By coincidence, the direction indicated by the compass matched what Jian Ran saw through Diana's eyes towards the dark room. He slowly moved forward, realizing he no longer needed to evade the volunteers since such a gloomy damp place full of rats would be somewhere no one would dare hide. Who could imagine that outside the luxurious cruise ship gleaming with glamour and luxury, there would be such filthy, foul-smelling areas? Just like those people who pretend to be noble yet are rotting inside. Before long, Jian Ran stood in front of the rusted iron door, extending his arm to touch the handle, but suddenly a hurried warning came from the broadcast. Warning! Contestant number 38, you may not hide in the restricted area, otherwise you will be severely punished. Jian Ran looked up at the loudspeaker overhead and smirked arrogantly. You never mentioned any restricted areas before the game started. The broadcast hesitated for a second. Though the rule wasn't explicitly stated, the restricted area does exist, so. The broadcast hadn't even finished speaking when Jian Ran stuck out his middle finger. Without hesitation, Jian Ran pulled on the iron gate handle directly. But however hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Although the original body was weak, after this period of training, he had basically recovered. Even using forceful means, he could still open the iron gate. Unless, some supernatural power has sealed this door. When the broadcast saw Jian Ran struggling to open the door, they thought they could take a sigh of relief and mock him a little bit. But in the next second, Jian Ran calmly took out a piece of talisman paper and posted it on the iron gate, then leisurely moved aside. And instantly came a big bang, black smoke rising everywhere. After it dispersed, there was clearly a large hole in the iron gate. Broadcast, what kind of person is this? Isn't he truly a tough guy? Of course, Jian Ran had no idea what the broadcast was thinking. He directly crawled inside and then under the flickering candlelight, saw one by one people hung up. Brother Ran. I'm here. Su Zadada's loud voice with a hint of crying reached him. Jian Ran followed the sound over, covering his face afterwards, unable to bear looking directly. Where's your clothes? They stripped me. Su Shuda's face turned red, filled with righteous indignation, said they were going to sacrifice me. This isn't sacrifice at all. Isn't it more like a lamb slaughterhouse? Them. Jian Ran slowly approached, frowning and asking, who are they? Su Shuda shook his head, I don't know, they're all wearing masks and black capes. Looks like they aren't good people, resembling a cult. Jian Ran silently thought he guessed correctly. Looking around, the other people hung were still unconscious, while Su Shuda was alive and well, yelling because of the amulet paper he gave him. Did you see Lu Yanting? Jian Ran frowned. Also, why are you the only one violating the rules? Where's Su Yuan? Don't mention that scammer. Su Shuda's face was full of anger, insisted on me intentionally finding him. Result, I got punished. He paused for a moment and looked around. I didn't see Lu Yanting. Could it be that I was brought in while I was sleeping? Under these conditions, you can still sleep. Jian Ran covered his mouth and nose to block the stench that had taken years to form, perhaps even organs placed on the table that were starting to rot, with crawling things moving atop them. Su Zadada chuckled awkwardly. I was up all night last night arguing with trolls. I couldn't hold out any longer just now. How about you let me down first, and then we chat? Jian Ran waved his hand. You hang on a bit longer. I'll check out the next room. Apart from Lu Yanting, I don't want to take along any deadweights. So, ignoring Su Zadada's frantic flailing like a fish out of water, he spun on his toes and headed off in another direction. From Diana's perspective, Jian Ran realized this dark room must have some kind of mechanism. Sure enough, when he pressed a protruding brick on the wall, the cabinet slowly moved aside. Brother Ran, are you really abandoning me? Bring me along. I can do it. Su Shuda shouted wildly. But Jian Ran remained unmoved as he stepped straight into the darkness. As the hidden compartment closed, the sour stench grew more intense. Su Zadada suddenly lost his drowsiness and started panicking because footsteps could be heard approaching from afar. Oh no, holy shit. Why did people come just after Brother Ran left? Is it still in time if I call for help now? Damn. Pretend to be dead immediately. Thinking this, he slumped his head and dare not move anymore. How come there's a hole? A strange and eerie voice came, someone wants to escape. Once they've become offerings, how can they escape? Our Lord will not agree. The man and woman conversed, while Su Zadada shut his eyes tightly, silently wondering, wasn't this just a game of hide and seek? Why bring sacrifices into this? Suddenly, he heard the sound of an electric drill, which almost made him shiver all over, so he sneakily opened his eyes just a tiny crack. One glance was enough to nearly make him scream out loud. This couple wore suits and mermaid skirts, looking no different from well-dressed gentlemen and noble ladies, but each held a cranial opening tool in their hands, impassively probing at something indistinguishably alive or dead on the cutting board. Blood splattered all over their faces, making it a horrific and terrifying sight. Chapter 137, I could crush you right now. As Jian Ran stepped into the secret room, he immediately ignited a talisman paper. In an instant, the pitch-black place was illuminated thoroughly. Theth that had been swirling around was instantly blown away by the powerful wind. The arrangements in the secret room suddenly came into view, including Lu Yanting who was hanging in the center, his upper body bare, revealing a model-like physique. Brother, why are you getting special treatment? Jian Ran teased as he walked forward, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, his gaze falling on the visible intercostal muscles along the waistband of the dress pants. Could it be that the master has taken a fancy to you and wants to select you for a solitary sacrifice? Lu Yanting half closed his eyes, seemingly struggling to keep himself from losing consciousness, his thin lip slightly curling upward. If demons can also be counted as masters, it might want me to be sacrificed. A demon? Lu Yanting's conclusion matched exactly what Jian Ran had guessed. The latter turned his head toward the mural on the wall, and sure enough, he saw a creature with horns sticking out of its head, a ferocious appearance, fangs of bluish-white, a hybrid of who knows how many wild beasts. Is this their master? Jian Ran frowned, his smile filled with mockery. It's nothing extraordinary. How did these sharp-as monkeys tycoons fall for it? As he spoke, the beast in the mural seemed to have widened its eyes and showed a more menacing light. Jian Ran, while casually untying the rope suspending Lu Yanting, muttered to himself, this mural is useless, we need to find the real thing. And burn it. The eyes of the beast grew even more ferocious. Lu Yanting took advantage of the situation to lean on Jian Ran's shoulder, forcing the latter to support his body with his palm, inevitably touching the pectoral muscles. Jian Ran, what are you thinking about? Calm down. At a time like this, you're prone to ruin your concentration. He withdrew his arm as if electrocuted, his fingers rapidly forming seals, pressing them onto Lu Yanting's forehead. Get dressed, I'm going to burn the mural. The mural isn't the main entity, are you planning to burn it too? Lu Yanting felt much more clear-headed, barely standing steady as he asked, his voice laced with a hint of worry. Be cautious, I feel. Before he finished speaking, Jian Ran had already ignited the talisman paper. His slim figure stood straight like a resilient pine tree in the freezing wind, resolute despite knowing the dangers ahead. Lu Yanting's expression slightly changed, his long sealed chest as if fully opened. Right then and there, he finally understood why during their very first conversation, he had felt a stirring of emotion. Such a passionate, courageous individual who defies convention indeed possesses an extraordinary charm, effortlessly attracting and even captivating others. I know it's not the main entity. Burn its portrait first to provoke it. Jian Ran's voice carried over lightly, just as Lu Yanting saw the quickly burning flames almost consuming the portrait. The face of the evil beast appeared even more ferocious, as if its limbs were thrashing wildly, eagerly trying to break free and personally punish these reckless, foolish humans. Suddenly, the secret room began to tremble. Jian Ran turned back and grabbed Lu Yanting's hand. Can you run? Lu Yanting nodded, yes. Then why not hurry up and run? Jian Ran darted forward like an arrow, Lu Yanting following closely behind. The mechanism needed time to activate when they entered. After Jian Ran pressed the button, he indicated for Lu Yanting to stand in front. Once the door opens, just run. Don't care what's outside. Lu Yanting looked back. What about you? Me? Jian Ran's expression clearly showed anxiety. I of course. He didn't finish speaking before he noticed the door of the secret room was already halfway open, so he directly pushed Lu Yanting out. We'll talk after we get out. Lu Yanting readily agreed. Just as he was about to dash out, he felt an indescribable sense of terror from behind, completely different from anything he'd encountered before. An unprecedented sense of danger swept in. Without considering the consequences, after merely a momentary stunned pause, he exerted all his strength to pull Jian Ran out. Hurry up and go. The moment his throat screamed out, a claw covered in black fur extended out, exuding a fierce atmosphere, striking sharply. Lu Yanting's body blocking in front instantly started bleeding profusely. Jian Ran, who caught sight of this just in time upon turning back, gritted his teeth in fury, as if something heavy was crushing his heart. Painfully struggling to breathe for a moment. But he dared not rashly attack as he normally would. Because the beast inside the secret room was unimaginably powerful, possibly having consumed too many organs of sacrificial victims, its malevolence was nearly comparable to a deity. Jian Ran moved swiftly and cautiously, tossing several talisman papers into the secret chamber. The bright yellow talismans soared into the air, burning rapidly, their golden light temporarily forcing the evil beast to retreat. He used this opportunity to pull Lu Yanting out and urgently glanced at his wound. It was horrifying. If it weren't for him blocking the attack, the most vulnerable part of himself would have been struck, leaving him with a torn gut. At the thought of this, Jian Ran felt even deeper guilt. Had he not deliberately exposed Lu Yanting's position to eliminate him from the game as punishment, how could they have encountered such danger? Lu Yanting had already lost consciousness, his tailored suit soaked in large patches of blood. With no time to think about anything else, Jian Ran quickly pressed on the pressure points to stop the bleeding. Suddenly, the sound of a chainsaw broke through the air. Jian Ran turned sharply, catching sight of the gentleman and the noblewoman wielding them. The man was blonde with green eyes, while the woman had yellowish skin and almond-shaped eyes, both glaring at him with predatory intent, their mouths curling into strange, sinister smiles as if certain they'd achieve their goal. Were these two the culprits? Sacrificing their own flesh and blood along with themselves? To feed a demon? And this demon had nearly cost Lu Yanting his life just moments ago. Jian Ran gently laid Lu Yanting down, then stood up directly. His usually handsome features now carried a trace of madness, unable to hide the anger deeply rooted within him. For the first time in his life, he wasn't handling an evil entity with detachment, but with intense and complicated emotions. This body is excellent, the man spoke with broken Chinese, the master will surely like it. The woman strongly agreed and moved forward, gripping her electric saw. Su Shudao, who had been hanging all this time, had already fainted in fear, his body swinging back and forth helplessly. From a distance, Jian Ran intentionally blocked Lu Yanting, his lips curling into a sneer. For all these years, how did you two parents manage to escape Diana's pursuit? Could it be that you've been hiding here, under the protection of a demon? If its power is so great, why doesn't it go out and cause chaos instead of luring people here for sacrifices? The woman holding the chainsaw showed a subtle expression upon hearing the name, Diana, but within seconds, her face reverted to a grimace, revealing sharp teeth. You're asking too many questions. Sacrificing oneself to the master should fill you with unparalleled honor. Before she could finish, the woman suddenly realized that Jian Ran was already right in front of her. Faster than she had anticipated, this unnatural speed gave her no time to react. She was already throttled by the throat, hoisted high up, feeling searing heat almost consume her soul. Jian Ran slightly lifted his gaze, his expression icy cold. Had I not promised Diana to bring you back alive? I could crush you right now. Chapter 138, Host, what have you done? Mommy. An exclamation of surprise came from the broken iron gate. Jian Ran turned his head and saw Diana in a white lace dress. Her palm-sized little face was full of excitement as she ran in quickly. Oh good, Daddy is here too. What are you two doing? Diana tilted her head with an innocent and adorable look on her face. Are you playing a game? I should have thought about this place long ago. But it took so long to find you. The woman was trembling in Jian Ran's hands like a sieve. The look in her eyes towards her own flesh and blood was very complicated, as if fear mixed with another emotion. You, don't come near me. The man dropped the chainsaw in his weak hand, his voice trembling. Diana looked at the man in confusion. What's wrong, Daddy? Don't you like Diana anymore? You promised to give me a gift. Why haven't I received it yet? Her questioning expression grew more fierce, tears constantly rolling down her cheeks, just like a doll in foreign horror movies who kills without mercy. Somehow, there was a dagger in her hand. Since you both are so disobedient, I'll make you into specimens and keep you obedient. The ghost can't be made into a specimen anymore. Jian Ran ruthlessly interrupted Diana, throwing her mother at her feet. His glance shifted toward Lu Yanting who was still unconscious, muttering that they couldn't waste any more time and had to rush him to the hospital. Get rid of the devil, then you can stay with them, Jian Ran said as he turned around, looking at Diana with a serious gaze. Do you want to? Yes. It seemed like Diana had understood something already. Her young, round face showed a determined look. What if you might disappear forever? Jian Ran asked again. Diana smiled. Will Mommy and Daddy disappear with me? Jian Ran glanced at the gentleman and the lady huddled together, shaking, of course. In that case, I'm willing. What do you plan to do? The man screamed in terror, the Lord will not be eliminated by you. All your efforts are in vain. He was emotional, but the woman in his arms tearfully gazed at her child with a painful expression and couldn't help but whisper softly, honey. Jian Ran sneered, do you really believe that when the demon is reborn in your daughter, you can also be resurrected and achieve immortality? What nonsense. No demon keeps its promises. For an oral agreement, you sacrifice your daughter and so many lives. Expect divine punishment to burn you alive. His fingertips quickly formed seals, and a golden light appeared out of nowhere, instantly enveloping Diana. The half-hidden horns of the demon's true form peeked out, opening its mouth to roar ferociously with exposed fangs. It tried to break through the barrier, but Jian Ran bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood, making the golden light even brighter, as if trying to blind everyone. Diana's parents cried out in anguish, and the entire cruise ship violently shook, as if it were hit by a terrible storm, ready to capsize in the next second. As soon as he regained consciousness, Jian Ran sat up suddenly, looking around anxiously, asking, where's Lu Yanting? He has already been sent to the operating room, came the voice of a middle-aged man nearby. Don't worry, he's not in danger. Jian Ran sighed in relief, suddenly narrowing his eyes. Who are you? I am the director of the Non-Natural Organism Research Institute. Lu Zhendong tried to maintain a kind smile and extended his hand. My name is Lu Zhendong, nice to meet you. Jian Ran gave a sideways glance at the hand and coldly said, I'm not particularly pleased. Then he lay back down. The smell of disinfectant filled his nostrils. He knew he was in the hospital. The moment before he passed out on the cruise ship was still vivid in his mind. If it weren't for his solid foundation in metaphysics over the years, he would have likely lost his life there. Younger brother, aren't you curious why? Lu Zhendong reluctantly withdrew his hand, attempting to guide him step by step, only to be interrupted again ruthlessly by Jian Ran. Curious my ass. Even thinking with my ass tells me that you're up to something. Jian Ran suddenly remembered something, urgently turning his head. Where's my prize? Give me my prize back. Younger brother, talking about money is so vulgar. Isn't the knowledge and skills you've learned meant to eliminate evil spirits and defend justice? Lu Zhendong even pulled out lines from martial arts movies he watched when he was a kid. Jian Ran immediately spat. Not talk about money? Are you messing with me? Get out. Lu Zhendong had never encountered such stubbornness before. Neither soft nor hard approaches worked. How could that meager salary persuade him to come work at the institute? Maybe he should wait until his nephew's surgery was over before discussing anything further. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhendong slinked away from the ward dejectedly. Once Jian Ran had somewhat recovered his strength and asked around, he found out that this was a private high-end hospital where all the guests injured on the cruise ship were staying. There wasn't a single leak of information, tightly guarded to avoid paparazzi from outside. Jian Ran made his way down the corridor to the operating room and inquired a passing nurse, is Lu Yanting in there? How long has it been? Are you family? The head nurse didn't recognize Jian Ran at first glance. She held a clipboard in her hand, and with an official tone, she said, he lost too much blood, the wound was too deep and needed transfusion and stitching. Fortunately, there was no internal damage. He should be out soon. Jian Ran nodded slightly and raised his head to gaze at the red sign saying Operation in Progress. Suddenly, he recalled how Lu Yanting had bravely shielded him. Slowly touching his chest, he suddenly felt a little palpitation. The head nurse, seeing his expression, adjusted her glasses. Are you alright? You look like you have some heart issues. Would you like your blood pressure checked? Jian Ran, was the irregular heartbeat so obvious? Was it written all over his face? Thank you, Auntie, no need for now. He waved his hands awkwardly. The head nurse looked dubious but ultimately chose to respect the patient. Once back at the nurse station, she muttered to herself, blushing like that, it must be due to sudden high blood pressure. Why doesn't he listen to advice? Jian Ran paced back and forth outside the operating room, then took a detour to check on Su Shidao's room, eventually returning to toss and turn in his own bed. Suddenly, a familiar yet strange, excited voice rang out in his mind. Da-da-da. Dear host, did you miss me? He. I'm back from vacation. Let me see how you've been doing recently. Give me a recap of what happened. Jian Ran, how is this thing still alive? Holy crap. Host, what have you done? The system grabbed its hair, shouting in despair. Chapter 139, is this guy trying to marry me? Jian Ran irritably rubbed her ears but couldn't get rid of the loud, exaggerated voice in her head from the system. Brother, Lu Yanting is the antagonist, not your fish. What are you doing flirting with him? Now look, the two of you are inseparable, even working together and going through life and death situations. Your feelings are rapidly growing. How am I supposed to report this? Jian Ran couldn't hold back any longer and retorted, open your dog eyes wide and see who's flirting with whom. I haven't even complained about the plot having a bug yet, and you dare to bite back at me. Regarding what to report. What is there to report? Aren't you on vacation, completely unaware anyway? The system began hesitating. Jian Ran keenly noticed something was off. You didn't go on vacation. Of course I did. The system puffed out its chest but immediately slouched back over. I was emotionally played by a sea king. A customer service representative from the Transcendence Bureau flirted with me, but at the same time contacted 4 other systems. Then I found out. I hit rock bottom, drowning my sorrows in alcohol, and skipped work for several months. Jian Ran almost died laughing after hearing this, but she feigned deep concern as if she deeply empathized. This sea king has no shame at all. You were right to skip work. Don't worry, I understand how you feel. Look at me before, wasn't I also severely harmed by such a sea king protagonist? The system's eyes reddened. Thank you, host. But the electric shock punishment that's due will still come, and we need to repair the plot together. Jian Ran, shit, you're not worth pity after all. How do I report Fast Transcendence Bureau's hotline number? The system grew alert. What are you planning to do? Report someone for skipping work. Jian Ran remained expressionless. System, let's talk it out properly. And negotiate reasonably. Who did you just flirt with? Oh, the antagonist. He's about to die, being dragged away by evil spirits. Hey, why is his storyline increasing again? Oh my goodness. Master, here's your chance to reverse fate. Let's stop being a love-struck fool, okay? I'll make you famous online. Lying on the hospital bed with one leg crossed over the other, Jian Ran looked arrogantly relaxed. If only you had done this earlier, we wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. Come on, spill more details. How do we help Lu Yanting live longer? The system grinned mischievously, its expression somewhat suggestive. All depends on you. Lu Yanting woke up from his coma, and the first thought that came to his mind was of that person. His hoarse voice managed to rasp out, Jian Ran. I'm here. A warm hand grabbed onto his. Lu Yanting tilted his gaze and a faint smile formed at the corner of his lips. The ice around his features melted. I'm fine. Are you hurt? Not at all. In this moment of care, Jian Ran was moved. Standing nearby with his cane, Grandpa Lu watched the scene and nodded contentedly. No wonder the family placed great emphasis on nurturing this child. He finally went on the right path. Cough, recalling these thoughts, he softly coughed. Jian Ran realized she'd been overly concerned, and quickly retracted her hand. Hello, Mr. Lu. Me and Lu Yanting. We. Damn. Why was she stuttering? On the contrary, Grandpa Lu remained calm and composed. Child, I know you. Yanting always talks about you when he comes home. This time thanks to you, on behalf of the Lu family, I express our deepest gratitude and sincerely invite you to visit us at the Lu residence. Jian Ran blinked her eyes. Grandpa Lu, you've got it wrong. It was Lu Yanting who saved me. Grandpa Lu forced a gentle smile. Same thing. Thank you for giving Yanting the chance to save you. Jian Ran, this old man seems to think differently than others. Surviving a crisis must mean a lot to say. You two can chat. I'll leave first. Grandpa Lu stood up with his cane, showing large teeth as he smiled at Jian Ran. After you're discharged, I'll set up a banquet to treat you. Ah, thank you. Jian Ran stood up in slight astonishment, watching Grandpa Lu leave the room looking back 3 times per step. Once the door closed tightly, he turned to ask Lu Yanting, is your grandpa's brain still normal? He intended to ask out loud but felt it might be impolite, so he swallowed the remaining words. Is the cruise ship matter settled? Lu Yanting suddenly asked in a hoarse voice. Jian Ran nodded, sitting back down and leaning into the chair. She said irritably, you should care more about yourself. Next time you encounter danger. I will still act without hesitation. Lu Yanting's gaze was resolute. Jian Ran. It would be lying to say she wasn't moved. Electric currents sipped through her, leaving a tingly sensation that made her feel restless all over. Then it settled. I'll draw some more talismans for you. Jian Ran turned her face away. I don't want those. Lu Yanting frowned as he tried to lift his arm. The anesthesia had worn off and the pain from the wound was unbearable. His frown deepened, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. Could you reconsider my previous proposal? Don't move. Jian Ran voiced her concern quickly. Promise me you'll come to the Lu family estate. And I won't move. Lu Yanting bit his lip, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing him like this made Jian Ran feel somewhat sympathetic, so she nodded, all right, I promise. Lu Yanting instantly relaxed, a smile spreading at the corners of his mouth. Once out of the ward, Jian Ran noticed a man leaning against the wall, a smirk curling his lips, an unreliable-looking character. She intended to ignore him and take a step away, but the man called out annoyingly, what? Did Lu Yanting deceive you into becoming his trophy? At this, Jian Ran bristled with annoyance. Who are you? The man twitched his lips. I've met you several times now. You don't know who I am. A baiting strategy. Jian Ran rolled her eyes and refused to engage further, walking away with long strides. The man wouldn't let up though, chasing after her. I'm Lu Yuhuan, Lu Yanting's. Jian Ran waved a hand dismissively. I have no interest in knowing the Lu family genealogy. If you've got something to say, spit it out. Lu Yuhuan's face darkened as he clenched his jaw. No interest. That's fine. But do you not want to know how Lu Yanting has used you? Jian Ran paused mid-step, raising an eyebrow to ask, used me how? Lu Yuhuan thought he'd hooked her and thus his expression turned mysterious. You've heard of the curse on the Lu family, haven't you? My grandfather told Lu Yanting, to find someone with the surname Jian as a partner could break this curse. Do you really think Lu Yanting actually likes you? He just wants to use you to resolve the curse. Jian Ran fell silent for a moment, then tilted her head. That makes sense. When I consulted the divination, it came back with major calamity. This guy is trying to marry me. Chapter 140, Why can't Lu Yanting live to be 100 years old? In his previous life, when he joined the Xian sect, there was an unwritten rule. Marriage was considered extremely ominous and had to be approached with great caution. He had a senior sister in the sect who was absolutely love-obsessed. She fell in love soon after leaving the mountain, got married shortly afterward, and soon had children. However, her husband turned out to be utterly unreliable. After marriage, his true nature revealed, he became addicted to gambling and would always come home on his knees begging her to predict his luck. At first, the senior sister refused, but later, she couldn't stand her husband losing everything, even his underwear. Out of sheer desperation, she entered business. Later, she accidentally became the richest woman, divorced her husband, and single-handedly led her child in dominating the gambling arena, achieving unparalleled success. Thus, this senior sister became a cautionary tale, repeatedly mentioned by their master. Marriage is the second major turning point in one's life. It must be taken seriously. Thinking about this, Jian Ran nodded to himself, feeling as if his thoughts suddenly became clearer. The oracle referred to marriage. So, Lu Yanting isn't your best choice. Lu Yuhuan exuded an inexplicable confidence as he continued muttering. Jian Ran suddenly looked up and sarcastically interrupted him, if not him, then you. Huh. Get lost. He simply pushed the man aside. Lu Yuhuan didn't expect it and was unprepared for his strength, nearly falling off balance. By the time Lu Yuhuan turned around, Jian Ran had already walked far ahead. Lu Yuhuan faced a setback for the first time so severely, his face blackened like charcoal. At this moment, Zhong Fanrui's figure emerged from the corner. His voice quivered with unspoken words, Lu brother, you. Lu Yuhuan abruptly turned around, his expression filled with malice. What are you babbling about? Look at yourself, do you really think I'd bring someone like you into the Lu family? No family background, no skills. You think with a bit of cunning you can have all men wrapped around your fingers? Stop your pathetic acting and shedding crocodile tears. I don't have time to waste any longer. After saying this, he turned and left without waiting for a response, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Zhong Fanrui stood rooted in place, stunned for a long time. He never imagined that he would be belittled to such a degree. Even more stimulating was the news that all his carefully nurtured fish were lost. Impossible. Refusing to believe, Zhong Fanrui immediately called Ji Yuanming. The call was answered only after ringing for a long while, Ji's voice slightly cold. Is there something? Just checking on you, Zhong Fanrui tried to sound nonchalant. I heard you've been discharged from the hospital. Ji Yuanming cut him off casually, then suddenly remembering something, his tone became urgent. Are you still at the hospital? That would mean you know where Jian Ran is. Upon hearing this name, Zhong Fanrui became irrationally agitated. I don't know, nor do I want to know. Ji Yuanming, tell me. Are you and Jianran faking your relationship? Are you no longer treating him as a substitute? There was a brief silence on the other side before Ji Yuanming responded in a low voice, it seems you know everything. Knowing is good. I'm sorry, but I have indeed fallen for someone else. Before the last word left his lips, Zhong Fanrui hastily hung up, unable to accept the reality. To just stop loving is unacceptable. Is your love so cheap? Hugging himself, Zhong Fanrui painfully squatted down, leaning against the hospital wall, softly sobbing. The cruise incident had come to an end. As soon as Jian Ran was discharged from the hospital, he was summoned by the president of Fenglan Entertainment, insisting he must come to the company for important matters. Without much thought, Jian Ran followed the private car to the company tower and took the elevator, soon entering the president's office. Gu Feng warmly welcomed him. Phew. Seeing you safe, I'm finally relieved. That troublemaking cruise has finally sunk into the Black River. Come on, try the tea I just brewed. Jian Ran squinted at him. Just tell me what's up, don't be so polite. Gu Feng chuckled foolishly. Let's talk about your contract renewal. I've already drafted it, 50 million a year, how does that sound? Jian Ran's eyes suddenly sparkled before he suspiciously looked at Gu Feng. My contract is still valid for another 10 years. Why are you pushing for renewal so early? It probably wasn't without ulterior motives. Hehe, the previous contract paid too little. Now that you're in the top tier, we can't keep using the old rate, right? Gu Feng reasoned as he turned to his desk and grabbed the contract book. Why postpone when you can do it today? After signing, I have plenty of resources to discuss with you. He eagerly extended the contract toward Jian Ran, who deflected it. We don't need to rush this. Mr. Gu, how's your grandma doing? The elder lady is in great health and always talks about inviting you over for a family dinner. Don't know when you'll honor us with your presence. Gu Feng's eyes gleamed shrewdly. Jian Ran smiled. I'd rather skip the dinner. I'm a solitary person and generally don't like socializing. Is that so? Gu Feng suddenly shifted tone, probing a bit further. I hear you've been getting quite close to Lu Yanting lately. In fact, there are some things that might be better left unsaid. If you don't know, then don't say it. Jian Ran's expression became stern. But Gu Feng ignored the hint and pressed on. Some people once predicted that Lu Yanting wouldn't live past 30. Some emotions, it's probably better not to get too involved. His words were both cryptic and explicit, showing his petty nature, which greatly annoyed Jian Ran, who replied frostily, back then, when I didn't know Lu Yanting, perhaps he wouldn't have lived past 30. Now, with me by his side, death will likely elude him altogether. Jian Ran, that's not what I meant. Gu Feng hadn't expected this reaction and hurriedly tried to explain. Jian Ran turned toward the door. We don't need to discuss the renewal anymore. I think I'll seek other opportunities. With a carefree wave of his hand, he added arrogantly, Mr. Gu, no need to see me out. Let's preserve each other's dignity. Hey, big bro Ran, wait. Gu Feng's face fell instantly. That was just off the cuff. Don't be mad. I admit my mistake. Wouldn't it be fine if Lu Yanting lives to be 100? The response was a loud slam of the door. Chapter 141, One look at your face, and it's clear you're destined to have no descendants. As soon as Jian Ran left, Gu Feng completely dropped his facade. The pleasant expression vanished from his handsome face, replaced by malice and foreboding. He slammed his fist on the desk, gritting his teeth. What kind of spell did Lu Yanting use? A person so difficult to deal with is already under his control. If only I had known Jian Ran was this capable, I should have acted sooner. Before he could finish mumbling to himself, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing down, the few words displayed on the screen made him frown. But he didn't dare not answer. Grandma, do you need something? I'm busy with work. Busy my foot. What about the person Grandma asked you to invite? Are they coming over or not? Gu Feng irritably rubbed his temple but kept his tone gentle. Ah, come on Grandma, Jian Ran is a top-tier celebrity now. How can we even fit in their schedule? Don't fool me. Earlier, old man Lu was boasting to me. He said Jian Ran would be having dinner at their place tonight, and how proud his grandson is, because they'll be celebrating a wedding soon. Gu Feng's eyes widened. Old man Lu really said that? Duh, like Grandma would lie to you. You're truly hopeless, unable to even keep an artist under your own company in check. Our Gu family seems to grow weaker with each generation. The voice on the other end suddenly cut off. Knowing his grandmother's explosive temper, Gu Feng assumed she'd hung up. He slumped back into his executive chair, gazing blankly at the ceiling. That's right, why can't I even keep hold of the artists under my own hand? Bai Jingchuan originally planned to create some opportunities for accidental encounters with Jian Ran while aboard the cruise ship. But before he could see Jian Ran much, he got dragged into playing games instead. He knew Bai Yueguang, his longtime crush, was also on the cruise. That former idol, Zhong Fanrui's brother, who Bai Jingchuan once admired to the point of obsession. By all rights, Bai Jingchuan should have immediately gone over and clung to him like always. But this time, he didn't want to. Not only did he not want to, his heart didn't have any room left for Bai Yueguang anymore, it was completely filled with the cocky, wild, yet incredibly attractive face of Jian Ran. He even regretted not having firmly held on to Jian Ran when he'd first desperately tried to approach him. Now, it seemed, getting close to him was nearly impossible. Every time he thought about this, Bai Jingchuan wanted to slap himself hard across the face. Later, somehow the cruise ship capsized. Sustaining minor injuries, he was sent to the hospital. While being transported there, he vaguely overheard someone whispering nearby. There's no need to ever return to this cruise ship again, the curse has been broken. Although Bai Jingchuan's eyes were closed, his thoughts instantly turned to Jian Ran. It must have been him. There was no one else capable of breaking the curse except Jian Ran. At this realization, he regretted even more. After the ambulance arrived at the hospital and Bai Jingchuan began receiving treatment, due to his minor injuries, there wasn't much to be done, he lingered in the corridor instead of leaving quickly, hoping to engineer a chance meeting with Jian Ran. However, the result was that he didn't run into his former substitute lover, but rather Bai Yueguang's older brother. This man was arguing with someone. Bai Jingchuan recognized him, he was Lu Yuhuan, who had long since been expelled from the Lu family. He directed harsh words and mockery towards Zhong Fanrui, showing no signs of restraint, even noticing Bai Jingchuan's presence through the corner of his eye didn't cause him to hold back. The fish you raised lost their soul a long time ago. Raising fish? Was he referring to me? Bai Jingchuan silently speculated, hiding behind the wall without any intention of helping. If this had been in the past, when he fiercely defended Zhong Fanrui and couldn't tolerate seeing him hurt even a little. It was unimaginable. Even after Zhong Fanrui finished a call and crouched down to cry, curling up in misery, Bai Jingchuan didn't show up. He quietly slipped away, walking against the sunlight, his silhouette blurring out. It felt as though he was bidding farewell to something, moving further and further away. When Jian Ran received the call, he was cross-legged in front of his laptop, searching for information. The keywords in his search were, mysterious Lu family, past lives, love and hatred. To help Lu Yanting break the curse and live a long life, and to humiliate those people thoroughly, he had to start here. Hello, Jian Ran pressed the accept button and simultaneously enabled the speakerphone. I'm already downstairs. Are you ready? Lu Yanting's sexy, magnetic voice came through. Jian Ran answered obliquely. How old are you exactly? 28, I guess. Lu Yanting usually paid no attention to his age, responding with a vague voice tinged with a hint of curiosity. Why are you asking this? Send me a detailed file of your exact birth details via email. Jian Ran said nonchalantly, but there was undeniable concern hidden in his tone. A request like this, even if Lu Yanting were stupid, he would understand Jian Ran's meaning. A slight smile curled at the corner of his lips. Alright, I'll send it right after visiting Grandpa. Let's go downstairs. I'll wait for you by the roadside. Jian Ran hung up. Lu Yanting made a move to open the car door, when the person in the passenger seat poked their head out. Big brother Lu, the thing I asked you. What thing? Lu Yanting arched an eyebrow, pretending not to know despite fully understanding. Su Yuan clasped his hands together and rubbed them vigorously. Big brother Lu, please help me talk some sense into him. It was my fault before, but now I realize my mistakes. Can you ask brother Ran to forgive me? I'll buy more talismans from you, even pay extra. Lu Yanting smirked slightly. You know Jian Ran's temperament, he won't let me intervene. You'll have to handle it yourself. After finishing his sentence, he pushed open the car door and leaned against a lamppost beside the apartment building. The warm orange light illuminated his entire figure, making his features look even more handsome and extraordinary. When Jian Ran stepped out of the neighborhood, he spotted this scene from afar. For a moment, his expression paused, as did his heartbeat. A strange emotion surged through him. He thought internally. Damn, no wonder he's called the peak of Asian beauty standards. If someone accidentally glanced at him, they'd probably be mesmerized too. Jian Ran awkwardly looked away, whistling as he walked forward with his hands in his pockets, looking carefree and nonchalant, almost as if on purpose. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lu Yanting approach and casually asked, Did you wait long? Pausing briefly, he glanced down to the other's chest. Does the wound still hurt? Not painful. Lu Yanting replied, his pitch-black eyes reflecting Jian Ran's stunning face. Jian Ran glared at him. How can it not hurt? The stitches were done stitch by stitch. You should have stayed in the hospital longer, but you insisted on leaving. What if it splits open again? Lu Yanting said. Grandpa was anxious, and I was also pretty worried. Get in the car first. Jian Ran nodded slightly, then took steps towards the Bentley parked by the roadside. After opening the door and sitting down, he heard a pleading voice from the front passenger seat. Brother Ran, I'll kneel to you, could you draw some talismans for me? I'll pay top price. Jian Ran lifted his gaze, lazily replying, exorcise evil spirits or keep ghosts away. No, Su Yuan shook his head like a drum, not needed for that, at least not yet. I just want to check on my marriage prospects, my family is getting restless. Jian Ran chuckled coldly twice. Tell your family, they're better off giving up. Just one look at your face, it's clear you're destined to have no descendants. Su Yuan. What deep grudge do I hold with Brother Ran? Chapter 142, with a mouth this hurtful, how many more years do you have to live? Will offending Brother Ran lead to the end of one's descendants? Su Yuan couldn't help but connect these two events together and believed it wholeheartedly, showing a face full of sorrow. No, Brother Ran, please save me again. I don't want to lose my descendants yet. Jian Ran intriguingly curled his lips. A person's fate is predetermined by heaven. After finishing a phone call outside, Lu Yanting got into the car and sensing the unusual atmosphere, he asked, did I miss something? The driver, who had been holding back laughter, could no longer contain himself. Young Master Lu, you missed Su Yuan losing his descendants. Being stared at with a pair of aggrieved eyes, the driver only managed to say half a sentence. Lu Yanting instantly guessed some things and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Losing descendants is nothing, as long as you can be with the one you love. Having another child might just feel troublesome. After a pause, he glanced at Jian Ran, what do you think? Ah. Jian Ran reacted for a few seconds, then shifted his gaze uncomfortably out the window. How would I know? I don't even want children. Hearing that, Su Yuan dramatically exclaimed, my God, Brother Ran, you don't want children? Are you planning to be gay? The driver quickly covered his face, you better shut up. Jian Ran's face turned beet red immediately. Lu Yanting suddenly felt much better. Really quite coincidental. Suddenly, a hoarse voice broke the awkward atmosphere. Jian Ran turned his head and curiously asked, what coincidence? I don't want children either, said Lu Yanting. At 7 in the evening, the Bentley promptly drove into the Lu family villa. A line of people were already standing by the entrance gate, personally led by Old Master Lu to greet the guests. As the car slowly came to a stop, someone muttered discontentedly behind them, so much grandeur, and we're supposed to wait at the gate. Why bother? Shut up. A nearby elder scolded him, if you don't want to get kicked out of the core circle of the Lu family, you'd best watch your words. Haven't you seen what happened to Lu Yuchuan? Even if he's a grandson, there will be no mercy. The younger one, having been reprimanded, obediently closed his mouth but a look of resentment still lingered in his eyes. It was understandable. The Lu family is one of the most powerful financial conglomerates in the capital, with bloodlines naturally proud and noble, never bowing to anyone, yet now for a dinner party, they must stand at the gate to welcome outsiders. This was truly unprecedented. Jian Ran stepped out of the car and saw the scene, not a bit surprised. He remained calm and steady, a polite smile playing on his lips. Grandpa Lu, it's good to see you again. It's great to see you, it's great to see you. Your arrival brings great honor to our Lu family. Old Master Lu approached with a kind and amiable smile, shocking the Lu family members behind him from time to time. The normally stern and unsmiling head of the Lu family actually treated a young man so politely, and his profession is even one looked down upon by the wealthy elite circles, a mere actor. Even though they were prepared, it was hard for them to believe what was happening right before their eyes. Could it be true as rumored, that this star named Jian Ran has abilities reaching to the heavens? Grandpa Lu is too kind. Shall we start eating? Jian Ran absent-mindedly patted his stomach, revealing the soul of an avid eater. I haven't eaten all day, my stomach feels empty. Of course, yes, Grandpa Lu smiled broadly, the food has been ready for a long time, we can begin once we get to the dining room. I'm not sure what you like, both Chinese and Western styles are prepared. You try and see which you prefer, and we'll call the kitchen accordingly. All our chefs are brought over from Michelin-starred restaurants, they have very fine skills. While turning into an ordinary chatty elder, he warmly grabbed Jian Ran's hand and walked towards the banquet hall. Even Lu Yanting was left out, let alone the others. Only after the old and young entered the living room did resentful murmurs emerge. Why don't we go inside too? We certainly can't just stand here doing nothing, can we? Lu Yanting slightly nodded and was about to take a step forward when the sound of harsh brakes rang out at the entrance. Everyone turned simultaneously and saw Lu Yuchuan step down from the driver's seat, a strange dark smile on his face. Well, everyone is here today. How about it, is there an esteemed guest visiting? Lu Yanting's expression was cold, it seems like you weren't invited tonight. Isn't it the Lu family feast today? Lu Yuchuan's smile didn't change, stepping leisurely into the entrance hall, am I not part of the Lu family? I'm not even invited to an occasion this important. Grandpa is really showing favoritism, isn't he? Lu Yanting pursed his lips slightly but ultimately said nothing. Tonight was Jian Ran's first visit to the Lu family to meet the elders, and he wouldn't allow any mistakes. With that in mind, Lu Yanting turned and headed straight for the banquet hall. The remaining members of the Lu family didn't have much more to say. Everyone knew how cunning and vicious Lu Yuchuan could be, so offending him with a single word might bring trouble behind their backs. Soon enough, at the long rectangular dining table sat various scheming members of the Lu family, each casting peculiar glances toward the favored one beside Grandpa Lu. I heard Mr. Jian comes from a prestigious family and entered the entertainment industry out of special interests. If you were to get married, would you consider retiring? A well-dressed elder woman suddenly asked. Jian Ran turned to look at her. You should probably ask Lu Yanting whether he plans to retire after marriage. The older woman smiled haughtily. Our Yanting certainly doesn't need to choose. He acts purely out of interest. Ah, Jian Ran nodded. Then it's about the same for me. The elder woman pressed on with a few more questions, but she was cut off sharply by Grandpa Lu's stern gaze. What does it matter to you if Jian Ran will continue or quit the entertainment industry? Stop being nosy. Brother. The elder woman seemed flustered, having lost face. From the far end of the table, Lu Yuchuan suddenly chimed in, whether or not one retires also depends on whether they can live to see that day. Our family doesn't exactly have long lifespans, right? His seemingly joking tone plunged the banquet hall into an awkward silence. Grandpa Lu's expression was as dark as storm clouds, and Lu Yanting's complexion wasn't any better. But Jian Ran dismissed it all with a shrug. Instead of worrying about us, why don't you worry about yourself instead? With a mouth that venomous, how many more years do you have left? Lu Yuchuan's smile faltered. I was just stating facts, you don't need to react so strongly. I'm simply speaking my mind too. Jian Ran leaned back lazily with crossed arms. But you'd better watch out lately, avoid bloodshed accidents. Fate is something you shouldn't disregard. Just like some people, who are destined to forever surpass fools. No sooner had these words escaped Jian Ran's lips when Lu Yuchuan lost his composure and abruptly stood up. Who are you calling a fool? Chapter 143, Give you a complete grandson. As soon as the voice of questioning sounded, Lu Yuhuan saw nothing but contemptuous eyes around the table, as if to say, who else could be so stupid here except you? He choked for a moment, and his expression turned poisonous. His gaze fell on Jian Ran's face like knives. Clenching his molars, he said fiercely. I will remember this matter today. If there is a chance in the future, I'll certainly return it. With these words, Lu Yuhuan stormed out. An old saying goes, fear not the hard one, but fear the cross, fear not the cross, but fear those who tell fortunes. The Lu family was wary of Lu Yuhuan's treachery and feared that he might play tricks behind their backs. However, Jian Ran was completely unafraid and instead predicted his end. Such a scene felt like venting an evil spirit. Finally, someone can deal with Lu Yuhuan. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly improved their impression of Jian Ran and started offering him toasts voluntarily. Mr. Jian has extraordinary demeanor. Here's my toast to you. And mine too. Better to see once than hear 100 times. Your grace displayed in the variety shows pales compared to now. Mr. Jian, may we exchange contact details? No misunderstanding, just for convenience later. Anyway, we will soon become a family. Jian Ran looked at the previously haughty Lu family members and secretly thought, how did they become so enthusiastic all of a sudden? Isn't it just about driving away a fool? Lu Yanting nearby nudged his side waist, this wine is good, give it a try. Really? Jian Ran's eyes sparkled. He picked up the goblet, about to drink, but then saw Lu Yanting's movement and quickly stopped him, you cannot drink. Your wound hasn't healed yet. Just a little, stop before going too far. Lu Yanting's corner of the mouth curved slightly into a smile. Jian Ran's expression was resolute, not a drop. It's not beneficial for the wound healing. All right then. Lu Yanting feigned regret and placed the goblet back on its original position. The interaction between the two was seen by Lu Grandpa, who immediately rejoiced in his heart. It seems the Lu family still has a hope. After the dinner party, Lu Grandpa brought Jian Ran alone to the study, brewed him a cup of top-quality tea, and pushed it towards the other side. Young man, what do you think of Lu Yanting? Not bad, apart from being full of machinations, everything else is fine. Jian Ran held the teacup and truthfully answered. Lu Grandpa's lips twitched, full of scheming. It's true. Growing up in such an environment since childhood, it's difficult to remain pure and transparent. Jian Ran nodded in agreement, being surrounded by nightmares every day, not developing a mental illness is already remarkable. Do you know everything? Lu Grandpa suddenly brightened his gaze, displaying some traits of an old fox, then I won't hide anything from you. Jian Ran raised his eyes, noticing the subtle changes in Grandpa's expression, then a nonchalant arc formed on his lips. Placing the teacup back on the tray, he slowly replied. It's best not to hide. Tell everything in detail without missing a single point. Otherwise, any overlooked detail could make me unable to help him. From the moment Jian Ran personally witnessed Lu Yanting risking his life to block a devilish attack for him, he silently swore to change Lu Yanting's fate with all his strength. To achieve this goal, he would pay any price, including threatening the system to report it for neglecting duty. Lu Grandpa remained silent for a moment, then became solemn. Young man, I understand your meaning. Rest assured, I will not withhold anything. However, this matter is too complicated, involving many factors. If I reveal everything, it might touch the interests of certain people. Jian Ran nodded slightly and sank into deep thought. After a while, he said, if you want to change the destiny of the Lu family, you must cut the roots entirely. Otherwise, your Lu family bloodline will come to an end. Lu Grandpa didn't continue along this line, but changed the subject instead. Do you think Lu Yuhuan can be saved? Jian Ran raised his eyes, did not respond, and the corner of his mouth curled into a significant arc. Ah, Lu Grandpa sighed, that's how tycoon families are, vying openly and secretly, coming and going in ruthless struggles comparable to ancient throne contention. Yu Huan's father abandoned his proper duties, insisted on becoming the director of something, and never disciplined Yu Huan since childhood, leading to him eventually straying. Actually, Yu Huan is not inherently bad, but jealousy has clouded his mind. If he can get back on the right track, perhaps. Jian Ran raised his eyebrows, so Mr. Lu intends to cultivate him as the successor. What about Lu Yanting? Yanting, Lu Grandpa sighed deeply again, I have long understood his thoughts. I do not want to force him. Jian Ran pursed his lips and remained silent. Grandpa Lu furtively glanced at his expression and continued to lament, we tycoon families may seem glorious on the surface, but in reality, almost all of us are at our wits' end. Otherwise, why would they all go crazy trying to poach me? Jian Ran chimed in. Grandpa, let's cut to the chase, I don't like beating around the bush. Grandpa Lu felt he had set enough stage already, so he pulled out a contract from the desk drawer. An ancient fantasy movie, take a look. The pay is not an issue, but you need to be familiar with the script. Jian Ran blinked and looked confused, Grandpa, we're here to break the curse, why show me this contract? He paused for a moment and then asked, how much is the fee? Grandpa Lu held up one finger. 1 million. Jian Ran guessed. Grandpa Lu slowly shook his head and said with great generosity, 100 million. Jian Ran quickly opened the contract, where's the pen? Where's the pen? I'll sign right now. Goodness, no wonder they say mainland entertainment stars earn money super easily. Just months of shooting work can rake in a small goal amount. That's got to be the definition of bliss. Hold your horses first, Grandpa Lu's voice dropped a little. There are things I need to clarify beforehand. This shoot involves risks, paranormal events might happen. Jian Ran smiled without concern, which of my shoots hasn't had some kind of supernatural event? Don't worry. Grandpa Lu became solemn, this time it's different. Yanting's life is in danger, one misstep and he could. Jian Ran stopped smiling, is he also acting? Or is it that the movie can't go on without him? Grandpa Lu remained silent, but his serious expression already spoke volumes as the answer. The study fell quiet instantly, and the atmosphere grew quite tense. Seemingly unconcerned, Jian Ran flipped through the contract page, and the title of the movie immediately caught his eyes, Nightmare in the South City. South City. Isn't that where online information shows the Lu family fortune started? Could it be that this movie is Grandpa Lu telling the whole story of the curse back then in another way? Revealing everything without having to directly state it himself? Truly, he's still an old fox. Jian Ran raised his eyebrows and put the contract back, a smug smile playing on his lips, don't worry. When the movie's filming is done, I'll return your complete grandson. Grandpa Lu's eyes lit up, tapping his fingers on the desk. It's settled then. Chapter 144, Whether I'm Worthy or Not, Don't Jump to Conclusions So Early. Lu Yuhuan drove recklessly back to the apartment, stormed into the building with a face full of agitation. A security guard approached him respectfully and greeted him, Mr. Lu, welcome home. The clear and pure voice caught Lu Yuhuan's attention. He glanced back and raised his eyebrows in a flamboyant manner, new here. It was the security guard's first day on the job, so he felt somewhat uneasy. His handsome and pretty face showed a fleeting moment of panic, yes, just started today. Lu Yuhuan slowly walked over, a curious smile curling at the corner of his lips, what's your name? And my name is Jian Dan. The young security guard felt overwhelmed by the presence before him, involuntarily taking a step back as he stammered out the words. Jian Dan. Another person surnamed Jian, ha 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 ha. Lu Yuhuan laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing until he doubled over. His behavior, akin to that of a madman, frightened Jian Dan to the point where he dared not move an inch. This was his first part-time job, and if he didn't perform well and got fired, he would have no source of income for the next month's living expenses. Lu Yuhuan finally stopped laughing, slowly stood up straight, and reached out to pat Jian Dan's shoulder. Before he could say anything, Jian Dan timidly asked, Mr. Lu, are you drunk? Would you like me to escort you home? Lu Yuhuan looked at the face that bore some resemblance to Jian Ran, his cold lips touched, all right. But I'm heavy. Are you sure you can carry me? Jian Dan wasn't overly slim, and there were signs of training, though his bulky security uniform made him seem frail, I can support you. He nodded vigorously, pulling Lu Yuhuan's arm over his neck, and with the other hand circled the waist clad in a high-end suit. Mr. Lu, I remember your door number is A9-3. He had memorized it deliberately before starting his shift. Lu Yuhuan replied carelessly, yet his sharp eyes scrutinized Jian Dan's refined profile, that's the one. Jian Dan felt hot breath sprinkling onto his neck and inexplicably blushed. He tried to convince himself this was just routine work, not to overthink it, finish the task and leave without making the resident feel disturbed. The elevator finally arrived at the 9th floor. Jian Dan helped Lu Yuhuan reach the doorway, Mr. Lu, we're here. Can you open the door yourself? Of course, Lu Yuhuan smirked mischievously, no. You help me. With no choice, Jian Dan awkwardly lifted Lu Yuhuan's arm and placed his long-fingered fingertips on the fingerprint lock. Ding! The door opened. Jian Dan widened the door, but inside, it was pitch black since the lights hadn't been turned on. Mr. Lu, I'll see you off here, Jian Dan supported him inside and said while standing near the entrance. Lu Yuhuan remained silent, then suddenly leaned forward. Mr. Lu. Jian Dan exclaimed, quickly reaching out to catch him, only to be dragged down by the weight, uncontrollably pressing against him. Only when he realized what he had touched did he comprehend what had happened. Jian Dan panicked as he stood up. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I. He couldn't find the right words and hastily fled out the door. In the darkness, Lu Yuhuan slowly got up, raising his arm, and let his fingertips linger on his lips, caressing them gently. Jian Dan, he muttered to himself, his smile obscure, what is your relationship with Jian Ran? After drinking quite a lot of the precious Lafite the night before, Jian Ran woke up with an unbearable headache. He went to the kitchen and prepared a bowl of hangover soup himself, then decided to print out the script and carefully read it. At this moment, his phone rang. Jian Ran lowered his eyes for a look. It was an unknown number. He intended to ignore it as a potential scam call but pressed the answer button unconsciously. Brother. A cold tone came from the other side. Jian Ran, ? I know you don't want to answer my calls, but Mom is critically ill. If you don't come soon, you might not have another chance. The voice on the other end carried evident resentment. Jian Ran thought about it for a brief moment before asking, which hospital? The other end seemed surprised that Jian Ran agreed, hesitated for a moment, and said, Qingtan Hospital, Ward 306. When will I go? Preferably now. The other end paused, adding another sentence, just for the record, it's not that I want to see you. If possible, I never want to meet you in this lifetime. Before the words finished, the call abruptly ended. Jian Ran moved the phone away from his ear and looked at the screen, a defiant arc forming at the corner of his mouth. If not reminded, I really forgot, the original body still has family. He changed into a different set of clothes, put on a baseball cap and sunglasses, then headed to the underground parking lot. He drove his old second-hand car straight to Qingtan Hospital. In less than half an hour, Jian Ran stood outside room 306 in the inpatient department. Through the glass, he could see that the ward inside was quite primitive. The limited space housed as many as 8 beds, and with accompanying family members, it was severely overcrowded. Harsh coughs and pained groans echoed out, making the atmosphere in the ward chaotic. At the farthest corner near the window, a youthful, handsome young man was attentively feeding another person, while a middle-aged woman, skeletal and pale, struggled to open her mouth slowly as if finding it difficult to swallow. The memory of the original self overlapped with what Jian Ran saw before him. He instantly recognized them. One was his biological mother. The other, his younger brother. Back then, the original Jian Ran had abandoned them due to greed for wealth and fear of being held back, leaving cruelly without ever contacting them again. Jian Ran pushed the door open and walked in slowly. The young man who was feeding noticed him and froze momentarily, hesitantly calling out, Brother. Who's there? The middle-aged woman seemed visually impaired, gazing uncertainly toward the doorway. Is that Rani? Yes. It's him. Jian Dan quickly set the bowl down, fearing his mother would get too excited, soothing her by massaging her back. Your son is here to see you. She shakily reached out her hand. Where? Where is he? I'm right here. Jian Ran moved forward swiftly, taking her hand. Tears immediately streamed down her face. It's good you've come, it's good you've come. If I can touch Rani's hand once more before I die, I will be at peace. Don't talk nonsense. You'll live much longer. Jian Ran patted her hand gently, consoling her, the best is yet to come. Unwilling to see his mother's fragile state, Jian Dan turned away, secretly wiping tears. He hated this irresponsible older brother but could do nothing about the fact that their mother would never forget she had such a callous offspring. After chatting with the woman for a few more words, she eventually lay back on her hospital bed exhausted, falling into a daze soon after. When Jian Ran looked up again, he met Jian Dan's glare filled with resentment. You've done your duty. Now you can leave immediately, Jian Dan said coldly. Jian Ran raised an eyebrow. Brat, has no one taught you how to respect your elder brother? Are you worthy? Jian Dan scoffed coldly. Jian Ran smirked slightly, tightening his jawline, his features showing unrestrained sharpness. Whether I'm worthy or not, don't jump to conclusions so early. I won't carry the burdens of my previous self, nor will I get involved in any meaningless gossip. After all, I am the honored guest destined to help you reverse your fate. Chapter 145, Are you a male friend of Jian Ran? Why should I take the blame for something I didn't do? Am I supposed to work myself to death paying off debts from some past relationship? Sorry. I'm not that noble. Jian Ran was thinking this and was about to throw in a couple more cutting remarks. Unfortunately, a nurse suddenly walked in from outside, interrupting him. Jian Dan, your mother's hospitalization fees. Upon hearing this, Jian Dan, her fists clenched tightly with tear-filled eyes, showed a flicker of embarrassment on her face and interjected with a softer tone, I know, I'll try to figure something out soon. What method are you planning? The older nurse paused, looking suspiciously at Jian Ran. Isn't everything already settled by your brother? Didn't he tell you? Jian Dan was momentarily stunned, muttering quietly, Brother, you. Quickly pack up and transfer hospitals, don't delay her treatment, said the head nurse seriously. Transfer? Where? Jian Dan was still confused. The always silent but kind-hearted Jian Ran abruptly said, of course, to somewhere she can be treated properly. The hospital equipment here is too outdated, and the chief surgeon isn't professional enough. Since it involved his mother's life, Jian Dan did not let emotions get the better of him. He followed Jian Ran all the way while handling the transfer formalities. After ensuring their mother was comfortably placed in a separate ward, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and noticed an awkward atmosphere, making him feel uneasy. Brother. Jian Dan looked up, hesitating to speak. Where did you get the money? Jian Ran lazily glanced at him. Where from? Naturally, earned by risking my life. Brother. Jian Dan's expression turned excited again. Selling our bodies is absolutely something we shouldn't do. Jian Ran. This younger brother seemed like a fool. How could selling one's life be mixed up with selling one's body? Add me on WeChat. Deciding to stop explaining, Jian Ran presented his QR code. After all, they were blood-related family members. No matter how many grievances there were between them before, at critical moments, blood ties mattered. Jian Dan reluctantly scanned the QR code but kept his tone hard. Don't think I'll forgive you just because you have a moment of conscience now. Who asked for your forgiveness? Jian Ran rolled his eyes. I'm merely doing what I should do. The moment Jian Dan took back his phone, he saw a transfer notification. I don't want your money. He stubbornly finished speaking and was about to press the return button when Jian Ran swiftly snatched the phone and clicked receive directly. It's not for you anyway. Jian Ran raised his chin. It's for her. I'm going to film a movie and will leave for a while. Keep this money to buy medicine and living expenses. I'll arrange for the chief doctor as soon as possible. This illness can't be delayed any longer, surgery must be done immediately. Jian Ran spoke with unwavering authority, shoving the phone back into Jian Dan's chest, then slowly approached Wei Qin's side, muttering as if talking to himself. Judging from the facial features, it does seem like a dead end, but it's not without a shred of hope. He turned around, saying to Jian Dan, your call this morning came just in time. Jian Ran paused halfway through his words, his expression suddenly changing. Hiss. What are you doing? Jian Dan felt uneasy under his gaze, unconsciously touching his face. Do I have flowers growing on my face? Jian Ran nodded, looking very mysterious. There really are flowers. Peach blossoms. You might encounter peach blossom luck soon, but be careful, it's quite risky and potentially fatal. Hearing Jian Ran getting increasingly absurd, Jian Dan's ears reddened as he panicked. Stop talking nonsense. With a situation like ours at home, where do I even begin to attract good luck? All has been said, go ahead and leave. After delivering this expulsion order, he pushed Jian Ran towards the door. Just as a tall figure by the doorway was about to pass by, they suddenly stopped, a magnetic voice mixing with confusion. Jian Ran? How come you're here? Who is he? Why is he touching you? Perhaps intimidated by the towering presence of the figure, Jian Dan quickly retracted his arm and explained hurriedly, I'm his younger brother. His real younger brother. Lu Yanting frowned, even a real younger brother is not allowed. You never know whether it involves orthopedics. What's orthopedics? Jian Ran asked curiously. Lu Yanting pursed his lips slightly and remained silent. After all, having read plenty of novels to improve his romantic skills, admitting it wouldn't reflect well. I've come to admit my mom to the hospital. Jian Ran glanced behind Lu Yanting. What about you? Why are you here? Are you alone? Where's your assistant? Lu Yanting replied, I've come to change dressings. Found Su Yuan bothersome, so I didn't bring him along. He gave a brief answer before looking into the ward. What illness does Auntie have? Can I pay a visit? And introduce myself while I'm at it. Jian Ran waved him off. No need. My mom's already asleep. We'll do it another day. Standing by the doorway, Lu Yanting didn't move after hearing this, a touch of disappointment flashing across his strikingly handsome face. Is it because you don't want me to? Jian Ran. Why did he suddenly feel like one of those heartless playboys who wanted nothing to do with past lovers? Asleep is asleep. Should I wake her up just to introduce you? Besides, what am I supposed to say about you anyway? A strange sense of powerlessness arose within him. It seemed he had no idea what to do with Lu Yanting. Mom's already awake. Why not go in and take a look? Jian Dan, watching from the side, felt oddly satisfied seeing Jian Ran at a loss. Thus, without hesitation, he added a sentence that only complicated things further. Lu Yanting turned his gaze toward him, a slight curl on his lips, seemingly very pleased with Jian Dan's action, all traces of caution and hostility vanishing instantly. Seeing Jian Dan's smug look, Jian Ran glared at him through gritted teeth. You little brat, seeking revenge against me? Madness. Later, I'll draw you an enhanced love curse talisman. When Lu Yanting entered the ward, Wei Qin was indeed awake, and her spirits were much better. With blurred vision, she looked over. Are you Jian Ran's friend? That's right, Lu Yanting nodded slightly. I'm his boyfriend. Jian Ran stared at him. Big brother, what nonsense are you talking now? Jian Dan smirked. Big brother, isn't it your peach blossom blooming? Wei Qin nodded contentedly. So you're a male friend? Lu Yanting furrowed his brows. Perhaps I should clarify that I'm actually his husband. That way, it'd be clearer. Our little Ran has a weak personality, please take good care of him. Wei Qin continued unperturbedly. Turning his head, Lu Yanting glanced at Jian Ran whose fists were trembling with rage. This is called having a weak personality. Doesn't seem like she's entrusting someone. Probably correct. He thought to himself as he spoke softly, don't worry, auntie. I will definitely take good care of little Ran. Forever, never parting. Touched almost to tears, Wei Qin exclaimed, to have such a loyal male friend like you, little Ran must have done great deeds in a previous life. Lost in confusion, Jian Dan remained silent. Why do these two seem out of sync? Chapter 146, Good Brother, Forever. After introducing himself and making a solemn promise, Lu Yanting finally left in satisfaction. Jianze, however, was required by his mother to see the person off at the hospital entrance. So he reluctantly trailed behind Jianran. Go back, Jianran waved his hand, his figure exuding an easy confidence. I'll hire a nurse tomorrow for school. Do you think this will absolve you? Jianze suddenly barked, his voice sharp and trembling with emotion. Do you think this will make you a good son, a good brother? Jianran paused in his steps, sighed as he turned back, I didn't plan on whitewashing my past. Nor did I intend for you to forgive me. How many times do I need to say this? Well, it's been a long day, I'm knackered. He mumbled under his breath as he turned away, this frail body just can't take it. Jianze stood rooted to the spot, his eyes seeming misty, gazing at Jianran's retreating silhouette for a while before uttering, why has he changed? He's no longer like my brother. Jianran had barely sat down on the passenger seat when Lu Yanting floored the gas pedal and zoomed off. The silver Bentley roared into the bustling streets like a mighty dragon, neon lights flickering amidst the night. Jianran fixed his gaze out of the car window. His usually confident face now displayed a rare tinge of melancholy. Lu Yanting glanced over, what's wrong? Worrying about your mother's condition? He paused briefly then asked, why is your younger brother not very friendly towards you? Because I used to be despicable and abandoned them. Jianran said with nonchalance, as though recounting someone else's story. Lu Yanting furrowed his brows, I don't believe you could do something like that. Why? Jianran shrugged dismissively, you don't know who I was before. Although I may not have participated in your world back then, the person you are now. Just as they hit a red light, Lu Yanting slammed on the brakes and stared intently, is definitely not so cold-hearted. Under the certainty of Lu Yanting's tone and his direct gaze, Jianran felt a bit unsettled, so he cleared his throat and shifted the topic. I heard you're also involved in shooting the movie. Another dual male lead production. I only skimmed through the script briefly, but doesn't it feel too fantastical with its alternate history setting? What does your grandfather really want to express? Lu Yanting pressed the accelerator again, his tone somewhat absent-minded, still another dual male lead project. As for grandfather, you'll understand once you get to Nanching. Jianran nodded and began to look forward, usually, historical ancient cities that aren't overly artificially developed and receive focused protection. Might have burial grounds. I remember the terrain of Nanching being quite nice, with feng shui. Lu Yanting gave him a sidelong glance, it's probably best not to get involved in illegal activities. Jianran. I was just saying. Isn't it enough to merely consider? And it's not like I'd actually engage in tomb raiding. Not to mention, after just paying hefty medical fees, my savings have diminished slightly. If you really want to make money, I can offer a part-time job. Lu Yanting seemed to sense what Jianran had in mind and leisurely brought up. Jianran lit up with interest, what kind of part-time work? Help me change my bandages. Lu Yanting's voice carried a slight hoarseness. Jianran smirked, such a trivial task, I handle it effortlessly. In my previous life, I was. He abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Lu Yanting parked the Bentley in the underground garage and turned around with raised eyebrows, what about your previous life? Do you remember everything from your previous life? Realizing he had let slip, Jianran quickly changed the subject, how much do you pay for changing bandages? Is there a probation period? I'm particularly free tonight. Lu Yanting's dark eyes lingered pensively on him for a moment as if inspecting something. Eventually, he pursed his lips and said nothing more, opened the Bentley door, and just before stepping out, tossed off a line, here's your black card. You can withdraw or swipe it, any way you like. So generous? Jianran asked, slightly disbelieving. Lu Yanting gave a faint smile, didn't I promise your mom I'd take care of you for life, never abandoning you? Of course, I must keep my word. Jianran. Good brothers forever. Why does it feel a little strange? A group of wealthy playboys knew Lu Yuhuan was in a bad mood, so they specially booked the most expensive bar for him to unwind. Being a member of the Lu family, even if less favored by the elder, their status remained unshakable. After all, the dynamics within a powerful family could be unpredictable and change in an instant. If one day Lu Yuhuan were to regain power, such flattery would require preparation on a daily basis, last-minute effort simply wouldn't work. A few wealthy young men from peripheral tycoon families, each sharper than the next, thought things through and casually called over a waiter, handing him a stack of tips. Tonight, make sure the service is good and don't make any mistakes. If our guest is happy, all this money will be yours. And if not, the rich kid paused, his eyes flashing with malice, you'll never be able to come back to work here. The waiter nodded obediently, don't worry, Mr. Liu, I will definitely do my job well. With the soft lighting in the private room shining on his face, he looked even more fair-skinned and refined. The wealthy young man glanced at him, swallowed his saliva, and just as he was about to speak, the door opened. Mr. Liu. Long time no see. The wealthy young man stood up to greet him, wearing a fawning smile, why didn't you contact me the moment you returned? We could have hosted a welcome party for you tonight. Lu Yuhuan smiled insincerely, extremely perfunctory, here I am. Do you really care whether it's earlier or later? Lu Qi's expression stiffened momentarily before he laughed again, oh, Mr. Liu gracing us with his presence brings honor to our humble place, why would I care? He glanced back, hey, aren't you bringing a companion? Wasn't there a cute and tender little thing clinging to you? Why don't we get to meet her? Are you talking about Zhong Fanrui? Lu Yuhuan curled his lips into a disdainful sneer as he walked to the sofa and sat down arrogantly, that kind of idiot. I certainly don't want to waste any more time on them. Lu Qi was puzzled and hurried over, I heard Zhong Fanrui is quite popular and many people are pursuing him. Doesn't Mr. Liu like him? Lu Yuhuan sniffed contemptuously, just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of a tall figure and immediately froze in place. What a coincidence. To run into him here. This is interesting. Following Lu Yuhuan's gaze, Lu Qi noticed the server arranging glasses and instantly understood something, calling out, hey, you, come over here and pour some wine for Mr. Liu. Simple wasn't paying attention until his colleague nudged him, then he looked up confusedly and pointed at himself, ah. Me. Yes, you, don't stand there staring blankly, be quick. Lu Qi moved aside, patting the leather sofa, sit here and pour wine for Mr. Liu. The lighting in the private room was dim, so Simple hadn't taken a closer look initially. But when he got closer, he realized those hungry wolf-like eyes, his heart sank. How is it Mr. Liu? He must remember what happened that night. What if he comes to create trouble or take revenge? Chapter 147, the highest level hunters often appear in the form of prey. Jian Dan walked over apprehensively, filled the wine glass, and said, Mr. Liu, please. He crouched by the edge of the sofa, not daring to sit down, his eyes downcast and his eyelashes slightly trembling. Lu Yuhuan looked at Jian Dan with great interest, suddenly leaning closer and blowing air into his ear. Jian Dan was shocked inside and instinctively tried to dodge, but was firmly held down on the shoulder by Lu Yuhuan, don't run. I just have one question for you. Do you know Jian Ran? Jian Dan hesitated, blinked, and blurted out, I don't know him. Really? Lu Yuhuan leaned back, raised an eyebrow, glaring at him, his slightly narrowed eyes like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Jian Dan nodded heavily, I really don't know him. The entertainment industry is full of mixed characters. Who knows what Jian Ran has done outside? How dare he admit their blood relationship? It's better to stay safe. Lu Qi joined in upon hearing this, Mr. Liu, the Jian Ran you mentioned, is that the currently popular flow star? I've heard he has some skills, many big families are looking for him. Lu Yuhuan glared sideways, his voice becoming more sharp, just a quack cloaked in the guise of an actor, yet he is hyped up as a godlike figure, do you actually believe it? But. A rich kid wanted to interject but was silenced by Lu Qi's glare, who then turned around smiling. Let's not talk about that, let's drink, let's drink. Seeing that Lu Yuhuan did not say much more and instead picked up the glass and drained it in one gulp, Jian Dan breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, a new batch of waiters came in. Jian Dan took advantage of the chaos to quickly slip out, but failed to notice a malevolent gaze locked onto his retreating figure from behind. Approaching 4 o'clock in the early morning, Jian Dan was almost off work. However, the fat man in the last private room seemed to have drunk too much, grabbing hold of his sleeve and wouldn't let go, rambling and chasing after him to the door. How much for your fee? Tell me a number, I can afford it. Sorry sir, we do legitimate business here, there are no extra services. Jian Dan frowned with disgust, his tall and elegant posture mysteriously carrying a trace of arrogance, otherwise, I'll call you a designated driver. TCH, how many people here could be decent, what purity are you pretending to show? The fat man said while attempting to hug him and kiss. Jian Dan clenched his fist secretly, preparing to hit. But he found someone's shadow was faster than himself, directly smashing onto the fat man's nose. Ah, damn it, who? The fat man fell flat on his butt, his nose bleeding profusely, furiously turning around to see Lu Yuhuan's handsome yet ruthless face. The latter slowly approached, pulled out a bundle of banknotes, scattering them on the fat man's face, take this as your medical expense. Get lost. The fat man didn't recognize Lu Yuhuan, so tried to get up leaning on the bricks, but was surrounded by another group led by Lu Qi. Lu Qi stomped on his chest, do you want to die? Messing around here? Do you know who hit you? Of course the fat man recognized the ostentatious Lu Qi, his face instantly showing panic. Lu Xiao, I'm wrong. It's my lack of discernment. Please pardon me. You can treat me as nothing but a fart. Lu Xiao. The sound of his begging afterward became less and less clear. Jian Dan looked bewildered as Lu Yuhuan led him out of the bar. At the brink of midnight, the sky near the horizon showed white streaks, with few pedestrians on the street. Except for the parked luxury cars telling tales of last night's extravagance and splendor, all that remained was the dull aftermath of passion. Thank you. After a long silence, Jian Dan spoke, but I need to leave. I still have class at 9 in the morning. I'll be marked absent if I'm late. It's not easy to get this chance for university education, and he values it very much. Where are you going? Lu Yuhuan's voice was a bit hoarse, probably because he drank quite a lot. I'll send you home. No need, I rode my e-scooter here. Jian Dan pointed to the small electric scooter parked beside the lamppost. Lu Yuhuan nodded slightly, then said, then why don't you see me off? Huh? Jian Dan was a little confused. I didn't drive. This. Jian Dan was very hesitant. I haven't ridden this kind of vehicle either. Lu Yuhuan had a sincere look on his face. I'd like to try. Jian Dan. Rich people have this sort of curiosity. Is everything fine with him? Thus, basking in the morning breeze, Lu Yuhuan hugged Jian Dan's waist tightly from the back seat and couldn't help shouting, wow, this is pretty exciting. Jian Dan. What a psycho. Jian Ran had just woken up with his hair looking like a bird's nest when he cast a divination. The hexagram was very strange, perilous and unpredictable, and vaguely indicated that it was related to the Lu family. Jian Ran narrowed his eyes and pinched his chin with one hand, muttering to himself, could Jian Dan's romantic matter be related to the Lu family? Who could it be? There wasn't any woman of suitable age at dinner the other day who appeared to be a good match for love and marriage. After pondering for a while without figuring it out, the doorbell rang, so he got up to answer it. Upon opening the door, he saw Lu Yanting's handsome face that made people involuntarily lose control of their legs, so early. Jian Ran involuntarily blushed at the thought of last night's touching abs moment and turned his gaze away. I haven't tidied up yet. We have enough time. Lu Yanting slightly nodded his head, then squeezed through the crack in the door. I'll wait for you. Jian Ran had no reason to refuse, stepped aside to let him pass, looked at his upright figure for a second, and asked absent-mindedly. Does the Lu family have an unmarried daughter? Why do you ask that? Lu Yanting suddenly turned around, his pitch-black pupils revealing a flash of sharpness. Do you have any ideas? Jian Ran awkwardly smiled. What kind of ideas could I have? I am but a student of the Xianmen school dedicated to the concept of four great emptiness. Lu Yanting raised his eyebrows. For great emptiness. Jian Ran felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, quickly added, let me go tidy up first, or else we'll miss the plane. And he bolted away. Lu Yanting sat quietly on the sofa, waiting patiently, but the creased furrow between his brows didn't relax. Why hasn't he confessed yet? Could it be I haven't flirted enough? I've already revealed the necessary physique, showcased my wealth as appropriate. Why doesn't he make the first move? Are all those romance novels full of lies? That thing about the highest level hunters often appearing in the form of prey. Pure crap. At the thought of this, Lu Yanting anxiously rubbed his temples. Soon, the two showed up in front of the film crew bus. A flight ticket was thrust into their hands before they hurriedly headed to the airport. On the way, Jian Ran voiced his confusion. Your old man will try anything to break the curse, I get that. But why must you beat around the bush by making a movie? Isn't it more straightforward if I just visit South City directly? Lu Yanting's face darkened. That would be too obvious. Obvious? Jian Ran tilted his head, pondered for a while, and then asked, what exactly are you being cautious about? Is it humans, or? Lu Yanting turned his head, his eyes profound, his deep voice slowly uttering, both. Chapter 148, maybe because they feel safe with me around. The movie, Old Tales of South City, has been promoting for quite a long time. It's like the marketing is unlimited, flooding advertisements everywhere. Set against the background of the most mysterious ancient fantasy history, the movie tells the rise and fall of a certain family. Although it's a very common plot, it has fully captured the interest of a large number of netizens mainly because it is adapted from real historical events. There are too many fantasy novels about South City, and all kinds of ghost stories. It's even rumored that South City contains treasures left by an emperor of the previous dynasty, guarded by Yin soldiers. Anyone who gets close will be pulled into hell. The country has always regarded it as a key cultural relic for protection. The guards surrounding the place might outnumber the Yin soldiers, making it impossible for ordinary people to get near. Now there's actually going to be a movie filmed inside. Shit. There must be someone behind this, right? Netizens couldn't help but speculate secretly. The director of the movie is extremely famous, having received numerous awards both domestically and internationally. His slogan is also loud and clear, saying he wants to expose all the secrets of South City in front of the wide audience. However, the investor remains unclear, only heard to be rich beyond imagination. They've invested $1 billion before even starting filming. It was originally a highly anticipated drama of the year, and after the official announcement of the leading actors, discussions on Weibo became even more lively, just like New Year's Day, with drums and firecrackers ringing everywhere. My goodness, I thought Ting Ran wouldn't reunite again, but here comes a dual male lead movie. The last one, Sixth People's Hospital, stopped shooting due to some reasons, which made me so frustrated. So looking forward to it. I believe in Lu Ji's acting skills, and I even more trust that Ran Gu carries a supernatural aura wherever he goes. I expect more explosive news during the filming period. I am a member of Ran Ji's cult. I have to praise his character. How many stars can go from being discredited to getting popular? And how many could gain fame across the whole web by catching ghosts? Be careful with your wording upstairs, don't cause trouble for Brother Ran. I heard that an organization is already targeting him, trying their best to poach him over. I know this too, it's passed within the organization, and seems to have been listed as an annual work plan. No matter what, they must sign up Brother Ran. Ha ha ha, our master is indeed in demand. How do you plan to sign him up? Do you think Brother Ran is still at his old price? I heard this time the film pay is as high as 100 million yuan, even film Emperor Lu willingly plays a secondary role. A tiny organization's annual plans mean nothing. Online discussions were heated, but Jian Ran had no idea and took a nice nap on the plane. When he woke up, he saw a handsome face close by. Wah! What are you going to do? Jian Ran was shocked and instinctively shrank back. Lu Yenting looked relaxed, nothing, just looking casually. Jian Ran. Wipe your saliva. Lu Yenting handed over a tissue. Save me, I look cute even when I'm sleepy. He thought seriously while Jian Ran awkwardly accepted the tissue and quickly wiped his face. The stewardess sweetly reminded, "Dear passengers, please fasten your seatbelts, the plane will soon land." Still pretty quick. Jian Ran looked out the business class window and caught sight of the general view of the ancient and aged South City. In his ears, it was Lu Yenting's deep and sexy voice, "Not fast anymore, already flown over 7 hours. I slept for so long." Jian Ran turned back with surprise, "Can't be, I didn't feel anything." Lu Yenting smiled slightly, "Maybe because you feel safe with me around." Jian Ran, I don't know how to answer this sentence. In the front row, should I deafen myself hearing this? Turns out online rumors aren't false, Lu Yenting and Jian Ran really started having feelings for each other due to the movie. After a short while, the plane landed. All members of the production crew slowly walked off the plane. To avoid chaos, the airport arranged a separate channel. Afterward, they would see luxury buses parked nearby. Dozens of people entered one after another, then another vehicle arrived behind. Jian Ran glanced once, thinking. This is what big production looks like. Indeed able to afford wages. Not like those cheapskates. Gan Fengyi, who was in a meeting, suddenly sneezed without any warning. The assistant beside seemed genuinely concerned and asked, "Mr. Gan, do you have a cold?" "Huh, someone cursed you." Gan Fengyi rubbed his nose, frowning, "No, probably because Jian Ran cursed him. He has better self-awareness now, ever since coming back from the cruise, he's been using stairs." The outside world thought Mr. Gan liked to use this method to exercise, but little did they know, he was afraid of being trapped in the elevator. There was still some distance to the South City shooting area, so the director's assistant used this time to announce the shooting precautions with a microphone. "Everyone, you must know that South City is an ancient city under national key protection, so there are many rules to follow. Below, I will read out several mandatory rules. First, after 8 o'clock at night, it is absolutely forbidden to go out. If any accident happens, the consequences will be borne by yourself. Second, in areas where photography is strictly prohibited, no mobile phones are allowed, and no equipment with photography functions may be carried either. Third, please make sure to abide by all the rules and regulations of the filming site. This movie filming opportunity is hard won. If anyone's mistake or intention causes the filming work to be unable to continue, we reserve the right to hold all losses accountable." Fourth. Jian Ran yawned lazily and turned his gaze to the window, suddenly spotting a bent figure on the Jiangnan village. Strange yet somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it before. He thought of something, abruptly straightening his body, but the bus had already sped past quickly. "What's wrong?" Lu Yenting asked with concern in his voice. "I saw an old man," Jian Ran said seriously. "Lu Yenting, do you know him?" "Not just me," Jian Ran smirked slightly at the corner of his mouth, "you know him too." Lu Yenting looked somewhat puzzled, but Jian Ran continued on his own accord. "I thought he went missing, didn't expect him to chase us here." Lu Yenting furrowed his brows, pondered for a moment, and then relaxed with a hint of a smile on his lips. "Are you talking about the old man from the foot of Mount Taihang? He's not dead and has tracked us over here." Jian Ran nodded, "It looks that way." At this moment, the director's assistant approached. "Big brother Lu, Big brother Ran, please sign the agreement." Lu Yenting raised an eyebrow. "What kind of agreement?" "In case anything happens during the shoot, it shall have nothing to do with the crew, life or death is on one's own responsibility." Chapter 149, Why does such a terrifying topic end up being flirted with? Before Lu Yenting could speak, Jian Ran burst out laughing. "This is the first time I've ever heard of such a domineering contract." "What? You think you're above the law? Any accidents during filming should be considered work injuries, got it? You'll have to pay compensation." The director's assistant was in good spirits. In response to Jian Ran's doubts, he smirked and said amiably, "If the person survives, the production can compensate for this amount of money. If they die, the crew can still provide some money for funeral expenses. The purpose of this agreement is merely to warn people in advance that filming is extremely dangerous. If anyone values their life too much, they can turn back now." Upon hearing about the payment, Jian calmed down immediately, nodding to himself, that makes more sense. Bring me the agreement, I'll sign it. Lu Yanting watched this scene and couldn't help but laugh. He licked his lips and also reached out to take the paper contract. Apart from them signing it so casually, the other actors were all anxious and asking various questions, seemingly intimidated. But no one dared to say they wouldn't sign. After all, this was director Yu Hong's project, and if they finished filming smoothly, they had a chance to win the Golden Artisan Award at year-end. Just like Jian had said before, wealth involves risks. How would one know if they don't take a gamble? Human nature is complex. On the one hand, they're terrified to death, on the other hand, they're insatiable. In the end, all the actors on the bus signed the pre-safety agreement without exception. And at this moment, the bus finally arrived at its destination. A grand ancient city unfolded before everyone's eyes. Jian followed the crowd off the bus, standing in front of the coach and looking into the distance. The buildings nearby, weathered by time, showed cracked stone walls splashed with an ominous dark red hue, exuding a palpable sense of slaughter. It was as if, in ancient times, soldiers' blood had been sprayed over the gates after fierce assaults, a heavy aura of death hung in the air. And above the gate stood a stele carved with two strong and powerful characters, Nancheng, South City. On three sides, there were mountains covered with lush greenery, forming dense peaks surrounded by thick white mist. Indeed, it was an untouched natural setting, still retaining its primitive appearance to this day. Jian slightly nodded his head. At an angle unnoticed by others, his fingers quickly calculated something, causing him to suddenly become grave. What's wrong? Lu Yanting asked. Jian turned around, pressing his lips together, hesitating to speak. You'd better stay in the same room as me. Or it will be easy to die. He didn't say the second half of the sentence. For some reason, Jian just didn't want Lu Yanting to worry too much. All right. Lu Yanting smiled faintly. Finally, she initiated contact. It seemed that the clichés in the book worked just a little bit. As the two were conversing, a Maybach slowly drove up from behind, and the production staff rushed forward to greet it. When the car stopped, a man in his 30s stepped out from the rear seat. He was handsome enough to debut in the entertainment industry, though his serious face gave off an air of a learned scholar, making it evident that he wasn't someone to mess with. Director Yu, everything is arranged. We just need to connect with the Cultural Heritage Protection Workers, said the director's assistant respectfully. Yu Hong slightly nodded his head and glanced toward Lu Yanting's direction for a moment before retracting his gaze instantly. Tell the actors that once inside, they shouldn't wander around recklessly. If any artifacts are damaged, they will bear the losses themselves. Remember, this doesn't count as a work injury. The director's assistant nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Director Yu. I've already emphasized it on the bus, and I'll remind them again when we enter. With that, Yu Hong walked ahead under the watchful eyes of everyone, heading toward Nancheng. One actor whispered softly, is this the demeanor of an international big-name director? He doesn't even acknowledge the king of actors. My psychology feels a bit balanced. It might be to avoid favoritism. After all, the director has to treat everyone fairly. But Lu Yanting and Jian are not avoiding anything, aren't they afraid of rumors spreading? What are they afraid of? They're already the widely acknowledged best CP couple pair. Their brokers hope for something juicy between them anyway. By the way, this marketing strategy is a classic case. It made Jian go from being despised to being loved. Too worth studying. That's true, H. Another actor wanted to say something else, but the director's assistant quietly approached and coldly sniffed, anyone who knows proper boundaries shouldn't be gossiping here. Don't you know what kind of actors Director Yu dislikes the most? How could they not know? Because this matter once trended on the hot search list. A star bringing personal resources to the production team and acting arrogantly, discussing another actor's private life, once discovered by Director Yu, they were directly dismissed. No one's face was given any consideration back then, causing quite a commotion. The few actors who were reprimanded fell silent, hurriedly lowering their heads and dispersing. Jian's hearing had been trained and, of course, he could hear their discussions but chose to ignore them. After all, the clusters of Yin energy gathering and dispersing not far away looked like bundles of money flying in the sky to him. He grabbed his suitcase and marched forward, almost shouting, 100 million, here I come. Lu Yanting followed closely behind, but didn't have as good a temper. He glanced back with a sharp gaze directed at the actor gossiping most enthusiastically. This actor immediately felt startled inside, pursed her lips, and pretended to walk calmly forward. Without raising her head, she could feel an imposing figure casting a strong presence over her. We are not engaging in hype. The female actor instinctively looked up and froze when she saw Lu Yanting's stern profile. We are also not using marketing tactics. Lu Yanting's voice was solemn, his gaze flicking toward her. If you dare to say anything else, I'll directly blacklist you. The actress was frightened, wanting to apologize, but then saw that Lu Yanting had already walked away quickly. Not hyping up. Nor marketing tactics. And telling her not to speak nonsense. Could it be they were a fake CP? The actress pondered on her own, feeling a little disappointed. Pfft. What a waste. Yu Hong apparently had already taken care of everything ahead of time, and the heavily guarded city gates were opened by the Cultural Relics Bureau staff, who also distributed brochures. Everyone has a responsibility to protect cultural relics, please cherish Nancheng's history. Jian Ran took one of the brochures, glancing down to see a beautiful promotional illustration. On the first page was a tomb coffin unearthed from the site, with a 3D, reconstructed corpse lying inside, eyes closed, possessing an extraordinary handsome face. The corpse was dressed in splendid attire, adorned with a lucky dragon and colorful cloud belt, surrounded by gold and silver treasures. He suddenly laughed, waving Lu Yanting over. Hey, this person looks a lot like you. Could it be they want to borrow your body for reincarnation? Jian Ran's voice wasn't loud, but those around heard it clearly. The workers from the Cultural Relics Bureau's expressions changed, all looking towards Lu Yanting. Lu Yanting remained calm, his tone indifferent. For that, I would need to die first so he can borrow my body. Would you let me? Jian Ran. Why did such terrifying topics end up becoming flirtatious? How does Lu Yanting manage to do that? Chapter 150, a little bit of IQ, but not much. Can you let go? Lu Yanting's voice was low and hoarse, laced with a touch of intimacy and ambiguity. This drew the onlookers who were watching the spectacle to immediately perk up their ears, eagerly awaiting Jian Ran's response. Their expectant expression suggested that if he dared to say he could let go, they would dare to scream. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. But someone suddenly broke the silence. You two are blocking the way. How are the people behind supposed to get in? Yu Hong asked sternly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanting turned around, his eyebrows slightly raised, pressing his lips together but not saying anything. He then took long strides towards the accommodation area. The director's assistant was particularly adept at handling situations, she quickly ran after him. Master Lu, our crew has specially arranged a single room for you. Would you like me to guide you there? No need. I don't need a single room, Lu Yanting said without stopping his steps. I'll stay in a standard room with Jian Ran for the convenience of rehearsing lines. Hearing this sentence, the director's assistant almost stumbled and fell, turning her head to look at Yu Hong with a pleading gaze. The latter glanced at Jian Ran with a complex expression, seeing that he was still engrossed in looking through the promotional brochure. In the next moment, he gestured to the assistant. I'll handle it. Okay, Director Yu. The assistant obediently nodded. Yu Hong quickened his steps, catching up with Lu Yanting, walking side by side with him. Judging from their backs, they both seemed emotionally calm. Jian Ran walked through the city gate and looked around at an ancient town similar to Hengdian. His gaze then fell on the front. His voice carried a trace of confusion. Do they know each other? The assistant happened to be nearby, tiptoeing along the street paved with bluestone slabs. I think they're pretty familiar. More than just familiar. From the distance between their shoulders, one could see that their relationship was more than casual. Thinking about this, Jian Ran squinted his eyes, sensing a peculiar feeling in his heart. There are so many people here, can't you give some face? Yu Hong clenched his teeth, suppressing his voice. In public, you propose sleeping in the same room. How am I supposed to manage the crew? Lu Yanting didn't care much. What is there to manage? I'm the daddy investor. I do whatever I want. Does being rich make you special? Yu Hong nearly lost control. Lu Yanting's lips curved into a faint smile. Of course, don't forget, it was my money that helped elevate you from an obscure little director to international fame. At that time, I didn't ask for anything in return. Now you want to cut the bridge once you've crossed it. Upon hearing these words, Yu Hong was momentarily speechless. Indeed, as Lu Yanting said, when he first entered the film circle, he had no power or influence, and was even crushed by collective talent. If it weren't for his unconditional support, he might still not have made it. Repayment of favors should be kept. Thinking of this, Yu Hong turned his head stiffly and loudly announced, cancel all special treatments for single rooms. Actors and staff will uniformly stay in standard rooms. Except for one person with special treatment, others simply don't qualify. So when Yu Hong's words came out, no one disagreed, dragging their suitcases towards a shabby reception building in the southern part of the city. It was reportedly built after the founding of the People's Republic of China, and only recently refurbished. The equipment is old and cannot be replaced. Even the toilet lacks a proper seat, there is only a squat toilet left. Jian Ran didn't mind, as long as it was clean. When he walked into the reception house, he saw the white paint fall from the wall and land directly on his face. The environment isn't great, everyone overcome it a bit, show some professional spirit. Yu Hong frowned while glaring as Lu Yanting wiped off the dust from Jian Ran's face, speaking rudely. We haven't even started shooting survival scenes yet, if you keep behaving so pampered, then you might as well leave the entertainment industry. Jian Ran brushed off Lu Yanting's hand. Director Yu, just say what you have to say. Who are you hinting at? He was already upset, now even more enraged. Yu Hong was used to scolding actors and hadn't met many who talked back. So, he was about to unleash a few curses but was stopped by a glance from Lu Yanting. Seeing this, the assistant hurried forward to mediate. It's pretty late. Quickly get the room cards and sort out your luggage. There will be a communal dinner later. Saying that, he pulled Yu Hong down the corridor on the left. Director Yu, I have something to discuss with you. What matters can't be said here. Yu Hong shouted as he swiftly followed the assistant, sneaking around. How does that look? Instantaneously, the reception hall emptied out. Jian Ran dragged his suitcase door to door checking numbers. Next to him was a magnetic voice. What did you discover? I discovered something strange about you and that director. Realizing that he had voiced his inner thoughts, Jian Ran quickly closed his mouth. Lu Yanting was initially stunned, then he drew near in an intimate manner, his hot breath spraying by Jian Ran's ear. Are you jealous? Jealous? As a Grand Master of the Xianmen sect, would I be jealous? Jian Ran's heart jolted but his expression remained exaggeratedly casual. In fact, he and I. Just as Lu Yanting was about to explain, he suddenly felt a warmth on his lips. It was Jian Ran who had pressed his finger against them. His gaze was solemn, and his dazzling eyes locked onto something intently. Lu Yanting froze, then was about to turn his head to follow Jian Ran's gaze. But Jian Ran's voice came low and cold. Don't look. Go inside first. The words were accompanied by a chilling wind that howled down the corridor. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yanting obediently entered the room, closing the door behind him. In that fleeting moment, his peripheral vision caught a splash of crimson, a color that perfectly matched the one often appearing in his recurring dreams. Free from any constraints, Jian Ran proceeded at ease, leaving his suitcase where it was, with his hand casually in his pocket as he moved forward. Up ahead, the flickering image of a ghost draped in a red dress with tangled hair covering her face appeared. She shimmered unsteadily, like a light source running out of power, potentially vanishing any moment. Sure enough, the next second, the red figure disappeared into thin air. Jian Ran, unfazed, simply turned on his heel and grabbed backward with his hand. Ah! A shrill, heart-rending scream immediately echoed through the corridor. What's that sound? Yu Hong abruptly stopped, puzzled. The assistant emerged from the restroom, shaking off the water from washing her hands. What sound? I didn't hear anything. Don't speak. Yu Hong looked tense, his ears perked up, fully concentrating on listening for any sound outside. However, after a long while, there was nothing. Because Jian Ran had already stuck a talisman over the ghost's mouth. Don't make a racket. If you ruin the movie, I'll claim 1 billion yuan from you. The ghost's hair was yanked, and she struggled wildly, trying to break toward the room Lu Yanting had just entered. Suddenly, she swung her arm violently towards Jian Ran's face. This ghostly energy was too intense to withstand without preparation. So Jian Ran loosened his grip on the damp, sticky hair and dodged back. The ghost took the opportunity to rip the talisman off her mouth. Her palm, now burned by golden light, twisted in pain. Though obscured by the sticky strands of hair, Jian Ran had guessed almost exactly right, his lips curling into a mocking curve. You do have a bit of IQ. But not much. Chapter 151, I won't be a widow, so you must live. Seemingly sensing the bare mockery from behind, the female ghost suddenly turned around. Despite her hair covering her head and making it hard to distinguish between her face and the back of her head, Jian Ran accurately identified the front and back of the red dress, then slowly took out the talisman paper he carried with him. The female ghost hesitated momentarily in apprehension, emitting an unwilling sob from her mouth before disappearing on the spot. Runs pretty fast, Jian Ran muttered as he walked back to the luggage's position and reached out to push the door open. As soon as he went in, he saw Lu Yanting standing not far away, his dark eyes gazing intently. Is it her? Who? Jian Ran deliberately asked, casually closing the door behind him nonchalantly. Suddenly thinking of something, he added another sentence, not afraid of whoever. For 100 million yuan, I can handle it. Lu Yanting pursed his lips and said nothing more, sitting at the edge of the bed lost in thought. What are you thinking about? After a while of tidying up and unable to stand it any longer, Jian Ran asked irritably, hurry up and pack. At this speed of yours, when will we be able to have dinner? While hanging clothes and muttering to himself, don't know how the food is here, but it should be good for general administrative units. Lu Yanting suddenly lifted his eyes, if I die, would you? I won't be a widow, so you shouldn't die. Jian Ran blurted out without hesitation. Then he suddenly stopped. The air suddenly became quiet. Jian Ran. Did my brain just short-circuit? Why say widow? Lu Yanting's serious expression suddenly dispersed, and the corner of his mouth curved into a pleased smile as he broke the awkward atmosphere. Don't worry, I won't let you be a widow. I will definitely live for a long time. The system hidden behind spying on them, oh no, these two are really going to hook up. At 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone gathered punctually in the staff canteen. The chef who was cooking came out to greet everyone, and Jian Ran felt that he looked familiar. You, Jian Ran hesitantly raised his hand. The old man smiled gently, that's right, it's me. Jian Ran widened his eyes, how did you give up such a high salary and come here? Isn't that school where you got rid of all the staff by yourself? The old man shyly adjusted the chef hat on his head, I couldn't continue working as security there, so I applied here. Jian Ran immediately felt remorseful, sorry, Grandpa, I caused your unemployment. Lu Yanting beside him glanced at the chef, his lips forming a straight line, and his expression was contemplative. What school? What security? Yu Hong looked completely confused. This old man in front of them wasn't ordinary. He was the person the Cultural Relics Bureau worked hard to bring over to guard South City. And Jian Ran actually knew him. I know. The director's assistant raised his hand. Pure Love 1+1, Yendong University, right? Director Yu, that's a dating show. Yu Hong glared at him. Only brainless people watch dating shows. The director's assistant looked aggrieved. Wailing, Director Yu, you've really offended a lot of fans. Fortunately, it's not live. The canteen of the guest house was quite large, capable of holding over 10 dining tables. The tables were the old-fashioned folding round tables from the 80s, their patterns already worn out with peeling edges that could hurt the touch. The actors accustomed to five-star hotels grumbled slightly, but dared not voice it outright, only wearing looks of discontent. Looking at the dishes being served, their brows furrowed even tighter, whispering under their breath, can this even be eaten? Someone next to them shook their head, no idea. Suddenly, someone shouted loud enough for everyone to hear, old man, your pork stew with noodles is quite authentic. Jian Ran savored a bite and nodded vaguely, it'd be perfect with some garlic sauce. After finishing speaking, the elderly chef came over with a small dish. Young man, I didn't expect you to have such discerning taste. Fairly okay, I used to be stationed in northeast China, Jian Ran chuckled. When the old man left, Lu Yanting leaned closer, how come I've never heard of this experience of yours? Jian Ran had barely spoken one word when Yu Hong interrupted with obvious disdain, you don't seem to have much star temperament, but the actor doing the opposing role with you will surely suffer after eating all this garlic. I don't mind. Lu Yanting's response seemed perfectly connected, leaving no room for Yu Hong to continue further. The dinner wasn't to the southern palate's liking, and many stars hastily finished their meals and left the canteen. Jian Ran managed to linger until nearly everyone had gone. Lu Yanting looked over with a hint of amusement at the corner of his lips, why do you still look unsatisfied? Who knows if we'll be working tonight, so we must preserve our strength, right? Jian Ran said indistinctly. On the other side of the round table, Yu Hong shot him a glare and was about to get up with an expression of disdain when they saw the chef carrying a white bottle over. Kid, do you want some ergotu? Jian Ran looked up before he could respond. The chef added, this stuff warms the body and boosts courage. No drinking is allowed during the filming of the crew. Yu Hong stated rigidly. The old chef turned around, his normally murky yet kind eyes flashing with sharpness for a moment, projecting an air of authority like a knife being thrown. Yu Hong didn't know why, but he suddenly felt startled and swallowed his next words. Have one cup, it's not shooting time anyway. Jian Ran handed over a small glass. The old man instantly returned to his amiable self, shoving Lu Yanting away, sitting beside Jian Ran instead. Young fellow, I can see you can hold your liquor. Today, we don't stop until we're drunk. We might as well talk about the toughest time after my unemployment. When Jian Ran heard that, he hurriedly interrupted, Gramps, you're not trying to claim compensation from me, are you? How could I? The elderly chef tilted his head, shaking it. But when he turned back, his demeanor shifted abruptly, his smile disappeared, replaced by a solemn, mysterious, even sinister look. I merely want to have a word with you about the owner of this cemetery. Many people are coveting the treasures and gold he left behind. Are you one of them? Jian Ran's mouth curled into a reckless smile, money from dead men. Am I crazy? Sorry, darlings. The author has a fever today, so there's only one update. Sleep early and don't wait in vain. Chapter 152, I'll believe you if you kiss me. Take money from the dead. Am I crazy? Jian Ran gave a look of disdain, took a sip of ergotu, Chinese liquor, and let out a hiss as it burned his throat. The kitchen master squinted his eyes, staring at him for a moment. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, his demeanor instantly changed back to the peculiar kindness typical of elderly people. It's good you're not thinking about it, it's good. However, you seem so arrogant, do you know who is in the coffin? Aren't you afraid he will come looking for you? Jian Ran glanced at the old man's wine glass, do you want to drink or not? The master hesitated for a second, then lifted his cup and sipped, picking up his chopsticks to add another blood sausage. Drinking. How about this alcohol? Is it fierce enough? Pure men drink it. The old man, with a red face, sneaked a glance at Yu Hong, dare you drink? Yu Hong waved his hand, I pass. I have something else to do, I'll leave first. Yu Hong was originally planning to stay until the end, but seeing the situation, decided it would be wise to retreat quickly and go ask some staff from the Cultural Relics Bureau about the identity of the old man. Judging by the appearance, he didn't look like a good guy. Lu Yanting, who had been ignored all along, remained silent throughout. Even though the kitchen master wasn't addressing him directly, Lu Yanting vaguely felt that he might be hinting at something with veiled messages. So, this is your director. The kitchen master looked at Yu Hong, who hurriedly left in panic. He seems too timid, how can a movie be made this way? Jian Ran suddenly slammed the table fiercely, if it can't be shot, it still has to be. I say here, whoever runs away first, I'll fight them to the death. His head seemed a little dizzy, possibly drunk on alcohol. The old man watched him with a complicated gaze and asked again, do you know who is in the tomb? Of course I do. Jian Ran pulled out the promotional booklet in his pocket, I did my research in advance. The person buried in the tomb is the Marquis of Jinan. The legendary tyrant of Nanqing knew he was going to die and executed all the palace maids beforehand to bury them with himself, which naturally included those concubines. The kitchen master glanced at the promotional book, his expression turning mysterious and solemn. This is what they show to the public. A lot hasn't been said. Killing tens of thousands in one night, do you really think it's just for burial? Jian Ran didn't respond immediately. He drank a mouthful of ergoto and soon felt dizzy again. You're too fast, a low, velvety voice came from behind the old man, you'll feel uncomfortable if you drink too much. The kitchen master turned around and stared at Lu Yanting's face for a long time, then pushed a glass of wine toward him, be a man, drink some. No thanks, I still need to take care of Jian Ran. Lu Yanting slightly smiled, politely refusing. The old man snorted, at a time like this, shouldn't you drink a little to handle things well? Lu Yanting. I'm actually thirsty. Saying that, he stretched his long arm and poured himself a full glass of ergoto. This young man is pretty decent, the old man grinned, listens to advice. Lu Yanting took a sip of his own drink before asking in a deep tone, Master, do you think the Marquis of Jinan killed so many people not for burial purposes? For what reason? The old man's smile faded, it could very well be that he was trying to stop some information from spreading. Jian Ran's clear eyes were blurred with mist, his pupils dimmed with intrigue, what kind of information would be worth the deaths of so many people? Human lives didn't mean much in ancient times, the kitchen master said while standing up, his tone cryptic, it looks like you've also had too much. Let's call it a night. Before Jian Ran could reply, he spun around and disappeared at the kitchen entrance almost instantly. The dining room became suddenly tranquil, only the wine bottle on the table proving that there had been heated drinking before. Need me to support you? Lu Yanting gazed at Jian Ran with eyes as rippling water. The latter waved his hand, I can manage myself. Just now, I faked being drunk to fool that old man, Jian Ran's smile was cunning, trying to trick more words out of him. Didn't expect him to be so tight-lipped. A flash of disappointment crossed Lu Yanting's eyes but disappeared right away. Without further ado, he grabbed the glass and drained it completely. What are you doing? Jian Ran was surprised by his action. I haven't had my fill, let me drink some more. Lu Yanting's white cheeks quickly turned red, pink extending all the way down to his neck. Jian Ran. Would this guy become a trouble when drunk? He was silently cursing inside, but before he could even take care, Lu Yanting ended up finishing the remaining half bottle of ergoto. Hey, you. What the hell are you planning to do? Before he could finish the last three words, Lu Yanting swayed and stood up unsteadily, Ran, I'm drunk. Jian Ran, holy crap, it takes just a second to switch between sobriety and drunkenness. Before Jian Ran could react or hurl some sarcastic comments about his weak constitution, he saw Lu Yanting leaning towards him. Startled, Jian Ran quickly reached out to steady him, hey, holy crap, can you hold on? Can't drink but still so much. Lu Yanting smiled with half-closed eyes, happy. Happy for what? Jian Ran sighed irritably, gripping his waist and heading out. Because of you, Lu Yanting's speech slurred, happy. Jian Ran heard every word clearly. His body froze as a strange electric current zapped through his heart, but moments later, he acted as if he were deaf and dragged Lu Yanting out of the canteen. In the past, Jian Ran would have cursed silently, calling him a dirty rat for disrupting his mind. But now, there was a lingering sweetness in his chest, as if he had eaten candy. They stumbled back to the room. The lights were off, and Jian Ran immediately threw him onto the bed, intending to stand up. But unexpectedly, a strong force pulled him back, and before he could resist, Lu Yanting straddled his waist. Acting crazy after drinking? Get off! Jian Ran exclaimed angrily. Lu Yanting's pitch-black eyes shone brightly in the dim space, no. I have something to ask you. Jian Ran glared at him, what? Ask quickly. How do you see me? Suddenly, Lu Yanting's voice softened hesitantly, like a pure-hearted man who has never been in love and is making his first confession. Indeed, that was the case. What do you mean by see? Jian Ran began regretting agreeing to drink that bottle of ergoto. If they had left earlier after eating, Lu Yanting wouldn't be behaving this way. Looks, physique, all these kinds of things, Lu Yanting's tongue curled slightly, give me an evaluation. Am I better than your ex-boyfriends? Jian Ran laughed, why are you comparing yourself with them? There's no comparison. Don't laugh, answer my question seriously. The silver moonlight filtered in through the window, casting Lu Yanting's obstinate expression into clear view. Jian Ran forced himself to keep a straight face, yes, you're better. You're better than all of them. Really? Lu Yanting blinked, I don't believe it. Jian Ran thought inwardly how cute this guy was even when drunk, how do I make you believe? Lu Yanting furrowed his brows and thought hard for a moment. If you kiss me, I'll believe you. Chapter 153, The Prince of Jinan and His Male Favorite. Jian Ran suspected that he must have drunk too much, otherwise, how could he be experiencing auditory hallucinations? What did you say? He asked in disbelief. A kiss from you, and I'll believe, Lu Yanting's Adam's apple moved, his voice low and hoarse, inexplicably sexy. His clothes had somehow been tugged open, revealing a lean clavicle. He looked just like one of those fresh-faced boys on short video platforms who didn't show their faces, pure yet seductive, paired with that face of top-tier Asian good looks. It was nearly a fatal allure. Believe or not, it's your choice. Jian Ran forced himself to look away, thinking silently that this scoundrel was indeed disrupting his peace of mind, and he couldn't fall into his trap. With that thought, he struggled, using force at his waist to flip him over. But he hadn't expected the movement to be so large, directly tearing open Lu Yanting's shirt, exposing a well-muscled chest. Jian Ran couldn't help but turn back, his gaze wandering. Hell, was this guy doing it on purpose? What kind of clothes were these, so flimsy? Whether it was due to alcohol rushing to his head or something else, by the time Jian Ran realized, he had already taken the initiative to lean forward and kiss the cool lips. He felt the blood instantly rush backward, straight to his brain, tingling numbly. Even ghost hunting wasn't this exciting. Warm entanglement. Jian Ran instinctively tried to pull back but was tightly locked around the waist. What are you doing? Don't move, Lu Yanting murmured softly, it's not enough yet. Jian Ran glanced out the window with his peripheral vision. Hurry up and let go, we're being peeked at by ghosts. Lu Yanting blinked blankly for a moment and followed his line of sight, only to see a long-haired, red-clothed female ghost plastered against the outside of the window. Her blood-red eyes pierced through her hair, fixed on the amorous scene on the bed. If it were an ordinary person, they'd probably piss themselves upon seeing such a sight. But neither Lu Yanting nor Jian Ran reacted as expected. One stood up to fish out talismans, the other searched for something handy, and both stormily headed towards the window. The female ghost? How is this different from what I imagined? They should at least have heart attacks from fear. Wait before opening the window. I'm not ready yet. Jian Ran threw out a streak of golden light, striking the ghost's back, causing another sharp scream. In another room, Yu Hong suddenly sat up, did you hear that? That's it. The assistant walked out after washing her face and applying a mask, what sound? I didn't hear anything. The window opened, allowing a gust of night wind to enter. The two who were drunk earlier were now sobered considerably. Jian Ran felt a little awkward, raising his hand to touch his swollen lips. Shit, when is this still mosquitoes buzzing around? Close the window. Close it. As he spoke, he turned and saw Lu Yanting not far behind holding an ancient sword, its blade sharp. Where did you get this? Jian Ran gaped, and this thing can pass airport security? Hey, has it been blessed? Lu Yanting's cheeks were still flushed, as if still brimming with residual anger, his knuckles whitening slightly from gripping the hilt. It can pass. Blessing is for self-defense. Saying that, he rushed towards the window direction. Jian Ran hastily stopped him. What are you doing? I'm going to kill her. Lu Yanting said coldly. No need to waste your effort, she's already dead as can be. Jian Ran muttered under his breath about how moody this was all getting. After all, it was just about some spying. If you do that, she might kill you instead. Holding on to Lu Yanting's wrist, Jian Ran calmed him down somewhat, the fierceness on his brows fading. After closing the window, Jian Ran played with the long sword lying on the bed, admiring its intricate and beautiful patterns, yet finding its edge blunt, making it seem more ornamental than lethal. Who gave this to you? He asked with a smile. Lu Yanting sat on the edge of the bed, his eyes fixated on Jian Ran's swollen lips. Grandfather, passed down through the family. Jian Ran didn't notice the increasingly dark expression on Lu Yanting's face and nodded thoughtlessly. No wonder. No wonder what? Lu Yanting's voice was raspy. No wonder the female ghost could only intrude in dreams. Jian Ran returned the sword to its scabbard, and couldn't harm you even slightly. Let's sleep, I'm tired. Lu Yanting nodded slightly, lifting the blanket to crawl in, prompting Jian Ran to immediately cry out, hey, your bed's over there. I'm scared. Lu Yanting lay down naturally inside. I can't sleep alone. Jian Ran. You're scared. You didn't show any fear when you were about to chase after the ghost with your sword. Just then, he heard Lu Yanting's steady breathing. Did he really pass out just like that? Could it be he drank too much? Jian Ran murmured softly, his gaze dropping to see the cool, faintly pink lips beside him, recalling the soft entanglement from before. His heartbeat quickened again immediately. He placed a hand on his chest, trying to calm himself down. This alcohol is indeed strong. I'm getting confused. How else could he have done such a thing as taking advantage of someone? He hoped Lu Yanting would black out. And not remember a thing. Too embarrassing. Feeling guilty, Jian Ran pulled the blanket over his head, trying to edge towards the edge of the bed. The entire night felt like torture, and he didn't know when he had fallen asleep. When he opened his eyes, the person next to him was already gone. Jian Ran yawned as he went out to find something to eat, seeing Yu Hong whispering with Lu Yanting about something. Their proximity made him uncomfortable, so he quickly walked over. What are you two scheming? It's morning already. Yu Hong glanced at him, ready to retort, but suddenly looked perplexed. What happened to your mouth? It's a little swollen. We're about to start shooting, and you don't pay attention. Jian Ran. Confused, he touched his lips. It hasn't healed yet. Yu Hong frowned in annoyance. Whatever, for the first scene, I'll arrange for someone else. Yanting, go get your makeup done first, I'll shoot your solo part. After saying that, he strode off toward the cafeteria. We were discussing additional scenes. Lu Yanting moved closer to the bewildered Jian Ran, looking sympathetically at his lips. Does it hurt? Sorry, I drank too much last night and accidentally used too much force. Just then, the director's assistant who happened to walk by heard this. What did I just hear? Shouldn't this be paid content? Couple goals hit reality, so sweet, isn't it? Jian Ran blushed, catching the assistant eavesdropping with interest. Will you stop? In broad daylight, it's too blatant. The assistant turned red with embarrassment. Sorry, I just wanted to ask Master Lu when he'd like to add the bed scene. What bed scene? An ominous feeling stirred in Jian Ran's heart. Didn't they leave an unfinished wish from last time? The bed scene between Prince Shennan and his male favorite. The assistant blinked innocently. Brother Ran, didn't you know? Jian Ran was shocked. Aren't I supposed to be the assassin? How did I become the male favorite? When did this happen? Why didn't my management tell me? Chapter 154, that place has too much yin energy, and it's easy to crash. At first glance, the old stories of Nanqing seem to have a background in the Republic of China era. In reality, however, the dynasty being depicted is much more ancient. It was shortly after the establishment of feudal society, when various regimes were not yet consolidated, and there was constant warfare on all sides. It was a very dark time with immense suffering among the people. The Nanwang, southern king, played by Lu Yanting, had his capital in Nanqing, guarding the Jiangnan region. His vast territory boasted strong armies, formidable horses, and substantial wealth, almost capable of swallowing up neighboring countries. Yet just before he was about to unify Central Plains, he suddenly died an unexpected death. Following his demise, the once prosperous southern state quickly declined and was soon invaded and occupied. The cause of the southern king's death has remained a mystery. The location of his burial tomb was exceedingly concealed, only discovered by villagers after the founding of the People's Republic of China when part of the Nanqing structure collapsed. Archaeologists swiftly gathered at the site, uncovering a subterranean palace beneath the city that mirrored the architecture above ground. It seemed like a perfect copy and paste. And after centuries or even millennia of searching, the remains of the southern king were found right here. When Jian Ran read through this portion of the script, he gave a resounding thumbs up and exclaimed, one word, absolute genius. Throughout history, monarchs would employ geomancers to design elaborate tombs for themselves, considering both feng shui and secrecy. After all, who would want their body dragged out of its coffin and desecrated upon their death? But the southern king was different. He anticipated that no one would suspect it and made his own lair underneath the palace. How could anyone imagine digging under a palace? As for feng shui, from the moment Jian Ran arrived, he realized that Nanqing was truly a prime location for hiding a dragon's grave. Surrounded by mountains on three sides, it was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The bloodstains layer upon layer on the city walls bore witness to how fiercely contested it was during battles back in those days. To return to the story. Jian Ran plays the character Xingla, an assassin carefully selected to assassinate the southern king. He indeed employed seduction tactics initially, and as to why a man was chosen, the script answered, the southern king had seen countless beautiful women, already tired of them. Only an unconventional method could bring him closer. Indeed, Xingla took the unconventional route. Disguised as a dancer, he infiltrated the Nanqing dance troupe and prepared to strike during a banquet. Ultimately, he failed and met a cruel end within the depths of the palace. But like the southern king, the exact reason for his death remains unclear. Perhaps his identity was discovered early, leading to being poisoned, or perhaps he never got the chance to act and was eventually forced into sacrificial death. The film leaves these questions open-ended, providing no definitive conclusion. However, Wait. I've read the script 3 times now. When did the male dancer/assassin turn into a royal favorite? And what's this about having intimate scenes? Brother Ran, let me explain, said the director's assistant patiently, with a beaming smile. Our filming is happening under enormous pressure. During the submission of the screenplay to relevant authorities for review, a lot was retained. But director, you felt we must restore historical authenticity, so the retained sections are planned for shooting, and we'll see whether they pass censorship when the film releases. Jian Ran rolled his eyes. Isn't this just a waste of resources and time? The director's assistant responded calmly, this possibility was considered from the beginning. So, regarding the actor's compensation, we'll try our best. Never mind. Jian Ran thought of the amount, his chest puffing up immediately. I'm a hardworking person. As long as the production team needs, I'm willing to sacrifice a bit. The director's assistant gave him a thumbs up. I knew Brother Ran had good character. Standing beside him, Lu Yanting remained silent but inwardly pleased. He discovered that if he wished strongly enough, everyone could become his ally. Just before entering the cafeteria for breakfast, Jian Ran glanced around nervously, making sure no one was near. Then his expression turned uneasy. Last night. I was drunk last night, and I apologize, interrupted Lu Yanting quickly. I also apologize, muttered Jian Ran to himself, thinking, I shouldn't have taken advantage of you while you were drunk. I really am a scumbag. He couldn't voice those last 2 sentences. It was somewhat shameful. Lu Yanting's dark eyes sparkled faintly before becoming soft again. You don't need to apologize. I drank willingly, nobody forced me. Jian Ran hesitated. Just as his lips started to utter an uncertain sound, someone from behind grew impatient. What are you doing blocking the doorway? Hurry up and eat. If we're late for shooting, don't blame me for calling you a diva. Jian Ren frowned and turned back, thinking, why do all directors irritate me like this? A smirk curved his lips. Thank you, Director Yu, for looking up to me. Guess I'm becoming a star now. Yu Hong was about to retort, but upon noticing a warning glance from Lu Yanting, she pressed her lips tightly and walked around them into the canteen. As soon as she entered the canteen, the assistant rushed over. Director Yu, how did the discussion go? Not well, Yu Hong grumbled irritably. The filming location is too restricted. What good results can we possibly achieve like this? The assistant scratched his head. What should we do? Shall I try communicating with the higher-ups again? Yu Hong glanced toward the kitchen. People from the Cultural Relics Bureau told me to talk to the head chef, saying he's in charge of all work related to Nancheng. We need to discuss things with him. I just don't get it. Why does making a movie involve talking to a cook? Her tone turned somewhat irate. Seeing that Yu Hong was getting angry, the director's assistant quickly consoled her. Director Yu, don't worry too much. Let me go talk to the chef and see if I can sort this out. The assistant turned to leave, but you stopped him. Remember, Chef Gon's given name is Shan. Be respectful when you speak to him. Alright, the assistant nodded obediently before heading to the kitchen. Not long after, he returned looking disheveled. Yu Hong furrowed her brows at the sight of him. Did you fail? Gon asked me to tell Jian Ran to come. He said I should buzz off. While speaking, the assistant shot a look toward someone in the cafeteria, a handsome face chewing on a large white steamed bun with gusto. Yu Hong's expression darkened. Through gritted teeth, she commanded, go find Jian Ran. So, just as Jian Ran was about to perform an egg peeling and one-bite stuffed performance, he turned around and saw Director Yu forcing a smile that looked more painful than crying. Brother Ran, can I ask you for a favor? Jian Ran raised a brow. Oh, great director, don't be so humble. What could you possibly ask of me? Yu Hong. She wanted to turn hostile but had no choice but to lower her pride and say politely, well, the first scene is set inside the tomb of King Zhen of the South. Filming on site requires permission. The person in charge isn't someone we know well. He's actually the canteen chef here. It seems like you have a good relationship with him, so. Yu Hong's reason seemed forced. Her assistant quietly interjected, mention the film pay. Jian Ran glared at him, put down the large steamed bun in his hand, stood up directly, and asked, are you sure you want to shoot in the tomb? That place has too much yin energy, it's easy to crash. Anyway, all the palaces are the same. Why not film upstairs? When Yu Hong heard this, the suppressed frustration burst forth, if you're not going to help, then stop giving useless advice. Who understands filming better, you or me? Or would you rather take over as director? Jian Ran frowned momentarily, then relaxed, his lips curving into a mischievous smirk, since the director is so professional, I won't bother trying to dissuade you. Shooting in the tomb, right? Alright, I'll handle it. But later, don't say I didn't warn you. Chapter 155, I'm an optional fish, you'd better let me go. The Gon Group, President's Office. The special assistant stepped in with her high heels and opened professionally, Mr. Gon, there's a Mr. Zhong who would like to see you. Tell him I'm in a meeting, no time. But. The assistant looked troubled. But I have urgent matters. The door to the office wasn't fully closed, so Zhong Fanrui walked in himself. The assistant turned back, looking anxious, sir, you can't just barge into the office like this. Go out immediately or I'll call security. Zhong Fanrui, seeing her manner, was seething with anger, are you doing this on purpose? As a special guest of Gon Fengyi. When have I ever needed prior notice? Now you pretend not to know me. You're wasting your acting talent if you don't get an Oscar. I'm sorry, sir, I don't know what you're talking about. The assistant looked innocent. Zhong Fanrui became even angrier, you. Enough. Gon Fengyi interrupted coldly, rubbing his brow in annoyance, go out first. I'll call you if I need you for guest escorting later. The assistant showed a polite smile, alright, Mr. Gon. Although she turned around in her high heels, she gave Zhong Fanrui a look of disdain and silently moved her lips, dead, shameless. Zhong Fanrui. How dare she? After the office door closed, Gon Fengyi's voice that kept people at bay sounded, what do you want from me? I want to explain that day. Zhong Fanrui took a step forward, pitifully. Gon Fengyi instantly closed his eyes, there's nothing to say about that day. This fish of mine is optional, you might as well let it go. Zhong Fanrui's lips trembled, her voice choked with emotion, I came here just to ask the truth, are you? Yes. Gon Fengyi suddenly opened his eyes, I've fallen for Jian Ran. With the answer, you can leave. Zhong Fanrui covered her mouth and shook her head, her voice spilling through her fingers, I don't believe it, how can you change so easily? It's possible I never liked you in the first place, let alone love. Gon Fengyi's words were slow and deliberate, as if he were speaking to himself. From the beginning, all I enjoyed was the thrill of the chase, and some inexplicable force led me to think that you were irreplaceable. He paused for a moment, his gaze turning fierce, it's different now. Zhong Fanrui's heart shivered inwardly, but she sobbed on her face accusingly, what's changed? You're just making excuses for your infidelity. Do you think showing affection towards Jian Ran will make him reciprocate? Don't dream during the day. He is planning to marry into the Lu family now. Gan Fengyi, staring at the person before him, couldn't fathom why he had been so blind in the past. It's normal that he doesn't fancy me since I've hurt him. All I ask for now is to protect him from harm with all my efforts. You, Zhong Fanrui was struck speechless by his rebuttal. After a long pause, she muttered, "You're brain dead." Gan Fengyi didn't wish to tangle further, so he pressed the quick dial key on his phone, escort the guest out. The office doors opened and several guards dressed formally surrounded the area. "Sir, please leave." Zhong Fanrui's tear-stained face flashed with panic. "What are you going to do?" "I'll leave myself." She turned and shouted angrily, "Gan Fengyi, wait and see, I'll make you regret." Finally, the office quieted down. Gan Fengyi rubbed his temple irritably. "What kind of nonsense is this? Mr. Gan, did you just realize this?" The assistant glanced at him surprisedly. Zhong Fanrui hasn't been human for a long time. Everyone in the company knows this. Gan Fengyi lifted his gaze, his face darkening. The assistant, "Well, there's still work to do, I'll leave first." Then, she left quickly in her high heels. Since returning home, everything has been going wrong for Zhong Fanrui, her emotions hitting rock bottom. Feeling dejected, she flipped through her phone contact list, wanting to find some small fish she hadn't paid much attention to before, perhaps discovering a new world. Suddenly, she noticed Lu Qi. Zhong Fanrui carefully recalled that Lu Qi seemed to be someone she met at a charity gala. Although ranked at the end among wealthy families, their power was also quite formidable. After pondering for a while, she dialed the number. After a few rings, the other side picked up. "Oh, Fanrui, what free time do you have to call me?" Is this Lu Qi?" "Sorry, it was a wrong number." Zhong Fanrui's soft and trembling voice was like a cat scratching at a person's chest. "Wait, don't hang up." Lu Qi predictably took the bait. "Since it's a wrong number, let's make it destiny. How about coming out for a drink tonight? It's been ages since we caught up." Zhong Fanrui hesitated for a moment and then reluctantly agreed. "I can go out, but I can't come home too late." "I know, strict family rules, right? Is your WeChat this phone number?" "I'll add you and send my location later," Lu Qi said cheerfully. Zhong Fanrui also smiled. "All right." Thus, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhong Fanrui walked into the most luxurious bar in the capital city. The private room was dimly lit, with smoke swirling around. The waiter pushed the door open, and Zhong Fanrui saw young men and women dressed lightly, dancing wildly to the music. He furrowed his brow but forced himself to step inside. To be honest, Zhong Fanrui used to look down on such low-class gatherings and would never lower himself to attend, but now he had no choice but to seek another way out. "Fanrui, over here." Lu Qi stood up wobbling and waved. The instant disdain on Zhong Fanrui's face disappeared as he forced a sweet smile onto his lips. "I'm here." As soon as he sat down on the leather sofa, he felt a sharp gaze fall upon him. He turned his head and immediately locked eyes with Lu Yuhuan, who wore an ambiguous smirk on his face. Zhong Fanrui froze momentarily before deciding to leave. At that exact moment, Lu Qi handed him a glass of wine. "Fanrui, I'm truly glad to see you. Come, let me toast to you." Feeling like sitting on pins and needles, Zhong Fanrui hesitated whether to take the wine glass, making no move for a long time. "What, high and mighty flower, too good to have a drink with us commoners." Lu Qi laughed with ill intent. Upon hearing those words, Zhong Fanrui couldn't hold back any longer and accepted the cup. "Mr. Lu, please don't say that. It's just that I'm not very good at drinking." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure, Jian Dan. Being distant relatives, Zhong Fanrui naturally knew the Jian family well and recognized him instantly. But then a cunning smile curved his lips as he downed the wine in one gulp and lifted his hand. "That waiter. Could you come over and refill my glass?" Jian Dan, who was crouching by the coffee table arranging a fruit platter, looked up startled. Zhong Fanrui. How did he end up here? Haven't you heard? Zhong Fanrui shoved the empty glass towards him. Can't even pour a drink properly. His tone was provocative, yet he didn't notice the sudden eerie silence surrounding them. Strangely enough, before Jian Dan could respond, a chilling voice beside him broke in. "Shall I help pour you this drink?" Zhong Fanrui looked up in shock and met Lu Yuhuan's stormy expression. "Lu. Brother Lu." Chapter 156, I am not a pushover. Zhong Fanrui could never have imagined that Lu Yuhuan, so esteemed in status, would stick up for an unremarkable poor waiter. And as someone who has always been surrounded by admirers, when has he ever been treated this way? The sense of humiliation made Zhong Fanrui want to flee at that very moment, yet he couldn't help but feel discontented. Could it be that the charm which had brought him such smooth sailing and countless conquests has disappeared? No. He refuses to believe it. For just an instant, Zhong Fanrui's expression became awkward, filled with deep resentment inside. His lips struggled to utter words. "Brother Lu, I can handle it myself. Don't bother. Let me take care of it." Lu Yuhuan stood tall, his spine perfectly straight but suddenly bent down. He then picked up a bottle of strong liquor nearby and filled the glass to the brim. Unbeknownst to anyone, the background music had already paused. The private room fell into an oppressive silence, one could even hear their breathing and the sound of the drink gurgling as it poured into the cup. Lu Qi was sobering up from all the alcohol and still couldn't figure out what Lu Yuhuan intended. He glanced again at Jian Dan, who remained silent, with her exquisite bone structure continuing to mesmerize everyone. Could it be that young Master Lu is really furious over the handsome waiter? In other words, is Zhang Fanrui no longer in favor? Not only in the eyes of young Master Lu, but also among the other family heirs. It seems the rumors are true. Without witnessing it personally, no one dared to believe it. After all, he had attracted so much attention before. Drink it, Lu Yuhuan straightened up, this wine is quite expensive, don't waste a single drop. Zhang Fanrui glanced at the glass that was almost overflowing, struggling to maintain his smile. Brother Lu, what do you mean by this? All I did was ask the waiter to pour me a drink, and now you want to humiliate and retaliate against me? Isn't serving drinks part of the job for which the waiter gets paid? He hadn't even begun making unreasonable demands when Lu Yuhuan jumped in immediately. Ha! Is the prestigious young Master Lu capable of such impatience? Lu Yuhuan's expression suddenly darkened, cold and fierce. I don't want to argue with you. Will you drink or not? Before Zhang Fanrui could open his mouth, suddenly a lean arm reached out, grabbing the glass and drinking it in one gulp, faster than Lu Yuhuan could stop it. By the time he realized, the glass was already empty. Jian Dan stood up amidst everyone's shocked expressions, her usually calm face tinged with a faint chill. Gentlemen, I'm just a simple student working part-time. I truly don't have the time to accompany you in these meaningless games. My shift today is over, so I'll leave first. You all continue enjoying yourselves. As soon as the words were spoken, Jian Dan turned and walked away, rushing out of the private room like a whirlwind. Realizing the situation, Lu Yuhuan quickly followed after her, his demeanor not as composed and calm as before. Upon reaching the door, he tried grabbing Jian Dan's arm but was pushed back firmly against the wall with a clean movement. What do you think you're doing? On Jian Dan's handsome face, a thin layer of red flushed through anger. Has my brother offended you? If you're looking to take revenge, I think you've mistaken your target. I am not some pushover that can be toyed around with easily. This was the first time in his life that Lu Yuhuan found himself choked by the neck, yet suddenly he laughed. I didn't expect you to have some skills. I've practiced mixed martial arts. Jian Dan's eyes grew darker, and I don't fear going to jail either. I'm ready to fight. Don't be so agitated. I bear no malice towards you. Lu Yuhuan patted his arm lightly, signaling him to let go. Jian Dan felt a bit dizzy due to the alcohol and slowly released his action. The beautiful and elegant face in front of him suddenly drew closer. Frankly speaking, I find you increasingly interesting. A wave of cold fragrance came his way, tightening Jian Dan's throat, causing him to turn his head uneasily. Whether or not you find me interesting is none of my concern. I still need to return to school. I'll be leaving now. This time, Lu Yuhuan didn't chase after him, his gaze following Jian Dan's retreating figure becoming even deeper and more profound. To film the underground mausoleum, Jian Ran dashed into the cafeteria kitchen, casually picking up a freshly fried meatball and stuffing it into his mouth, talking like a hamster. Grandpa Gon, we need your approval for the shoot. Approval for what? Gon Shan continued flipping his spatula as he asked. The filming location, Jian Ran grabbed another meatball, the underground tomb. Gon Shan stared at the iron pot in his hands and shook his head. That place cannot be filmed. People die there. He suddenly stopped mid-motion and looked at Jian Ran meaningfully. You didn't know about this? Jian Ran smiled. I know, but there are those who don't fear death. Besides, I also want to go. Great wealth often lies within great danger, and we might strike something good. Gon Shan kept flipping the spatula. I advise you not to harbor any evil intentions. A promising future awaits you. However. He paused for a moment and said, if you really want to go, I can still approve it. Jian Ran immediately became excited. Thank you, Grandpa. Don't be too happy yet. Gon Shan's expression turned serious as he turned off the gas stove and used one hand to lift a large ladle full of food. I still need to ask you something. Jian Ran smiled. Ask away, I will tell you everything I know. Gon Shan turned his head and came straight to the point. Gon Fengyi is my grandson. You've had something with him, haven't you? Cough, cough. Jian Ran almost choked on the meatball, struggling finally to swallow it down. That grandson is your grandson? Gon Shan, if you must raise your generation count, I wouldn't mind. But could I plead for my grandson? No. Jian Ran cut in firmly. Gon Shan sighed and looked out the window. I understand, you and young Lu have reached this stage. My grandson definitely has no chance anymore. Alright then, go easy on the filming tonight, don't cause chaos. I'll make a phone call, that counts as an approval. Jian Ran walked out of the kitchen dazedly, Gon Shan's words echoing in his mind. Right, both share the same surname Gon, how could I not have thought of that? What are you not thinking of? The low and magnetic voice of Lu Yanting sounded. Jian Ran looked up and felt inexplicably guilty. No. Nothing. Yu Hong also approached, despite appearing aloof, but his tone was urgent. What did Chef Gon say? Of course approved, but we can only shoot at night. Jian Ran acted calm and collected. Yu Hong's joy couldn't be concealed. Great. Let's start preparing now. As he turned to leave, he suddenly stopped, looking awkwardly saying, "Thanks." Jian Ran scoffed, "You can skip those 2 words, it's not like I'm doing it for your gratitude. It's for that billion." Yu Hong got scolded but surprisingly didn't say anything, quickly walking out of the canteen. Just when Jian Ran was about to leave, he was stopped by Lu Yanting, who grabbed his arm. "I just remembered something." What? His piercing gaze made Jian Ran tense, stammering as he asked. "I remember the family head of the Gon family seems to work for the government, some cultural relics bureau." Lu Yanting's palm felt warm, the temperature passing onto Jian Ran's wrist. The latter's smile froze awkwardly. "What does that have to do with me? Why does it feel like I'm trying to avoid my ex in front of my current boyfriend? Damn it, this is killing me." Chapter 157, King Zhennan intends to have a chat with you tonight. Even though Taoist disciples are proficient in geomancy, very few of them actually get the chance to explore tombs. The reason is simple, it's laborious and unrewarding, and they could easily suffer from curses or retaliation. Actually, dealing with curses is manageable, drawing talismans can dissipate much of the danger. The main issue remains the high probability of getting arrested. So despite encountering numerous supernatural events in his previous life, Jian Ran was still heading into a tomb for the first time. At this moment, Lu Yanting already stood in the center of the palace with his head crowned by a perforated golden crown, dressed in a dragon robe, his back facing the camera. Upon an assistant signal of action, his commanding aura immediately manifested. Jian Ran glanced at the grandiose architecture before him but didn't have time to appreciate it. Instead, he complained inwardly. Why does he get to play King Zhennan while I play the dancer? And damn, it's even a male dancer. Cheng Lu, come over. A solemn voice reverberated throughout the empty hall. Cheng Lu, now dressed in a vivid red suit with a belt tied around the waist, highlighted his slim figure even more, making it almost fragile. Upon hearing the call, he hesitated briefly before being yelled at furiously, "Have you not heard what I said? The slave will be there immediately." Jian Ran walked into the frame, revealing a breathtaking profile. Yu Hong, who was monitoring, momentarily became dazed and thought, "Who's the makeup artist? How could he look even more beautiful than a woman?" Cheng Lu bent down and took small steps forward, appearing respectfully cautious when approaching King Zhennan. Before he could kneel down, his neck was abruptly gripped. "I'll give you a chance. Speak. Who sent you?" Lu Yanting didn't use much strength, but Jian Ran deliberately raised his toes to portray a suffocating posture on camera. "No one. I voluntarily came to the palace." King Zhennan sneered coldly, "Is that so?" With a flick of his hand, Cheng Lu was instantly thrown to the ground, his elbow hitting the blue stone plate. When he turned back, there was an expression of exquisite agony on his face. The tight red costume loosened somewhat, revealing his exquisite collarbone that caught King Zhennan's attention. His Adam's apple moved as his voice grew deeper and colder, yet mixed with a trace of lust. "Take it off. I want to search your body." Jian Ran was startled, thinking to himself, is this part of the script? But the director hadn't called cut, so he could only let Lu Yanting continue. "Do you need me to say it twice?" The king's eyes revealed a shadow of killing intent. Under the feudal system, how could a servant possibly resist, especially since there were guards armed with knives all around outside the palace? Cheng Lu endured the humiliation and undressed, letting his clothes slip to expose smooth shoulders. Just as Spring's secrets were about to be revealed, King Zhennan's figure suddenly blocked the lens view. He grabbed Cheng Lu and held him in a horizontal embrace. "What do you intend to do?" Cheng Lu panicked. King Zhennan smirked coldly. "I've had a new coffin made recently. You can test it for me, see if lying inside feels comfortable." Upon hearing this, Jian Ran thought, finally, the plot gets back on track. Otherwise, constantly stripping clothes won't pass censorship by the Bureau, will it? This Cloud Dragon 9 coffin was prepared beforehand, exactly replicating the bed where its master would eventually rest eternally. As soon as Jian Ran was placed inside, he could feel the impeccable craftsmanship. Truly worthy of a well-funded production team that could afford expert craftsmen. King Zhennan's elegant fingers slowly caressed the coffin patterns, his low voice filled with chill and malice. "After my death, Cheng Lu, you'll lie in this coffin with me. Willing or not?" Cheng Lu widened his frightened eyes, shaking his head desperately but not daring to make a sound. "You don't want to." King Zhennan's expression turned mad and obsessive. "You don't want to be in the coffin, or you don't want to accompany me." Before Cheng Lu could react, the lights in the tomb went out unexpectedly. A cold wind suddenly blew from somewhere, making everyone shiver. Cut. Yu Hong stood up hastily, shouting anxiously, "What's going on? Who turned off the electricity? Hurry up and turn on the backup power." The assistant responded commandingly. However, crashing sounds came from the shooting site. In the pitch-black tomb, everyone felt bone-chilling fear. What's happening? Yu Hong remembered those ghost stories and began trembling in his legs. Luckily, his assistant steadied him and turned on the flashlight, shining towards Lu Yanting, who was still near the coffin, punching it forcefully. "Lu, what's the matter? What are you doing?" the assistant asked bravely. Without raising his head, Lu Yanting continued his actions. "The coffin lid closed, I can't open it. Jian Ran is inside." That's impossible. Yu Hong refused to believe it. That coffin lid is foam, not sturdy at all. At this moment, the light bulbs turned on again. The staff searching for backup power froze instantly. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The coffin is bleeding. The floor is covered in blood." This was followed by a chorus of screams. Lu Yanting had obviously seen it too, his brows furrowed tightly as he suddenly turned and asked, "Where are the clothes I changed out of? Where did I put them? Bring them here." Yu Hong was frightened speechless, but his quick-thinking assistant immediately turned to the makeup artist for answers. "Here they are." The makeup artist jogged over with the bundle. Lu Yanting rummaged through the pockets, pulling out several yellow talismans, ready to stick them on the coffin. But just as he was about to do so, there was a loud bang. A fist broke through the coffin and emerged. Lu Yanting only hesitated for half a second, like a taut string snapping, before rushing forward and tightly gripping that hand. Hey, don't pull," Jian Ran's voice echoed from inside the coffin. "Wait for me to get out." Lu Yanting quickly released his grip and stepped aside, waiting until Jian Ran jumped out of the coffin dressed in the bright red costume. Then, he rushed forward again, hugging Jian Ran tightly and refusing to let go. "I was scared," Lu Yanting's voice whispered softly, almost breaking into sobs. "That's right. Nightmares haunting him, curses chasing after him, evil spirits threatening him, he hadn't felt this afraid. But the moment the coffin closed, he trembled uncontrollably with extreme fear, his hands still shaking now." Hearing this, Jian Ran felt a flicker of emotion stir within him, then hesitated to lift his arm, unsure if he should offer some comfort. Just then, he heard Lu Yanting's cloying voice, "Won't you hold me? You worried me for nothing earlier." Cough, what could happen to me? Jian Ran's arm wrapped around, lightly massaging Lu Yanting's back. "Don't be scared, I'm pretty badass." Still immersed in their relief at surviving the ordeal, Yu Hong arrived with his assistant in tow. "What happened just now? Jian Ran, Lu Yanting, were you two just playing a prank on us? This isn't funny. How could it have been impossible to break with all that force, yet the person inside smashed it open with one punch? It didn't seem realistic or logical at all." The assistant who had been squatting down wiping the red liquid suddenly stood up, "Director Yu, it's definitely blood, it smells strongly of copper." "Who did this?" Yu Hong looked extremely grim but refused to jump to conclusions. Could it be that the Cultural Relics Bureau did it intentionally, trying to make us give up? Jian Ran loosened his embrace with Lu Yanting, his demeanor calm, his lips slightly curled upwards, showing no sign of having been trapped moments ago. "Director Yu, you probably won't believe me. King Zhenan told me he particularly dislikes people like you who think you know everything. And tonight, he intends to have a chat with you. Yu Hong, are you trying to scare me?" Chapter 158, Jian Ran, when did I become his mom? Yu Hong was finally scared straight, the filming wrapped up hastily. As Lu Yanting was about to leave, Yu Hong quietly approached him, lowering his voice, "Jian Ran was just joking with me, right? The former king of Zhenan is long gone without a trace, how could he possibly come find me?" He used an awkward laugh to cover his fear. Lu Yanting glanced sideways, casting a cool look at him, "If you say it's a joke, then let it be." After saying that, he turned and left without looking back to catch up with Jian Ran. Yu Hong stayed behind, the smile frozen on his face, "That's way too much favoritism." Before he could finish speaking, a chill wind blew through the tomb from somewhere unknown, like icy claws creeping down Yu Hong's neck. Unable to help himself, he shivered and slid his feet towards the exit. Back in the guesthouse room, the assistant looked as if he had something pressing on his mind. "Director, have you watched the last 2 episodes of Jian Ran's variety show?" Yu Hong shook his head. "No, what's the matter?" The assistant hesitated, then, "Have you seen recent Weibo comments about Jian Ran?" "I'm not interested in him, nor do I often go on Weibo." "What's going on? Just tell me, will you?" Yu Hong grew anxious. The assistant sighed, Director Yu, why don't you take a look yourself?" He handed over the phone, and Yu Hong immediately noticed the soaring title on the trending list. Hashtag kneeling for Brother Rant's talisman papers, where can they be purchased? Secondhand also acceptable, hashtag. Talisman papers. A big question mark appeared in Yu Hong's mind. Wasn't that what Lu Yanting was holding earlier? Nonsense. Then, a reply by an anonymous internet user caught Yu Hong's attention. Revealing info, I've personally witnessed the power of Brother Rant's talismans. My emotionally unintelligent boss has always been plagued by bad luck. Brother Ran accurately predicted his troubles in the elevator and gave him a free talisman. However, my boss didn't treasure it, ordering me to throw it into the trash. From then on, every time my boss rode the elevator, he would inevitably get stuck. In the replies below. Is it really that magical? What happened to your boss later? Did he die? He didn't die, but now he walks up the stairs. Otherwise, when he enters the elevator needs continuous repairs. Worthy of Brother Ran indeed. Yu Hong silently turned off his phone and looked up at the assistant. What should I do? Will King Zhenan really come for me? The assistant wore a troubled expression. Director Yu, maybe you should ask Brother Ran to draw a talisman for you. No way. I will stand firm against superstition. Yu Hong said proudly. As a result, 10 minutes later, Lu Yanting opened the door, his gaze coldly sweeping over. What are you doing? I want to find Brother Ran. Yu Hong tiptoed, trying to peek inside, but was blocked by Lu Yanting firmly. He's taking a shower, no time to see you. Don't stop me. I'll shout from outside the bathroom, 1 minute only. Yu Hong's face showed distress, his tone urgent. You can tell me what you need to say, Lu Yanting continued blocking the door tightly, and I'll relay the message. Yu Hong hesitated before nodding, alright, but make sure to convey my sincerity. Lu Yanting kept his face stern, furrowing his brows, clearly losing patience, speak or not. If not, I'll close the door. Speak, 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 Yu Hong hurriedly responded, I want to buy talismans for driving away ghosts and protecting against evil spirits, any price is fine. Express delivery. At the end of his sentence, a vague voice came from the bathroom, express order costs 10,000. Yu Hong's lips twitched, didn't they say online it starts at 1,000? You yourself already mentioned the starting price. Do I need to explain? Besides, it's well known I adjust prices based on who it is. Buy if you want, otherwise not. It seemed Jian Ran had stepped out of the bathroom. Lu Yanting interjected, fine if you don't want it. And with that, he slammed the door shut. Yu Hong froze for a moment, and when he realized it, he raised his hand and knocked. I didn't say I won't buy. I'll buy. 10,000 is 10,000. Inside the room, Jian Ran looked puzzled at Lu Yanting. Why did you close the door? We haven't scanned WeChat yet, how can we transfer money? Lu Yanting's gaze shifted downward, landing on the skin made moist by water droplets, smooth and delicate, throat moving. Put your clothes on first. All guys, why bother? Jian Ran seemingly didn't care as he picked up the robe draped on the edge of the bed, obediently wrapping himself tightly so no inch of skin was visible. He was quite considerate and empathetic, mentally imagining the situation. If it were Lu Yanting who was half naked, he probably wouldn't be pleased either. As for why he wouldn't be, that's a worldwide conundrum. The door opened again, and Yu Hong saw Jian Ran with wet hair, looking like a water lily. He hesitated for a moment, stuttering for a bit. I don't have cash on me. Would WeChat transfer work? Or we could add each other as friends. To be honest, Jian Ran was well known in the entertainment circle as a pretty face without substance, but despite his legendary beauty, which Yu Hong had heard about, beautiful women weren't rare in movies. Without any soul or substance, even the most beautiful faces were just decorations. That's why Yu Hong had never considered asking Jian Ran to act. If not for the direct request from Mr. Lu, they might have never collaborated. But now, seeing Jian Ran up close, he realized this level of good looks was extraordinary. Lost in thought, Yu Hong subconsciously handed over his phone. Before Jian Ran could say anything, someone behind him spoke first. There's no need to add friends. You already have my WeChat. Transfer the money to me, and I'll pass it on to Jian Ran. Ah. Yu Hong looked bewildered at Lu Yanting, catching a hint of hostility from his handsome features. Jian Ran. Calling him so intimately. Was that declaring ownership? Yu Hong, pondering this, took back his phone and awkwardly laughed. Alright, I'll transfer the money right now. I'll deliver the goods in 10 minutes. Lu Yanting said in a low voice. Then came a bang. Once again, Yu Hong was shut out. What is going on? This protective attitude. Like he's afraid Jian Ran will be taken away. A sense of crisis really, makes sense. He sighed. With both talent and looks, acting so conceited, who wouldn't envy him? Yu Hong stood outside, confused, his fingers tapping open Lu Yanting's profile to prepare for the transfer when he suddenly felt an icy chill, making all his goosebumps rise. He didn't dare move, catching a glimpse of a dark red shadow to his left, standing at the end of the corridor. At this time. Wearing this color. It couldn't be anyone other than a ghost. Thinking staying still might help avoid attention, he tried to wait it out, but when glancing again, the red shadow seemed to teleport, now only a few steps away. Yu Hong couldn't stay calm anymore, and started banging on the door, screaming loudly, Mommy, open the door. There's a ghost. Jian Ran, standing behind the door, huh? When did I become his mom? Chapter 159, I'm not interested in men. The door knocking was forceful and urgent. Jian Ran hesitated whether to open it or not, but beside him, Lu Yanting spoke up, don't bother opening yet, the transfer hasn't been made. Hearing this, Yu Hong burst into tears, transfer right away. He held his phone, inputting the password with lightning speed and transferred the money. Seeing Lu Yanting nod, Jian Ran finally opened the door. In front of them stood a tear-streaked Yu Hong, unsure if it was snot or tears covering his face, with a ghost claw mark on the back of his neck. Yu Hong's throat was clutched tightly, unable to make any sound. Jian Ran silently locked eyes with the red-dressed female ghost. The air froze for a second. Yu Hong wailed inside his mind with sheer panic, Big brother, don't just stare there, save me. The price of exorcising spirits and drawing talismans isn't fixed, Jian Ran murmured. Yu Hong blinked hard indicating he understood, whatever it costs is fine, please hurry up. Jian Ran grasped what he meant, forming the seals with swift fingers, preparing to strike the female ghost's head. But she had already anticipated this move, she released Yu Hong's neck and fled without hesitation. Without even an attempt to fight back, which was very strange indeed. Jian Ran withdrew his hand, looking at where the red shadow had vanished, while Yu Hong fell to the ground, coughing violently. It took quite some time before he recovered enough to ask in a hoarse voice. Isn't the Zhen Nanking a man? Who's this red-dressed woman? Jian Ran pressed his lips together, his corner slightly lifting. You might want to ask Brother Lu instead. Oh, by the way, 5,000 for exorcism. Yu Hong. Just as they returned to the room, the assistant rushed over dramatically asking, Director Yu, what happened to your neck? Who choked you? Without saying a word, Yu Hong walked directly to the bathroom, facing the mirror. On his neck were clearly visible black finger marks. Recalling that scene, it had truly been close to death. Spending some money on this was well worth it. What? 10,000? The assistant covered her mouth. That's expensive. I wanted to buy one, looks like it's not going to happen soon. Yu Hong still looked unwell, far from it. Jian Ran said, the next one will be more expensive, and advised me to watch my words. Watching your words is also a method to repel evil spirits, right? The assistant asked curiously, I didn't see Ran go. Yu Hong glared at him and sighed heavily, I've already asked this question too, but Jian Ran said, you can't compare people. He could argue with heaven and earth casually, but I'm no match. The assistant. Yu Hong spent the entire night sleeping with talismans. However, his dreams were filled with scenes of being chased by a female ghost. When he woke up in the morning, his pillow was damp. Beside him, the assistant with dark circles under his eyes complained, Director Yu, why do you scream so much in your sleep? You called for help all night. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Yu Hong stayed silent but thought to himself, why don't you try meeting a ghost? You won't recover for 10 days or more. In private, Yu Hong stepped into the bathroom to make a call, answering as soon as the other end picked up, Elder Lu, this place is too creepy. Can we postpone filming the movie? I understand your intentions, but last night. Yes, Jian Ran is here, but every day he's always surrounded by Lord Lu, I can't even get near him. What? You think this situation is great? I know how important the year-end awards are, but... With a downcast expression, Yu Hong came out. The assistant approached and asked, Director Yu, aren't you going to continue with this movie? We've already spent a lot on promotions, and if you breached the contract, we couldn't afford the compensation. No need for your reminder, Yu Hong shot him a glare, I know it better than you. Closing his eyes, he checked his account balance again on his phone, ensuring he could still buy several more talismans, then bit his teeth and said, we'll keep shooting, but try to choose daytime if possible. If not, we'll shoot in the palace above, after all, the setting is all the same. The assistant nodded, all right. And was about to execute the orders when Yu Hong called him to stop, wait. Director Yu, anything else? The assistant blinked. Find ways to give Jian Ran more screen time, Yu Hong expressed awkwardly, and respect him even more. Whether the rest of the shoot goes smoothly or not, it all depends on him. Jian Dan walked out of the school gate with his backpack slung across his shoulder and immediately noticed the ostentatious Lamborghini parked by the road. Lu Yuhuan leaned against the car with his hands crossed, sunglasses hiding his eyes, his smirk betraying his arrogance. He waved towards him. Jian Dan acted as if he didn't see him and continued walking with his friend. However, behind him, he heard his name being called. Jian Dan, let me give you a ride. His friend turned around in surprise and saw Lu Yuhuan had already taken off his sunglasses, revealing his arrogant yet handsome face. Jian Dan, wait. You know him? Wow, that car is so expensive, right? The friend lowered his voice and exaggeratedly asked. Jian Dan furrowed his brows and didn't answer directly. Just go ahead, I still have some things to deal with. Ah. His friend had no choice but to leave, glancing back every few steps as if extremely envious. Jian Dan couldn't stand such looks and his expression darkened. He turned to Lu Yuhuan, why are you here? To pick you up, aren't you going to work? Lu Yuhuan said with a laugh. Jian Dan kept his face stern. It's still early. I need to go home and review. What are you reviewing? Lu Yuhuan asked. Yelts. Jian Dan answered vaguely. Lu Yuhuan raised an eyebrow. You're planning to study abroad. So what? Do you think I can't afford tuition fees? Lu Yuhuan grinned. Of course not. With how good your brother is at making money, how could you possibly not afford it? I don't want his money, Jian Dan looked away, his tone slightly resentful. Lu Yuhuan didn't dwell on this question. He glanced down at his wristwatch. How about this, I take you somewhere quiet for dinner, then you can study there while I wait. Later, I'll send you to work. Seeing Jian Dan was about to refuse, he added. Do you really want to argue with me in front of the university gate? All these classmates are watching. Hearing this, Jian Dan instinctively turned around, noticing curious and gossipy gazes from people around. If it gets online, it'll probably turn into something like, who's who being kept. Thinking of this, he stepped towards the Lamborghini, coldly saying as he passed Lu Yuhuan, hurry up and get in the car. The latter paused momentarily, then a sly smile curled on his lips as he quickly followed Jian Dan. As the Lamborghini started moving, once they left the university gate, Jian Dan on the passenger seat sneered, "Is this the way you've been pursuing people all along? Driving flashy cars, flaunting wealth?" Lu Yuhuan laughed out loud. "Do I need to pursue? Sorry, I've never done that." "Humph," Jian Dan scoffed through his nose, "whether or not you've pursued, those tricks don't work on me. I'm different from my brother. I'm not interested in men. And even if I were interested, I would definitely not be the submissive one." Chapter 160, Love at First Sight or Lust at First Sight. Jian Ran was sitting at the desk in the guest house drawing talisman papers while Lu Yanting leaned beside him, chin propped up on his hand and watching. His gaze was so intense that Jian Ran felt utterly flustered, and finally turned back to ask, "Am I entertaining to watch?" "Entertaining." A smile curled at the corner of Lu Yanting's lips as he readily replied. "Jian Ran. There's an old saying, right? Don't hit a smiling person. And this guy even complimented how good you look." Jian Ran felt heat rising to his cheeks and turned his head awkwardly, trying to change the subject. "What's your relationship with the Prince of Jinan?" A note of puzzlement came from Lu Yanting's nose, sounding lazy yet sexy. "I'm not sure, my grandfather never went into detail about the southern city." Jian Ran's heart itched a bit, but he tried to remain calm. "You and the Prince of Jinan do resemble each other somewhat. It's probably because there's some unresolved feud with him, which is why the ghost is clinging to you instead of going near the prince. The Prince of Jinan had such heavy resentment when he died that it's really a miracle he hasn't risen as a zombie after all these years." He muttered absent-mindedly. Lu Yanting's eyes deepened. "What did you see in the coffin? Why won't you say?" "Say what?" How could he explain seeing the Prince of Jinan clutching him like a demon, red eyes glaring, shouting another person's name? Honestly speaking, it wasn't scientific. Even if this were reincarnation, if Jian Ran were the person mentioned by the Prince of Jinan, he'd only been here for a few years. How could it be possible? "I saw nothing." Before coming to a conclusion, he chose to conceal it. Too many words bring trouble. This principle still needed to be followed. What if the Prince of Jinan really wanted to harm Lu Yanting? Thinking to this point, Jian Ran suddenly developed an unprecedented sense of anxiety. Lu Yanting seemed to have seen through his thoughts, pursing his lips and about to say something else, but then a sudden knock on the door interrupted them. "Brother Ran, are you inside? I've already transferred 100,000 yuan, when can I get the goods?" Yu Hong's voice rang out in the corridor. The people in the surrounding rooms could hear clearly. A female actress was startled and whispered in surprise, "Director, you called Jian Ran Brother Ran? My goodness, it's the first time. What is Director you getting? 100,000 yuan. Could Jian Ran be involved in a pyramid scheme? It's not unusual for celebrities to sell goods, but this is the first time I've heard someone drag Director you into it. This is quite strange indeed, but didn't you hear anything last night?" The sound was like, "Shoo, don't talk about it. Just thinking about it gives me chills, my goosebumps are still showing." Yu Hong was knocking very urgently, and soon enough, Lu Yanting pulled open the door, expression frosty, handing out a few sheets of talismans. "Before you come next time, send a WeChat message." Yu Hong opened his mouth to speak. But the door was unrelentingly slammed shut in his face. "Yu Hong, this is how precious they are. Hardly a meeting. If Lu Yanting succeeds, will he still be able to continue acting? Won't he just lock himself up at home?" "Yeah. Lu Yanting would do such a thing." Yu Hong took the talisman paper and walked back, beginning to worry about Jian Ran's future. The second scene was still at the tomb, but this time it moved to the ground-level palace. In the plot, Xinglo infiltrated the Nanqing dance troupe and performed her first dance, catching the attention of the Prince of Jinan due to her stunning beauty right from her debut. As soon as she finished dancing, she was summoned to pour wine for him. It was an excellent opportunity to assassinate him, but unfortunately, she was discovered when her dagger fell out. Xinglo thought she was surely dead, but unexpectedly, the Prince of Jinan paid no attention, and even picked up the dagger to toy with it. When Jian Ran read this part, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The screenwriter truly dared to write anything. What kind of assassin is this? Was there any training beforehand? His skills were really lacking. How could the dagger fall out? How could the tyrannical Prince of Jinan not kill her? So, was it love at first sight? Or was it lust? Jian Ran inwardly criticized the plot, grumbling as he dressed up in the dancer's skirt, standing before the mirror and freezing instantly. He then abruptly turned around and shouted loudly, "I'm not shooting this scene. A fully grown man dressing up as a woman." With that, Jian Ran turned and walked away, but Lu Yanting stepped forward behind him and blocked his path. "This is making a movie, don't take it too seriously. Many stars destroy their image for roles." After hearing this, Jian Ran became even more agitated. "I understand dedication to art, but isn't it overkill when male characteristics aren't even noticeable? This can easily cause." As for what exactly it caused, Jian Ran couldn't say, but Lu Yanting's wolfish and fiery gaze did reveal something. "I think it's pretty good, the Adam's apple is still clearly visible," Lu Yanting consoled. The assistant also interjected softly, "Bro Ran, think about the pay, how generous it is." Jian Ran. He waved his hand irritably, "Hurry up, let's get the shot quickly." After a pause, he added, I advise you to change the stylist. How could we abandon masculine vigor and dress people as effeminate? The assistant gave an awkward laugh. It's the plot's need, bro Ran, please bear with it. Afraid that Jian Ran would back out, he turned around and shouted, all departments ready. Next scene, start shooting immediately. Then, in the resplendent hall with the music of string and bamboo instruments playing incessantly. On a 3-foot-high bed platform, a man dressed in fine clothes, with a graceful and handsome appearance, was lounging lazily, his brows slightly furrowed as if he were somewhat annoyed and restless. Suddenly, his black pupils contracted sharply, his eagle-like gaze fixed on one spot as the bones of his hand holding the wine cup turned white from the force. When the music stopped, a deep, hoarse voice suddenly sounded. You, come over. Sheng Li's entire body stiffened. Someone beside him reminded him, His Majesty is calling you, hurry up or your head may be at risk. As Sheng Lo looked up, catching the eye of the Prince of Jinan for a moment, he quickly averted his gaze and knelt down directly, Your slave does not dare to offend your Majesty. How dare you disobey my words? The corner of the Prince of Jinnan's mouth curved into a rogue smile as he patted the spot next to him, Since I've asked you to come, just come over. Sheng Lo hesitated for a few seconds, then stood up, his arm seemingly brushing against the hard dagger hidden under his robe. Pour me some wine, the Prince of Jinnan said in a slow, deep tone. Sheng Lo replied, Your slave obeys. Lifting his arm, exposing a piece of white and delicate wrist, but upon standing up, there came a clanging sound. The camera zoomed in instantly, giving the fool assassin a big close-up, all panic and helplessness carved on their face. Jian Ran inwardly remarked, this person was really damn stupid. But just as he thought that, his whole body stiffened instinctively and looked up toward Lu Yanting, only to see a strange ferocity in those pitch-black eyes. What is this? Bring it here for me to see. The latter's voice was abnormally low and profound, as if coming from the depths of the land, instilling a sense of extreme fear. Chapter 161, Where did he touch? Yu Hong, sitting not far away in front of the monitor, couldn't help but marvel at the two people on the screen. What a godly performance. One actor portrayed the ruthless and violent killing nature of Prince Jinan with just a few words and a pair of eyes to the fullest extent. Another one vividly depicted the exposed assassin as panicky and helpless to perfection. If someone else saw it, they might think there was a bloodthirsty emperor sitting in front of him. An assistant came over and lowered his voice, Director Yu, why do I feel something's off? It suddenly feels really cold. Yu Hong stared intently at the monitor, don't disturb, let's aim for a one-take shot this time, the current effect is great. Assistant. Since Director Yu said that, he no longer raised any objections, stood up straight and shivered twice, then hugged his arms tightly and looked forward. It has to be said, the looks of this pair are too pleasing to the eye, so good for fangirling. Did you not hear the words of the Emperor? The Prince of Jinan slightly arched his eyebrows, his dark brown pupils radiating ferocity. Jian Ran quickly recovered his reason and remained calm, slowly bending down to pick up the dagger, and humbly handing it over as though filled with awe. He knew the person in front of him wasn't Lu Yanting, therefore, he mustn't make any rash moves, or who knows whether the evil spirit would take extreme measures. What are you trembling for? A smirk lingered at the corner of the Prince Jinan's mouth as he firmly grasped Jian Ran's wrist, an icy chill followed suit. Could it be that you are the assassin wanting to assassinate the Emperor? Your servant dares not. Jian Ran replied reflexively, secretly marveling, this Prince Jinan sure gets into character deep, could it be this scene has been enacted historically? Dare not. In between speaking, the arms suddenly exerted force, directly pulling Jian Ran into the embrace, the palm landing on the prominent Adam's apple. I see your boldness is unmatched. Clearly a man, yet disguised as a woman. What exactly are your intentions? Jian Ran felt if the ice-cold hand increased pressure, his neck would surely snap with a crack. Servant. Servant. In fact, Sheng Lo simply couldn't explain it, the director would call cut at this moment. But this cut had never come, another bone-cold hand already reached the waist, the intense coldness could pierce through multiple layers. Jian Ran felt the deep cold in his soul, unable to stop shivering. Not bad looking, a fine beauty, the Prince Jinan locked his malevolent gaze onto Jian Ran's face, the intensity no less than Lu Yanting's. Tonight, you shall be sent to my bed to serve. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly paused, as if frozen on the spot, delayed without the next action. At this point, the director called out from the direction, cut. This one passed, very good. After finishing his statement, Yu Hong stood up by himself, only to find that the two on the 3-foot-high platform hadn't moved at all, still maintaining the original posture. Isn't this going too deep into the role? Can't be, it's not even a passionate scene. Muttering to himself, he didn't take it too much to heart, and turned around to discuss the plot with the next actor. A staff member approached to apply makeup, but heard Jian Ran sharply shout, don't come near. Ah! The staff member suddenly trembled, turning around and running away. The Prince Jinan's drooping eyes, unusually strange, changing between deep brown and pure black every now and then, although the change was very subtle, Jian Ran saw it clearly. He knew, this was Lu Yanting trying to reclaim control of his body. As the duration of complete black increased more and more, Jian Ran knew it was about time to make a move, swiftly forming signs in secret, rapidly striking Lu Yanting's forehead. A streak of golden light flashed past, causing the latter to suddenly collapse. Jian Ran sighed in relief after regaining his freedom, intending to rise and check Lu Yanting's condition. However, while just squatting down, he was abruptly seized by the wrist once more. "You," he exclaimed in surprise, because the entity possessed him again, only to see those pitch-black bright eyes. "Where did he touch you?" The tone coming out of Lu Yanting's throat was ambiguous and indistinct, laced with a trace of anger. Jian Ran didn't catch on. "What did you say?" Lu Yanting sat up stiffly, lunging towards Jian Ran's side waist. "Here." The icy skin hadn't warmed up yet. Lu Yanting realized he got the right spot, his expression becoming even more somber. "Next time, if I am possessed again, you must act regardless of me." Jian Ran hesitated for a moment. "How can that be acceptable? You're not Bai Jingchuan." When possessed by a ghost, one can easily perform several large magical seals. Lu Yanting suddenly looked up. "Trust me, if I hadn't regained control of my body, he probably would have." He didn't finish his sentence, his expression solemn, not a trace of jest. Jian Ran was utterly speechless, thinking what on earth is going on in the brain of Prince Shannan. Instead of pondering over borrowing someone's soul, all he can think about is, shit. Now that he mentioned it, Jian Ran really should be more cautious, since he did bear a resemblance to Xing Lu. After pondering over this, Jian Ran immediately became grave and careful. "I'll draw a few more talismans when I get home tonight." Tonight," Lu Yanting nodded. "I'll wash your lower back when I get home." "Sure," Jian Ran instinctively agreed, then widened his eyes a second later. "What did you say?" For 3 consecutive days, Jian had seen that Lamborghini parked by the school gate. The surrounding students were whispering, and every word went straight into his ears. Is he being kept? Why does a luxury car pick him up every day? He looks decent, never expected him to do such things. You haven't heard he works at a nightclub, and this was bound to happen sooner or later. How many good people are there in places like that? True, TSK, and he even takes poverty scholarships. How shameful. Jian's face darkened as he stepped out of the university gate, pretending not to see the ostentatious luxury car, and quickly turned away. As soon as he walked for some distance, he was blocked by someone wearing a helmet. "What do you want?" Jian stopped, gazing with caution. The person took off the helmet, revealing a rebellious face. "I am Bai Jingchuan, we've met before." One of Jian Ran's many boyfriends. Jian naturally recognized him, his lips curved up with a sarcastic smirk. "If you need anything, find my brother, don't bother me." Saying so, he intended to walk around, but Bai Jingchuan stretched out his arm to stop him. "Wait." His originally stern attitude softened instantly, becoming mild. "Don't go yet, I'm not here to bother you. I just wanted to ask if there's anything I could help you with, since this is my alma mater, and I know many connections here." Jian took a step back, narrowing his eyes. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Bai Jingchuan scratched his head awkwardly. "Not much, I just hope you could put in a good word for me to your brother. Maybe we could have another chance to reconcile." Before he finished, a tall figure stood in front of Jian, coldly speaking. "No." Chapter 162, Are You on Purpose? If you want to see, just say so, I'm not the one who refuses. Bai Jingchuan was startled by the sudden appearance of someone. He squinted and found out it was Lu Yuhuan. His expression was complex and suspicious. "What are you doing here?" Could it be that Lu Yuhuan also knew Jian is the only biological younger brother of Jian Ran, thus thinking along the same lines as himself, and was about to make a move? "Whether I am here or not," Lu Yuhuan's voice became more sinister, "it is impossible for you to get back together with her." Hearing this, Bai Jingchuan's temper flared up instantly. "Why not? You're not speaking for Jian. The person Lu Yanting has his eyes on can't be snatched away by you," Lu Yuhuan sneered, "and you might easily get yourself into trouble. Have you forgotten all his tricks over these years?" Bai Jingchuan's expression changed suddenly and he grew defiant. "Lu Yuhuan, I remember you were interested in Jian Ran too. Because of him, you rejected Zhong Fanrui's advances. Now, why are you telling me that the person Lu Yanting has his eyes on cannot be taken away? So what, did you give up too?" Lu Yuhuan didn't respond but glanced sideways at Jian whose face was livid, then a cunning smile tugged at the corner of his lips. However, his voice remained matter-of-fact. "That's something within our Lu family, no need for you to worry about it. If you don't roll away now, I will contact Grandpa Bai directly." Upon hearing their old ancestor, Bai Jingchuan lost some of his fiery spirit immediately. "You just wait." He cast an unwilling glance at Jian. "Younger brother, I'll kindly advise you once. Don't listen to Lu Yuhuan's sweet talk. He's notoriously crafty in our circle." Without sparing a glance at Lu Yuhuan's colorful expression, Bai Jingchuan put on his helmet and fled, peeking through the rearview mirror while sitting on his motorcycle, only to find that this man's gaze towards Jian was one he had never seen before. What's going on? Is the playboy reforming? A confused Bai Jingchuan stepped on the gas pedal and sped off. Jian fiercely shook off Lu Yuhuan's hold and huffed, "Stay away from me. If you want to pursue my brother, go straight to him. Don't force me to fight you." Lu Yuhuan wouldn't heed any advice. His arm was already reaching out to hug Jian's waist. After embracing him tightly, Lu Yuhuan got punched in the left cheek. The force was quite strong, sending him tumbling to the ground. Not expecting Jian to hit him, Lu Yuhuan froze, opening his mouth as if to ask, "Are you okay, but the words got stuck in his throat, neither swallowing nor spitting them out. Lu Yuhuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up smiling. What, are you jealous? I'm not. Jian Jian retorted furiously. You injured me, won't you compensate me for medical expenses? Lu Yuhuan decided to sit on the ground without getting up. As the passers-by and classmates turned to look, there were even those wanting to record videos with their phones. What if they went viral online? Jian Jian quickly went over, supporting Lu Yuhuan's arm. I'll pay your medical fee, let's go first. I don't want medical fees. Lu Yuhuan shoved Jian Jian's arms away. The latter frowned. Then what do you want? I have to think about it, he said, turning to the classmate who was merely a step away. Give me your phone number in case I need to reach you for evidence. Jian Jian's expression froze. Indeed, as Bai Jingchuan said, he was devilishly cunning. With his left cheek slightly swollen, Lu Yuhuan drove his Lamborghini into his own garage, then turned around and asked Jian Jian, would you like me to open the car door for you? Jian Jian stiffened his face. No need. He stubbornly got out of the car and followed Lu Yuhuan into the villa. Where is the medicine? I'll go fetch it. Upon entering the foyer, Jian Jian changed into slippers and asked. Lu Yuhuan laughed softly. In the master bedroom. Jian Jian stopped in his tracks, his face growing colder. What do you plan to do? Don't think you can control me just because of that video. I didn't mean that, the medicine is truly in the master bedroom. A cunning glimmer passed through Lu Yuhuan's eyes, then he walked past Jian Jian toward the second floor of the villa. Jian Jian clenched his fists, paused for several seconds, ultimately still caught up with Lu Yuhuan's steps. If the video gets leaked, he would certainly lose his scholarship, let alone going abroad as a sponsored exchange student. The medicine is in the bedside cabinet drawer. Lu Yuhuan pushed open the door and headed straight for the bathroom. I'll take a shower first and come out soon. Jian Jian frowned, his handsome face full of impatience. Without uttering a word, he strode to the bed and opened the drawer, only to find that inside weren't wound ointments, but several printed photographs. The people in the photos, he was very familiar with. They were his blood-related elder brother whom he loved yet hated deeply. At this moment, his elder brother should be participating in some variety show, capturing lenses behind the cameras showing good-looking men and women, and filming locations. Jian Jian knew that his biological elder brother was in the entertainment industry, but over the years, his disregard for the family made him despise this blood-related sibling, hence he rarely paid attention to news related to his brother. But this photo was really strange. In it, Jian Ran had a yellow paper half-burning in his hand, resembling a prop used by Taoist priests in TV dramas for deception. Why would he be holding it? Was it for the scene's requirement? Had entertainment shows become so unscientific these days? How did it pass the review process? Confused, Jian Jian scrutinized each photo carefully. The more he observed, the stranger it felt. This didn't seem like his brother, even though their facial features were identical. But the bold and unrestrained demeanor. The sharp and intelligent gaze. The aura of decisiveness and resolution emanating from every pore. Shared no resemblance at all to his own brother. No wonder that time in the hospital something seemed off. What are you looking at? Lu Yuhuan's voice rang out overhead, making Jian Jian's hands tremble as the photos scattered across the floor. He didn't bother picking them up but instinctively looked up, only to see Lu Yuhuan standing tall, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted with bare skin still glistening with droplets, sliding along his lean muscles. Even in the male dormitory, where Jian Jian kept mostly to himself, he had never seen another man's body up close like this before. Suddenly confronted with this sight, he found himself tongue-tied. My physique, not bad. Lu Yuhuan slowly bent down, picking up the scattered photos. Jian Jian turned bright red, averting his face, his tone laced with implied meaning. Looks like you're really paying special attention to my brother if you've gone as far as printing screenshots from variety shows. Lu Yuhuan returned the photos to the drawer, then pulled out a medicine bottle, placing it in Jian Jian's palm. This is how things work in wealthy families. Anyone trying to climb up will go through layers of investigation. Photos like these aren't just in my possession, probably everyone in the Lu family has a copy. Unwittingly touching a nerve, Jian Jian snapped his head around angrily. My brother wouldn't care about climbing up. His voice trailed off abruptly as cool lips sealed his mouth perfectly, swallowing even his breaths. Jian Jian's mind became a whirlpool, yet he clearly recalled that accidental touch with Lu Yuhuan back in the apartment. Ugh. He shoved the person away, clenching his fists ready to swing. Are you crazy? Lu Yuhuan leaned back slightly, his elbows resting on the bed, his lips curling into a mischievous smile. Simple, stop pretending. Didn't you enjoy it too? Bullshit. His face burning red, Jian Jian retracted his fist and started to get up. But Lu Yuhuan moved quickly, grabbing his wrist. Your wound hasn't been treated yet. Where do you think you're going? You damn pervert, take care of yourself. Simple tried forcefully pulling his arm back, but ended up dragging Lu Yuhuan up instead. The towel tied around Lu Yuhuan's waist couldn't withstand the tugging, falling to the floor. Coincidentally, Jian Jian glanced back, catching sight of a pair of long and white thighs. Lu Yuhuan's lips curled into a seductive curve. Simple, are you on purpose? If you want to see, just say so. I'm not the one who deny you. Chapter 163, I couldn't come up with any rebuttal, and furthermore, tension suddenly rose. Could a ghost actually possess someone right under my nose? It sure didn't seem to care much for me, its supposed divine scammer. This situation felt anything but good. Old Town Nan Wang was probably already at an advanced level of cultivation, making it nearly impossible to send him on to the afterlife. And if that weren't enough, his main focus seemed split between trying to take over Lu Yanting's body and showing up with lustful intentions. If he were successful, then surely. Jian Ran did not dare think further, as an unprecedented sense of danger crept into his heart. Protecting against fire and theft was one thing, but guarding against getting violated by a ghost? 100 million yuan payment for this movie seems less worth it now. While taking a shower in the bathroom, Jian Ran grumbled incessantly and cursed profusely. Meanwhile, Lu Yanting, lying in bed and constantly staring towards the sound of running water, had a face as dark as thunder. With a phone pressed against his ear, he spoke quietly into the microphone, "Grandpa, we can't continue filming this movie. Jian Ran is in danger. Film you must, whether you want to or not, we've reached this point, even if you quit halfway through it's too late. Yan Ting, remember this is our Lu family's last chance." Grandpa Lu sighed, "I know how genuine your feelings are toward Jian Ran, but have you considered this? Without breaking the curse, do you think you'll live past 30? If you don't survive until 30, Jian Ran will inevitably fall into another's hands, and when that time comes..." Lu Yanting cut him off immediately, "That's absolutely impossible. Even if I die, I wouldn't allow Jian Ran to end up in anyone else's hands." "So there you go," Grandpa Lu said earnestly, "trust me, nothing catastrophic will happen to Jian Ran. My heart aches for this child too, I'd never intentionally push him toward disaster. The risks and benefits have all been clearly explained to him, yet this child willingly takes these dangers for your sake. Yan Ting, afterward you need to treat him well. Charm him with gifts, give him more money. Don't play any crazy mind games, he'll leave if you do." Listening to his grandfather digress farther, Lu Yanting frowned slightly, "Don't worry, he won't leave. Gotta go. If he runs, I'll chase him to the ends of the earth and drag him back in chains." Jian Ran walked out, rubbing his hair dry, looking at the bed, "Who isn't going to run?" Lu Yanting smiled faintly at the corner of his lips, "Are you done washing? Are you clean?" Jian Ran. Since coming back, he'd always emphasized the importance of thoroughly washing his lower back. "Are you seriously OCD or something?" He inwardly criticized but still obediently replied, "Yes, I've washed. It's clean. What do you want to check anyway?" "If only I could," Lu Yanting's eyes gleamed with an eager look. Jian Ran extinguished his hope instantly, "Absolutely not." Lu Yanting's expression immediately darkened, his thin lips lightly pressing together. Just as he was about to say something, an urgent knock came from outside the door. "Brother Ran, something's wrong. Brother Ran, something's wrong." Furrowing his brows, Jian Ran tightened his bathrobe and turned around, shouting, "Just spit it out already, stop saying things are bad all the time." The knocking paused for a moment, then continued urgently, "Brother Ran, come check it out quickly, someone's disappeared." Disappeared? Glancing at the wall clock, it was already exactly 9 o'clock in the evening. A disappearance at this hour, wasn't that because of non-compliance with the rules? As he thought this, he reached out to grab his clothes, only to find Lu Yanting already holding them out. Trouble sooner or later, the latter's deep voice sounded, "No need to rush too much." Jian Ran nodded slightly, removed his bathrobe, and quickly changed into clothes, taking a few quick steps to open the door. There stood his nervous assistant. "Who's disappeared?" The assistant pointed toward the direction of the women's dormitory on the corridor. Her, Nuoxialan. "There's blood at the doorway, but she's gone. We already said no leaving after 8 p.m., but she refused to listen. Now see what happened." "Shut up." Jian Ran said irritably, "You're too chatty." The assistant hurriedly clamped his mouth shut. Jian Ran was already striding toward the crime scene. Not reacting in time, the assistant saw Lu Yanting swiftly catch up like a whirlwind. Even though someone had disappeared from the dormitory, the corridor remained abnormally quiet, with no one daring to break the rules and leave their room. Jian Ran stood before a dark red pool of oddly shaped bloodstains, pondering for a moment before asking, "What about her roommate?" No reaction to her disappearance. The assistant whimpered tearfully, "When arranging rooms, there just happened to be only one left for Nuoxialan, so..." "She's in a single room?" Jian Ran arched an eyebrow and asked. The assistant quickly explained, "At that time, director, you wanted to arrange single rooms for you two as well, but both of you insisted on living together. What can we do about that?" Jian Ran. "I just wanted to say that with this kind of evil presence, things might get easier. And living together was Yan Ting's idea, not mine." With great exhaustion, he waved his hand, "All right, go back inside. Don't be in my way here." The assistant trembled in his legs, "Is this really okay? I'm still part of the crew." Jian Ran, squatting by the bloodstain, turned around, "Want me to find people instead?" "I'll leave right away, Big Ran, you've worked hard." The assistant ran off quickly and once back in the room, started typing messages on Weibo. "Even though the master is harsh, he's actually a warm-hearted person. He sent me away to protect me from danger. Give the master a thumbs up." May the master live as long as heaven and earth endure, we love you. As the corridor grew quiet again, Lu Yanting leaned close to Jian Ran's ear. Any clues? The person definitely isn't in the guest house. Jian Ran moved aside, scratching his head. Since Old Town Nan Wang possessed you, I've spent a fortune on talismans and burned every place with heavy yin energy. I guess she was dragged out. Shall we go look for her? Lu Yanting leaned closer. Jian Ran shook his head firmly. No, you can't go out. What if Old Town Nan Wang targets you? You're not allowed to go either. Lu Yanting's expression grew even more stubborn. What if he targets you? You're more at risk than me, he added. Jian Ran. That actually makes sense. I couldn't come up with any rebuttal, and furthermore, my sphincter tightened. Chapter 164, 1 foot in the coffin. Jian Ran seemed to have gotten used to it, having Lu Yanting by his side in any situation. At the start of their acquaintance, he admitted his motives were impure. For a bit more money, he tied someone up just steps away, so as to conveniently show off his abilities at any time. But things were different now. If he didn't go out together with Lu Yanting, Jian Ran would feel uneasy. Habits really were terrifying things. When stepping out of the reception house, this thought passed through his mind in frustration. The night southern city was enveloped in white mist, and only the vague outlines of the palaces could be seen. The long streets seemed asleep, with only the shops on either side narrating the brilliance of bygone days. Jian Ran held the compass in his hand, walking along the cobblestone road of the long street, while Lu Yanting was right beside him. As the white fog gradually dispersed, he had a sudden illusion, as if crossing 1,000 years back to an ancient city. Ran, you. Lu Yanting seemed to have noticed something wrong and called out softly. Jian Ran suddenly tightened his grip on his wrist. Shoo, don't speak. I'll take you on a bit of archaeology. The grievance realm again. Perhaps this was why Grandpa Lu hadn't mentioned it actively, using the chance to film a movie to let himself experience it firsthand. Just as he thought that, the surrounding scene changed abruptly. The sleeping ancient city came alive all of a sudden, lights blazing, colors splashing. The long street filled with bustling crowds, noisy vendors, and customers coming and going from various shops without end. Yet Jian Ran and Lu Yanting were like spectators. No one took notice of their existence, and they could even pass through people directly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Jian Ran gripped the bones of his wrist tightly and pulled the person forward. In the next second, he was shaken free instead. Before Jian Ran could turn back in confusion, he found the other taking charge, opening his palm and sliding their fingers through his own. Jian Ran. Fine, it's safer this way. As the two walked on, they suddenly realized that despite its apparent prosperity, there was more to this southern city. A shadow of gloom hung over the face of each commoner, as if they were worried about something. Unsure whether it was the magnetism of kindred spirits or otherwise, Jian Ran stopped in front of a fortune-telling stall. Tomorrow night I'll enter the palace. Master, could you give me a divination and see if it's auspicious or ominous? Entering the palace. The fortune-teller looked grave. At a time like this, you're entering the palace. The man sitting at the stall frowned anxiously. There's no other way. My whole family is waiting for food. This divination cannot be done. Hurry and leave. The ancient fortune-teller said and began to close the stall. The man became anxious and grabbed the bamboo tube. You've already taken my money, how can you refuse to calculate it? Seeing this situation, Jian Ran thought inwardly, what fierce creatures were in the palace? Could it be fear of the Prince of Zhennan? With this thought, he couldn't help but look at Lu Yanting. What's wrong? The handsome brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. Nothing. Jian Ran retracted his gaze and continued walking forward. Passing a dark alley, he heard whispers coming from inside. He led Lu Yanting soundlessly closer and heard the conversation between the two. The Prince of Zhennan has already ordered a blockade of South City, not even a fly can escape. If we don't run tonight, we'll die here. Does he truly intend to kill everyone? That doesn't seem possible, does it? To prevent it from spreading, I think it's very likely. Is he sick beyond cure? So he makes everyone die with him. This. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran exchanged a glance with Lu Yanting. In each other's eyes, they saw the same bewilderment. Preventing the spread? Beyond cure. What was going on? Before Jian Ran could figure it out, Lu Yanting pulled his hand and ran toward the end of the alley. Just as they turned the corner, they saw rows of bodies wrapped in white cloth lying on the ground, and farther away, more people kept bringing them over. Both their expressions were somewhat astonished. Who would have guessed that while another 10-mile-long street nearby was still lively and prosperous, behind merely one wall lay bodies everywhere? Epidemic. Lu Yanting suddenly spoke up. Jian Ran also considered this possibility and nodded slightly. So, this is the reason for the death of the southern city's people. Why did the Prince of Zhennan conceal it, rather than bearing the name of cruel? Lu Yanting shook his head seriously. I don't know. Let's go to the palace and see. He paused briefly and then continued. Jian Ran was exactly thinking the same thing and thus didn't object. Thus, the two went shoulder to shoulder towards the most magnificent palace of southern city. Behind them, the white cloth being gradually stained red grew increasingly horrifying. They reached the sleeping chamber of Prince Zhennan without encountering any obstacles. A heavy, pungent smell of blood lingered in the air and spread slowly around. Pale-faced maidservants could be seen darting along winding corridors, only to suddenly collapse after a few steps, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. The plague has already spread into the palace. Jian Ran muttered under his breath. Since they had already scouted the area ahead of time for filming the movie, they quickly found their way and soon caught sight of Prince Shen Nan's chambers. Flickering candlelight inside cast indistinct shadows onto the window lattice. Jian Ran was about to step in when Lu Yanting stopped him. Wait and listen first. Listen to what? Isn't looking directly faster. As Jian Ran hesitated, several faint, broken moans came through, immediately flushing his face. Why don't you answer my question? Could it be, you? Prince Shen Nan's voice was hoarse, filled with lust. Servant. I do not know, Is this plague truly your doing? The tone of the prince grew sharper. No. No, it isn't. A weak, barely audible reply followed. Even the dim-witted could guess something scandalous was happening. Jian Ran was utterly shocked and startled, his first instinct was to turn and run. But he was held back by Lu Yanting gripping his waist. Where are you going? This is absolutely inappropriate for minors. Let's come back later. Jian Ran looked flustered. Lu Yanting remained serious. We're at the crucial moment now, how can we leave? We should go in and take a look. Jian Ran retorted, what's there to see? Let's rather. Before he could finish, Lu Yanting forcefully dragged him into the room. The bright yellow curtains came into view. Indistinct silhouettes were visible behind them, and a slender white arm appeared from a gap in the curtain, reaching feebly towards nothingness. This scene was too much. Jian Ran turned to flee but then froze upon hearing an authoritative, cold voice emanating from the royal bed. Who's out there? You have quite some nerve. Jian Ran stiffened. It was impossible for him to be detected within the grievance realm. Still, disbelieving or not, the bright yellow curtain was lifted, revealing the intense gaze of Prince Shen Nan, his pale face handsome yet gaunt, streaks of crimson blood clinging to his lips. At first glance, the image sent chills down the spine. Jian Ran. Indeed, thoughts of pleasure must have clouded his mind so much that even on the verge of death, he clung to such frivolous pursuits. Chapter 165, Little Demon, I'll die with you today. Just as Jian Ran thought he had been discovered by King Zhenan and needed to break through Thedamane, a person stumbled into the palace hall and immediately knelt down upon entering. Your humble servant pays respects to his majesty. King Zhenan's gaze seemed to shift from Jian Ran to rest on the head of the kneeling person. Why have you come? The tomb has been fully constructed. Would his majesty like to proceed there? The frown between King Zhenan's eyebrows deepened slightly, but he did not get angry at being disturbed during good fortune, perhaps he already knew that his time was running out. A look won't hurt. He said hoarsely, then retracted the half-exposed forearm. Wait for me outside. Yes. The man in eunuch attire bowed and retreated from the hall, followed by a clamor of noise outside soon after. Move aside. This palace wishes to see his majesty. Sire, his majesty has already retired for the night, you cannot. Retired? With that little demon? It is because of that little demon that his majesty hasn't attended the early court sessions for days. If any of you block this palace again, it means ruining the nation. How many heads do you think are enough to chop? The sharp voice grew nearer, and Jian Ran gazed toward the entrance of the palace to see a woman in a red brocade robe, her face exquisite, her demeanor brash and arrogant. This woman looked familiar, like. He glanced at Lu Yanting and saw an expression that confirmed his suspicion was close to the latter's thoughts. The woman had already stormed into the palace, catching sight of King Zhenan embracing Xinglu, which only stoked her fury further. Your Majesty, would you abandon the empire? King Zhenan played with Xingli's hair, a sneer playing at the corner of his lips. Empress, you've grown quite bold lately. Do you really believe I can't kill you? The Empress appeared prepared, puffing out her chest. Even if your Majesty wants to kill your humble servant, I must expose the true face of this fiend. He is an assassin sent by a neighboring country specifically to assassinate you. So what? King Zhenan gave a light laugh. Has the Empress gone to great lengths, risking her life just to tell me this? I am already aware. You may go die. The Empress froze, utterly shocked, unable to believe how the truth she'd painstakingly uncovered could be dismissed with such casual words. Your Majesty, you knew all along. She recoiled in shock. Then why haven't you killed him yet? King Zhenan did not respond, his piercing gaze coldly sweeping over her, and he scoffed. Somebody, Empress behaves improperly, offending the Emperor's dignity. Immediately seize her and execute her at the Meridian Gate. No, you can't treat this palace this way. The Empress broke down emotionally, shouting like one with a torn throat, my father is the current Prime Minister, my brother is the National Guard General. Hidden guards had already surrounded the Empress, dragging her arms to pull her out. Her phoenix crown fell to the ground, mercilessly trampled by the chaos of footsteps. Death sooner or later makes no difference, why should Empress feel so agitated? King Zhenan's smile at this point was bizarrely inscrutable, his voice like a demon from hell, you needn't be in such a hurry, your father and brother will meet you. The Empress suddenly stopped dead in her tracks, next bursting out laughing madly, mad. Mad. For one assassin, how many people are you willing to kill? King Jinan, you're clearly mad. Suddenly, her laughter came to an abrupt halt, and she glared viciously at King Jinan, I curse you. I wish you to die painfully, I wish your descendants. Her words didn't get a chance to finish as she was dragged out of the palace. Sitting on the edge of the dragon bed, King Jinan suddenly bent over, spitting out a mouthful of blood, staining his pale lips red. You. Are you alright? Shenglo asked anxiously, having remained silent up till now. King Jinan turned back, what, are you concerned about my well-being? Do you actually care? Shenglo turned away upon hearing these words. King Jinan chuckled bitterly, Empress doesn't even need to curse. I naturally will not die easily. Hearing this, Shenglo shivered imperceptibly, turning around in the next second, is there truly no cure for this epidemic? Haven't the imperial doctors in the court figured out any remedies? You don't want me to die? King Jinan glanced askance, a flicker of pleasure crossing his handsome features. Shenglo blushed furiously, replying awkwardly, of course I want you to die. That's the purpose I came here for. Then your purpose will soon be achieved. After finishing speaking, King Jinan stood up directly, flinging Shenglo aside who had been in his embrace. He gathered his arm, grabbing the outer robe draped over his shoulders, taking a few steps before coughing uncontrollably. His strong figure swayed unsteadily, as if the next moment he would crash down heavily. Shenglo, who was on the bed, almost lost control and rushed forward but abruptly stopped at the last second. Her beautiful face showed a conflicted expression, her enchanting eyes betraying her complicated thoughts. Oh, another tormented lovebird. Jian Ran secretly sighed, shaking his head as he gripped Lu Yanting's hand tightly, let's go find the Empress. It seems that the pesky red-robed woman is her. With this thought in mind, he began to run, but just as he stepped out of the palace gates, the surrounding scene changed all at once. The Empress stood on the city tower, the biting night wind disheveled her hair, making it wildly dance like the claws of a demon. Her bloodshot eyes fixed on something far away. You dare not come closer. If you approach any further, I'll jump down. Go tell the Emperor, if he wants to kill, let him kill me alone and leave my father and brother be, or I will haunt him forever as a ghost. Go ahead, tell him. Suddenly, the guards parted their ranks to make way for the town south king clad in imperial robes, who approached calmly. If you want to jump, then do so already, why so many words? Between tears and laughter, the Empress was already near madness. Your Majesty, you've been husband and wife by marriage for 3 years, can you show no sentiment at all? Husband and wife. The town south king sneered. When have we ever truly been husband and wife? Struck dumb, the Empress seemed dazed, muttering, that's right, when have we? I hate you. Suddenly filled with anger and resentment, she turned and threw herself off the city tower. Seeing this, Jian Ran panicked, rushing forward to grab the Empress' arm while shouting, Nuoxialan. Snap out of it. The Empress, still dressed in her elegant attire with tear-streaked face, suddenly broke into an eerie smile. Do you think you can change history? This is where I jumped down. Jian Ran held her arm firmly, I don't intend to change history, whether you jump or not is your business, but there's no way you can hijack someone else's body to repeat the jump. Suddenly exposed, the Empress' expression became grotesque, you little devil, today I will end it all with you. Before her voice even trailed off, Jian Ran was suddenly yanked down slightly, the person he held on to seeming to become thousands of times heavier. Chapter 166, I seem to be the sucker. The method by which the Yuan domain harms people is basically dragging living bodies into it, running through a storyline, and then killing them in the same manner. The Queen's jump from the city tower was just an instant matter. The Savior must quickly and accurately determine which of the lost souls still have a living body inside. Fortunately, Jian Ran acutely perceived at the last moment that the Queen had a different expression on her face, allowing him to rush out fearlessly and grab Nuoxialan's wrist. Still not letting go. Are you not afraid I'll drag you down? Please, don't let me go, I'm not ready to die yet. Ha ha ha, those who disrupt my curse must die. Don't. Jian Ran furrowed his brows, why do you two talk so much nonsense? Brother Lu. Have you taken out the talisman paper? This is good. Lu Yanting fiddled behind him, his voice was somewhat hoarse, you hit it too obscurely. Inside the inner thigh. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran's face turned red, there's no way, otherwise it'd easily be exposed, hey, don't touch randomly, you. Alright. Lu Yanting handed over the talisman paper. Though he did want to touch longer, circumstances wouldn't allow it. There would be time later. Jian Ran received it with one hand, quietly chanting a spell, and stuck the talisman on the Queen's face. A beam of golden light rapidly ignited, enveloping her completely. The Queen violently struggled, her face grotesque, but suddenly, she hesitated for a moment. Only one eye showed as she looked elsewhere. Emperor. Emperor. Most feared the sudden silence. Jian Ran and Lu Yanting simultaneously slowly turned their heads to the left and saw a figure in dragon robes, solemn-looking and composed, standing there with hands clasped behind him, coldly observing everything. What the heck, This guy can actually freely manipulate his consciousness within the Yuan domain and watch passively. That's some deep cultivation. The queen's vengeful spirit had been entirely expelled from Nuoxialan's body, whether it was due to the talisman's effect or being scared by the king of Jinan. While lifting the person up with one hand, Jian Ran vigilantly stared at the king of Jinan. Several times Lu Yanting wanted to block his path in front, but he was held back. This wasn't the time for rash actions. What if this guy openly snatches the body? Just as Jian Ran was anxiously pondering the next move, the king of Jinan glanced deeply at him once, then turned around and left the city tower. What does this mean? Jian Ran didn't understand. But saving the person was urgent. With the crisis resolved, he quickly checked on Nuoxialan's condition. Possession by a ghost isn't something everyone can endure. She had already passed out, but fortunately, her vital signs were still present. Lu Yanting beside him had already made the first phone call. Nuoxialan has been found, send people to carry her back. A doctor would be preferable, some tests need to be done. We're on the city tower, easy to find. Just look up and you'll see us immediately. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran looked up and noticed an elegant chin. Suddenly, a thought arose in his mind. Was he so eager to make the call because he feared I'd carry Nuoxialan back myself? Impossible, right? That's quite petty. Soon enough, Yu Hong arrived with a large group of people, and the private doctor accompanying the film crew performed a full-body checkup on Nuoxialan. An assistant excitedly told Jian Ran, it's all thanks to Brother Ran, otherwise we wouldn't know what to do. Jian Ran waved his hand dismissively, enough, why say these nice words? You're not even giving me more money. When you get back, tell the others not to be misled. Don't go out after 8 o'clock at night. This queen didn't manage to kill anyone, surely she won't rest until she's satisfied. But, how can she be redeemed? The king of Jinan obviously plays no role in this. But to be honest, shouldn't your grievances be directed towards that rogue man instead of incessantly targeting Lu Yanting? He mumbled in his heart while unconsciously looking at someone else's face, feeling a twinge of bitterness in his chest at the thought of this individual being haunted by a female ghost due to emotional deaths. Due to the timely rescue, Nuoxialan, who was carried back to the dormitory, soon woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she began crying, sobbing and stuttering, as if she had experienced something extremely terrifying. In fact, she had been quite shocked. Female actors of similar age gathered around Nuoxialan, consoling her earnestly, don't cry anymore, look, isn't everything fine now? Surviving a great calamity means you'll have good fortune thereafter, you. Before finishing, Nuoxialan cried even harder, speaking indistinctly, she will come for me again, she won't leave me alone. Who is she? The actress asked perplexedly. Nuoxialan stammered and couldn't clearly explain. An actress suddenly moved her eyebrows and eyes, I heard someone sells talisman paper, it's very effective in driving away evil spirits and ghosts. How about? Who sells them? Nuoxialan stopped crying and grabbed the actress's hand. You don't know. The actress looked at her with doubt, it's Jian Ran. Even Director Yu has bought quite a few. It was him who saved you this time. I heard you were trying to jump off the building yourself. No one had told Nuoxialan these things. When she woke up, there was only this actress by her side. Her hazy memory was full of emperors, little fairies, and phrases like, you've betrayed me, I will curse you. She quickly wiped away her tears and became more spirited, as if she had found hope in life, I'll find Brother Ran, thank him in person, and also, buy some talisman papers. The next day after breakfast, an assistant nervously ran up to Yu Hong, Director, did you know Nuoxialan went to Jian Ran? To do what? Thank him. Yu Hong asked while covering his mouth and picking his teeth, his voice muffled. To buy talisman papers. The assistant emphasized. So many people are buying from him, what's so strange about that? Yu Hong didn't seem to care much. The assistant leaned closer, do you know how much Jian Ran charged her? Yu Hong finally revealed a curious gaze, how much? 3 for $1,000. And he offers discounts if you buy more. The assistant exaggeratedly said, I've already asked Nuoxialan to help me purchase some for myself, Director. We're all human, why does he charge me so much? Yu Hong abruptly stood up, his face filled with indignation. The assistant hurriedly pulled on his sleeve, Director Yu, keep your voice down. Isn't that how masters usually act, helping the poor by robbing the rich? Yu Hong glared at him. No, not following common sense. The assistant, frightened like a quail, trembled and corrected himself. As the two left the canteen and returned to the dormitory, they saw a long queue lined up in the corridor, each person eagerly waiting as if expecting a meeting with a leader. Yu Hong, seeing this, was quite dissatisfied, why are you all so enthusiastic? Don't you care about money? The last person in line didn't hear his words clearly but excitedly replied, pretty much as if it's free, $100 per piece. Yu Hong's face darkened instantly. I feel like a sucker. Chapter 167, what kind of bar is this, offering unconventional services? Some charm queens are the result of personal branding, while others stem from natural charisma. The former relies on innate qualities, the latter depends on self-driven effort. Jian Ran is a clear example of the latter type, arriving as an unknown substitute with negative netizen attention, and now dominates various TV shows, consistently ranking atop trending topics, with all her ex-boyfriends desperately seeking reunion attempts. Who wouldn't like someone who's talented, beautiful, and capable? That's human nature. Jian Ran shook her slightly sore wrist. A lukewarm glass of water was placed in front of her. Take a rest. She looked up to meet Lu Yanting's concerned eyes. I'm not tired, it's fine. You've already drawn more than 100 drawings. How could you not be tired? Lu Yanting's voice carried a hint of anger, clearly disliking Jian Ran's overexhaustion. She waved her hand indifferently, it's nothing. Back when I was an apprentice, I used to draw even more than this. Lu Yanting narrowed his eyes, when did you ever have an apprenticeship? Jian Ran, shit, slipped my tongue again. Seeing Jian Ran avoiding the answer, Lu Yanting didn't press further but furrowed his brows suspiciously. Are you intentionally selling these talismans so cheap to provoke Yu Hong? Partially, Jian Ran smiled with a mischievous tilt, also to provide everyone some means of self-defense since my energy is limited, I can't always go out searching for missing people, right? Most importantly, she still had to study how to deal with that empress. The resentment stemming from love blindness was the hardest to dissolve. Besides, why the Marquis of Zhennan could move freely within the grievance realm remained a mystery. Jian Ran leaned her cheek against her hand deep in thought as Lu Yanting approached the entrance, telling those waiting in line, come back in an hour. Jian Ran needs a break. The person seemed disappointed yet dared not voice any opposition, reluctantly turning away. Last night, Noa Xiaolan faced unnatural danger after going out at 8 o'clock, nearly jumping off a building to her death. If Jian Ran hadn't firmly held onto her wrist, there would probably be a crowd of police officers and forensic experts in South City today. The story spread rapidly, causing unease among the cast and crew, fearing they might fall victim like Noa Xiaolan, lured by unseen forces into wandering out at restricted times. Thus, the idea of purchasing protective talismans sprang up. Hearing about Jian Ran's wholesale prices. Soon, hordes of them rushed in. How come you stopped selling? Someone from the back shouted. Jian Ran needs to take a break, we'll resume in an hour, came the reply from the front. 1 hour. Then I'd better stay and hold my place. I'm not leaving either, if I come back in an hour, God knows where I'll end up in the queue again. Yes, same here. Let me keep my spot. Yu Hong glared at the bustling sales scene, his face darkening, unable to resist shouting, are you planning to quit acting? Just staying here buying talismans? Have you forgotten about our professional image as a crew? His assistant pulled at his sleeve nervously, Director Yu, stop, your words could incite mass anger. Sure enough, before Yu Hong could respond, murmurs started quietly rippling through the crowd, guess he managed to secure his own purchase first, doesn't care about whether ghosts will haunt us lesser mortals. There's no guarantee for our safety, this crew isn't doing their job properly. All those contracts signed beforehand were one-sided terms anyway. No legal standing whatsoever. If anything happens to me here, I'm definitely suing. Yu Hong's comments seemed to have dropped into a cesspool, sparking public outrage instantly. He wanted to retort with a couple more harsh sentences but was dragged outside by his assistant. Even the usually subservient assistant showed a changed expression, Director Yu, why can't you see the situation clearly? Always thinking yourself above everyone else, huh? Suddenly feeling uncomfortable when someone surpasses you, insisting on confronting them? Do you know what impression that creates among internet users? Yu Hong, stunned by a barrage of sharp remarks, asked, what impression? They'll mistake you for the forced stupidity character in a novel. The assistant began reasoning earnestly, Jian Ran already has public support. Can we not oppose her, please? After reflecting for a moment, Yu Hong frowned angrily, are you calling me stupid? Ji Yuanming has been struggling lately with poor resources, unemployed at home. Mainly due to underwhelming performances on reality shows, acting like a spoiled brat prone to angry outbursts and creating unnecessary drama that required others to rescue him. But actually, he felt deeply wronged. Before, Jian Ran used to dote on him excessively, handling all troubles without question, loving humbly as if reduced to mere dust. But one day, he suddenly changed. Without any warning or preparation time for Ji Yuanming, love arrived like a tornado, intense and passionate, and left without a trace just as quickly. He became irritable, angry, and tried to make everything go back to the way it was, which resulted in him losing control during a reality show. Wasn't this a normal reaction? Why was he labeled as a spoiled child? In his bedroom, Ji Yuanming threw the blanket over his head in frustration, but the persistent knocking on the door wouldn't stop. Get lost, he shouted out of control. Yet the knocking persisted. Ji Yuanming, you useless waste, Jian Ran's younger brother is now being pursued by Lu Yuhuan, and you don't care. The voice of Bai Jingchuan startled Ji Yuanming. Jian Ran's younger brother. There was such a person. Ji Yuanming remembered hearing about him once. Jian Ran had mentioned feeling indebted toward him, but Ji Yuanming hadn't given it much thought. Wait, who did Bai Jingchuan say was after him? Lu Yuhuan. That despicable guy. Ji Yuanming immediately pulled off the blanket, leaped up from the bed, and rushed to open the door in one swift motion. How do you know? I saw it with my own eyes. Lu Yuhuan went to pick up Jian Dan. He frequents Jian Dan's workplace and creates scenes for himself to play the role of hero rescuing damsel, Bai Jingchuan responded disdainfully. Such amateurish ways of pursuing someone, they look like they're from elementary school. This doesn't matter. Ji Yuanming said, his dark circles showing under heavy-lidded eyes as he anxiously questioned, where does Jian Dan work? We need to go there tonight. We must expose Lu Yuhuan's disgusting true colors. Jian Ran is outside filming and can't take care of her family. I have to help look after them. Don't call her Ran all the time. Jian Ran belongs to me. Bai Jingchuan cut off Ji Yuanming, furious at the repeated mention of her name. Then, the next second, Bai Jingchuan agreed wholeheartedly with Ji Yuanming's idea, right, we have to save Jian Dan from falling into the trap of that creep. Thus, under the glittering city lights of early evening, 2 luxury cars parked in front of the bar entrance. Dressed elegantly and wearing sunglasses, the 2 aristocratic men entered a private room, where they told the fawning manager, we hear you've got a waiter here named Jian Dan. Send him over to serve us. The manager hesitated briefly before politely yet respectfully replying, our apologies, sirs, but Jian Dan has already been booked exclusively for a month and cannot currently provide service to you too. Hearing this, Ji Yuanming swiftly removed his sunglasses, glaring angrily, exclusive booking. What kind of bar is this offering improper services? Do you think I won't report you? Chapter 168, Dishonesty, this friendship is hard to continue. Ji Yuanming looked indignant, his whole body exuding the air of a law-abiding citizen, completely unlike the original where he went mad and demonized for not getting his white moonlight, almost crossing the line with his henchmen. The manager couldn't help but laugh bitterly, young Master Ji, you're also one of our bar's regulars. Don't you know if our bar is proper or not? Struck speechless by that sentence, Ji Yuanming suddenly felt somewhat uneasy. When Zhong Fanrui wasn't around, he did indeed come here out of loneliness and emptiness to drink with a group of wealthy young men. Bai Jingchuan shot him a contemptuous look, so you're one of those kinds of people too. As Ji Yuanming was about to say something, a group of people passed by an open room, their surprised voices carrying over, oh, aren't you young masters Ji and Bai? What wind blew you two here? Shall we play together? It's so meaningless with just 2 of you. Lu Qi confidently walked into the private room, enthusiastically inviting them. If it were under normal circumstances, Ji Yuanming and Bai Jingchuan wouldn't even spare a glance at someone from such an edge family, but the next sentence they heard made both of them stand up simultaneously. What did you just say? Ji Yuanming asked, confirming. Lu Qi hesitated, I said, that Lord Lu is also here. What, don't you two want to see? Let's go now. Bai Jingchuan had already taken a step, it is indeed meaningless with only 2 people. Ji Yuanming nodded in agreement, yeah, exactly. Staring at the backs of these 2 who rushed out like rockets, Lu Qi still stood there, dazed. Are these financial tycoon heirs too strange recently? Could they be trying to become more popular? Originally, they were impossible to invite. When Lu Yuhuan entered the private room, the gathering was already set, with a large number of men and women scattered in groups. He actually didn't like this flashy nightlife, finding it too much of a waste of time and energy, but to fool some spies, he had to frequently appear in such scenes. And things were different now than before. After all, there was someone here he wanted to get close to. This life of lights and pleasures thus gained a certain charm unexpectedly, making Lu Yuhuan enjoy it immensely. Lord Lu. Lu Qi stood up, tonight, you have acquaintances here. Lu Yuhuan noticed 2 sets of eyes focusing on him as soon as he entered, and once the lights came on, he saw Ji Yuanming and Bai Jingchuan sitting side by side like the gods of plague. Humph, you've come too. He smirked insincerely, his eyes sharp. I happened to pass by earlier. Lu Qi was about to explain the situation when Ji Yuanming interrupted him, we are friends, why can't we come? As soon as these words left his lips, several waiters entered by pushing the door. The simple person standing at the back immediately drew attention from relevant individuals. To some people, he was the emblem of a delinquent youth who must be protected fully, otherwise, he might be lured by villains onto a road of no return. Seeing the atmosphere change, Lu Qi quickly intervened, yes, they're friends, always so busy, it's rare for us to gather together. Let's have a couple of drinks first. Lu Yuhuan sat in the middle, his long legs crossed. With a mocking tone, he opened his mouth, maybe things won't be so busy now. After all, bad reputations mean fewer resources. Despite having a bad reputation and fewer resources, Ji Yuanming responded, it's still okay, perfect for a vacation. My wealth means I don't need to work hard anyway. On the other hand, some fringe family members may or may not get any scraps. With complete composure, Lu Yuhuan picked up the glass just filled with wine, whether or not they get scraps isn't worth worrying about. Some people, disliked by their elders, might not even get scraps. White Jingchuan, who is disliked by the family elders, can I not be favored by my family, and can you? Being young, after exchanging only a few mutual insults, he directly lost control. Cold sweat streaming down Lu Qi's face, he hurriedly called out, simple, you come over quickly to pour wine for Lord Lu, let's cool down. No. No. Ji Yuanming and Bai Jingchuan shouted simultaneously and reached out to stop. The scene fell awkward. In his heart, Lu Qi slapped himself repeatedly, how dare he invite these two here. The movie was still being filmed vigorously, but it was significantly more low-key compared to when it began. They no longer organized dangerous midnight shoots at tombs and instead proceeded systematically under Jian Ran's direction and arrangement, sticking to above-ground operations. The plague in Nanjing years ago was not mentioned in historical books, but the script made a reasonable assumption. It neither defined the Prince of Jinan as good or evil, only vaguely mentioning that he might have been covering up the truth. This fact must be related to the massacre of the city. Otherwise, why would the emperor, eager to expand his territory and build achievements, let everyone die with him just because of his own death? For some reason, Liu Yanting stopped mentioning the scene of bed games, while Yu Hong seemed somewhat anxious and took the chance to stop someone on the way when Jian Ran left. Yanting, when do you plan to shoot the intimate scenes between you and Jian Ran? The siege is almost over, and there hasn't been any emotional entanglement between the Prince of Jinan and the assassin yet. It's really progressing too slowly. Liu Yanting pursed his thin lips. I've studied these intimate scenes. In a movie leaning towards historical drama, inserting bed games seems a bit. How could it? Yu Hong hurriedly said, ancient palace dramas need to dare to try new things. This is how we make the Prince of Jinan look like a real human being, not just a tyrant who only knows how to kill. I'll consider it more, leave the scenes till the end. Liu Yanting's face was shrouded in gloom, and he walked away. Yu Hong didn't dare to stop him again, standing there muttering to himself, what is he worried about? He seemed so excited before when we talked about shooting the bed games. An assistant scratched his chin in thought, could it be he's afraid of being possessed by a ghost while shooting the bed games? Yu Hong turned and hit him on the head, can't you think of something better? Isn't it creepy to say this during broad daylight? The assistant covered his head miserably, aren't I just making logical assumptions? Logical assumptions my foot. Hurry up and find extras, the part where they're beheaded by the soldiers hasn't been shot yet. Assistant, wow. In the canteen kitchen, Jian Ran found Master Gan, the head chef. He was frying meatballs. Jian Ran grabbed one that was still hot and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, old man, did the Ministry of Cultural Heritage have records of how the Empress of the Prince of Jinan died? Ganzhou looked back, his expression slightly surprised for a few seconds, then continued working, just sick and died, haven't you learned history? But the wild history says she committed suicide by jumping from a building. Jian Ran stared at Ganzhou's face. Also, was there a plague in Nanjing? Did the Ministry of Cultural Heritage have no record of it? Ganzhou shook his head, no, the cause of death remains a mystery. Old man, if you don't tell the truth, our friendship will be hard to continue. Jian Ran's lips curved into a reckless arc, there won't be any discounts when I buy stuff from you anymore. Ganzhou. Chapter 169, Baby, did you miss me? It has to be said that Jian Ran's threat was indeed very effective. Gan Shan, with a serious old face, thought for half a second and then turned off the gas valve. He turned around and said mysteriously, this is confidential, I'll only tell you. If it gets out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Jian Ran nodded, don't worry, I'm tight-lipped. I'll only tell Liu Yanting, absolutely no one else. He muttered to himself as he saw Ganzhou looking around like a thief, leaning over and lowering his voice, the Empress committed suicide. Some of the people in Nanjing died from disease, others were killed by the soldiers, and then their bodies were burned. According to the information we have so far, the tragedy in Nanjing that year was mostly due to an extremely contagious disease. The Prince of Jinan might have been infected too, which is why. Jian Ran nodded slightly upon hearing this, it wasn't much different from what was shown in Yuan Domain. What happened to the Empress' body? He suddenly asked again. Gan Shan shook his head, we couldn't find it. Logically, it should be in the tomb, but the concubine buried with the Prince of Jinan was someone else. And what? Jian Ran pressed. Gan Shan's expression grew more complicated, from the examination of the concubine's remains, they had distinct male characteristics. Jian Ran chuckled, if the male characteristics are evident, isn't the identity even clearer? Isn't it Xinglu? How much must the Prince of Jinan have hated him? To lock him in life, keep him trapped in a coffin after death, to satisfy, constantly. He unconsciously started thinking about the wrong things. Gan Shan continued, in fact, the archaeological work in Nanjing has not been proceeding smoothly. We always encounter various difficulties. What kind of difficulties? The old man's eyes gleamed with sharpness, I think you should understand. Shouldn't you consider helping us? If there's a major breakthrough, your name might be recorded in history. Forgetting my name in history, Jian Ran waved his hand, suddenly narrowing his eyes and saying to Ganzhou, old man, aren't you with some supernatural research organization? Oh, that's right, you even helped them watch the gate. No, absolutely not. Gan Shan hurriedly denied, could an organization like that possibly be worthy of someone at my level? Jian Ran sneered, had better not, I'm leaving. Wait, Gan Shan stopped him, what do you plan to do next? Just giving the film crew talismans won't treat the root cause, will it? True, Jian Ran's eyes lit up mischievously, I plan to take the initiative. Liu Yanting's face looked pale inside the dormitory room of the guest house, his cold presence chilling the surroundings, I disagree. It won't be dangerous, I guarantee it. Jian Ran frowned worriedly. Nothing can guarantee something like this. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I've even Lu Yanting tightened his eyebrows, his voice trailing off. Jian Ran looked over curiously, even what? Lu Yanting avoided eye contact, in short, you cannot go. After finishing, he was about to turn away when Jian Ran caught his wrist, you don't want to break this curse. I'd rather die than let you put yourself in danger. Lu Yanting turned back, his gaze resolute, his pitch-black eyes deep like a well, seemingly rippling with unusual emotions. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran was momentarily stunned, his throat feeling as though blocked by something, completely unable to speak. Lu Yanting completely turned around, holding Jian Ran's shoulders with both hands, I've said all I need to say. Is there nothing you want to express? Huh? Jian Ran inexplicably became nervous, express what? To break the awkward atmosphere, he laughed awkwardly and said, hey, you should believe in my abilities. Dealing with evil spirits is easy peasy. I don't want anyone taking advantage of you, including ghosts. Lu Yanting's gaze burned brightly, blazing with fire, I want to monopolize you. Do you understand? Jian Ran's smile froze on his face, monopolize? That won't work. My business serves the general public, Lu Yanting's face darkened, pursed his lips wanting to say something more, but then heard his phone vibrating violently. A call came in, I'll answer it. Jian Ran escaped from Lu Yanting's hold, his heart beating faster as he pressed the answer button, Su Go? Something private? Wait, I'll take it outside. He rushed out of the room gripping his phone, his fleeing figure disappearing instantly. Only when he ran out of the guest house did Jian Ran wipe the cold sweat off his forehead, his tone returning to normal, what's up? Why were you calling in such a rush? Su Shida on the other end, was clearly very enthusiastic just moments ago. There's not much really, it's just about my younger brother. Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on him? I've noticed there have been a number of suspicious people around him lately. Jian Ran frowned, what kind of suspicious people? Oddly enough, you know all of them, Su Shida tried hard not to laugh, apart from Lu Yuhuan who's been constantly following Jian Dan, these past few days Ji Yuanming and Bai Jingchuan have also appeared. Jian Ran asked, what do they want to do? I've heard that they're trying to rescue some missing young man from a scumbag. Su Shida couldn't help but burst out laughing, I didn't expect such a childish move from the financial empire heir. Brother Rang, what should we do with this mess? For now, let's leave them be. My younger brother isn't someone to trifle with either, Jian Ran said in a deep voice, it's still quite tricky here at Nanchang. I can't spare the time for now. Alright, I get it. Keep watching over them for now. After Su Shida hung up, he suddenly remembered something. Jian Ran rarely paid attention to family matters. How did he know his younger brother wasn't weak? And that he could handle multiple people? Could it be a genius? He truly lives up to being a genius. As night fell and the clock struck 8. Jian Ran tilted his head and secretly glanced at the sleeping figure beside him, thinking, it should be almost time, after all, the sleep-inducing curse has passed an hour already. He quietly got up, slipping into his clothes and moving carefully towards the door, taking care not to make any noise and wake the person. Fortunately, everything went according to plan, allowing Jian Ran to successfully sneak out of the room. What he didn't know was, a pair of crimson eyes had just opened in the darkness. Stepping out of the guest house, one could see the ancient capital of Nanchang lying eerily silent. Jian Ran had a clear goal tonight, straight to the underground mausoleum, find a coffin of Prince Shennan, and negotiate with him once. Only the one who ties the knot knows how to untie it. The Empress' vengeful spirit must rely on him. Through a special passage, Jian Ran reached the grand tomb, which looked completely different than during the day, the temperature suddenly plummeted without warning, making each breath turn into mist. Jian Ran swiftly cast a hand seal with his fingers to maintain his body heat as he walked forward. Soon enough, he spotted the coffin carved with cloud and dragon patterns inside the hall. His eyes slightly narrowed, he sped up his pace, but then abruptly felt a shiver run down his spine when a hoarse voice sounded right by his ear. Baby, did you miss me? Chapter 170, after using me, you want to run away. It was like a demon breathing into the ear, causing chills all over the body. Especially that voice carried an intense sense of possession and resentment, tempting the heart while intending to tear apart the bones. Jian Ran's heart suddenly sank, quickly turning around and stepping back. Seeing a blurry mass of black mist, he said, if you want to talk, then just talk. Don't resort to frightening tactics. Look closely, I am not Xinglu. The outline of King Jinan suddenly became clear, revealing a pair of crimson eyes filled with intense desire. You are not Xinglu, so who is? For so many years, why can't I see him? Huh? He stepped closer step by step as Jian Ran retreated step by step. Maybe he doesn't want to see you. Not wanting to see. The Southward King suddenly lost control. I won't allow him to not want to see me. You haven't thought about what you've done to him, complained Jian Ran in his heart, cursing inwardly. Damn it, why do these evil spirits have their grievances all rooted in emotional conflicts? It would be easier for me to provide psychological counseling if even one of them were fighting over money. Forcefully taking, forcefully possessing, forcibly suppressing, forcing. The Southward King seemed struck at a tender point. His wobbling shadow abruptly came close, grabbing Jian Ran's throat, are you slandering me? Xinglu did this willingly. Jian Ran could hear the crackling sound of his neck bone but made no sudden moves. So what? Do you want to kill me? Like how you killed all the patients from back then? Do you think this stops disease from spreading? For a moment, the king looked confused, then turned resolute and firm. What mistake have I committed? Sacrificing a city for the nation. If I don't completely eliminate the root cause of the plague, countless people will die. Jian Ran spoke with difficulty. Are you so sure everyone in the city was infected? Haven't there been any mistakes? So what if there were mistakes? Suddenly, the southward king laughed, his expression looking somewhat fierce. Do you think those mediocre doctors had ways to distinguish? If they did, would I have been infected? You all are too naive. Jian Ran remained silent for a moment. Damn it, why can't I find counterarguments? Then have you ever considered where the plague came from? Could it be Xinglu? In that case, they definitely have a tragic ending, B. And who else? The southward king chuckled coldly repeatedly. That despicable woman out of jealousy actually betrayed me alongside external enemies, indirectly causing the deaths of so many. Empress? Jian Ran widened his eyes. The southward king loosened his icy-cold bony fingers a little. Or what? You think why I first granted death to the Empress clan? For all these years she dared not appear before me. It must be because she feels guilty, right? Just as the words left his mouth, a shrill voice came from a corner of the tomb. It wasn't me, it wasn't me. It was that little fairy. He seduced the harem, deserving dismemberment by 5 horses. The crimson figure flickered between light and dark. Her distorted face had 2 streams of blood tears. Biting her lips, full of stubbornness and regret, her messy hair already lost the appearance of an empress. The sharp gaze of the southward king shot out like daggers. Do you dare say the handkerchief of the patient wasn't brought into the palace by you? The empress hesitated. The southward king continued, do you think I'm kept in the dark? My loyal subjects, your dear father, when he handed over the handkerchief to you, did he never think that you might also get infected? The empress shook her head frantically. No, no. Father wouldn't harm me. The southward king chuckled coldly. Whether or not he would, you know it well inside. The empress's crimson figure flickered even more strongly. Jian Ran, who had been temporarily ignored, applauded in his heart. Yes, exactly like this. Escalate the conflict if it can't be resolved. Worthless that I took great efforts to lure the female ghost here. It's all because of that despicable person. If it weren't for him, how could father have? Obviously unwilling to accept reality, the empress was still making excuses. The next words of the southward king left her speechless. Your father and brother wanted to rebel long ago, Xinglu was merely their excuse. The one they truly wanted to kill, was me. The empress staggered backward in shock. How could it be? How could it be? Father clearly knew my deep devotion to the emperor. If there were no evidence, would I fabricate such nonsense? The southward king looked grim, radiating terrifying cold energy around him. To be precise, the deaths of the civilians in the southern city were not due to me, but to you. Empress, because of your foolish jealousy, they all perished without exception. The crimson figure retreated repeatedly, her distorted face already replaced by tears of blood. Suddenly overcome with madness, she screamed at the top of her lungs, so all these years, I've hated in vain, it was all a joke. So I was just a pawn. So. As the empress kept shrieking and losing her mind, Jian Ran quietly approached. It's been so long already. Why not let go and be reborn sooner? Open your eyes wider in the next life. Or perhaps into another animal. Maybe she wouldn't even qualify to enter the cycle, but it was worth a try to deceive her. The empress suddenly stopped, glaring furiously. You lowly person, do you think you can trick me? I will drag someone down with me no matter what. She suddenly extended her ghostly claws, aiming to strangle Jian Ran, who instantly changed his expression, ready to say that if she refused the peaceful way, then the violent way would come. But before he could act, King Jinan moved faster, delivering a slap. Stubborn until the end. Other than dodging responsibility, is there anything else you know? The fight between the 2 ghosts was brutal, leaving Jian Ran stunned as the empress' crimson figure slammed against the tomb walls, flickering on and off like a dying light. Struggling to rise, she tried to flee but was immediately caught by King Jinan, who yanked her up. Pretending to be innocent. How could you not know about your father and brother's rebellion? I grew up with you since we were little. Though there was no romantic feeling between us, I regarded you as my younger sister. What did you do? The empress shrank back hesitantly. If there was no romance, why make me your empress? Go ask your dead father. King Jinan narrowed his eyes. Ask how he used your life to threaten me. The empress' face showed utter disbelief, shocked into silence. Seeing this scene, Jian Ran couldn't help thinking, if she keeps refusing to let go, the only option is to send her straight to hell. Just as he thought this, he noticed subtle changes in the empress' face. It no longer seemed as twisted and terrifying, instead, her once beautiful and clear features began to reveal themselves. Holy cow, good opportunity. Jian Ran swiftly formed hand seals, dashing forward in one leap. He bypassed King Jinan's form and directly pressed a finger onto the empress' forehead. Instantly, golden light burst forth, rapidly enveloping her. The energy surged so strongly that even King Jinan had to step aside. The process of spiritual transformation was quick. When Jianran finished and took a breath, preparing to slip away, a firm grip seized his shoulder. Used me, and now you want to run? Chapter 171, Can't find him, so you too will come to suffer. Lu Yanting wasn't actually asleep. But Jianran had done something to him, so although his consciousness was clear and he could open his eyes, his limbs couldn't move. A surge of fury burned in Lu Yanting's chest. Beyond anger, there was a great deal more worry. How dangerous it would be for Jianran to be alone with Lord Jinan, that old lecher, did he not know? Why would he deliberately walk into danger like a lamb entering the jaws of a tiger? After knowing each other for so long, Lu Yanting had never dared to cross any boundary for fear of making Jianran unwilling. And now, how could he bear to let anyone else touch him? Let alone some sort of ghost. This treasure that he revered like a deity, he hadn't even begun to cherish enough. Lu Yanting's eyes glared crimson as if on fire, almost causing internal injury. After an unknown length of time, he suddenly felt a change in his body. It was as if a heavy object had been removed from his shoulders, making him feel abruptly lighter. Could it be, the curse was broken? Lu Yanting did not feel joy at this speculation, rather, his concerns deepened even further. What price must Jianran pay to eliminate the nightmare that had troubled the Lu family for centuries? At this thought, his fingers twitched slightly. The moment he sat up, warmth surged in his throat, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yanting forcibly broke through the spell. If Jianran saw, he would definitely shout, "Are you crazy? How dare you damage your heart meridians like this?" Staggering outward, he swallowed down the blood in his throat and quickly stepped into the night of South City outside the inn. Within seconds, endless darkness swallowed him. Jianran turned around, her lips curling into an awkward smile. "I didn't try to escape. I just resolved one thing and feel relaxed, so I hopped around a bit." The icy tone of Lord Jinan's voice dropped as frost-like menace seeped into his words. "Bring Xinglu out, and I will forgive you. If you can't find him, you will join me in eternal rest." Jianran's lips curled upward. "Oh, so even Lord Jinan likes to play the role of a substitute? His core is already gone, why do you need his shell anymore?" Lord Jinan also laughed, but it seemed somewhat sinister. "Even without his core, his shell remains valuable." Jianran remained silent. "Damn, what you're saying actually makes sense. Alright, I'll help you find Xingli's lost soul, but whether or not he wants to see you, that's something I cannot control. Besides, if he has reincarnated, I won't allow it." Lord Jinan interrupted resolutely. "Without my permission, how dare he?" Jianran fell silent once more. This dictatorial attitude of his was beyond repair. The brief silence made Lord Jinan grow restless and impatient, grabbing Jianran by the neck. "I don't want to hear your nonsense. Can you find Xinglu or not?" For a while, breathing became difficult again. Jianran reached for his pocket, trying to pull out a talisman to calm the soul, but after searching for too long, he couldn't find it. Lord Jinan's grip tightened further. His red eyes burned like flames, warning of his current unconscious state of rage. In the critical moment, a tall figure flashed past, and a talisman was accurately placed on Lord Jinan's forehead. The scene instantly turned strange, as though frozen in time. Jianran was still being strangled by Lord Jinan. With a talisman stuck on his forehead, Lord Jinan glared angrily. Lu Yanting stood between the two, his expression grim. Their gazes locked and shifted. Lord Jinan reacted first. "How dare you disrespect your ancestor? You'd better loosen your hand." Jianran's voice strained like a duck's. Lu Yanting pulled out a stack of talismans effortlessly. "What stops me from doing it?" In an instant, Lord Jinan's face was covered with talismans. As he used his hands to remove them, the grip on Jianran loosened, and Lu Yanting took the chance to drag Jianran and run. As they crossed the threshold of the mausoleum, they heard Lord Jinan roar behind them. "If you can't find Xinglu, both of you are dead." Jianran sighed inwardly. Great, from 1 to 2 targets. When they were close to the inn, they slowed down. Jianran immediately questioned upon looking at Lu Yanting. "How did you wake up?" "I never slept." Lu Yanting responded calmly. Jianran looked at his slightly pale lips. "That's wrong. I made you sleep." Lu Yanting pursed his lips and remained silent until they entered the room. Only then did Jianran shout loudly, "Whoa, who spewed all this blood?" He suddenly remembered something and turned sharply. "Don't tell me it was you." So vividly red, it had to be Heart's blood. And for that situation to occur, there was only one possibility. "Did you force your way through the spell?" Lu Yanting avoided Jianran's devouring gaze. "Who let you go without me? I wouldn't have been a burden." Jianran. Damn, no wonder the antagonist is so brutal even to themselves. Fine, fine, fine. I was wrong, isn't that enough?" He silently pulled out a piece of talisman paper from his pocket, found a matchstick unique to the hostel, lit it and dropped it into the teacup, added a little water and stirred evenly. "Drink this." Jianran handed the cup to Lu Yanting. The latter hesitated. "Are you trying to get back at me? That incantation is quite effective, no need for such drastic measures. Have you heard this saying? Only magic can defeat magic. Jian Ran shot him a glare with an irritated tone. Only a talisman spell can counteract another. Drink it, it'll help repair your heart meridians. After hearing this, Lu Yanting finally took the bowl, slightly furrowing his eyebrows as he drank the ashes in one gulp. The feeling of constriction in his throat eased after swallowing it, and indeed, the heavy pain in his heart diminished significantly. Thank you. His voice was deep and steady. Jian Ran rolled his eyes. Don't thank me, just don't do it again next time. Lu Yanting smiled faintly, as long as you don't trap me. Jian Ran. All right then, whatever I say falls on deaf ears. After calling a staff member to change the blood-stained bedsheet, they both lay down again. Once the light was turned off, the surroundings grew dark, and Jian Ran began to feel drowsy. But a hoarse voice broke through the silence. Is the curse gone? Almost. There's only one key ghost left. Jian Ran answered lazily with half-closed eyes. Xinglu. Lu Yanting turned his head, staring at the profile beside him under dim moonlight, gaze burning hotly. Yeah, Jian Ran murmured, didn't you hear the ultimatum from Lord Shinan? If we can't find him, he wants us as sacrifices. Humph, Lu Yanting snorted softly, 2 people crammed in a coffin, won't he feel crowded? Jian Ran, yeah, sounds cramped. His voice became increasingly softer as he seemed about to drift off to sleep. Lu Yanting didn't speak further. Quietly extending his slender hands into the blanket, he embraced the slim waist. Never had he understood what it felt like to truly love someone. Not until now did he realize. It's wanting to fuse him into his very own flesh and blood. Never parting. Chapter 172, no leg tremor. Su Shuda is not a celebrity, but he still needs to disguise himself when entering and leaving bars. After all, due to Jian Ran's influence, he has made it to the trending topics multiple times, making him a well-known broker. However, the one who appeared with him at this glittering place tonight was another person. Mr. Gu, how about you go back? It's easy to be recognized here, Su Shuda said helplessly. Gu Feng glared at him, recognized so what? I'm not afraid. While speaking, he tiptoed to peek inside. I haven't met Jian Ran's younger brother yet. If he looks similar, it would be great to explore him. Suddenly, the door of a private room was kicked open, and a figure stumbled out. Gu Feng focused his eyes and found it was Bai Jingchuan. Could someone like this tycoon's young master also get beaten? Bai Jingchuan covered his chest. Lu Yuhuan, you bastard, you dared to hit me? Upon hearing this name, Gu Feng's expression became even richer. Lu Yuhuan is also here. What's going on? He instinctively cast an inquisitive look at Su Shuda, who face-bombed helplessly. This I can't explain. Apparently not noticing the onlookers, Bai Jingchuan got up to go back into the private room, only to have the other person step heavily on his chest. Didn't I warn you to stay away from Jian Dan? Lu Yuhuan lowered his voice, looking malevolent, with a dangerous aura surrounding him. He is notoriously known as a madman among the rich circle. Even if the Lu family upset him, they wouldn't escape trouble. Seeing this, Gu Feng furrowed his brows more tightly. Such a situation hasn't been seen since numerous young gentlemen were chasing Zhong Fanrui. Could history repeat itself? What kind of supernatural being is Jian Dan? Could she be better than her older brother? Gu Feng's curiosity deepened further. The one who should stay far from Jian Dan is you. The voice that rang out behind Lu Yuhuan drew Gu Feng's attention again. When he looked up, it turned out to be international supermodel Ji Yuanming. Is he also here? Are these high-profile figures in the capital circle just that obnoxious recently? Will Ganfengyi show up next? That would truly liven things up. While Jian Ran isn't around, we won't allow you to bully her younger brother. Ji Yuanming angrily shouted. This juvenile tone really resembles the ones heard on variety shows. Truly like an overprotected baby. Gu Feng's thoughts swirled rapidly, growing increasingly eager to meet Jian Dan and discuss whether she could sign as an artist. Before Lu Yuhuan could speak, another person squeezed out of the private room, tall and well-proportioned, clear-cut features, and a cold demeanor. If it weren't for wearing the waiter's uniform, Gu Feng would think this is some new heir to the throne. Jian Dan, where are you going? The 3 of them asked simultaneously. Gu Feng widened his eyes. This is Jian Dan. I finished my shift, goodbye. Jian Dan didn't even look back, brushing past Gu Feng and Su Shuda. None of the 3 dared to chase after her. Just then, they noticed the president of Foam Lawn Entertainment standing nearby watching the commotion. Long time no see. Gu Feng waved in greeting. Bai Jingchuan climbed up from the ground and politely called out, Big Brother Foam. A second later, he hesitated. Can today's incident not be reported to Grandpa? Rest assured, I'm not that nosy, Gu Feng said, turning around. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave first. No sooner had he spoken than he chased after outside. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuhuan also stepped forward, only to be stopped by Su Shuda. Jian Ran asked me to pass you a message. What message? Ji Yuanming and Bai Jingchuan moved closer, full of curiosity. Don't mess with her brother, otherwise, you'll be in for some serious trouble, Su Shuda spoke straightforwardly. A smirk curved at the corner of Lu Yuhuan's lips. Trouble or no trouble, we'll find out first. Right when Jian Dan hopped onto an electric bike and was about to ride back to school, Gu Feng suddenly appeared blocking the front. "Brother, I see potential in you, don't you want to?" Jian Dan raised her eyelids and coldly interrupted him. "So, are you planning to teach me the secrets of martial arts?" Gu Feng paused momentarily before laughing. "You're quite humorous." He pulled out a business card and handed it over. "I am the president of Foam Lawn Entertainment. If you're interested, our company can offer a full range of—" "Not interested." Jian Dan didn't even take the business card, trying to go around on the electric bike. "No problem, you can consider it." Gu Feng stood awkwardly there. "I'll come again tomorrow." "There's no need to come back, I've quit." Jian Dan waved toward the back, riding off confidently. Gu Feng stared at the poised figure departing, laughing to himself, worthy of being Master Jian Ran's younger sister. At midnight, Jian Ran woke up to get a drink of water and couldn't help sneezing. Turning around, he saw Lu Yanting's wild beast-like shiny eyes and scratched his head embarrassedly. "Did I wake you up?" "No." Lu Yanting's voice was lazy and magnetic, with a hint of mysterious charm. He naturally woke up when he felt the emptiness in his arms. After drinking water, Jian Ran didn't rush to lie down but hesitated and said, "Can I discuss something with you?" "Go ahead." "Could we sleep separately?" Jian Ran's voice was almost inaudible like mosquitoes. Before he could finish, Lu Yanting answered resolutely, "No." Jian Ran. "Big brother, you're holding me too tight, I can barely breathe." This complaint remained unspoken as it stayed inside his mind. Seeing Jian Ran reluctant to climb into bed, Lu Yanting specially pulled back the covers and patted the spot beside him. "Let's sleep." "I can't sleep without you." Jian Ran mumbled unhappily. "Didn't the curse get resolved? Why are you still so clingy?" "What did you say?" Lu Yanting asked hoarsely. Jian Ran immediately slid under the covers. "I didn't say anything." It was another sticky night, and as soon as the sun peeked out in the morning, Jian Ran dashed toward the kitchen eagerly. "Gan Lao, make 2 breakfasts." Ganjua stuck his head out from the cafeteria. "You're early today, weren't you up late last night?" The assistant who had just entered perked up his ears upon hearing this. "Late night activities? What kind of activities? Is your lower back sore?" He glanced at Jian Ran who looked full of energy and then at Lu Yanting. Sigh, no signs of weakness in their legs either. Could they both have special talents? While the assistant was speculating wildly, Jian Ran had already joined Gan Lao in the kitchen. "Did you really help the Queen's ghost transcend? The curse that plagued the Lu family for so long, just got easily removed." Ganjua's face was filled with disbelief. Jian Ran sighed. "It's not that simple. Although the Queen's curse is gone, Prince Shen Nan has issued a death order. If we don't find the soul of Sheng Lu, both me and Lu Yanting will have to die with him." Ganjua chuckled mischievously. "I told you it wouldn't go smoothly, but finding the soul of Sheng Lu won't be easy. Among all these people, where on earth could he be?" Jian Ran frowned, suddenly recalling an essential detail, the movie script. There must be something wrong with the screenwriter. Chapter 173, Are you not afraid of the Lu family going extinct? For so many years, archaeologists have not uncovered the cause of Zhen Nan Wang's death, yet an ordinary screenwriter could guess most of it and depicted the details with such accuracy and vividness. How could he not know the inside story? Who would believe that? After realizing this, Jian Ran patted Ganjua's shoulder and said, "Old man, give me a fried egg to replenish my proteins." "All right." Ganjua didn't understand his intent at this sudden change in topic. "Add a bowl of tofu pudding, 1 youtiao, fried dough stick, and 3 buns," Jian Ran added again. Ganjua. "All right, he's just hungry." After breakfast, they filmed 2 more shots. During Jian Ran's rest period, he saw his phone vibrating. He reached for it and pressed the answer button. "Who is this?" "It's me, brother." Jian's deep voice came through the earpiece. Jian Ran wasn't surprised at all. Was the surgery successful? Jian was slightly astonished. He thought Jian Ran didn't care about their mother's surgery. It was very successful. The doctor said that as long as she recovers well, the chances of recurrence are small. I didn't expect Mom to still be able to. At this point, Jian's voice choked up. A corner of Jian Ran's lips curved into a nonchalant arc. "I've said it before, meeting me is your opportunity to reverse fate." Jian. This sounds awkward, leaving me without anything to reply. "Are you heading overseas soon? Have you saved enough for tuition?" Jian Ran suddenly asked. Jian remained even more silent. All the remaining money at home had been taken by Jian Ran under the guise of venturing into the entertainment industry. Later, their mother was hospitalized for years. There was no money for studying abroad. Even if he worked several jobs every day, there was no way to raise enough funds. "I'll transfer 1 million yuan to you. Go study hard overseas." "Things are quite chaotic domestically recently," Jian Ran casually said, as though it was unimportant. "I don't want it," Jian immediately refused, intending to hang up, but then heard Jian Ran speaking slowly with the next sentence. "Young man, the road ahead is long. Don't ruin your future because of a moment of anger. Only when you become strong can you rely on yourself, free from being manipulated by others." Jian clenched his fists tightly. "You're a smart person. Don't let some prejudice trap you in your steps. Jian Ran curled his lips. I've transferred the money to you. Whether you accept it or not is up to you. Having said that, he hung up the phone. Lu Yanting had just finished shooting, walking over for a rest. His gaze seemed absent-mindedly looking at the mobile phone screen. Who did you call? What did you talk about? Jian Ran, like investigating personal information. Teaching my younger brother how to behave. Hearing this, Lu Yanting's eyes lit up with ease. Your younger brother knows how to act well. He recalled the scene in the hospital and said accordingly. How is Auntie's condition? Lu Yanting turned around to ask while sitting on the brake chair. The surgery was very successful. She's estimated to live a long life. Jian Ran laughed and suddenly caught sight of a shadow flashing across the corner of the palace. His expression instantly changed as he furrowed his brows. Our time is running out. We must leave Nanqing today. Lu Yanting was confused. Where to? To find your grandpa. Jian Ran stood up already. Lu Yanting followed suit. The two walked side by side towards the exit. Yu Hong, who was guiding other actors in front of the monitor, caught a glimpse and hurriedly shouted, Hey, where are the two of you going? Can you show some organizational discipline? The assistant nearby quickly pulled on Yu Hong's clothes. Director, can you leave it alone? There's no scenes with them temporarily anyway. I'll call them later, alright? Do we really need to provoke people we shouldn't? You director's EQ is pretty much non-existent. Fortunately, Yu Hong took advice. Seeing that the two weren't paying him any attention, he hurriedly found an excuse. No scenes. Then maybe they went back to rest. Let's continue filming. Alright. The assistant wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. By the time they returned to Nanqing, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Standing in Old Master Lu's study, Jian Ran came straight to the point. Who is the screenwriter for Nanqing's past stories? Did you rush back just to ask about this? Old Master Lu cast sharp looks between Jian Ran and Lu Yanting. I thought you two were about to send us invitations for your weddings. Jian Ran flushed red. Don't change the subject. You mean that screenwriter? Old Master Lu slowed down his speech. I truly do not know who he is. I've never seen him personally. He only uses a pen name. What's the pen name? Jian Ran asked. Ouch, Old Master Lu fell into deep thought. It seems to be something like Xingshi Les Hang. Upon hearing the pen name, Jian Ran and Lu Yanting exchanged a glance. Xingshi Les Hang. Isn't that just an extension of Xinglo? It must be him. In what form does he wander around in this world? Could it be that he has also reincarnated through someone else's body? Jian Ran furrowed his brows in deep thought. Grandpa Lu got up from the chair. Since you rarely come back, why don't we three drink a little? Sure. Jian Ran immediately gave up on overthinking and his eyes shone with excitement. I haven't had dinner yet anyway. So, in the Lu family kitchen dining area. There was only space set for 3 at the large dining table. A bottle of liquor sat before each person. Jian Ran blinked in surprise, turning towards Grandpa Lu. Old man, are you trying to fight me to the death? Cheers, let's have a bit more. It's a happy occasion. Grandpa Lu smiled warmly, and I've already arranged the room for you, so feel free to drink your fill. Jian Ran. Why do I feel like I've fallen into a trap? Before he could finish his thought, Lu Yanting next to him had already poured himself a glass and downed it in one gulp. Not bad. He even made a comment. Jian Ran, seeing this display, thought to himself, I can't show any weakness either. He had once been crowned the #1 wine king of Tai Su after all. Whoa, Jian Ran looked at his empty glass in disbelief and questioned, why does this taste spicier than ergotu? You didn't switch the wine on me, did you? Grandpa Lu laughed guiltily, no way. I still adhere to martial virtue. Alright then, Jian Ran eyed the roast meat being served by the housekeeper and swallowed his saliva. I'll trust you this one time. Half an hour later, as Grandpa Lu noticed Jian Ran's eyes becoming slightly dazed, he ventured carefully, Comrade Xiaoran, what do you think about my grandson? Want to introduce him to someone special? Jian Ran waved a hand, slurring slightly, old man, aren't you afraid the Lu family will go extinct? No worries, I've got another grandson. Grandpa Lu dismissed it casually. Jian Ran pressed his lips together, just about to reveal the hidden truth, when suddenly a shadow flashed into the dining room. No one paid attention until it spoke. Sorry, grandfather, but your other grandson might not leave offspring either. Grandpa Lu glanced up to see Lu Yuhuan frowning, instantly angry. You, stop meddling and go back where you came from. No, I want to transfer schools, Lu Yuhuan said stubbornly, to the same school as Jian Ran's younger brother. Jian Ran. Here comes the karmic connection. Chapter 174, Believe it or not, I'll blow up your coffin. Brother? Mr. Lu revealed a puzzled gaze. Jian Ran, I haven't heard you mention it either. The Jian Ran who was asked took a leisurely sip of wine. Grandpa, you didn't ask either. I can't just start with my household registration, can I? Upon realizing there really was such a person, Mr. Lu's expression immediately became much more solemn. Yu Huan, don't be reckless. Do you need to interfere in everything? Lu Yuhuan walked up to the dining table, pulled out a chair and sat down casually. I'm not being reckless, I've encountered true love. Poof. Just as Jian Ran was about to swallow some white wine, he sprayed it out. Hack hack hack. He couldn't stop coughing as Lu Yanting slowly rubbed his back. Take it easy, don't choke. Lu Yuhuan squinted his eyes at them. Grandpa, stop favoritism all the time. They're so open with their displays of affection, but you turn a blind eye, instead focusing on my romantic life. The heir of the Lu family, I can give up. You agree, I want to transfer schools. Upon hearing this, the restaurant instantly fell into a silence. Even Jian Ran, whose face turned red from the middle school level statement, showed an incredulous look. Would this guy really give up the inheritance for simplicity? How long has it been? And already true love? That's kind of ridiculous, right? Lu Yuhuan seemed to sense everyone's doubts and said leisurely, some people, you only need to look at once, and you know they are what you want. This feeling, haven't you felt it? He challengingly looked towards Lu Yanting, with a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. The latter had a calm expression, seemingly unwilling to respond. That's enough. Mr. Lu slammed his hand on the table, get out. The old man was extremely angry, with his chest heaving dramatically. Lu Yuhuan showed no fear, still speaking slowly, Grandpa, you have to agree, whether you like it or not. Can no one control you anymore? Mr. Lu said excitedly, call Lu Zhendong, what kind of son did he raise? Does he still have the face to lead outside? Calling him won't do any good. Lu Yuhuan stood up, I've said everything I wanted to say, you guys continue. With that, he was about to leave. However, Jian Ran's lazy voice came, who gave you the courage to be so outrageous? Whether my younger brother accepts you or not, I need to be convinced first. Lu Yuhuan quickly turned around and chuckled, don't joke. How could Simple possibly listen to you, a brother who abandoned him? You don't believe me, try it. Jian Ran confidently said. Lu Yuhuan pressed his lips together, ultimately choosing not to say anything more, and left the dining room faster. This insolent thing, he is forbidden to step into the Lu family again. Mr. Lu hadn't recovered yet. Lu Yanting suddenly spoke, Grandpa, you should give Yuhuan a chance to choose. Perhaps he wouldn't be so rebellious then. Choose what? Mr. Lu angrily responded, do you really want the Lu family to end its lineage? Lu Yanting shook his head, I've never thought about this issue, and the direct bloodline of the Lu family doesn't only include me and Yuhuan. Mr. Lu paused, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if opening a new train of thought, his eyes spinning rapidly. Within a few seconds, he raised his wine glass again, come on, Ran, let's have a drink. Let's put that aside. By the way, can I ask for your brother's birth date and time? No, Jian Ran drank a sip of white wine, and his mind fell into a daze, such private information, there's no way I'd give it. Mr. Lu was quite disappointed, and then asked, what did you mean by ill fate earlier? Jian Ran waved his hand, it's heavenly secrets that cannot be disclosed. After 3 rounds of drinks, Jian Ran was helped into the room. Lying on the big bed, the moment Lu Yanting leaned over him, Jian Ran quickly flipped over, alertly asking, what are you going to do? What do you think? Lu Yanting supported his head with one hand, don't we need to heat up our feelings a bit? Heat up. Jian Ran blinked, nearly shedding tears, is that necessary between brothers? Lu Yanting smirked lightly at the corner of his mouth, do you only see me as a brother? Jian Ran started pretending ignorance, there's also the boss, the sugar daddy. What do you feel during kiss scenes? Nothing special, just a little dizzy. Do you like it or not? I don't know. Then try again. Understood now? Not yet clear. Let's go again. This time. That's enough, I like it, alright. If you like it, then let's do it a few more times. Not sure if it was the alcohol or the dim light that created an ambiguous atmosphere. By the time Jian Ran opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. There was no one beside him, only the sound of running water from the bathroom. This scenario seemed all too familiar. Jian Ran touched his swollen lips and immediately recalled some fragmented memories. He then threw himself onto the bed in frustration. Shit, he took advantage of me while I was drunk. I should have said I didn't like it. Didn't like what? Lu Yanting suddenly walked out of the bathroom with a smile on his lips. Nothing. Jian Ran turned away, silently cursing inside. Damn. Why am I so weak? Can't even talk back when I see him. Want breakfast? Lu Yanting came closer, placing an arm around Jian Ran's waist, should I bring it up for you? I should slap his hand away, but why not only am I getting used to it, but also craving it a little? Am I crazy? You can eat downstairs if you prefer. Lu Yanting blew into his ear. A wave of electric sensation went through Jian Ran's body. Just bring it up. These lips can't face people. Alright, wait here. Lu Yanting gave his cheek a soft peck and got out of bed. Jian Ran was left alone under the blanket, still feeling melancholic. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in the corner. He quickly pulled the covers over himself, shouting, what's your problem? Peeping on us? The shadow smirked, I'm lonely in my tomb all by myself while you two are making sweet love. Still haven't started working. Jian Ran, you're pushing us. More or less. Zhen Nan Wang looked grim-faced, his grin full of mockery. Jian Ran rolled his eyes. Can I start after breakfast? There's a clue already. If you keep rushing me, don't think I won't blow up everything, including blowing up your coffin. Zhenan Wang's expression changed. Would you dare? Try sneaking a peek next time. Jian Ran's mouth curled into an arrogant smile, and you'll find out whether I'm true to my words. Chapter 175, Are the fish really all gone? Town South King's eyes glimmered with ferocity, glaring fiercely at Jian Ran. After a long silence, he eventually backed down, his figure flickering a few times before vanishing around the corner. By the time Lu Yanting entered the room carrying breakfast, he could sense the residual sinister atmosphere lingering in the air. He furrowed his brow sharply. Who was here? Who else? Jian Ran said irritably, but the guy who's like a grim reaper. Hearing this, Lu Yanting's face turned grave. Did he do anything to you? Of course not. Jian Ran sniffed coldly. If he dares to try again, I'll blow up his coffin. Only then did Lu Yanting relax and smile. Let's eat first. Jian. His brother was right. He currently lacked the strength to refuse. When he grows stronger, then he can discuss self-respect. He got up from the bed in the dormitory and prepared to go to the principal's office to pay, but heard his roommate exclaim in surprise, Jian, look. Is that banner about you? What banner? Jian frowned and jumped down from the top bunk, quickly stepping onto the balcony to see Lu Yuhuan holding a banner of declaration. Many female students' heads had popped out of their dormitory windows, creating an uproar as they encouraged. Say yes to him. Say yes. Wow, male couples are so cute. In my Lifetime series, my heart can't take it anymore. Jian's face turned red, and he immediately ran downstairs, never imagining that Lu Yuhuan would pull off something so embarrassing. You're insane. By the time he reached Lu Yuhuan, he opened his mouth ready to scold. Haven't you seen me waiting for you for such a long time? Lu Yuhuan laughed and said, anyway, everyone is making you agree with me. That's enough, I am leaving the country soon. Before Jian finished, Lu Yuhuan interrupted impatiently, I know you're going abroad, I've already arranged your tuition. I don't need it, stop offering. Jian frowned and said impatiently. Don't be modest with me. The money you make working at the bar isn't enough. I can. My brother has given it to me. Jian replied lightly. Lu Yuhuan paused, suddenly recalling the provoking words Jian Ran spoke last night. How can you accept money from someone who treated you and your mother this way? Jian lifted his eyelids, giving an icy glance, since I won't take my brother's money, why should I take yours? My mother's surgery was paid for by my brother. Otherwise. He took a deep breath, not finishing his sentence, just leave, we belong to different worlds. I don't have time to play rich kids' games of affection. Moreover, my brother will never approve. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuhuan felt as if struck by lightning, thinking to himself, does one really need to pass through Jian Ran's test? Isn't that too difficult? You'd better go back, I don't want to become a laughing stock among classmates. Jian glanced at the love proclamation banner, his gaze flickering. Lu Yuhuan looked somewhat pitiful, what more could I do since you're not taking either threats or kindness? Since you know I'm not yielding, you should quit while you're ahead. Jian left these words behind and turned to walk away. Lu Yuhuan remained stationary, slowly lowering the banner. The grand love declaration scene ended in failure, and classmates stopped cheering. However, the observant ones had posted it on the school forum, where it rapidly sparked heated discussions. Weep weep weep, missed such an incredible moment, no wonder our top scholar has such an excellent suitor. He is so handsome. Why didn't she agree? They seem perfectly suited for each other. A guess, according to insider news, Jian will soon study abroad as an exchange student, and the tuition has been prepaid already. Could he be worried about delaying the other? I remember Jian applying for financial aid due to poverty, seemingly having no money. How could the tuition possibly be gathered? Could it really be as the rumors say, he's being kept? Do you have evidence? Isn't spreading rumors getting easier these days? Posting nonsense online has legal consequences. Who spread rumors? Our university gates are greeted daily by a Maserati, is this fake? So what if a car is there? Did you personally witness him being kept? Nowadays, there are too many jealous people, claiming everything must be sour because they cannot attain it themselves. Such ignorance. Zhong Fanrui, who had been eagerly awaiting the end of the holidays, was scrolling through the forum and almost through his computer after seeing the scene of Lu Yuhuan holding the banner declaring love. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He calmed himself, come in. A middle-aged woman with meticulous makeup pushed the door open. Fanrui, have some bird's nest porridge. I cooked it for 3 hours especially for you. Mom, just put it there. I'm not really hungry. Zhong Fanrui lay face down on the bed, his voice muffled. The woman walked over curiously, is something bothering you? By the way, why haven't you gone out to play recently? What about that young master from the Lu family? Are you still in touch? No. The woman sat on the edge of the bed holding the bowl. Not to criticize you, but Master Lu is different from other admirers. You need to give your heart fully to this relationship. Don't let him. Mom. Stop talking. He doesn't even like me. Zhong Fanrui covered his face irritably. The woman froze. Doesn't like you? Then who does he like? Pausing briefly, she offered a smile of reassurance. Anyway, if it doesn't work out with the Liu family, we've got other choices. Don family, Bai family, Ji family, all are quite good. Zhong Fanrui's fury escalated at her words. Choices? All gone, taken by Jian Ran. Jian Ran and Jian Dan, they're both devils. We shouldn't have been so nice and sheltered them. The woman was caught completely off guard, shocked. Who did you say took him? Jian Ran. Zhong Fanrui shouted loudly, almost in tears. Isn't it obvious enough? Everyone has fallen for Jian Ran. How can this be? The woman looked entirely incredulous. He's nothing more than an amateur substitute. How could anyone possibly? Hold on, Mom, I'll call. Zhong Fanrui didn't have the strength to stop her anymore, burying his face in the pillow as he quietly cried. Hey, is that funny? It's been ages since you last came over for dinner. Want to come tonight? Oh, you're busy. Some other time then, hey. Furious, the woman glared at the phone. How dare he hang up on me? Unacceptable. Unwilling to give up, she dialed another number. Hello, Jingchuan. Can't recognize my voice. This is Fanrui's mom. Hey. Another hang-up. I refuse to believe it. The woman tried dialing again but was stopped by Zhong Fanrui gripping her wrist. Mom, don't bother calling. It's useless. Her pride had always rested in being the center of attention, yet her only son had suddenly become disrespected, worse, his popularity stolen by a distant relative. She shook off Zhong Fanrui's hand in frustration. I'll call Lu Yuhuan. The call connected quickly. In a flattering tone, she asked, Yuhuan, classes are resuming soon. When do you plan to go back with Fanrui? What? Not continuing your studies? Changing schools? When was this decided? Hey. The woman's arm fell limp by her side, her expression frozen. She muttered under her breath, are the fish really all gone? Chapter 176, trying to play the pure and innocent with me. He's still too young. Zhong Fanrui saw that the woman was slow to recover her composure, hesitantly calling out, Mom, I. Yet he saw her angrily turn around and slap him with a raised hand. Struck by the blow, Zhong Fanrui turned his face away. Looking back, his face full of disbelief, Mom. Are you still shameless enough to call me Mom? You can't even take care of a few fish properly. Have I wasted all my efforts on you? The woman tore off her facade of benevolence, her eyes filled with venom as she said, even Jian Ran is better than you. What else are you good for? Do you think all these years of gilding yourself were for nothing? The woman stood up holding her bird's nest soup. The Zhong family does not support idlers. Take care of yourself. With that, she stormed off, leaving Zhong Fanrui still stunned. It turns out there's only a thin line between heaven and hell. What seem to be all the wonderful things one owns, in reality, never truly belong to oneself. He stood in front of the bathroom mirror, looking at his refined and handsome face, suddenly feeling unfamiliar with it, asking quietly. Am I really no match for Jian Ran, completely useless? The expression of the person in the mirror seemed to change slightly, lips trembling, whispering softly while drowned by the waterflow. Jian Ran and Lu Yanting left the old Lu residence, heading straight to their apartment. The fortune-telling tools, cinnabar ink, and several ancient books were all there. To find Xingshi Liange, they could only return first and deliberate further. As soon as they entered, both had clear roles. One responsible for science and technology. And the other for non-science and technology. In short, Lu Yanting would search online for materials, while Jian Ran used divination to seek people. Xingshi Liange's pen name was registered on a website, where sporadic works were published without much splash, so there was very little information. Lu Yanting checked for a while and walked over to Jian Ran, seeing him furrow his brows, asking, what's wrong? Wow, so strange, this divination says the person we're looking for is right here. Jian Ran scratched his head. Person? Lu Yanting asked, puzzled, isn't it a ghost? Maybe attached to a person. Jian Ran looked up, the problem is, who among us is the most suspicious? Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, it's not you, is it? Lu Yanting helplessly curled his lips, if it were me, Zhen Nanwang would have already pounced. Would he still be fumbling with you? You do make sense. Jian Ran was utterly confused when the doorbell rang suddenly. Huh? Who knows I'm home? Lu Yanting's expression turned serious, I'll go open the door. After speaking, he stretched his long legs toward the entrance. Jian Ran quickly packed up the tools and followed. What are you doing here? Lu Yanting's voice was icy cold. Jian Ran glanced over and saw a pitiful-looking Zhong Fanrui. I'm looking for Jian Ran. Zhong Fanrui's voice was low, seemingly in a terrible mood. Lu Yanting originally didn't intend to step aside but was pulled to the side by Jian Ran. What do you want from me? Say it. Zhong Fanrui wanted to speak but stopped himself. Can I come in? Jian Ran nodded. Rarely did the two not argue upon meeting, finding it extremely odd. My aunt knows. Zhong Fanrui blurted out this sentence after sitting on the sofa. Jian Ran frowned, explain clearly, what exactly does she know? All the people who like me have been taken away by you, Zhong Fanrui sighed, her carefully planned and cultivated me, ruined by your hands. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran leaned back, oh, then I sincerely apologize to Auntie. Zhong Fanrui lifted his eyelids, staring deeply, she won't let this rest easily. Did you come just to tell me this? Jian Ran's gaze showed interest. Zhong Fanrui nodded, sorrowful, unlike his previous haughty demeanor, I've just discovered that I'm merely a pawn, once losing value, I'd be discarded. Is even a blood son a pawn? Jian Ran arched an eyebrow. Zhong Fanrui laughed bitterly, on the path to wealth, anyone can be. Just as Jian Ran was about to speak, Lu Yanting patted his shoulder, handing over a cup with a gentle tone, drink some water first. This scene caught Zhong Fanrui's attention, showing fleeting envy on his face, hidden in an instant. Jian Ran took the cup, waving his hand, I understand your meaning, you can leave now. Zhong Fanrui nodded, standing up, Jian Ran, be careful, especially on the side of the ant. I feel that my mother is likely going to stir up trouble. After saying this, he had no intention of staying any longer, walking toward the door by himself. Jian Ran narrowed his eyes and called out to Zhong Fanrui, wait. The latter turned back, what's up? What do you gain by telling me all this? Jian Ran tilted his head and asked. After the visitor left, the apartment resumed its quietness. As Jian Ran sipped water, frowning in deep thought, Lu Yanting suddenly spoke up, do you really believe him? That aunt of yours, she'll go to any lengths for money, Jian Ran paused briefly, including her own flesh and blood son. I'm not asking about that, Lu Yanting's voice deepened, do you really believe he has changed so abruptly? That he feels sorry toward you? Of course not, Jian Ran's lips curled into a mischievous grin, playing the innocent martyr routine with me. He's still too young. But what? Lu Yanting's lips lifted into a smile. He seemed to enjoy this audacious side of Jian Ran immensely. But Zhong Fanrui did receive a substantial blow, which is true, Jian Ran quickly calculated something with his fingers, and after a few seconds said, I need to head to the hospital. Now. Lu Yanting frowned. Jian Ran grabbed a coat from the couch, right now. Any later and it might be too late. They drove straight to the most advanced private hospital in Kyoto. As soon as they reached the third floor of the inpatient department, they heard noisy clamor. Annoyed, Jian Ran furrowed his brow, quickening his pace. Harsh insults reached his ears. If it weren't for my assistance back then, those two little brats wouldn't have made it until today. Now you start being ungrateful. How will you repay this favor? My mom just finished surgery, if you have issues, direct them at me. Let's settle this outside. Say it right here, whether she dies or lives has nothing to do with me. I think she's pretending to be sick for sympathy, raising two shameless whores like. Shut up. Jian Ran rushed into the ward, barking harshly. The woman was startled, shaking slightly before recognizing who had spoken. Her expression twisted into resentment, you worthless brat, glad you came just in time. I'll deal with you today. Stealing the man from our family's Fanrui. How dare you? And before she could react, she lunged at Jian Ran's face, only for a loud slap to echo through the ward next second. A strange tension filled the air immediately afterward. Clutching her cheek, incredulous, the woman spun around, Zhong Fanrui, have you gone crazy? How dare you hit your own mother? Mom, would you stop embarrassing yourself already? Unexpectedly, the radiant figure appeared with an expression of righteousness, leaving even Jian Ran momentarily speechless. Chapter 177, My motto is to retaliate for every slight. Qin Hong had lived half a lifetime, seen storms of all kinds, and often engaged in rough behavior, feared by both the underworld and the authorities. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that her own son would slap her across the face in front of everyone. She clutched her swollen cheek, shocked and enraged. Zhong Fanrui, are you possessed? How dare you lay a hand on me? Possessed? These three words made Jian Ran's eyes brighten, his body slightly shifting to let this mother-son pair settle their score. Just as he stepped back, he felt himself bump into someone's chest. Instinctively turning his head, he saw Lu Yanting with a slightly upturned corner of his mouth, seemingly also eager to watch the drama unfold. Mom, this is a hospital, we'll talk about it when we get home, Zhong Fanrui said with a stern face, reaching out to pull Qin Hong, but she dodged. Do you still know to call me Mom? Without hesitation, Qin Hong swung her arm towards Zhong Fanrui's face. But unexpectedly, she missed. Zhong Fanrui seemed to have anticipated her move and sidestepped in advance, causing Qin Hong to lose balance and nearly fall to the ground. Little Hong, don't make things difficult for the kids, came a weak voice from the hospital bed. Back then, it was you who saved us, and we are forever grateful. If Jian Ran and Jian Dan have done anything wrong, tell us, and they will certainly change. Qin Hong steadied herself, brushing some stray hairs from her forehead, and coldly laughed. I'm here precisely for this reason. Let them give up all the young masters and gentlemen they've seduced. This matter will be considered resolved, and from now on, we shall never cross paths again. As for who's willing to help you poor relatives, well, they're nothing but ingrates. Jian Dan couldn't control his temper anymore upon hearing this. He roared, get out. Now. I'll call the police if you don't leave. Call away. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Qin Hong smirked, standing there like a quarrelsome woman. At this moment, Jian Ran picked up his phone and started dialing. Hey, Brother Su, contact magazine reporters right away and have them come to the hospital. You know Qin Hong, right? She's throwing a tantrum here. Isn't she always looking to expose dirt on the rich? There's your prime material. You vile woman, Qin Hong lunged forward with her claw-like hands. Jian Ran reacted as though he had eyes on his back, leaning to the left and evading easily. This time, Qin Hong overexerted herself and ended up flat on the ground. Zhong Fanrui silently sighed, rushing over, picking her up, and dragging her toward the door of the ward. Let me go. Traitor. Call the police, arrest them, I'm injured. Zhong Fanrui furrowed his brow. There's a surveillance camera outside that can capture you hurting people. Are you sure you want to report this? Upon hearing this, Qin Hong looked up sharply and indeed spotted the camera. Her arrogance immediately evaporated, mentally wondering why she hadn't noticed it before. Let me go, I can walk myself. Qin Hong straightened her expression, once again exuding an air of a wealthy madam, striding with high heels and a seductive sway. Zhong Fanrui followed behind her, his face grim. Xinglu. Jian Ran suddenly called out. Zhong Fanrui paused for a second, then continued walking without stopping or turning back. The ward finally returned to silence. Jian Dan helped their real mother lie back down, but the latter raised her arm to beckon Jian Ran. Ran, who were you calling just now? No one, Jian Ran smiled. You must have misheard. Ran, thanks to you, otherwise my life might have been. The original mom cried uncontrollably. Jian Ran patted her hand. Don't cry, it hurts your spirit and isn't good for your recovery. Jian Dan will soon be studying abroad, and if you need anything, you can call me. I'll take care of you. The original mom was moved speechless, and Jian Dan, standing beside her, secretly wiped away tears. The patient needed rest after the surgery, so Jian Ran and Lu Yanting stepped out of the ward. However, Jian Dan hurriedly chased after them. Brother, I want to say a few words to you alone. Lu Yanting looked reluctant, but Jian Ran reassured him by gently squeezing his wrist. Just a moment. Then, okay, he reluctantly walked away first. As for Jian Ran and Jian Dan, they took the elevator to the hospital garden. What do you want to say? I'm short on time, Jian Ran's tone remained firm. Who are you? Jian Dan abruptly stopped. Jian Ran turned around and laughed. Who do you think I am? Don't I look exactly like your brother? Exactly alike, yet completely different in personality. No one would change so drastically overnight. Who are you really? Jian Dan watched warily. Where's my brother? Where is he? Jian Ran's smile lingered at the corner of his lips. The old one is already dead, and now you see a new brother in front of you. What, don't you want to recognize me? He wasn't lying. When he arrived, the original body had already taken sleeping pills and committed suicide. Even without taking over this body, Jian Dan's original brother wouldn't be back. Jian Dan hesitated for a moment. This world is magical, all sorts of strange things can happen. You have to learn to accept them and act accordingly, Jian Ran patted his shoulder. After all, no one can live in the past forever. Worrying about whether I am your brother is meaningless. At least I've pulled you and Mom out of the abyss. I'm leaving now. Let me know how your studies are going when you have time. Jian Ran retracted his arm and was about to take a step forward. He couldn't keep Lu Yanting waiting too long, who knows what might happen if he loses control. Brother, Jian Dan shouted from behind suddenly. Jian Ran stopped for a second but didn't turn around. Thank you. Jian Dan's voice was slightly choked. You are my brother. Facing away, Jian Ran waved his hand. For what? Get back and take care of Mom. Jian Dan stood still in his place. The usually strong and restrained young man now had reddened eyes unexpectedly. Though he was the younger brother, he had been holding everything together on his own for a long time. And had forgotten what it felt like to rely on his older brother. What did your brother say? Lu Yanting asked while driving. Jian Ran rolled his eyes. I was too nice to him, so he doubted I wasn't his real brother. Too nice to him? Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly displeased. Then maybe you should stop being so nice and use it on me instead. Jian Ran looked at him in astonishment. How could he utter such shameless words with such a straight face? Where are we heading now? Lu Yanting turned his eyes back to the road. Of course, we're going to the Zhong family. Jian Ran curled his lips into a smirk, his manner arrogant. Retaliation is my motto. If Qin Hong dared to cause chaos at the hospital, I will dare to destroy her home. Chapter 178, Can you please have a little public decency? Master, do you think my son Zhong Fanrui is possessed? He suddenly underwent a drastic change in personality. Qin Hong lowered her voice and looked strangely at the old man seated before the low table. The old man was neatly dressed with his hair tied up and wearing a Taoist robe, but at first glance, he looked like a farmer who tills the land all year round. Behind the old man, an unknown deity statue was enshrined. Incense sticks burning created a small space that was dim and filled with smoke. Master? Seeing there was no response for a long time, Qin Hong cautiously asked again. The man called Master slowly opened his eyes and revealed a fiendish glare. If I'm not mistaken, Zhong Fanrui is your son. Yes, even the requests for good fortune were for him. Qin Hong nodded hurriedly. The master sneered twice. Are all the fortunes gone now? As the topic struck pain, Qin Hong clenched her teeth angrily. All thanks to that little wench, otherwise. Do you have her birth chart, 8 characters? The master abruptly interrupted her question. Not really. Qin Hong had never paid attention to this and was momentarily taken aback by the question. The master furrowed his brows. To either help or harm someone, the 8 characters are important. Without getting them, how can I deal with him? Qin Hong's eyes brightened. So my son Fanrui still has hope. It's not just about losing fortune. Clearing obstacles will be enough. The master replied thus. Qin Hong immediately stood up, rubbing her legs numb from kneeling. I'll go get it done right away. Before leaving, she took out a stack of money and respectfully placed it on the low table, for master's kindness. The master slightly bowed his head and slowly closed his eyes. Only after this did Qin Hong leave with peace of mind. What she didn't know was that as soon as she left, the latter threw the banknotes into the incense burner. Madam, what was the result? The nanny asked expectantly. Qin Hong laughed triumphantly. With the master handling it, Jian Ran is doomed for sure. Is it really that effective? The nanny unintentionally questioned with doubt. Qin Hong gave her a glare and immediately said, last time, my friend came here to curse the mistress her husband kept. Guess what happened? The nanny leaned closer. What happened? The next day, the mistress got killed and dismembered. Qin Hong spat harshly. The nanny was shocked and trembled, stepping back one step. This is too. Qin Hong didn't let her finish, already getting into her car by herself. Fanrui, seated in the passenger seat, continued silent. Qin Hong snorted coldly. Useless thing, go get Jian Ran's 8 characters. Mom, can we stop causing trouble? Is our family's wealth not enough yet? Zhong Fanrui said without turning around. Qin Hong shot him a cold glare. Enough. Who would ever complain that they have too much money? If we don't join a financial tycoon family, we'll forever. Let's go. Zhong Fanrui seemed to be paying less attention, waving to the driver. Qin Hong was so angry her face turned red, while also feeling increasingly strange about Zhong Fanrui's actions, as if he were another person. Actually, these phenomena had been present earlier, it just wasn't as severe then. Most of the time, her own son displayed desires very similar to hers, occasionally becoming abnormally bland and cold. Could he have been possessed? But the master didn't give any answer. Qin Hong wasn't unfamiliar with ghostly matters, having carried out many unethical tricks anyway. Just take those fish of Zhong Fanrui, who hadn't been affected by evil curses and become entities to attract spirits. So, when the master said to eliminate Jian Ran, Qin Hong felt quite reassured. The car quickly returned to the Zhong residence, where a silver Bentley was parked at the entrance. Qin Hong thought it seemed familiar but couldn't recall whose it was immediately, so she blurted out the question, Fanrui, do you have any impression? Isn't it some man who pursued you? Could it be that the master started working his magic so soon? Thinking about this, Qin Hong felt somewhat delighted. It should be Jian Ran's boyfriend's car, Zhong Fanrui casually replied. Qin Hong was stunned. Jian Ran's boyfriend? Who? Is it today's companion? Lu Yanting? She was still incredulous. He's an acting king. How could they hook up like this? At that moment, Qin Hong had intended to behave better, but since she had lost control already, it became hard to switch gears. Nevertheless, she still knew who Lu Yanting was. That's him. Zhong Fanrui got out of the car unconcernedly. Qin Hong hurriedly caught up. Wait, explain yourself clearly. Why haven't I heard about? Chasing him into the living room, her sharp tone came to an abrupt halt. The sight of chaos everywhere made Qin Hong gape in astonishment. After a while, she managed to stammer out a few words. Who did this? Could it be anyone else? Isn't it obvious? A mocking voice came from the sofa. Qin Hong glared at the speaker, her eyes practically popping out. Jian Ran, you're asking for death. Where are the security guards? Where have they all gone? You little wretch, I'll teach you today. Jian Ran waved his hand. There's no need to shout. The security guards have been dismissed. Today Zhong family is under ominous bloodshed fate. Whoever stays will get implicated. You're spouting nonsense. Qin Hong couldn't control herself, the vulgarity in her nature surfaced as if possessed by a harridan spirit, making her lunge forward. However, she stepped on a shattered vase and tumbled down into a squatting position, her palm impaled and bleeding profusely. Ayayawa. Clutching her wrist, she roared furiously at Zhong Fanrui, why aren't you calling the police yet? You useless thing. Can't you see your mom is being bullied right in front of you? Zhong Fanrui showed an indifferent expression. Didn't he already tell you that there would be bloodshed today? Why don't you pay attention? The two people sitting casually on the sofa turned their appraising gazes toward him. Jian Ran was the first to speak. Why have you been hiding all along? I can't understand what you're saying. Zhong Fanrui turned his face away. Can you escape just by hiding? Lu Yanting thinned his lips. How many people got entangled because of you? Jian Ran didn't follow up with harsh words but started pondering instead. No wonder Zhong Fanrui always has the protagonist's glow around him. It turns out his golden finger is Xinglu. Being possessed by a wandering soul like Xinglu is akin to being draped in an invisible yet splendid cloak, whose allure normal people cannot resist. Moreover, Xinglu had no intention to harm anyone. As long as the possession was controlled within a time limit, it wouldn't cause any adverse effects. Is Nanqing old tales written by you? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow. You should be fully aware that once the clue is identified, it's easy to make judgments. Who are you really? He pulled out a talisman paper, setting it alight in mid-air with golden flames. Don't make me resort to extreme measures to force your admission. Zhong Fanrui turned back, his peach-shaped eyes glittering with ripples. Did he send you to look for me? Of course, Jian Ran smirked. Otherwise, who'd waste time meddling in the trivial affairs between the two of you? Just tell him that I've reincarnated. Jian Ran sneered. Please show some public decency. If you reincarnate, we too will have to sleep in coffins to keep you company. Chapter 179, I wish I'd never met you. Qin Hong fell hard and couldn't get up for a while, but no one paid any attention to her. It was as if she were an insignificant transparent person. She was furious and about to explode, when she gradually realized something wasn't right. Reincarnation? Sleeping with the coffin? What does that mean? Is Zhong Fanrui really possessed by a ghost? Then who's looking for him? What about the talisman in Jian Ran's hand? When did he start taking on jobs dealing with evil spirits? Qin Hong's expression changed several times, and she dared not say anything for now. I've already cut all ties with him. Even if you talk until you're blue in the face, I won't go back. Zhong Fanrui's voice was cold as he lifted his foot to step over the mess that Jian Ran had caused and walk upstairs. The two people sitting side by side on the sofa didn't stop him, allowing Zhong Fanrui to leave. Then they shifted their gaze to Qin Hong's face. After all, the purpose of coming here wasn't just one thing. You, what are you going to do? Qin Hong sensed danger and finally began to be afraid. She leaned back with one hand. Jian Ran curled one side of his mouth. In the hospital, weren't you quite arrogant? Calling people little tramps? You were always. Auntie, I figured out your tricks. Jian Ran smiled and said, to increase Zhong Fanrui's appeal, you didn't hesitate to spend money to summon souls. I admire you. One could say you don't care about the means. Qin Hong still didn't think there was anything wrong with her actions, shouting loudly despite her weak inside, you're making a big deal out of nothing. Whose wealth isn't stained with blood, unseen to the light. In order to achieve the goal, one must resort to all means. Isn't that what you do too? Tempting one after another. While she was defending herself, Jian Ran suddenly stood up and approached her with a gloomy expression. In the past, she wasn't afraid of him, someone she could easily step on, but now he emanated an intimidating aura that couldn't be provoked. Qin Hong thought she had met a ghost. Tell me, who helped you perform the ritual? Jian Ran slowly squatted down. If you hide it or don't speak, those little ghosts you summoned. Don't scare me. Qin Hong interrupted him with a stiff neck, I'm not afraid. Jian Ran smiled faintly, his eyes mischievous, alright, I don't feel like listening for now. He then took out a talisman paper, floating in mid-air and instantly ignited, flying straight to Qin Hong's head, scattering golden light. Auntie, wish you peaceful sleep every day. And never wake up. Jian Ran stood up, gesturing to the person who remained still on the sofa, let's go home. Okay. Lu Yanting stood up, his lip corner revealing an innocent smile, but when he looked at Qin Hong, a look of pity appeared, as if looking at a dying person. What right do you have to leave? Pay damages. My house is full of antiques. Even if you sell yourself, you can't pay me back. Qin Hong was still shouting from behind, but there was no intention of chasing after them. Leaving the courtyard of the Zhong family, it was already late at night. Jian Ran stood at the door and looked back. Sure enough, he saw Zhong Fanrui hiding behind the second-floor curtain. His expression was as dark as water, his eyes indifferent and severe. There was a hint of a killer's shadow, but after a few seconds, he disappeared behind the curtains. Jian Ran turned back, hearing Lu Yanting's voice, are you not worried he'll run away? Why should I be? Jian Ran's lips curved upward in an unrestrained arc. Anyway, the person in the coffin has already caught the scent, they will come chasing soon. Lu Yanting slightly nodded, that's good. The silver Bentley was like a giant dragon, disappearing into the night not long after. At dawn, hurried knocking sounded in the corridor. An oppressive, fearful voice seeped through the door cracks, Fanrui, open the door for me. There's a ghost chasing me. Fanrui. It's Mom. Quick, open the door. Qin Hong knocked carefully while fearfully glancing around, hurry up, or else I will. The door suddenly opened, and she rushed in wearing her white nightgown. You, Zhong Fanrui frowned at her but was quickly silenced. Shoo, don't talk. The ghost I found for Ganfengyi has come. It says I didn't pay it, so it wants to trap me in the elevator. Qin Hong's demeanor had become somewhat deranged. Zhong Fanrui sighed helplessly and pried her hands off, it's self-inflicted punishment. I haven't done anything wrong. Using ghosts that are already dead, what's wrong with that? Qin Hong widened her eyes, red veins visible. This statement was made extremely guiltily. There are specific methods to trap souls and prevent reincarnation, using them to cause harm to humanity for profit. Especially the abortion-induced spirits that Qin Hong summoned, which pose fatal dangers to women. If that's the case, then no one can help you. Zhong Fanrui opened the door wide. Get out. You're driving me away. I carried you for 10 months. Qin Hong's face was filled with venomous resentment. The next words from Zhong Fanrui left her frozen in place. Your child died inside your womb long ago. I was just the one you adopted. How do you know? Qin Hong thought she had covered it up perfectly. Zhong Fanrui didn't want to explain and simply pushed her out the door. A baby's wailing suddenly echoed through the corridor. Don't come over, mommy didn't mean it. Don't crawl, ah. The cries of anguish never ceased, but Zhong Fanrui walked back to bed with an expressionless face, lying down mechanically and closing his eyes. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in and directly slipped under the blanket. He abruptly sat up and saw the face beside him, half smiling. Long time no see, you look quite different. Despite his seemingly indifferent expression, the trembling tone betrayed Zhong Fanrui's panic. The king of Jinan curled his lips. What, so surprised to see me that you've lost your voice? Xinglu. Did I call you wrong? Zhong Fanrui quickly got out of bed. You're mistaken. I am not Xinglu. Just as he stood upright, he felt a coldness creep up his neck. It was the king of Jinan sniffing carefully near his nose. Of course, I won't make such a mistake. Your scent is something I will always remember. As for those two little brats, they do have some skills. I've been looking for so long. Zhong Fanrui took a step forward, interrupting him. Go away. I don't want to see you. Ours is an ill-fated connection that shouldn't continue together. Because I have already killed so many commoners. Before these words could be spoken, Zhong Fanrui felt a sharp pain on his jaw as his face was forced to look up, meeting icy lips. I don't like when you talk too much. The king of Jinan's voice was hoarse. Come back with me. No. Zhong Fanrui struggled, but found the grip of the king's bony fingers like iron shackles around his body, impossible to break free from. Be obedient, the king of Jinan commanded authoritatively, leaving no room for argument, or else you'll end up killing even more people. Zhong Fanrui stopped moving, tears falling rapidly. The king kissed each tear away, murmuring faintly, seeing me, aren't you happy at all? I have searched for you for so long. I wish I'd never met you. Zhong Fanrui looked up. The flicker of sadness passed through the king of Jinan's eyes. It's too late to regret now. Chapter 180, Lingering Shadows. I always feel there's something familiar about Qin Hong. Jian Ran, sitting in the passenger seat with her chin resting on one hand, frowned slightly, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Hiss. That's weird. Lu Yanting turned his head. Could it be related to something we've experienced before? After all, when it comes to exorcising ghosts, there might have been some slip-ups. Jian Ran's eyes lit up. Old Lu, you're actually pretty smart. I suddenly understand. Old brother Lu. Is this a sign of closer relations? Lu Yanting's eyes curved slightly. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's go home and sleep now. Jian Ran nodded. That works too. Tonight will be much quieter anyway. By now Prince Jinan must have already come looking. She paused for a moment, wearing a puzzled expression. I can feel that Xinglu likes Prince Jinan in her heart, but why doesn't she want to see him? Perhaps, he's been too forceful. Lu Yanting raised a finger to his temple. Emperors usually like those obsessive tyrant tropes. After all they set their own laws. No wonder Grandpa told me to rein myself in, drawing lessons from the ancestors. Old Lu, your summary is pretty spot on. Jian Ran gave him a thumbs up. Where did you learn that from? Lu Yanting, novels are something that must not be mentioned. The two chatted idly along the way. When they got back to the apartment, they found someone curled up, sitting by the door. Hearing footsteps, the person looked up, revealing a weary face. What do you want? Lu Yanting asked coldly. I came to find Jian Ran. Lu Yuchuan stood up, his face covered with stubble and dark circles as if he hadn't slept for several nights. Jian Ran squinted her eyes, ready to unleash a barrage of verbal attacks, but saw Lu Yuchuan's severe expression instantly change into a flattering smile. Brother-in-law. Ah. This made Jian Ran utterly confused. Could you help me out? Lu Yuchuan moved closer but was blocked by Lu Yanting, who stuck his head out. I'm truly honest with Jian. I wouldn't deceive him. Look at him, surely I'm better than him. At least I don't keep secrets, I'm sincere and not even a little, green tea, type. Green tea. Lu Yanting gave him a strange glance and almost lost control, almost throwing him out. Green tea. Jian Ran tilted her head. Lu Yanting quickly turned around. Don't listen to his nonsense. Then he suppressed his voice to warn, think about our future relationship. Are you sure you want to step over me to get ahead? Then I won't hold back anymore. Lu Yuchuan blinked. Jian Ran, my younger brother is as devoted as me. Once he meets the right person, he won't let go. Jian Ran, these two seem to have some serious issues. He walked past the brothers hugging each other and was about to unlock the door, when he felt a gust of wind rushing toward him. Jian Ran's expression hardened, and she smoothly pulled out a talisman paper, sticking it up in the air. A shapeless mass of gas began burning, emitting an ear-piercing sound that seemed to pierce through the eardrums. After half a minute, it vanished without a trace. What happened? Lu Yuchuan had never seen anything like this before and couldn't help being shocked. Jian Ran turned around grimly. They've started taking action against me already. Do you two still want to dwell on the past? Upon hearing this, Lu Yanting immediately released Lu Yuchuan, his expression more serious than ever. What can we do? Jian Ran's face remained calm. All we can do is wait, and then. Kill Buddha when we meet Buddha, kill devil when we meet devil. As soon as the words left her lips, she opened the smart door and walked straight inside. Lu Yuchuan stared at that impressive figure walking away, and patted Lu Yanting. Younger brother, my happiness for the rest of my life depends on you. Get lost. Lu Yanting pushed his hand away and slipped through the partly open door. With a snap, the smart door closed mercilessly, leaving Lu Yuchuan still standing outside, muttering to himself, and this trip turns out to be a waste. Just as he finished speaking, a gust of cold wind arose in the corridor, penetrating directly through his neck. He shivered involuntarily and fled to the elevator like grease on fire, madly pressing the down button. Only after escaping the danger zone did he finally sigh with relief. Lu Yuchuan sat in the driver's seat of his Maserati, absent-mindedly sliding on his phone, hesitating whether to send a message to Jian Dan. In the end, emotion overcame reason, and his fingers flew across the screen, typing "What are you doing?" A question mark followed instantly. Seeing the red notification pop up, Lu Yuchuan nearly threw his phone out of the window. You actually blocked me? Must it be this extreme? The next morning, the bell rang on the university campus, and people began to pass through the teaching building in a steady stream. Jian Dan didn't go to class, he stayed in the room packing his luggage. The flight was at 12:30 in the afternoon, leaving enough time for preparation. Has your mother made arrangements? His university mentor asked beside him. Jian Dan nodded with a smile. My brother has arranged for 24-hour nursing care. If there's an emergency, he'll go. Besides, my mom's physical condition has improved, and she can take care of herself now. That's good. The mentor relaxed. He understood the difficulties of his outstanding student and was always worried that the family burden would drag him down. But not long ago, a brother who had never been mentioned suddenly appeared and handled everything perfectly. Now, Jian Dan could finally go achieve his dreams, and as his mentor, it was certainly gratifying. Oh, by the way, the mentor suddenly remembered something. There was that banner you held up downstairs. Jian Dan paused, avoiding eye contact, a friend's joke. Ah, it was just a joke then. The mentor seemed slightly disappointed. It spread widely on the forum. I thought. Anyway, regardless of what happened, I support you. These days, male couples are quite popular, especially since that young man was quite. Interrupted by Jian Dan's sharp gaze, the mentor realized he had said something wrong and quickly changed the subject. The school has special transportation for exchange students, so there's no need for you to take a taxi. Also, other universities have spots too, and they'll be taking the same vehicle. You can get acquainted beforehand, perhaps even become roommates. Good. Jian Dan replied with a faintly melancholic expression flashing across his face. The bus departed early. After settling the luggage, Jian Dan boarded and sat at the very back row. He planned to rest his eyes and sleep all the way to the airport, but just as his vision darkened, an image of a mischievous smiling face appeared in his mind. It was Lu Yuhuan. Unshakable like a shadow. Jian Dan frowned irritably, striving to banish the face from his thoughts. At some point, the bus stopped, and exchange students began boarding one by one, finding their seats. The previously quiet environment became noisy. Jian Dan shifted his position, intending to try sleeping again. However, unexpectedly, a rebellious, low voice reached his ear. Hey classmate, is this seat taken? Warm breath brushed against his neck, and Jian Dan suddenly opened his eyes to see Lu Yuhuan grinning wickedly, looking thoroughly irritating. Annoyed, Jian Dan furrowed his brow, attempting to dismiss the bothersome image. Chapter 181, If Lu Yanting has any major issues, I won't let you off even if I get to the other side. Brother Ran, director you asked me to inform you, no, please come back to shoot the movie. We only have a few more scenes left before we're done. The assistant's voice on the other end of the phone was cautious, fearing to offend Jian Ran. We're about to set out and will arrive tonight. As Jian Ran said this, he was about to open the car door when he caught a glimpse of someone running towards them in a frenzy. Upon closer inspection, it was Qin Hong. I've got to go, we'll talk later. Without waiting for a response, Jian Ran pressed the disconnect button and swiftly evaded Qin Hong's claws. Little bitch, what have you done to me? Qin Hong looked disheveled, still wearing her pajamas, with a shrill voice. Why are all those ghosts coming after me? Jian Ran curled his lips in a slow smirk. Nothing much, just a little spell that brings upon you the consequences of your own actions. You, take it off me. Qin Hong lunged again, but Jian Ran deftly avoided her, causing her to fall onto the ground. Her front tooth hit the steps, instantly bleeding from her mouth. Jian Ran remained indifferent, showing not a speck of sympathy for the woman. Will you not tell me who you hired? Ha ha ha, never. Qin Hong turned around like a crazed lunatic. Your days are numbered too, why should I fear anything? Jian Ran pursed his lips, let's see how long you can keep laughing. He glanced up at Lu Yanting, let's go, staying here is a waste of time. The latter nodded slightly and climbed into the driver's seat without hesitation. Jian Ran disdainfully avoided Qin Hong's hand and took the passenger seat. With the roar of the engine, the Bentley drove away proudly, leaving Qin Hong who raised her head, her eyes full of malice as she gnashed her teeth viciously. Jian Ran, you wait for your day. I want you to die miserably. By the time they returned to South City, it was already twilight. The ancient city surrounded by mountains on three sides was wrapped in brilliant clouds, reflecting extraordinary colors. Unlike their arrival, most of the yin energy had dissipated, seemingly taking a turn for the better. Jian Ran strode casually with his hands in his pockets, his lips curling into a playful arc. So, did Lord Zhennan bring back the person? From now on, starting a shameless life inside a coffin? Should I let him have his way? As the last sentence was finished, a gust of dark wind whipped up dust everywhere, blowing towards them. TSK TSK TSK. Jian Ran spat out the sand from his mouth, damn, can you not make such jokes? Lu Yanting hurried to massage his back spine, full of laughter, good boy, we don't care about his jokes. Hearing these words, Jian Ran's frustration dissipated considerably, then suddenly felt something wasn't right, swatting the hand from his back aside forcefully, are you talking to a kid? Lu Yanting continued to smile, no. I'm teasing my wife. Although it isn't true yet, it will be sooner or later. The assistant ran over from afar, oh brother Ran, you're back. You don't know how we've lived these past few days. How did you live? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow. Weren't we not allowed to go outside after 8 o'clock before? Now after dinner, we must rush back inside. Even so, we constantly hear footsteps echoing down the corridor. If it weren't for the talismans, we'd have been scared to death. The assistant exaggerated with a face that almost cried. So, the reason you urgently called us back is for filming or out of fear? Jian Ran looked at him sharply. The assistant was immediately speechless, guilty, and avoided eye contact. Well, of course it's for shooting. Director Yu has been pushing hard. Jian Ran shrugged slightly without speaking. Walking into South City, it felt a bit like a leader inspecting a village. Crew staff, actors, and people from the Cultural Relics Bureau were all lined up to welcome them at the gate. Brother Ran, you're back. Brother Ran, we missed you. Brother Ran, it's been so long. Brother Ran, Brother Ran, Brother Ran. Jian Ran felt overwhelmed, waving a hand signaling them to stop. Don't shout anymore. Or the police might come, damn, I wouldn't be able to explain. Lu Yanting remained calm despite being ignored and spoke for him, disperse, Jian Ran needs rest. Who dared not obey? In a moment, everyone scattered like monkeys. Only Yu Hong stayed behind, shamelessly approaching, Brother Ran, may I discuss something with you? Get on with it, Jian Ran sneered. Hey. Yu Hong grinned, could we negotiate the price of talismans? Could you give me some discount? Jian Ran glared at him, I'll think about it. All right. Brother Ran, take your time to consider it. Yu Hong was delighted upon hearing that there might be a deal. An old man standing not too far away caught Jian Ran's attention. Lowering his voice, he turned to Lu Yanting and said, you go back with Director Yu first. Seeing Lu Yanting about to refuse, Jian Ran added, do as I say, I'll explain when you get back. Lu Yanting. Am I being treated like a kid now? Clamping his lips shut, he chose not to speak but slowly walked away alongside Yu Hong. Then Jian Ran strolled over to Gan Shan and asked, old man, has Lord Zhennan settled down quietly after returning? Humph, hiding inside the coffin and refusing to come out. Gan Shan crouched on the ground and tapped his smoking pipe, young man, you're truly talented if this is how hard cases are solved. Jian Ran squatted beside him with a somewhat serious look, old man, someone's keeping tabs on me, planning to kill me. Gan Shan was stunned, who dares? Could be someone I crossed before, coming back for revenge now. Jian Ran replied with obvious frustration. Gan Shan questioned curiously, how big a grudge is it? Jian Ran smirked, pretty big, considering I wiped out his wife, kids, son-in-law, and grandkids in one go. I guess so, Gan Shan muttered, can I take back my previous words? Old man, why the silence? Jian Ran grinned as if nothing mattered. Gan Shan furrowed his brow, should I hire more professionals then? Jian Ran firmly rejected, wouldn't that tarnish my reputation? He paused briefly and went on, I don't want to drag others into this. Got it, Gan Shan nodded understandingly, consider I never mentioned it. Old man, there's something I need your help with, Jian Ran suddenly spoke up, if anything, persuade Lu Yanting not to act rashly. So you're leaving a will already? Gan Shan glared at him, I won't allow such morbid talk. People encounter unexpected disasters all the time, it's normal, we just have to learn to accept it. Jian Ran stood up, exuding an air of reckless indifference, old man, I'll take it you've agreed. If anything happens to Lu Yanting, I won't let you off even if I get to the other side. Gan Shan's expression grew increasingly somber. Chapter 182, Your brother agreed. Gan Shan stared at Jian Ran's departing figure, his walking pace was still as overconfident as ever. He couldn't help but wonder silently, is this guy playing with me? Could someone who loves money so much easily risk death? And furthermore, his own strength wouldn't allow it either. Old man, Jian Ran suddenly turned around. In your financial circle, are there any masters who are often secretly consulted? Gan Shan, whose interest had been piqued. Hiss, seems like there are. He got up, smoking his pipe, and hurriedly caught up a few steps. Some wealthy women wanting to beg or harm others will privately seek out so-called masters. Before now, they hadn't caused any major turmoil, so he was just thought of as a scammer. Jian Ran slightly nodded, that makes sense. Even if Qin Hong were as vicious as she could be, summoning little spirits for Zhong Fanrui's pond fish would only amount to harassment, not fatal danger. But now, things are different. When all the context is linked together, it becomes more logical. That master changed their core recently. Jian Ran, don't rush yet, I'll find people to look into this. Gan Shan patted Jian Ran on the shoulder. We've already become such good friends across generations, how could I let you die? Jian Ran shot him an oblique glance. Even if you're going to help me, don't think for a moment that I'll join the Antiques Bureau. Gan Shan seemed to have been seen through instantly, and a flash of embarrassment passed over his face. I'm not that calculating. He paused, smiling somewhat flatteringly. I just want to ask you for something else, since you were close to Gan Fengyi for a while, could you help him with? Absolutely not. Jian Ran rolled his eyes, I hold grudges. With those words, he sped up his steps, leaving behind Gan Shan looking melancholic. That rotten kid, unable to hold on to such a good match. The latter snorted coldly, deserves to be played around with. In the office, Gan Fengyi sneezed for no apparent reason, his back feeling rather chilled. He sniffed, raised his gaze. Could it really be Qin Hong? The female assistant nodded professionally, yes, it was her who put the curse on you before. So Jian Ran wasn't lying to you, instead, you threw the talisman he drew for you into the trash can, which was equivalent to throwing away his sincere intentions. Gan Fengyi massaged his temples irritably, I just asked one question, what does all your talk mean, deliberate? Absolutely not, the female assistant bowed slightly, my job is to analyze specific data for you. Do you think I'm so stupid that I can't analyze it myself? Gan Fengyi glared at her intensely. The assistant hesitated rarely. Under normal circumstances, Gan Fengyi would surely explode in anger, but at that moment, he just felt weary, waving his hand, you may leave. Female assistant, yes, Mr. Gan. She walked away in her high heels, taking a few steps when she heard a chilly voice from behind, your year-end bonus is cancelled this year. The assistant nearly fell, her voice losing control as she asked, Mr. Gan, why? Mocking the president for being stupid is the reason, Gan Fengyi's lips moved. But it's the truth. The assistant protested loudly. Gan Fengyi. For money, you'd really say anything. The plane landed at the airport, exchange students filed out one after another, boarding the unified vehicles heading to Switten University. Jian Dan had just sat down when someone stuck to him, glaring, there are so many empty seats, why do you choose this one? I came here for you, so where should I pick? Lu Yuhuan grinned insincerely. If Jian Ran were here, he would surely lament. Is using dog bomb a tradition in your family, Lu? Do you have no other aspirations in life? Jian Dan glared furiously. Lu Yuhuan shrugged, what else can I aspire to, being the kind of rich young man who's dripping with cash? Jian Dan. The car soon entered the university campus, lush lawns oozed with a free-spirited atmosphere, couples were everywhere. Jian Dan kept his eyes straight ahead, but Lu Yuhuan poked his arm, we're roommates. Who said? Jian Dan turned around sharply, did you rig it? Naturally, how could I possibly let you sleep with someone else? Lu Yuhuan looked absolutely justified. Jian Dan took a deep breath, but ultimately said nothing, walking forward by himself. The dormitory was a double room with an independent bathroom and toilet, offering excellent living conditions, and even had a small living room for leisure. Jian Dan, coming as an exchange student under the identity of a poor student, definitely couldn't afford such accommodation. After scanning the room once he entered, he coldly said, I want to change rooms. What's there to change? I think this is great, Lu Yuhuan said while dragging his suitcase. Jian Dan rolled his eyes and thought, how did I end up with such a persistent guy? If you transfer the accommodation fee to me, then I'll stay. Lu Yuhuan grinned, why be so strict about it? True, your brother earns well now, so he doesn't mind the money, but I have a question. You two grew up together, how did he learn all those? I don't know. Jian Dan turned away. He also couldn't figure this out, when did that person who used to cling on to higher powers suddenly become an expert in metaphysics? In order to understand Jian Ran's recent changes, Jian Dan even caught up on some recent variety shows. The faces on the screen were familiar yet strange, completely different from his memories of his brother. Eventually, Lu Yuhuan accepted the transfer and stayed. That evening, they both went to the welcoming party. Foreign girls with curvaceous figures, blonde hair, and blue eyes danced provocatively in the dance pool, creating a hot and exciting atmosphere that stimulated everyone's nerves. Jian Dan over here. His university classmates waved. Jian Dan smiled and walked over, with Lu Yuhuan trailing behind him. This gentleman is. His classmates' eyes lit up knowingly, yet asked deliberately. The banner-hoisting photo had gone viral on the campus forum already. Who could fail to recognize Lu Yuhuan's face? But they didn't know his name, only that it seemed very familiar, like someone they'd seen in a wealth magazine. My name is Lu Yuhuan, nice to meet you all. Now we're classmates, let's keep in touch, Lu Yuhuan spoke politely, looking dignified and charming, bearing the demeanor of a corporate heir. The nearby blonde women glanced over, whispering among themselves. Naturally noticing this, Jian Dan's mood darkened as he picked up the cocktail on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Why are you drinking alone? Don't leave me out. Lu Yuhuan playfully squinted his eyes, casually picking up a strong liquor drink and deliberately keeping it in his mouth for a moment before slowly swallowing it. Jian Dan unconsciously stared at his throat moving, then cleared his throat and coldly said, if you drink too much, no one will take care of you. This amount won't knock me out. Lu Yuhuan leaned closer to Jian Dan's ear, his tone flirtatious. Your brother agreed, so you don't need to worry anymore. At such a close distance, waves of current surged through them, leaving Jian Dan feeling numb and tingling. He unwittingly didn't dodge and blurted out, really? Chapter 183, if you move again, I will castrate you. Really? Jian's eyes looked a bit hazy as he asked. The hot breath down the collar into the neck was like a soul-stealing cat's claw, making his heart itchy. Could I lie to you? Lu Yuhuan pretended to be calm. Don't believe me? Why don't you call your brother? Upon hearing this, Jian actually pulled out his phone. Okay, let's call now. Lu Yuhuan quickly grabbed his hand upon seeing this. We're all adults here. Can't you make a decision on this little matter? Jian glanced sideways at him. We're all adults here. Why do you still tell so many lies? Lu Yuhuan was speechless. How boring. But what could he do? It was so dull but somehow appealing. He was quite annoyed and drank several more glasses of whiskey. When he was alone, a well-endowed woman approached. Hey handsome, want to go out somewhere? Lu Yuhuan's face darkened. Stay away from me. Don't be so cold. The woman pushed her chest forward. Let's talk outside. Originally annoyed, Lu Yuhuan suddenly smirked mischievously. Sorry, I'm not interested in women. He pointed to someone. See him? That's my boyfriend. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately showed a surprised look, and when she glanced over, she saw Jian's clear and handsome face. Oh, I see. She smiled like an ant. Wish you two happiness. As Jian was unaware, blonde women with blue eyes kept coming over to toast. Dear, blessings for you. You two are really brave, keep it up. Don't worry, this is a land of freedom, absolutely no discrimination. Dear. Jian's brow twitched violently as he glared at Lu Yuhuan, who swayed back and forth drunkenly. What did you do? Me. Lu Yuhuan feigned innocence. I just went to the bathroom. Jian's face turned pale with rage, unable to utter a word. This was normal after all. If anyone came out of the closet publicly right after entering school, it would be hard to accept. A little dizzy, I've had too much. Lu Yuhuan massaged his temples and unexpectedly fell into Jian's arms, who reacted quickly and held him tightly. Whistles immediately sounded around them, exciting the blonde women with blue eyes. Jian sighed deeply. There was no way to wash this off even by jumping into the Yellow River. Excuse me, Mrs. Qin, our master does not receive guests right now. Please go back. A tall service staff member blocked Qin Hong at the entrance of the shrine. Do you know who I am? Do you know how much money I've spent here? Qin Hong shouted in madness. The staff shook his head. Mrs. Qin, there are many people who revere the master. Your amount isn't impressive at all. I have more. I brought it all. This time, I'll pay by card. As long as it makes Jian Ran suffer terribly, I'll pay whatever it costs. The staff was losing patience and pushed Qin Hong out when they suddenly heard a hoarse voice from behind the tightly closed door. Let her in. Qin Hong immediately became more excited. Did you hear that? The master wants me in. You bunch of dog-eyed fools, step aside immediately. Although unwilling, the staff moved aside and pushed open the closed door, instantly releasing smoke. Go in. Humph. Qin Hong rolled her eyes, wiggling her hips as she entered the room. As soon as she entered, she collapsed onto a cushion. Master, please save me. That despicable woman I mentioned to you before cursed me. It's called self-retribution. A wrinkled face slowly lifted, revealing a sinister gaze. Self-retribution. Even I can't cast such a curse. Qin Hong was shocked when she heard this. Master, what should I do? Could it be? There is another way to eliminate the curse. What way? Qin Hong asked impatiently. The master's lips curved into a venomous smile. To make the person who cast the spell disappear from this world naturally lifts the curse. That's exactly what I was thinking. Qin Hong said and hesitated for a moment, looking troubled, but I haven't obtained his 8 characters yet. Do you have something he has used? The master asked. Qin Hong twirled her eyeballs and thought for a moment. Yes, I should have them. I stored everything he once owned in the storeroom. The closer the item is to his person, the better the effect. Go back and search for it. Qin Hong hurriedly stood up. I'll look right away. Master, wait for me. Good. The evil gaze of the master exuded ominous light. The bed scene was finally scheduled. According to Yu Hong, the emperor of film and the top stream actor have made a great contribution to art. Jian Ran had no idea when he became a top stream star. Anyway, during the filming process, he hazily climbed onto the royal bed. In his ears were Yu Hong's directions for the performance, and before his eyes was Lu Yanting's robust upper body without any clothing. Awkwardness filled the air. Yu Hong enthusiastically gave instructions from behind the yellow curtain. This part should be filmed as beautifully and dreamily as possible, revealing the atmosphere of an art film. Their faces can be hidden, but their body movements must be shown through this curtain. It should be sensual yet refined. Jian Ran pulled open the curtain, showing his head. I can't act this, find someone else. Don't. Yu Hong hastily said, such passionate scenes, Emperor Lu only shoots with you, right? Am I asking for too much? Or should you two improvise? Jian Ran muttered insults under his breath and wanted to say more, but was suddenly yanked back by Lu Yanting, whose deep and cold voice reverberated, you unwilling. I'm just worried my acting won't be good enough. Jian Ran avoided eye contact. Lu Yanting smirked lightly, then stop acting, let's do it for real. Jian Ran. What? Do it for real? Should he run? Nanching Old Story, Scene 109, First AC Replacement J.N, the assistant's voice rang out. Jian Ran started struggling, Your Majesty, I'm a man. Please restrain yourself, Your Majesty. Lu Yanting chuckled coldly, I've known you're a man since long ago, why stress it again? Be obedient, he grabbed his waist, or you'll feel pain. Hearing this, Jian Ran struggled even more fiercely, No. Didn't you come here to serve me? Lu Yanting's hoarse voice captured his suspended wrist, raising it above Jian Ran's head, or are you up to something sinister? Perhaps, you're an assassin. Hearing this, Jian Ran stiffened, I am not. Lu Yanting sneered softly, then suddenly bent down to bite into the slender white neck, whispering in an alluring tone, the entire palace is mine. Of course including you. If you move again, I will castrate you. Chapter 184, Your Majesty, please don't. Move again and I'll castrate you. Lu Yanting's voice was hoarse, his lips brushing against delicate skin with a fragile desire, an uncontainable yearning rising in his heart. He wanted to swallow the person whole, out of sight from everyone. The restrained Jian Ran seemed to sense the danger, trembling as he curled up slightly, shouting that phrase he found nauseating for the rest of his life. Your Majesty, please don't. View. What the hell, I'm about to throw up. Kill me. Later on, Jian Ran analyzed that the reason Lu Yanting dared to continue shooting the love scenes was merely because there was Xinglu in Prince Shenan's coffin, ensuring that he wouldn't lose control seeking a substitute. Otherwise, he would never have agreed to this passionate scene. The footage was decent, but what if he got possessed halfway through? Wouldn't that be an absolute disaster? Cut. Yu Hong shouted excitedly. His gaze lingered on the monitor, reminiscing over the just now scene which was erotic yet not vulgar. Truly worthy of being called an emperor of film, his acting portrayed intense emotion perfectly, even behind curtains it was evident, the screen overflowed with wild possessiveness. This scene, once on screen, would absolutely become iconic. Since expelling the evil spirit of the empress and retrieving Xing Li's soul, things in Nanching had calmed down quite a bit. The curse on the Lu family was lifted, though others were still unaware, they simply felt inexplicably lighter upon waking up one morning. Of course, there were exceptions. Lu Yuhuan woke up from his hangover feeling sore all over, like his body was falling apart. Suddenly remembering the circumstances that might lead to such a condition, he instinctively flung off the covers in shock. A sharp pain struck his left cheek, pulling him back to another moment. While molesting someone named Jian Dan, it seemed, he got beaten. Oh. No wonder. Getting out of bed, Lu Yuhuan massaged his face while heading toward the living room, muttering why someone hit so hard, how could they bear to? These words, he intended to ask in person but noticed no one remained in the bedroom. Went to class. Lu Yuhuan murmured to himself. His phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced down and saw Zhong Fanrui's name. Still calling me after licking my face. Doesn't this guy know when to stop? Tilting his head, Lu Yuhuan pressed the answer button almost by instinct. Hey, what do you want? Brother Yuhuan, I miss you, can I come see you? The weak, helpless voice carried from the receiver, stirring an odd sensation within Lu Yuhuan. Sure, come. I also, really miss you. Hanging up, it took Lu Yuhuan a while to recover his wits. What did I just say? He was shocked, yet on the other end of the line, joy burst forth as Qin Hong tightly embraced Zhong Fanrui. Mom, we succeeded. The master truly works. Zhong Fanrui's face glowed with excitement, regaining his former greed and lust. Qin Hong laughed smugly, the master is truly powerful. Or do you think past popularity came out of nowhere? Treasure this opportunity well. Zhong Fanrui nodded heavily, definitely. Mom, this time I won't disappoint you. Good child. Qin Hong patted his shoulder approvingly. After pausing for a moment, Zhong Fanrui asked again, what about Jian Ran? Is the master not ready to deal with them yet? Almost, a hateful glimmer lit up Qin Hong's eyes, we only need patience, nothing else. But those things at night, they were truly terrifying. Recalling certain moments, Zhong Fanrui's body involuntarily trembled. Kang Hong managed a strained smile on her pale face. Child, if you wish to rise above others, you must endure what ordinary people cannot. She harbored such extreme thoughts when she plundered the Jian family's fortune years ago, using means so ruthless they were shocking. Zhong Fanrui gritted his teeth hard, nodding heavily. Mom, I understand. Because of Jian Ran's return, the movie's filming schedule was postponed somewhat. Previously, they would wrap up work hastily before sunset, now they continued until after dinner. Mainly because, they were afraid of encountering ghosts. Now that ghost-busting masters were here, shouldn't there be no taboos? Work's done. After shooting the final scene, Yu Hong announced contentedly. The set was quickly dismantled in disarray, but before anyone could leave, sudden sounds of music filled the palace space, sounding jarringly out of place in the quiet surroundings. Sound engineer, turn it off immediately, Yu Hong commanded sharply. Playing classical music in such a place, damn it, wasn't that creepy? The sound engineer hesitantly raised his hand. Director Yu, it wasn't me. Then who is it? After finishing this sentence, Director Yu's face changed. Shit, where's Ran? Find him quickly. The sounds of playing, plucking, and singing grew louder, and there were faint sounds of women laughing and playing around, as if close but also distant. Everyone on the scene was so frightened that they trembled together in a group, and someone shouted, "Run!" The hall immediately fell into chaos. When Jian Ran was called, he still had a steamed large pork knuckle stuffed in his mouth, and he asked unclearly, "Who came out to sing? When did we invite any musicians?" The assistant was extremely anxious. "What musicians? We didn't invite anyone, it just appeared from inside the palace." "Is it haunting again?" Jian Ran furrowed his brows, his expression becoming serious for a moment. "This time, it's probably targeting me. How are Director Yu and the others?" Lu Yanting asked beside him. The assistant felt like crying. "They're acting crazy, dancing and jumping, thank goodness I ran fast enough, otherwise." Before he could finish speaking, Jian Ran suddenly stopped walking, stopped running. The sweaty assistant was very confused. "What's wrong?" "You guys go back to the dormitory, I'll handle it alone," Jian Ran said solemnly. "I disagree," Lu Yanting firmly stated. Jian Ran coldly glanced at him. "You're my biggest vulnerability right now. If you're here, I won't be able to function properly." Lu Yanting. "But, knowing it's a trap, you still plan to go?" "If I don't go this time, I won't avoid it next time." Jian Ran stared at him seriously. "Just listen to me this one time, I'll make it up to you later." "How will you make it up?" Lu Yanting suddenly became interested. The assistant stood nearby, restless like an ant on a hot pot. "Why are you two chatting now? What about the people in the palace? Come on, whatever compensation you want, you'll get." Jian Ran was also a bit impatient, waving his hand. "Be a good boy, we'll talk when I come back." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and ran towards the palace. The assistant stood there unsure whether to chase after or stay, feeling quite awkward, turning to ask Lu Yanting, "Big brother Lu, what should we do?" Seeing him, the latter pursed his lips without answering, pulling out his phone to make a call. "Uncle 2, hello. Do you know about Lu Yuhuan's recent moves? He likes a man, Jian Ran's younger brother. Jian Ran is in danger, aren't you planning to come take a look?" Chapter 185, Whoever is cowardly loses. Lu Zhendong threw his phone on the conference table, drawing curious looks from his colleagues around. He cast a cold glare. "What are you looking at? Keep reporting." The young man standing in front of the screen trembled slightly. "Ahem, let me continue explaining the mysterious master who has suddenly become famous in Kyoto. It's said that quite a few wives of financial tycoons seek him for divination or making voodoo dolls." Lu Zhendong abruptly stood up, surprising the colleagues again. Without saying a word, he walked out of the meeting room. Not long after, there came a roar from the corridor. "Are you crazy? Do you like men? Who gave you the right? You little brat, how dare you talk back to me? Get your ass on a plane back tonight." The younger brother of Jian Ran? So what? He's almost dead already, what does it matter about his brother? When Lu Zhendong returned to the meeting room, the colleagues quickly retracted their necks and pretended to be seriously conducting the meeting. The young man giving the report asked with a trembling voice, "Director Lu, shall we continue?" "Forget it. Gather everyone in the institute and immediately head to South City. There's an urgent task," ordered Lu Zhendong as he turned and left. Others quickly rose and sprang into action. By the time Jian Ran arrived at the palace, the music and entertainment had disappeared. Lying all over were the crew members, bleeding from 7 orifices as if they had fallen into a comatose state. After checking a few of them nearby and confirming that their lives weren't in serious danger, Jian Ran walked inward with peace of mind. The palace was now shrouded in dimness, black and shadowy as if something fierce lay in ambush, radiating danger everywhere. Suddenly, a streak of red light swiftly shot toward Jian Ran. With sharp eyes, he swung his arm and slapped it down with precision. Zzzzzt. A screeching sound followed. Jian Ran glanced with the burning talisman in his palm. Holy crap, it's an ape. This creature generally survives in hellfire. How did it get summoned here? Lu Ying's old man must be pretty badass. As Jian Ran thought this, he noticed more and more red lights surrounding him. On the walls, pillars, the throne, lampstands, everywhere, were swarms of them, tightly packed together. Hell apes don't have strong attacks but are notorious for their large numbers and grudge-bearing nature. Once a companion is attacked, they gather to take revenge. They're much more ferocious than the monkeys on Amei Mountain. Was it you guys playing the music earlier? A smirk curled at the corner of Jian Ran's lips, showing off his cocky demeanor as if inviting them to attack. With one hand hooked behind his back, when he pulled it forward, a sword glowing with golden light was in his grasp. The pack of hell apes, eager to try, their crimson eyes full of savagery, started leaping around restlessly and constantly emitting raucous sounds. ZZ. ZZZZZZZZ. ZEZ. Jian Ran took up a sword stance and sneered. Go ahead and keep screaming, you won't get anywhere with it, so just come at me. Apparently understanding the provocation, the hell apes rushed forward one by one, bearing teeth gleaming white as they lunged viciously as though ready to devour Jian Ran's head whole. However, before they even got close, they were sliced cleanly in half either vertically or horizontally. These evil beasts that feed on human souls don't deserve sympathy. Eliminate one whenever possible. Jian Ran moved swiftly, invincible amidst the group of apes without the slightest sign of being overpowered. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the latter were killed or severely injured. Come on, weren't you so proud just now? Jian Ran raised his sword, straightened his body, mocking the hell apes who now hesitated to move forward. One underfoot was still struggling, planning a last-ditch attempt, but was promptly stomped on and its head crushed. Instantaneously, black blood splattered everywhere, creating an extremely shocking scene. Keep coming, I haven't killed enough yet. Are you not going to avenge your companions? Jian Ran kept talking, his disdainful gaze scanning the surroundings. However, no hell ape dared to approach anymore. Their normally ferocious faces displayed a rare fear, and after some opposition, they vanished into thin air where they stood. Jian Ran looked towards the hall which was just filled with fierce combat but now stood eerily empty, letting out a cold scoff. With such weak abilities, how dare you scheme behind my back? Wait, I'll find you soon. As he spoke, he fiercely hurled the golden light sword toward a certain place. Amidst swirling smoke, a sudden flash of cold light emerged, knocking down all the candles in front of the statue. Simultaneously, an old man with a face lined with creases collapsed. Master, are you all right? Master. The elder was helped up, weakly waving his hand. I'm fine. Ugh. Before he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Witnessing this, those around him were terrified. By the time Lu Zhendong arrived, the palace's malevolent energy had already dissipated without a trace. The only signs of life were the production crew still lying unconscious on the ground. Jian Ran slowly emerged from the shadows, his form cloaked in an armor-like glow that faintly shimmered with golden light. Everyone from the institute, including Lu Zhendong, was shocked by the sight. Some truths, even when right before your eyes, are still hard to truly believe in. Such as those obscure legends. Arrived a bit late. You can handle the aftermath. Jian Ran's lips curved slightly into a calm smile as he walked slowly towards Lu Yanting, collapsing into his arms once he reached him. Are you alright? Lu Yanting tightly embraced his waist, filled with concern in his eyes. Why did you push yourself so hard? Because. Jian Ran spoke with difficulty, whoever is cowardly loses. As soon as the words left his mouth, he closed his eyes and fainted directly. Those were monkeys grown in hellfire, with brute combat strength, and not just one. The fact that he managed to slay and scare them off was already something extremely unbelievable. There weren't many in the metaphysical arts from his past life who could achieve this. Lu Zhendong stepped into the palace and looked at the mess on the floor. Dark traces resembling blood spread up the walls, as if narrating the intensity of the earlier battle. He crouched down slowly, about to touch it for examination when someone from the forensics department rushed over. Director, you can't touch it, it's toxic. Toxic? Even the remnants? Lu Zhendong asked in astonishment. The forensic specialist handed him a tablet. We initially suspect it to be the legendary hell ape. Lu Zhendong abruptly stood up. This kind of creature wouldn't naturally appear in our world unless summoned. Not only was it summoned, but it also ruined the relics here. A severe voice sounded, prompting Lu Zhendong to instinctively turn around and see Gan Shan walking in with his pipe. Uncle Gan, Lu Zhendong nodded slightly with respect. Gan Shan gave a nod but then shifted topics suddenly. Your department hasn't accomplished much this year, completely relying on contracted personnel to expel spirit domains. Even allowing some frauds to create chaos. If the relics in South City are destroyed, the losses would be incalculable. Do you understand? Lu Zhendong's expression turned grim. Protecting relics isn't within our scope of responsibilities. TCH, lacking competence, yet excelling at shirking responsibility, Gan Shan smirked bitterly. Seems your institute is nothing more than a gathering place for useless people. Chapter 186, I don't have any experience in this kind of battle either. Lu Zhendong's face grew even darker. Uncle Gan, though we belong to different departments, there's no need to be so disrespectful. The destruction of cultural relics in the South City has nothing to do with our Institute of Non-Natural Studies. That's not how it should be said. Don Shan took a puff from his pipe. If you worked hard, would you allow those harmful fortune tellers to lurk deep within the rich families in Beijing? And at this point, would they still be able to cause trouble? Lu Zhendong was speechless. Don Shan glanced at the scattered black stains around him. The appearance of something like the hell ape shows that this fortune teller is no ordinary person. If we don't act soon, none of us can predict what will happen next. You'd better watch out. After saying this, he turned his back and left the palace, walking briskly towards the guest house. Jian Ran was carried back to the room at this moment, while Lu Yanting sat by the bed. His handsome face looked frozen with shards of ice, his thin lips tightly pursed as a storm brewed inside him. Anyone could get hurt, but not a single hair on Jian Ran's head must be touched. This was his taboo. Once violated, Lu Yanting would turn into a vicious beast ready to fight. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He pulled it out and saw it was Lu Yuhuan. Though they were brothers, they seldom contacted via phone calls unless. Lu Yanting opened the call with a solemn expression. What is it? How's Jian Ran? Nothing happened, right? There was a strange tone in Lu Yuhuan's voice. Lu Yanting furrowed his brows. Just say what you want to say. Zhong Fanrui called me. Lu Yuhuan hesitated. Do you even contact that sort of character? Lu Yanting interrupted him with a cold laugh. I wouldn't normally, but this time I accidentally answered the phone, and then spoke uncontrollably some really disgusting things. Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow. For example. Lu Yuhuan, I said I missed him very much. Lu Yanting nodded slightly. That is disgusting. Lu Yuhuan, at such moments, could you stop mocking me already? Let's face outward threats together, okay? Lu Yanting gave a cold laugh. When have we ever been on the same side? Since we both like someone surnamed Jian, Lu Yuhuan nodded strongly to confirm the timing. Yes, that's when you become my real brother again. In the future, the Lu family inheritance will go to you. I won't fight for it. Ha, thank you. Lu Yanting smirked sarcastically. Don't mention it. Let's get straight to the point. I suspect Zhong Fanrui is scheming behind our backs again, trying to confuse me. Make sure to check properly on your end. And tell Jian Ran to be careful. I know. Lu Yanting's expression became serious. No more talk. Zhong Fanrui is calling again. I can't control myself. I must communicate with him. Lu Yuhuan's voice abruptly cut off. Lu Yanting stared thoughtfully at the blackened screen. Astoria brother, I've already disembarked from the plane. Would you come to pick me up? On the other end of the phone came a voice as sweet as a white lotus, making Lu Yuhuan feel nauseous yet maintaining a full smile. Sure, just wait for me, don't run around. He hung up exactly when Jian Dan walked out from the room, her face cold, steps quick. Jian Dan, you. What about me? Jian Dan turned and gave him a glance. Hurry up and go pick up your little sweetheart. Why waste words with me? Having said that, she left. Lu Yuhuan wanted to shout loudly to her retreating figure, you are my little sweetheart. But the sound coming out was. Of course I'll go, there's no need for you to worry. As he watched Jian Dan leave quickly and slam the door hard, Lu Yuhuan cursed under his breath, what the fuck? Muttering curses, he drove to the airport. From far away, he saw Zhong Fanrui standing tall and gentle among the crowd. His stomach churned violently, but he still went forward with a full face of excitement. You actually came? Stating the obvious, if you were standing in front of him, it couldn't be false, right? Hell, I hope it's false. Astoria brother, Zhong Fanrui, with a shy look, approached attempting to snuggle up. However, Lu Yuhuan reflexively avoided. Zhong Fanrui blinked, stunned. Astoria brother. Lu Yuhuan quickly covered his mouth and coughed twice. I caught a cold, don't want to infect you. Astoria brother, you're truly thoughtful. Zhong Fanrui giggled sweetly. During the class, Jian Dan was somewhat absent-minded, and he didn't even hear the question raised by the professor. He stood up in a daze and then sat down again in confusion. Pay attention during class, exchange students from abroad aren't here to slack off. The university professor was of Chinese descent, speaking fluent Mandarin with no shortage of sarcasm. Jian Dan's cheeks turned fiery red as he hung his head in shame. That's right, he was here to study, not to get jealous. Who Lu Yuhuan went to pick up at the airport and who he cuddled with had absolutely nothing to do with him. He tried hard to brainwash himself, but when he looked up at the teaching screen, he still couldn't take in any knowledge points. Finally, when the class ended, Jian Dan returned to the dormitory. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw an unexpected visitor. Jian Dan, you're back. Zhong Fanrui stood up and greeted him enthusiastically. I heard from Brother Yuhuan that you're doing an exchange program here, and I thought it was such a coincidence. Jian Dan coldly cut him off with a laugh. Coincidence? Wasn't it him who insisted on following over? Zhong Fanrui's face turned awkward for a moment, but I heard this university has a good program, didn't I? Lu Yuhuan, hiding in the bathroom and not daring to come out, had his ear pressed against the door, feeling extremely embarrassed. Damn it, how did I end up bringing someone back? Who's controlling me? If I find out, I'll fucking kill him. You know which room you're staying in, great, I'll be with brother Yuhuan tonight, Zhong Fanrui said innocently as if it were completely normal. Where's Lu Yuhuan? Come out. Lu Yuhuan, can I just piss and run? I don't have any experience dealing with situations like this either. I should have asked Jian Ran for advice first. How can we be fooling around? Couples living together in college is very normal, isn't it? Zhong Fanrui didn't care much, sitting casually back onto the sofa, crossing his legs, acting like the male owner of the dormitory. Jian Dan curled one side of his lip, mocking, is Lu Yuhuan hiding like a turtle with its head pulled in? If you want a couple's dorm, then I'll grant your wish. Saying this, he went into his own room to pack his things. Seeing that his provocation had succeeded, Zhong Fanrui's lips curled upward in satisfaction, but then he saw a figure darting out of the bathroom straight toward Jian Dan's room. Where are you going? Don't leave. Jian Dan shoved him aside, why wouldn't I leave? Should I stay here and affect your marital life? Chapter 187, I'll drink you to death. Jian Ran opened his eyes and saw Lu Yanting's haggard face. You. His voice was raspy, why don't you shave? I'm afraid that when you wake up, I won't be here. Lu Yanting's voice was even raspier, with dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for many days. Jian Ran felt a stir in his heart, how long have I been asleep? 3 days and 2 nights. How do you feel? Lu Yanting asked with concern. Jian Ran smiled, still okay, just too tired to sleep. You don't need to. Before he could finish, Lu Yanting suddenly leaned forward and hugged him, trying to hold tightly but being careful at the same time. Jian Ran's neck tickled, feeling somewhat uneasy, pushing him away slightly, what are you doing? It's not like I've been injured so badly that I wouldn't come back. Can you avoid doing such dangerous things in the future? Lu Yanting said with a muffled voice. Jian Ran, no choice, I have to make money. I will support you. Lu Yanting paused, I have money. Not possible, Jian Ran refused, these days, one must be independent. A full-time house husband has no status. Wait. What does a full-time house husband have to do with me? Under Jian Ran's urging, Lu Yanting finally lay down under the covers and fell asleep. After he was sound asleep, Jian Ran tiptoed out of the dormitory, crossed the corridor, and stood by the door, finding that the film crew had already started packing their tools, seemingly with the intention of leaving. Brother Ran, you're awake. The assistant shouted with surprise. Jian Ran nodded, raising his chin, what are you all doing? Not shooting the movie. Director Yu was sent to the hospital and cannot recover soon. The assistant's expression showed some melancholy, pausing momentarily before regaining cheerfulness, but Brother Ran, he is fine. He called me and said he wanted to personally thank you after being discharged. Jian Ran waved his hand, no thanks necessary, sending some money will suffice. The assistant winked, this level of awareness, I think Director Yu has it. Is the movie abandoned like this? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this was the second unfinished movie, would there still be a chance to compete for Best Actor at year-end? The main shots are almost done, final editing plus special effects should allow it to be released. The assistant became proud, our production team is still very good. Brother Ran, you just wait for the invitation to the premiere. Jian Ran curved his lips, alright, you can leave. Your wish is my command. The assistant mimicked a court etiquette, bowing backward before turning and rushing off to work. Jian Ran gazed towards the southern city palace, looking somewhat lost in thought. Someone slowly approached from behind, kid, you're pretty strong, fighting alone against hell apes has already made your name famous. He turned his gaze, with an unbridled smile, I remember, wasn't my name famous already? Gan Shan took a puff on his pipe, that's true. But, the person who caused harm to you seems quite difficult to deal with. Jian Ran's smile faded, have you found them? When the Unnatural Research Institute surrounded and tried to capture them, the so-called master had already moved locations. Gan Shan squinted his eyes, indeed cunning. Jian Ran agreed completely, the old man the fortune-teller found was indeed cunning, he escaped the first time. If we had dealt with him then, perhaps none of these subsequent troubles would have happened. What do you plan to do? Gan Shan asked again. Jian Ran tilted his head, this guy wants to fight to the death with me, naturally, he won't easily give up. I'll just wait, sooner or later, he'll make another move. Why not apply for protection? Gan Shan was somewhat worried. Jian Ran laughed, who can protect me? Find someone stronger than me. Kid, you can't think like that. 3 commoners equal 1 zhuge yang, quantity can win. Jian Ran shook his head, cutting him off, no, numerical superiority is useless and can only lead to unnecessary sacrifices. My problem, I'll handle myself. But. Gan Shan wanted to persuade further but caught sight of Lu Zhendong quickly walking over with a corner of his eye, unable to help but curse, this fool is here to meddle again. I'll leave first, seeing him gives me a headache. Gan Shan patted Jian Ran's shoulder and left without giving Lu Zhendong a chance to speak. Hey, Uncle Gan, you. Lu Zhendong only managed to wave. Seeing this, Jian Ran lifted his foot to leave but was stopped by the other person shouting, wait. What is it? Jian Ran turned around impatiently. I want to talk to you about Lu Yuhuan's matter. Lu Zhendong looked peculiar, seemingly having difficulty saying it. Jian Ran laughed, his affairs have nothing to do with me. Hasn't it got something to do with you? Lu Zhendong's voice dropped, I've heard they're going to fall in love. My Lu Yuhuan is here to inherit the Lu family legacy, so. Jian Ran coldly sneered and interrupted him, relax. Wei Jian Dan looks down on him. If there's any fate involved, it's only because Lu Yuhuan forced himself into it. Go discuss this nonsense with him at home. A few sentences left Lu Zhendong speechless, his mouth opening and closing as he tried to regain ground. But Jian Ran had already turned around and headed towards the canteen of the guest house. Come on, after 3 days and 2 nights without eating. He was practically starving to death. Where was the time to listen to someone spouting nonsense? Just as he was looking for food to fill his stomach, his phone suddenly rang. Jian Ran glanced down and saw an unfamiliar number, it was even an international one. He furrowed his brows, Myanmar scam. Deciding this must be spam, he was about to ignore it but then had a sudden thought, could it be Jian Dan? With that idea, he pressed the answer button, hello. Bro, it's me, came Jian Dan's low voice, this is my new international number. Of course. Jian Ran nodded to himself, everything alright. Zhong Fanrui has arrived, Jian Dan cut straight to the point, he moved into the dormitory I share with Lu Yuhuan. Jian Ran frowned, he went there too. Yes, Jian Dan's voice carried an indistinct emotion, Lu Yuhuan brought him. He feels, off. Like he's being controlled. How did you figure this out? Jian Ran asked seriously. Jian Dan hesitated a moment before replying, it's just a feeling. The words he speaks and the actions he takes don't match the look in his eyes. Jian Ran understood immediately, I remember giving you a talisman paper. Burn it into ashes and find an opportunity to make Lu Yuhuan drink it. If he really is under control, this should ease it somewhat. Jian Dan obeyed readily, alright, thanks bro. After hanging up, Jian Ran walked straight out of the room and addressed the 2 people in the living room, since you've come, let's go out for a welcoming feast. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuhuan turned around shocked, what? He couldn't believe what he just heard. Zhong Fanrui also turned around, flashing a deceptive smile, that's true, we are still relatives after all, we shouldn't be hostile towards each other. Jian Dan looked down arrogantly at them, barely resisting the urge to slap him, right, let's celebrate our familial bond tonight. I'll drink you to death. Lu Yuhuan, do I have to go? Terrifying. Chapter 188, Beware of the karmic cycle, sooner or later, it'll make you give it all back. Around university campuses, bars are everywhere. Even at night, they remain open to accommodate students who want to party at any time. Jian usually had nothing to do with such places and preferred to spend his limited time studying. But today was different. Jian planned an all-out battle with Zhong Fanrui. As the saying goes, to escape adversity, one must overcome it. Let's go. 1 beer for each. I'll start. Jian grabbed the pint on the table and downed it in 1 gulp. Zhong Fanrui glanced once and leaned against Lu Yuhuan's shoulder. Big brother Yuhuan, I can't hold my liquor. Could you, please drink for me? Whether due to an honest bodily reaction or an inability to withstand, Lu Yuhuan immediately distanced himself and tried to decline, but then Jian directly retorted, brother, would I not know whether or not you can hold your liquor? Pretending further would be a bit fake. A flash of hatred crossed Zhong Fanrui's eyes but disappeared instantly. Then I'll try, but don't use this as an opportunity to get me drunk. Jian snorted coldly, stood up, went to the bar to buy more alcohol, and along the way, slipped some ashes into Lu Yuhuan's beer. When he returned, he slammed it on the table in front of him. Drink. Lu Yuhuan looked up in surprise, met Jian's deadly glare, and hurriedly said, alright, I'll drink. Big brother Yuhuan, let me take your place. Zhong Fanrui began, stretching out his hand. Seeing this, Lu Yuhuan rushed forward and quickly swallowed the alcohol in 1 gulp before showing Jian a somewhat shy smile. I finished. Want to check? This is better, Jian nodded in satisfaction. Upon seeing this scene, Zhong Fanrui's face turned pale. Didn't mother say that as long as someone receives a curse, they will lose all their real emotions? Why does big brother Yuhuan still listen to Jian? How disgusting. His heart couldn't help but ridicule. After drinking the alcohol, Lu Yuhuan felt something odd about his body though he couldn't quite describe what. Something inside seemed smoother. Big brother Yuhuan, can I sleep in your room tonight? Zhong Fanrui blinked his big eyes expectantly and asked. No. Lu Yuhuan blurted out immediately. Right after saying that, he stared wide-eyed in shock. What the hell? I managed to reject her. Zhong Fanrui's expression became somewhat awkward. Then what should I do tonight? You can sleep on the couch. Who cares so much about you? After finishing his sentence, Lu Yuhuan felt an inexplicable sense of relief, like he'd finally exhaled an unpleasant breath. With her jaw dropped in astonishment, Zhong Fanrui quickly excused herself and headed towards the restroom. Simple exchanged a glance with Lu Yuhuan, both seeing the mischievous smiles in each other's eyes. They silently lifted their beer glasses and clinked them together. Mom, ask the master to strengthen it. Brother Lu started resisting. Zhong Fanrui whispered into the microphone from the restroom stall. The other side transmitted Qin Hong's irritated voice. I went to the master yesterday and found the house sealed and no trace of him. I'd like to strengthen it too if I could find him. Don't you have any skills at all? How was I supposed to raise you? Zhong Fanrui covered her face. What am I supposed to do when Jian just butts in? These two fox spirits hate each other so much. Just hold out for now while I try to find the master again. Qin Hong said and hung up. By the time Zhong Fanrui came out, she saw Lu Yuhuan staring at Jian intently, his eyes brimming with overflowing affection. She'd never seen this kind of expression before. Intense jealousy surged within her. Quickly stepping between the two, she said insincerely, sorry, keep you waiting. Lu Yuhuan gave her a cold look but still said something insincere, it's okay. As long as it's you, I'm willing to wait. What the hell? How did those nauseating words come out of my mouth? Jian, if you know you're sorry, next time don't let us wait. Sorry, Zhong Fanrui gazed pitifully, her eyes misty with tears. I really didn't mean to. But speaking of which, are you still resenting me because of your brother's situation? I swear, I didn't try to drive a wedge between you two. When I heard Aunt Jian was sick, I even persuaded him to go back and see her. That's enough. Jian finally lost his temper. Do we have to bring up old wounds? My brother isn't the same person he used to be. He cut himself off halfway through the sentence. Zhong Fanrui sensed something amiss. What about the past? Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Jian swallowed his words and picked up the draft beer glass, chugging another mouthful. Zhong Fanrui narrowed her eyes, her pupils spinning as a possibility crossed her mind. Since she herself could be possessed by a ghost that controlled her behavior, then perhaps Jian ran. This way, everything made sense. His sudden change in personality, and all those incredible abilities. With this thought, a strange smile crept onto Zhong Fanrui's lips. Would finding the old Jian Ran also bring back the defeated underling? What are you smiling about? Jian shot her a glare. Nothing. Zhong Fanrui replied humbly. I think you're up to no good, Jian spoke directly after finishing his drink. Lu Yuhuan was stunned at Jian's bluntness. Zhong Fanrui's expression flickered as she struggled to maintain her smile. Jian, your recent outspokenness is due to following in your brother's footsteps, right? I suggest you pick up some better habits since being rude lacks class. Ever since I abandoned politeness, I've felt much better, Jian said through a thin-lipped smile. Why don't you give it a try? Zhong Fanrui shook her head. I'll pass, considering our different identities. She appeared innocent on the surface but harbored sinister thoughts. Just let the two of you have your fun for now. Once I find the master, everything will return to normal. My mom managed to seize your family's wealth before. And it can happen again now. Jian cast a cold glance at her. How are we different? Taking what doesn't belong to you, occupying others' possessions, does that boost your status? Be careful with karma, sooner or later, it'll make you pay it all back. Confused, Lu Yuhuan interjected from the side. Xiao Dan, what are you talking about? Who took what from whom? Jian opened his mouth to respond, only to be cut off by Zhong Fanrui. Astounding brother, my headache is worsening from too much alcohol. Can we go back? As she massaged her temples and leaned towards Lu Yuhuan, he quickly stood up to avoid her advance. If you've had too much, we should head home, don't push yourself. After speaking, Lu Yuhuan wanted to slap himself, yet his mouth still uncontrollably added, Xiao Dan, let's help her get back together. Where will she sleep? Jian raised an eyebrow and asked. The sofa, Lu Yuhuan blurted out. With wide, watery eyes, Zhong Fanrui glanced over at him. Grinding his molars, Lu Yuhuan snapped, fine. I'll take the couch, alright, /. Chapter 189, is this what it feels like to be the beloved character in a tearjerker novel? Once Lu Yanting had rested sufficiently, Jian Ran planned to leave with him. They were taking the production crew's unified bus, heading straight to the airport to immediately return to the capital city. Before departure, Gan Shan specifically left Jian Ran's phone number, stating that he would be notified of any news right away. Additionally, the Institute of the Supernatural tried hard to retain him but was sternly rejected. The reason given was, your director is too full of himself, I can't stand it. Thanks. Lu Zhendong was speechless, only able to watch helplessly as Jian Ran boarded the production bus. Meanwhile, their institute had to stay behind to deal with the aftermath, handling the cultural relics destroyed by the hellish apes. There would also be requests for financial compensation involved. When Gan Shan passed by Lu Zhendong while smoking his pipe, he tossed out a bland remark, want to recruit him? You'd better drop that thought. Lu Zhendong. Why has he been mocked so much recently? As the production bus just started moving, Jian Ran received a call from the hospital. Hello, is this Jian Ran? Yes, what's the matter? An ominous premonition rose in his heart. Your mother left the hospital this morning and hasn't returned. I wanted to ask if she's gone home. Jian Ran furrowed his brow instantly. She doesn't have a home in the capital. Have you reported her missing? It hasn't been 24 hours yet, so we can't report her as missing. If you have time, could you come over as soon as possible? All right. Jian Ran hung up the phone. Concerned, Lu Yanting asked nearby, has your aunt gone missing? Yes, Jian Ran responded while simultaneously making quick hand seals. After several seconds, he said, she's headed southwest. Great danger. Lu Yanting became tense, it'll take us 5 more hours to get back. What if? Should I contact Grandpa and send out more people to search? Jian Ran nodded slightly, that's all we can do now. I'll also find some more people. With that, he swiped open his phone, tapped into WeChat, selected a group named Customer of Ran Brother, and quickly typed. Help locate a missing person, female, approximately 60 years old, wearing black athletic wear. Lost early this morning en road. Ran Brother, is this a relative of yours? Someone replied instantly. Jian Ran, my mom. Take action immediately. Do you have a photo? Or distinguishing features? After pondering, Jian Ran typed, let me check, those who are free to help please head southwest. In addition, ensure your own safety measures. Avoid unnecessary conflicts and report to the police if there's danger. Understood, we're heading out immediately. Stay calm, Brother Ran. With more people, our strength increases. Don't worry, we won't act rashly. When issues arise, don't panic, post something on social media first. Looking at the fervently responding chat group, Jian Ran couldn't help but smile faintly. All these efforts weren't in vain after all. Just as he was about to exit the conversation, a heavyweight chimed in. Old man Bai, this is Xiao Ran's mother, isn't it? We must do our utmost to find her. Wait for my good news. Jian Ran narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing the man, he was familiar. He was the grandfather of Bai Jingchuan, one of the wealthiest customers who controlled a mysterious conglomerate. Then another followed. Grandma Gu, oh, didn't notice until now. No worries, Xiao Ran. Grandma is here and will surely find her for you. Jian Ran. Wasn't this Gu Feng's grandma? Since when did she join the group? What are you looking at? Lu Yanting suddenly leaned over, his face changing when he saw the information on the screen, why am I not in the customer group? Have I not paid enough? Jian Ran, was this really something worth arguing about? Despite feeling uneasy, Lu Yanting still knew the priority, lowering his voice to say, Grandpa has already sent out quite a few people. He asked me if there are any other leads. I'll check through the photos. Opening his album, Jian Ran wasn't holding out much hope since the original owner was someone greedy for wealth with a distant relationship with family members. Sure enough, after painstaking searching for half an hour, nothing turned up. In dire straits, he sent a simple WeChat message to Jian Dan, do you have a photo of Mom? Send one over. The response came back swiftly. Mom's in my thoughts lately, I'd like to look at her photo. Jian Ran gritted his teeth and fabricated a lie. Unbelievably, Jian Dan didn't trust him one bit and directly threw the phone over, what's wrong with Mom? Ah, nothing major. Focus on your studies. Jian Ran irritably massaged his temple. If you don't tell me, I can't concentrate on studying. Jian Dan sounded urgent. Jian Ran. The hospital just called, saying Mom checked out this morning and hasn't returned. I've already mobilized people to look for her, she should be safe. I'm going back right now. Jian Dan exclaimed. No way. Jian Ran said firmly, do you not trust me that much? It's not that I. Jian Ran's voice deepened, carrying an authority not to be defied, if it's not that, then go to school honestly and wait for my updates. After saying that, he hung up directly. On the other end, Jian Dan stared at the black screen momentarily dazed, a feeling of unprecedented security rising in his heart, as if with his brother around, there was nothing to fear. If only we were related, that'd be great. When the plane landed and they returned to the capital, they saw a line of black Maybachs parked by the side of the road just after exiting the airport. The crew members accompanying him were dumbstruck. What kind of reception scale is this? It rivals foreign leaders visiting. Jian Ran himself was somewhat stunned, isn't this too exaggerated? Before he finished speaking, he saw Grandpa Lu get out of the car, followed by Old Man Bai, and then the rarely seen Grandma Gu. The 3 elderly individuals waved simultaneously, while photographers arrived in a rush snapping pictures. Mysterious financial tycoon family leaders usually remain elusive, let alone all appearing together to pick someone up at the airport. This person must have quite some clout. Reporters speculated beforehand that this must have something to do with the recent search frenzy caused in the capital, but unexpectedly, they managed to capture photos of Jian Ran and Lu Yanting walking shoulder to shoulder out of the airport behaving extremely familiarly, giving off vibes like good news was near. Damn, this scoop will make me rich. I need to post it immediately. Some muttered quietly, tiptoeing forward but blocked by towering bodyguards dressed in black suits, let me take one photo, okay? Please. Just give me a little space. The bodyguard stood unmoved. Xiao Ran, come over here. Old Man Bai waved. Grandma Gu wouldn't be outdone, Xiao Ran, I have good news for you. Seeing the situation, Grandpa Lu leaned on his cane and tapped the ground lightly, Yanting, bring Xiao Ran over, I have exclusive information. Jian Ran. Is this what it feels like to be the favorite character in a tearjerker novel? Why does it feel so uncomfortable and disorienting? Chapter 190, do you believe I can send you to hell right now? In a dark, narrow alleyway, garbage was everywhere, dirty and stinking. Rats boldly darted through. At the tight end, there was an indistinct glimmer of firelight with black smoke slowly rising, making it appear even more eerie and sinister. Qin Hong carefully approached in her expensive high heels. Suddenly, something unknown darted out, almost causing her to scream. Qin Hong tightly covered her mouth, afraid of disturbing anything. Her eyes were filled with both surprise and anger, written with resentment. As she moved closer, she could finally see the scene inside. An old man with a hunched back was burning paper money into a brazier, mumbling something that couldn't be clearly heard, seemingly like some kind of spell. "Moss Master." Qin Hong trembled and called out. The old man suddenly raised his head, his blood-red eyes revealing a fierce, bestial light. Qin Hong was instantly frightened into stepping back, with the words stuck in her throat. "Why have you come?" The wrinkles on the old man's face seemed deeper at this moment, as if carved by a knife. "Master, I..." Qin Hong shakily couldn't speak further. The old man withdrew his gaze and continued his action. "Jian Ran is not an ordinary person, your son cannot defeat him." "Master," Qin Hong summoned her courage and stepped forward, "I've watched Jian Ran grow up since he was a child. He doesn't have much ability. Is there any possibility that something has possessed him?" Upon hearing this, the old man abruptly lifted his head again. "What did you say?" Qin Hong smirked arrogantly. "I'm his maternal aunt. How would I not know him well? This kind of thing will sooner or later be exposed. You can't wrap fire in paper. I've already brought Jian Ran's mother. She must definitely have some personal items." The old man suddenly stood up. "Where is the person?" As Qin Hong was about to speak, she glanced at the master's hand. Her pupils immediately contracted, swallowing her scream. What kind of hand was that? It was like a layer of skin tightly wrapped around bones, aged as if it were a withered branch, or as if it had rotted to a certain extent in a coffin, about to turn into dust. Anyway, that was absolutely not a hand a normal person should have. "Do you want me to guide you?" The old man fixed his eyes on Qin Hong, his gaze profound and somber. "Gu guide." Qin Hong stammered, hurriedly trying to distance herself from the old man, walking cautiously forward while still having lingering fear. After just a few steps, she realized something. Does it really matter whether this master is human or ghost? As long as he can help me remove all obstacles and lead me to wealth and honor. Even if he is a demon, I am willing to serve him. Thinking of this, Qin Hong's steps became lighter. Upon exiting the alley, she opened the car door for the old man. "Master, please get in." The old man puckered his dry lips and directly got in. A BMW started, taking advantage of the heavy night mist to drive toward the suburbs. Jian Ran declined the other wealthy tycoon's elders, following old Master Lu back to the Lu family villa. Just as they entered the study, Jian Ran asked, "What is this exclusive news?" "I found evidence that your father was falsely imprisoned." Old Master Lu looked somewhat smug. Jian Ran was surprised. Original Self's father? When reading the plot upon coming over, he knew that he was imprisoned due to bribery and didn't last long before committing suicide due to guilt. At that time, the original body was truly a rich second-generation heir, but because of this incident, the family declined, and his mother took the two young sons back to a small city to live alone. Since it wasn't about the main character, it wasn't overly described. At this moment, Jian Ran naturally had no psychological preparation. These matters can be discussed later. I want to find my mother first. Does Grandpa have any news? Old Master Lu glanced at Lu Yanting, then redirected his gaze to Jian Ran's face with a full smile. Don't worry so much. According to the piece and clues you provided, the person's location has been preliminarily determined. Hearing this, Jian Ran became even more anxious. If the location is confirmed, why aren't we going quickly? My divination shows great misfortune. Old Master Lu's face changed. Really? Oh dear, the police are already mobilized. I also intended to trace along and clear your father of injustice, and then retrieve the property of the Jian family. I'll send you the location. Leaning on his dragon-headed cane, he lifted his chin. Yanting, drive yourself. Remember safety. Good. Lu Yanting nodded in agreement. Before Jian Ran turned to leave, he heard old Master Lu say, I'll let someone send the evidence to your email. To avoid complications, you'd better take a look at it first. Okay. Jian Ran slightly bowed his head in acknowledgement. Just as he was stepping out, he suddenly looked back. Grandpa, thank you. Lu Old Master's tense expression relaxed somewhat instantly. Don't be polite. We're all family. Hurry up, don't let me delay your time. Master, the person is inside. Qin Hong pointed at the abandoned factory, her voice trembling a bit. Thinking of the thrilling moment when she was surrounded earlier, she felt cold sweat dripping straight away. If it wasn't for the old man's spell, they might have been caught long ago. But why would the disappearance of a middle-aged woman result in the entire city being on high alert and searching? It's such an overreaction. You go in first, act like I'm not here. The old man's voice was hoarse with a fierce gleam in his eyes. I'll observe from behind. Qin Hong nodded, okay. Then, she pushed open the door that had a little light seeping through and stepped across into the room. Immediately, a group of henchmen gathered around her. Sister Hong. Good day, Sister Hong. Qin Hong asked sternly, where's the person? Is she still cooperative? She's inside. Very obedient. Scared stiff and keeps crying non-stop. Qian Hong smirked proudly, take me to her. Yes. The underlings led the way respectfully, showing their tattoos on their necks. A bunch of ruthless gangsters who would do anything for money. Before becoming a billionaire's wife, Qian Hong herself was also involved with this kind of underworld life, so she knew these people very well. Is it you? Jian Ran's mother widened her eyes in disbelief. Qian Hong squatted down slowly, who else could it be? Talking about evidence for overturning the verdict, are you lying to me too? Qian Hong laughed coldly, you're just stupid, believing me. Back then, it was I who sent him in there, and how can I possibly let you overturn the case? It's you. Jian Ran's mother looked furious, you're my sister. Can sisterhood put food on the table? Qian Hong stood up, her gaze full of mockery, you. Before she finished speaking, a gust of cold wind blew by, shattering all the bulbs in the factory simultaneously, producing sizzling sounds. What's going on? Qian Hong turned her head, panicked, Master, is that you? Sister Hong, ah. One of the henchmen ran toward them but got flung by an unknown force immediately, the others had similar fates, unable to react fast enough before being beaten into unconsciousness. Qian Hong widened her eyes in horror as a shadow flashed directly in front of her. In the next second, her throat was firmly clenched. You've done so much evil, aren't you really fearless towards ghosts? Do you believe I can send you to hell right now? Chapter 191, I'm familiar with wilderness survival. Jian Ran. Qian Hong, illuminated by the faint light, recognized Jian Ran's face and was shocked, you, how could you possibly find me here? Jian Ran sneered coldly, what else? Do you think you're that brilliant? The moss. Master said. Qian Hong, her neck held tightly, could hardly breathe. Jian Ran's expression turned even colder, the master says this, the master says that. Did the master tell you that tonight is your death sentence? He tightened his grip even more, the sound of bones cracking rang out. Qian Hong could no longer make a sound, her eyes rolled back as if she was about to give up. Just as Jian Ran was about to unleash a fatal blow in anger, a weak voice sounded from the corner, Xiao Ran, don't. Mom. He glanced over confusedly, a person like this not being killed, should be left for the new year. Murder is against the law. To go to prison for her isn't worth it. His mother wept, karma always comes around, sooner or later she will pay for it. Jian Ran stayed silent. Of course, he knew murder was illegal, so he had already planned his escape tactics. But after being persuaded by his mother, he still let go. Yes. It wasn't worth ruining his own cultivation for such despicable people. Qian Hong, who had fallen on the ground, started coughing violently. Uniformed police quickly surrounded her, pinned her down and put handcuffs on her. Cough cough cough, what are you arresting me for? Qian Hong shouted while pointing at Jian Ran, didn't you see him trying to kill me? We didn't see that, one female officer said, all we saw was you suspected of kidnapping. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran felt that the woman's voice seemed familiar. As he helped his mother stand up, he took a specific look at her, Ganzhua. Hello, Brother Ran. Ganzhua gave a salute. Then, she acted strictly official, escorting Qian Hong away from the factory. Jian Ran. When helping his mother leave the factory, Lu Yanting approached with a cold expression, not found. She ran quite fast. Jian Ran snorted lightly and unconsciously looked towards a certain direction. In the quiet darkness of the suburb surrounded by trees, it seemed like there were a pair of crimson eyes glaring fiercely at this place. It's fine, we'll meet again some other time, Jian Ran whispered. After all things were handled, dawn broke. Jian's mother was sent back to the hospital for further recuperation. For safety reasons, 2 more bodyguards were assigned as door gods. During the process of submitting evidence and making statements, he also sent a message to Jian Dan reporting peace and told her about Qian Hong entering the detention center. The latter responded using WeChat effects, releasing a few firecrackers. Truly, it was quite festive. When Jian Ran relaxed his muscles and sat in the passenger seat, his phone suddenly vibrated. Looking down, he saw it was Su Shuda, so he pressed the answer button. What's up? Brother Ran, job's coming. Su Shuda said excitedly. Seeking wealth, seeking life or seeking marriage ties? Jian Ran casually asked. The person on the other end paused, Brother Ran, did your main job change? Aren't you doing entertainment anymore? Jian Ran. Shit, too many side jobs recently, got the roles mixed up. Just say what the job is. Wilderness survival reality show. Ultimate survival. It's super popular. Already on the 5th season. Su Shuda was ecstatic, raising his voice involuntarily. Jian Ran pulled the phone away slightly, no way. Why? Su Shuda was shocked. One listen and it sounds like a ghost-infested reality show, are you trying to work me to death? While Jian Ran was saying this, he was about to hang up when he heard Su Shuda say next. Brother Ran, 200 million per season, you sure you won't do it? Producing a variety show offering such high fees, I'm even more certain there's something sinister inside, so, must do it. Jian Ran naturally replied. Joke. Who wouldn't take the money? After hanging up the call, Lu Yanting's concerned voice came, "You're going to participate in another reality show. Not afraid of danger?" Jian Ran smiled without taking it seriously. "Am I not shooting a variety show? Will danger stay away?" But Lu Yanting was worried and wanted to say more. Jian Ran waved a hand, "Unless you come along. I'm familiar with wilderness survival stuff." Lu Yanting, that suggestion isn't bad. I'll contact Su Yuan to discuss joining issues. That evening, Weibo exploded. Finally waited for this day. Yan and Ting reuniting again. Will there be supernatural events this time? What should I do? I am truly looking forward to it. Why is Brother Ran's participation in every program so challenging? Is it arranged deliberately? The reason why Extreme Survival Season 5 has been suspended for a year, what was it again? Please respond downstairs. Thank you for inviting me. I am an old fan of Extreme Survival. Last time when they explored the lost ancient city, a sandstorm hit suddenly. After the wind passed, the ground was full of debris. Since then, some guests disappeared mysteriously, and the program was forced to halt for some time. Later, the local police intervened, and the missing people were finally found again. I will add more details. The guests were found, but their behavior was extremely weird. They crawled out of the tents at midnight and stared blankly at the on-duty surveillance cameras, scaring the fans watching live feeds half to death. People said that ghosts had possessed them. Then it all just ended ambiguously. The guests somehow returned to normal as if nothing had happened. I heard this time the shooting would be on a deserted island where many explorers have gone missing. I really look forward to seeing how Brother Ran will perform this time. Will he create another record-breaking viewership? The variety show contract wasn't even signed yet, but the news had spread far and wide. Su Yuan learned about it relatively late, grabbing his phone and calling Lu Yanting immediately. "Brother Lu, are you sure you want to participate in Extreme Survival? Such a reality show is not fit for human participation." "Hey, then who should participate?" Jian Ran's voice came through, surprising Su Yuan. "How come you're at Brother Lu's place? What time is it now? Me and him often spend nights together like this. Do you have any objections?" Jian Ran's tone was teasing, much like a mischievous Su Daji corrupting the court. Su Yuan, realizing something potentially scandalous, hurriedly grinned and flattered. No, brothers Ran and Lu can sleep however they like. Ahem, this reality show sounds quite good. Appreciate the scenery, start a romance, how pleasant. Brothers Ran and Lu, I've got other things to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Wishing you both a happy night. Su Yuan trailed off, unable to continue, and abruptly ended the call. He then looked extremely troubled and turned to Su Shuda with grievance. "Big brother, they've already reached the point of cohabitation, why didn't you tell me?" "Are you kidding me?" Su Shuda reacted passionately. "Do you think Brother Ran would inform me of such personal matters? Was it your terrible idea to suggest the survival show?" Su Yuan narrowed his eyes at him suspiciously. "For money, have you degraded to this level already?" Su Shuda raised his hand solemnly. "If it was my recommendation, I swear, I'll let you for life." Chapter 192, Yen single-handedly carried the entire variety show. On the early morning of the next day, Jian Yen was still not fully awake when Su Shuda pulled him over to sign a contract. It seemed as urgent as if the variety show had cooled down so much that they couldn't even afford to pay the guests' fees. Before getting off the car, Jian Yen suspiciously looked at Su Shuda. "Old Su, are you sure? The fee is 2 billion yuan. Payable upon completion. How's the reputation? Don't let them drag on with the wages." "Hey, Brother Yen, this kind of screening work, I've already finished long ago. The investors of Extreme Survival are notoriously rich and naive, and have already agreed to prepay half of it." Upon hearing this, Jian Yen got out of the car immediately. "I like investors who don't interfere in artistic creation. The TV shows shot in this way will absolutely be of high quality." As he walked into the 5-star hotel, he was surrounded by the staff. "Hello, Brother Yen. Brother Yen, I've heard so much about you, and today we finally meet. Brother Yen, the director is waiting for you in his office, shall we go up there first?" Brother Yen. One sentence after another addressing him as Brother Yen, the excessive enthusiasm made Jian Yen feel as if he had accidentally wandered into some sort of pyramid organization. Instinctively, he wanted to break free, but was pushed forward by the crowd towards the production team's office, which was just around the corner from the lobby. Before Jian Yen could prepare himself, he was pushed into the room. A force from somewhere grabbed him by the shoulder and sat him directly down. Opposite sat a chubby director smiling broadly, presenting the contract in front of him. "Brother Yen, please sign." "Huh?" Jian Yen was stunned. "I've just arrived." The director narrowed his eyes. "I know you're a straightforward person. Let's skip all those pretentious formalities. Once you sign, 1 billion will be credited to your account." Although Jian Yen was tempted, he still restrained himself. "Wait, let's not rush. How big is the investment in your variety show? Are all guests given 2 billion? Such extravagant spending, can it break even?" Wang Fatso smiled. "Of course different guests get different rewards. That's not entirely precise to say, but I can plainly tell you this, among the guests, your compensation is the highest." "Really?" Jian Yan's eyes lit up suddenly, even higher than Lu Yanting's. Wang Fatso's expression changed, leaning back slightly. Whether Emperor Lu will participate in filming or not is still under negotiation. Negotiation? Jian Yan was quite surprised. Lu Yanting is an Asian top-level male god. No matter what kind of reality show he participates in, it guarantees high ratings. This guy actually needs negotiations. Something fishy. Yeah, due to scheduling issues. Wang Fatso maintained his secretive attitude. Finally, Su Shuda squeezed his way through the crowd. Director Wang, haven't you checked Weibo? Yan and Ting are bundled CPs, fans are calling for it very highly. If you forcibly split them apart, it may affect the effect of the program. Wang Fatso grinned dismissively. Xiao Su, our reality show doesn't play the CP game. The rising ratings rely on real talent. All guests are carefully selected. Without certain abilities, it would be hard to. He hadn't finished speaking when a clear voice came from outside the door. What specific standards does Director Wang refer to for talent? The attention inside the office was instantly drawn to this. Wang Fatso stood up right away. Emperor Lu, why didn't you give a heads up before coming? I would have personally come out to greet you. Lu Yanting smiled coldly. Director Wang, you're too polite. Last night I arranged with you, but you always said you were busy, so I assumed you didn't want to see me. What? Do you think I'm not qualified to participate? Wang Fatso waved his hands, certainly not that meaning. Ah, Emperor Lu, I am doing this carefully. Our reality show is dangerous. For influential tycoon heirs like you, if something happens during filming, it wouldn't look good. Lu Yanting pursed his lips, about to reply, but Jian Yan interrupted him first. Oh, who would have thought, Director Wang, you harbor such resentment against wealth. Then I need to reconsider this contract. Wang Fatso's face turned black. Brother Yan, my words were not targeted, don't. What now? I've already identified with this. Brother Lu's life is precious, whereas mine is worthless. If you cannot treat us equally, then I might as well not participate in this reality show. As he spoke, he turned around to leave the chair. Brother Lu, let's go home. Let's go home. Living together. Is this still considered as bundling CPs? Are the fan theories becoming true? People in the temporary production office revealed curious faces, looking at the two with shining eyes, as if simulating the flashlights of cameras wanting to transmit this scene online in real time. Jian Yan didn't find any issue with the 4 words. After all, they were neighbors and going home together was normal. Besides, they had shared a bed for so long. He took a step and gave Lu Yanting an eye signal, silently urging him to ask him to turn back. Shit, 2 billion yuan, it can't slip away. Wait. Finally, Wang Fatso relented. Jian Yan secretly sighed in relief, then turned around, snorting, what? Changing your mind? Wang Fatso's gaze darted between Jian Yan and Lu Yanting's faces before finally conceding, how about you both join? To be honest, it is really for Emperor Lu's good. This filming will be more. He stopped midway, as if hiding something. Jian Yan frowned slightly, narrowing his eyes. More what? Perilous? Wang Fatso chuckled twice. Danger breeds wealth. I remember this as Brother Yan's Weibo signature. When I saw that phrase, I confidently reached out to you. Jian Yan. The statement holds. Thus, not long after, both signed the contract. Wang Fatso announced to the team to make an official announcement immediately and revealed the shooting location. Within an hour, the topic soared to the top of the trending list. Hashtag Jian Yan and Lu Yanting announced their wedding date is near. Hashtag Extreme Survival Selection Site sparks debate again, intentional hype or adventure. Hashtag Can the safety of this time's guests be ensured? Hashtag Will Jian Yan, who has been praised too highly, fall this time? The variety show hadn't even started filming, yet buzz filled the air, not only due to the formidable lineup of guests but also for another important reason. This season of Extreme Survival's shooting location would be in a hidden mass grave deep within an ancient primary jungle. It was said countless people had died there, filling it with heavy negative energy. The forest was constantly shrouded in thick mist, leaving numerous explorers lost, never returning. Who would dare risk getting lost in such a death trap unless necessary? And yet Extreme Survival aimed to challenge survival for a whole week. That was utterly unbelievable. Normal people wouldn't dare imagine it, but the production crew was daring enough. Could it be that they had waited over a year just for Jian Yan to join before continuing the shoot? One fan commented, I bet a pack of spicy sticks that Brother Yan alone will carry this entire variety show. Chapter 193, Want to put myself in an awkward position? No way. What? My mom is in jail. Zhong Fanrui shot up from the couch while gripping his phone. How is this possible? Did you make a mistake? Kidnapping charges. Alright, I understand. He hung up the call dazedly with a look of bewilderment on his face, muttering to himself, how could it be? My mom has always been very careful. Jian Dan suddenly appeared by the couch. No matter how careful, once you break the law, you'll pay the price. Auntie's bound to serve her time. Zhong Fanrui turned around sharply. What did you say? What exactly happened with my mom? Explain yourself clearly. Lu Yuhuan, drawn by their argument, rushed between the two, shielding Jian Dan and said involuntarily. Don't hurt Fanrui. He's so weak and helpless. My god, what the hell? When will I ever stop saying such disgusting stuff? Jian Dan pushed Lu Yuhuan away with a look of disdain and walked straight to Zhong Fanrui. Didn't the police explain clearly? Your mother was suspected of kidnapping, she was caught on the spot, and she's now waiting for trial in custody. In addition, my brother said the evidence regarding embezzlement and framing my father from years ago has also been submitted to the police. If found true, your aunt. Upon hearing this, Zhong Fanrui struggled to maintain his composure. It's been so many years, are you just talking nonsense, thinking I'd actually believe it? Whether you believe or not, Jian Dan sneered coldly, when the results come out, you won't have a choice but to believe. Zhong Fanrui, already unstable due to his conscience, couldn't take it anymore, started packing his luggage. Big brother Yuhuan, I'm going back to the country, can you come with me? This one really can't come along. Lu Yuhuan looked conciliatory as his mouth trembled unnaturally. How about you go first, and I'll find you later. Zhong Fanrui paused his movements and turned back to stare deeply. Big brother Yuhuan, do you really not genuinely like me? Lu Yuhuan's face showed hardship as he controlled his tone. This isn't the case. Maybe you need some self-awareness. Fanrui gritted his teeth. Watching the shadow leaving the dormitory like a lost dog, Jian Dan curved the corner of her mouth, showing a satisfied smile. Lu Yuhuan moved closer. Wasn't what I just said pretty good? Jian Dan glanced at him, sparing only a few words. Not bad. Then any rewards? Lu Yuhuan asked cheerfully. Jian Dan gave a cold hum. Would you like a big kick as reward? Lu Yuhuan pouted. You're too cruel. What if you left too? Jian Dan raised an eyebrow. Lu Yuhuan shook his head resolutely. Nope, I pledge life and death with Jian Dan. Go to hell. Jian Dan scolded him with a toss of her lips, grabbed her schoolbag and walked out the door, yet a subtle curve appeared that others didn't notice. This person seems not entirely bad. Sitting on the bus heading to the shooting location, Jian Ran appeared slightly melancholic. One movie failed to get produced, and now here I am playing in variety shows. Will there be even a nomination at year-end awards? What are you thinking about? Lu Yanting suddenly asked, leaning close. Jian Ran dodged a bit. I'm pondering about competing against you for best actor at the end of the year. What's there to think about? I'll let you win. Lu Yanting grinned as he leaned closer again. Jian Ran glared at him. Who wants your pity? I rely on my skills, okay? Sure. Lu Yanting smiled indulgently. You win by your skills. As the bus drove onto the highway, Fat Wang stood up, microphone in hand, tapping lightly twice. Ahem, folks, in order to save costs, I both direct and host, leading our guests through a magical jungle survival journey. And before we start, let me briefly introduce our guests. Our show values capability. The best from various fields will be invited, such as this amateur gentleman, Wei Jingchen, 3-time Ironman triathlon champion. This amateur woman, Wei Yushi, psychic expert adept at multiple media domains. This amateur man, Lu Ruoheng, former mercenary, shot the leader of a terrorist organization. While he was introducing elaborately, someone suddenly raised a hand. Director, will we stop midway? Fat Wang squinted towards the distance. Ran brother, is there anything? I didn't eat enough in the morning, I want to grab something at the service area. Jian Ran's voice floated lazily, which attracted simultaneous stares from the three amateurs. Their gazes were far from friendly. Even before the show had aired, Wang Fat had already begun boasting about how incredible the guests would be, and when Jian Ran heard this, he was naturally displeased. Showing off in front of the master. Are you bold enough for that? You're not even qualified to boast. Jian Ran gave an indifferent sneer and subconsciously patted his stomach. I'm fucking starving. Come on, brother Ran, don't rush. We'll be at the service area soon. The tone indicated he was a Guangdong local. Wang Fat quickly took the chance to introduce him. This is Fu Haidong, a famous fortune teller who's particularly skilled in feng shui. Jian Ran squinted over. Director, if you've invited all trades and professions, why are you inviting me? Brother Ran, things shouldn't be said like this. Your status has risen rapidly and you already occupy a place on the scene. People like us. Fu Haidong started speaking Mandarin but then stopped. Jian Ran smiled. So what, now that there's no live stream, you can talk as you please. Director Wang, I just realized that this reality show is basically a trap set up for me. Wang Fat's expression was a bit awkward. How could that be? Brother Ran, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way. If that's true, then let's stop at the service area and I'll grab myself a bucket of instant noodles. With that remark, Jian Ran prepared to close his eyes and rest. A joke, by announcing the guests before the live stream begins, what does that indicate? It indicates that someone wants to intimidate me from the get-go. Can I tolerate that? And with that thought, Jian Ran drifted off to sleep within seconds. The gazes from the front row weren't friendly, filled with hostility and measurement. Lu Yanting glared them back until they eventually retreated, sitting properly again. When the bus finally pulled into the service area and stopped, the civilian guests gathered together and began whispering. I don't see anything special about him, rumors are unreliable. I think so too, all bluster without substance, nothing out of the ordinary and somewhat arrogant. Look at his scrawny appearance, no signs of training at all. He defeated the hellish apes. I doubt it. The simplest way to resolve these doubts is to test him once we enter the jungle. It'll be easy to check if he has real skills. Yes, let's do it. Jianran licked his ice cream. Hey, how do you plan to test me? Should I leave and let you continue discussing? Everyone. Chapter 194, Did I ever tell you how much I'm worth? After getting back in the car, Jianran glanced at the guest in the front seat and smirked, leaning close to Lu Yanting's ear. I finally know why Fat Wong didn't want to sign a contract with you. Why? Lu Yanting lowered his gaze and caught sight of Jianran's pale pink lips moving. Look at the guests he invited. Jianran tilted his chin upward. All ordinary people, each harboring ulterior motives, not at all like they're here to shoot a reality show. It's more like a tomb raiding expedition. Lu Yanting finished for him. Startled that his thoughts were guessed, Jianran stared blankly at Lu Yanting. You think so too? Lu Yanting nodded slightly. That's why Director Wong thought I was a nuisance and didn't want to sign with me. He swept a sharp gaze toward the front. It's not just the guests, I don't think the staff Director Wong brought are simple either. Jianran nodded. Right. Since the shooting environment for survival shows is usually harsh, all equipment tends to be lightweight, but cameras can't be made lighter. Therefore, the demands on the cameramen who carry them are exceptionally high. They must be able to run, jump, and climb, while also mastering various skills. Jianran looked at the cameraman in the front filming Fat Wong's face and fell into deep thought. The bus drove for a whole day and night. When everyone woke up and pulled back the curtains, they discovered they had arrived at the edge of the primeval jungle. The scenery was breathtaking. As dawn broke, it seemed as though a layer of golden light spread out, illuminating the misty jungle, creating an indescribable beauty. It was like standing at the intersection of death and rebirth, providing an overwhelming sense of awe. While others were still enjoying the beautiful scenery, Jianran abruptly opened his eyes from sleep, his fingers swiftly making calculations. How about the results? Still ominous? Jianran retracted his hand and smiled resignedly. I've already gotten used to being unlucky. It doesn't matter. Just think about the 200 million yuan, and I'll endure whatever comes my way. Lu Yanting seemed to have read his mind and said earnestly, Did I ever tell you how much I'm worth? Jianran quickly waved his hands. Hey, it's not that serious. There's no need to leave any instructions for after your death. Besides, with me around, your life will definitely be safe. Speaking those words, the bus just happened to stop as the guests and staff stood up. The hired soldier glanced back intentionally or unintentionally, a mocking smile playing on his lips. In the death jungle, protecting yourself properly isn't easy, let alone. Compared to you, Jianran shot him a look. Mind your own business. Lu Yuheng turned angrily but bit his lip and remained silent. Having participated in multiple missions abroad, he deeply understood that talking too much was taboo. Thus, he turned and left the bus. Only the two of them were left in the car, and Jianran hastily pulled out several talismans and handed them over to Lu Yanting. Keep them, they'll be useful. Lu Yanting unhesitatingly accepted them and lowered his voice to explain, what I meant was my wealth, not leaving anything behind. My name is on the Forbes list. If you don't believe me, you can check online. Jianran opened his mouth. Before he could finish, Fat Wong popped his head through the bus door. Brothers Jian and Lu, come down quick. We'll start shooting once we enter the jungle. I understand. Lu Yanting frowned, his tone somewhat displeased, but he still stood up, pondering as he walked. Waiting for Jianran to confess first probably won't work. Romance plot twists might have some application in real life. Or maybe changing tactics. Seducing him with money. Feels like this trick would work. Whenever there's a chance, I should certainly reveal my financial standing. Walking behind Lu Yanting, Jianran raised his eyes and looked at the tall figure ahead, musing internally, Forbes list. Why is he telling me this? Could it be he wants to bring me along for the ride? It's good doing brotherhood with someone wealthy. When one person achieves greatness, even the chicken and dogs ascend to heaven. This saying has merit. Thinking about it, Jianran affectionately slung his arm over Lu Yanting's shoulder. Old Lu, with the friendship between us two, rest assured, once inside I'll look out for you. Lu Yanting glanced back, his gaze falling onto the charmingly bewitching face, finding something oddly familiar about those words. It was as if every time they participated in a reality show, this same protection theme kept coming up. At the entrance of the primitive jungle stood the production team of the survival program. The burly cameramen had just carried their machines around to film each guest's face when suddenly they heard Fat Wong say, Everyone, the program starts now. It'll be broadcast live so fans can see the situation on site immediately. Next, I will introduce the guests. Fans watching in the live stream room were rapidly increasing, and comments were flying by like arrows. Wow, finally. I hope this time it won't be like the last episode where the signal kept cutting out at critical moments, as if they're deliberately hiding something. Jianran and Lu Yanting truly are a perfect match. Standing together is just like a scenic painting, so pleasing to the eyes. The other civilian guests seem to be familiar faces. They participated in the previous seasons too. Extreme Challenges production team is getting more brazen. They used to hire a few celebrities to cover things up, but this time they didn't even bother. Why aren't there any stars? Don't count Jian Ran and Lu Yanting. I meant those cutesy, dumb sweethearts or empty-headed fresh meat idols who drag others down when participating. Clearly, Jian Ran and Lu Yanting aren't like that. They're fighting spirit. Exactly, I also feel the same. Extreme Challenge has been holding off for so long before starting the new season, it's bound to have some big moves lined up. What should I do? I'm getting more and more excited. After introducing the guests, Fat Wong went into detail about the survival rules. Our show may differ from others, while other shows emphasize competition, ours focus on teamwork. In such an undeveloped jungle full of danger, we must ensure no contestant falls behind, that all survive safely for 7 days, reach the center of the map, and then return. As he spoke, he held up a duplicated map to display it to the guests but avoided letting the cameras catch it. This move immediately incited dissatisfaction among the fans. Fat Wong with his old tricks again. Totally ignoring us fans. How did he even get a map of this death jungle that not even the government has drawn up? So clearly, they don't want us to see it. I suspect there's someone backing him up, if not, the relevant departments would have taken notice already. Fat Wong took back the map and loudly asked, did everyone see it clearly? Do we start now? Without waiting for a reply, he turned around on his own initiative, ready to head into the jungle, but then heard a leisurely voice call out from behind. Entering at this moment, isn't that simply suicide? Fat Wong turned back, following the sound, only to see Jian Ran nonchalantly smirking. Anyway, I'll wait an hour before going in, you can go whenever you like. Chapter 195, I just like to see Brother Ran showing off and being awesome. After Jian Ran spoke, everyone's gaze focused on his face. The atmosphere in the live stream instantly froze. A fan started typing on their keyboard, here it comes, an exciting moment is about to appear. I just like to see Brother Ran showing off and being awesome. Brother Ran, speak clearly, Wang Fatso forced a smile, without a head or tail to your words, how can we believe you? Jian Ran squatted down, holding a branch he had pulled from somewhere, drawing aimlessly on the ground, for something like this, would you believe my explanation? Wang Fatso didn't rush to answer, first glancing at Shensuanzi Fu Haidong. The latter slightly rolled his eyes, his fingers moving non-stop. After a while, he said, Director Wang, let's wait an hour then. It'll be good for us to familiarize ourselves with the map. Alright, Wang Fatso finally agreed, meaningfully glanced at Jian Ran, and then turned around to mumble with several staff members. Jian Ran was feeling bored when he suddenly heard a deep voice, is the yin energy too heavy here? The evil ghosts haven't dispersed yet. Jian Ran nodded, there are a lot of evil ghosts inside. He looked around, I don't know if these people will be able to hold out. Besides what? Lu Yanting asked. The old man is coming, Jian Ran's expression turned serious momentarily, I have a premonition, this is going to be a tough battle. This little grudge is probably going to be settled here. While the two were whispering privately, Fu Donghai was looking over. He then quickly turned away and whispered, I feel that person isn't ordinary. Just one glance can tell me they're dangerous. The mercenary Lu Yuheng chuckled, you're exaggerating too much, how could there be any danger in broad daylight? Fu Haidong glared at him but didn't say more. These two had interacted before, not to the point of being irreconcilable enemies, but indeed couldn't find common language. Wei Yushi hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, let's just listen to Director Wang. After all, this person was highly recommended by Director Wang. If they have skills, how could he not know? This death jungle, bringing useless people here is only asking for trouble and may disrupt the plan. Director Wang isn't someone who risks his life. This made sense, the rest of the guests nodded, indicating agreement. Soon, an hour passed, and the white fog in the jungle dissipated significantly as the extreme survival production team began moving. Jian Ran took his first step into the jungle and felt like he stepped on something. He lowered his eyes and saw what appeared to be something buried under the black soil. Oops, sorry, no disrespect intended. He quickly lifted his foot and muttered softly. Wei Jingchen happened to hear it and gave him a cold glance, faking mysticism. Leaving this behind, he ignored the piece of white bone that emerged in front of him, stepping on it hard before quickly walking away. Jian Ran gazed at his back and couldn't help but sigh, how come there's always someone asking for death? In the next second, he raised his voice, Director Wang, does everyone need to come out of the jungle unscathed for it to count as success? Would failing affect the payment of the final installment? Wang Fatso didn't turn back. The sound of his throat reached the back, we're a team, everyone must remain uninjured. Of course, it affects subsequent settlement. Jian Ran rolled his eyes, what a clause. Lu Yanting laughed beside him, go ahead, do whatever. If anything's missing, I'll cover it for you. Really? Jian Ran's eyes sparkled, then I won't care about their lives. Absolutely true, follow your feelings. Lu Yanting confirmed once again. Their conversation wasn't too loud, just loud enough for those in front to hear. Wang Fatso's mouth twitched, giving no respect at all. Other guests silently scoffed, wasn't that a bit too boastful? The crew moved forward steadily, unsure whether time flew too fast or if nights in the jungle were inherently longer than days. Soon, everything was surrounded by darkness. Director Wang, should we camp here for now? Wang Fatso thought about it, sure. So, a group of them systematically set up tents, started a fire, and prepared dinner. Some patrolled, others set up formations, still others handled chores. Everything looked orderly and well-trained. As if repeated hundreds of times, so naturally skilled. Jian Ran and Lu Yanting sat side by side, facing the campfire, which illuminated their outstanding calm faces very clearly. Many fans in the live stream began to boil. Everyone around is busy, but these two seem like leisurely hermits, and their composure is mesmerizing. Did you notice Jian Ran and Lu Yanting's conversation this morning? It was like, why don't you quit, and I'll support you. It has to be said that Brother Ran is too handsome. That sentence about not caring whether they live or die is simply godlike. I used to have a good impression of these amateur guests, thinking they were straightforward with nothing to hide. But now, they seem so short-sighted. I'm just waiting for them to get humiliated. 2 people to a tent, women choose first, the rest of the men draw lots. Wang Fatso announced the sleeping arrangement. Lu Yanting was the first to raise his hand in objection, I disagree. Wang Fatso looked over, worried, Yanting, we're a mixed-gender show. I'll room with Jian Ran. Wang Fatso paused momentarily, then remembered something, laughing, as long as both parties agree, it's fine. I agree. Jian Ran quickly interrupted him. What kind of joke is this? After getting used to sleeping with someone, how could they change partners? From the beginning of the first reality show shoot, the two had been inseparable. Fine, we'll make it happen. Wang Fatso seemed quite helpless, couldn't help reminding them, still, be careful at night. After all, this place. He trailed off, quickly changing the subject, here, everyone gets a map. See if you have any suggestions. Jian Ran glanced at it once before asking, Director Wang, won't your so-called central location just turn out to be a mass grave? Coincidence, pure coincidence. Wang Fatso laughed nervously, deliberately avoiding eye contact, everyone take a look. Is there any way to avoid the swamp? Wei Jingchen shook his head, I don't think there's a way. He paused, adding, actually, swamps aren't that terrifying. As long as the right method is found, it's possible to cross. Jian Ran let out a snort of laughter. Wei Jingchen glared furiously, what do you mean by that? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow, nothing, I just admire your attitude of ignorance and fearlessness. Who are you calling ignorant? Wei Jingchen stood up abruptly. Jian Ran didn't even look up, saying calmly, tonight might refresh your understanding. I suggest you sleep alone so you don't drag others down. If alone is what it takes, then so be it. Am I afraid? Wei Jingchen stormed off, angrily diving into the farthest tent. Chapter 196, It's here to revenge on me. Zhong Fanrui took an overnight flight back to Kyoto and rushed to the detention center to meet with Qin Hong. They had only 15 minutes. Mom, what exactly happened? He asked anxiously. Why did they arrest you? Qin Hong looked somewhat exhausted but realized that Zhong Fanrui was her only lifeline at the moment. Fanrui, listen to me. She grabbed Zhong Fanrui's hand. Go plead with Mother Jian for mercy and have her withdraw the charges, then I can be released. But they accused you of kidnapping, pleading won't make them withdraw the charges. Zhong Fanrui wore a troubled face. Qin Hong hesitated as she retracted her arm. I don't believe it. They also plan to sue me for defamation, embezzlement, and seize my assets. They're going to confiscate your property? Zhong Fanrui was surprised. That can't be right, there hasn't been a verdict yet, Mom, don't be so pessimistic. Qin Hong shook her head. You don't know. They already have evidence in their hands. As she spoke, her expression suddenly turned mysterious, lowering her voice. Someone is trying to kill me. Who? Zhong Fanrui narrowed his eyes. Jian Ran. Qin Hong insisted firmly. He's definitely an imposter. Find a master, destroy him. Just as Zhong Fanrui was about to speak, a police officer approached. Time's up, you can leave now. All right. Zhong Fanrui nodded and stood up, but Qin Hong suddenly lost control of her emotions. You can't leave. You need to get me out. All those years of raising you were for nothing. She tightly grabbed Zhong Fanrui's arm, her expression distorted, her tone harsh. Sorry, time's up. Once I'm out, I'll help you contact them. Zhong Fanrui maintained his gentle demeanor, effortlessly prying Qin Hong's hand off. Then he turned around and left the visiting room without hesitation. Indeed, time was running out. He had to transfer all assets before the trial started. Even if they confiscated, it wouldn't affect him. Zhong Fanrui thought this as he put on his sunglasses and climbed into the BMW, driving away with great speed. Years of upbringing. A joke. Right? If he didn't learn the essence of selfishness and harm to others, how could he even call her mom? Wei Jingchen was an authentic athlete who had represented the country in many competitions, earning honors enough to fill an entire room. Since his physical abilities were well developed, his intellect naturally had some shortcomings. It wasn't that he had low IQ, rather, he was single-minded and had neglected cultural studies because of frequent competitions, resulting in him often thinking in a simplistic manner. Take now for example. Knowing fully well that sleeping alone in a peripheral tent invites trouble, he still insists on facing Jian Ran in a senseless confrontation. Xiao Wei, let's sleep together. Wang Fatso held onto a bottle of her good alcohol and walked over. This is our first night entering the forest of death. It's better to be cautious. Two people sleeping together can keep watch on each other. Wei Jingchen smiled. Director Wang, you've known me for so long. Don't you trust me? There won't be any danger. Wang Fatso squinted his eyes, not knowing what to say. This guy indeed had great physical strength. Even in a one-on-one fight with a brown bear, he might not lose, but his brain was too simple, always disbelieving scientific explanations beyond his comprehension. Maybe letting him experience something himself would be a good thing. With that thought, Wang Fatso didn't say anything more, just instructed, get some rest early. If anything happens, remember to shout. Wei Jingchen didn't take it seriously. Don't worry, I haven't encountered danger that would make me scream. Wang Fatso shook his head, muttering as he turned around, why didn't this guy listen to advice? Soon, the bonfire burned out completely, and as the production crew gradually entered the tents, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence, occasionally punctuated by the cries of unknown insects, making the environment seem even stranger and unpredictable. The camera kept running, and fans in the live streaming room lingered unwilling to leave. Are the brothers still here? Everyone is waiting for Rant's words to come true. Following Rant's prescient predictions, I can't wait to see Wei Jingchen cry in fear. Slap-in-the-face sessions are as classic as true fragrance moments. The program team did well by keeping a lens while sleeping. Stop yakking, stop yakking. Did you see that flash of white light go past? Was it a flash of white light? I feel like it was a white bone instead. Quick, quick, it's heading straight to Wei Jingchen's tent. Oh no way, the screen went black. A critical moment. Not dark, someone picked it up. Quick look, it's Rant's big face aiming at the lens. Jian Ran furrowed his brow, holding the camera in one hand. Who the hell keeps forgetting to turn off the damn machine? On the other side, Wei Jingchen was sleeping soundly but kept feeling someone poking him. There was a strange discomfort at his neck, so he reached out and touched something icy cold. The chill instantly seeped through his skin as if penetrating to the bone marrow. Wei Jingchen suddenly jolted awake and turned around abruptly only to see a skeleton right up close. He immediately froze with fear, and his scream got stuck in his throat. Before it could escape, the skeleton croaked, "You stepped on my arm. Give me back my arm." Before Wei Jingchen even reacted, he felt a sudden coolness running down his arm and glanced down to find the bony fingers tightly gripping his limb. Aya! Finally, Wei Jingchen couldn't control himself anymore and screamed, "Ah, there's a ghost." Before he could recover, the tent flap was pulled open and an agile figure darted in, grabbing the skeleton by its neck and yanking it hard while muttering non-stop. "Just borrowing your spot to pass through, don't cause trouble or I'll give you a talisman." His words gradually faded as Wei Jingchen had already passed out from sheer fright. When Wei Jingchen opened his eyes again, he found a crowd surrounding him. "How are you?" Wang Fatso asked with concern. "Do you need some water? What happened last night?" Lu Yuheng chimed in next. "Why did you scream like a pig?" This sentence carried obvious teasing. Wei Jingchen, however, remained silent with a deathly pale face, his eyes darting around searching for something until he saw Jian Ran standing not far away with a distant look. Wei Jingchen then hesitated several times, wanting to say something but couldn't form the words. Wang Fatso noticed something amiss. "Rest first, we'll talk about it tomorrow." He patted Wei Jingchen's shoulder. "You sleep with me tonight." The latter nodded in gratitude. "Director Wang, you're the best." He was about to hug Wang Fatso when he dodged. "Let's just sleep. No need for these overly affectionate gestures." So, as dawn approached, everyone went back into the tents. Once Wang Fatso closed the curtain, he immediately turned around and asked, "What exactly happened?" "Skeleton." Wei Jingchen's lips trembled. "I stepped on its arm during the day, and it came back to take revenge on me." Wang Fatso doubted. "Are you sure this wasn't just a dream?" "It sounded too absurd." "I'm not dreaming. Jian Ran even rushed in to save me." "If you don't believe me, go ask him." Wei Jingchen insisted firmly. Wang Fatso fell into deep thought. It seems Jian Ran indeed has some skills. Getting him to join our plan might have been the right choice after all. Whether this plan will succeed depends on him now. Chapter 197, Join the Cult First. The early morning in the death jungle was filled with white mist swirling among the trees, making the vision not very clear. Wei Jingchen, after last night's incident, had become noticeably more honest. He found an opportunity to approach Jian Ran, who was washing up nearby, and whispered softly, "Thank you." Jian Ran glanced at him. "No need to thank me. If it weren't for the money, I wouldn't bother with you." Wei Jingchen clearly didn't believe this claim and gazed deeply at him with gratitude. What a noble personality. So selfless that he doesn't even acknowledge his own good deeds. Worthy of admiration from us sports people. He returned to his tent, packing his belongings when Lu Yuheng came over. "Was last night exciting? I saw you talking to Jian Ran." "What, have you already been swayed so quickly?" Wei Jingchen shot him a glare and said nothing more. Many things must be experienced personally to realize their truth. Back during training, he'd wanted to give up countless times, his coach had told him just that. Seeing Wei Jingqian's silence, Lu Yuheng felt uninterested and slowly stood up. His gaze instinctively drifted towards Jian Ran and Lu Yanting. At that moment, the two looked like a long-married couple, so attuned they barely needed words. Jian Ran rinsed her mouth, and Lu Yanting handed her a cup. Jian Ran wiped her mouth, and Lu Yanting offered her a towel. Jian Ran ate, and Lu Yanting held her bowl steady. Lu Yuheng snorted disdainfully, from the looks of it, he'd help wipe after defecation too. It's a bit excessive, isn't it? What are you staring at? Fu Donghai tiptoed and looked around. Lu Yuheng spat on the ground, nothing, just checking out what someone unable to live without assistance looks like. Just as he finished speaking, Wei Yushi walked over. I advise you not to talk nonsense, or trouble will come upon you. Wow, is the famous spiritual medium scared now? Lu Yuheng's face brimmed with hostility. Wei Yushi glanced at him, smirked coldly, then left, walking as if she were a cat strutting down the alley. As someone in her line of work, saving lives whenever possible comes with the territory. Since the warning was given but disregarded by him, others can't be blamed. Are you all packed? Wang Fatso had already changed into outdoor sportswear, his protruding belly quite comical, once packed, prepared to set off. Time is limited, everyone watch your pace. After Wang Fatso finished speaking, he got ready as if about to spring forward, while the others skillfully slung their backpacks onto their backs. Lu Yanting glanced once at Jian Ran, asking quietly, are you okay? Need my help? Jian Ran rolled her eyes, this kind of weight needs your help. Remember how back on the mountain we carried water buckets every day? Halfway through her sentence, she noticed Lu Yanting's expression growing increasingly strange. Let's hurry and go. We can't be the laggards. In one leap, Jian Ran darted ahead, leaving Lu Yanting standing still. His face darkened slightly. As they ventured deeper into the death jungle, the fog grew heavier with a pungent smell irritating their noses. Lu Yuheng suddenly stopped and turned to ask Wang Fatso, Director Wang, are the gas masks brought along? Do we need them now? Wang Fatso questioned. Better safe than sorry, let's put them on. Lu Yuheng pulled out a protective mask from his backpack while saying this. Instead of moving, Wang Fatso glanced at Jian Ran first. Seeing her also searching through her backpack, he gave the order, everyone, put on the gas masks. To everyone's surprise, right after issuing the command, Jian Ran took out a stick of gum instead of a mask from her backpack. With calm ease, she popped the gum into her mouth, then shoved her hands into her pockets, strolling casually as if on a sightseeing tour. Wang Fatso, damn it, his anticipation wasn't accurate enough. What is this guy even thinking? Actually, Jian Ran's thoughts were quite straightforward. She'd been mulling over how to cover up the words that slipped out earlier. Lu Yanting's gaze on her had grown more peculiar. Director Wang, we can't proceed for now. Fu Haidong, who had been muttering nonsensically about something, suddenly shouted, danger. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuheng pulled out a pair of binoculars and scanned ahead, there's nothing there. Are you overly nervous? Wang Fatso, frustrated, scratched his head then suddenly spun around, Jian Ran, what do you think? Huh? Clearly distracted, Jian Ran echoed blankly, think about what? Is it safe to proceed ahead? Lu Yanting's low voice broke beside her ear. Instinctively glancing upward, Jian Ran caught sight of the somewhat disgruntled handsome face. Jian Ran nervously averted her gaze, lazily glancing forward, it's not necessarily completely unpassable. There's no life-threatening danger, it would merely be a waste of effort. Lu Yuheng chuckled coldly, these wishy-washy remarks I could spout as well. Director Wang, we need to take a chance and explore the dragon's den and tiger's lair. He turned to Wang Fatso with a reckless expression, if we keep hesitating, when will we reach our destination? If you're all scared, then I'll go alone. With that, he stepped forward. Wang Fatso thought it over, since Jian Ran had said there was no life-threatening danger, they should proceed to test the truth. So, he waved his hand, follow him. Fu Donghai frowned but still obeyed the order. Jian Ran was about to step forward when she was suddenly held back by Lu Yanting, did you used to be a monk on the mountain? What makes you say that? Jian Ran looked innocent. Then why do you carry water buckets every day? Lu Yanting loomed over her, imposingly, how many things have you hidden from me? Jian Ran chuckled awkwardly twice, there are plenty. Like how I wet the bed as a child, that I've been keeping a secret. After speaking, he seized the opportunity to slip away and catch up with the group. Lu Yanting's face darkened but realized he had no way to deal with Jian Ran, so he lengthened his stride to chase after. The cameraman, carrying his equipment, had been diligently filming, but suddenly he stopped in his tracks, Director Wang, haven't we been here before? How familiar does this feel? The fans in the live stream became big brothers, finally someone noticed. You've been circling around this place 3 times and can't get out yet. Is it possible we're encountering a ghostly obstruction? That's probably why Jian Ran predicted it would be a wasted effort, we've just been going in circles. I'm increasingly admiring Brother Ran. How should I handle it? Can I learn from him as a disciple? Forget it, you can't even join the queue for talisman paper, let alone become a disciple. First, you need to join the devilish cult. Finally, Wang Fatso noticed something wasn't right either, standing breathlessly on the spot. Yeah. I feel like we're walking in circles. What's going on? Fu Donghai's face turned ashen. I told you not to go. We're being watched. They want our lives. Will you shut up already? Lu Yuheng's emotions inexplicably escalated. Say such exaggerated words again, and see if I don't kill you. He spoke while lifting his tool and jabbed at Fu Donghai's neck. It happened too fast for anyone to react, except for one person. Jian Ran, who knows when, had flashed ahead and without hesitation raised her hand to slap a big palm. You better calm down, damn it. Chapter 198, when you were hit by a hard slap, I didn't think your body was frail. Lu Yuheng participated in many operations as a mercenary, accumulating rich practical combat experience. Even in times of peace, he had killed people, which gave him a strong sense of arrogance. Even when he spoke rudely, others would still yield a little. Never having suffered losses before, yet getting hit by an unexpected slap. Lu Yuheng, holding his face, was full of disbelief and turned back angrily. Jian Ran, do you want to die? As he said this, he swung his elbow toward Jian Ran's throat, but the next second, his force was effortlessly deflected. You! Lu Yuheng exclaimed in shock, then immediately received another loud slap. The fans in the live stream room involuntarily trembled. My goodness, just looking at it hurts. Are we sure Lu Yuheng is a mercenary? He has no fighting quality at all. Didn't you know who your opponent is? That's Brother Ran, he even slaps ghosts without hesitation. What's lacking with him? Lu Yuheng was stunned after being slapped and complained to Director Wang. Director Wang, how could he resort to violence? Aren't you saying you wanted to kill me? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow. I was just talking, I didn't really intend to kill you. Lu Yuheng stammered, feeling very strange inside. That surge of hostility that arose just now suddenly vanished. There's nothing we can do. I need to defend myself in advance. Jian Ran pushed Lu Yuheng away and pulled out some talismans from his pants pocket. After clutching them in his palm, he casually threw them into the air and saw the self-igniting golden light shine brightly through the white fog. After performing this fluid motion, he turned around right when the camera lens faced him. What are you shooting for? Haven't you ever seen superstition? Jian Ran walked while talking, not forgetting to glance back and say, believe in science. The fans in the live stream instantly burst out laughing. Brother Ran says we should believe in science. I'll believe that when pigs fly. Ha 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 ha, throwing talismans on one side and claiming it's science on the other side. Only Brother Ran could pull something like this off. I feel the show could be renamed Approaching Science. The production team seemed not to have realized it yet, standing in place dumbfounded for a while until Jian Ran questioned, aren't we going? Or do you plan to wait for nightfall to feed the ghosts? Fat Wang. Wasn't it just said to believe in science? And now, talk of ghosts appears. He knew time was pressing, so without arguing further, he waved his hand, let's continue. As he passed by Lu Yuheng, the person who received 2 big slaps looked pitifully at him. Next time, speak less. Director Wang warned. Lu Yuheng weakly nodded and glanced at Jian Ran, whose gaze held a touch of awe. No matter how dull-witted, he had already felt something odd just now. It was as if someone had taken control, anger rising inexplicably. Everyone looked like a mission target, making him wish to draw the dagger at his waist and directly go for the throat. If it weren't for Jian Ran's loud slap, Lu Yuheng probably would have actually done that. This isn't a battlefield for missions. Once any accident occurs, he would surely be legally punished, ruining his future. Lu Yuheng became somewhat fearful and slowed down his arrogance as he caught up with the main group. Director Wang, we've made it out. Fu Donghai excitedly said, looking down at the compass, if we walk south, within less than an hour, we'll reach today's destination. Director Wang slightly nodded and turned to look at Jian Ran, seeing his worried expression, suddenly losing confidence. Jian Ran, do you think there's any problem? He moved closer. But Jian Ran waved his hand and blurted out, I've never been a monk, why don't you believe me? Lu Yanting had a dark face, then what's with the water carrying? It's just like that. Jian Ran almost cried, but then realized he had slipped again. Lu Yanting's expression grew colder, where is Tai Su? Tai Su, Jian Ran's sweat broke out on his forehead, how could it be anywhere? You must have misunderstood. I mean my body is frail. Frail? When you delivered that powerful slap, it didn't seem like your body was frail. Lu Yuheng thought to himself, unconsciously touching his left cheek. If it wasn't for tough skin, his face would likely have swollen by now. Director Wang. Aren't these two here for variety shows? Why does it seem like they're here for romance? Just like those in the stage of ambiguous affection where both parties are trying to guess each other's thoughts. Now knowing this, shouldn't we develop towards a love variety show direction? He was just muttering to himself when someone beside him reminded, Director Wang, we must hurry over. The one who summoned us, is already waiting there. Fat Wang turned his head and saw the serious face of the spiritual medium Wei Yushi. His heart sank, and he hurriedly shouted, let's go. Thus, the production team headed south, and before an hour passed, they vaguely spotted signs of a campsite on the flat ground. We found it. Fu Donghai folded up the compass and shouted. Fat Wang picked up the binoculars, took a look, and his expression became somewhat excited. No one has ever walked this far intact in the death jungle. Is the place you're looking for not here? Jian Ran somehow appeared by his side and said lightly. Fat Wang was surprised as he turned back. How do you know? As soon as he asked that, he regretted it. This damn thing is practically confessing without being hit. Jian Ran pressed his lips together and didn't continue the conversation, following the production crew towards the abandoned campsite instead. The cameras caught sight of several pairs of bones, then quickly shifted the shooting angle. Jian Ran roamed around the campsite inspecting, with Lu Yanting trailing beside him. I think this place belonged to another group of tomb raiders. It might also be another batch of researchers. As Jian Ran spoke, he slowly squatted down, intending to reach out and touch the bones but was stopped by a hurried voice. Don't touch. It's poisonous. Jian Ran turned back to see the anxious Wei Jingchen, raising an eyebrow. How do you know it's poisonous? Wei Jingchen stammered, I see their deaths don't look normal, so I deduced it's toxic. Jian Ran smiled, with just a pile of bones, how could you tell the death posture is abnormal? Wei Jingchen scratched his head, just don't touch it, alright. After saying that, he turned and ran. Jian Ran glanced over and noticed everyone had put on gloves, carefully searching for something. They must be looking for clues. He frowned on his own as his arm extended slowly, his knuckles touching the bones, and the scene before him changed instantly. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I didn't see anything. In front of him, someone held a dagger, approaching with a crazed look. It's too late, everything is too late, we shouldn't have come here. None of us will make it back. I beg you, As the dagger swung, Jian Ran saw fresh blood gushing out, cutting off the pleading screams. Chapter 199, Shall I Tell a Ghost Story? Although the scene only lasted for a few dozen seconds, Jian Ran felt an unsettling chill. What's wrong with you, did you see something? Lu Yanting's clear voice reached his ears, pulling Jian Ran's thoughts back. These people didn't die from mutual slaughter, Jian Ran said coldly, and then stood up. They weren't poisoned at all. Lu Yuhan, who was far away, felt uneasy and involuntarily shivered, lowering his voice to say to Wang Fatso, Director Wang, I feel that keeping this hidden forever isn't a solution. Should we confess to Jian Ran? Confess what? Wang Fatso glared at him, aren't you afraid he'll report us to the police? We can offer him more money, Lu Yuhan suggested. I don't think he's someone who follows the law strictly. Wang Fatso seemed enlightened, pondered for a moment. I think what you said makes sense. I'll find an opportunity to talk to him. Let's hurry up and find clues now. Okay. Lu Yuhan responded, and then crawled into the abandoned tent to look for something. About an hour later, Fu Donghai came over with a sweat-covered head holding a compass. Director Wang, it's almost time, we need to leave quickly. Wei Yushi beside also solemnly said, staying too long is dangerous. Wang Fatso seemed reluctant since they hadn't found critical clues. After hesitating for a while, he decided to leave temporarily. It's getting late, let's stop working. Leave without finding the marked position. Jian Ran's nonchalant voice echoed. Wang Fatso suddenly looked over, how do you know? Could you be someone sent by our competitor? Jian Ran smiled faintly, you're too obvious. Even fools could guess, right? Wang Fatso quickly waved his hand, stop shooting, we need a meeting. The cameraman immediately turned off the lens. The live broadcast room went dark, and fans got restless. What does this mean? Are you taking us for fools? Turning off when talking about private stuff? I'm increasingly suspicious of extreme survival. Are they not actually doing illegal things under the guise of a variety show? Can it be so blatant? Sigh, which variety shows aren't keeping secrets lately? Especially the ones involving Brother Ran. I suspect Conan has possessed him. Ghosts follow wherever he goes. Wang Fatso sat in the drafty tent, facing Jian Ran with his legs crossed and his guardian looking serious and steady. To be honest, we are here to complete a task assigned by higher-ups. Who are these higher-ups? Can you call them? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow. Wang Fatso shook his head, this I cannot disclose. The mission is confidential. Jian Ran pointed his chin towards a skeleton and asked, what's their relationship with you? They all work for the higher-ups, should be considered colleagues. Wang Fatso deliberated for a moment before continuing, they lost contact during a mission, and no matter how long they searched, they couldn't find them. Your meaning is, previous trips to the death jungle were unsuccessful? Jian Ran was somewhat surprised, have these people been dead for a long time? Wang Fatso nodded, I don't know why, but the rescue team has come many times, and the personnel always mysteriously disappear. Due to this eerie occurrence, the search plan was put on hold temporarily. What exactly is the common mission you execute? Jian Ran asked sharply. Wang Fatso opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke as if determined, to find something that was lost here. A national treasure? Jian Ran asked straightforwardly. Wang Fatso took a deep breath, it can be called that. Is it extremely dangerous? Maybe we shouldn't have come. Jian Ran paused, was it cursed by something? At the mention of the word curse, Lu Yanting looked up with concern, gazing at Wang Fatso and muttering inwardly, could it be related to Nancheng? Thinking about this, he furrowed his brows tightly, running through the map in his mind. The death jungle seems to be located near the rear of Nancheng, not too far away. Wang Fatso was about to speak when someone urged, Director Wang, we can't delay any longer. If we stay too late, we won't be able to leave either. Fu Haidong's expression was nervous, as if he was about to cry. Wang Fatso became restless, stood up directly, let's go. We're leaving now. He turned to Jian Ran and said, I'll explain in detail when I get a chance. Then he strode towards the outside of the tent. Jian Ran slowly rose, noticing Lu Yanting's stern face, and laughed, I know what you're thinking, just wait, the truth will come out soon. That said, ever since Prince Chen found Xinglu, it was as if they had vanished into thin air. Reasonably speaking, this wasn't normal. It was as though they were being controlled by someone. Lu Yanting nodded slightly, pressing his lips together and saying nothing more. Soon, the production team withdrew from the abandoned tent, finding a gentle clearing nearby to settle down. Once again, night fell. The bonfire blazed, illuminating the surrounding area, but the light didn't reach very far. It was as if there were watching eyes lurking in the depths of the darkness, evoking unease and panic. With such a long night ahead, and no sleep in sight, how about we tell ghost stories? Jian Ran sipped on some erguotu and chuckled. Everyone. Not long after seeing the bones, they wanted to tell ghost stories. Did they not fear that this would invite them over? In the live stream chat room, roar, go ahead, red-faced chicken. Then I'll start. Just as everyone prepared to resist with silence, Lu Yanting began earnestly, personal experiences are valid, right? Jian Ran nodded, of course. Please, sir, proceed. The first time I saw that thing, I had just become aware of my surroundings. Lu Yanting's speech was slow. A woman, wearing a bright red dress, with her hair disheveled, approached me and revealed her ghastly pale face, blood streaming from every orifice. She reached out to strangle me. And then? One of the timid female staff members anxiously asked. And she strangled me. Lu Yanting looked unfazed. Aren't you afraid? Won't she strangle you to death? The girl asked. Being scared wouldn't help. I know I won't die. Lu Yanting shot a glance at Jian Ran. Ghost storytelling activities, once started, became impossible to stop. The cameraman brother soon chimed in, I've also encountered one. Late at night after overtime work, I was heading home and passed by an alleyway. It was extremely dark, no streetlights for illumination. I vaguely heard crying sounds, and when I cautiously approached, I saw a little girl crouching in the corner crying. And then? Someone urged impatiently. The cameraman paused before continuing. I asked her why she was crying. She said she was hungry. Jian Ran interrupted directly. The cameraman was surprised. How did you know? She didn't only say she was hungry, she also raised her head and grinned eerily at you, saying she wanted to eat human flesh. The cameraman suddenly stood up. Were you there too? Chapter 200, Jian Ran's classic big reveal in live stream. The resemblance was uncanny. If one had to say it wasn't him, the cameraman wouldn't believe it in 100 lifetimes. Were you tailing me then? Jian Ran smirked faintly. Are you wealthy or handsome? Stalking you would be better off than tracking down this next to me. The tense atmosphere in the live stream disappeared instantly. Must admit, Brother Ran has a point. Why would you follow an overweight and penniless guy when you could instead trail after this top actor who is both handsome and rich? How do you know he's broke? I assented clear. Photography ruins 3 generations. Brother Ran truly knows how to play with words. After being refuted by Jian Ran, the cameraman calmed down and sat back. Anyway, that little girl opened her mouth, and I nearly died of fright. I ran all the way home without looking back. You're lucky she didn't take interest in you, said Jian Ran lightly. The cameraman twitched his lips, not sure whether he should feel happy or angry. Even the ghost didn't care for him. What could be more sorrowful? Wang Fatso turned to Jian Ran. Won't you tell one? Being the most enthusiastic organizer surely meant keeping the best tales hidden. Do I need to? Jian Ran raised his brows. I'll give you a live performance later. Just as he finished speaking, a cold wind arose from the jungle and directly extinguished the vigorous campfire. Instant screams erupted. No live performances please. I don't want to see a ghost. The scene became chaotic for a moment. Wang Fatso's eardrums were heavily stimulated, thinking. Where did everyone's professional quality go? How could they crumble so easily at just one scare from Jian Ran? Shut up. Jian Ran suddenly barked sternly. It's not time yet. What are you screaming about? Everyone followed the sound and saw him holding talisman paper between his fingers, which emitted golden light momentarily reigniting the campfire. The cameraman caught the key moment. What do you mean, it's not time yet? Explain yourself clearly, don't scare us like this. Before Jian Ran could speak, Fu Haidong's trembling voice cut in. Director Wang, after midnight tonight, the yin energy will become abundant. Wang Fatso shot him a glare. Let's discuss this privately. Alright. Fu Haidong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After the brief commotion passed, everyone gathered around the campfire again, and no one suggested returning to the tents for rest. Watching too many horror movies could reveal some patterns. One is most vulnerable when alone. The first person suggesting sleep surely dies the fastest. I'll tell another story. Wei Yushi broke the silence, his tone cool and distant as he spoke. Jian Ran lifted his gaze and looked over, a flicker of something strange crossing his face. There once was a young female intellectual sent to the countryside who was always teased by a rough villager because of her beauty. One day, that man cornered her in the cornfield. Wei Yushi's calm pace gave the tale an eerie sense, making everyone involuntarily hold their breath. Did he succeed? Asked Wang Fatso. Wei Yushi shook his head. No, the young woman resisted fiercely and killed him. Wang Fatso interrupted impatiently. Wei Yushi nodded. Yes, she killed him and dismembered the body. The female intellectual was originally a medical student, so her methods were extremely proficient. She buried the pieces underground. That night, as she returned to the dormitory dazed and confused, she fell to the ground the moment she stepped through the courtyard gate. Can you guess what she saw? Everyone held their breath, except for Jian Ran whose lips curled slightly. What else? Of course, it was the fully reconstructed rough villager appearing again outside the young woman's dormitory door. Wei Yushi didn't say anything but stared intently at Jian Ran with dark eyes. Actually, there may be another version of this story. The female intellectual took a liking to the strong and robust rough villager after moving to the countryside. She made repeated advances, but received no response, eventually leading her to resentment and plotting revenge. It all happened on one night. As Jian Ran recounted, he fixed his gaze on Wei Yushi's expression, sensitively detecting slight changes. Well told, but it strays from the truth, Wei Yushi said indifferently. The nearby staff members subconsciously shifted their buttocks, creating more distance. Jian Ran smiled faintly, ignoring her comment and continuing on his own accord. I bet this female intellectual, in order to escape her predicament, pinned the attempted rape on the rough villager and walked free herself. Afterward, she returned to the city and joined a research team. Wang Fatso noticed Wei Yushi's red eyes and quickly grabbed Jian Ran, asking quietly, how do you know all this in such detail? Jian Ran smiled, just making it up as I go along. Not bad at storytelling, huh? Lu Yanting glanced over with a smile playing on his lips. He was fully aware that Jian Ran had touched no fewer than 3 sets of white bones back at the campsite earlier. The so-called fabricated content should have been distilled from there, right? Wei Yushi's mouth curved into a cold smirk. All just your guesses, yet you sound so certain. Jian Ran turned around and grinned. They've been dead for so long now. Why come out again? Wei Yushi's smile vanished instantly as her eyes locked onto Jian Ran. Beside them, Fu Haidong wiped away a bead of cold sweat, showing his wristwatch to Wang Fatso, silently indicating, it's time. The live stream camera hadn't been switched off, and fans who were keeping vigil became excited. Holy crap, what does that mean? Dead for so long. Is Wei Yushi not a living person? This is intense, too damn intense. Just hope they don't turn off the lens. I felt something was off about Wei Yushi earlier. Her face was scary, like she really became a limb-severing killer. I sense more layers to this. Brother Ran might be speaking with double meanings. What the? Wei Yushi stood up. Holy cow, how did she twist her neck 180 degrees? Damn, why is the lens black again? Dead for so long, and you still come out. Wei Yushi twisted her head around to face Jian Ran with a grotesque grin. Care to guess? Of course, it's to find someone to keep me company. Doing research alone is so lonely. She stepped forward slowly, scaring everyone around into hugging their heads and scattering in panic. There's a ghost. Wang Fatso was about to run when Fu Donghai clung tightly onto him. Director Wang, save me. How am I supposed to save you when you're just a fortune teller? Wang Fatso cursed loudly. Fu Donghai whimpered, I can only tell fortunes, not exorcise ghosts. You're useless. Wang Fatso turned his head and found Wei Jingchen and Lu Yuheng running even faster, disappearing into the bushes in an instant. Why the hell did I hire these people? Wei Yushi suddenly lunged forward. Jian Ran raised his hand and dealt her a mighty slap, snapping her distorted neck back into place. At that moment, the camera miraculously reconnected, capturing the scene perfectly. The fans went wild. Brother Ran's classic big slap live streamed. So cool. Chapter 201, You should be more proactive. When Wei Yushi woke up, she felt as if her cervical spondylosis had flared up, and she couldn't move at all. Shifting her gaze, she met the serious face of Jian Ran. Me? What's wrong with me? You've been possessed by a ghost. Jian Ran bluntly reassured her, don't worry, there usually aren't any after effects, but if you get used to being possessed, you might always be targeted. Hearing this, Wei Yushi's face turned pale. She wasn't unfamiliar with the concept of being possessed by ghosts since, as a spiritual medium by profession, she'd experienced it many times. Yet, she understood one thing clearly, being frequently possessed drained yang energy, eventually becoming an intractable medical condition over time. After finishing this mission, Wei Yushi had intended to quit. But she never expected that she would once again be the target of a ghost first. How utterly unlucky. Fortunately, Jian Ran was there. She's fine now. Jian Ran stood up, speaking to Wang Fatso, then yawned, that's all for tonight. I'm going back to sleep. Wang Fatso expressed his relief, are we safe tonight? Temporarily, Jian Ran waved and crawled into his tent. Lu Yenting followed. I'm completely exhausted. Don't ask me anything. Jian Ran pleaded, closing his eyes out of drowsiness. Lu Yenting pursed his lips, said nothing, and stared at Jian Ran's delicate face. A sudden thought sprang into his mind. Was this Jian Ran real or fake? It seemed like something that could have happened in another dimension. Could it be, just like those novels he had read before? This person was from another world. At this realization, Lu Yenting nodded affirmatively to himself. It was entirely possible. Jian Ran was about to fall asleep when the scrutinizing gaze of the person beside him made him feel eerily uncomfortable. You. Aren't you tired? Lu Yenting smiled, giving a non sequitur reply, I'm only interested in your soul. Jian Ran, what the heck? Am I exposed? Did he see through my soul? Just as he was pondering, a hushed voice came from outside the tent, Jian Ran, are you asleep? Yes, yes. Stop bothering me. Just a few words, Wang Fatso sounded on the verge of tears, I'll leave right after. Jian Ran rolled his eyes, sat up, and pulled aside the curtain. Spit it out already. As a prestigious live-streaming director, Wang Fatso had never been scolded like a dog before. Still, he managed to grin apologetically, Jian Ran, our live stream actually has another task. I know, finding something, Jian Ran said impatiently, if you beat around the bush anymore, I'll make you leave. Wang Fatso bent low, swallowing nervously, we're looking for, the Imperial Seal of Transmission. Jian Ran nodded, so it's tomb raiding after all. Hey, don't say it like that. Our project is officially approved by higher-ups. Wang Fatso put on an extremely secretive look, I can't say exactly which higher-ups. The Imperial Seal of the Town South King. Lu Yenting suddenly interjected. That's correct, it belongs to the Town South King, Wang Fatso affirmed, legend has it that years ago, he personally led troops with the seal. When they returned victorious, they buried tens of thousands of prisoners of war alive right here in this mountain. The seal also vanished mysteriously at this very place. Legend claims whoever finds the seal can command spirits. Jian Ran burst out laughing, and you believe that? It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not, what matters is that others do. Wang Fatso replied helplessly. So, were the missing research team sent here to find the Imperial Seal? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow and asked. Wang Fatso remained silent, answering with his expression. Jian Ran narrowed his eyes, why didn't you tell me earlier? What's your intention? I have no ulterior motive. Wang Fatso responded with a bitter smile. The main issue was that his unreliable teammates weren't trustworthy, not even as dependable as pigs. Throwing in with the great master early would be a wise decision. There's only 7 days' time, and you expect to find a seal hundreds of years old. Those higher-ups must have too high an opinion of your team. Jian Ran openly mocked him, making Wang Fatso's face turn red instantly, that's why we're trying to sign you up. Finding a seal will earn me 2 billion. Dream on, buddy, Jian Ran waved his hand dismissively, get lost. I'm sleeping. But. Come on, the price is negotiable. Jian Ran refused firmly, no amount of money can change my mind. Saying this, he pulled the tent curtain closed, shutting out Wang Fatso's plump face. Having no other option, Wang Fatso had no choice but to return to his tent to sleep, scheming how to entice Jian Ran again tomorrow. After Wang Fatso left, Jian Ran laid back down. Before he could settle down, Lu Yenting's hand had already reached out restlessly. Jian Ran grabbed the wrist about to slip into the blanket, what are you doing? I'm cold, Lu Yenting fluttered his lashes, let me in to warm up. Did you get chilled earlier? Jian Ran wasn't suspicious. Recalling the cold gust of wind, he quietly agreed it was quite chilly, so he released the hand. The curse isn't completely removed yet, is it because of this jade seal? He mumbled to himself. Lu Yenting wrapped around him, it might be, but I think it's too dangerous, we'd better not. That can't work, Jian Ran frowned, if we don't resolve it thoroughly, there will be trouble later. But, do you believe me? Believe what? That the king of Jinan killed more than 10,000 captives. Lu Yenting leaned closer, his breathing even hotter. The historical records depict the king of Jinan as ruthless, but the truth isn't, Jian Ran's ears tingled slightly, but he didn't move away. He seemed to have gotten used to the current proximity. A ruler who would blockade a city to stop an epidemic, would massacre prisoners. It seems unlikely. Unless someone did it under his name. Lu Yenting nodded, could it be the Empress's father? Isn't he always plotting rebellion? Shit, you're right. Jian Ran suddenly turned back and came face to face with Lu Yenting. The cool yet soft lips made his heart skip a beat. After a few seconds, Jian Ran realized what happened and wanted to turn away, but Lu Yenting firmly held his waist, why are you dodging? Don't you like me? The lips moved involuntarily, grazing Jian Ran's. Do you hate me? Lu Yenting pursued further. Jian Ran, no hatred. No hatred means liking, if you like then you shouldn't dodge. And if you don't dodge, you should take the initiative. Lu Yanting's voice deepened as his throat bobbed. You should understand this principle. The hot breath wrapped around Jian Ran, making his mind a bit fuzzy. What? Oh, I got it. So take the initiative. Lu Yanting urged. Jian Ran blinked his large eyes, utterly innocent. Take the initiative to do what? Take the initiative to kiss me. Lu Yanting spoke quickly. Jian Ran didn't have time to think. Okay, Kiss you, mm. Chapter 202, Athletes are afraid of ghosts too. Great. I was so tired a moment ago, but now I'm wide awake. Jian Ran stared with wide eyes, completely forgetting whether she had taken the initiative just now or not. Their lips touched, and it was passionate and long-lasting. She could also hear Lu Yanting constantly murmuring in her ear, not refusing means you like it, liking means you should take the initiative. Jian Ran, do you like me? Do you like me? Jian Ran felt as if something in her chest broke through the surface, quickly growing into a towering tree. Like? It should be, right? Otherwise, why would she cling to him like this? He didn't even seem repulsed. And, she actually kind of missed him. Why aren't you speaking? Lu Yanting gazed at her neck, and said, if you don't speak, I'll consider it your default agreement. Jian Ran. Default then. Thinking this, her gaze momentarily went blank before shifting towards the tent, where she saw a pair of blood-red, murky eyes tightly staring at her through the window. Shit, Jian Ran got startled and suddenly pushed Lu Yanting away. What's wrong? Lu Yanting frowned and looked in the direction she was looking. The tent window was already empty. Damn it, dare to peek on me. Jian Ran stood up directly and was about to rush out. Lu Yanting pulled her back. Who? Lu Ying's father. You shouldn't go out first, it might be a trap. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran calmed down, but she still couldn't suppress her anger. Next time he dares to come, I'll send him off. No need for reconciliation either. Lu Yanting's face wasn't looking too good either. They were almost there, just one step away from removing the last barrier, and then they were interrupted again. He could only wait until Jian Ran let her guard down. Thinking about this, his mood worsened even more. After dozing off hazily, when dawn arrived the next morning, members of the production crew gradually came out of their tents. Wang Fatso glared fiercely while Wei Jingchen and Lu Yuheng shifted their guilty gazes furtively. You too, an athlete and a mercenary, how shameful is that? You ran faster than a monkey. Wang Fatso reprimanded them coldly. Wei Jingchen felt somewhat embarrassed and muttered softly, athletes are scared of ghosts too. And so are mercenaries. Lu Yuheng added promptly. Seeing the cowardly appearances of both, Wang Fatso couldn't help but rub his brow irritably and signaled Fu Donghai with a hand, have you figured it out yet? When can we enter? This. Fu Haidong hesitated slightly, glancing at Jian Ran. What's this? Have you calculated it or not? Wang Fatso's voice grew louder. No. A tremor ran through Fu Haidong, forcing him to answer honestly. Then he said, why don't you ask Jian Ran? I think his knowledge is deeper than mine. Wang Fatso. What kind of people have I brought here? Can't fight properly, can't calculate, and even easily possessed by ghosts. No matter what complaints lingered in his mind, he still maintained a smile and approached Jian Ran with utmost respect, asking politely, Brother Ran, can you calculate it for us? His Beijing accent showed, and fans in the live streaming room voiced their amazement. In previous survival shows, Director Wang wasn't like this. His image of tormenting guests vividly lingers in my memory. Hee, our Lord needs reverence from everyone. But I weakly ask, what does Director Wang want to do anyway? What else would he want? Looking at his sneaky appearance, he probably doesn't have anything good planned. Perhaps he's planning illegal activities. The upper floor analysis makes perfect sense, pray our brother Ran isn't tricked. Jian Ran slowly rose, spitting out the mouthwash, what do you want me to calculate? That mass grave, can we? Wang Fatso grinned, squinting his eyes shut, can we enter today? Can you find it? Jian Ran raised an eyebrow. Wang Fatso brandished an old notebook, there are records here, the route is very clear. Jian Ran's expression turned chilly for a moment. She hadn't expected that the director still had another trick up his sleeve. Yesterday, when they visited the camp full of white bones, he acted as though he'd found nothing. After tens of seconds of silence, just as Wang Fatso thought Jian Ran would refuse. The latter faintly opened her lips, asking, more money? Of course. Wang Fatso grinned widely, his expression excited. Jian Ran slightly nodded, her fingers quickly calculating. Suddenly, she stopped, her gaze turning towards a certain spot in the jungle, and her demeanor became sharp instantly. What's wrong? Lu Yanting followed her line of sight, is it him again? Who? Wang Fatso's curious head moved closer. Jian Ran and Lu Yanting instantly averted their gazes, speaking in unison, no one. Wang Fatso. These two are really hard to integrate. Thus, under the temptation of money, Jian Ran assumed the role of fortune-telling guide, leading the production crew into the jungle depths rather than toward science. This way, Wang Fatso pointed at the scratches on the tree, these are marks. He was clearly very excited. Search and rescue teams had never reached this far before. The mission stood a great chance of success. We can't go this way. Jian Ran suddenly stopped, her eyes flashing with cunning light. Wang Fatso was startled. Why not? Trap, don't you understand? Jian Ran lifted her chin and spoke towards the white mist. There's nothing but evil spirits in there. It can't be. Wang Fatso seemed somewhat incredulous. It's written that way in the notebook. Jian Ran glanced at it. Do you think it might intentionally mislead you? So which way should we go? Wang Fatso hesitated suspiciously, unwilling to close his notebook. Jian Ran gestured casually, that way. Before Wang Fatso could move, the cameraman rushed ahead in a single bound, keeping pace with Jian Ran. Next were the mercenaries, athletes, mediums, diviners, and other staff members. Wang Fatso stood still at the spot, muttering, damn, who is the director now? The deeper they ventured into the jungle, the darker it became. The trees grew sparse, the white mist gradually dispersed, and the surrounding temperature plummeted without warning, turning chilly and ghostly cold. A timid girl squeezed close to someone beside her in fear. How come this place is so scary? Can we quit now? Fans in the live streaming room were thrilled at this point, shouting out loud, it's too late to quit. Just follow our master's steps, and let him lead you through this scientific adventure. Wow, never seen such a deadly jungle, it gives me Silent Hill vibes. If Chinese horror movies could reach this level, the box office would be assuredly profitable. Quick, look, Brother Ran has stopped walking and crouched down. Has he found the mass grave? The audience held their breath in the live streaming room, while no one dared to breathe heavily in the jungle. All eyes were fixed on Jian Ran as she crouched on the ground, picked up a handful of dirt, and sniffed it carefully at her nose tip. Any discovery? Wang Fatso asked with a strained voice. Jian Ran raised her eyes, smirking lightly. There's heavy blood scent. I guess a lot of people must have died nearby. Upon hearing this, Wang Fatso's face lit up with delight. So we found the right place. Chapter 203, the truth is about to come to light, shouldn't we? Lu Yuhuan had just returned from the cafeteria with food for Jian when he saw his phone screen showing a call from Zhong Fanrui. He didn't want to answer it at all, but his fingers wouldn't obey him. Hello, what's up? Do you want more evidence? Zhong Fanrui's tone wasn't as soft as before. Lu Yuhuan was somewhat surprised. What kind of evidence? Evidence that Qin Hong embezzled the Jian family assets. I can provide it, but everything was done by her alone. I've never been involved. Zhong Fanrui said confidently, her logic rigorous, clearly prepared. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuhuan sneered and curled the corner of his mouth. This kind of evidence, you should give it to the police. Why are you calling me? Let me go, Zhong Fanrui said bluntly. I will absolutely no longer disturb your life. Lu Yuhuan raised an eyebrow, his smile wicked and unrestrained. Whether or not to let you live, I need to ask Jian first. After saying that, he hung up. A tall figure approached. Who was it? My old lover. Lu Yuhuan chuckled. Jian rolled her eyes. Say or don't say. He snatched the lunch box and headed for the dormitory. Lu Yuhuan followed closely behind, clinging like a plaster. Jealous? Kiss me, and I'll tell you who it was. Jian glared at him. Go to hell. The two entered the dormitory one after another, neither noticing that in a hidden place behind them, there was a stranger watching them. Grandpa, the photos have been sent to you. After saying that, the mysterious figure wearing sunglasses quietly left. In the study of the Lu family's ancestral home. The old man sat solemnly in front of the desk, placing washed-out photos on the table and pushing them towards Lu Zhendong. Take a look at your good son. Is this to make our family lineage cease? Lu Zhendong reached out and picked up the photos, his gaze falling on Lu Yuhuan's cheerful laugh, a happiness so radiant he had never seen before. At a glance now, he was somewhat dazed. For a long time, he spoke. Dad, you're not short of grandchildren. Do you really have to push him? What? Old Mr. Lu seemed disbelieving of what he had heard, his tone heavy with doubt. My son, it's enough that he's happy. He doesn't have to be a tool for carrying on the family line. Lu Zhendong looked up, his expression grave. Old Mr. Lu was taken aback, narrowing his eyes. So, you finally decide to speak up for this son? What have you been doing all these years? Dad, I know I failed as a father, but I really don't want to force him anymore. Lu Zhendong stood up. Do whatever you want to me. I have other matters, I'm leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhendong turned around and left, ignoring whatever old Mr. Lu called out to him. The moment the door of the study closed, old Mr. Lu's expression changed, a faint smile curling the corner of his mouth. Didn't expect such an obstinate person to change their mind. Then I'm reassured. Director Wang, there really is a bloody smell. Fu Haidong grabbed a handful of soil, excitedly sniffed, and said. Mr. Wang stared at the soil-streaked nose on the fortune teller and coldly scoffed. Do you need to answer for me? Can't I smell too? Live streaming fans hearing this conversation burst into laughter. Haha, Director Wang is annoyed. It seems increasingly evident that his position is insecure. I'm looking forward to seeing Jian Ran lead the team straight into the mass grave. Suddenly, Director Wang furrowed his brow. This place truly, how could it not be like that? Isn't it completely flat ground here? Where's there a pit? Jian Ran didn't respond, standing up and walking forward. Stopping at one spot, he stepped on it, and instantly a thunderous sound resonated. Before their eyes appeared a crater as large as a soccer field. It was almost fantastical. Every member of the production team gaped with wide eyes, shocked beyond measure. Jian Ran turned around. What are you all staring at? If we wait any longer, it'll get dark, and lonely ghosts will. He hadn't even finished speaking when the crew picked up their gear and ran toward the pit. The camera operator ran while asking, Director Wang, can we broadcast this part? No problem, we have official approval. After several days of training, Director Wang also ran quite nimbly, although his beer belly trembled close to the ground, looking extremely funny. When they reached the edge of the large pit and looked down, every member of the crew was stunned again. This wasn't just a big pit. It was a palace constructed from human skulls. The eerie wind caused goosebumps. This is more than 10,000 people. Fu Donghai exclaimed, maybe 100,000. The cameraman still felt uneasy. Director Wang, can we really film? Is this the time to be worried about that? Director Wang angrily replied, let's go down first and deal with it. As he was about to step down, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Jian Ran, Mr. Ran, can we go down? I need your word on this. Go down then. Jian Ran shrugged indifferently, I haven't tied your legs. Director Wang seemed to have gotten used to Jian Ran's sharp-tongued mode of speech. He carefully stepped on the steps made from human skulls, slowly descending, murmuring all the way, excuse me, excuse me. If only necessary, I must borrow your heads. The rest followed in a similar manner, stepping cautiously downward. The deeper they went, the more awestruck they felt. Could the ancients have been so incredibly ingenious? Building a palace after killing people. It was cruel yet infused with intelligence. For a moment, no one knew what to say. Jian Ran strolled leisurely behind while Lu Yanting remained similarly unfazed, showing little surprise, as this palace closely resembled the tomb in Nanchang. Just one used stones, the other used skulls. The truth is about to come to light. Lu Yanting's lips moved slightly. Shouldn't we also? Also what? Jian Ran suddenly felt his heart beat faster. Also find our proper place. Lu Yanting didn't finish his sentence when a scream came from the bottom of the 10,000-person pit. Lu Yuhan, what are you doing? Put down the knife. Wang Fatso's voice was urgent. Lu Yuhan hugged Fu Donghai's neck with a distorted face, I won't let go. We have to leave. We shouldn't have come here, coming here means death. I can't die. Jian Ran narrowed his eyes, suddenly remembering a fragment he saw before. That person had also acted crazily saying they shouldn't have come here. Lu Yuhan, calm down. Put down the knife, we will leave immediately. Wang Fatso tried to comfort him. Fu Donghai was scared almost to tears, brother, ease up, keep away from the arteries. Just as Lu Yuhan was about to speak, he suddenly turned fiercely towards Jian Ran who had just descended the stairs, don't come near me. You menace. Fox spirit. It's all because of you. Upon hearing these words, Jian Ran suddenly smiled, oh, thank you. You've helped me figure out my identity. Now I know who's been fooling around. Chapter 204, The production team is not human. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuhan was shocked and fell to the ground immediately after his eyes rolled back. The dagger he tightly gripped slipped out of his hand and clanged loudly. The production team froze in disbelief, including the fans in the live broadcast room, as well as Fu Haidong, who had just been threatened with his life. Is Gu now this awesome? 2 sentences scared someone to death. Is he dead or not? Check his breath quickly. This guy isn't faking it, clearly holding prohibited items while threatening a guest's life. Will this part really be aired? I feel like the production team is testing the limits of censorship. Does the production team have someone above pulling strings? This hasn't been banned yet. As everyone feverishly speculated and debated, Wang Fatso finally coughed awkwardly. It was just a joke, a small interlude. Don't take it too seriously. Fu Donghai, right? Realizing this, the soothsayer covering his own carotid artery gave an uncomfortable smile towards the camera. Director Wang is absolutely correct, we were just playing around. At this point, Lu Yuhan woke up from his faint, his mind still fuzzy. What's going on? Why are you all surrounding me? What happened just now? Still shaken, Fu Donghai glared at him. You tell me what happened. You mother **** were practicing with a knife against me. Don't pull stunts like that next time. Though Fu Haidong finally reined in his reprimand, Lu Yuhan remained utterly perplexed. His glance caught the nearby dagger lying on the floor, allowing him to roughly guess what had transpired. Hastily, he picked it up and stored it away. I'm sorry for holding you up, please accept my apology. He stood up, his face earnest. The tension in Fu Donghai's expression relaxed slightly. He was aware that Lu Yuhan was under control, and his actions were not by choice, thus sending a grateful look toward Jian Ran. In the live stream room, some fans jumped to their feet. Are we all fools? That was a joke. The acting could rival film emperors. Programs like these should be banned. Do any of you upstairs have issues? If you don't want to watch, get out. No one tied you down here. Extreme survival originally has this kind of vibe, much better than watching those brainless variety shows. Getting to peek into ancient secrets through the live stream makes me excited. Me too, I hope it doesn't get pulled midway. The newly infiltrated haters were completely swamped with insults and slunk away from the room, pressing the report button but discovering no response. Could there actually be someone protecting them? This made the haters reluctant to move further, promptly messaging the buyer, "Sorry, I can't take this order. It can't be done easy to get trolled to death." When he first accepted the job, it was merely to dip his toes in the water, only to find his initial expectations confirmed. Jian Ran was no longer the vague nobody prone to smears. Seeing this message on his computer screen, Zhong Fanrui's eyes flashed with resentment before disappearing instantly, murmuring, "This is the final effort I can make." He slowly stood up, coffee in hand, and moved to the window, gazing over the bustling city, his features carrying a trace of relief. Why must one always chase after others' footsteps? Even if one cannot compete, so what? He will blossom in his own way, and I have my own path to walk. With a sigh, Zhong Fanrui pulled out his phone, opened the email, and pressed send. In class, Lu Yuhuan noticed the screen prompt, his lips curling slightly. "Simple, check this out. The old flame is contacting me again." Hearing this, Jian glanced at him sharply, though her gaze was involuntarily drawn to the screen. "To prove my innocence, I'll check it directly." Lu Yuhuan's smile was infuriating as he slid open the email. A short line of text came into view. "Evidence of Qin Hong's betrayal against the Jian family is presented, requiring no repayment. I merely wish to distance myself from the maelstrom." Glancing at this briefly, Lu Yuhuan raised an eyebrow. Wow, did he change his nature? Jian snorted coldly, "The tide has turned." He had no other choice but to turn. This sentence indeed, holds true. Lu Yuhuan laughed, casually forwarding the evidence to his father, adding a note, "Please deliver it to the police, thank you." Jian Ran approached a table crafted from skulls, the cameraman unconsciously closing in to capture the scene. "Brother Gu, share your insights with us." Sacrifice. Wang Fatso edged closer to blurt out, "Clearly this is where the Prince of Jin South chose to sacrifice living people to consolidate his power, resorting to such cruel methods." Jian Ran turned his gaze, come on, step aside. Let you perform." Wang Fatso hurriedly declined, "No, Gu, you go ahead, I'll step back." Jian Ran sneered coldly, "The sacrifice is correct, but it was likely for a curse." Startled, Wang Fatso exclaimed, "That's impossible, right?" Jian Ran pointed casually, "Look at the positioning of this skull. At first glance, it seems aligned with the dragon vein, praying for prosperity, but in reality, the placement has been flipped horizontally. Thus, the feng shui completely changes." As Wang Fatso was about to open his mouth after hearing this, Fu Donghai moved closer beside him. "Brother Gu is right. There's something wrong with the palace layout. The dragon vein flows backward and gets stuck in the cave. How could it flow endlessly? That doesn't make sense. Why would the Prince of Jin South create a dead zone for himself? That goes against common logic." Wang Fatso scratched his head in confusion. Lu Yanting, who had stood silently by the side all along, moved his lips. "What if this place wasn't built by the Prince of Jin South? Then who could it be?" Wang Fatso blurted out the question. "Of course, those who wanted to overthrow the government and rebel." Jian Ran's lips curled up slyly. "They killed the captives, then framed the Prince of Jin South, and constructed this palace. They severed the dragon vein and pinned the cruel reputation on the Prince of Jin South. It's truly killing two birds with one stone." By the time he said this, it seemed like he was no longer explaining to others, but rather hinting at some other force. Wang Fatso was dumbfounded listening to him. "Damn, Gu, how did you figure out all these twists?" Jian Ran lifted his finger and pointed to his head. "I figured it out with this. The brain is a good thing." Wang Fatso. "Damn, this sense of superiority, I can't even refute it." Just as he was complaining in his mind, he suddenly saw Jian Ran reach out to touch the pale skulls, so he quickly warned, "Brother Gu, don't touch it, in case." But it was already too late. Jian Ran placed his palm on the eerie table, and the palace began to rumble, making the earth tremble. The production team turned pale with fear, almost running away, but then they saw a large door bursting open before them. Back in the live broadcast room, fans were staring intently at the screen when suddenly their screens went black. Shit, the critical moment, and it cut off. The production team isn't human, are they? I've taken a screenshot, I'm going to expose this on Weibo. Chapter 205, For you, I'm willing to do anything. At a critical moment, the show hit a snag, and fans were anxiously scratching their heads. Many, unable to wait, flooded Weibo with screenshots and tags directed at the official account, demanding a reasonable explanation from the production team. As a result, within less than an hour, several trending topics erupted. Hashtag is survival at its limits a tomb raiding show, hashtag. Hashtag why does survival at its limits black out at critical moments, hashtag. Hashtag were the guests tricked into participating, hashtag. Hashtag give us Brother Ran. Give us our leader, hashtag. Hashtag dare to film but afraid to broadcast, is survival at its limits just a cowardly show, hashtag. The topic discussion heat soared to the top rankings, and Lu Zhendong furrowed his brow as he held an iPad. What's wrong with Wang Fatsi? How can we settle this if it's gotten this big? Gan Shan smiled, this kind of issue isn't that hard to resolve. Now we send in archaeological personnel for the variety show, wouldn't that be legitimate? Lu Zhendong mulled over it for a bit, then shook his head, how can we enter? Without Jian Ran, they'd most likely get lost in the jungle. It is so, but I have another plan. Gan Shan knocked on his pipe, looking mysterious. What plan? Lu Zhendong's expression stiffened. In response to such eerie events, influence must be eliminated quickly, or once public opinion ferments, it would be difficult to resolve. After all, the masses aren't fools. I intend to recruit Jian Ran and list him as part of the archaeology team, Gan Shan planned optimistically. Lu Zhendong slapped the conference table, no way. I desperately need talent. Gan Shan disdainfully glanced at him, can you even afford how much salary? Would they look down on you? If I can't afford it, can your archaeology department? Lu Zhendong angrily glared. Gan Shan slowly replied, personally, I could shoulder the salary expenses. Could you? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhendong immediately sat down. Even though he was a second-generation rich kid, because he joined a secret department, he had long abandoned his inheritance rights. Aside from a meager salary, he truly didn't have any other source of income. Comparing wealth with Gan Shan was impossible. Thus, Lu Zhendong could only helplessly watch Gan Shan call Jian Ran. Little bro, what are you busy with? Gan Shan asked cheekily. Busy finding the jade seal, Jian Ran impatiently responded while examining the hidden door situation. What do you want? Upon hearing the word, jade seal, Gan Shan inwardly became excited but didn't let it show, something came up. Your show has been exposed, and it continues to ferment online. A statement needs to be issued. Jian Ran frowned, take this up with the director. What does this have to do with me? How does it not? If the show stops airing, won't your payment fall through? Gan Shan tried to persuade step by step. Jian Ran indeed stopped his movements, shit, that's right. Old man, you have a plan. Join the archaeology team and explain under the title of an archaeology member that this is an official act, no artifacts will be touched without authorization. You just come for exploration, then leave the rest to professionals, Gan Shan smoothly explained. We'll urgently make a qualification certificate for you, release it online, and this way, many netizens' doubts will be dispelled. Jian Ran snorted coldly, are you digging a hole for me to jump into? The signal's bad down there, can't hear clearly. Wait, don't hang up. Gan Shan quickly said, I'll provide generous benefits, 5 insurances, 1 fund, and annual performance bonuses. Jobs are hard to find these days, the entertainment circle is unstable. Here, no matter what, you're assured income. Aren't you considering this? Jian Ran's expression froze suddenly, as if he heard something. He then looked back toward Lu Yanting, asking into the microphone, if I join the archaeology team, I can officially participate in archaeological work, right? Of course. Gan Shan immediately replied, I can guarantee you a minimum annual salary of 10 million yuan. Alright, I agree. Jian Ran solemnly agreed before hanging up the phone directly. Lu Yanting approached with a dark face, you joined the archaeology team for my sake. Certainly not, who doesn't want a steady job nowadays? Anyway, I've already planned to exit the entertainment circle. Jian Ran avoided eye contact. Who's exiting the entertainment circle? Wang Fatsi managed to climb over and overhear. Jian Ran turned and glared at him, later, when we reach a flat area, we'll turn on the cameras first and clarify everything. The legitimacy of your program is starting to be questioned online. Wang Fatsi scratched his head, how do we clarify? Minutes later, he shouted out loud, You're joining the archaeology team. Is this why you're leaving the entertainment industry? Shut up. Jian Ran suddenly became serious. Wang Fatsi immediately fell silent. They were now in the passageway, and could only descend using the extremely narrow skull ladder. The surroundings were dimly lit, relying solely on the flashlight for illumination. As everyone stood still, fully concentrating on their surroundings, a hand bone suddenly emerged from the wall, grabbing Wang Fatsi by the neck. He didn't have time to scream, only shouting, Brother Ran, save me. Then he was slammed against the stone wall, half his body sinking into it. The rest were terrified, except for Lu Yuheng and Wei Jingchen who had professional instincts and rushed forward at the first moment, grabbing Wang Fatsi's arms. Director Wang, hold on. Lu Yuheng shouted, surprised at how much strength was involved, impossible to stop. Wei Jingchen was equally shocked, turning her head quickly, Brother Ran, come help us. Before she could finish speaking, Jian Ran had already appeared before them, moving his hands swiftly to grip the bones. Then there was a snap. And the immensely strong bones broke instantly. Still stunned, without reacting properly, Jian Ran yelled loudly, haven't you run yet? Are you waiting to be dragged in and used as cement? Upon hearing this, the production team instantly switched to escape mode. Ignoring the narrowness of the stairs, sliding down hastily, crawling out of the passage. As they looked back, numerous pale white hands stretched out of the walls, wildly grabbing. Holy crap, that was intense. Wang Fatsi massaged his chest nervously. So close. Jian Ran looked down at him disdainfully, that's why you should talk less. Before the words died away, he turned to the cameraman, turn on the live broadcast. Lu Yanting beside him grabbed Jian Ran's wrist firmly, not yet. I don't want you to do anything, against your will. Who said I'm unwilling? Jian Ran smirked cunningly, for you, I'm willing to do anything. The production crew stared in silence, is this couple shipping happening on site? We're fed so much sugar it hurts. It's too sweet. The monitoring system hurriedly interjected, what the heck, host, just to save the villain's life, would you say anything like that? Chapter 206, in fact, I have another identity. That's right. Just as Jian Ran was answering Gan Shan's call, the system that had been out of compliance and hadn't dared to log in suddenly spoke up. Don't agree with him. Premature intervention will prevent the villain from making an appearance. The world order will become chaotic. Upon hearing this, Jian Ran narrowed his eyes and calmed down. What do you mean by, making an appearance? Of course it means death. The system said without hesitation. If we can just get back on track with the plot now, we can complete the mission successfully. That way, even if our superiors find out about the non-compliance, we won't. Alright, I agree. Jian Ran responded seriously into the receiver. System. What are you doing? I assented obvious. Jian Ran sneered coldly. I'm on the side of the villain. System, you don't want to finish the mission. The substitute lackey can be taken over by anyone willing. As for the villain's life, I've made up my mind to protect it. Jian Ran stated firmly. System fell apart, aren't you afraid of the electric shock punishment? Jian Ran, aren't you afraid that I report you and make you lose your job? System lost control, shit, I shouldn't have reminded you in the first place. Jian Ran, eating grass wouldn't help anyway, it's too late now. Just then, when the system heard the extremely cheesy line, for you, I'm willing to do anything, a face appeared on the screen, looking utterly dejected. Fine, you're ruthless enough. Then, the system hurriedly logged off. Lu Yanting stared intensely at Jian Ran, reflecting his own face in those clear pupils. After a while, he pursed his lips slightly. For you, I am also willing. To do anything, even sacrifice my life. Jian Ran was moved and stayed speechless for quite some time. Wang Fatso timidly raised his hand, can I interrupt for a second? We're still running for our lives here, so let's put feelings aside for now. Both Jian Ran and Lu Yanting turned around at the same time, their gazes lethal. Wang Fatso immediately cowered and shrank his neck, we're not in a rush, we'll keep surviving, you two go ahead. After saying that, there was perfect timing as screams echoed behind them along with heads flailing all over the place. Don't catch me. Let go, release my leg. Ayo, save me. Lu Yanting sighed. They really ruined the mood. The place where the production team slid into turned out to be another secret room, large and spacious, walls illuminated by lamp stands, but the layout couldn't be fully seen clearly. However, dozens of skeletal hands broke through the ground, causing everyone to scramble wildly. Seeing Fu Haidong's left leg pulled into the ground, Jian Ran frowned impatiently and tossed a few talisman papers into the air. Fingers rapidly forming seals, expel evil and retreat, swiftly as commanded. Instantaneously, golden light filled the entire room, and upon contact with the bones, trembling began alongside black smoke rising, followed by groans underground. Not long after, the room returned to peace. All members of the production crew were gasping for breath on the floor, their hearts still racing. Jian Ran approached the cameraman, calmly asking, do we have a signal now? Can we live stream? The cameraman, drenched in sweat, yet didn't dare neglect the task, quickly glanced and said, strange, we actually have a signal. Start, go live. Jian Ran spoke succinctly. Wang Fatso struggled to crawl over, raising his bloated face, which looked like it had been soaked in water. Can't live stream, we'll drown in public opinion. I know what I'm doing, Jian Ran replied and gestured toward the cameraman, can you film? The cameraman gritted his teeth and stood up determinedly before initiating the live stream. It was inexplicable, but something in Jian Ran's voice carried authority, compelling people willingly to obey. The loyal fans waiting patiently in the live stream saw the patriarch's face, ecstatically flooding the comments section, Brother Ran is unmatched, immortal. Jian Ran waved a hand indicating quiet. The live stream indeed went eerily silent without any chat messages, everyone waiting quietly. Jian Ran cleared his throat into the camera, in fact, I have another identity. Hearing this, the fans became excited instantly. Finally revealing his hidden card, I participated in this program mainly as an inspector, working under the Cultural Relics Bureau, tasked primarily to oversee extreme survival, ensuring filming doesn't damage precious rare antiques. Please view rumors rationally and trust in science. And just like that, the screen cut off abruptly. The fans were stunned. What? Cultural Relics Bureau? There's even a post. Doesn't Brother Ran think this is an underutilization of his talents? Mixing in the entertainment circle, or the mysticism circle, wouldn't that be more profitable? I have a different opinion. A celebrity in the entertainment industry may be red-hot for a while, but their fame can easily vanish quickly. The mysticism circle is too utilitarian. Only those who can contribute to history will be remembered forever. Brother Ran has great ambitions. That's not right. Isn't my brother Ran just money-oriented? Could he have earned enough? I sense something hidden here. Could it be that he's sacrificing for love and looking for an excuse to retire from the circle? The live stream chat was heatedly discussing, successfully diverting attention. Don Shan, seeing the trending topic being removed, grinned smugly as he looked at Lu Zhendong. What do you think, don't I still need to take charge? Lu Zhendong frowned. Why did you agree so easily? AI, anyway we belong to the same department. If I want someone later, just give me a shout. Don Shan couldn't hide his joy. Lu Zhendong sarcastically mocked, I doubt you could manage to command them. TS, should be, almost. Don Shan himself wasn't quite sure. A thought crossed his mind, adding a bonus would work, wouldn't it? On the secret room side, Jian Ran had just finished explaining when the lamp on the stone wall suddenly went out. The surroundings were unexpectedly plunged into darkness, and the live streaming connection was cut off. Wang Fatso exclaimed in alarm, Brother Ran. Jian Ran gave a cold snort, shut up. He then took Lu Yanting's hand, stick with me, don't let go. Yes, the latter responded promptly. Since the system had said that the villain would be in danger here, which might even become the precursor for their demise later on, there must be no mistakes. Thus Jian Ran thought and pulled out talisman paper to toss into the air, but nothing happened. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. Furrowing his brow, he thrust his elbow backward and drew a long sword from his collar. It gleamed with golden light, and its material was undeterminable. Its glow illuminated Jian Ran's handsome yet stern face. His lips parted slowly, enunciating each word, keep pretending like this and I'll make sure you're obliterated. As soon as these words were spoken, the oil lamp flared brightly, burning exceptionally fiercely. An enormous, ornately carved coffin adorned with dragons and phoenixes appeared before everyone's eyes, looking exactly the same as the one in the underground mausoleum in Nanchang. Before they could react, the coffin opened automatically, and a corpse clad in black Xiantai armor stood up, green eyes glowing ominously. Chapter 207, turns out to be a hereditary enemy. My God, what is this thing? Wang Fatso couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He was just a director who had been brought into the fold. He hadn't realized when he accepted his mission that it would be so arduous. They even had quite a number of elite soldiers. But now it turned out they were all damn useless. None of them measured up to Jian Ran's strength. Wang Fatso quickly hid behind Jian Ran, with a group of production staff and guests trailing behind him. Who do you think this might be? Jian Ran stared ahead, but addressed Lu Yanting. Lu Yanting's face betrayed no fear. I guess, it must be the brother of the Empress, right? Isn't he supposed to be a general? Buried in the coffin of the Marquis of Jinan, it seems like they wanted him to become the emperor. Jian Ran smirked, but alas, all their plans came to naught. Upon seeing this, Wang Fatso thought to himself, good grief, they still have time for chatter. The green-eyed monster was fuming so hard that smoke was rising from its head, and it was about to charge over. Sure enough, the next second, the corpse jumped out of the coffin, raised its arms towards Jian Ran, its fingers having elongated like knives, carrying an eerie and bone-chilling aura. Compared to it, those white bones were worlds apart in terms of power. Run! Run! Wang Fatso turned around and fled immediately. When he looked back, he found the group hiding behind him had already run far away. What a bunch of spineless cowards. Jian Ran remained exceptionally calm and slowly raised a hand, go back, I'll handle him myself. Afraid that Lu Yanting wouldn't agree, he added another sentence, you being here would distract me. All right. Lu Yanting agreed without hesitation. His body immediately moved backward to give Jian Ran ample room to fight freely. In the blink of an eye, the corpse was rushing towards them. Jian Ran lightly tapped his toes and leapt backward onto its shoulders, spinning around before delivering a swift slash with his sword. Clashing with the armor, it created an unbearable screeching sound. The corpse swiftly turned back around and continued attacking Jian Ran. Its momentum was too fierce, the golden longsword glowed under the pressure and struggled to block the attacks. Jian Ran was forced to retreat step by step. The corpse appeared more berserk than ever, wildly swinging its arms and cornering Jian Ran against the coffin. Jian Ran's lips curled upward, revealing a cunning gleam in his eyes. Swiftly, he took out a talisman and slapped it on the forehead of the corpse, then vaulted himself forward and delivered a forceful kick straight to the corpse's buttocks. Umph. Gravity momentarily lost its grip, causing the corpse to collapse directly inside the coffin. Jian Ran seized the opportunity, lifting the coffin lid single-handedly, slamming it shut while muttering incantations, evil spirits imprisoned, Taoist Qi eternal, urgently as prescribed. Dozens of talismans floated and spun in the air, tightly sealing the coffin lid, preventing the corpse from breaking out despite its frantic struggles within. Still feeling it wasn't enough, Jian Ran even jumped onto the coffin, holding the longsword high, plunging it decisively down. Black liquid surged out, staining the coffin's patterns. As Jian Ran bowed his head and knelt down on one knee, his fingertips touched the black blood. The scene before his eyes suddenly changed. Father, I oppose rebellion. Marquis of Jinan has treated me kindly and with recognition. A man wearing armor, with a handsome face, stepped forward hastily, father, sister has attained the status of empress. You are prime minister, second only to the emperor yet ruling over 10,000 others, enjoying unlimited wealth and honor. What else could we possibly desire? Hold your tongue. A middle-aged man in deep purple official robes turned around, filled with malevolent energy. Don't you know your father is ranked second only to the emperor? Haven't you heard, to serve the emperor is akin to serving a tiger? The Marquis of Jinan is unpredictable, meticulous in his thinking, and despite being married to your sister for many years, never touched her. Do you know why? The young man seemed taken aback by this revelation, hesitating slightly. Why? The Marquis of Jinan fears both your father and you. He fears your father consolidating power at court, fears your dominance in battle overshadowing his authority. Therefore, he continues to alienate your sister, Prime Minister Zhong Xinlu stated fiercely. No, it isn't like this. The Marquis of Jinan treats me like a younger brother, how could he? Zhong Zihui said disbelievingly. Zhong Xinlu sneered coldly, this time ordering you to escort prisoners was actually testing you, kill or not to kill. Of course, I can't kill them. Zhong Zihui responded without hesitation, it's a great taboo in military conduct. Zhong Xinlu narrowed his eyes, you must kill them all. Eliminate every last one. I disagree. Zhong Zihui declared these words before turning to leave, but unexpectedly, a cold blade was placed against his neck. He slowly turned his head, Father, what do you intend to do? Zhong Xinlu sneered again, if you obey your father, the throne will be yours. If you don't, well, your father has many sons. And then? Does father intend to kill me? Zhong Zihui's expression grew colder. Zhong Xinlu's gaze turned sinister, yet he did not speak. Father, I'll say this again, if you intend to kill the prisoners, you'll have to step over my dead body. With that, Zhong Zihui stormed off without a second thought for the cold blade slicing at his neck. A streak of blood followed, staining the forest soil red. Zhong Xinlu lowered his arm and gazed at Zhong Zihui's retreating back without moving from the spot. Someone rushed out from behind a tree, whispering hesitantly, Prime Minister, what should your subordinate? Carry out the original plan. If anyone obstructs, execute without mercy. Zhong Xinlu commanded with malice. As you command. Jian Ran watched this unfold, thinking, holy crap, what a coincidence, he's also surnamed Zhong. Could he be related to Zhong Fanrui? He wouldn't possibly be their descendant, would he? No wonder the system warned of danger. It turned out they were hereditary enemies. As Jian Ran's vision followed Zhong Zihui leave, it returned swiftly to the camp where someone delivered dinner. General Zhong, please partake. Place it there, Zhong Zihui responded absent-mindedly, still weighed down by his thoughts. Yet Jian Ran noticed that person's sinister face, a sure sign of no good intentions. General, even though you may harbor resentment towards the Prime Minister, the bond of father and son cannot be erased. Eat first, then seek him out for a talk. Perhaps, this will help resolve any misunderstandings. Zhong Zihui sighed, conceding finally, all right. Picking up his chopsticks, he fetched a piece of food to his lips. Seeing the swallowing motion, the man appeared thoroughly reassured, please eat slowly, General. Your subordinate shall take his leave now. Zhong Zihui gave a slight nod, good. Soon enough, the tent was left with just one person, yet his furrowed brow had yet to relax when cries of anguish came piercing through from outside. Spare our lives. We are prisoners. You can't kill us. But we shall kill you nonetheless. Stop babbling. The turmoil sent Zhong Zihui's heart into sudden turmoil as he hurried to stand, only to realize simultaneously an acute cramp gripping his stomach. The food is poisoned. He instantly realized something and grew even paler. Who had laced the poison was obvious, it must have been father's confidant. Just as Zhong Zihui took difficult steps to reach the tent edge and pulled aside the curtain, in the midst of crimson carnage everywhere, he saw his father mounted on his warhorse commanding the slaughter of the prisoners. Is he truly this ruthless, so cruel? Humph. As the armor slowly fell to the ground, Jian Ran felt an intense, indelible grudge welling up. Chapter 208, Come Out and Fight. Having been harmed by his own father, Zhong Zihui was filled with resentment, perhaps also because of his long years of warfare, which had imbued him with an air of heavy killing intent. After being poisoned to death, he immediately reanimated, turning into a vicious ghost from the Chinese underworld, and directly rushed out of his tent into the chaos. He indiscriminately slaughtered anyone in sight, friend or foe alike. His eyes, fixed on Zhong Xinlu, emitted terrifying green light. Prime Minister, this. An aide nearby, witnessing the scene, was so terrified they couldn't speak. Zhong Xinlu's expression darkened. Didn't you confirm that he ate the poisoned meal? My lord, I am certain, I witnessed it with my own eyes, the aide responded in fear. Humph, then he is already dead. Zhong Xinlu's expression turned malevolent, looks like we need to use another method to suppress him. Go fetch the imperial sage. The aide immediately saluted. I'll go at once, my lord. Zhong Zihui was originally a valiant general who made enemy troops tremble upon hearing his name. After transforming into a ghost, he became even more unstoppable. The black nails that grew from his hands could tear through flesh with bare hands, his movements extraordinarily swift. In no time, there were no survivors left around him. The rest fled for their lives. The ground was littered with dismembered bodies, blood pooling everywhere, and the originally yellow soil now turned dark red. The scene was unbearable to witness. Even Jianren felt startled, but Zhong Xinglu remained calm as he sat atop his warhorse, watching coldly without any emotional fluctuation. Perhaps angered by such cruelty and indifference, Zhong Zihui, as he tore apart the last person beside him, veins protruding, let out a roar toward the heavens. "Prime Minister, the imperial sage has arrived," the aide reported. Zhong Xinglu turned back. Jianren followed the sound with his gaze, recognizing the features of the imperial sage and instantly froze. What the hell, it's actually Lu Ying's dad. Damn, this kind of fate can't be avoided. General Zhong. The imperial sage, raising his aged face, looked toward Zhong Zihui, a necrotic transformation. How truly unfortunate. Though he said this, his expression was utterly cold. How do we subdue him? Zhong Xinglu asked directly. In a coffin, replied the imperial sage calmly, use these human bones to construct a tomb, trapping the malevolent energy within. It will precisely suppress his undead body. Zhong Xinglu paused briefly, a sly smile curling at the corner of his lips. Perfect. We can claim externally that the Prince of Jinan built this tomb to strengthen the dragon veins and killed captives to accompany himself in death. The body in the coffin will be substituted with Ah Hui. Once we kill the Prince of Jinan, we'll discard the body in the wilderness, leaving it for wild dogs to devour. How ruthless. Jianren couldn't help but marvel. And right here, the scene came to an abrupt halt. When he opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was Lu Yanting's handsome face. How are you feeling? The latter asked with concern, tightening the arms holding him in embrace. I'm fine. Jianren struggled to get up, glancing around and noticing that all the program staff were nervously looking at him. He smirked slightly, grinning carelessly. What? Afraid that if I don't wake up, you'll be stuck here unable to leave? Brother Ran, what are you talking about? Wang Fatso quickly stepped forward, would I be the kind of selfish? As he spoke, his eyes glared at others, as if hinting at something. Who would flee first when encountering danger, disregarding everything, completely unrighteous? The production team quietly lowered their heads, appearing quite ashamed. Jianren waved his hand, breaking free from Lu Yanting's embrace, let's go over there, I have something to say. The latter slightly nodded, all right. Thus, under everyone's watchful eyes, the two hid behind a corner to whisper privately. Director Wang, could we renew Brother Ran's contract? Lu Yuheng seized the opportunity to suggest weakly, with him around, it feels very safe. Wang Fatso glared at him, think about whether you'll still appear on the show. Lu Yuheng. That makes sense. So it was like this, Lu Yanting frowned, I truly underestimated that period of history, not realizing it harbored such a dark side. Jianren nodded, although I didn't see everything, I've guessed the subsequent developments quite accurately. This palace built with human bones is actually a grave site, constructed to contain the already reanimated Zhong Zihui, but officially declared as the mausoleum of the Prince of Jinan. Therefore, I suspect that the Jade Seal does not exist at all, it's just a tactic used to mislead the masses. Lu Yanting showed considerable agreement, remembering something, suddenly asking, then how could the imperial sage have lived for so long? The act of possessing a dead body isn't unusual anymore, Jianren's gaze turned colder, I must eliminate these calamities while I'm here, only then can I. What can you do? Lu Yanting pressed on. Return a clear and peaceful world to the mortal realm, Jianren said somewhat officially, with a clear understanding of his own purpose. Lu Yanting stared intently at Jianren, his thin lips parting as if he wanted to say something but stopped. He wanted to protect the one he loved from all danger. But in certain areas, he was powerless. Rest assured, Jianren seemed to sense what Lu Yanting was thinking and reached out to grip his wrist. I'll be fine. As soon as those words were spoken, a spell was chanted somewhere nearby, penetrating through the stone walls. Zhong Zihui, hearing it from inside the coffin, suddenly became restless again, more violently than before, causing some talismans to be shattered and reduced to ash upon falling to the ground. So, he has finally come. Jianren's expression turned sharp, a defiant curve appearing on his lips. If I can't take you down, then count me as a failure. Taking a step forward, Jianren shielded Lu Yanting behind him and shouted to Wang Fatso and the others, hurry up and find the exit, it should be in the southeast lower corner. After opening it, run immediately. Whatever happens, don't look back. Got it, Brother Ran. Though terrified, Wang Fatso and the others obediently followed Fu Donghai, who held a compass, heading towards the direction Jianren had mentioned. At a time like this, who cared about the mission? Surviving was the priority. The entire production team thought this way, their survival instincts heightened, unlocking each person's potential. Not long after, Lu Yuhan kicked open the exit and shouted, escape for our lives. And thus, only 2 people and a coffin remained in the secret room. Jianren hadn't urged Lu Yanting to leave because, at that moment, he suddenly realized that if he were in Lu Yanting's position, he probably wouldn't want to leave either. Since this was the biggest crisis they'd encountered since coming into the book universe. As the last member of the production team exited, the coffin trapping Zhong Zihui's corpse was also forced open. The corpse, eyes glowing green, leaped out once more, its surrounding key, negative energy, even more intense, like an athlete injected with stimulants, jumping extremely high, propelled by springs as it attacked Jian Ran. Unexpectedly, as it approached, it was sent flying far away by a roundhouse kick to its chest. The entrance as arrogant as it had been, matched by an equally pitiful exit. Moving swiftly, Jian Ran pursued and stepped on Zhong Zihui's back, loudly declaring, "Controlling puppets is useless, why don't you come out and fight fairly?" Chapter 209, Turns out you're a male green tea bitch. As Jian Ran's words trailed off, he sensed something amiss behind him and quickly turned around to see a shadow flash by near Lu Yenting. "Watch out," he blurted out. But it was already too late. The old man who had sneaked up behind Lu Yenting had already gripped his neck, his hoarse and sinister voice ringing out. "Why would I fight you? You really don't know how to respect the elderly." Jian Ran was beside himself with anger. "Let go of him. And what if I don't?" The old man's face, full of wrinkles, broke into a smile, his black teeth revolting. "Killing him can continue the Zhong family bloodline, ensuring lasting prosperity. What do you think I'll do?" Jian Ran. So this is why the villain always dies. That curse passed down through the line of the Marquis of Zhennan was meant to sustain the Zhong family bloodline. How ruthless. Thinking about this made him so furious that he trembled all over, his palms sweating tightly gripping his soulbound sword. "Don't worry about me, kill him." Lu Yenting said hoarsely, "I don't want to be a burden to you." Saying that, he tried to move his major artery closer to the old man's sharp nails. Jian Ran shouted in panic, "Don't move. If you die, what will my life mean in this world? It might as well end too." Lu Yenting was startled upon hearing this. Where are you going?" Never mind," Jian Ran thought he messed up again. "Right, anyway we're not related, no qualification for concern on either side, just leave me alone." Lu Yenting lowered his eyes, feeling dejected. "Jian Ran, why wouldn't you have any qualifications, you're my... What am I to you?" Lu Yenting pressed, suddenly becoming despondent, "Just a friend, you don't have to." "Not just a friend." Jian Ran interjected anxiously. "Then what am I?" Lu Yenting's gaze became deep and shadowy. Jian Ran frowned deeply, "Why you're the person I like, someone I want to spend my whole life with." "Really?" Lu Yenting was secretly ecstatic but didn't show it on his face. "You're not just saying this to comfort me, right?" Jian Ran, emotionally stirred, "Of course not." "So, you're promising to spend your whole life together?" Lu Yenting raised an eyebrow. Jian Ran, "All right, as long as we both survive and leave." While they were exchanging these heartfelt words, veins bulged on the old man's forehead. "Am I invisible to you too?" He tightened his fingers, making Lu Yenting's neck bones crack. "The two of you likely won't have the chance to leave alive." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yenting swiftly moved his elbow at lightning speed and hit the old man hard on the head. Unprepared, the old man's head tilted violently, losing balance and loosening his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yenting spun around and kicked horizontally with one swift action, hurling the old man far away. His movements were fluid and smooth, leaving Jian Ran wide-eyed. What was happening? He was completely capable of retaliating. Yet allowed himself to be controlled. Was it possible that Lu Yenting was playing the male version of a green tea bitch? Tricking him into revealing those words, then. When Jian Ran realized this, he was extremely angry. Just as the corpse beneath his feet showed signs of revival, without another word, he unleashed a set of Fei Hong kicks. As a result, Zhong Zihui couldn't make sense of the situation at all. Like a ball being repeatedly kicked against the wall. When it finally landed, it chose to stay dead. Meanwhile, Lu Yenting's confrontation with the old man left no room for advantage or disadvantage. He displayed extraordinary skill, akin to a national martial arts competition champion. Jian Ran had never seen him reveal his true abilities, standing there stunned until the old man prepared to deliver a lethal strike. He rushed forward, attaching talismans to the summoned white bones and asked accusatorily, "Were you pretending all those times? Toying with me and fooling me?" Lu Yenting came closer, a faint smile curling his lips. "Impossible, every time I was physically unwell, the curse struck perfectly." Smashing a skull underfoot, Jian Ran snorted coldly, "Keep fabricating, let's see how far you can go." Looking helpless, Lu Yenting responded, "With the constant curse, how could I survive without learning some skills to rely on? But seeing you makes me realize, I've only scratched the surface." Jian Ran. Shit, his words are too sweet, impossible to resist, isn't it? The old man, watching them flirt and argue, was practically enraged to insanity. He had endured many dynasties, humiliated and surviving in shame, all for stealing the imperial vein from the Marquis of Zhennan and transferring it to the Zhong family. Just as success was within reach, two unexpected figures emerged. Old man Zhong gnashed his teeth, filled with resentment. In the next second, he opened his mouth wide and let out a shrill roar. Instantly, countless white bones burst through the walls, clawing their way toward the two who stood back to back. Die. This place was built by old man Zhong using the white bones of the dead, and the undead were ensnared in an array personally set by him. He could control them at will without any restraint. His expression turned wild, his smile grotesque, as if he intended to die together with his opponents without a single thought for the consequences. Cracks had already formed in the palace. Debris fell from above, and the surroundings were chaotic and precarious. Jian Ran, upon seeing this, smiled faintly at the corner of his lips. The opportunity has come. Lu Yanting understood his intention. In perfect sync, they darted left and right. Even when caught by the white bones, they broke free calmly, gradually moving closer to the exit step by step. Old man Zhong realized their intentions and chased after them viciously. None of you will escape. All of you are going to be buried with the Zhong family. Jian Ran snorted coldly, daydream all you want. When the Marquis of Zhennan is dead, it's not your turn to sit on the dragon throne. We didn't get it in the past, and we won't in the future. Hearing these words, old man Zhong grew even more frenzied. Reaching out to grab Jian Ran's leg, he missed. Zhong Zaihui, why haven't you risen yet? The one who harmed you is right here. Jian Ran quickly formed hand seals, stabbing his birthbound sword through a talisman paper before hurling it in a specific direction. It hit its mark accurately. The corpse suddenly twitched. Old man Zhong seemed startled, frantically turning around only to see Zhong Zaihui slowly stand up, his green glowing eyes now turned pure black. His dry lips moved. Uncle Tu, where is my father? You, how? Old man Zhong swallowed, a flash of fear crossing his wrinkled face. Suddenly, Zhong Zaihui swelled in size, bursting out of his armor as he swiftly flew towards old man Zhong, tightly embracing the frail body. Hurry up and leave. Jian Ran grabbed Lu Yanting's hand and immediately dashed towards the exit. Both of them were exceptionally agile. Just as they were about to escape to safety, there came a thunderous sound behind them. Something collapsed with a tremendous crash, burying everything. Chapter 210, the male green tea guy seems to be trying to trap me again. Just as Jian Ran and Lu Yanting came out, they heard someone wailing. My God, Brother Ran, you finally made it out. Wang Fatso ran over with his arms wide open for a firm hug but was nimbly dodged by Jian Ran. Wang Fatso wasn't saddened by the intentional distance. Instead, he cried tears of joy. Wah wah wah, both of you are safe, that's great. I was worried. Before he could finish, his feet began to violently shake. Jian Ran shouted loudly, don't talk nonsense here. If you don't want to end up in a mass grave, run quick. Perhaps accustomed to running, the production crew didn't even have time to react before they turned around and bolted off. Jian Ran and Lu Yanting remained calm and didn't move from their spot. Still need purification. Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow and asked. While pulling out talismans, Jian Ran nodded, of course, with so many spirits trapped here, something will eventually happen. The prime culprit was buried under the palace, and the resentment of the other spirits had diminished significantly, making the purification easier, but there were still bound to be some missed spirits due to the sheer number, hence. Jian Ran decided to use the ultimate technique of Tai Su Xian Men, Golden Light Rain. Not long after, Weibo was flooded with heated discussions. Did you see it? A miracle appeared above the death forest, completely enveloped in golden light with rain falling softly. It must be Brother Ran. Who else has such great skill besides him? After the rain stopped, the white fog in the death jungle dissipated, and a rainbow even cut through the sky. The scenery was beautiful. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to experience it myself. It really is appealing. Did you see the Extreme Survival live stream lens? The last scene was Brother Ran and Brother Lu holding hands walking out together. Wow, is this a public announcement? Love love, CP becoming reality, I feel like my life is worth it. After the shooting ended, on the way back. Wang Fatso cautiously sidled over and bravely asked under great pressure, Brother Ran, could I leave a contact method? Like adding WeChat. Impossible. Lu Yanting coldly rejected it, protecting fiercely. I just want to buy a few talismans, absolutely no other desires. Wang Fatso revealed a look of yearning. Jian Ran patted Lu Yanting's shoulder, don't be like that, I still need to do business. Lu Yanting darkened in face, though unhappy, did not stop again. When getting down at the service area, Lu Yanting blocked Jian Ran in the restroom. What kind of business? Can't I support you? Jian Ran tried to push him away but was kissed until weak all over. Don't fool around, there are still people outside. What if someone sees us? You don't want to make it public. Anyway, you said you would stay by my side forever, there's no turning back now. Lu Yanting's expression was obstinate, his tone resolute. Having barely coaxed a confession out of him, how could he let go easily? Lu Yanting's nostrils grazed over Jian Ran's delicate neck, teeth parting slightly, nibbling tenderly, you have to take responsibility for me. Otherwise, I'll die for you to see. Jian Ran. Damn, what have I gotten myself into? Too damn terrifying. Let go, I'll take responsibility, okay? In the old Lu residence study. Grandpa Lu excitedly stood up, you too, really. Sorry, Jian Ran's face turned red and neck flared, delayed your family's proliferation. Oh, this matter you don't need to worry about. Our family has plenty of offspring, the curse is lifted, there will be more sons in the future. Grandpa Lu waved his hand, then told Lu Yenting, see, Grandpa didn't lie, your fate lacks fire, Ran perfectly makes up for the deficiency. In the future, the two of you will surely have a flourishing life. Lu Yenting pursed his lips in a small smile, thanks, Grandpa. Stay tonight at home. Tomorrow morning, I'll send you two abroad to register. Grandpa Lu arranged things without hesitation. Jian Ran was stunned, isn't this too fast? I haven't thought it through yet. Old man Lu, this matter needs any thinking. A man should marry when he grows up. No, Jian Ran scratched his head irritably, I'm just. That's good, Lu Yenting smirked faintly, talking doesn't count, you need to give me some guarantee. Jian Ran. What kind of déjà vu feeling it is, like boarding a pirate ship. Dinner didn't lack drinks. After the round of toasts given by Grandpa Lu, when they were half dazed and heading upstairs, Jian Ran plunged headfirst into the bed. Wanna take a shower? Lu Yenting hugged him and asked. Not necessary, sleepy, want to sleep. Jian Ran declined. Lu Yenting acted as if he hadn't heard, let's take a bath together. The bathtub is large. Jian Ran immediately became alert. I don't want to. Lu Yenting's face instantly turned sorrowful, are you rejecting me? My God, how could I mean that? Jian Ran was about to lose it. Unable to resist Lu Yenting's soft pleading and firmness, he ended up being led astray. Ah, not into the ditch, but into the bathtub. Alright, we're just taking a bath. You'd better not get any funny ideas. Jian Ran warned. Lu Yenting smiled with a curve of his lips, nodding obediently, alright, baby, I'll definitely behave. Don't call me baby, it's too sappy. Although Jian Ran felt a ticklish sensation inside at the endearment and looked away, soon after, he felt hot breath close to his earlobe. Alright, I won't call you that, came the voice husky with sensuality. Jian Ran felt slightly tipsy, dazed and confused. As if riding on clouds. Don't move, Lu Yenting whispered, nibbling on his earlobe, I want us to be truly, forever together. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, Jian Ran weakly rested his arm along the side of the bathroom sink. His cheek was kissed softly. Baby, wait for me to get some clean clothes for you. Jian Ran rolled his eyes and didn't respond. The moment Lu Yenting left, the system in his head popped out and made a tut-tut sound. Host, you're deteriorating. You let him have his way entirely, the villain was setting a trap for you, and how did you jump right in? Don't you want to finish your task and go back to restart? Jian Ran narrowed his eyes slightly, what if I say I don't want to anymore? The system? This is impossible, there has been no precedent for this. All hosts are eager to return to their original worlds. Jian Ran smirked arrogantly, then I'll set a precedent. I can't allow that. I still need my year-end performance bonus. The system protested, if you don't leave, I will forcibly extract your soul. Try me. Jian Ran's eyes flashed coldly, do you think I won't blow your company up? The system. It knew the host all too well, words match actions. After hesitating for 3 seconds, it cowardly said, alright, I'll count this as mission failure, and now I'll unbind you. The bathroom door opened, Lu Yenting walked in. Seeing Jian Ran with an expressionless face, he thought he was still upset, so he squatted halfway down and spoke gently. Baby, stop being upset. Next time, it'll be your turn. Jian Ran's eyes lit up, really? Lu Yenting grinned, really? Jian Ran felt something fishy. The male green tea guy seems to be trying to trap me again. Chapter 211, the grand finale. To be honest, Jian Ran now feels as if his entire body is falling apart. His exposed skin is covered with marks, and he's too embarrassed to go downstairs. But a group of people in uniforms burst into the Lu family mansion, asking for him by name to meet them. Meet my ass, get out. This was Jian Ran's weak retort. Below, the uniformed group, led by Lu Zhendong, directly settled in the living room. Even the fury of old Master Lu couldn't drive them away. They were quite persistent. The old man stepped in to mediate, oh, Zhendong, are you stupid or something? The young couple just had some intimate time together, and you come over to disturb them? Lu Zhendong's face turned red, then I'll wait until they're done being intimate. And he stood firm, not moving an inch. Everyone looked at him, and he added, I'll wait right here. Near noon, Jian Ran was famished and had no choice but to get up from bed, only to have someone grab his waist. Where are you going? I'm hungry. Still not full. Lu Yenting raised an eyelid, a mischievous smile blooming on his face. Jian Ran was momentarily confused, then realized what Lu Yenting was insinuating and turned back to see, raising his fist to punch, where did you learn such words? Lu Yenting grabbed his wrist and gave him a quick kiss, looking satisfied and relaxed, from the Tyrant CEO handbook. What kind of weird thing is that? Jian Ran exclaimed, realizing he had stumbled upon a knowledge gap. Could it be those greasy dialogues compiled by a dominant CEO like Tong Zifeng? Putting on a turtleneck sweater, Jian Ran descended the stairs with Lu Yenting. As soon as his feet touched the marble floor of the living room, all the uniformed people sitting on the sofa stood up in unison. Salute. Their solemn expressions almost made Jian Ran laugh, what's going on with you guys? Lu Zhendong approached, holding something. Mr. Jian Ran, this is the highest honor medal from our department. Please, do accept it. Jian Ran waved his hand. I don't want it. What relationship does your department have with me? This seemed to sting Lu Zhendong, and a trace of regret flashed across his face. There isn't much of a relationship, but your act of bravery resolved all the complex problems and historical difficulties of our department. Bravery? Am I brave, or am I greedy? Jian Ran smiled faintly. Sorry, I seem to have taken your jobs. I'll pay more attention in the future. You can keep the medal in your department. That's exactly what I mean. Gan Shan grinned, stepping forward. We, from the Cultural Relics Bureau, why would we need anything from your non-natural research institute? They're completely mismatched. He smirked proudly at Lu Zhendong, and then turned around to grasp Jian Ran's hand. When will you start work? Would you need a dedicated car and driver? Our Cultural Relics Bureau can provide all kinds of benefits. Jian Ran pulled his hand back. All right, let's sort out the cause, process, and result first, and then talk about what to do next. Okay. Saying this, he already sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs. Okay. Lu Zhendong rushed forward. It started when our department first noticed you at La Fu Inn. Jian Ran nodded. Oh, my first business operation reality show. Once we realized you might have exceptional abilities, we began laying plans, step by step. To solve our problems for us. Jian Ran arched an eyebrow. Not just us, later some financial tycoons also joined. Lu Zhendong spilled out the department's top secrets all at once. All these went along lines pretty much as Jian Ran had expected. He slowly said, so, basically everything has been resolved. It's uncertain if there will be new tough issues in the future, but currently, there's no electrical disturbance left from the spirit of the national teacher, and Prince Shen Nan and Xing Lu have long been buried in Qianling tomb with no signs of awakening. Lu Zhendong said contentedly. Our Lu family has finally shaken off the trouble caused by the curse. His eyes involuntarily shifted towards old Master Lu, who pretended not to see it and arrogantly turned away. But indeed, a father knows his child best. The day Lu Zhendong announced his renunciation of inheritance rights and joined the Non-Natural Research Institute, old Master Lu knew that he wanted to contribute something to the family. After so many years of silence, it was just to prevent the family from worrying. Old Master Lu could only play along with him in this act. Jian Ran clapped his hands, pulling both their thoughts back. All right, I understand the cause and effect clearly. You guys can leave now, don't delay my mealtime. Last night's deficit was huge. All the pure blood drained. Need some good food to replenish. In the end, Jian Ran didn't take the highest honor medal. It was all about making money while getting things done, no need to put on airs if there wasn't that high awareness. Also, Jian Ran was afraid that if he accepted, it would feel awkward asking for money next time. What is this? He froze when he noticed Lu Yanting putting something in his bowl, full of disbelief. Could it be the legendary sheep kidney? For nourishment, Lu Yanting said with a face full of indulgence. Jian Ran glared at him. Isn't it you who should be nourished? I'm fine, I don't need. Jian Ran got angry. I don't need either. Are they cursing at their SEJ, private parts? Their flight was in the evening. The two went to get their marriage certificate, traveling light without any luggage. Grandpa Lu kindly picked up Jian's mother from the hospital and came to see them off, also confirming their marriage. Even though we registered abroad, please rest assured there is no difference in legal effect. Moreover, as a sign of sincerity, our family has prepared a dowry. Grandpa Lu's lawyer stepped forward, handing over a list for Jian's mother to review. Upon receiving it, she immediately froze. 10 billion. Did I count the zeros wrong? And there are shares. Jian's mother flipped the page and trembled with excitement. This judgment document. Grandpa Lu smiled. With ample evidence, Qin Hong's case proceeded very quickly. The first instance judgment has been made, and all her properties will be frozen to return to the victims. I have finally waited for this day. Tears filled Jian's mother's eyes, and she was overwhelmed with emotion. Jian Ran patted her shoulder. It's all in the past, turn the page. Jian's mother nodded in satisfaction. I have lived more than half my life, as long as you and Jian are happy, I am content. I don't want these dowries, Grandpa, take them back. Just give me this verdict. Grandpa Lu didn't say anything but his eyes showed approval. When sitting in the VIP lounge, Lu Yanting received a call from Lu Yuhuan. As soon as he put it to his ear, impatient scolding came through. You're trying to outdo me every single time. I just got Jian's hand, and now you're getting married. Can you show some shame? Lu Yanting smiled. Brother, sorry, but I don't agree that everything about me is faster than you. At least I last longer than you. The nearby Jian Ren exploded in anger. Do you actually think it's honorable? Chapter 212, The Grand Finale. The wedding news reached Zhong Fanrui online while he was in the library organizing his graduation thesis. He accidentally clicked on an entertainment headline. In the picture, Jian Ran had a stoic face, radiating, don't mess with me, but the gleam in his eyes couldn't be ignored. And standing beside him, Lu Yanting's gaze was locked onto Jian Ran's face, with a faint smile hinting at love that overflowed from the screen. If this were before, Zhong Fanrui might have gone crazy with jealousy upon seeing the photo. But now, his feelings were eerily calm. Past preferences gained through shady means had always been unstable, like flowers in the mirror and the moon in water, illusory. Thinking about it, Zhong Fanrui stood up, gathered his things, and walked out of the library. At the entrance, someone holding a bouquet turned around. "Fanrui, it's been a long time. How did you come?" Zhong Fanrui revealed a surprised expression. "Is the rap competition over?" The top-notch rapper, with a handsome face bearing a hint of mixed heritage, approached slowly. "I won the championship. You promised to reward me. Are you going to honor that promise or not?" He handed the flowers to Zhong Fanrui, who hesitated to accept them. You and Jian Ran, you too. Acquainted, no interaction, isn't he just newly married?" The top-tier rapper questioned curiously. Zhong Fanrui replied, "Did you ever consider using him as a substitute when I didn't agree with you?" The top-tier rapper laughed. "What are you thinking? You're irreplaceable, there's no one else who could take your place." Upon hearing these words, as if triggering some sensitive nerve, Zhong Fanrui broke down into tears, extending his arms for a tight embrace. "Thank you. Truly, thank you so much. Thanks to the only person who truly loves me." After briefly packing his luggage, preparing to return home, someone hugged his waist from behind. "Honey, when are we doing it? My dad is getting impatient. My dad hasn't even met me yet, why is he so worried?" Jian didn't turn around. "It's probably you getting anxious, right? No discussion before my studies are completed." Jian forcefully pulled away from Lu Yuchuan's hand. Lu Yuchuan became a little irritated, slouching on the sofa acting childish. "You're just unwilling to take responsibility. Why do you need so many excuses? Don't act up." Jian looked at him helplessly. "Start packing already. We still need to go back for the wedding. After all, the marriage license has already been issued. Is it really necessary to hold a wedding?" Lu Yuchuan folded his arms in a huff. "In my opinion, Lu Yanting is merely flaunting everything shamelessly. I'm not going back, you can go ahead." As he spoke, he got up and prepared to leave, but was immediately stopped by Jian grabbing his arm. "Do the two of us have to make it into a competition? I'll promise you, once I graduate, we'll get married. Happy now?" "Really?" Lu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "Words aren't proof. What will serve as a pledge?" Jian rolled his eyes. "Are you being deliberately difficult?" He quickly pecked Lu Yuchuan's lips. "Does that count?" "Not at all." Lu Yuchuan frowned. "You're treating me like a beggar." Jian gave up, diving directly into a deep kiss. After a passionate embrace, he released him. "Good enough." Lu Yuchuan's eyes blazed with fiery desire, wrapping his arms around Jian's lower back. "Not enough. I've got a big appetite. And I want more. Don't fool around, we've still got to catch the plane." Seeing the situation escalating, Jian immediately thought of escaping. Clearly anticipating Jian's plans, Lu Yuchuan cut off all possible escape routes. "Where do you think you're going? You'll never get away." His teeth flashed, looking like a starving wolf. "You still don't understand the Lu family bloodline well enough. Once chosen, they never let go." Just then, somewhere in Nancheng, a coffin held within it a skeleton in dragon robes tightly embracing its companion. A man dressed impeccably in high-end tailoring sat lounging on a backstage sofa, idly holding a newly downloaded game in his hands. Burning Brother Adventures through Infinite Streams. Whoever knew which die-hard fan had transformed every variety show and movie he had been involved in into a game. It had taken the whole web by storm, achieving unprecedented downloads. Jian Ren felt an itch in his fingers and decided to play. The graphics were realistic, the atmosphere thrillingly terrifying, and occasionally there would be comedic clips. Quite impressive. Right as he wanted to proceed to the next level, he noticed the dressing room door open. 3 individuals entered. Each one seemed uneasy. Jian Ren glanced up and furrowed his brow. "How did you 3 manage to show up? Isn't the scene at a newlywed ceremony with all 3 ex-boyfriends kind of resembling a battleground?" Gifts. The domineering boss Feng Yigan handed over a beautifully wrapped gift box. Supermodel Yuan Mingji followed closely. "Me too." Racer Jingchuanbai exploded. "I'm the same as these 2. Wow, you used to be so stingy, now you know how to give." Jian Ran smirked. "Consider it payment for talismans. I'll take them all." The 3 left the boxes by the couch but lingered on without leaving. Jian Ran raised an eyebrow. "Anything else?" "Previously, we're sorry." Feng Yigan was the first to speak. The other 2 quickly followed. "We're sorry too." "I'm even sorrier." Jian Ran waved his hand dismissively. "Unnecessary, isn't everything settled?" As if wanting to say more, the door suddenly swung open and Yanting Lu stood there frowning darkly. "Get out. Just let us finish our sentences," Jingchuanbai snapped irritably. He immediately regretted it. Showing disrespect, another scolding coming up. "I'll say it again, get out." Yanting Lu's mouth brimmed with jealousy, sharp eyes piercing. Feng Yigan looked longingly at Jian Ran before retreating from the dressing room. Yuan Mingji seemed to recall some foolish act in the past and sighed deeply, walking away reluctantly. Jingchuanbai looked around, unwilling yet powerless, his eyes slightly red as he rushed out. With only the 2 of them left, Jian Ran shook his head helplessly. "Why'd you do that?" "Because Yanting Lu sat next to him and raised his arm to pull Jian Ran tightly into an embrace. You're mine, no one else is allowed to eye you. Long 4. Jian Ran patted his back soothingly. Yours, no one can take me, alright? The wedding proceeded as scheduled, a lively scene filled with excitement. Various powerful families gathered together, witnessing the newlyweds entering the marriage hall. Sacred music played as the two walked slowly down the red carpet, hands joined. Xu Dasu couldn't stop wiping tears. Finally. Feng Gu glared at him. It's not your wedding. Why are you so excited? My view is their marriage won't last. Just when Su Yuan was comforting Xu Dasu, he turned fierce like a hedgehog after hearing this. Mr. Gu, why does it seem like you're just sour grapes because you didn't get the chance? My Mr. Lu chased and got him by real talent, could you have done the same? Are you willing to risk life and limb accompanying Jian Ran through those dangerous variety shows? Xu Dasu sobbed as he tried to calm Su Yuan down. Stop it, my Mr. Gu cherishes life too much, he couldn't have gone. Feng Gu stared silently. Let's wish the happy couple well, the host announced, microphone in hand, full of excitement. Jian Ran and Yanting Lu were already locked in a deep kiss, never parting. Amidst the thunderous applause, Yanting Lu brought his lips to Jian Ran's ear and whispered tenderly, thank you for meeting me. Thank you for bringing life back to my bleak existence. Thank you for willingly falling into my meticulously planned trap. Thank you, for muttering dreams last night. As Jian Ran started to flutter with emotion, the last sentence made him abruptly freeze with an ominous premonition. What? Yanting Lu's voice was stubborn. Who's the system? Where's Tai Su? What other world is this world? Jian Ran immediately turned to ask the host, is the ceremony over? Can I leave? Well, technically, yes. The host was a little flustered. Without another word, Jian Ran ran off. But just as he dashed out, Yanting Lu clamped onto his waist tightly. No rush, we've got plenty to talk about tonight. Jian Ran felt like crying. How long must this go on? Only after meeting you did I realize how wonderful the world is, filled with longing. After loving you, I understood the value of life, that one cannot simply give up. I wish I could transform myself into shackles, becoming the cage that traps you. Even if selfishness takes over, I absolutely cannot let you go. Because I am already on a path of no return. Yanting Lu. End of story.